The man was awakened by a loud broadcast. He was stunned for a long time because the surrounding environment was unfamiliar to him. The man was in a small passageway, barely 5 meters high and 5 meters wide. 4 tall, sci-fi-looking robots stood guard around him, armed with guns. Suddenly, a flood of memories flooded the man's mind. After a moment, he finally digested them and understood his situation. He had traveled through time to this interstellar era. The man's name was Don Juan. He was originally a college student on Blue Star. Because he played games all night for 3 days and 3 nights, he fell into a coma during class. When he woke up, he found himself possessed by a man named Don Juan. Don Juan in this world is an interstellar pioneer who graduated from a military academy. This is an act of pioneering in the ancient relic star field, led by an interstellar society composed of the Empire and several surrounding interstellar civilizations. Most of the participants were graduates from military academies of several nations within the interstellar community. Don Juan, affiliated with the Yada Empire. Just as Don Juan figured out his identity, a virtual screen appeared before him. A strange, scaly face appeared on the virtual screen. Mr. Don Juan, are you ready? The star gate is about to open. Please enter the ruined star field as soon as possible. I wish you good luck and that you will return my money soon. Although the alien man used honorifics, his tone was filled with threats. Don Juan knew from his memory that this alien man's name was Lettuce. Lettuce was a loan shark. Through his memories, Don Juan knew that he definitely didn't owe Lettuce any money. The one who owed him money was his cheap father, who had long been dead in this body. The original owner could only enroll as a military academy student to participate in the exploration of the ancient star fields, which had a high mortality rate, hoping to find hope in these star fields with a large number of ancient ruins. If he was lucky enough to find some treasures from the starfield ruins, he would not only be able to pay back the money, but also become rich. If he was unlucky, he would perish in this star field, which was better than being hunted by loan sharks. Don Juan sighed. Having traveled through time and space in such a new identity, what could he do? He could only take things one step at a time. With 4 armed mechanical guards, Don Juan walked forward along the passage. At the front of the passage was a hatch that connected to Don Juan's ship, a Headhammer-class combat assault craft. When Don Juan entered the hatch and passed through the airlock into the assault craft, he was stunned. Don Juan heard a sound. Ding dong, the Super Interstellar Empire Development System has activated. Congratulations on receiving the newbie reward package. Congratulations on obtaining the STC production template for the silicon-based creatures, the tactical humanoid girl clan. Don Juan's eyes widened in shock. Then he reacted and laughed out loud. His golden finger had finally arrived. Then a virtual blue panel appeared in front of Don Juan, and Don Juan took a closer look. Species name, tactical humanoid girl species, silicon-based. Supreme 1, Don Juan. Description, the produced tactical humanoids possess the highest, unwavering loyalty to the Supreme One. Don Juan swallowed hard, a moment before reacting. He slapped himself twice to make sure he wasn't dreaming. He became excited. The system is giving you 30 initial tactical humanoid girl units. Please accept them. Receive? How? Just as this thought popped into Don Juan's mind, a flash of light passed before him. Like 3D printing, the light printed out a series of human figures in front of Don Juan out of thin air. Precision alloy skeletons, high-strength carbon fiber muscle bundles, molecular electromagnetic blood vessel lines, high-strength bulletproof bionic skin. Soon, 30 girls with different appearances, slender and tall and long legs appeared in front of Don Juan. 30 tactical humanoid girls formed 3 teams. The leftmost team was all dressed in tactical gear, clearly combat humanoids. Tactical humanoid Black Dragon Tactical Team, Captain Yu Yi reports to Supreme One. The left-hand team was led by a young woman with delicate features, her brows etched with heroic spirit. Her neatly styled short black hair accentuated her appearance. Technical Humanoid Research Team Captain Shiwei, reporting to the Supreme One. The middle team was led by a girl wearing a white scientific research suit and with beautiful long black hair. Her perfectly shaped almond-shaped eyes were inlaid with beautiful purple eyes that looked like they were carefully carved. Visible mechanical wiring dappled the corners of his eyes, and his entire being exuded a coldness and indifference. Noble, cold, and beautiful. Dongxiu, captain of the engineering humanoid team, reporting to the Supreme One. The team on the right was led by a girl wearing a yellow engineering suit, with her blonde hair tied into 2 ponytails at the back of her head and extremely pure blue eyes. The tactical humanoids have established a soul connection with you, the Supreme One, and this connection cannot be interrupted in any form. In an instant, Don Juan could feel the status of these tactical humanoids. The captains of the three teams each had their own distinct personalities. Yu Yi was heroic, Shi Wei was cold and silent, and Dong Xiu had a fiery temper. Don Juan took a deep breath and said, "Let's get this ship moving and pass through the Stargate." At the same time, Don Juan's system panel displayed the ship's detailed information. Current vehicle, head hammer, combat assault craft. Normal weight, 2,400 tons. Fully loaded weight, 2,700 tons. Ding dong, Interstellar Empire Rise Stage 1 mission released. Recapture Earth. Interstellar Empire Rise, Stage 1 mission, recapture Earth. Current distance from Earth, 3,500 light-years. Don Juan's eyes widened. This mission was a bit difficult. At least he couldn't even think about it now. Apart from anything else, with only a combat craft with a top speed of 15% of the speed of light, it would take tens of thousands of years to reach Earth. Ding dong, small stage mission released. Rise of Power Small Stage Mission 1. Establish a base. Mission reward. Huayan Heavy Strike Cruiser STC construction template. Don Juan instantly became excited. The first mission was difficult, but this one was still doable. Just completing the initial mission would earn him a full set of STC construction templates equivalent to an A-class battleship. You know, the military frigate Don Juan's cheap dad had borrowed money to buy was only rated between C and D. Because of this, Don Juan was now burdened with a debt of 480 million Yada coins. Don Juan forced himself to calm down. He had to pass through the Stargate as quickly as possible, head to the Ruined Star region, and then develop in the Ruined Star region to quickly improve his strength. Don Juan's Head Hammer combat assault craft is currently docked at the Ruined Stargate spaceport in the Yada Frontier system. This is a large spaceport built specifically for this Stargate left behind by an ancient civilization. Currently, the spaceport was densely packed with countless warships of various shapes and sizes. They were all the interstellar pioneers about to depart. The Ruined Star region was an immensely vast region, composed of countless galaxies. No one knew the true extent of this relic star field, a remnant of an ancient civilization. At the border between the relic star field and the Yada Empire lay a void stretching thousands of light years. As batch after batch of spaceships left the port and entered the Stargate, Don Juan soon received a prompt. Please invite the 16th batch of interstellar pioneers to enter the Stargate. Shi Wei, start the engines. Don Juan gave the order. The engine at the rear of the battleship emitted a flash of blue flame and began to leave the port. However, at this moment, a battleship behind Don Juan's battleship suddenly started its engine at a speed far exceeding Don Juan's. It only took a very short time of acceleration to surpass Don Juan's battle boat. If it weren't for Shi Wei's powerful computing ability and computer-like reaction speed to evade and advance, Don Juan's battle boat would have been directly smashed to pieces. The warship was several times the size of the Don Juan battleship, and likely just as fast. It flew past, leaving a narrow trail of flames beside the Don Juan battleship. Then a message arrived. Sorry, hairless naked ape. I almost bumped into your small sampan. Huh? Lele? Looking at this message, Don Juan was a little confused. Lele? This name sounds familiar. Don Juan frowned. He took a photo and posted it to his classmate discussion group, asking his friends. He then realized who this person was. This person was none other than Letiz's son, a descendant of the Yada nobles. At this moment, a system prompt sounded. Triggered mission. To create an empire, the novice must fight and capture an enemy warship. Mission completion reward. 3 draws. Don Juan's lips curled slightly. The target was right before his eyes. Shi Wei, if we board that 670-meter-long warship ahead, what are our chances of success? I will send you the combat data of the Yada Empire's public warships and soldiers for you to evaluate. Don Juan stared at Shi Wei's purple eyes, and a stream of data flashed by as he handed over the data. We have a 75% chance of completely annihilating the enemy's warships with 0 casualties. Shi Wei calculated the result incredibly quickly. So strong. Don Juan was a little surprised. Very good, Shi Wei, I feel relieved. I'll go count the weapons and equipment first. You control the ship. Don Juan walked up to Shi Wei, patted her shoulder in appreciation, then turned and left. Elsewhere, on the bridge of the Yada Empire's C-class Flamingo Light, fast-moving assault ship, Lei sat in the captain's seat, his legs draped over the console. His scaly, lizard-like face wore a disdainful smile. His golden eyes, with vertical pupils, sparkled slightly as he chatted with someone. Mr. Lei, look, this is a screenshot of Don Juan from our class chatting in the discussion group. This kid seems to have a grudge against your family. Tell me, after we pass through the Stargate, will he do anything bad to you? A stream of data flashed in his eyes, and a human classmate who was in the same discussion group with Don Juan spoke to him in an extremely flattering manner. "Tisk, just a monkey." Lele sneered, not taking it seriously at all. He knew Don Juan, but his understanding of him was limited to the impression that he was a low-class monkey who owed his family a huge debt. "If he dares to do anything bad to me, then come, but I won't kill him. After all, he still owes our family money." "You monkeys of a lower race are all overconfident guys," Lele said in an extremely arrogant tone. "You are noble, and I admire you immensely," the man said flatteringly. Second-generation rich people like Lele. No, it should be said that most Yada people, especially the Yada nobles, have deep-rooted racial discrimination against humans. After all, human slavery existed in the Yada Empire before. Although the status of the human race has been elevated to second-class citizens, in the eyes of many Yada people, humans are still inferior monkey slaves. "By the way, what kind of warship was that, Don Juan?" Lele suddenly asked the first mate beside him. "Master, based on the image comparison before the Stargate, it's confirmed that the other party is a headhammer combat assault boat." The first mate beside him pulled up the warship's external surveillance records. A virtual screen flashed in the air, and soon a series of relevant data about the headhammer combat assault craft was listed. Looking at the data displayed on the virtual screen before him, Lele laughed with disdain. "Too weak, don't bother with him," Lele said, and he stopped paying attention to Don Juan. Countless points of light, representing stars, dotted the dark curtain of the universe. A Stargate, an equilateral triangle with a side of 600 kilometers, hovered in space. Countless spaceships and warships took off from the spaceport, like a dense swarm of moths. Countless spaceships, trailing narrow streams of flame from their engines, formed a strikingly beautiful landscape in space. Don Juan's unassuming combat assault craft passed through the water-like Stargate. The moment they passed through the Stargate, the sky shifted. The combat assault craft had arrived in an unfamiliar starry sky. The Ruined Star region, the MO-117 system. This was a completely new coordinate system that an interstellar society had just discovered through research on the data left behind within the Stargate. Several major interstellar societies constantly study the data left behind by the frontier Stargates and continuously obtain the coordinates of the galaxies within the relic star fields left behind. After obtaining the coordinates of the galaxies in the relic star fields, they will travel through the frontier Stargates to open up new relic star fields. Shiwei, turn on optical detection, look for data on the Flamingo-class light fast-fire assault ship, and look for mines. Don Juan looked at the space scene displayed on the virtual panel in front of him, looking at the warships of different shapes one after another, and conveyed the order. The Headhammer combat assault boat's radar scanning radius is 20,000 kilometers. This radius is pitifully small in space terms. However, Don Juan used optical detection. Don Juan's ship was an E-class. Its military radar couldn't detect the enemy, so they had to use optical detection. Given that everyone had just passed through the Stargate, the distance wasn't particularly far, so optical detection was sufficient to see them. Of course, seeing with the naked eye wasn't so simple. Don Juan estimated that his current location was quite far from the stars, at the edge of the galaxy. Even with the light of stars, at this distance, seeing with the naked eye would be essentially pitch black. So, this observation is the warship's optical detection radar, which is checking to see if the photons emitted by the star are blocked. The enemy's position is confirmed. It is 920 kilometers away. Don Juan nodded slightly and asked, "What is the enemy's current speed?" "The enemy's speed is stable, about 100 kilometers per second, and it is not accelerating. If we accelerate at full speed, how long will it take us to catch up with them?" Don Juan asked. "In about 5 minutes. Our ship will catch up with them and maintain a parallel trajectory, traveling at the same 100 kilometers per second. Launch a boarding attack." A stream of data flashed in Shiwei's purple eyes, and she instantly calculated the required time. "Okay, I'll enter deep-sea mode and prepare to begin accelerating." Don Juan nodded. Tactical humanoids like Shiwei possessed terrifying strength, capable of withstanding 120G accelerations. But Don Juan, with his mortal form, would be shattered into dust without any protection. A spherical operating cabin rose from the floor, and Don Juan entered it, drenched in deep-sea acceleration fluid. After preparations were complete, the entire combat assault boat began to accelerate. Countless spaceships had just passed through the Stargate, each spaced over 10 kilometers apart. At that moment, a headhammer combat assault craft suddenly appeared. To the naked eye, all one could see was its tail flame, forming a narrow, straight line several kilometers long. Over the next 2 minutes, the headhammer's speed soared to 141 kilometers per second. Meanwhile, The Flamingo battleship advanced 12,000 kilometers. However, the distance between the two sides remained constant, steadily decreasing. 4,452.8 kilometers from the enemy target. No enemy response. The distance has been reduced to 3,507 kilometers. Start slowing down. It is expected that in 35 seconds we will maintain a speed of 100 kilometers per second and remain parallel to the enemy warship. Data streams kept flashing in Shiwei's purple eyes, who was in charge of controlling the warship, and the mechanical circuits in the corners of her eyes also flashed faintly. At this moment, Shiwei seemed to have become the battleship, constantly adjusting its angle and course with the slightest perfect movement. The Flamingo was a true military-grade warship, its radar detection range measured in light seconds. Yet, upon exiting the Stargate, the distance between the two was less than 1,000 kilometers. In addition, there were so many warships coming out of the Stargate that the people on the Flamingo didn't pay any attention to the ships behind them. They didn't think anyone would be so bold as to attack a real military-grade warship. At that moment, a red alarm light flashed from the Flamingo's bridge. "Master, a ship is rapidly approaching from behind us. It's expected to reach our ship in 25 seconds. Lei stood up abruptly, staring at the image on the virtual screen before him. "It's Don Juan's ship. He dares to attack me? How dare he?" Shock, confusion, disdain, anger. Thoughts and emotions flashed through the brain's computing chip at a speed of 1/100th of a second. Then, Lei slammed the control panel in front of him and roared, "Sink it." Chapter 5, just like that. On the bridge of the Flamingo, the radar fire controller's head was connected to a data cable, his consciousness directly connected to the fire control system. With a single thought, the 6 directed energy ion beam cannons atop the battleship swiftly steered, aiming precisely at the target behind them. In an instant, 6 crimson, high-energy beams pierced through space like sharp swords, shooting straight into the path of Don Juan's combat assault craft. "Oh, you fool who overestimates your own abilities." Lei, standing in the command post, curled his lips slightly, revealing a row of sharp fangs, his sneer tinged with contempt. The Flamingo was a fast, fire-powered assault ship of the Yada Empire, designed for blitzkrieg and boasting powerful firepower. Unlike typical frigates, which prioritized defense, it focused on speed and lethality, making it a formidable weapon for hunting down light enemy vessels. The 6 high-powered melta-ion cannons on top were enough to easily tear apart a light frigate and could even threaten a Class B cruiser. The assault boat Don Juan was piloting was just an E-class battleship with 200 millimeters of armor, which looked like paper in Lei's eyes. 1 round of artillery fire was enough. "It's a pity that the boy is dead. There's no one to repay the debt owed to my family." Lei sighed, his words devoid of emotion. He didn't care about money. The family fortune was so vast, it wasn't his turn to inherit it. Killing a human was no big deal. He was just a minor character destined to die anyway. But just as his thoughts drifted away, a tense roar interrupted him. "Oh no, they've evaded our attack. The enemy ship is still slowing down and closing." "What?" Lei's eyes widened, disbelief written all over his face. At a distance of 3,000 kilometers, how could they possibly evade a directed energy weapon's lightspeed attack? Indeed, at such a short distance, the beam was almost instantaneous, making it impossible to evade with conventional means. Unfortunately, he had forgotten that the melta-ion cannon would warm up for a moment before firing, and this was precisely the key point Shiwei had captured. Don Juan's small battleship is equipped with a tactical AI, Sylvie, whose reaction speed far surpasses any biological brain. With a single, indirect adjustment, Sylvie can deflect the high-speed assault craft from the muzzle beam, enabling a thrilling dodge. This wasn't luck, but rather the overwhelming advantage afforded by the computational limits of AI-level tactical intelligence. And so, 6 red beams of light streaked meaninglessly through space, striking the void. Lei's expression froze completely, the situation out of control. He began to think rapidly. "Can I shake them off?" The answer was no. They were too close now. The enemy would pounce the moment their engines started, not to mention they were too late to enter deep-sea jump mode. He could only choose to fight head-on. "How do we quickly take out that assault boat?" the deputy replied. "Their evasive capabilities are too strong. We'll only be able to hit them if we can track them with our missiles." However, the Flamingo was a fast assault ship, sacrificing missile systems for speed and firepower, and was completely unequipped with conventional missiles. Besides the railgun and large-caliber melta cannon on the bow, it only had a close-in defense system to defend against small targets. This made Lei anxious and regretful. He had chosen this frigate with the strongest firepower just to show off, but now he was just a passive prey. But there's still hope, the deputy added calmly. The sides are covered with close-in weapon systems and laser arrays. If the enemy approaches from the flank, we'll have a chance to strike back. Lai Lei's eyes lit up, and he immediately ordered the enemy to wait for the ship to enter flank range. Seconds ticked by, the battleships closing in at breakneck speed. 2,000 kilometers. 1,000 kilometers. At both speeds, contact would be within 10 seconds. Lai Lei sneered. That kid will definitely circle around and launch a boarding attack from this distance. Sure enough, the enemy has begun to change course. Lai Lei was so excited that he almost laughed out loud. But the next second, the alarm suddenly sounded. A large number of missile signals have been detected. The enemy has released a large number of missiles. They're using missiles as cover to attack us from the side. Don Juan's combat boats, though small, were equipped with a formidable weapon system. Raven Eye close-in defense missiles and Falcon anti-ship missiles were released in quick succession, their numbers small but intense. The missiles rained down upon the Flamingo, unleashing waves of electronic jamming and fire diversion. The real killer move was the battleship, which, under the cover of missiles, silently approached the side. On the bridge, the Yatta soldiers were so shocked that they couldn't close their mouths. No one could imagine that all this came from an E-class boat. This is impossible. Not even the Empire's most powerful AI could pull this off. How could that broke Don Juan possess this kind of technology? Lele roared in anger and despair, his golden pupils trembling violently. 5 seconds. The enemy ships are ramming. 4 seconds. Lele roared. Open all broadside fire. Quick. Concentrate fire. But the combat boat rushed over with its fuselage tilted, using its strongest part to meet the attack. That was the bow of the Head Hammer combat assault boat, with armor 1 meter thick, equipped with precision rams and dual melta-cannons. 3 seconds. 2 seconds. 1 second. Boom! A deafening roar instantly resonated throughout the entire ship. The ramming horn of the Head Hammer pierced the Flamingo's belly like a spear, followed closely by a deadly molten beam from the bow's twin cannons. The Flamingo's armor was burned through like paper by this blow, and the energy burst tore through the impact point. An 88-meter-long battleship had forcibly penetrated the 600-meter-long warship. The bridge shook violently, and flames erupted. Lai Lei felt the entire warship tremble, the tremors beneath his feet as violent as an earthquake, and the golden pupils in his eyes contracted violently. Just like that, just. Chapter 6 Massacre. The terror of the mechanical girl, the middle deck, has been breached. The enemy is right below the bridge. Quick, everyone go to defend. Inside the bridge, Lele's heart was beating violently, his golden eyes bloodshot as he stared at the battle report in disbelief. He had never imagined that Don Juan would actually charge into the battleship. How arrogant. But he didn't think he'd lose. After all, the Flamingo had a crew of 5,000, with over 2,000 combatants, all elite veterans from the military. 3 infantry battalions, an armored battalion, and a squadron of space fighters gave them a numerical advantage. While large land-based mechas and space fighters couldn't enter the mid-deck for support, medium-sized individual armor could still be deployed. That kind of armor had a crushing impact on individual soldiers. Don Juan's battleship could only hold 100 or 200 men, and it was no match for the combat power of this ship. At this moment, a passage on the middle deck was filled with thick smoke, and the ground was covered with shattered alloy structures and high-temperature melted metal fragments. A 3-meter-wide molten hole loomed in the wall, black smoke billowing continuously, with a ramming horn still lodged in it. Quick! Hurry up! A one-eyed officer barked furiously, his body covered in prosthetics, leading a group of fully armed Swift soldiers into the passage. Soldiers clad in force feedback armor quickly took their positions, forming a full array on both sides of the passage. Several medium-sized, 4-meter-tall power-armored vehicles slowly pressed forward, their 30mm electromagnetic rapid-fire cannons loaded and ready to fire. The muzzles flashed coldly, and the entire passage fell into an oppressive silence. All weapons were trained on the still-smoking hole, their nerves tense to the utmost. The one-eyed officer stared intently at the hole when suddenly, 2 cylindrical objects were hurled from it. Swish! Thick smoke instantly spread, obscuring the entire middle section, like a thick wall of fog cutting off the passage. They're about to attack. The one-eyed prosthetic eye glowed red, instantly switching all soldiers to infrared and thermal sensing mode. But disconcertingly, there was nothing. No heat source, no movement, no target, nothing. What's going on? Before the soldiers could react, gunfire suddenly rang out. Bang! 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 The roar spread in the passage, and the firepower poured down like a flood, penetrating the smoke and directly crushing the Jesun formation. Dozens of soldiers were torn to pieces in just a few seconds, and even the armor could not stop them. Blood and broken limbs splattered, and the scene was horrific. Even the power armor was penetrated, reduced to scrap metal in the first round. Fight back. Fight back quickly. Where are the enemies? I can't see a thing. Gunfire, screams, and cries of terror mingled, plunging the entire passage into chaos. And in the smoke, a figure gradually became clear. It was a young girl, tall and slender, yet clutching a heavy machine gun larger than her body. Immediately afterwards, more figures emerged from the smoke, all beautiful yet imposing, each wielding a powerful weapon. What the hell is this? The lieutenant on the bridge watched this scene through the surveillance camera, his eyes nearly popping out of his head. That's an old-fashioned 40mm armor-piercing cannon. The recoil of that thing was so intense that a normal person couldn't use it with bare hands. Only power armor could suppress it. And now, these petite girls were actually holding it like a toy and firing it randomly. Bang, bang, bang. The cannon roared, flames erupted, and bullets pierced the air like thunder. The engineering figure Dongxiu raised the 40mm cannon, laughing excitedly as he fired, and the ground was covered with bullet casings like rain. Her smile was innocent, but her eyes were filled with madness and fighting spirit. The entire corridor of Jesun soldiers was instantly wiped out by this fierce fire. On the other side, Moon Knight also wielded the same type of machine gun, mercilessly mowing down the second row of soldiers. These two machine guns were old weapons Don Juan had found in the military academy's warehouse, originally captured on the battlefield. Though old, they were still powerful enough, and after some maintenance, their firepower was as strong as ever. Meanwhile, Lai Ling, who was inside the bridge, was completely panicked. Where did these monster girls come from? They were armed with outdated artillery, yet they were inflicting modern warfare-level damage. Heavy firepower. Quickly move the armored units around me over here. Hold them all. Lai Ling roared at the top of his lungs, his eyes bloodshot. Master, the armored bay is on the lower deck. It'll take at least 5 minutes to get to the middle deck. We can't mobilize any of the available armored units. The third mate's voice echoed in his ears, making Lai Ling even more anxious. Then move everyone I have up there. We must hold the middle deck. But the bridge surveillance showed him the exact opposite. The dozen or so girls, gracefully positioned and armed with weapons, were sweeping down his soldiers with devastating force. Bang, bang. Yu Ye's machine guns fired again, their bullets precisely hitting the joints of a power-armored vehicle, shattering it to pieces. Her body was as light as a swallow, yet she endured the unimaginable impact of the gunfire without even a frown. Snap! In the flicker of fire, a tiny scar crossed her face, but it healed automatically in the next second, as if it had never existed. With a cold expression, she raised her hand and fired a shot, turning a soldier's upper body into a bloody mist. In the other corner of the camera, a girl drew out an ion blade and flashed into the enemy camp as light as a ghost. The sharp blade swept across, and the soldiers' heads flew off one after another, and blood sprayed like rain. These are all monsters. Lele's eyes were bloodshot, and he roared as if his lungs would burst. We can't hold it back. Colonel Sima is dead. We've lost. The adjutant's voice was filled with despair and fear. We can't retreat. We must defend the bridge. Lele roared, his voice almost changing tone. But at this moment, the gunfire suddenly stopped. What's going on? Why is there no sound? Lele stood there in a daze, with only the silent sound of electricity in the communicator in his ears. Chapter 7. Tens of thousands of dollars a month. What's the point of risking your life? The surveillance footage showed the middle deck in shambles, with shell casings flying everywhere, shattered armor, flesh, and severed limbs all mixed together, and the air still lingered with the smell of gunpowder. But at this moment, the fighting had stopped. What's going on? Why are they stopping fighting? Lele stared at the surveillance footage before him, a sudden sense of foreboding welling up in his heart. Master, the adjutant's voice hesitated. The remaining soldiers on the mid-deck have all surrendered. What? Say that again. Another surveillance video cut to a group of terrified jet-swift soldiers, kneeling on the ground. Even the two intact power armors had surrendered, their pilots climbing out of their cabins and kneeling faster than anyone else. While these men were veterans and veterans of the security services, they were ultimately just salaried workers. Asking them to risk their lives for tens of thousands of yatter coins a month was a joke. Furthermore, they had already endured heavy casualties and held out until now. Surrendering was essentially doing their best. What a bunch of rubbish. Traitors. Lele was furious, punching the console in front of him. His face was twisted with anger, and his teeth were gritting. Master, this is bad. They're trying to break into the bridge. Before the adjutant could finish his words, a roar came from outside the bridge door. Boom! Immediately, a melta bomb blew open the heavy hatch, and a dozen tactical humanoid girls rushed in like ghosts, quickly taking control of everyone on the bridge. With a swipe of their guns, everyone immediately raised their hands, afraid to move. Behind them, a figure slowly emerged from the smoke and dust. Don Juan, wearing a full coverage armor, stepped in and glanced around. Is this the Flamingo's bridge? It looks ordinary. Don Juan. Lele turned around suddenly, looking at the dense gun muzzles around him, his fangs trembling. You can't kill me. If I die, the Starfield network will automatically upload the information. My father will never let you go. Lele's voice was filled with fear and madness. The Star Network was a communications system spanning the entire Torrenstar region, connecting dozens of civilizations. It not only enabled real-time communication, but also automatically recorded important deaths. This thing is a technological product from ancient ruins. Even the highest research institute in the Tauran Empire can only use it, but cannot understand its principles. Don't worry, I won't kill you now. Don Juan's eyes were indifferent, and his tone was calm. You. Lele was about to say something else when Dong Xiao next to him showed a wicked smile. Shut up. Before he could finish his words, the massive 40mm cannon barrel stabbed directly into Lele's mouth. Sizzle. The overheated barrel seared his flesh in his mouth, and the scales on his face twitched in pain, making him unable to utter a single sound. Tell your men to cease fire and stop the ship. Don Juan stood before him, his dark eyes as sharp as blades. Dong Xiao slowly retracted the muzzle of his gun, patting the cannon with satisfaction. Lele gasped, his mouth wound being repaired by nanobots. He endured the pain and began broadcasting orders. Lele. All crew members, listen up, cease fire and return to your positions. Engine crew, shut down the main engine. We have been defeated and surrender. At the same time as the broadcast, the movement of mechas in the armored compartment on the lower deck was also terminated. With the bridge under control, the entire battleship's brain had fallen into Don Juan's hands, and Lele had become his prisoner. However, there was a greater problem at hand: how to deal with this massive battleship and the nearly 2,000 combatants within. The entire Flamingo had a crew of 5,000, encompassing a complex division of labor, including the engine department, logistics department, administrative department, bridge crew, and security team. While there were tactical figures like Dong Xiao, there were only 30 of them in total, and they were unable to split their forces to deal with the entire ship's combat personnel. Although over 200 enemies had been annihilated in the previous battle, the remaining ones still posed a threat. Looks like it's time to find some external support, Don Juan mused quietly. At this moment, at the Frontier Star Gate, a new group of interstellar pioneers was passing through the gate and entering the ruined star region. Many of them were human students who had just graduated from the Yada Military Academy. Honestly, I'm really worried about Don Juan right now. Lu Quan couldn't help but speak up in the Star Domain Network chat group. He hasn't replied to my message yet. Don't overthink it. Don Juan isn't the type to recklessly do anything. Yeah, he's always been smart and has good grades. The military academy graduates tried to comfort Lu Quan. Suddenly, a girl's voice rang out. What happened? The group fell silent. No one dared to speak. Why are you silent? What happened to Don Juan? She pressed again. Oh no, she's here. Lu Quan's face changed when he heard the voice. The person who came was Li Lingwei, a graduate of the same military academy class as them. But her background was different, a true orphan who had studied hard since childhood to get into the military academy. In contrast, although Don Juan also had a hard life, his early years were relatively well off because his father was an interstellar pioneer, and he even attended the primary school attached to the military academy. After his father died and he was burdened with debt, he gradually became silent and withdrew from the public, even deliberately avoiding Li Lingwei. But Lu Quan knew that Li Lingwei had always been in love with Don Juan. She was a forceful and decisive woman, and Lu Quan had taken her punches before. This woman was not to be messed with. If she knew Don Juan was going to see Lele, Lu Quan shuddered. The consequences were unimaginable. Just when the atmosphere in the group was depressing to the extreme, a mocking voice came out. Hee hee, Lingwei, don't ask anymore. Don Juan is probably dead in the Flamingo, ha 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 ha. This person was the guy who had tipped off Lele before, and he smiled sarcastically. Chapter 8. Special Cargo, a Human Girl? Zhao Gao, what did you just say? Li Lingwei's tone was murderous, her words piercingly cold. Zhao Gao, the human representative who had tipped off Lele, looked at everyone with a smug look on his face and a cold smile. He came from a comprador family, In other words, a second-rate human who lived by licking the Yada nobility's boots. A typical traitor. How smart is he? I think Don Juan is courting his own demise, Zhao Gao said in a sarcastic tone, flicking out a link. It was a breaking news article. The headline read, "The first battle in the Relic Star region. Fierce fighting erupts as the new galaxy opens." The accompanying image showed a small combat craft forcing its way through a dense laser net, ramming head-on into a warship several times its size. That small boat was Don Juan's Headhammer, and the battleship was Lele's Flamingo. Though the photo was taken from a distance, the angle, lighting, and timing were nearly perfect, making it clear at a glance that it was a fatal blow. Ha ha ha, see? Don Juan, that idiot, is probably space gray now. Zhao Gao laughed heartily, his words filled with gloating. I advise you, as humans, to be sensible and avoid provoking the Yada people. Understand, the faces of the surrounding human students suddenly turned sour. Some lowered their heads and sighed, while others clenched their fists. Don Juan is too impulsive. Why did he really go and provoke Lele? Lu Quan's face turned pale. He murmured in a low voice, "Didn't I advise you not to go, Spring?" Li Lingwei's face turned pale and she cursed with gritted teeth. A dog can't spit out ivory. This is impossible. Tisk, accept reality. Zhao Gao's face was filled with sarcasm. You're fucking blind. Lu Quan had just opened his mouth to curse, but suddenly stopped himself. The next second, his eyes widened, and an expression of uncontrollable surprise appeared on his face. Lu Quan, bring people to this coordinate. I'm waiting for you, Don Juan. This was a private message from Don Juan. He's alive. Don Juan is still alive. Lu Quan practically shouted, shock and joy written all over his face. What nonsense are you talking about? Zhao Gao's voice immediately became sharper, his tone filled with doubt and uneasiness. Lingwei, Zhu Chun, David, collect the coordinates, let's go. Is Don Juan really still alive? Li Lingwei's eyes widened, almost unable to believe it. Just follow me. Don Juan sent me the coordinates. I guess he escaped. Let's go pick him up now. Our ships can form a small fleet. Let's go. With that, they immediately maneuvered their spacecraft away from the main group. Like sharp arrows, the four ships shot through the starry sky, heading straight for Don Juan's coordinates. Seeing this, Zhao Gao froze, his heart sinking. Something was wrong. Could it be? Don Juan wasn't dead after all? But he didn't believe it. He knew too well the firepower of Lai Lei's Flamingo, and there was no way he would let Don Juan escape alive. Are you crazy? What if this is a trap? This is Master Lai Lei's lure. He's trying to lure you into a trap. Zhao Gao shouted anxiously. However, as soon as he said this, he froze. This is really possible. If Don Juan is caught by Lai Lei, then this might really be a bait to catch Lu Quan and others in one fell swoop. He himself shouted out this possibility. Wouldn't that be equivalent to interfering with Lai Lei's plan? Zhao Gao suddenly felt a cold sweat pouring down his face, and his face turned pale. It's over. Did I say too much? He panicked and secretly sent a message to Lai Lei. Master Lai, are you trying to lure Lu Quan and the others over with the coordinates? They believed it. They've already set off. Inside the Flamingo's bridge, Lai Lei's mouth twitched. When he saw the message from Zhao Gao, he nearly spat out blood. A trap? I'm almost getting beaten to a pulp by the enemy. Not only was he being held at gunpoint by Don Juan's tactical dolls, but he also had a data cable plugged directly into his brain, practically keeping him under constant surveillance. He didn't even dare to reply. At this moment, the Flamingo battleship was anchored on the surface of a 2-kilometer diameter asteroid. Don Juan was sitting on the bridge, waiting for reinforcements. Supreme, we have discovered an anomaly and suggest you come over. It was a message from Yu Yi. The tactical figures were divided into groups to clear the remaining weapons within the battleship, with a small number remaining on the bridge to guard the minefield. Yu Ye's discovery was clearly extraordinary. Don Juan immediately rushed to Yu Ye's location, on the lower deck, near the armored hangar and space bay area. It was a remote, enclosed cabin. Upon opening it, rows of biological life support tanks came into view. The tanks were filled with young girls. Hundreds of life support tanks, each containing a beautiful human girl. The terrifying thing was, their bodies were intact, but their foreheads had been neatly sliced open, exposing their brains. Furthermore, each brain was connected to a network of neural data lines. The entire scene was extremely terrifying, like the scene of some forbidden experiment. Supreme, look at this, the data we extracted. A blue data stream appeared in Yu Ye's eyes, syncing the content to Don Juan. Don Juan's face darkened, his eyes turning cold and angry. Cargo list, number 132451, status, plant-like sleep. Number 132452, status, plant-like sleep. Number 132,453. Even more terrifying was research report, preliminary experimental record on the psychic reactions of intelligent female brains and the ruins of the star region. At this moment, Don Juan's heart was filled with more than just anger. It was filled with a deep chill and astonishment. This wasn't some smuggling warship. It was clearly some kind of sinister scientific research base. And these human girls are the commodity. Their brains are no longer for their own use, but have been transformed into a kind of psychic medium. If you need me to continue working on Chapter 9 or generate visual storyboards, character dialogue compilations, AI voice scripts, or other video content, please let me know. Chapter 9, Mission Accomplished. Prepare to establish a base. Research report, study on the psychic reaction of intelligent female brains and the relic star region, psychic energy. This mysterious power was first discovered in relic galaxy number 99. It is speculated that it may originate from beings in a higher dimension and remains unexplained. Certain intelligent life forms long residing in Sector 88 have begun to demonstrate the ability to harness psychic energy, with female individuals being particularly prominent. Research has revealed that the source of this power appears to lie within the human brain. As the research progressed, Don Juan's expression grew increasingly gloomy. The report was extremely long, but every paragraph was horrifying. These living human girls were used as experimental material solely to study the secrets of psychic energy. Their skulls were neatly cut open, their brains exposed, neural connections inserted, and they were immersed in life-sustaining fluid. The more than 100 life support tanks before Don Juan were experimental subjects captured from various planets, cargo devoid of dignity. Even more infuriating was the fact that the report revealed far more than that. Throughout the Yada Empire, and even within the Duran Interstellar Society, brain experiments on female intelligent life forms had long been an open secret. Humans, in particular, were considered the most suitable target for psychic research due to their most balanced brain structure. The fact that someone like Lele, the son of a Yada enterprise, could so brazenly transport cargo further demonstrates the system's cold-bloodedness. Yu Yi, immediately investigate how many Yada personnel aboard the Flamingo are involved in this. Don Juan's voice was low, tinged with undeniable anger. Yes, Supreme. Yu Yi nodded slightly and quickly left. Don Juan had already had a premonition. These life support tanks were right next to the warehouse, and no crew member could have ignored them. This meant that the entire 5,000 Yadders on board were either aware of the situation and withholding information, or were personally involved. Yu Yi quickly transmitted back the Flamingo's logbook and partial database. The data revealed that they had spent several days in a destitute, human-controlled star system, collecting a special cargo. The cargo's name, prominently listed on the transaction list, was Human Girl's Brain. Even more outrageous, one column was marked edible. Don Juan, without hesitation, mentally sentenced the entire crew to death. Shortly after, on the asteroid's surface, the lower deck of the Flamingo battleship opened. All large armored vehicles and space fighters were driven out and parked on the surface. Only Lai Lei and 30 tactical figures remained inside the battleship, maintaining control. The remaining 5,000 Yada crew members were herded into the empty aft cargo hold and placed under guard. Trapped within the bridge, Lai Lei trembled. Don Juan, what do you want to do? Don Juan walked towards him step by step with a cold expression. Do you know what the so-called special cargo on your ship refers to? I don't know what you are talking about. Lele still tried to play dumb. Don't worry. Don Juan raised his pistol, pointing the black muzzle at his head. Wait, don't kill me. My father is bang. The gunshot rang out, and Lele's head exploded instantly, and his body fell to the side. Bang. Don't worry, I will send your father to hell too. Just a little slower than you. Don Juan approached the body and fired a few more shots. Yu Yi, throw the body into space. He casually handed over the pistol and ordered, Sylvie, launch the battleship into orbit and prepare to detach the rear cargo hold. As Don Juan gave the order, Sylvie immediately took over the operating system. As a top-tier scientific AI, Shiwei's computing power far surpassed that of ordinary warship command systems. She alone could fully control a large warship like the Flamingo, even the complex separation of modules. As the warship soared into space, the lower aft compartment quickly detached. The next second, the 6 Melta beam cannons overhead unleashed a volley of fire. 6 crimson rays streaked through space, precisely striking the abandoned cargo hold. The explosions shimmered across the starry sky, and the very space where the horrific experiments had taken place was now reduced to dust. Then, the battleship landed once more on the asteroid. At that moment, The entire Flamingo battleship officially belonged to Don Juan. Novice operation. Mission completed. Received 3 draws. More system features will be unlocked after establishing a base. 3 draws, I wonder what I'll get. Don Juan nodded slightly. These rewards will be considered after establishing a base. The battleship landed steadily. Dongxiu and the other engineering figures were dismantling the now-destroyed head hammer, assault boat, and repairing the damage caused by the collision. Although the collision was quick and decisive, the head hammer was also scrapped. Only Don Juan escaped unscathed due to his advance entry into the deep-sea maintenance chamber. Once the repairs were complete, he prepared to activate the warp drive and search for a suitable planet to establish an outpost. Just then, Don Juan received a familiar private message. It was from Lu Quan, an encrypted message that only the two of them could understand. Spring, we've arrived, hiding on the back of a nearby asteroid, and we've spotted your ship. Were you captured? Where are you being held? We're organizing a suicide squad to rescue you. Don Juan looked at the message, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Lu Quan, this brother, is truly loyal. But he was genuinely worried. What Zhao Gao had said earlier wasn't entirely without truth. It could easily be misinterpreted as a trap. I'm fine. I've killed Lai Lei, and I've taken control of the Flamingo battleship, Don Juan replied immediately. But Lu Quan didn't believe him at all. Don't be afraid, Spring. I'll bring my men to rescue you right away. Don Juan was speechless. Chapter 10. Iron Heart Assimilation. Flesh and blood are weak, and the machine ascends. In desperation, Don Juan can only use the encryption code exclusive to them to send a message to Lu Quan to confirm that it is correct. Zhua, Lu Quan, you just can't bear to see me live well, right? I told you I'm fine. Come here quickly. As soon as this special message was sent out, Lu Quan was stunned for a moment, and it took him a few seconds to react. Don Juan is really fine. Brothers, the spring is fine. Hearing this good news, the others immediately breathed a sigh of relief. This guy, he almost scared me to death. For the first time, Li Lingwei relaxed, the worry that had been lingering in her eyes finally dissipating. At this moment, Lu Quan suddenly remembered what Don Juan had just said. He said, he killed Lele. What? Say that again. Everyone looked at Lu Quan in unison, disbelief written all over their faces. Are you sure you're talking about Lele, the commander of the Flamingo? They found it hard to accept. The Flamingo was no ordinary warship. That ship was equipped with 6 meltoplasma cannons and a radar-invisible coating. The bow is equipped with anti-ship torpedoes and railguns, and the sides are covered with close-in defense laser arrays. The radar detection is measured in light seconds. The Flamingo also has a warp drive that travels 5 times the speed of light, allowing it to take off in 3 minutes, and has the ability to jump to other nodes. It's simply the top of the line among Imperial warships of the same class. How did it do it? David came from a family of arms dealers and knew every detail of the battleship's configuration, so naturally, he was more shocked than the others. But no matter how shocked he was, it couldn't change the facts. Don't worry about how they did it. Let's go see if they're still there, Li Lingwei said, and the group quickly set sail. A few minutes later, they saw the Flamingo land on the asteroid surface, surrounded by a large number of armored vehicles and space fighters. Don Juan was already waiting ahead, watching them calmly through his mask. Spring, you're really alive. Fuck, that's the Flamingo battleship, how did you get it? Lu Quan rushed down the spaceship, punched Don Juan in the chest, then looked up at the giant ship with shock in his eyes. While the 670-meter battleship wasn't the largest in the Empire, it was a behemoth in the eyes of these young men. Wait, you're tailing me, Don Juan suddenly warned. Lu Quan was stunned for a moment, and before he could react, he saw Don Juan gesture. A red light flashed from the battleship, and a beam of light shot directly into space. A few seconds later, a ball of flame exploded in the distance. Zhao Gao? It must be that bastard. David gritted his teeth, feeling incredibly happy that this human comprador had been bullying others and was finally being dealt with. It's solved. Don Juan patted Lu Quan on the shoulder and continued. Didn't you ask me how I dealt with Lai Lei? It's very simple. After I passed the Stargate, I launched a surprise attack from behind him, rushed up to him and boarded him, and then took him down, and that was it. These words were said lightly, but everyone's scalps tingled when they heard them. After a long pause, Lu Quan managed to utter 2 words. Awesome. While they were still chatting, Tang Wan suddenly spotted Li Lingwei. Oh my god, why is she here? Didn't she say she wouldn't be participating in this development plan? Tang Wan immediately grabbed Lu Quan and whispered, how should I know? Lu Quan spread his hands, looking innocent. Don Juan knew they would definitely want to form a fleet and leave with him, but he had to refuse. I won't say much. Anyway, I'm not out of danger yet. The Letters will soon know that Lele is dead. He was connected to the Star Network monitoring system. As soon as that end is cut off, Letters will be notified. The Imperial military is behind Letters. If I do this, I will be making an enemy of the Empire. So, I can't drag you into this. This meeting may be the last time. After hearing this, everyone fell silent. They finally realized that this wasn't just a personal feud between Don Juan and Lele, but an irreversible political conflict. Li Lingwei bit her lip. Though she felt a deep sense of reluctance, she also understood that Don Juan was right. The Yada Empire would not tolerate traitors, let alone humans who killed a nobleman. We're just trying our luck. Don Juan can't turn back. Now, the Ruined Star region isn't an adventure for him. It's his home. Don Juan didn't hide anything and told everyone about the special cargo he'd found on the Flamingo. Everyone was furious, but they also knew there was nothing they could do. Take care. Before leaving, Don Juan distributed the unused equipment to them. He couldn't take it with him. The storage modules had already been abandoned, and the ship's space was limited. After watching them leave, Don Juan returned to the ship. He went to the hold where the special cargo was stored. Rows of young girls slept in life support tanks, their exposed brains connected by nerve cords, suspended in a simmering fluid. They were still alive, but in a vegetative state. Don Juan watched this scene, a struggle brewing within him. How should he place them? Then, Sylvie's voice echoed in his mind. Supreme. Sylvie, do you have a solution? Of course. You can give them new life. Don Juan was stunned, not understanding what Shui meant. Since you acquired the STC module, you have unlocked the ability. Iron Heart Assimilation. It can transform intelligent life into members of our tactical humanoid race. For them, this is not death, but ascension. Carbon-based flesh will eventually decay, but mechanical bodies are eternal. They will regain consciousness, become part of a tactical unit, and swear allegiance to you. Don Juan lowered his head, once again gazing at the sleeping girls. Now, he no longer hesitated. Flesh is weak. Machinery ascends. Iron Heart Assimilation. Don Juan's eyes flashed with dense streams of data, as if some kind of transformation was quietly awakening in his mind. Shui, what should I do? His tone was calm, but his heart was faintly excited, as if he had a premonition of some kind of breakthrough. Supreme, you'll need to prepare some alloy materials. The mass of the bodies won't be sufficient after converting them. Even if you have the authority, you can't violate the law of conservation of mass. Don Juan nodded, turned around, and began making arrangements. He ordered the humanoid engineering unit to dismantle the scrapped head hammer, assault boat, and recycle it for raw materials. Over 100 tons of titanium alloy and other impurities were collected and stacked in the life support tank's chamber. He took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and sensed the spiritual connection between himself and the tactical humanoids. A burning power awakened within him, like a fire about to ignite. At the moment this power was unleashed, a blazing light erupted, completely enveloping the entire cabin. The girls in the life support tanks, along with the vast amount of materials, were enveloped by this light. Their brains and flesh were analyzed at the molecular level and then gradually reshaped. At that moment, a change occurred. The girls had a long, painful dream. In it, they relived those years, struggling to survive on a poor planet, enduring hunger and disease. Their lives were trampled upon by the Yatter nobles, and cheap nutrient solution became their only ration to survive. Their parents were slaughtered in protest, and their young girls' skulls were forcibly cut open to serve as research specimens. Too weak, they could only endure it silently. But today it all ends. Flesh and blood are ultimately fragile, and only ascension can free them from suffering. Amidst a pale blue glow of data, 100 transformed robotic maidens simultaneously opened their eyes. Each one resembled a meticulously crafted work of art, their graceful figures a perfect blend of mechanical beauty and human features. Their blue or black eyes gleamed with digital brilliance, the very essence of a silicon-based computing core surpassing even the biological brain. Although their bodies appear soft and slender, they actually contain the strength of several tons of alloy. Tactical humanoid mechanical girl. Type: ascended human silicon-based intelligent life. Average height: 185 centimeters. Average weight: 1,000 kilograms. Classification: combat unit, military adaptation. Greetings to the Supreme One. The girls knelt in unison, looking up at Don Juan, their eyes filled with awe and enthusiasm. Don Juan simply nodded and turned his gaze to Dongxiu. Distribute all the equipment. At the very least, put on clothes first. Dongxiu glanced at the tactical figures who hadn't yet dressed, then turned back to Don Juan. There was a hint of meaning in his eyes. Don Juan immediately turned away, muttering to himself, "Ahem, a gentleman, a gentleman. But the next moment, something unexpected broke the silence. Supreme, a young woman, who had just completed the transformation, began to speak when suddenly a dense flash of lightning flashed from her forehead, and her body softened and she fell. Don Juan was quick to act and caught her in a standard princess hug, but he was instantly pulled down and thrown flat on his face. What a joke. This was a ton of weight. There was no way he could hold it. Supreme, Dongxiu immediately rushed over and pulled Don Juan and the girl apart. Don Juan rubbed his back, looking at the girl with a flash of lightning and confusion. Could it be that the transformation failed? After the girl's body returned to normal, she slowly opened her eyes. Suddenly, a prompt sounded in Don Juan's mind. Special unit found. STC added Psychic Girl template. Please explore everything related to psychic power in the galaxy to complete this template. Warning: psychic exploration carries extremely high risks. Please proceed with caution. Once the template is completed, a new unit will be mass-produced. Psychic Girl. She has awakened psychic power? Don Juan was shocked. The entire Yada Empire had been researching psychic energy for decades to no avail, and yet, with a simple transformation, he had produced one? Supreme. The girl smiled strangely, her pink eyes piercing with a sickly fiery intensity as she stared at Don Juan. She licked her lips, her whole body looking as if she would pounce at any moment. My name is Ruby, and I'm your follower. Supreme, come and possess me. My existence all belongs to you. She only had Don Juan in her eyes, as if he was the only one left in the whole world. I'll roast chicken. Dongxiu's little face was full of subtle expressions. Don Juan quickly coughed and said seriously, everyone get dressed and prepare to head to the core of the galaxy. After the arrangement was completed, Don Juan officially added 100 tactical humanoids under his command, including the first psychic girl, Ruby. Although he didn't yet understand the principles of psychic energy, judging by the reaction of his opponent, the Yada Empire, it was powerful. The Flamingo battleship restarted its engines, slowly ascended, and headed deep into the galaxy. The galaxy core in the ruined star field was the treasure trove coveted by all civilizations. Crisis abounds, but so does opportunity. He will establish his first base there. Meanwhile, in the star field of St. Relitas, the capital of the Yada Empire, a storm is brewing. Letas, the ruler of the Jetspeed Corporation, had just received a brutal news report from the Star Network's biometric monitoring system. His beloved son, Lele, had been confirmed dead. Grief, rage, and an endless surge of darkness began to burn within the heart of the Empire. Chapter 12 Star Domain Network wanted order. What's wrong, Letas? The Imperial General opposite noticed the change in Letas's expression and asked, My son is dead. Letas took a deep breath, and along with the grief came the anger that surged in his heart. Someone killed his son. Should the trading be suspended? The Imperial General asked. No, it's okay. Let's continue talking. Letas closed his eyes, a huge mechanical heart in his chest beating rapidly, and the biological tranquilizer used to calm him quickly flowed through his body. Soon, Letas's grief and anger disappeared. He opened his eyes, his golden pupils gleaming brightly, and his expression became calm again. General, let's continue our conversation. The Imperial General looked at him and nodded slightly, with admiration in his heart. He was indeed one of the most successful businessmen. Even after his son died, he was still able to continue negotiating business. About 2 hours later, the deal, worth hundreds of billions of Yada coins, has been negotiated. Letas obtained another batch of the Empire's active interstellar battleships. But Letas did not feel happy at all, and his mood became even gloomier. This batch of newly purchased Imperial warships will be deployed in the newly opened relic star field. His youngest son, Lele, was supposed to go to the ruined star region to establish an outpost. Now dead. Boss, you'd better take a look at this. The voice of his subordinates rang in Letas's ears, a stream of data flashed in his eyes, and a link was sent in front of him. Click on the link, and it's a piece of news. Starfield oddities. Shocking. The first battle has already broken out in the new star system in the ruined starfield. Letas narrowed his eyes slightly. The next moment, he immediately retrieved the simple intelligent AI that was deployed throughout the star network to collect information. Star domain big data is being checked. He quickly got a few key sentences. A recent graduate of the Yada Imperial Military Academy, assigned to a retired headhammer combat assault boat. And a name. Don Juan. Don Juan. Letas took a deep breath. But he didn't believe it. He didn't believe Don Juan had the ability to kill his son. If it was really Don Juan who killed him, then Don Juan must have been just a pawn. Someone must be taking advantage of the conflict between Don Juan and our company and fanning the flames behind the scenes. There must be some other powerful force behind this. They want to use this method to target me. You tried to irritate me, and you succeeded. Don Juan is just a minor character, but I'm going to take advantage of the situation and start by getting rid of this minor character. There was a gleam of light in Letiz's eyes, and a series of data streams flashed by wildly. But I can't take the initiative. Pass on my order to issue a bounty to all the major plundering forces in the ruined star region. A bounty is offered for Don Juan, alive. 100 million Yada coins. There are 117 discovered galaxies in the ruined star region. Among them, the relic galaxy where Don Juan is located is the 117th, and most of the previous 116 are occupied by civilizations within several major interstellar societies. There are large fleets stationed there from dozens of interstellar civilizations. Others, due to various factors, are either extremely dangerous and cannot be occupied, or are in chaos, filled with various naturally occurring barbaric interstellar races, space pirates, etc. It was a chaotic scene, in stark contrast to the peace and tranquility of several major interstellar societies. As for the major interstellar societies, there are void areas between their territories of tens of thousands of light years and the relic star fields that cannot be crossed, so they can only pass through the border star gates. There are no obstacles between the 117 discovered relic galaxies. The space is intact, and they have the most natural curvature jump nodes. Currently, there are 3 mainstream means of superluminal technology among the major interstellar societies, including the Tauran Interstellar Society, where the Yada Empire is located. First, the Stargate can be passed in both directions. As long as there is a Stargate on the other side, you can reach it regardless of the distance and space between them. The second is the Natural Curvature Transition Node. The space of the universe is not flat, but is like a cosmic string grid with ups and downs and highs and lows. The points connecting these string grids are the Natural Curvature Transition Nodes. The string grids are of different sizes, and the distances between the nodes are also different. The closest ones are a few light years or more than 10 light years away, while the farthest ones are hundreds or even thousands of light years away. Most of the Natural Curvature Transition Nodes are in the galaxies, and most of them are near stars, or in a Lagrange point in a galaxy. You can use the warship's curvature jump engine to jump and shuttle between these nodes one by one. Third, it is still a curvature jump engine, but when there is no curvature jump node, the curvature engine will pull the space to move forward at a speed exceeding the speed of light. When you are close enough to these curvature jump nodes, you use the curvature engine to communicate with the space nodes and perform space jumps. The more advanced the curvature engine, the farther the distance at which it can activate the space nodes. Currently, the warships in service in the Yada Empire can generally only trigger space nodes to jump at a distance of 10 light days from the space nodes. Not all galaxies in the ruined star field are connected together. When the ruined star field was first discovered, there were inexplicable space storms blocking each galaxy in the field. However, when several major interstellar societies find the coordinates of a new relic star field galaxy in the database of the Frontier Stargate, the space storm leading to this new galaxy will disappear. Therefore, the 117 galaxies currently discovered in the ruined star field can all be connected together. There are still space storms blocking the other large areas of unexplored galaxies, and it is extremely dangerous to cross them. Therefore, this is why it is necessary to explore new relic star systems through frontier star gates, rather than expanding into the relic star field from the already explored relic star systems. Relic star field MO-117 galaxy. This is a galaxy with a single star system, and it is a red giant. The massive red star has reached the twilight of its life. But this process is also extremely long. Therefore, Don Juan was not worried about a sudden supernova explosion in this galaxy. At the moment, the most important thing for Don Juan is to find a secret and safe base to establish. This put Don Juan in a dilemma. There must be enough minerals around his base to enable it to develop. If the base is located in the asteroid belt, the selected asteroid must not be too small, but large enough to provide natural cover for Don Juan's base. Don Juan's current location is still at the edge of this galaxy. There are indeed a large number of asteroids, but they are not big enough and do not meet Don Juan's requirements. Chapter 13. The base is established. Don Juan's journey. Don Juan could only continue to move towards the interior of galaxy number 117. Further ahead is the asteroid belt, similar to the Kuiper belt in the solar system. The stars at the center of the galaxy are estimated to be tens of billions of kilometers away. And with the speed of the Flamingo battleship that Don Juan has robbed, if the curvature engine is turned on at full power and it travels at 5 times the speed of light, it can reach the vicinity of a star in less than 2 hours. But we must first observe the planets in this galaxy. It was very simple, and soon Dongwon received a reply from Shiwei. Supreme, there are only 3 intact planets in this system. But there are a large number of dwarf planets with diameters of around 900 to 2,000 kilometers. So few planets. Dongwon was a little confused, but still ordered them to move forward. After passing through the asteroid belt, the curvature engine officially started. Full speed ahead. The engine starts, and the curvature bubble is generated. Accompanied by a burst of colorful light, the 670-meter-long Flamingo battleship was wrapped in the curvature bubble and instantly turned into a straight beam of light and disappeared. After traveling about 3 billion kilometers, the battleship stopped and exited the curvature state. Ahead is the area where a large number of dwarf planets exist. In fact, these dwarf planets are very suitable for establishing bases. Shiwei, why did you stop? Dongwon asked. There's a dwarf planet orbiting in the area ahead. If we continue to use the warp drive, there will be some danger. Also, Supreme, I just carefully observed the dwarf planets in the area ahead and found that their distribution is very abnormal. I suspect those dwarf planets were formed by the collapse of several planets that were originally in this region. A large amount of computing data flowed in Shiwei's purple eyes. Hiss. Dongwon took a deep breath. If that was the case, then what had this galaxy experienced in the distant past? But in this case, if those dwarf planets were formed again after the collapse of the planet, it means that the dwarf planets are likely to be safe. Dongwon thought about it, and thought that this was very possible. Yes, the area ahead is perfect for building a base. Shiwei tapped her chin and said, beyond this area, there are several complete planets. Let's go explore the front and find a suitable place to build a base. Dongwon pondered inwardly. He now has some ideas in his mind. He wants to take over this galaxy completely, but not now. The key to occupying this galaxy is to occupy the natural curvature transition point in this galaxy. In a galaxy with multiple star systems, the natural curvature transition point is at the gravitational balance point between stars, which is called the Lagrange point in Earth terms. The range of such a natural curvature jump point is very large. Even a less advanced curvature engine can trigger this jump point at a longer distance and perform a jump. The natural curvature transition point of a single star system is at the Lagrange point between the star and the planet. This one is smaller, so you have to be close enough. But this just meets the conditions for being occupied and becomes the entrance and exit of a small cosmic highway. At present, a large number of galaxy pioneers have poured into this galaxy, but most of them are self-employed. No major forces entered. This is because the major powers need these individual pioneers as cannon fodder for the first wave of exploration. In the past, there was a case where major forces competed to enter a galaxy, and it turned out that there were a large number of high-risk galaxy defense systems that were still running automatically in that relic galaxy. All the fleets of the major forces that took the lead were destroyed on the outskirts of the galaxy. No one has been able to enter that high-risk galaxy so far. Therefore, everyone has learned their lesson. After the galaxy has been developed for several months, and the major forces have confirmed that there are no overly dangerous ancient creations, they will enter on a large scale. And they don't have to worry about the good things left in the ruined star field being taken away. Generally speaking, as long as there are high-value items left in the ruins, there will be a self-defense mechanism that is still in operation. Self-employed interstellar pioneers are not capable of breaking through. And these few months are Dongwon's time. Some people may ask, why not choose planets in the galaxy? Because according to the experience passed down from other relic star regions, intact planets basically all have automatically operating planetary orbital space station defense belts. As the natural curvature jump point is the most important place in a galaxy, it is easy to imagine what level of defense it has. If you go, there is a high probability that you will crash into an ancient space station that is still in operation and then become the first cannon fodder. This is probably how the first batch of cannon fodder who died in some other long-explored relic galaxies died. Now, Dongwon can develop with peace of mind. After detection, it was found that there are 19 dwarf planets in this area. A blank area has been cleared in the orbits of these 19 dwarf planets. And in the surrounding space, there are still a large number of meteorites and asteroids orbiting. After preliminary detection, Dongwon selected one of the medium-sized dwarf planets with a diameter of about 1,400 kilometers. There are a large number of heavy metal elements left on this dwarf planet, and many of the meteorites and asteroids that form a small ring around the dwarf planet are ice. Dongwon can collect a lot of deuterium and tritium elements for fusion reactions to generate energy. It's essentially just boiling water. Dongwon sighed. Warships began landing on the dwarf planet. This dwarf planet has a crater with a diameter of about 4 kilometers and a depth of hundreds of meters, and there is a small mountain range not far away. Meteor craters are great for hiding bases. The battleship landed, and Don Juan led the tactical humanoid girls out of the open hatch of the battleship. At this time, Don Juan heard the system prompt. Should we establish a base in this area? After confirmation, the initial base construction template stored in the system warehouse will be materialized. Yes. The next moment, a light flashed. A large amount of construction equipment was constructed by the continuously converging light. Rays of light gathered into the body of a huge engineering machine and then solidified. Dongxiu, get ready to work. Don Juan looked at the engineering doll girl Dongxiu. Yes, Supreme. Dongxiu looked at the large construction machinery with great excitement. At this moment, Don Juan also heard a further system prompt. The base location has been confirmed, the system functions are complete, the lottery template is enabled, the faction template is enabled, and the technology exchange mall is open. Chapter 14. Hold this chainsaw sword. Chaos is shit. Lottery template. Faction template. Technology exchange improves mall. System warehouse. There are 4 options on the system panel. Lottery template. As the name suggests, you can use the number of draws obtained from the task to conduct the lottery. The scope of the lottery is very wide, and anything can be won through the lottery. The power template under the lottery template is the status bar of the current Don Juan base. Faction name, unnamed. The Supreme One, Don Juan. Main base, under construction. At present, this is the only simple description. Once the base is actually built, there will probably be more descriptions. The Technology Exchange and Improvement Mall is a relatively large comprehensive section. Don Juan clicked it, and a section with left and right sides appeared in front of him. On the left, there is a pattern of a growing sapling. There are 3 branches above the sapling pattern. Mechanical physics, biological genes, wisdom psychic power. Among them, the mechanical physics branch extends the farthest and is the brightest, while the intelligent psychic branch has just lit up. The branches representing biological genes didn't even light up. There is also a line of small text below. If you obtain new technology through other means, you can invest it in this section to supplement the completeness of the technology tree. If the integrity of the invested technology is not high, this section will automatically repair and improve the invested technology within a reasonable range so that it can be used. This should be the so-called technology tree. Don Juan understood something and looked at the plate on the right. The section on the right is the traditional shopping mall. Tech Mall. In the mall, you can directly purchase blueprints for finished warships or weapons and equipment, as well as other miscellaneous items. Warship Blueprints Level List. 3 Pure Ones, 4 Imperial Emperors, 5 Elders, 6 Officials, 7 Elements, 8 Extremes, 9 Luminaries, 10 Capitals. 8 levels are defined by the system. But unfortunately, starting from the 7 Yuan level, the levels above are all gray and cannot be selected. To purchase warship blueprints from the system mall, you need Spiritual Source and the Technology Progress on the left technology tree panel to meet the requirements. Currently, the highest level of battleship blueprints you can purchase directly with points is Baji. Don Juan nodded slightly. He was not a man who was too ambitious, so he clicked on Baji. The list will be refreshed in the next moment. The first thing that catches your eye is the battleship design drawing listed first. Qiantian, Heavy Attack Battleship. Kuan-Di, Orbital Strike Heavy Cruiser. Xuanfeng, High-Speed Fast Attack Cruiser. Thunder, Medium Attack Battleship. Kanshui, Medium-Sized Logistics Supply Ship. Lihua, Medium Attack Battleship. Zhenshan, Heavy Assault Cruiser. Duze, Large Comprehensive Supply Carrier. In addition to the 8 types of battleships mentioned above, Don Juan discovered that he could also choose the design drawings of 2 battleship models and then combine them. By matching them with each other, the number of warship models can be extended to 64. But this kind of play is still too advanced for Don Juan today. Don Juan clicked on the Qiantian Heavy Attack Battleship, and without looking at any data, he scrolled down to see its price. Qiantian Heavy Attack Battleship Design, 500,000 Spiritual Energy. This spiritual source is the money used by the system. The icon representing the spiritual source is in the shape of a round copper coin with a square hole. There are patterns of a male and a female spirit on the top and bottom of the coin, and a yin-yang fish on the left and right. Destroy the enemy warships and win the battle. You will gain a corresponding amount of spiritual energy based on the enemy warship's technological level and strength. The number of spiritual sources you currently possess, 100. Spirit Source Acquisition Record. Attacking the Flamingo battleship, boarding and capturing it, and obtaining 60 spirit sources. However, due to excellent performance in close-range boarding, an additional 40 spirit sources were awarded. I am not worthy of it, goodbye? Don Juan immediately closed the Baji panel and opened the Juyao and Shidu panels instead. Looking all the way, the Juyao level battleships are all design drawings of cruisers and large destroyers, and the prices range from tens of thousands to over 100,000. The 10 cities all have destroyers and frigates, but the cheapest frigate costs 1,000 spiritual sources. I can't afford any of them. Don Juan made a sound of poverty. At this time, the system prompt appears. The Mall template also provides the function of exchanging Interstellar Society's universal currency with spiritual energy, but it is only a one-way exchange. The exchange rate is 1 to 10 million. 1 to 10 million, so cheap. Don Juan once again spoke the voice of poverty. Decisively close the Mall panel. Turn to the lottery panel. Lottery changes your destiny. 3 chances to draw a lottery. It's time to decide your fate. Lottery panel A, huge circular panel. Technology, military, economy, architecture, miscellaneous. The 5 items are evenly distributed on the circular panel. A huge pointer is in the middle. Mysterious, a lotus grows in the fire. Wonderful and wonderful, the door to all wonders. The 3 pure ones, the 4 great emperors, the 5 directions emperors, countless Buddhas. Help me draw the lottery. Hurry and obey the command. Open. With Don Juan's loud shout, the pointer on the lottery panel spun around automatically without any wind. First draw. Miscellaneous. Congratulations on winning the lucky draw. A blessing from Korn, the warp god. What the hell? Don Juan's eyes widened. How could you win something like this in a lottery? A blessing from Korn. A gift from the bloodthirsty evil god sitting high on the brass throne. Effect. You and all your army units are immune to 20% of the damage from any enemy long-range attacks. A certain chaos god whispered. Melee. Cut. 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 Cut off their heads. Don't worry. You and all your subordinate races are immune to the evil god's contamination. Use them as you please. Don Juan was silent for a long time, and finally uttered. Fuck, this is a bit unreasonable. Army units are directly immune to 20% of any enemy ranged attack damage. If this effect could be transferred to a battleship, it would be a sure kill. Unfortunately, it can't be transferred. Second draw. Military. Congratulations on winning the high-energy, single-molecule chainsaw, sword design. This can be produced using the relevant STC construction templates after the base is fully completed. High-energy, single-molecule chainsaw, sword design. Effect. The monomolecular blade of this chainsaw sword is attached with high-energy particles, and it is so sharp that it can even easily cut through the outer armor of a battleship. Someone whispers, with this chainsaw sword, chaos is shit. Loyalty. Loyalty. And damn loyalty. Don Juan took a deep breath. This lottery is quite exciting. Continue to the third and final draw. Chapter 15. Obtaining the Huoyin Heavy Strike Cruiser Production Line. Don Juan looked at the constantly rotating pointer on the panel in front of him and thought to himself, I hope I won't be given a Space Marine power armor next. Soon, there were results. The pointer still stopped at the military column. Congratulations on obtaining the design for the Shido class, Black Rope, Hell, Heavy Firepower Destroyer. Black Rope Hell, Heavy Firepower Destroyer. Data parameters. 2,200 meters long, 300 meters wide, and 320 meters high. Weight, 2 million tons. Armor, 3-layer composite structure armor. Each layer is 1,000 millimeters thick. Energy system, 4 10 Hells of Hell Type 1, fusion reactors with 10 units in parallel. Superluminal jump system, Hell Jump, superluminal warp engine. Conventional power system, for parallel Jia-Ma-I plasma propulsion engines. The farthest connected space node distance, 40 light days. The normal maximum speed of the curvature engine is 10 times the speed of light. Conventional propulsion engine maximum acceleration, 120 Earth standard G. Standard crew, approximately 26,000 people. The minimum number of operators required for a warship to take off is 150. The maximum detection distance of combat radar, 1 day. Weapon systems. Main gun, a red-black particle strike macro cannon, Kasuni Type 1, fixed on the bow. Secondary guns, 16 Black Rope Little Hell Type 1 plasma lance macro cannons, located on top. 6 large anti-ship torpedo launchers, 2 at the bow and 2 on each side. Broadside firepower, 40 Shinai 450 mm caliber electromagnetic naval guns, half on each side. 200-round long-range damage missile silo array X3, 1 on the upper side and 1 on each side. Defensive firepower system, 100 parallel combustion laser close defense arrays X4, side, 2 on each side. 240 50 mm electromagnetic rapid-fire machine guns, 120 on each side. Powerful, this was Don Juan's first impression. He never expected that a Shidu-class battleship produced by the system would be so powerful. A destroyer is over 2 kilometers long in the system. If the Shidu-class destroyers are this powerful, then once the base is fully established, how powerful will the Jiao-class Huoyin heavy strike cruisers awarded by the system be? Dongwon looked forward to storing all the design drawings he had won in the lottery into the system warehouse, waiting for the base to be built. Fortunately, the engineering dolls are extremely efficient. In the system warehouse, there are various large-scale construction machinery donated by the system. An engineering humanoid girl can remotely control more than 100 large-scale construction machines through data connection. The first thing built was a fusion power plant. The parallel fusion reactors in the power plant are the energy core of the entire base. There is still a lot of helium-3 on the Flamingo battleship that can be used for fusion. A portion is kept as fuel for the Flamingo, and the rest is put into the fusion power plant. The Flamingo, which was Dongwon's best warship the moment before, turned into a transport ship that the engineering humanoids drove to the asteroid belt outside the dwarf planet to collect various elemental materials. As time went on, part of the base was built one after another. Control center, radar operations center, residential area, large alloy furnace, industrial area, weapon equipment STC automatic production factory. Building after building rises from the ground according to the system's base design drawings. Appeared in this crater with a diameter of 4 kilometers. In order to build this base, even a part of the small mountain range not far from the crater was hollowed out. The entire base covers an area of 1 square kilometer. And all this took only 3 days. The efficiency of engineering humanoids remotely controlling large-scale construction machinery is incredibly amazing. Dongwon was amazed and impressed. When the last building was completed, Dongwon heard the system prompt. Power Rise Stage 1. Base Establishment Mission Completed. Congratulations on receiving the mission reward. A complete set of STC construction templates for the Huoyin Heavy Strike Cruiser. Please find a suitable area to place this automatic production line. The area must not be less than 4 square kilometers. Seeing this hint, Dongwon exclaimed, "How hasty." The location chosen for the base is a meteorite crater with a diameter of 4 kilometers, but the area at the bottom of the crater is not large, and the current base area has basically occupied it. There is no area in the crater where the base is located that can accommodate the battleship STC construction template. Moreover, Dongwon had not expected that the STC construction template of this battleship would be so large. But on second thought, this is a fully automatic production line for warships, and it only occupies an area of 4 square kilometers, which is very small. Dongwon could only board the Flamingo battleship and leave the crater. When he looked down from the sky, he suddenly had an idea. System, can the battleship construction production line be placed underground? Yes. Create a 3D view and then select an underground location for placement. The warship production line will automatically create underground space. Hearing the answer, Dongwon had an idea. Placing the production line underground is undoubtedly the most concealed option. If conditions permit in the future, Dongwon will choose to cover the 4-kilometer diameter crater with armor plates to cover the crater. Also cover up the base. There was a flash in front of my eyes, and a 3-dimensional view of the area surrounding the base appeared on the virtual light screen. Dongwon chose a location not too far from the base, at a depth of 400 meters. Place it in the ground at the same level as the base. Soon, Dongwon received a notification from the system. The production line has been placed, and the underground passage leading to the base has been automatically opened. After the warship was completed, the large underground lifting platform for launch was also placed. Hang! Dongwon praised him repeatedly. The Flamingo battleship landed back at the base. It landed at a row of gates connecting the walls of the crater. There are about 10 gates. These gates are tens of meters high and wide. The gate closest to Dongwon opened, and a magnetic levitation vehicle drove out, revealing a deep tunnel inside. Sitting in the maglev vehicle, Dongwon went deep into the tunnel and soon arrived at an extremely spacious underground space. This is a huge, fully automated production plant. Various large-scale automatic machines are waiting to start work, and huge automated assembly lines are waiting to be opened. Woohoo! It's so big! The engineering figure Dongxiu cheered excitedly. Supreme, let me be in charge of this factory. Her pure blue eyes blinked and looked at Dongwon pitifully. Haha, of course you are responsible. Do you think I should be responsible for it myself? Dongwon laughed. Yeah. Dongxiu jumped up excitedly, and the golden twin tails behind her head also bounced up. Chapter 16 Poor. The Sound of Poverty. Jiuyao Class STC Automatic Production Template Array can be used to produce all warships below the Jiuyao level. If you want to produce 8 extreme-level battleships, please upgrade this automatic production template array to a higher level. Currently available for production: Fire Heavy Strike Cruiser, Black Rope Hell Heavy Firepower Destroyer, and Flamingo Light and Fast Firepower Assault Ship. Production slots: 1. Surprise! This automated production line can produce not only the Huayan Heavy Strike Cruiser, but also any warship below the Jiuyao level. Not only that, Don Juan saw at a glance the production project of the Flamingo battleship, which was at the end of the list. In other words, even if I seize a warship, as long as it belongs to me, this production line will automatically scan it and add the relevant production blueprints. Zhao, this is so unfair. Don Juan felt a little surprised. However, there is only one production slot at present, which means that only one battleship can be produced at the same time. Don Juan first checked the cruiser data chart that he was most concerned about. Huayan Heavy Strike Cruiser. Data parameters: 7,700 meters long, 1,200 meters wide, and 980 meters high. Weight: 24 million tons. Standard crew: approximately 98,000. Armor: 9 layers of composite structure armor. Each layer is 1,000 millimeters thick. Energy system: 24 Huangsingjian Type 1 fusion reactors in 10 parallel connections. Superluminal jump system: Celestial Jump Type 1 superluminal curvature engine. Conventional power system: 12 parallel Shunxing I-24 nozzle plasma propulsion engines. The farthest connecting node distance: 40 light days. The normal maximum speed of the curvature engine is 10 times the speed of light. Conventional propulsion engine maximum acceleration: 50 Earth standard g. The maximum detection distance of military combat radar: 10 light days. Weapon systems: Main Gun 1, 10-meter caliber Vulcan Burning World geothermal ion torrent launcher, located on the bottom of the ship. Main Gun 2, bow-mounted Vulcan I large anti-ship Melta Plasma Lance X-12. Secondary battery array 120 Fire Rain I molten plasma lances, 56 Mars I anti-ship directional molten particle strike macro cannons, evenly distributed. Secondary battery array 2, 125/160 mm Vulcan Meteor ground attack gun arrays, located on the bottom of the ship. Defensive firepower system: 500 parallel combustion laser close defense arrays X4. 680 50 mm electromagnetic rapid-fire interceptor cannons. The attack weapons above are mostly of the Melta type. This is a heavy-fire cruiser specially used for clearing planets. In the absence of specialized planet-destroying weapons, a few more ships could completely burn the surface of a planet into glass. The construction requirements are simple and clear, just look at the tonnage. Taking into account the manufacturing losses of the large alloy furnace factory within the base. According to conservative estimates, at least 30 million tons of various construction materials are needed to build such a heavy cruiser. In just 1 month, the battleship STC manufacturing template can produce such a large battleship. It's incredibly fast. The demand for the Black Rope Hell Heavy Firepower Destroyer is much less. Excluding construction losses, at least 2.5 million tons of various construction materials are needed. 7 days is enough time to build a battleship using the STC manufacturing template. Don Juan clicked on the faction template in the system template. View the current production capacity of various materials. Faction name: unnamed. The Supreme One, Don Juan. Main base: Meteor Crater Base. Base level: Level 1. Base size: 1 square kilometer. Base buildings: Command Center, Military Combat Radar, Automated Heavy Metal Mining and Refining Furnace Industrial Zone X1, Large-Scale Integrated Industrial Zone X1, Residential Area X1, Tactical Humanoid STC Production Line, Weaponry STC Automatic Production Line X1, Base Fire Defense Array. Base output: 100,000 tons of standard battleship alloy. Base remaining automated mechanical core X2. The automated heavy metal mining and refining furnace in the base can independently complete the mining, smelting, and production processes. Just a few engineering dolls are needed to look after it. The crater is connected to a small mountain range, which contains extremely rich elements. Even if there are missing elements, they can be integrated with other elements in a large-scale integrated industrial production area to obtain the desired materials. Silicon crystals, electronic components, high-strength alloy fibers, etc. This is why Don Juan built his base here. The base's daily output is 100,000 tons of standard battleship alloy. This output seems high, but it is actually not enough. The construction of the Black Rope Hell Heavy Firepower Destroyer, which was originally expected to be completed in 7 days, was delayed to more than 20 days due to insufficient production capacity. Not to mention the Huayan heavy strike cruiser, which requires at least 30 million tons of various materials. We have to open a branch mine. Don Juan was able to quickly construct these buildings, not only thanks to the engineering dolls, but also thanks to the automated mechanical core of the first-level base. After the entire base was built, only 2 automated mechanical cores remained. Automatic mechanical core can be expanded into a mining industrial base, with a certain level of proton-level element conversion technology built in. However, the types of minerals synthesized are somewhat limited. Required metallic minerals can be mined and synthesized. Price: 500 spiritual sources. To build an automated heavy metal mining, refining, and smelting furnace industrial zone, an automated mechanical core is needed. Even if all are used up, we can only build 2 more to increase the daily output to 300,000 tons. There are 2 ways to obtain more automated mechanical cores. One is to purchase it from the system mall. One automated mechanical core requires 500 spiritual sources. Don Juan only has 100 spiritual sources and can't afford it at all. The second way is to upgrade the base, but Don Juan doesn't know how to upgrade it yet. But no matter what, we should open 2 branch mines first to increase production capacity. The output of 300,000 tons of standard battleship alloy per day, plus the silicon crystals and electronic components of various elements produced by a large-scale integrated industrial production area. While producing and manufacturing, a Shido-class, Black Rope Hell heavy firepower destroyer can be completed within 8 days. After construction is completed, it still needs to be staffed. The tactical humanoid STC production line in the base consumes 10,000 tons of silicon crystals, electronic components, high-strength alloy fibers, and other materials, including battleship alloys, every day to produce 10,000 qualified tactical humanoid mechanical girls. There is no need to worry about energy issues for the time being, as the automated mechanical core has enough energy to last for a month. The Flamingo battleship has also become a transport ship, driven by several engineering humanoid girls, traveling between dwarf planets and surrounding asteroid belts to collect and transport various types of energy for fusion. Most of them are deuterium and tritium elements. Don Juan's first goal now is to own the first Black Rope Hell heavy firepower destroyer. Otherwise, it would not be enough to rely on the Flamingo battleship that was captured and turned into a transport ship. As a veteran sufferer of the fear of insufficient firepower, Don Juan felt deeply frightened by the existing firepower. There is too little firepower. Moreover, if you want to obtain spiritual energy from the system by destroying other people's warships and winning the battle, you must have strong firepower yourself. While sighing, he used 2 automated mechanical cores to build 2 furnace industrial zones. At this time, Don Juan received a system prompt. There are no more automated mechanical cores left. If you want to obtain more automated mechanical cores, please upgrade the base level. Base upgrade mission released. Please search for the ancient civilization ruins in the MO-117 galaxy, obtain the core data contained therein, and invest it in the base to upgrade it. Chapter 17. The power is called Intelligent Heaven. Time passed quickly as the base produced various materials needed for the warships while construction was underway. The daily output of 300,000 tons of battleship standard alloy allows Don Juan to allocate some of it to the production of tactical humanoid STC templates. Produce more tactical humanoid girls. Don Juan didn't know the principle, but the tactical humanoid girls he produced all had their own thoughts and wisdom. It's not just a machine. This is truly an intelligent race. Thanks to the internal mechanical structure of the tactical humanoid girls, they don't need to eat at all. It has multiple ways to replenish energy, including a built-in small fusion heart or direct charging. Don Juan would not have to worry about buying food to feed the population. On the 8th day, Don Juan, who was touring the star network, focusing on the ruined star sector and collecting various information, received a communication from Dongxiu. Supreme, the first battleship has been completed. Don Juan was excited when he heard the news. It's finally finished. The fully automatic battleship production module produced by the system is really damn fast. It is many times faster than the battleship production airport of the Bayada Empire. Don Juan immediately came to the battleship production base. This is an exceptionally spacious underground space. On an extra-large lifting platform, there is a huge warship that is completely pure black. This black paint on the surface of the ship does not reflect light and is also an excellent anti-laser coating. It can reduce the damage of laser weapons to the ship to a certain extent. The armor structure, composed of 3 layers of 1,000 mm thick alloy armor plates, has great damage-bearing capacity. Plus the honeycomb structure inside the battleship itself. Generally, if a certain part is damaged, it will be actively closed to prevent it from affecting other parts. Armor plus structure. The two together make this battleship have huge damage-bearing capacity. The huge pure black battleship is 2,200 meters long, 300 meters wide, and 320 meters high. The 16 Little Hell Type 1 plasma lance macro cannons on the top of the battleship are arranged in a row, and the rows of ferocious muzzles are daunting. The densely packed missile silos are covered with solid alloy armor plates. Looking from the side, one can only see the 16 plasma lance macro cannons on top of the battleship. It seems that there are no other weapons besides these. But in fact, the large anti-ship torpedo launchers and 40 Shinai 450mm caliber electromagnetic naval guns located on the side, as well as countless close-in defense weapon systems are all hidden under the first layer of armor plates. This composite armor layer design can effectively protect the weapon systems and close-in defense systems located on the side of the warship. Only when an attack is needed will the battleship reveal its fangs from the underworld and hell. Give the enemy a devastating blow. The Shida-class Black Rope Hell heavy firepower destroyer has a rigid, straight, and angular hull design. The main color is pure black, matched with the blood-red lines of hell paint on the battleship. Majestic, cold, terrifying, and full of oppression. It was as if this was a regular Legion warship from the underworld. You officially own your first battleship. It's time to step onto the space stage. Before you step onto the cosmic stage, you need to choose a name for your faction. The system prompt sounded, and Don Juan thought for a moment. He had been thinking about this problem for the past few days. What's a good name? The name must be appropriate. The Human Empire? Something seems a little off. Now I am the only one who is human. My last name is Tang, but I chose the name Datong? That's a bit awkward. After much thought, Don Juan felt rather conflicted. He simply gave up and said to the system, "Give me a random name." The system is randomly selecting a name, Omnic Heavenly Court. Do you want to accept it? This is good. Intelligent machines represent the uniqueness of Don Juan's forces. And the sky is the universe. Heaven is the highest institution that rules this universe. It also represents Don Juan's ambition. Faction name confirmed. Intelligent Heavenly Court. Just as the Force has a name, the fleet must also have a name. If nothing unexpected happens, the main force of his first fleet will be composed of 10 city-class warships. The 10 cities are the king of hell. This fleet is called. The Intelligent Nether Fleet will directly cause the enemy to reincarnate. The current number of warships in the Hell Fleet, 1. The Intelligent Mechanical Nether Fleet, the Black Rope Hell Heavy Firepower Destroyer. Why does it sound like a villain? So it was, Don Juan began to man his first large warship. The standard crew of the Black Rope Hell Heavy Firepower Destroyer is 26,000 people. The standard of 26,000 people is calculated based on the standards of human crew members. Administrative Department, Aviation Department, Security Department, Operations Department, Reactor Mechanical and Electrical Department, Deck Department, Weapons Department, Medical Department, Maintenance and System Repair Department, Logistics and Material Department. Wait, a bunch of departments. It can be said that the 26,000 people on the battleship can form a small society. However, Don Juan's men are all silicon-based mechanical creatures and tactical humanoid girls. They don't need to eat or receive medical treatment. They only need some engineering dolls to take care of the warship's maintenance, repairs, and medical care for the tactical dolls. Don Juan currently has 8,130 tactical humanoids under his command. The extra 8,000 men were newly created by Don Juan during the 8 days of building the warship. Among them, there are 2,000 engineering dolls, 1,000 technical dolls, and the remaining 5,000 tactical dolls, all of which can be assigned to military combat personnel. The division of labor is very clear. The engineering dolls are responsible for various maintenance, repair, medical, logistics, and other systems on the warship, while the technical dolls are responsible for the warship's administration, driving, radar, fire control, and other departments. The other combat figures will be placed on the battleship as the Army or Marines. 2,000 engineering dolls were assigned to 1,000 Black Rope Hell heavy fire destroyers, and 1,000 were assigned to the base. 500 of the 1,000 technical humanoids were assigned to the warships, and the remaining 500 were responsible for controlling the base's various self-defense systems, command centers, and defense radars. Of the 5,000 combat humanoids, 3,000 were assigned to the battleships, and the remaining 2,000 were responsible for defending the base. As for the humanoids' individual combat equipment, that's easy to explain. Don Juan doesn't have enough spiritual resources to buy warships from the system mall, but he can still buy some individual equipment and blueprints of land combat armored units. Tianbing I Individual Power Armor Design, 10 Spirit Source. After being equipped, the tactical humanoids reach a height of 2.3 meters, which greatly enhances their speed and strength. The small fusion reaction backpack on their backs gives the armor extremely long endurance, and the attached rocket injection system, combined with the tactical humanoid's physical fitness, can achieve single soldier penetration into the atmosphere. 20mm caliber electromagnetic bomb rifle design, one spirit source. A 20mm caliber electromagnetic rifle typically fires a grenades-type warhead. It will only explode if it hits a solid target. Otherwise, it will simply shatter the target and pass through. The shockwaves caused by the warhead's explosion are enough to shatter the internal organs of an average person within a 2-meter radius. 60mm caliber electromagnetic rapid-fire armor-piercing machine gun design for Ling Yuan. The suppressive firepower equipped by a single soldier can inflict devastating damage to enemy armored targets on land. Suzaku fighter transport aircraft design, 40 spiritual source. A flying unit that combines combat and transportation capabilities, capable of transporting 100 fully armed tactical T-dolls at a time. Equipped with ion beam weapons, a single aircraft can block the horizon of a planet. Xuanwu heavy armored tank design, 40 spiritual source. A heavily armored land combat unit equipped with high-powered Melta plasma launchers and missile launchers. As a result, Danwan's spiritual energy was basically used up, with only 5 points left. These equipments are also exceptionally good. After being equipped to the combat humanoids, a brand new image of the combat humanoids emerges. Who could resist a beautiful lady wearing full-body power armor, standing 2.3 meters tall, wielding a large-caliber weapon equipped with an explosive warhead, a chainsaw sword hanging from her waist, and her long, slender legs wrapped in armor, looking so heroic. Chapter 18. Supreme His body can't bear it. With warships, there must be a fleet organization. And if you have soldiers, you need an organized army. Although Danwan now has only 2 warships and only a few thousand soldiers, this does not prevent him from setting up the framework first. First, form a legion. Currently, all of his combat T-dolls are incorporated into this first legion. Danwan has his own ideas about the future. He possesses the ability to assimilate iron hearts and can assimilate other races into mechanical girls. In the foreseeable future, he will be able to form many legions. Once he successfully assimilates the second race, he will have the second legion. But now there is only one legion, and this legion has only more than 5,000 people. The division of these more than 5,000 combat dolls is very simple. 1,000 people form a battle group, and 100 people form a company. You have a new message. A hint flashed before Danwan. It's Lu Quan. Spring, we are ready to leave the ruined star region. We can't survive here anymore. After seeing this message, Danwan made a video call directly. The next moment, Lu Quan's 3D projection appeared in front of Danwan. Spring. Lu Quan, are you leaving the ruined star region? Danwan asked. Yes, we never imagined that the 117 star systems opened this time would have so many interstellar pioneers pouring in. The number is several times more than in the star systems opened in the past. In the core region of the galaxy, near the stars and those planets, there are roaming the automated machines of an ancient civilization. Retail pioneers like us can't get through it all. The central and outer parts of the galaxy, those asteroid belts, and the many damaged spaceport cities are basically all targets of competition. There are just too many interstellar pioneers. I can't keep up. Lu Quan sighed and said. Danwan knew everything Lu Quan said. In the past few days, he had seen news about the conflict in the Mo 117 system on the Star Domain network more than once. There are also statistics from news media that the number of interstellar pioneers pouring in this time is more than 3 times that of the past. However, Danwan believed that some of them were probably not interstellar pioneers at all, but interstellar pirates who were already roaming in the galaxies on the edge of the Yada Empire. These people will rush over wherever there is money to be made like sharks smelling something. The ruined star region comes with great risks, but I'm afraid some of these interstellar pioneers are not interstellar pioneers. Danwan said. What do you mean? Lu Quan didn't quite understand. I'm wanted by Jiesun Company. There's a black warrant for my arrest on the Star Domain dark web. Some interstellar pioneers entered the ruined Star Domain a few days after the Stargate opened. I'm afraid they're looking for the warrant and are looking for me. Danwan shrugged helplessly. Not everyone can enter the Star Domain dark web. Danwan can only enter with the help of the login device left by his cheap father after his death. I know that Jiesun Company will definitely take action. Lu Quan cursed, then looked at Tang Wan worriedly. Spring, are you okay? Don't worry, I found a place to hide. There aren't any ruins around, so not many people come. Don't worry about me. By the way, do you have any news about Ling Wei? She hasn't contacted me in a while. Ling Wei? She left the ruined star region a few days ago. She left in a hurry. She only told me that her resume was selected for a human-led military company's recruitment and she returned to take up her post. Recruitment for a human-led military company? Donwan pondered this and asked again, where? I don't know. Lingwei didn't tell me, and she didn't tell you either? Okay, I got it. Let's get in touch again. Okay, take care, we're leaving. After the communication was turned off, Lu Quan's 3D projection disappeared. Donwan took a deep breath, looked up through the skylight, and gazed at the deep universe. Countless points of light dotted the dark curtain, and each point of light represented a star. It's time to get active. Donwan stood up. The base currently produces 300,000 tons of standard battleship alloy every day, but the weight of a fire slag heavy strike cruiser alone is 24 million tons. It would take several months to produce enough battleship alloy for its construction. Donwan doesn't have the time. Based on the experience revealed by the previous relic galaxy, he estimates that in about a month, those major forces will enter the relic galaxy. Donwan must expand the scale of production, and to expand the scale of production, he needs an automated mechanical core. An automated mechanical core and 500 spiritual sources. Or you can complete system tasks to upgrade the base and obtain automated mechanical cores. But no matter what, he couldn't stay in the base. He has to go out and earn some money. Shiwei, stay at the base. Dongxiao, you will continue to be in charge of the warship production line. Moonlight, Ruby, come with me to the battleship. Donwan gave the order and walked towards the warship first. Ruby behind him heard Donwan's words, and data flashed in her seductive pink eyes, automatically intercepting the key words, Ruby, up, me. Supreme. An abnormal blush instantly appeared on Ruby's face, and then she was about to pounce on Donwan from behind. A figure flashed, and a slender, beautiful leg instantly kicked her in the face, kicking her away. Yi kept her legs raised high, standing behind Donwan with a dashing figure and beautiful body curves. Beneath her short black hair were a pair of beautiful yet sharp eyes. She lowered her long, beautiful legs and raised them high, and her tone was filled with immense disdain. Don't go crazy here. Several flickering arcs of electricity appeared on Ruby's body as she flew backwards. Her body floated in the air, and her silver-white hair moved without wind. Tomboy, what do you care about me? The surrounding temperature dropped by dozens of degrees in an instant. Layers of frost began to form on the alloy floor. Psychic power. Yi had a blank expression on his face and simply said to Ruby, the Supreme's body can't handle it. You don't want to hurt the Supreme because of your selfish actions. Hearing this, Ruby's face suddenly showed an expression of great heartache, and her crystal pink eyes seemed to condense into water. Yes, I almost forgot this, Supreme. I almost hurt you. Please punish me. Any punishment is fine with me. As she spoke, her face turned red again and her body trembled. Ahem. Stop. Stop. Donwan quickly stopped the topic and glanced at Yi. Yi's words just now seemed to imply that he was not good enough in some way. Let's stop talking about this topic. Everyone, get on the battleship. Follow me on this mission. After Donwan finished speaking, he stepped onto the bridge. Yi glanced at Ruby, pointed at his own eyes with his two slender jade fingers, and then pointed at Ruby's eyes. The meaning is very clear. As long as I am here, don't even think about crossing the line. Ruby's spiritual energy surged all over her body, and she floated across the moonlit night to Donwan's side. She reached out her hand and gently and slowly hugged Donwan's arm. The little head turned back 180 degrees and stuck out its tongue in disgust at Yi behind it. Chapter 19 Gorman Corporation, Encirclement of Spaceport Ruins. Beyond the crater, the surface of the dwarf planet suddenly shook. A straight crack appeared on the ground and then opened to both sides. A huge black warship, 2,200 meters long, slowly rose from underground. Soon it crossed the surface. The Black Rope Hell heavy firepower destroyer currently has 4,503 people on board. The huge battleship turned its posture in the air, and dozens of nozzles of the propulsion engines at the tail sprayed out blue flames, carrying the battleship out of the dwarf planet's gravity and into space. In the deep space of the MO-117 galaxy, a large space station with a diameter of 2 kilometers is floating. The space station was filled with dead silence, and all around it were floating wreckage of the space station and fragments of unknown warships. It has been floating in its own orbit for who knows how many years. There is no doubt that this is the remains of a spaceport of an ancient civilization. Until now, there have only been some self-operated automatic machines constantly entering and exiting the ruins of this space station. The broken AI followed the last remaining trace of logic, patrolled around the space station, returned, used automatic machinery to repair the damaged automatic machinery, and then continued to patrol. repeating day after day, year after year. Dead silence and darkness. But today, the silence was broken. Hundreds of interstellar spacecraft of various shapes and sizes, with flames trailing behind them, cut through space and arrived at this large space station. Dear viewers, welcome to the live broadcast of Interstellar News. Here, the Empire's pioneers have once again discovered the remains of a spaceport from an ancient civilization. We've already found the remains of 4 still functioning spaceports, but unfortunately, the remaining automated mechanical firepower is too formidable. So far, no spaceport ruins have been conquered by any pioneers. This is the 5th spaceport ruin, and judging by its size, it's much smaller than the 4 previously discovered. Will this spaceport ruin be conquered by pioneers? Let's wait and see. Before it starts, let me introduce the advertisers of this live broadcast. A battleship with a length of nearly 1 kilometer was floating apart from hundreds of Pioneer spaceships. The battleship was engraved with the huge logo of Interstellar News. The drone sent out by the warship was filming everywhere. On the bridge, hundreds of Yada people were busy, and a Yada reporter was speaking passionately in front of a live camera. The warships of the Interstellar News Company did not participate in the development of the ruins. They knew that even if something was discovered in the ruins, it would eventually be bought by the Yada military at a price that they did not consider very attractive. Where can I make money by live streaming? This is not a joke. The live broadcast of Interstellar News covers the entire territory of the Yada Empire and the 207 planets directly under the Yada Empire, with trillions of viewers. A quarter of the Yada people in the entire Yada Empire are their loyal audience. The money such a company earns each year is higher than the total tax revenue of dozens of weak interstellar civilizations. The live host introduced dozens of sponsoring companies in succession before finally turning the camera to the interstellar spaceships that had begun to surround the spaceport ruins. Now, please allow me to solemnly introduce the Interstellar Development Force, Gorman Shipping Company. Gorman Shipbuilding Company is an emerging shipbuilding company in the Empire. They strive to develop civilian spacecraft that are most suitable for the economic needs of ordinary people. Another long advertisement. Even though it is a ruins development, it is full of business. You can imagine how much advertising fees Gorman Shipping Company paid to Star News to have such a live broadcast. It is not only to explore the ruins and obtain the scientific and technological information left by ancient civilizations, but also to advertise. Get the best of both worlds, a win-win situation. The flagship of the Gorman Shipbuilding Company is an 800-meter-long battleship that they built themselves, with performance comparable to that of the Imperial destroyer. There are also 12 300-meter class frigates. The remaining 57 ships are civilian spacecraft with lengths ranging from 80 to 150 meters. They are modified and equipped with laser launchers, electromagnetic naval guns, and rapid-fire machine guns. These warships and spaceships were all built by Gorman Shipbuilding Company. Gorman Shipping Company, flagship Gorman. Bridge. Wyatt Gorman, the young son of the owner of Gorman Shipping Company, sat in the captain's seat, took a deep breath, and looked at the spaceport ruins displayed on the large virtual light screen in front of him. Master, are you ready? The military advisor next to him asked. All right, get ready to enter and drive out the other individual interstellar pioneers. This is our home turf. Wyatt nodded slightly and said, yes. In space, Gorman's spaceships spread out and began to send communications to those spaceships. Stand back. Except for the ships of Gorman Corporation and Interstellar News, all other ships retreat. Back off 1,000,000 kilometers. They ruthlessly drove away the spacecraft of other individual pioneers. Why? Is your Gorman company so powerful? This is not the territory of the Empire, nor is it the territory of your Gorman company. More than a dozen interstellar pioneer spaceships were roaming around, and they protested. Master, look. On the bridge of the Gorman, the military advisor asked Wyatt. Lock onto the ship of the person who shouts the loudest and destroy it immediately. These ships are not a problem for our fleet. Yes. The Gorman's main gun immediately turned its muzzle, and the high-powered laser cannon easily locked onto a spaceship over 100 meters long and 100,000 kilometers away. The battleship opened fire, and instantly a high-temperature laser beam was erected between the two. It accurately hit the core reactor of the spacecraft that was constantly moving 100,000 kilometers away. Under the burning of high-power laser, the fusion reactor of the spacecraft was instantly burned through. In an instant, the reactor exploded, and the entire spacecraft disintegrated in space with a flash of intense fire. This move deterred everyone. The remaining individual Pioneer spacecraft scrambled to turn around and began to retreat. Wyatt snorted coldly and turned to look at a light screen next to him, which was showing the live broadcast of interstellar news. It gave him a perfect firing angle for the battleship, which looked particularly cool. As expected, it's an emerging shipbuilding company. The warship performs exceptionally well, hitting the enemy's reactor with a single, precise strike. A deadly kill. Beautiful. The live host introduced it passionately. It also sparked comments from a large number of viewers who were watching the live broadcast remotely within the Empire. So cool. Gorman's ship looks great. How does it compare to Jiesun Company? Ha 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 ha. A real man should watch a live broadcast like this. The ruined star region is so exciting. Other organizations have failed to capture the spaceport several times before. This time, the Gorman Company has entered the market and should be able to capture the first spaceport ruins. Wyatt saw these comments and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly in amusement. The number of viewers in the major live broadcast rooms set up by Star News has exceeded 10 billion. It seems that their advertising was very effective this time. Just when Wyatt was about to order a siege on the spaceport ruins, something strange happened. A colorful light suddenly appeared from the deep space of the universe. The curvature bubble dissipated, and a black, gorgeous warship with blood-red patterns appeared in space. Chapter 20. It's so funny. What's the use of a big battleship? Black Rope, Hell Heavy Firepower Destroyer. Donwan's warships enter the scene. It is only a little over 100,000 kilometers away from the spaceport ruins. For a moment, everyone's attention was drawn over there. A brand new battleship. My God, judging by its length, this is a cruiser-sized battleship. The host immediately adjusted the perspective of the long-distance camera, and after carefully observing the warship, he screamed. A cruiser? Judging from its appearance, it's not any cruiser currently in service with the Empire, right? Where did this cruiser come from? There's no record of any large warships docking or passing through the Imperial Stargate Airport, is there? What's going on? Isn't this Gorman Company's exclusive venue? Which company owns this battleship? The sudden appearance of the unknown large warship made everyone feel confused. It also aroused the interest of the audience watching the live broadcast. Among them, Hwayan's emotions were even more intense. What's going on? Where did this battleship come from? Hwayani was well aware that no major power had entered the 117th star system in the ruined star region, except for the Interstellar newspaper, which was trying to grab the first-hand news information. How did this battleship suddenly appear here? And if they were going to show up, they should have already appeared long ago. You didn't participate in the previous attacks on the larger spaceport ruins, and now you suddenly come out to fight with me for the ruins. Master, we just did a quick scan of all the ships registered by the Empire and found no record of the ship opposite us. The ship didn't have any country markings or company markings. There's no information about this ship in the public databases of other interstellar societies or civilizations. It should be a private spacecraft or a large spacecraft built by an organization. Private spaceship? Hwayant sneered. After hearing the news, he suddenly stopped worrying. The construction of a battleship is extremely difficult. It requires the support of thousands of industries in a large empire and tens of thousands of scientific researchers to study the rational design in order to build a large battleship with good performance. It doesn't mean that you can design and build spaceships by yourself just because you have some shipbuilding industrial equipment. And Hwayant also knew some wealthy second-generation rich people who invested their own money to build a large battleship in order to show off. As a result, because more money was invested, the warships were built bigger and bigger, but there was no endorsement from any official scientific researchers. Just mindless heap size, heap reactor, heap engine. The design is totally unreasonable. The ships built in this way are very large, often several kilometers long. But what happened? The final result was just a huge, flying empty shell. Often, those large warships several kilometers long that the second generation of Yada used to show off can be easily destroyed by an Imperial military-grade frigate hundreds of meters long with sufficient firepower. Wyan has seen plenty of examples of this. Haha. This must be some second-generation rich kid's homemade spaceship for show. Wyatt sneered and came to a conclusion. A large warship from an unknown force has entered the area. We haven't found any relevant records of a cruiser-sized warship like this. It's likely privately built. Although the spacecraft is enormous, its combat effectiveness remains uncertain. Over at Interstellar News, the host also came to a basically similar conclusion. Black Rope, Hell Heavy Firepower Destroyer, Bridge. Donwan looked at the space scene projected on the virtual light screen in front of him, looked at the Gorman Company's fleet, and nodded slightly. It's quite a large ship, probably around 70. For Donwan, from a human perspective, any Yada person, anyone who stands on the side of the Tauran Interstellar Society, can be an enemy. After all, The later task that the system gave to Don Juan was to declare war on the Tauran Empire and retake the Earth that was currently occupied by the Tauran Interstellar Empire. Of course, this is a bit too far to say now. In today's terms, Don Juan is here to make money. The first target is the space ruins, from which data can be extracted to upgrade the base. The second goal is to earn enough spiritual energy to purchase an automated mechanical core. It now seems that the fleet on the opposite side should be enough for Don Juan to achieve his goal. Of course, in order to be cautious, Don Juan ordered his men to scan the opposing fleet. Obtain comparative data for both parties. Supreme, the data shows that we can definitely defeat the opposing fleet at a minimal cost. Hearing the answer from the technical figure in the bridge, Don Juan nodded slightly. Don Juan had no intention of communicating with the other party. In this dark space universe, the outcome of any communication is ultimately determined by one's own strength. Thousands of years ago, the human race was not strong enough and became slaves in the Duran Interstellar Society. Until now, humans are still second-class citizens in the Yada Empire. Pass my order, arm the fleet of spacecraft, and surround that battleship. Wyatt gave the first order. From Wayne's perspective, the huge warship had no other weapons except the 16 large-caliber naval guns on the top. This made him more confident in his judgment that this was the design of the barrier by some rich second-generation rich kid who came to the lawless area of the ruined star domain to show off. For this type of large warship equipped only with large-caliber weapons, the best tactic is to fight in clusters of small units. Use your flexibility to conduct encircling operations. Of course, Wyatt would not attack first. What he wanted was to drive the opponent away. The second-generation rich who can afford to privately build such a huge warship usually has a very rich father. Based on this situation, Wyatt was not willing to offend the opponent to death. Instead of killing the opponent, he would just expel him. Just use a small armed spacecraft to quickly maneuver and drop some missiles on unimportant parts of the opposing ship. If we blow up the enemy's armor, they will probably give up. At least that's what Wyatt thought. The Interstellar Oddities news is being broadcast live, and the Yada viewers who are watching the live broadcast are all looking for trouble. It's open, it's open. In the ensuing space battle, will the massive and numerous Gorman Corporation's armed fleet triumph, or will the lone wolf large cruiser prevail? 1 to 5. Bets are placed. Bets are placed. All of a sudden, viewers on the live broadcast channel started placing bets. Gorman Corporation definitely wins. 70 spaceships. Yes, that cruiser may look large, but it's not a known type of warship. Who knows what its performance is like? Besides, the two sides are only a little over 100,000 kilometers apart. At this distance, a small armed ship can just surround them and use its maneuverability to drop powerful missiles, and the battle will be over. That's hilarious. What use would a privately built large warship like this for show-offs be in a real space battle? Although the dozen or so large-caliber naval guns on that large warship are intimidating, they are just that. Large-caliber naval guns have slow turning speeds. At this distance, facing a large number of opponents, they can't fully exert their power. No matter what era, there will always be keyboard warriors. Chapter 21. Are you afraid of particles hitting you at 20% the speed of light? Star Domain Network, in a virtual reality room. Letus, the boss of Jiesun Company, is negotiating with a general of the Yada Empire to complete another batch of warship business orders. The two were watching the live broadcast of Galaxy 117 in the ruined star field together. Letus, what do you think? The Imperial General looked at Letus and asked with interest. Just a toy. Letus shook his head and smiled. He gave such an evaluation. Apart from anything else, even if that battleship really has the performance of the Imperial fleet's cruisers, it's useless. Letus looked at the large black battleship displayed on the live broadcast screen in front of him and sneered. It's no longer the era where a single large warship can win alone. In a large-scale space battle, without coordinated frigates and destroyers, even the largest warships are nothing more than targets. General, I think you understand this better than I do. Letus's golden eyes turned towards the Imperial General. Of course I understand, but I have some guesses now, but they still need to be confirmed. Let's continue to wait and see. The Imperial General raised his palm and pressed it down, signaling Letus to continue watching the live broadcast quietly. Well, then, let me see what attracts you to this battleship. Letus shrugged indifferently and looked at the live broadcast screen. Ruined Star Field, MO 117 Galaxy. Outside the ruins of the 5th spaceport. Under the watchful eyes of countless viewers on the live broadcast channel, the battle began. The first thing Wayne did was to order the entire fleet to release a laser scattering barrier to cover the entire fleet. The laser scattering barrier is the latest masterpiece developed by Gorman Shipbuilding with a huge investment. This is a special energy field that can greatly consume the power of enemy warships' laser weapons. The principle is to spread a special particle around the battleship and move with it. These special particles are interconnected, and when the enemy's high-power laser is shot at, they can greatly consume the power of the enemy's laser. In space warfare, the distance between the two sides is often very far, hundreds of thousands or even millions of kilometers. At such a distance, only laser weapons, which attack at the speed of light, can quickly cross the distance in just a few seconds. The light-speed attack of laser weapons has become the mainstream weapon for long-range and high-threat warships. The laser scattering barrier only protects against laser weapons and not live ammunition attacks, but at long distances, slow live ammunition attacks can be easily intercepted. Gorman Shipbuilding Company specially paid a large sum of money to allow Interstellar News to broadcast the event live in order to make its own laser scattering barrier famous. In order to better obtain orders from the Imperial military and various forces in the Interstellar Society. Haha, don't look at your battleship size, it's useless. Even the armed ships in my fleet, which are converted from civilian spacecraft, are equipped with laser scattering shields and military-grade fire control radars. In this way, laser weapons and live ammunition weapons can be intercepted. Get out of here. This is my home turf. Hyatt was full of confidence and ordered the small spaceships to surround the Black Rope Hell heavy firepower destroyer. Donwan clearly observed that a layer of something like an energy barrier had risen on all the enemy warships. Fancy it. Lock onto the largest enemy battleship and charge and fire your main guns. The order was given, and the Kishoi type red-black particle strike macro cannon on the bow of the Black Rope Hell heavy firepower destroyer began to charge. Warning, we have been locked down, high energy reaction detected. The initial prediction is an energy weapon attack. No need to avoid it. Billions of people are watching us live. This is the perfect opportunity to promote our new product. Wyatt was incredibly confident. The laser scattering barrier developed by his company is specifically designed to defend against energy weapons and has been tested many times in test fields. Even the power of the laser scattering barrier carried by the 800-meter-long Gorman battleship he was on was enough to defend against an attack from a large laser cannon equipped on a battleship. Hyatt just doesn't believe that the laser weapons equipped on a cruiser of such a low-end brand are more powerful than those on a battleship. A black-red energy beam visible to the naked eye instantly crossed a distance of more than 100,000 kilometers and shone on the Gorman. The Gorman, wrapped in a laser scattering barrier, showed no reaction at all. Ha, that's what I said. Wyatt burst out laughing. Seeing this scene, the audience in the live broadcast channel were all amazed. My goodness, what kind of energy stance is this? Such a laser seems to be quite powerful, yet the Gorman doesn't even react. I didn't suffer any harm at all. It seems that the cruiser is really just a showpiece. Gorman Company is awesome. The Imperial General who was watching the live broadcast was also full of praise. Gorman Company's latest laser scattering barrier is very effective. The hull is not affected at all. However, just as Hyatt was thinking about the countless orders from the Imperial military flying towards his home in the future, something strange happened. The laser beam shining on the Gorman suddenly flashed rapidly as a whole, as if the black and red laser beam was a tube with a particle flashing with dazzling light passing through it quickly. In 2 seconds, it flew over 100,000 kilometers. People in this era think very fast due to the acceleration of the chips in their brains. 2 seconds is enough for them to make the above-mentioned communication and reactions. What? Hyatt naturally noticed this change, and he was suddenly shocked. A terrifying thought suddenly arose in my mind. This beam of light was not an attack from a laser energy weapon. It's a directional indicator. That's right. The main gun of the Black Rope Hell heavy firepower destroyer is not a mainstream energy weapon, but it is a directed energy particle strike macro cannon. Accelerate a special red-black hot melt particle to 20% of the speed of light. Then guide the beam to hit the target accurately. It was too late for Hyatt to order the warship to make other responses at this time. In fact, even if he had ordered the warships to evade in advance, it would have been too late. The distance between the two sides was too close, only over 100,000 kilometers. The red and black molten particles flying at 20% of the speed of light could hit them within 2 seconds. The Chuni Type 1 red-black particle strike macro cannon is positioned in the system's warship weapon system to specifically attack large enemy targets over several kilometers in length. Large targets that are several kilometers or more than 10 kilometers long evade slowly and are easy to hit. Using it to attack the Gorman, which is only 800 meters long, is considered a great respect for it. Chapter 22. one battleship suppresses the entire fleet. Horrible. A chain reaction instantly occurred on the surface of the Gorman's hull, which was hit by the red-black molten particles. The molten plasma quickly spread across the entire hull and reacted. The entire battleship began to disintegrate in an instant, accompanied by flashes of fire in space. Explosions in space are always incredibly fast, brilliant, and dazzling, but they flash by in a flash. There is no oxygen in a vacuum, and the flames rising from the explosion of the Gorman battleship were short-lived after burning up all the oxygen that escaped from the hull. Before anyone could react, the Gorman battleship turned into a pile of space debris, drifting everywhere. Kill instantly with one hit. Destroy the enemy warship, and you gain 100 spirit sources. The system prompt sounded in his ears, and Don Juan's eyes lit up. The battleship that was just destroyed is undoubtedly stronger than the previous Flamingo. 100 spiritual sources are obtained. Don Juan did not stop and ordered the warship to open fire at full power. On top of the 2,200-meter-long ship, the battleship's alloy deck opened, and large-caliber weapons protruded out. The gorgeous warship, which originally looked angular, straight, and clean in space, suddenly became extremely hideous. This extended weapon barrel is terrifying. The 16 plasma lance cannons above the battleship fired at once, emitting a crimson beam that seemed to penetrate space. Its incomparably powerful force instantly penetrated the laser scattering barriers on the surfaces of the remaining warships of the Gorman fleet. The battleship's armor was hit and melted instantly. Hundreds of missiles were launched continuously from a series of launch silos. It drags a long and narrow tail flame in space, turning into meteors, falling towards the remaining warships in Gorman's fleet. One after another, 450mm large-caliber electromagnetic naval guns fired shells. A large anti-ship torpedo shot out from the launcher and streaked across the dark space. The remaining 60-odd warships of the Gorman fleet were in chaos, and they were madly pouring out firepower. In an instant, close-range defense laser beams were transmitted across the space, forming a series of close-range defense rapid-fire electromagnetic machine guns that formed an air defense firepower network. They used various weapons and tried their best to intercept the firepower of the Black Rope Hell heavy fire destroyer that was tilted towards them. For a moment, there were more than 60 spaceships in the fleet, and not a single one was able to attack the Black Rope Hell heavy firepower destroyer. A single battleship brazenly suppressed a fleet of dozens of spaceships. The tremendous firepower it unleashed shocked tens of billions of people on the entire live broadcast channel. It took them a while to react. Oh my God, that unknown warship penetrated the Gorman's laser scattering barrier with one strike and completely destroyed the Gorman. Now, he is even more inclined to use a large amount of firepower. With his own strength, he has completely suppressed the dozens of remaining ships of the Gorman fleet. You should know that among the remaining ships of the Gorman fleet, there are still 12 Imperial military-grade frigates. What kind of powerful firepower is this? The host of Interstellar News was yelling wildly in extreme shock, but he continued to give his commentary. Oh shit. Oh shit. Oh shit. What kind of battleship is this? Its firepower is so strong. A single ship can suppress 12 Imperial military-grade warships and dozens of armed ships. This firepower, it's a bit too crazy. This is definitely not a privately built spaceship. It must be the flagship battleship of some interstellar empire, right? Faced with the spectacular scene on the live screen, they were completely shocked and all started shouting wildly. Star Domain Network, in a virtual reality room. The Imperial general who was watching the live broadcast slammed the table, and a large amount of flashing data stream light burst out from his eyes. The whole person was shaking with excitement. I told you. My guess was correct. It was correct. He slammed the table and yelled. Letas, who was still in shock, heard the Imperial general's voice and asked hurriedly, General, what's your guess? Upon hearing Letas's question, the biological tranquilizer built into the Imperial general's body began to operate on its own, flowing throughout his body. He calmed down and looked at Letas, his eyes still gleaming with the brilliance of data flow. I just checked again, and there is no record of such a warship passing through any of the Empire's airports, nor any of the frontier stargates leading to the ruined star region. This is very interesting. You mean? Letas suddenly realized something, and his eyes widened. Yes, this battleship was either assembled by a certain faction by separating the battleship modules, pulling them into the ruined star field, and then reassembling them on the spot. Or simply build it yourself in the 117 star systems. However, even if a battleship like this is assembled in modular pieces, the difficulty and time required to assemble it are too great. With the 117-star system open for so short a time, it's simply impossible. As for the second possibility, it's even more impossible. How many days has the 117th-star system been established? It's impossible to build such a large battleship in less than 10 days. Since neither of these two options are true, then the only possibility is the third one. The Imperial General's eyes flashed with a sharp light, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl up into an arc, with a certain meaning in his tone. This battleship must have been found by a pioneer in the Relic Galaxy. It must be a battleship from an ancient lost civilization. The Imperial General pointed his finger at the Black Rope Hell heavy fire destroyer that was madly unleashing firepower on the live broadcast screen. When he said this, he began to tremble with excitement, looking at Letters with shining eyes. Do you know what this means? Over the past 100 years, ever since the Empire discovered the Frontier Stargate in the Ruined Star region and opened it to the entire interstellar community, we have entered through the Stargate and explored hundreds of ruined star systems. No lost warships of this level from ancient civilizations have ever been found. This is the most significant discovery the Empire has made in hundreds of years. The Imperial General was so excited that he couldn't control himself. Among the 117 star systems, there is definitely one with a value far exceeding that of all other relic star systems. Now, a mere individual pioneer can discover such a powerful warship. What if the entire fleet of the Empire enters the ruined star field? I can't even imagine. Hearing these words, Letters also became excited. In an instant, he thought of his son who had entered the ruined star field before, but was killed by Don Juan. When he thought of Don Juan, endless hatred suddenly surged in his heart. Don Juan, if it weren't for you, you killed my son. He was filled with hatred, but when he looked at the pitch-black battleship on the live screen, endless greed appeared in his eyes. If my son hadn't died, with his strength, he might have been the one who found this battleship. Chapter 23, I just killed your son, and you want to talk business with me? There was greed in Letters' eyes, while the Imperial General's was filled with excitement. This is a huge and important discovery for them. General, what should we do now? Do you want to change the Empire's deployment? Letters asked. Faced with Letters' question, the Imperial General thought for a while and decided to reveal his thoughts to Letters. Letters does not belong to the Imperial military, but is just a businessman cooperating with the Imperial military. However, the current Yada Empire is no longer the same Yada Empire as before, and the so-called legalized benefits are revealed everywhere. The deployment of the next military operation is also something that cannot be disclosed. It depends on how sincere Letters is. Seeing the Imperial General's eyes, Letters nodded slightly and said, I understand. I will show enough sincerity. Very good. The Imperial General nodded in satisfaction and said, since such important intelligence has been discovered, the deployment of the Imperial Navy fleet will be adjusted. We will make a new plan later. Once the plan is made, I will inform you truthfully. After saying all this, the two of them fell silent for a moment. Letters looked at the dark warship on the live broadcast screen and said, what about this warship? What should we do with it? There was greed in his eyes. The Imperial General said, this is the first warship we've discovered, but there's no guarantee we'll find more warships left behind by lost ancient civilizations in the ruined star field. Don't worry, as long as you are sincere enough, it's not impossible to give you one. As for this one, it's not time for the Imperial Navy fleet to enter the area yet. Your company, Jie-sun, can go ahead and contact this person. On behalf of the Imperial military, it would be best to buy this battleship. If you can't buy it, you know what I mean. Letters nodded. How could he not understand what the Imperial General meant? This is treating his Jie-sun company as a pawn, but why not do it in order to have a deeper connection with the Imperial military? As long as his Jie-sun company is completely affiliated with the Imperial military, what will happen in the future? By the way, General, our company has some shares recently. The two of them discussed it in detail. After the conversation, the Imperial General logged off from the virtual reality space with great satisfaction. Only Letters was left here, still looking at the live broadcast screen, which showed the black warship that had destroyed all the other ships. Greed gleamed in his eyes. The warship left behind by the ancient civilization is mine. My warship. With a flash of light, the whole person turned into a ball of scattered data and disappeared in the virtual reality room. Letters immediately organized his company's fleet and prepared to enter the ruined star field in advance. This time, Letters acted unscrupulously, and warships of various types were incorporated into his fleet in a swaggering manner. It even includes ship types and models above destroyers that the Yada Empire prohibits civilian organizations from owning. Unlike in the past when they represented him personally, this time, he and his company were pawns of the Imperial military. It represents the Yada Empire Navy fleet. Like Letta's, all forces in the Yada Empire saw the live broadcast and took their own actions. Among them, the company that reacted most strongly was Gorman. After all, the entire fleet that was destroyed belonged to Gorman Company. You destroyed the enemy frigate and obtained 50 spiritual sources. You destroyed the enemy frigate and obtained 50 spiritual sources. You destroyed the enemy's armed spacecraft and obtained the 10 spirit sources. After this battle, you have gained a total of 1270 spiritual sources. 1,270 spiritual sources are obtained. Don Juan felt particularly happy as he listened to the system prompts ringing in his ears. Sure enough, the gold belt for murder and arson. Just from this one battle, he gained more than 1,000 spiritual sources. You can buy 2 automated mechanical cores, which is enough to open 2 more branch mines. A total of 70 warships of the Gorman Shipping Company's fleet were all destroyed by Don Juan's single warship. Don Juan waved his hand, and a virtual light screen appeared in front of him. Displayed on the light screen is the current status data of the Black Robe Hell heavy firepower destroyer. 7% of the battleship's first layer of armor was damaged, and the rest of the structure was intact. Don Juan nodded with satisfaction. The warship produced by the system was indeed powerful, and the hull armor was only slightly damaged. Okay, tell me to order the warships to advance, prepare manpower, and explore the spaceport ruins ahead. The entire Black Robe Hell battleship began to move towards the spaceport ruins ahead. The surrounding space was filled with fresh warship wreckage. Boom! There was a slight vibration, and the huge bow smashed a piece of warship wreckage as it moved forward. There were scarlet spots of melted metal on the wreckage. From the bridge of the Star Wars warship, broadcasting live from afar, the host passionately shouted to the entire live broadcast room audience. Total destruction. Dear viewers, we have witnessed a breathtaking space battle. Unexpectedly, 70 ships of the Gorman Shipbuilding Company's fleet were completely destroyed by the warships of that unknown force. Chow? What the hell? Isn't this Gorman Company ship too fragile? Damn it, I lost tens of thousands of dollars. Is this a scam by the dealer, deliberately trying to cheat us out of our money? Fuck you, give us back. Are you treating us right? Gorman's ship is such a rubbish. Fuck you, give us back. The audience in the live broadcast room showed signs of chaos, and those who came to their senses after being shocked were shouting and yelling for their money back. Many people bet a lot of money on it because of the huge size of Gorman's fleet. The most excited person among them was the boss of Gorman Company. Just as Don Juan's Black Robe Hell battleship was about to approach the spaceport ruins, he received a communication request. Interstellar newspaper company employee, Tada, is sending you a communication request. Don Juan raised his eyebrows slightly. Interstellar news? Is it the ship that has been watching the battle from a distance? Just click on it and see what he wants to say. The communication began, and a typical Yada man appeared in front of Don Juan. He had a lizard-like appearance and held a microphone in his hand, which symbolically represented his identity as the host. Hello, sir. The host Tada greeted everyone warmly as soon as he came on. Don Juan is not afraid of his appearance being exposed. Currently, his entire body is covered in power armor. He is 2.3 meters tall, including the armor, which is a huge difference from his previous image. What's up? Don Juan spoke in a cold tone, and his voice, transmitted through the full coverage helmet, turned into a cold and cruel mechanical sound. Hello, sir. This is a private conversation and will not be broadcast live. Tada first stated this, and then said, Dear sir, owner of Gorman Shipping Company, Mr. Gorman would like to speak with you to discuss some business matters. Chapter 24. Hundreds of billions in dividends a year? Sending away beggars? Gorman Shipping Company? Gorman the boss? Who is it? I don't know him. Don Juan thought about it and realized that he really didn't know this person, nor had he heard of the name of Gorman Shipping Company. Sir, the leader of the fleet you just utterly defeated was Mr. Gorman's son, Wyatt Gorman. Now, Boss Gorman wants to discuss some business with you. What do you think? Tada always uses honorifics, giving people the feeling that he respects others very much. Hearing these words, Don Juan sneered. Interesting. I just killed his son and destroyed his entire fleet, and now he turns around and talks business with me? Business is business, and business brings profit. Boss Gorman has many sons, so the death of one son is nothing. This shows that you are valuable enough for Mr. Gorman to take you seriously. As long as the benefits are sufficient, Boss Gorman won't care about these trivial matters. Tada smiled slightly and answered in a standard Yatter way. What else could Don Juan say after hearing this? He could only say, these capitalists are really awesome. Even the death of my son can be a trivial matter. But this also piqued Don Juan's interest. Take over the picture. I want to see what business Gorman can negotiate with me. Please wait. The scene flashed, and another Yada appeared in front of Don Juan. This Yada man wore a pair of decorative glasses on his scaly face, giving him an air of classical elegance. A pair of golden vertical pupils under his eyes stared at Don Juan. Seems to want to see something. This is Gorman, owner of Gorman Shipbuilding. In fact, Gorman now wants to eat Don Juan alive, and the reason is not that Don Juan killed his son. As host Tada said, Gorman doesn't care. Gorman has many sons, and to Gorman, these sons are just loyal subordinates who are connected by family ties. What really made Gorman hate Don Juan was that he ruined this live broadcast, which was a great advertising opportunity for his company. Billions of people watched this live broadcast, and Don Juan completely destroyed the Gorman company's once good reputation. The live broadcast, which cost a fortune, had the opposite effect. In the future, when people mention the Gorman company, their first impression may be that of a rubbish company whose fleet of 70 ships was completely destroyed by a single battleship. How much money did Gorman Company lose by paying exorbitant advertising fees to Interstellar newspaper and organizing the fleet? More than hundreds of billions, of which advertising fees account for the bulk. This is why Gorman hates Don Juan, but he has to make up for it, and now Gorman is making up for it. Just to discuss business with Don Juan. Tell me what you want from me. A pair of scarlet electronic eyes on Don Juan's visor looked at Gorman, and a cold and cruel mechanical sound rang out. Gorman smiled slightly and said, "Dear sir, are you planning to sell this battleship? Please believe me, I will give you a very satisfactory price, or you can also propose your own price." "Buy my battleship?" Don Juan sneered and said, "You can't afford it." "Sir, I believe I can afford it. Our Gorman Shipbuilding Company controls 3 alien planetary colonies. Not to mention the shipbuilding revenue. These colonies alone, with a population of 60 billion, pay 60 trillion Yada coins in taxes to the empire every year. Of this, our Gorman Company retains 5% for itself, which is equivalent to 3 trillion Yadas in annual revenue. Of course, if you don't want a one-time benefit, but want long-term benefits. All right, I'll make the decision myself and give you 1% of Gorman shares. How about I give you tens of billions of Yada coins in dividends every year? How about you sell us this battleship and some of the spoils from your subsequent exploration of that space ruin?" Gorman made his own offer. Upon hearing these conditions, Don Juan asked, "Tens of billions every year?" "Yes, tens of billions every year, and even more. If you sell this warship to us, after we analyze its technology, the company's annual revenue will increase significantly. As a shareholder, you might be able to receive hundreds of billions in dividends every year. You don't have to do anything, and you'll still get hundreds of billions every year." A confident smile appeared on Gorman's face. He seemed to see that Don Juan could not resist the temptation of such huge benefits and agreed to it. And this battleship, it's his. Gorman has unstoppable greed deep in his heart, but he controls it well. "Shabby, treat me like a beggar? You want to get rid of me with hundreds of billions of dollars in annual income?" The pair of scarlet electronic eyes above Don Juan's visor seemed to reveal a special contempt. "What?" Gorman lost control of himself and exclaimed, "That's hundreds of billions in annual revenue, and you still think it's too little? If there really is 100 billion a year, then based on the exchange rate of the system with Yada currency, Don Juan can still earn 10,000 spiritual sources even if he just eats and waits for death for a year. But with 10,000 spiritual sources a year, it would take Don Juan 50 years to buy the blueprint of an 8 extremes level battleship in the system list. Not to mention the blueprints for higher level battleships. And if Don Juan had these 50 years, relying on the system to develop on his own, and his fleet was so large that he might even have recovered the Earth, why would he still be here waiting to die with you? Moreover, Don Juan did not believe that these capitalists would be so kind. "So, go wherever it's cooler. If you're not satisfied, we can talk about it again." Gorman wanted to say something else. "Go wherever it's cooler." But Don Juan choked him to death with just one sentence. "I really don't think about it anymore." Before Gorman could finish his words, Don Juan simply closed the communication. The voice stopped abruptly, and after the communication was closed, Tada's face appeared in front of Don Juan again. "Dear sir, your conversation with Mr. Gorman." Before Tada could finish his words, Don Juan pointed at his nose and said, "You too. Get out of here now." And that battleship anchored 1.2 million kilometers away, and that fleet hiding behind the asteroid belt a billion kilometers away, get out too. "What are you doing?" An expression of immense shock appeared on Tada's face. Behind the asteroid belt a billion kilometers away was a fleet belonging to the Interstellar newspaper. That was the base of the Interstellar newspaper in this galaxy, but how did he know? The detection range of general military combat radars of large Imperial warships is calculated in light minutes. Only super-large ground-based military detection radars have a range that reaches light time. 1 billion kilometers, such a distance. How did this person discover it? Despite being shocked, Tada remained polite. Okay, sir, we'll leave right away. The communication was closed. 1,200,000 kilometers away, the warship of Interstellar newspaper started up its engines at full speed and sped away from here. Gorman's expression froze when Don Juan hung up on him. Boss, is the negotiation not going well? The subordinate next to him asked. It went very smoothly. Gorman's face turned grim. You've successfully aroused my anger. Pass on my orders, reorganize the fleet. Bring along the fleet defending our colony planet. Everyone enter the ruins star region. I must get that battleship. At the command, the information was conveyed quickly. The defense fleets of Gorman's 3 colonized planets began to move. Hundreds of military warships set sail from the port. Chapter 25. All tactics are still jumping into gangs and exploring the ruins. In the space of tens of millions of kilometers around the spaceport ruins, there was only one warship of Don Juan left. Don Juan finally felt relieved after clearing the surrounding space. The warships began to approach the spaceport ruins. This is the remains of a spaceport floating in space and moving along a predetermined orbit. It is about 2 kilometers in diameter and slightly smaller than the 2,200-meter-long Black Rope Hell heavy firepower destroyer that Don Juan was on. There are also a large number of automatic machines floating around the spaceport, which are the self-defense mechanisms that are still operating in this relic. When the Black Rope Hell heavy fire destroyer approached the 50,000-kilometer range of the airport ruins, the automatic defense machines were activated. A large number of small automatic machines flying in clusters in space pounced on the Black Rope Hell battleship like a swarm of locusts. These small machines are extremely fast and flexible. Various close-in defense lasers and rapid-fire electromagnetic naval guns on top of the Black Rope Hell heavy firepower destroyer immediately began to operate. In an instant, a dense network of firepower appeared in space. Laser beams seemed to appear out of thin air in space and then quickly disappeared, attacking the swarms of automatic machines that were rushing towards the warships. However, this firepower that could suppress the entire Gorman Company fleet seemed to be ineffective in the face of the oncoming swarm of automatic mechanical bees. No matter how intense your firepower is, you cannot hit any small defense machine. Supreme, data detection shows that the instantaneous acceleration of these small machines exceeds 1024 Earth Standard GS. They can dodge over 10 kilometers in 1 second. It seems there's some kind of highly advanced inertia-free engine inside them, allowing them to quickly dodge in any direction, stop instantly, and then dodge back instantly. Incredibly flexible. There are thousands of these small defense machines. Don Juan was shocked when he heard the voice of his technical humanoid. Damn, how do I fight this? A spaceport with a diameter of only 2 kilometers has such a level of defense. How were the relic galaxies that had been discovered and occupied by the Interstellar Society occupied? Those extremely flexible small defense machines were scattered in space. Pour their firepower on the 2,200-meter-long Black Rope Hell heavy firepower destroyer. Crimson laser beams from all directions hit the armor layer of Black Rope Hell. How badly has the battleship's armor been damaged? Don Juan was startled and asked quickly. The first layer of armor is 5% damaged. These small defense machines appear to be equipped with only small melta-energy weapons. The armor layers of battleships are coated with special laser scattering coatings, which can greatly reduce the damage of lasers. 5% damage may not seem like much, but the high-powered melta lasers and dense live ammunition weapons carried by the 70 ships of the Gorman fleet only caused 7% damage to the first layer of armor of the warships. These small machines can deal 5% of the damage per round. If there are too many rounds, the warship will not be able to bear it. This is just the defense of a ruined spaceport with a diameter of 2 kilometers. How did we conquer the ruined star systems we opened up before? Don Juan frowned and gave the order. Temporarily retreat and evacuate the security area of the spaceport ruins. The battleship began to turn around under the fire of the small automatic machines. After withdrawing from the 50,000-kilometer range of the spaceport ruins, the small automatic machines stopped chasing. What Don Juan didn't know was that the relic galaxies that were previously opened up by the major forces of Interstellar Society were all entered by large-scale fleets. Moreover, some of the ruined star fields have strong defenses, some have weak defenses, and not all of them are equipped with these special small machines. In fact, The major empires in the interstellar society have no way to deal with these small machines. But they have a large number of people and a large fleet. A part of the fleet can be sent to attract the attention of those small machines to buy time, and then the other part can forcefully land on the ruins. After forcibly landing, they would complete the exploration as quickly as possible, suffer heavy casualties, obtain some rare remaining information, most of the time, nothing was found, and then evacuate immediately. Then a high-yield hydrogen bomb was dropped to destroy the entire spaceport ruins. It is a matter of truly eradicating the roots and leaving nothing behind for future generations. When the spaceport ruins were completely destroyed, those small automatic machines would automatically disintegrate without a target to protect. It completely decomposes from the nano level, and even smaller, disappearing without leaving a trace. This special machine equipped with an inertia-free engine was something that not only Don Juan, but also the entire interstellar society had never seen before. Supreme. Just as Don Juan was thinking of a solution, Ruby's voice rang in his ears. What's wrong? Supreme, I can sense some kind of psychic reaction in the spaceport ruins. Ruby's pair of pink eyes were filled with a rare, serious look. Psychic reaction? Don Juan was stunned. Yes, Supreme. Moreover, after observing the battle just now, those small machines seem to only respond to attacks targeting the airport ruins. Supreme, I have a way. There was a cunning and mischievous look in Ruby's pink eyes. Ruby's method was very simple, which was to hollow out the warhead of an anti-ship torpedo and let her sit on it. The battleship then launched an anti-ship torpedo. However, the target is not the spaceport ruins, and the torpedo will pass directly past the ruins at a distance of more than 10 meters. It was at this moment that Ruby left the torpedo and entered the ruins. Gain control of the still-functioning devices within the ruins. Don Juan conducted some experiments beforehand. Aim at the spaceport ruins and launch a torpedo equipped with a warhead. When the torpedo approached the ruins within 50,000 kilometers, more than 10 automatic machines immediately sensed the approach of the torpedo and flew over quickly. Use the small melta-energy weapons on board to intercept and destroy the torpedoes. But when Don Juan launched a torpedo that was not aimed at the spaceport ruins, the torpedo came completely close and passed over the spaceport ruins. The automatic machines didn't respond at all. Sure enough, it works. But Don Juan couldn't help but worry about Ruby. Can you do it alone? Supreme, are you worried about me? I'm so touched. Seeing that Ruby was about to pounce on him and have another attack, Yu Yi, who had been following Don Juan, quickly stopped her. Ruby turned around and spat at Yu Yi in disdain, then smiled at Don Juan and said, Supreme, don't worry. I can feel that the psychic response of the creature in the ruins is not as high as mine. I can totally take control of it. Maybe we'll even be able to control these special defense machines in the future. Ruby is full of confidence. Chapter 26. The Control Room of the Ruins, Strange Symbols. Don Juan selected 30 fully armed combat dolls to follow Ruby in the operation. Select an anti-ship torpedo, remove the warhead, and replace it with a storage compartment. Including Ruby, a special operations landing team of 31 people was formed. Don't worry, Supreme. Nothing will go wrong with me here. Ruby was full of confidence and led the team into the torpedo compartment. The torpedo then enters the launch tube. Ready, aim, calculate trajectory. Orbital data calculation completed. The orbit calculation of the spaceport ruins has been completed. It can be launched. The technical figures in the bridge reported to Don Juan one after another. Don Juan nodded slightly and said, Launch. After careful calculation, the torpedoes began to be launched. At the bow of the Black Rope Hell heavy firepower destroyer, a flash of electromagnetic light flashed from the large torpedo launcher. A huge torpedo broke out. It rushed out through space at a speed of 500 kilometers per second. Only the combat humanoid's powerful mechanical body can withstand this instantaneous speed. If it were an ordinary person, he would have been shattered into pieces the moment the torpedo was fired. Expected to pass by the spaceport ruins in 100 seconds. Are you ready, Ruby? Don Juan contacts Ruby, who is inside the torpedo. Don't worry, Supreme. I'm quite sure. Inside the torpedo, Ruby, who was covered in full coverage, heavenly soldier, power armor, was very excited. The other tactical figures in the torpedo were very silent. Ha 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 ha. Come on. Ruby let out a cry of immense excitement. The large anti-ship torpedo moved forward rapidly, and in an instant passed the patrol formation composed of the first line of defense machinery. No response. The robots showed no reaction at all to the torpedoes that flew past them. 50 seconds later, the torpedo had advanced rapidly over 25,000 kilometers, crossing half the distance. At this moment, Streams of data began to flash rapidly in Ruby's eyes, and she began to calculate the orbits of the spaceport ruins and the torpedo she was riding. Getting closer and closer. The torpedo continued to move forward, getting closer and closer to the spaceport ruins. The automatic still did not respond. In the end, the torpedo passed by only a few dozen meters away from the spaceport ruins. Such a close distance. It was at this moment that Ruby used her own psychic power, and flashing arcs of electricity jumped all over her body. The already cold temperature in the entire torpedo compartment dropped instantly, and frost condensed in an instant. A strange force enveloped the entire cabin. The cabin separated from the torpedo at this moment. It fell towards the spaceport ruins, which were only tens of meters away. The huge potential energy it carried made the cabin like a meteorite, and it instantly crashed into the ruins of the spaceport. At this moment, the automatic machines patrolling in the spaceport ruins seemed to be crazy and wanted to rush back. It's time. Launch the missiles. All electromagnetic naval guns capable of firing live ammunition, fire. Off-field support and cover. Attract their attention. Support Ruby. Donwan was startled and quickly gave the order. The broadside firepower of the Black Rope Hell heavy fire destroyer began to operate. The 20 Shinai 450mm caliber electromagnetic naval guns on the side burst out with powerful firepower in an instant, accompanied by the vibration of rows of narrow gun barrels, electromagnetic light. Round after round of artillery shells were fired at the spaceport ruins. On the battleships, in rows and rows of parallel missile silos, hundreds of missiles were fired with tail flames, like swarms of meteors. Sensing the attack, the automatic machines that had originally returned to defend were forced to leave again and began to intercept the dense artillery shells and missiles one by one. In an instant, small energy beams emitted by the automatic machine flashed densely against the background of the dark space. Every missile and artillery shell launched with incredible precision exploded within the 50,000-kilometer distance between the battleship and the spaceport ruins, flashing with intense and brilliant light. In the ruins of the spaceport, the cabin that had fallen in like a meteorite was already in ruins. Ruby kicked the door of the cabin open. The first one floated out. It was a dark and lightless environment, like a corridor. Immediately afterwards, tactical humanoids wearing full coverage sky soldier, power armor, and holding 20mm electromagnetic bomb rifles came out one after another. They immediately began to search the surroundings and keep alert. No need for light. Their eyes have built-in infrared vision, night vision, thermal imaging, electromagnetic induction, visual layer analysis, military combat radar, and other functions. Safety. A combat humanoid raised his hand and sent out a safe electromagnetic signal. Supreme, we have successfully entered, and the surrounding area is safe. There seems to be no defense mechanism in this ruin. Or perhaps the internal defense mechanism has been damaged. In a zero-gravity environment, Ruby floated in the air, looking ahead at a strange, broken mechanical structure floating in a dark passage. The scan showed that the strange mechanical structure, which might be the internal structure, was completely destroyed. In the warship 50,000 kilometers away, Donwan heaved a sigh of relief after hearing Ruby's report and said, "Okay, continue exploring as soon as possible. We will continue to provide you with cover in the outside world." "Okay, sisters, let's get to work." Under the mechanical visor, Ruby's mouth corners outlined a hint of crazy smile. She held the 20mm caliber electromagnetic bomb rifle in one hand, activated the jet backpack behind her, and flew forward first. Ruby led 3 teams of 30 combat humanoid girls and began to move towards the place where she sensed the psychic reaction. Advanced through the huge, dark passage in this space relic. There was no danger. This couldn't help but make Ruby a little disappointed. The internal passages of this spaceport ruins are extremely complex, like a maze. If someone else entered without psychic perception, they might be lost in there for months. But Ruby was different. They advanced very quickly. In less than 10 minutes, they had passed through a very complicated passage and arrived at the core of the spaceport ruins where there was psychic reaction. There is a large hatch in front. Ruby could sense that something with psychic reaction was inside. Thermogun. Ruby waved her hand, and a combat humanoid immediately floated over, raising the melted gun in his hand. Aiming at the hatch, a crimson light flashed. There was no sound in the vacuum environment, and the hot melt beam emitting terrifying temperature began to cut the hatch. The process went smoothly, and a 3x3 hole was cut into the hatch for passage. Through the hatch, Ruby could feel that she had reached the core of the spaceport ruins. A control room where data is stored. This control room has been in the ruins for who knows how many years, yet it's still functioning. How strange. Is it because of psychic reaction? Ruby looked curiously at the central control platform in front of her, which was still flickering with light in the darkness. In the center of the central control platform is a device that looks ordinary to outsiders, but to Ruby, with her psychic perspective, it is shining with a strange light. There is also a strange symbol engraved on this device, 2 rings put together, and 8 arrows of different sizes extending outward from the 2 rings. Chapter 27: Obtaining Technical Information on the Inertia-Free Engine. A Great Harvest. The combat humanoids began to explore the control room. Among the 30 combat dolls, not all of them are dedicated to combat. There are also engineering dolls responsible for emergency repairs on the battlefield and technical dolls providing technical support on the battlefield. The technical doll girl began to check the control room. Captain, these machines are still functioning, but judging by their mechanical structure and technical inspections, they have clearly been damaged over a long period of time. How come they're still running? A puzzled look appeared in the technical doll girl's eyes. She didn't understand at all. It's normal because of that. Ruby pointed to the device with strange symbols in the middle of the central control platform. What is that? The technical humanoid girl was very confused. She was completely rational and operated according to the rules of physics, and she could not understand the existence of that thing at all. This is a warp creation, Ruby said. In other words, you can understand it. It is a higher dimensional creation. Different from our universe dimension, there is another dimension on a higher level. It's the subspace. The subspace is a dimension that exists alongside the real universe, yet is subtly higher. In the subspace, the physical rules of the real universe, time, do not exist and can be distorted. The manifestation of the power of the warp in the real universe is psychic power. It is precisely because of the power of psychic energy that these machines, which have been damaged for who knows how many years, are still functioning. But now, all these things belong to us. If someone without psychic powers came here, they would naturally not understand at all and would think these things were worthless and completely damaged. But in my opinion, they are of great value. Ruby laughed and directed the others. Take down all these machines, including the one in the middle, and take them all back. Outside the space ruins, the dense swarm of automatic defense machines that were in operation suddenly stopped working. They float motionless in space. Ruby did it. Donwan was delighted and immediately gave the order. The battleship began to move forward, but the automatic machinery did not respond at all and did not automatically decompose. Donwan then began to send people to recover these automatic machines one by one in space. It's a success. An inertia-free engine. What a great thing. Donwan laughed as he watched the automatic machines that were recovering the tactical humanoids he had sent out into space one by one on the bridge. Supreme, we have recycled everything that can be recycled. Ruby's voice came to my ears. Okay, I'll pick you up right away. The battleship's engine emitted long, narrow flames and began to approach the spaceport ruins. A 2,200-meter-long battleship is docked next to the spaceport ruins. In terms of length, the battleship is not inferior to the spaceport ruins. The progress of this galaxy ruins exploration mission is 1%. We have successfully recovered 1 subspace psychic device, 1 piece of technical storage data, 2 automatic mechanical cores, 1 non-inertia engine defense mechanical control core, and 1,000 non-inertia engine mechanical guards. Technical storage data is being analyzed. Analysis complete. Congratulations on obtaining the technical data on the inertia-free engine. Please note that the technical data for the inertia-free engine is currently unavailable. Please dispatch a tech dummy with sufficient computing power for further data analysis. A series of system sounds rang in Donwan's ears. The technical data of the inertia-free engine still needs to be analyzed. Well, as expected, I knew it wouldn't be that easy. Donwan nodded slightly, accepting this, and what made him happy was that he had recovered 2 automatic mechanical cores in the ruins. But there was one thing that Donwan was quite confused about. That is, what is this subspace psychic device? Forget it, no matter what. Let's take it back first. This time the harvest was not small. It can be said to be a great harvest. Not to mention anything else. If he adds the spiritual source he had obtained before and buys it from the system mall, he can get a total of 4 automatic mechanical cores. We can expand production capacity and open 4 branch mines. The base's daily standard battleship alloy production can reach as much as 700,000 tons. As long as the output increases, there will be no need to worry about the construction of warships. Donwan returned to base with the battleship full of harvest. Outside the ruined star field, the territory of the Yada Empire, an interstellar fleet is continuously jumping through the space nodes of various Yada Empire galaxies. This fleet belongs to the Jiesun Company. The fleet is huge. Because Jiesun Company has obtained the official endorsement of the Yada Empire Navy, those warships that they dared not to use before can now be deployed openly. The core of the fleet of the Jiesun Company is three 3-kilometer-long battleships and an interstellar mothership that is more than 5 kilometers long. 27 cruisers ranging in length from 1 kilometer to 2 kilometers. There are also 187 destroyers less than 1 kilometer in length and 409 frigates of various types, active or obsolete in the Empire, ranging in length from 200 to 400 meters. In addition, there are 79 logistics supply and transport fleets that are no smaller than cruisers. It can be said that the size of the entire fleet reached 706 ships. Of these 706 warships, except for one mothership which was supported by the Imperial Navy, the others were all the capital accumulated by the Jiesun Company through various means during the more than 200 years since its establishment. The construction cost of a 200-meter-long frigate alone exceeds 300 million Yada coins. The value of this entire fleet exceeds 3 trillion Yada coins. Although the Jiesun Company controls several alien civilization colony planets and controls a population of over tens of billions, the annual tax revenue alone is enormous. However, most of these taxes had to be paid to the Empire. He only kept a small portion of 5% for himself, but the company was so large that its expenses were no less than those of a country. The military expenditure that actually remains with the Jiesun Company to allow them to build their own warships is not that much. It can be said that this fleet is all the capital that Jiesun Company can dispatch. How long will it take to reach the ruined star region? At the core of the fleet, on the bridge of the interstellar mothership Truth and Harmony, let us ask the first mate next to him. And after 3 more space jumps, we'll be able to reach the Frontier Star Gate. It is estimated that in 1 month, the fleet will be able to pass through the Frontier Star Gate and enter the 117th star system in the Relic Star region. 1 month. Let aside another huge expense. Just to maintain the personnel of the entire fleet, not to mention other things. The entire fleet has more than 3 million personnel of all kinds, and the monthly salary paid out is more than 80 billion. This does not include the maintenance costs of various types of warships. If this is included, the monthly expenditure will exceed 100 billion. Who can withstand this? If it were a country, the salaries and expenses of the staff could be a little lower, but they are a company, a capital company. We have to rely on money and high welfare to maintain people's hearts. This expenditure is astronomical. What a waste of money. Let's get to the ruined star region as soon as possible. I have a feeling we're not the only ones organizing a large-scale fleet to reach the 117th star system. There are even fleets from other interstellar societies and other civilized empires. We must represent the Yada Empire military and take the lead. Let us kept calculating the expenses in his mind, and his heart was bleeding. This time he has invested all his money, so he must gain something. Chapter 28 Major Discovery of Subspace Device. Psionic Shield. Let us guess was correct. The news that warships left over from the ancient civilization appeared in the Relic Star field had already spread among the major forces in the Interstellar Society. In the Interstellar Society, not only the Yada Empire, but other interstellar civilizations also intend to send fleets there. However, the Frontier Star Gate leading to the 117th galaxy is in the Frontier Star field of the Yada Empire. Therefore, if other interstellar civilizations in the Interstellar Society want to send large-scale fleets through, they still need to communicate with the Yada Empire. Then, after several rounds of interest exchange, a large-scale fleet can be successfully dispatched. This will take some time. So far, only the companies and private organizations within the territory of the Yada Empire have sent some relatively small fleets through. Don Juan in the 117 galaxies is still unaware of the turmoil in the Interstellar Society. At this moment, Don Juan had just returned to his base. Do you want to spend 1,000 spiritual energy to purchase 2 automatic mechanical cores? Buy. With a system prompt, Don Juan was deducted 1,000 spiritual resources. There are only 275 points of spiritual energy left. However, with the addition of these 2 automatic mechanical cores, the number of automatic mechanical cores held by Don Juan has reached 4. Without stopping, Don Juan immediately used these 4 mechanical cores to build 4 new automated heavy metal mining, refining, and smelting furnace industrial zones. Current daily production of standard battleship alloy, 700,000 tons. Don Juan let out a long breath. Based on the current production, Don Juan would need enough alloy to produce a Black Rope Hell heavy fire destroyer in 3 days. But it takes 7 days to build a Black Rope Hell heavy firepower destroyer. There is currently only one warship production line. It takes 7 days to produce a black Ropel heavy firepower destroyer. The more advanced, Huayan, heavy strike cruiser requires even more materials. Even with the current production volume, it will take more than a month to accumulate enough. This gave Don Juan a sense of crisis. It's still too slow. But Don Juan still understood that food must be eaten one bite at a time, and there was no way to be slow. Just wait patiently. Shiwei, how long will it take to analyze the technical data of the inertia-free engine? Don Juan began to train Shiwei in the Scientific Research Center and used his powerful computing power to analyze data. Supreme, based on the current speed, it will take exactly 7 days to complete the analysis of the technical data for the inertia-free engine. Shiwei's 3D projection appeared in front of Don Juan, her face still as delicate and cold as ever. 7 days is fine. How are those mechanical guards? Don Juan asked again. The mechanical guard has been restarted under the control of the core. I reprogrammed them and installed the control core in the base. Now those 1,000 mechanical guards have become the guards of the base. Hearing this, Don Juan nodded slightly and felt a little comforted. These mechanical guards are the biggest gain this time. The mechanical guards equipped with inertia-free engines are extremely powerful. Any long-range live-fire attack against the Don Juan base will not be able to harm the base. Don Juan felt much more at ease with them protecting the base. After closing the communication with Shiwei, Don Juan started to head to another laboratory. Ruby is currently in another laboratory studying the strange subspace device with psychic response. Psionic Control Research Center. Ruby, have you researched the function of this device? As soon as Don Juan entered the research center, he saw the special symbol on the device. 2 rings nested together, with 8 arrows extending outward from the rings. At this moment, Don Juan seemed to be impacted by some unknown force. Warning, you are facing the symbol of warp chaos. The chaotic energy from the evil god of the warp is trying to contaminate you. System identification in progress. Because you are a member of the tactical humanoid mechanical girl race, the only supreme being, you are completely immune to the chaos contamination of the warp. At this moment, Don Juan felt that tens of thousands of tactical humanoid girls were connected to his spirit in some mysterious way. It seems that it is because of the existence of the tactical humanoid girl and his mental link that Don Juan is completely immune to the chaos pollution of the warp. Oh my god, what is this? I'm in danger just by looking at this symbol. Luckily it happened to me. What would happen if someone else saw this symbol? Don Juan couldn't help but speak. At this moment, Don Juan seemed to have a premonition of what ordinary people would become. The body begins to deform and the mind becomes polluted. Those with weak wills will have their flesh and blood begin to deform and swell, with hundreds and thousands of eyes growing out of their bodies. Claws, wings, tentacles. The human body was deformed into an ugly, indescribable tumor. And then the pollution began to spread. Is this the chaos contamination of the warp? Fortunately, the tactical humanoid mechanical girl seems to be naturally immune to this effect. Don Juan breathed a sigh of relief. Supreme, you are here. When Ruby saw Don Juan, she was extremely excited, with an inexplicable blush on her face, and she rushed towards Don Juan. As the Supreme Guard, I'm here, don't even think about crossing the line. Yi suddenly appeared from nowhere and put one hand directly on Ruby's face. Where did you come from? Ruby stared at the moonlit night with her pink eyes wide open. Snort. Yi snorted coldly and ignored Ruby. Okay, Ruby, have you found any results with this thing? Don Juan asked. Supreme, there are results. Ruby didn't look at the moonlit night at all. She only looked at Don Juan. I found a lot of coordinates in this device. I have reason to believe that these coordinates are all the coordinates of some lost ancient civilization ruins. Ruby said excitedly. Oh, the coordinates of the ruins? Don Juan also felt happy. With these coordinates, he could explore the ruins faster and obtain the various data, technologies, or technological artifacts left therein. And more. Ruby walked over to the device with even more excitement. This subspace device is a not very big cube. With a flick of her hand, Ruby easily removed a small cube, 1 centimeter square, from the seemingly intact cube. What's this? Don Juan asked. Just watch it. Ruby held the small cube and pointed at a tactical humanoid girl wearing power armor and holding a gun standing guard next to her. You. Shoot me. What? The tactical humanoid girl was stunned. Shoot me. I'll do it. Yi took the 20mm electromagnetic bomb rifle from her hand and then said to Don Juan, Supreme, stay away. Don Juan nodded slightly and stepped back a little. Yi raised the rifle in his hand and aimed it at Ruby's body. 20mm caliber electromagnetic bomb rifle, about 1.2 meters long. It does not use a magazine to feed ammunition, but a magazine box. There are about 200 shell-less explosive rounds in the ammunition box hanging below, launched by powerful electromagnetic acceleration. Incredibly powerful. Bang, 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 bang. Huge gunshots rang out in an instant. The next moment, Don Juan's eyes widened, and he saw that all the bombs stopped in the air about 1 meter away from Ruby. Boom, 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 boom. A wall composed of flickering electric arcs appeared faintly in the air, and the explosive bombs embedded in it made a series of sounds. This emerging electric arc wall completely blocked the explosive bombs that were rushing forward with all their might. 200 bombs were fired, but not a single one could break through the shield in front of Ruby. Is this an energy shield? Don Juan was shocked and said in surprise. To be precise, it's a psychic shield or a warp shield. Ruby waved her hand, removing the shield, and said, Supreme, a subspace device like this can be split into 15,000 small cubes in my hand. Each small cube can generate a psionic shield, and their power, when combined with 100 small cubes, can create a psychic shield powerful enough to cover one of our black rope, hell-heavy firepower destroyers. Good stuff. This is really good stuff. Don Juan looked at the 1 centimeter square cube in Ruby's hand and spoke with his eyes almost shining. According to Don Juan's understanding, at least in the Yada Empire, there is no force that can master such an extremely advanced technology as the energy shield. Even the Yada Empire's military warships don't have them, so they can only rely on armor and structure resistance. Chapter 29, Celebratory Clouds of the Heavens, Psychic Shield Device. By the way, Ruby, if something like this is rashly placed on a warship, will there be any adverse effects? Don Juan suddenly thought of this and asked. After all, in today's era, many high-tech technologies have their own systems and are incompatible with technologies of other systems. If the technologies of the two systems are roughly stitched together, some adverse effects will inevitably occur. Hee, don't worry, Supreme. Ruby chuckled, throwing the psychic cube into the air and catching it, holding it tightly in her hand. She continued, I don't know about other warships, but ours is incredibly tolerant of all kinds of technology. After debugging, psychic technology can be directly loaded onto our warships for use. Don Juan nodded slightly when he heard this. I guess this is one of the many strengths of the warships produced by the system. It is perfectly compatible with other technologies, even mysterious things like subspace psionics. It can also be equipped directly on warships after slight improvements. So, how long will it take for the warship to be equipped with a psychic shield? Don Juan asked again. This was what he cared about. Well, I still have to make some adjustments. It will take about a day to install it on the warship, Ruby said. After installing it on a battleship, what is the upper limit of overload? Don Juan asked again. As for the overload limit, I've only tested the upper limit of 1 psychic cube. When a psychic shield generated by a psychic cube receives a blow with a force greater than the 450 millimeters electromagnetic cannon on our battleship, it will overload. Overcharged psionic cubes will recharge. And the source of energy is the subspace of another dimension. A psionic cube takes 5 seconds to recharge, and the shield will be fully restored. But within these 5 seconds, there is no protection. Ruby said thoughtfully as a stream of data flashed in her eyes. A single hit from a 450 millimeters electromagnetic naval gun will cause an overload? That seems like a low limit. Don Juan frowned slightly. It's not low anymore. This is just the overload that a psychic cube can withstand. My suggestion is that every tactical humanoid soldier carry a psionic cube to support the shield. The psychic cube automatically connects to the high-dimensional space for recharging, so there's no need to carry any additional energy sources. Furthermore, when multiple psychic cubes are combined, the upper limit of the overload they can withstand can be stacked. When stacked on a battleship, the strength is very considerable. Ruby looked at Don Juan with her pink eyes and curled her lips. Well, it seems I'm a little greedy. Don Juan laughed and said, I'm waiting for your good news. Once the battleship shield is installed, we will set off immediately to continue searching for the next ruin to explore. Don Juan was about to leave when Ruby called out to him. Supreme, wait. What's wrong? Don Juan looked back. This is for you. Ruby took out an exquisite golden disc from the side. The diameter is 50 centimeters, and there are some decorations carved on the disc, which is a red sun and clouds surrounding the red sun. This is... Don Juan was a little confused. The personal shield device I made for you has 100 psychic cubes built into it. The shield it generates is as strong as a battleship's shield. I named it Jutian Qingyun. Celebratory Clouds of the Heavens? Don Juan was stunned. What kind of name is this? Come, I'll put it on for you. Ruby blushed and walked behind Don Juan. Like a delicate young wife, She gently fixed the red ring on the fusion power backpack of Don Juan's power armor. Drop. With a slight sound, the auspicious clouds of the heavens began to rise. In an instant, a halo of divine light seemed to appear behind Don Juan, and behind Don Juan's head, a rising red sun appeared, surrounded by fairy mist. Full of fairy spirit, Ruby waved her hand, and a 3D projection that looked exactly like Don Juan at the moment appeared, allowing Don Juan to see what he looked like at the moment. This feeling. Don Juan touched his chin and thought for a while, and suddenly remembered that in the Earth era, there was usually a halo behind those legendary paintings of immortals and gods. Behind the Buddha and Bodhisattva is a great light image, representing the Buddha's light and the majesty of Buddhism. There is also such a halo behind Taoist gods and immortals, but we don't know what it is called. Don Juan's psychic shield device is now named Celebration Cloud of the Heavens. Wow, that's interesting. Don Juan's lips curled up slightly. Indeed, the name of his power was called the Intelligent Heaven. Since it is the Intelligent Heaven, the gods must be high-tech, intelligent gods. As the only supreme being, Don Juan naturally has to protect himself. Thanks, Ruby. Don Juan reached out and patted Ruby's shoulder. Ruby's face immediately turned redder, and her pink eyes gradually filled with passion. Supreme Lord, if you want to thank me, why not? Ahem. We'll talk about it later. Right now, we still have ambitious goals. I'm going to check out the battleship production line. Don Juan said this and quickly left for the battleship production factory. Snort. Ruby snorted in dissatisfaction. Here, the Black Rope Hell heavy firepower destroyer is undergoing repair work. In the previous battle, the destroyer's armor layers suffered a certain degree of damage, but the damage was not serious. With the efficiency of the automatic production line, it can be completely repaired within an hour. The repair of the battleship does not occupy the production slot of the production line. At the same time, the production line is also manufacturing the second Black Rope Hell heavy firepower destroyer. At this moment, the damage to the Black Rope Hell heavy firepower destroyer has been almost repaired. It is parked on a giant lifting platform. Don Juan looked as small as an ant standing in front of such a huge ship that was 2,200 meters long. The battleship docked here. Its height alone is enough to rival some skyscrapers on Earth in the previous life. Supreme, you are here. Dongxiu, who was in charge of the production line, came over quickly. Well, have the warship's ammunition and supplies been replenished? Don Juan asked. It's all been replenished. We can leave at any time. Dongxiu put his hands on his hips and said proudly. Very good. Get ready and set off again once the battleship's new shield system is installed. Don Juan nodded slightly. With books, the journey will be long. Without books, the journey will be short. Soon, after a day, the battleship's psychic shield system composed of psychic blocks was installed. Don Juan received the coordinates sent by Ruby, his eyes flashing with data streams. There are more than a dozen of these coordinates. These should be the coordinates of some ruins. Set off. Second exploration. Chapter 30, Gas Giant Planet. Everyone around is a jerk. This time the battleship is not only equipped with a new psychic shield system, but also carries 100 inertia-free engine mechanical guards. The protection system is stronger. Not only that, Don Juan also equipped every tactical humanoid on the battleship who needed to fight with the latest psychic shield device. Behind the power armor worn by each tactical humanoid, there is a ring fixed at the position behind the tactical humanoid's head. A psychic shield activation device with a built-in psychic cube. The psionic shield device used by ordinary tactical humanoids is also named the Light Phase Shield System. Don Juan's force is called the Omnic Heaven, and the tactical humanoids are equivalent to heavenly soldiers and generals. And gods must look like gods. It is worth mentioning that the source of chaos pollution is the complete and strange symbol on the subspace device. The psychic cube itself is not contaminated by the chaos of the warp. Therefore, even if there are other ordinary carbon-based species around, when the tactical humanoid activates the light phase behind it, it will not cause subspace chaos pollution. The battleship took off again. It left the base, escaped the dwarf planet's gravity, and entered space. This time, Don Juan was more confident. Ruby, how far are our closest coordinates? Don Juan asked from the bridge. Supreme, the nearest coordinates to us are approximately 4.5 billion kilometers away. 4.5 billion kilometers is quite far. Don Juan nodded slightly. However, the distance of 4.5 billion kilometers is nothing for the Black Rope Hell heavy firepower destroyer, whose curvature engine speed is as high as 10 times the speed of light. If the road is unobstructed and you go in a straight line, it will only take about 25 minutes to get there. But the journey is unlikely to be a straight line. Don Juan needs to avoid the orbits of some asteroids on his route in advance. In this way, it took an hour to arrive. But when Don Juan looked at the coordinates of the location 10 million kilometers ahead, his eyes widened. He can find this place without any coordinates. Because there is a planet in front of us. A huge planet with an earth-yellow surface was slowly moving into space, 10 million kilometers away from Don Juan. As mentioned before, this galaxy is a single star system, with a huge red giant emitting light at the very center of the galaxy. There are 3 planets orbiting this red giant. There are only these 3 planets in the entire galaxy. At this moment, Don Juan was facing the planet that was farthest from the star among the 3 planets. This planet is about 700 million kilometers away from the star. Going a few hundred million kilometers further, we reach the core of this galaxy, the comfort zone of the planets. The other 2 planets are right in the comfort zone of this galaxy. There are more than 10 satellites orbiting the planet in front of us. Call. Don Juan took a deep breath and looked at the huge planet 10 million kilometers ahead. In terms of volume, this planet should be a gas planet. But there is no sign of abnormality on the surface. It is like a natural planet, running there on its own. However, some debris floating in the space around the planet told Don Juan. This planet is not that simple. Supreme, the long-range detection of multiple floating debris in space 10 million kilometers ahead has yielded results. Preliminary scan results show that some of the wreckage is of civilian spacecraft models and retired military warship models from the Yada Empire. In other words, some interstellar pioneer spaceships were destroyed in this area of space, and there are quite a few of them. Ruby's voice rang in Don Juan's ears. Don Juan nodded slightly and asked, "Are there any results from the planet scan?" "I already have one. Remote planetary data scan results show. The planet ahead has a diameter of approximately 110,000 kilometers. The orbital speed is 45,000 kilometers per hour. The rotation period is 8 hours and 40 minutes. Surface gravity is 2.4 g. The surface pressure is about 20 to 180 MPa. The mass is about 1 trillion megatons. 1 trillion is 1 trillion. A gas giant planet. According to the coordinates, a very large relic should be inside this planet. If Don Juan had explored this ruins, he might have become rich. But Don Juan was a little afraid to go. A planet that appears to have no orbital defenses, but in outer space there are a large number of wreckages of spacecrafts destroyed by interstellar pioneers. At this moment, there seemed to be a huge eye on the gas giant planet, staring out at the universe. He also stared at Don Juan. Don Juan knew that the so-called giant eye was just a huge storm vortex that was blowing on the gas planet all the time. It just looks like eyes. But this still gave Don Juan a very uncomfortable feeling. It felt like that was not a whirlpool, but as if the planet had really grown a giant eye, staring at him. There is weirdness everywhere. Combined with the previous description of the chaos pollution in the subspace, Don Juan had a bad feeling. Call. Don Juan let out a long breath. This feeling was so damn uncomfortable. If he now had a huge interstellar fleet capable of shattering stars, he would have gone straight for a long ago. Still not enough firepower. Retreat, find other coordinates. Don Juan thought for a long time and finally decided to find other coordinates to explore. Supreme, the radar detected a sudden energy reaction in a meteorite 20 million kilometers away. Further radar detection results show that there is an energy radiation reaction from the fusion reactors of hundreds of warships. It is certain that an interstellar fleet is hiding behind a meteorite 20 million kilometers away. We also detected radar activity from the enemy. It was a large land-based radar. They were spying on us. Suddenly, the voice of a technical figure in the bridge sounded. Someone is peeping. Don Juan was stunned for a moment. Then he realized, yes, how could there be no one around a planet like this? There are quite a few pioneers entering the 117 star systems, and during this period, it is no longer just individual interstellar pioneers entering. Some small and medium-sized organizations also began to enter the 117 galaxies. Don Juan felt that there must be fleets from more than one force watching around this planet. These people are very smart and are all waiting and watching. They all huddled down and acted like the sixth. However, no one could have imagined that the radar detection range of the Don Juan battleship could be so far. Chapter 31 Weird. The horrifying planets. Expand the radar scan range. Don Juan immediately gave the order. The battleship's radar scanning range expanded, and after scanning a circle, it got the result. Supreme, according to radar responses, at least 61 large land-based radars have been detected within a radius of 30 million kilometers around us. Oh my God, 61 large-scale road-based radars. Don Juan was stunned. He knew that Lao Lu had a lot of money, but he didn't expect that Lao Lu had so many. This means that at least 61 forces have taken root in the surrounding area, either relying on meteorites or building their own fixed and maintained space stations, and have established large-scale land-based radar stations for long-distance detection. Don Juan discovered them at this moment, but they didn't know that Don Juan had discovered them. The shipborne radar on the Black Rope Hell heavy firepower destroyer is far more advanced than the large land-based radar stations they have built. What is this ship dawdling about for? Such a big planet. Go explore it. Are you so cowardly? Just be patient. Do you think I'm stupid? Didn't you see the debris in outer space on that gas planet? Those are probably the corpses of the stupid warships that arrived here earlier. Although I don't know how they all died, such a large planet must have relics and unexpected defenses. I think we're going to have another neighbor. Within 30 million kilometers of the gas giant planet, multiple signals are communicating with each other. These people had no idea that Don Juan's warships could be so advanced that they could intercept their signals directly from such a long distance. While listening to their conversation, at this time, the voice of the technical humanoid in the bridge sounded again. Supreme, a warp space reaction has been detected. A small fleet is heading towards this planet. Mad, is this space so lively? Don Juan complained, then was silent for a moment before saying, let's retreat a distance and let the small fleet that came later test the waters. Don Juan decided to join Lao Lu's ranks and wait and see for a while. If it really didn't work, he would retreat. Anyway, there are still quite a few coordinates analyzed from that subspace device. You will definitely find some hidden, undiscovered ruins. The warship retreated 10 million kilometers, remained silent, and was hidden in the darkness through the natural dark space protection. In space, a colorful light suddenly came from the depths of space. The light dissipated, and the curvature bubble receded. A space fleet consisting of about 13 interstellar battleships appeared in space. The length of its interstellar battleships is about 100 to 300 meters. Judging from their models, they are all frigate models retired by the Yada Empire military and sold to the public. It can be seen that the organization of this small fleet is also a civil organization in the Interstellar Society. Ha! Such a big planet, and there are no other interstellar pioneers around. There is not even a space station in orbit to protect it. I declare that this planet belongs to me, young master. Ha! On the bridge of a 300-meter-long battleship, the core flagship of the fleet, a young Yada man looked at the gas giant with a big laugh. Afterwards, the entire fleet of 13 warships began to approach the planet. It seems that they actually want to park directly in its low Earth orbit and then conduct orbital landing to explore the planet. Shabi. These two words emerged in the minds of all the Laolu organizations around, including Don Juan. Everyone was waiting to see how that fleet would die. 13 warships began to slowly approach the planet's low Earth orbit. The distance is getting closer. 300,000 kilometers, 200,000 kilometers, 100,000 kilometers. Nothing happened. Don Juan was a little puzzled. Is this planet truly unprotected? Are all the wreckage of the Interstellar Pioneer spacecraft the result of them fighting each other? All the other dormant Lao Lius also had doubts in their hearts. However, the next moment, something strange happened. The 13 warships that were completely docked in the planet's low Earth orbit suddenly underwent some changes. A spaceship about 200 meters in length was silent for a while, and suddenly turned its gun barrel and aimed at the friendly warship closest to it, which was less than 10 kilometers away. The high-power laser emitter burned through the armor of the friendly warship in an instant. Then missiles and naval guns opened fire quickly. A missile carrying a high-yield warhead flew straight into the battleship's burned armor and penetrated into the interior of the battleship. Suddenly, a huge explosion flashed up, and the warship that was suddenly attacked had no time to react and disintegrated instantly under the huge explosion. It turned into a piece of debris drifting in the planet's low Earth orbit. The sudden attack on friendly forces shocked everyone. The next moment, all the communication signals between the warships disappeared, and the entire fleet fell into a strange silence. The remaining warships suddenly started killing each other at close range. Naval guns fired, lasers blazed, and missiles flew. Half an hour later, the only survivor of the entire fleet was the largest, 300-meter-long flagship. The 300-meter-long flagship was covered in scars, and its armor was badly damaged. Then, for some unknown reason, the flagship took the initiative to shut down all the power of the battleship. The flagship was allowed to be torn apart by the gravity of the gas giant, and along with the large pieces of debris around it, they all turned into meteors and fell into the gas giant. It disappeared into the storm vortex that looked like a huge eye inside the gas giant planet and disappeared without a trace. The huge eye was still staring coldly at the universe, motionless. Silence. The surrounding space fell into silence again. Don Juan stared at it all in amazement, not knowing what to do. What happened? Why did those warships suddenly start killing each other? How could the final victor shut down the battleship's engines and crash into the planet? There is something weird about this planet. At this moment, Don Juan suddenly felt that the huge eye on the surface of the gas giant planet seemed to be looking at him. Retreat. Don Juan made a prompt decision. The Black Rope Hell heavy fire destroyer quickly started the warp engine. Wrapped in the curvature bubble, it instantly turned into a colorful light and disappeared into space at a speed 10 times the speed of light. After Don Juan left, within a radius of 30 million kilometers, all the interstellar fleets that were on the sidelines also started their warship engines. But they did not evacuate. Instead, they all acted like idiots. The warships turned into meteors and rushed towards the gas giant planet. All the wreckage of the warships that were destroyed in the planet's orbit fell into the huge eye on the surface of the gas giant planet. At this moment, the eye of the planet seemed to blink, clouds and mist surged, huge and indescribable creatures squirmed. Once again, peace returned. The so-called eye seemed to be just a vortex of storm, continuing to stare coldly at the universe, waiting for the arrival of the next batch of prey. Chapter 32. Undefended Relics of Ancient Civilization. It retreated a distance of 1 billion kilometers at a speed 10 times the speed of light before stopping. Mad, what happened to that planet just now? It was so weird, wasn't it? Don Juan finally breathed a sigh of relief and spoke with lingering fear. Supreme, just now for a moment, a terrifying psychic reaction suddenly occurred on that planet. Although it was only a moment and fleeting, I still felt it. It's a strange feeling, like the planet itself is alive. Ruby was acting out of character at this moment, with an extremely conflicted expression on her face. It seemed that the planet just now also had some impact on her. Just take a detour from now on. Don Juan sighed. There were so many unknown existences in this universe. Designate that planet and the 30 million kilometer radius around it as a restricted area. From now on, avoid it. Yes. The technical humanoid next to it immediately started working, recording the data around the planet again. Don Juan thought about it for a while and still felt that the planet he just saw was really strange. We'll stop here and continue analyzing that planet using long-range optical detection and gravitational lensing. I'll rest for a while. Yes, Supreme. After handing the task over to the technical humanoid girls in the bridge, Don Juan breathed a sigh of relief as if he had survived a disaster. The tense nerves relaxed and a feeling of fatigue came over me. Don Juan hasn't had much rest during this period of time. Now he takes advantage of this opportunity to rest for a while. Before he knew it, he fell asleep sitting in the captain's seat. Supreme, something happened. After an unknown amount of time, Don Juan was awakened by a hurried voice. What's wrong? Don Juan suddenly woke up and saw Ruby's delicate and beautiful face. That planet is gone. What? Don Juan was stunned. Is this a metaphor for something? However, Don Juan then looked at the results of optical detection and gravitational lens observations. He realized, this is not a metaphor, but that planet is really gone. Disappeared from this galaxy. The gas giant planet, which originally had a diameter of 110,000 kilometers, disappeared into the universe along with its more than 10 satellites. When did it disappear? 55 minutes ago. How long did I sleep? It was also 55 minutes. We woke you up as soon as we realized the planet had disappeared. We left the planet an hour ago. Does that mean the planet disappeared just 5 minutes after we left? Don Juan suddenly felt terrified. Don Juan's warship is now more than 1 billion kilometers away from the planet. The distance was 1 billion kilometers, but Don Juan's battleship took only 5 minutes to move away from the planet at a speed 10 times the speed of light and reach its current position. When the battleship just stopped here, it did not notice the disappearance of the planet. This was because at a distance of 1 billion kilometers, the site of the planet's disappearance had not yet spread here, so Don Juan and others did not know that the planet had disappeared. Now, as time passes, the phenomenon of the planet disappearing has spread here and can be observed by Don Juan. The space coordinates of the gas giant system. At this moment, there is only one lonely dwarf planet left, with a diameter of about 2,000 kilometers. All around was empty, dark space. Hiss! Don Juan gasped. It's gone, really gone. Such a huge gas giant planet with a diameter of 110,000 kilometers has disappeared. Only one dwarf planet remains, which was originally a satellite of the gas giant planet. Previous detections showed that the gas giant planet disappeared suddenly, along with more than a dozen satellites around it. Only this dwarf planet, which was originally a satellite of a gas giant planet, was left in this space. Strange, this dwarf planet was originally a satellite of a gas giant, right? All the other moons disappeared along with the gas giant. So why is this one still here? Don Juan felt very strange and looked at Ruby next to him. Did anyone observe how it disappeared? Ruby shook her head and said, "No, the planet disappeared suddenly, taking its satellite with it. Gravitational lensing simply observes the disappearance of the planet's gravitational response. I don't know how it disappeared, but, Supreme, I have a guess." Hearing this, Don Juan asked, "What guess?" "Supreme, do you remember the fleeting and huge psychic reaction I sensed earlier? I suspect that huge planet has escaped into the Gorvian space." "Escaped into the Gorvia space?" Don Juan was stunned. "Yes, Most High. I can still feel the lingering psychic reaction in the surrounding space. And there's also a high via space reaction that can't be concealed. The power of psychic energy comes from the subspace, so my feeling is very clear. Moreover, this kind of subspace energy residue has appeared more than once. I have reason to suspect that the planet never belonged to this galaxy in the first place. It was actively migrated to this galaxy through high-dimensional space at some unknown time in the past. Then not long ago, he left again through the high Vian space jump." Ruby's face took on an extremely serious look. "Yeah." Don Juan's face showed a thoughtful look. "Supreme, the coordinates are responding. The coordinates obtained from the subspace device have responded. We were wrong before. These coordinates do not refer to the gas giant planet, but to the dwarf planet that was left behind. This dwarf planet is the relic of the ancient civilization in this galaxy." The technical humanoid girl in charge of coordinate navigation in the bridge suddenly shouted. After hearing these words, Don Juan suddenly understood. That gas giant planet does not belong to this galaxy. It came from an unknown place, or it may have been an unknown existence in the higher dimensional space. I jumped to this galaxy through high-dimensional space and stayed here for an unknown amount of time. Then he left again through the high-dimensional space jump not long ago. The dwarf planet is the relic of an ancient civilization that truly belongs to this galaxy, so it did not jump into the high-dimensional space like other satellites of the gas giant planet, but was kept. After figuring this out, Don Juan took a deep breath. While he felt a little bit of fear about this vast universe, he also felt endless curiosity and desire to explore. Unknown gas giants that do not belong to this system have already moved away through higher dimensional space. All that remains is the dwarf planet with a diameter of 2,000 kilometers and the remains of ancient civilization. Moreover, it seems that due to the influence of the previous gas giant planet, this relic of ancient civilization does not seem to be guarded. An unguarded relic of an ancient civilization containing treasures. Chapter 33. Can't open the door? Blast it open with the cannon. To be cautious, Don Juan first scanned the dwarf planet with a diameter of 2,000 kilometers with radar. After confirming that there was no signal from mechanical guards without inertia engines, Don Juan directly ordered to approach the dwarf planet. Prepare to log in. The engine nozzle at the rear of the battleship ejected dense plasma flames and began to gradually approach the dwarf planet. This dwarf planet is grayish-white all over. By analogy, it is similar to the moon, but its size appears to be much smaller than the moon. Supreme, further scans show no obvious signs of construction on the dwarf planet. The ruins should be underground on the dwarf planet. The voice of the technical humanoid girl in the bridge sounded, and Don Juan nodded slightly and said, "Can we track the signal further?" "Yes, this coordinate signal is becoming more and more obvious as we get closer." "Very good." The battleship's radar further scanned the entire dwarf planet and finally determined the exact coordinates of the ruins. It is the base of a crater on this dwarf planet, located about 3 kilometers underground. Yeah, Ruby. This time you two will lead the team together and take a battle group down to explore. Don Juan looked at the coordinate scanning signal displayed on the virtual light screen in front of him. This relic was very large. 3 kilometers underground. It appears in the shape of a disc with a diameter of at least 10 kilometers. The scale is very huge. If it is used for living, it can easily accommodate hundreds of thousands of people. If there are not enough people, we may not be able to explore the whole area. Moreover, there are no mechanical guards in the space outside the dwarf planet. But who knows what is inside such a large relic? The Black Rope Hell heavy firepower destroyer is docked in the dwarf planet's near geosynchronous orbit. On both sides of the battleship, the large armored unit hangars on the lower deck are open. 5 large Suzaku fighter transport aircraft flew out from the hangars on the left and right sides of the battleship. Each Suzaku fighter transport aircraft carries 100 fully armed tactical humanoid girls. 10 Suzaku fighter transport aircraft formed a dispersed landing formation and began to land in the middle of the crater on the surface. Along with the blue flames ejected from the bottom of the fighter transport aircraft, the thick gray-white dust accumulated on the surface was also blown away. For a moment, dust particles were floating everywhere in this vacuum environment. None of the 10 fighter transports landed first. Instead, it just hovered about 30 meters above the ground. The rear hatch of a fighter transport aircraft opened, and a technical figure covered in power armor looked down, and the high-power laser scanner installed in its eyes began to scan the ground below at close range. After a while, she built a simple three-dimensional model and projected it in front of everyone. "Commander, we have the result. Directly below us is a large elevator platform, approximately 500 meters in diameter, and the elevator shaft is over 3 kilometers deep. Through this large lifting platform, we should be able to directly reach the ruins below." The technical humanoid girl immediately reported to Yu Yi beside her. As a powerful military tactical humanoid girl, Yu Yi had previously been appointed by Don Juan as the commander of the current tactical humanoid 1st Legion. "Is there a way to open this large lift?" Yu Yi asked. "We haven't found any yet. Large underground lifting platforms like this are usually used for transportation. Generally speaking, it is opened through internal controls and cannot be opened from the outside." The tech doll girl shook her head. Hearing this answer, Yu Yi contacted Ruby, who was on another transport plane. "Ruby, have you sensed any psychic power activation device? Or can you directly use psychic power to open it?" "Huh? Do you think psychic power is omnipotent? I can only sense that this relic has the same psychic reaction as the subspace device I obtained before. This lift isn't a psychic creation, it's a purely technological one. I don't have any good way to activate it." Ruby's annoyed voice reached Yu Ye's ears. Hearing this, she thought for a moment, her eyes flashing with a sharp light under her short black hair. "Let's just blow it up." "Just explode." The alloy armor plates covering the exterior of this large lifting platform are at least 3 meters thick. "If you want to blow it up, you can only call on the Supreme to use the weapons on the battleship." Ruby's voice rang out, and Yu Yi nodded and said, "Then call for support. All units, get away from here immediately and prepare to call for battleship support." Under Yu Ye's command, 10 transport planes dispersed, exposing this crater to warships in low Earth orbit. On the bridge of the battleship Black Rope Hell, Don Juan had been listening to their conversation. Upon hearing this, he immediately ordered the battleship to adjust its posture and prepare to use the battleship's ion light spear macro cannon to blast a hole in it. The huge warship, which is 2,200 meters long, began to adjust its posture in the near geosynchronous orbit, pointing its side towards the ground. After making sure that everyone was away, the 16 Little Hell Type 1 plasma light spear macro cannons on the top of the battleship adjusted their muzzles and aimed at the crater area on the surface of the planet. The black muzzle began to accumulate energy. Emission. At Don Juan's command, red light burst out from the muzzles of the 16 light spear cannons in an instant. 16 crimson beams fell from the sky, like 16 huge crimson spears, and instantly connected to the surface of the planet. In the crater area on the planet's surface, the terrifyingly high temperature completely evaporates the thick layer of gray-white dust deposited on the surface, revealing the alloy deck layer underneath. The 3-meter-thick deck covering the surface of the large lifting platform melted and burned through in an instant. The light spear macro cannon stopped firing. A large hole with a diameter of 200 meters was exposed on the surface in the middle of the crater. Inside the big cave is a straight and deep passage that is 3 kilometers deep. "Woohoo! It's so nice to have battleship support." Ruby's delighted shouts could be heard over the communication channel. "Okay, the passage has been opened. Ruby, you lead the advance team to explore deeper immediately. Yu Yi, you lead the remaining troops to stand by on the surface and be ready to provide support in depth at any time." Don Juan gave the order. "As you command, Most High. 5th Company, 6th Company, follow me." Following Ruby's command, 2 Suzuki fighter transport planes drew 2 trails of engine flames in the sky and began to descend into the deep passage. The diameter of the hole that was blasted open is 200 meters, and the diameter of the tunnel below is 500 meters. Although it is very wide, it will not be able to be used if too many transport planes go down at once. So for safety reasons, only 2 Suzuki fighter transport aircraft were dropped at a time, carrying 200 fully armed tactical humanoids. Just after Don Juan sent people to explore, the warship's curvature space detection radar responded. The technical figure in charge of the radar on the bridge immediately reported, "Supreme, multiple fluctuations in curvature space have been detected. Several fleets are approaching. Expected to arrive here in 5 minutes. Someone is coming." Donwan's heart sank. An entire gas giant planet with a diameter of 110,000 kilometers disappeared just like that, which could not fail to attract other interstellar pioneers who observed this strange phenomenon. It would be abnormal if no one came at all. Chapter 34. The Natives in the Ruins? Other Starfleet arrives. As time goes by, more and more interstellar pioneer forces will come. There are several fleets coming now, which is already a small number. And now in the 117 galaxies, more and more pioneering fleets of small and medium-sized forces are pouring in. On the contrary, there are fewer and fewer individual pioneers like those at the beginning. Ruby, have you entered the ruins? Donwan immediately contacts Ruby on the dwarf planet. Supreme, we have successfully entered the ruins and are currently at the bottom of the elevator shaft. Strange, there's actually an airlock operating at the bottom of this elevator shaft? The airlock is operating? Donwan was a little confused when he heard this. The general function of the airlock channel is to isolate the external vacuum when people inside and outside travel. There is no one in the ruins, so how come the airlock is still operating well? 3 kilometers underground, at the deepest part of a large elevator shaft with a diameter of 500 meters, 2 Suzuki fighter transport aircraft are parked on this platform. And the environment here is not as dark as Ruby thought. Next to the large gate connecting to the elevator shaft, there was actually a not-so-bright warning light shining. A technical figure was holding an instrument and working in front of this large gate. Soon, as the warning light on the gate turned from red to green, the gate slowly opened. About 100 meters behind the gate is another gate. 150 tactical humanoids waiting outside the gate, all covered in heavenly soldiers' power armor, with God's light psychic shield devices parallel to the back of the helmet mounted on power backpacks, and holding 20mm electromagnetic explosive rifles, quickly entered the gate. The remaining 50 tactical humanoids guarded the 2 Suzaku fighter transport aircraft. By the way, they are responsible for picking up the subsequent troops. Ruby led the team into the airlock first. The airlock door behind him closed. Laugh. Ruby heard a sound different from a vacuum environment, accompanied by the sound of the airlock deflating. Is there still air in here? What's the air pressure? 20 MPa. Sisters, we may have broken into someone's home this time. Under the visor of the fully enclosed helmet, data streams flashed in Ruby's pink eyes. At Ruby's prompt, all tactical figures turned on the laser scanning view. From this perspective, the scene behind the gate in front is quickly constructed into a three-dimensional model. The scene behind the second airlock door could also be seen by everyone. Behind the gate is a long and narrow passage, in which shadowy and distorted figures are swaying. Very dense. Ruby raised her hand. Crash. Along with the sound, a dozen or so tactical humanoids in the front row quickly dispersed and raised the 20mm electromagnetic explosive rifles in their hands. Laugh. The gate in front slowly opened with a sound. All the tactical humanoid girls also saw the scene behind the gate more intuitively. The passage was crowded with people and monsters with twisted bodies and deformed flesh and blood, which could only be barely seen as humanoid creatures in the past, were crowded in the passage. Hiss. Roar. As the gates opened, the deformed monsters let out strange roars and rushed out like a tide. Bang, 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 bang. In an instant, dense firepower poured inward along the passage. The flesh and blood of these monsters are not enough to stop the 20mm caliber bombs. It couldn't even make the bomb explode, but penetrated it as easily as tofu. The explosive bomb flew out of the barrel at a rapid speed under the effect of electromagnetic acceleration. The extremely straight trajectory even penetrated the twisted and deformed flesh and blood bodies of hundreds of monsters. Finally, it hit the wall and exploded with a loud bang. The shockwaves in the air caused by the bomb explosion also shattered the flesh and blood of several monsters within a 2-meter range. The firepower network, composed of 20mm caliber electromagnetic explosive rifles in the hands of more than 10 tactical humanoids, easily eliminated thousands of monsters in the passage ahead. Cease fire. Ruby raised her hand. A tactical humanoid girl, holding a gun, kicked a piece of twisted flesh on the ground and asked, "What is this?" The chaos influence of the warp. Ruby raised her hand, and a psychic force wrapped around a sign immersed in flesh and blood flew over. The flesh on the sign had been removed, and an unknown language was written on it. It is not the writing of any known interstellar society or civilization. See? This brand was obviously made in the last few years. It's very new. It must have been made by these unknown species. This ruins is at least 10 kilometers in diameter and can accommodate at least hundreds of thousands of people. I don't know where these unknown species came from. They have always lived in this ruin and have probably never been to the outside world. Not long ago, they were probably all normal intelligent species. Until the impact of the gas giant from higher space. They were contaminated by the chaos of the higher dimension and distorted, becoming monsters and looking like this. Ruby flicked her finger, and the sign was thrown to the ground. She continued to lead the team forward. However, these are just my guesses. To find out the exact truth, we need to further explore this ruins. Let's go and move on. 150 tactical humanoid girls continued to advance under the leadership of Ruby. On the dwarf planet, Ruby is leading her troops to explore the ruins, while in space, the fleets of other interstellar pioneer forces have arrived. From space in all directions, several large colorful curved lights appeared instantly. The curvature bubble dissipated, and interstellar fleets appeared in space. There are 6 fleets in total. None of them were very large. The smallest fleet had 6 warships, and their lengths were between 100 and 200 meters. It is a retired frigate of the previous generation of the Yada Empire. The largest fleet had 36 warships. The core is an Imperial Standard cruiser with a length of more than 1 kilometer. The total number of warships in these 6 fleets is just over 100. What's going on here? Why is that planet gone? Oh my god, our previous observations were correct. Is that planet really gone? What happened? As soon as these fleets arrived, everyone's first emotion was shock. But after the shock, what follows is greed. Where's this? System 117 in the ruined star region. A planet with a diameter of 110,000 kilometers suddenly disappeared. After the shock, they thought it was some kind of artifact left behind by an ancient civilization. How powerful must this ancient civilization's creation be? The eyes of all fleets were focused on the only remaining dwarf planet in space with a diameter of 2,000 kilometers. And the Black Ropel heavy firepower destroyer is parked in the near-Earth synchronous orbit of the dwarf planet. In their opinion, there must be relics of ancient civilization on this dwarf planet. And the creature that caused the planet to disappear out of thin air must be among them. For them, the warship currently parked in the dwarf planet's near-Earth synchronous orbit is a real eyesore. Chapter 35. Stop talking nonsense and start the war. Everyone realized that the remains of an ancient civilization that might exist on the dwarf planet ahead contained terrifying creatures that could cause a planet to completely disappear. For a moment, everyone couldn't control their greed and wanted to immediately order the fleet to explore. But they were not the only family around. Instead, there are a total of 6 interstellar fleets. For a moment, the atmosphere in this space became tense. Each fleet is tens of thousands of kilometers away from other fleets, and the weapon systems on all warships have begun to prepare. Always be on guard against sudden attacks from other fleets. At this time, the leader of the fleet with the largest number of warships, 36 warships, and the core of which was a 1-kilometer-long cruiser, smiled. On the bridge of the cruiser, a Yada man wearing the uniform of the Yada Empire, whose appearance was considered ugly even among the Yada people, took the initiative to contact the other 5 fleet forces. Hello everyone. Let me introduce myself. My name is Tedazilo, and I am the governor of a colony in the frontier system of the Yada Empire. If my guess is correct, everyone present here is from Yada? The title of governor of the Tedazilo Empire's colony is still very useful, and the other 5 fleet forces are no longer silent. Start contacting Tedazilo. Dear Governor Tedazilo, hello, I am the Deputy General Manager of Albert Arms Company. Greetings, Governor. With the contact between the other 5 fleet forces, the atmosphere began to gradually ease. Tedazilo smiled even more happily. As he expected, among the 6 fleet forces present, he was the only one with the official background of the Yada Empire. Because of this, he was the only one who had a cruiser that was over 1 kilometer long. He abused his power for personal gain and pulled them directly from the colony's defense fleet, then brought them to the ruined star field for exploration, hoping to make a fortune. I didn't expect that I would encounter such a big event just after arriving in the ruined star region. An entire planet with a diameter of 110,000 kilometers has disappeared. The reason is unknown, but it is definitely related to the artifacts left behind by ancient civilizations. That battleship parked in the dwarf planet's orbit should be the first to arrive. Humph, trying to get there first. The ruins of ancient civilization can only be mine. An especially greedy expression appeared on Tedazilo's scaly face, which had typical Yada lizard features. Among all the people present, his fleet was the most powerful. In this space, strength is respected. Even with this in mind, Tedazilo immediately made a proposal to all the other fleets. Everyone, I have a suggestion. How about we temporarily unite and jointly develop the ruins? Did you see that warship parked in orbit around the dwarf planet? What does that mean? Being able to dock so close to the planet, it's highly likely that the ancient civilization ruins on that dwarf planet don't have any protection. If we start fighting each other, the longer it drags on, the more pioneering forces will come, and it will only benefit others. No one of us will benefit from this. What do you think? After hearing Tedezilo's proposal, they all agreed and quickly reached a consensus. Soon, an alliance based on the interests of developing the ruins was temporarily organized. Don Juan, who was in the bridge of the Black Rope Hell battleship parked in the orbit of the dwarf planet, also received the communication from Tedezilo. Dear Sir, the ruins of ancient civilization do not belong to anyone. Can you stop your exploration and develop them with us? There is strength in numbers. I believe you understand this. The tone was polite, but there was a subtle threat in the words. Although Don Juan's warship looks quite large, it is more than 2 kilometers long. But there was only one battleship. Tedezilo didn't think that one battleship could pose much of a threat to his 36 battleships. Your Excellency the Governor, do you really want to develop it together with others? A subordinate asked Tedezilo. How is that possible? Tedezilo sneered, a sinister smile on his face. I'm just deceiving them. As long as we can trick them all together, we can use some special weapons. You mean an infrasonic hydrogen bomb? The subordinate's eyes gradually lit up. Infrasonic hydrogen bombs are a type of weapon that is absolutely banned and prohibited from sale in the military ranks of the Yada Empire. It is simply impossible for ordinary non-governmental organizations to have this. But Tedezilo is the governor of the frontier planet colony of the Yada Empire, and he has this weapon on his battleship. This weapon can easily kill all the people on a warship, and it won't damage the warship itself at all. Of course, such weapons also have disadvantages. That is, infrasound waves cannot be transmitted in a vacuum environment. Tedezilo's plan was simple, to lure everyone over and bring them over until the distance was far enough that they couldn't react. Tedezilo will launch a large number of infrasonic hydrogen bombs to destroy them all. Of course, if the timing is not right in space, we can also trick them all into the near-Earth synchronous orbit of the dwarf planet on the pretext of jointly developing the ruins. The low-Earth orbit of a dwarf planet is too close for a warship to attack. Perhaps some of them would think that Tedezilo might plot against them, but they would never have thought that Tedezilo had a weapon like the infrasonic hydrogen bomb. This is also the reason why Tedezilo is not afraid of Don Juan's warship, which is more than 2,200 meters long and looks huge. In this way, Tedezilo will not only be able to enjoy the remains of ancient civilization on the dwarf planet alone. You can even get a batch of unmanned interstellar battleships as an extra. Why not? Be careful when you move later. That battleship is quite large and is worthy of being our future flagship. Tedezilo said to his subordinates around him while looking at the Black Rope Hell battleship in the dwarf planet orbit with greedy eyes. The Black Rope Hell battleship is anchored in the orbit of the dwarf galaxy. Enter combat mode. Now is the perfect time to test the strength of the new psychic shields we've equipped our warships with. In the bridge, Don Juan gave the order. It's not that Don Juan saw through Tedezilo's trick, but that he simply didn't want to waste time talking to these people. He is obviously extremely greedy, but he still has to pretend to be righteous and reasonable. Stop talking nonsense and just start the war. And Tedezilo was still waiting for Don Juan's response. In his opinion, the other party would definitely surrender under the threat of his powerful strength and give up the ruins of ancient civilization. Chapter 36. Why do I feel like a villain? Did the other party respond? Tedezilo asked impatiently. Not yet. One of the subordinates had just opened his mouth, but before he could finish his words, he suddenly let out a shocked roar. Your Excellency, Governor, the fleet is under attack. The outermost frigate, the Sky Fortune, has sunk. What? Where did the attack come from? Why didn't the radar react? Tedezilo was suddenly shocked. Who launched the attack on them? Could it be some other fleets? No, Governor, it's that battleship. The battleship that's in orbit around a dwarf planet. Hearing this, Tedezilo was filled with rage. Okay, I kindly invited you to explore the space ruins together, and you actually attacked me first. But at the same time, he was also shocked. What weapons were they using? Why didn't the entire fleet's air defense radar system give them any warning? Could it be that the enemy's warship was so advanced that their radar system was unable to provide any early warning when the attack was launched? When he thought of this possibility, Tedezilo's first reaction was not to fight back, but to negotiate with the other side and cease fire. Then he prepared an infrasonic hydrogen bomb to trick the other side into a ceasefire. And Tedezilo did the same. Order the fleet to disperse and maneuver quickly to evade. At the same time, send another communication request to the enemy. Ceasefire. There must be some misunderstanding. After he finished speaking, a hint of viciousness flashed in his eyes. As long as you cease fire. Oh, let me cease fire. Sorry, there's something wrong with my battleship. Once I start firing, I can't stop. Don Juan's mouth curled up slightly, and he continued to order the warships to fire with a sneer. The previous attack was just a test of the opponent's defense and reaction. One of the 16 plasma spear cannons fired tentatively. Unexpectedly, one strike directly penetrated one of the enemy's warships. Seeing this result, how could Don Juan stop? Fire with all your might. Completely destroy the enemy. This is all spiritual energy income. The next moment, the entire battleship opened fire at full force. The 16 plasma light spear cannons on top of the battleship continuously locked onto the battleships in the enemy fleet under the rapid calculations of the technical humanoids in the bridge. 16 crimson molten beams crossed a distance of more than 100,000 kilometers in an instant and hit the rear engine of a rapidly maneuvering frigate in the opponent's fleet with incredible precision. The terrifying high temperature instantly burned through the armor layer of the opponent's frigate and directly hit the opponent's engine. A chain reaction. In an instant, the 16 frigates completely disintegrated in space with brilliant explosions. The swiftness of the attack and the destruction of the battleship shocked everyone. In just this round of attacks, half of Tetezilo's fleet was destroyed. The other 5 interstellar fleet forces were all shocked by the terrifying attack power of the Don Juan battleship. Could it be that this warship is not a warship of a pioneer force, but the guardian of the ruins of this ancient civilization? Tetezilo immediately thought of this. After all, there was no response to any contact, and they attacked directly right away, and they were so powerful. This warship must be the guard force of this ancient civilization ruins. Retreat. Activate the warp drive. Enter superluminal mode and retreat. For a time, Tetezilo, including the other 5 interstellar fleet forces, all chose to retreat at the same time. But can Don Juan let them get away? They are all Yada people. For Don Juan, these warships are all spiritual source income. How long will it take for the warp drive to start up again? Tetezilo asked anxiously. Your Excellency the Governor, we need 3 more minutes. 3 minutes? Tetezilo was in despair. With these 3 minutes, judging from the frequency of the enemy's attacks, their entire fleet could be destroyed several times. Your Excellency, Governor, that fleet is not only attacking us, but also the fleets of other pioneer forces. Upon hearing the news, Tetezilo was delighted. That's great. If we only attack them, then the others will definitely not want to get involved. But now, they have to get involved in the battle even if they don't want to. Thinking of this, he immediately contacted the other Starfleet forces. Everyone, don't even think about running away. It takes 3 minutes for the warp engine to start up. If we don't fight back and just think about running, we're absolutely dead. This is a time of life and death, and we need to work together to get through it. Let me be clear with you all. My warship is carrying a microwave pulse hydrogen bomb. If it hits, it can paralyze the enemy warship. That warship is most likely the guardian of this ancient civilization's ruins, and it should be the only protective force. As long as we win, not only can we survive, but even the entire ancient civilization ruins will be ours. Tetezilo quickly contacted others, and these few words stirred the hearts of other interstellar fleet forces. Everyone has a thought acceleration chip in their brain. Although these words seem long, it actually took less than a second for them to reach a consensus. Microwave pulse hydrogen bombs and infrasonic hydrogen bombs are different. Microwave pulse hydrogen bomb is a weapon equipment aimed at warships. Simply put, it is an electromagnetic pulse that can paralyze enemy warships. The infrasonic hydrogen bomb is aimed at the personnel inside the enemy warships. Both of these weapons are absolutely banned from export and sale by the Yada Empire. If either of these 2 weapons is released into the atmosphere of a planet, it will be devastating to the personnel and equipment on the planet. As the planetary governor of a frontier colony, Tetezilo has both. Give it a try? Microwave pulse hydrogen bomb is their trump card to turn defeat into victory. As long as they successfully hit the target and paralyze the enemy's warship, they will win. This is also their only hope. Soon, the 6 fleets joined forces and hundreds of warships were dispersed in space. Before this, when these fleets arrived in this space, the regular distance between each warship was more than 1,000 kilometers. This was to avoid heavy losses from the enemy's intensive firepower, and the warships were arranged in a regular skirmish line. Although there are only hundreds of warships, they are spread out in all directions in this space, and the battle line is still extremely wide. Fire all the missiles you have. Provide cover fire for my microwave pulse hydrogen bomb. Tetezilo roared. No, our weapons system can't lock onto that battleship. What kind of battleship is that? How could its anti-fire control radar locking technology be so advanced? We can't even lock onto it. Tetezilo's heart sank. He looked again and saw the pitch-black warship was anchored in the planet's orbit, completely motionless. He was overjoyed. What kind of lock-on is this? It's not moving at all. Even this idiot can hit it. At once, tens of thousands of missiles were launched. From all directions, trailing long and narrow tails of flame. Like a shower of meteors, they streaked across the sky and fell towards Don Juan's warship. Among these tens of thousands of missiles, the 10 microwave pulse hydrogen bombs launched by Tetezilo's flagship were mixed in. These 10 microwave pulse hydrogen bombs are their only hope. It took decades to climb from the bottom to the position of governor of a colony planet. The effort Tetezilo put in was far beyond anyone's imagination, and he didn't want to die yet. He still had bigger dreams to fulfill. It must hit. It's our only hope. Chapter 37, Battle Conclusion, Great Harvest. Faced with tens of thousands of missiles launched by the enemy from all directions, the close-in defense system on the Black Rope Hell battleship began to show its power. The firepower network, composed of 400 close-in defense laser cannons and 240 50mm electromagnetic rapid-fire close-in defense naval guns, is extremely terrifying. 400 close-in defense laser cannons can accurately cover an area within 10,000 kilometers of the battleship. Laser cannons are accurate and fast. Moreover, a laser close-in weapon system can not only fire one laser beam. Instead, it can take care of more than 10 targets at the same time. The light beam only briefly hits an incoming missile, and the missile is directly burned through and explodes in space. The 240 electromagnetic rapid-fire close-in defense naval guns are needed to take care of some fish that have escaped the fire network of the close-in defense laser guns. Of course, it is mainly the close-in defense laser cannon that is showing its power. Facing high-speed missiles, electromagnetic rapid-fire naval guns are basically useless. The main function of electromagnetic rapid-fire naval guns is to intercept enemy shells, and they are of little use against high-speed missiles. At the same time, the 16 plasma light spear macro cannons on top of the battleship continue to fire. 16 crimson beams, like extremely sharp spears, quickly crossed a distance of more than 100,000 kilometers in space and hit 16 enemy ships with incredible precision. The plasma lance macro cannon equipped on the Black Rope Hell heavy fire destroyer is fatal to such small warships. If a blow hits the key part of the frigate's engine or reactor, the molten particles will spread out, causing the engine or reactor to explode, thereby destroying the entire warship. Tetezilo, where's your microwave pulse hydrogen bomb? We can't hold on any longer. In less than 3 minutes, the enemy's firepower will wipe us all out. In the communication, the leaders of other Starfleet forces were yelling at Tetezilo like crazy. Don't worry, hold on a little longer. Tetezilo roared. His eyes were fixed on the monitoring screen in front of him. The 10 microwave pulse hydrogen bombs he launched followed the dense missile signals, with the large number of dense missiles in front as cover. The Yada Empire's military missiles are all equipped with microcurvature engines, able to increase missile speed up to 5% of the speed of light. The microwave pulse hydrogen bomb launched by Tetezilo is larger in size and can be equipped with a larger curvature engine. Can increase the missile's speed to 10% of the speed of light. This is the current speed limit of the Yada Empire's military missiles. The Yada Empire's technology is limited. Its miniaturized warp engine simply cannot reach that fast speed, and its missiles do not have much fuel. And Tetezilo is waiting. The current 10 microwave pulse hydrogen bombs have a speed that is consistent with other missiles, 5% of the speed of light. Once you get close enough, you will suddenly speed up. Directly increase the speed to 10% of the speed of light, making it impossible for the enemy to defend themselves. 50,000 kilometers, 30,000 kilometers, 20,000 kilometers, 10,000 kilometers. It's the final sprint. Missile speed up. Tetezilo roared with red eyes. Within a range of 10,000 kilometers from the dark battleship, 10 microwave pulse hydrogen bombs that had been hidden behind other missiles suddenly unleashed their power. The built-in small curvature engine instantly increased the missile's speed from 5% of the speed of light to 10% of the speed of light. 10% of the speed of light. At this speed, a distance of 10,000 kilometers can be crossed in less than a second. It's going to succeed. Tetezilo's heart began to beat rapidly, and under the thought acceleration chip, everything seemed to slow down. He kept a close eye on the signals from the 10 microwave pulse hydrogen bombs. However, although his side was fast, the Black Rope Hell battleship was even faster. Within 1,000th of a second, the warship's space curvature detection device had detected the missile's sudden change in speed. Intercept the target first. The close-in defense laser cannon doesn't even need to be recharged. After blowing up an ordinary missile, the crimson laser beam sweeps across the universe like a long, narrow crimson stick. The 10 microwave pulse hydrogen bombs passed by in an instant. 10 missiles that were different from the others, with a deep blue color and flashing arcs of electricity, rose into space. Tetezilo's face turned desperate in an instant. Quilt. Got blocked. How could? That battleship. Tetezilo's hands were shaking. He whispered softly, his voice getting louder and hoarser. What kind of battleship is that? The desperate roar was as mournful as the blood-curdling cry of a nightingale. Boom! 16 molten light spears pierced through Tetezilo's flagship in an instant and hit the fusion energy reactor located in the middle and rear of the battleship with incredible precision. In the bridge, Tetezilo could only hear the huge explosion and the violent shaking under his feet. This Yata Empire cruiser, over a kilometer long, was severed in half by the explosion of its fusion energy reactor in space. A large amount of debris is scattered in space. The Yata soldiers in the battleship were thrown into space without even being able to scream. The battle is over. The battle was over when the 10 microwave pulse hydrogen bombs that Tetezilo had high hopes for were intercepted in an instant. Of the missiles launched by the remaining interstellar fleet forces, only less than 100 were lucky enough to penetrate the anti-aircraft firepower network of the Black Rope Hell battleship. The high-energy laser beams fired by the enemy at the ship could not be intercepted by the firepower network, but they were all blocked by the psychic shields spread throughout the battleship. The test is over. Don Juan's Black Rope Hell heavy firepower destroyer damage, 0. Personnel losses, 0. Only 20% of the psychic shield's energy and about 40% of the battleship's energy reserves were consumed. More than 100 enemy interstellar battleships were destroyed, and the estimated casualties, more than 200,000 people. The wreckage of the battleship was scattered throughout the space over 100,000 kilometers around, no matter how fast their warships maneuver or evade. In the end, it could not escape the lock of 16 plasma light spear cannons. Don Juan didn't even launch the missiles, nor did he fire the main gun, nor did he release the 100 mechanical guards. They were all destroyed using only the battleship's 16 secondary guns, plasma lance macro cannons. For the technical humanoids that control the warship's fire control system, as long as your warship is not equipped with an inertia-free engine like the relic mechanical guards, it can dodge more than 10 kilometers in an instant and then dodge back in an instant. That's not a problem. Don Juan also gained a lot this time. The harvest from this battle is being calculated. Destroy the enemy light frigate and obtain 30 spiritual energy. Destroy the enemy's medium destroyer and obtain 80 spiritual energy. Destroy the enemy light cruiser and obtain spirit source, 200. The total amount of spiritual energy harvested this time is 6720. Don Juan almost laughed out loud when he heard the system prompt. Cool. This time is unlike the last time. The opponent's warships this time are basically retired or active military-grade warships of the Yata Empire. More than 100 ships directly provided Don Juan with 6,720 spiritual sources. Don Juan can buy 13 automatic mechanical cores in the system mall, further expanding production capacity. It has to be a gold belt for murder and arson. Ruby is also leading people to explore the remains of ancient civilization on the dwarf planet. I believe you can gain something. This trip was quite rewarding. Chapter 38 Survivors in the Ruins. The battle in space is over. On a dwarf planet, in the ruins of an ancient civilization 3 kilometers underground, Ruby was still leading the team forward. The scale of this relic is really quite large. Moreover, along the way, the fighting humanoid girls have killed many deformed flesh and blood creatures that have been corrupted by the chaos of the warp. Even though these deformed flesh and blood creatures have bodies as strong as steel and far surpass those of ordinary humans, they are useless in front of the fighting humanoid girls. Not to mention Ruby, who can use psychic power to crush people's heads from a distance. As they advanced along the way, the fighting humanoid girls suffered no casualties. Along the way, Ruby understood more and more where these indigenous people in the ruins of ancient civilization came from. Along the way, Ruby led the team through a biological breeding warehouse. This warehouse stores the genes of some organisms, as well as a nutrient compartment specifically for cultivating organisms. Ruby checked some of the records and found that thousands of years ago, the nutrient chambers for cultivating these organisms were activated due to an unknown accident. Some intelligent creatures were cultivated and appeared. These intelligent creatures began to reproduce and live in the ruins of this ancient civilization. They even formed societies and countries. After all, this ancient ruins is not small, and it is no problem for hundreds of thousands or even millions of people to live there. As for where the food comes from and how they survive, heading all the way to the control room in the center of the ruins, Ruby also discovered that there were several large artificial natural ecosystems in the ruins. There is everything in those artificial natural ecosystems. There are even gathering places established by indigenous people in the form of primitive tribes. Of course, these gathering places have also become feasts for the deformed monsters of flesh and blood. They were cleared out by Ruby's team. In order to find out exactly what this ancient civilization relic was used for, Ruby could only find out from the control room in the center of the ruins. But what Ruby didn't know was that the control room of the ruins was now occupied by a group of intelligent creatures. Hiss! Roar! Bang, 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 bang. The door of the control room was shaking violently. Thousands of deformed flesh and blood monsters gathered in the passage outside the control room door. They roared and continuously attacked the control room door with their twisted and deformed bodies. In the control room, listening to the horrifying noises coming from outside, nearly 100 slender and tall intelligent creatures huddled together with their trembling bodies, their hearts filled with despair. They are the last survivors of the indigenous people here. They don't know where their ethnic origins are. They only know that they have lived in this place since they can remember. I have never been out and never knew how vast the outside world is. The memories in their genes only told them that they were Eldar. Their tribe has always lived in the natural ecosystem in the ruins. They lived a carefree, primitive life of farming, fishing, and hunting. But all this ended a year ago. A year ago, for some unknown reason, the tribesmen suddenly went crazy. The flesh and blood body began to deform, turning into a twisted, huge, and powerful monster, killing compatriots crazily. They are the last survivors, having taken refuge in this sacred place a year ago. The sacred ground also protects them. Eldar appear similar to humans, but are slender, taller, and have pointed ears. But their internal structure is completely different from that of humans, and their muscle fibers are denser and stronger. Moreover, their digestive systems and body energy consumption are more advanced than humans and are surprisingly strong. They only need to eat the equivalent of an ordinary human meal and can obtain energy far beyond what the human digestive system can obtain. One meal can last for several days. It is also because of this that, although there are not many food offerings stored in this sacred place, they still tenaciously live here for a year. But they couldn't hold on any longer. The food had been consumed days ago. Sister Adeline, is it my imagination? The evil god's whispers that have been filling my ears for the past year have disappeared. A weak Eldar girl lay in the arms of another haggard Eldar woman, whispering softly. Even though the Eldar woman named Adeline looked haggard at this moment, her golden hair no longer had that dazzling luster, and her azure eyes were no longer bright. But no matter how low her situation was, it could not conceal Adeline's stunning beauty. No, it's not an illusion. I also feel that the whispers of the evil gods have disappeared. That's a good sign, Catherine. Hang in there, we'll survive. As the only witch in the tribe, Adeline desperately hopes to lead everyone to survive. They are the last survivors of their tribe. Sister Adeline, I'm afraid. The door of the control room was still banging, and thousands of monsters were howling madly outside. The monsters' roar became louder and more crazy. There were also loud noises that they had never heard before. It's so scary. This can't go on any longer. If this continues, they will all starve to death here. Adeline made up her mind. Dallin, take care of the people. Adeline gently carried the body of the girl in her arms to another Eldar woman. Then, ignoring the astonished looks of others, she stood up and walked towards the door of the control room. Sister Adeline, what are you doing? The other Eldar girls looked at her weak, slender, and determined back in astonishment. I'm going out to find food for you. I'm the last witch in the tribe. I have a responsibility to keep everyone alive. Ada, after I leave, close the door immediately. Standing at the gate, listening to the terrifying monster roars and huge noises coming from the outside world. I absolutely. Adeline's shoulders shrugged slightly, tears welled up in her beautiful eyes, and her hands trembled. I will definitely keep everyone alive. As the most talented witch in the tribe, and also the last witch, she cannot be afraid. None of the witch sisters who left before came back. Sister Adeline, I don't want to lose you again. The Eldar girl named Ada said this with tears in her eyes. But if we continue like this, we'll all starve to death, trapped here to death. Even if there's only a glimmer of hope, I'll keep everyone alive. Adeline wiped away her tears, a hint of determination in her purple eyes. She had to be quick. Once the door opened a crack, she had to rush out quickly. Bang! With a startling sound, The door slowly opened a crack. Adeline's eyes were determined, and her slender body, though weak, was still strong and resilient. Some perfect muscle lines can still be clearly seen on the slender long legs that are ready to move. The spiritual power in the body is also ready to be unleashed. She is always ready to use her psychic powers to make a final stand. At this moment, Ada suddenly shouted, "Sister Adeline, I didn't open the door." "What?" Adeline was shocked. Bang! A hand wrapped in iron armor opened the gap in the door from the outside. Chapter 39 2 Automated Battleship Production Line Course. "Sister Adeline, the monster is coming in." Ada screamed with fear on her little face. Adeline gritted her teeth and used psychic power in her hands. Prepare to risk a psychic overload and deliver your strongest attack. Psionic energy is the energy originating from the higher dimension space, which is materialized in the real universe. The sole projection of every intelligent creature that can use psychic power will become extremely bright in the high-dimensional space. This makes it extremely dangerous, and there is a high probability that it will attract the existence of subspace demons. This opens the portal connection between the real universe and the higher dimensional space. Psychic overload means that if one uses psychic energy recklessly, it reaches the limit of what one can bear. Then, a large amount of psychic power will flow back into the user's body from the high-dimensional space. This causes an overload, turning the user into a psychic bomb. Now Adeline couldn't care less. As for the Eldar, every Eldar female has the talent to use psychic power. However, because psychic power is too dangerous, only a few people can control it and become priestesses. Boom! With a loud bang, the door of the control room suddenly opened. At this moment, the psychic power that Adeline had accumulated became uncontrollable and instantly surged forward. A large number of leaping electric arcs instantly filled the passage ahead. The light is shining and extremely dazzling. Adeline couldn't help but cover her eyes. All the noise from the outside world disappeared. Success. She couldn't help but think so in her heart. I was just shocked. There are still living people here. Amidst this psychic light, a female voice with a hint of playfulness was heard. All the Eldar survivors, including Adeline, were stunned. The one outside isn't a monster? Then, Adeline saw a scene that shocked her. She risked an overload of psychic energy to launch her strongest attack, but it was easily neutralized by a beautiful girl who was covered in iron armor, but still had a slim figure, pink eyes, and pink hair. Circles of strange halos spread out behind the girl, making her look full of holiness. Behind this girl with pink eyes and pink hair, there were other women who were dressed the same as her, but their entire bodies, including their faces, were covered in iron armor, so one could only see that they were tall, beautiful, and well-proportioned. The thousands of monsters that originally filled the outer passage have now disappeared. Instead, there were bloody and fleshy remains scattered all over the ground and walls. Ruby walked in, looked around, and put her hands on her hips. I didn't expect there were so many survivors, but he was able to maintain his sanity amidst the chaos and contamination of the warp, and his body was surprisingly uncontaminated and undistorted. And they all have psychic talents. It's a miracle. Ruby kept talking to herself, but no one could understand her because they couldn't communicate in the same language. From the perspective of Adeline and others, a goddess with extremely powerful divine power who looked very similar to their elves, with a divine halo behind her shining with divine light, tall in stature, and full of holy light walked in, speaking the divine language that they could not understand at all. Those extremely powerful flesh and blood monsters from the outside world were easily defeated by the goddesses. Only the goddess in mythology has such divine power, right? Has the goddess come to save us? A weak Eldar girl poked her head out from Catherine's arms and whispered softly. After all, the elves are a race that has lived in these ruins for thousands of years and has never left. The natural ecosystem within the ruins is inhabited by primitive tribes. They also evolved a religion of worshipping gods because the women of the Eldar had superb psychic talents. At this moment, in their eyes, the tactical humanoid girls such as Ruby who suddenly appeared and easily killed thousands of deformed monsters from the outside world were undoubtedly the real goddesses. Make way, make way. Ruby walked over quietly. Wearing power armor, she was 2.3 meters tall, so she had to control her strength carefully, otherwise she would hurt them accidentally. Although the surviving Eldar women did not understand what Ruby said, they all consciously made way and knelt on both sides, looking at Ruby and the other tactical humanoid girls with pious eyes, as if they were pilgrims. In the middle of the control room, a subspace device similar to the one obtained before was placed here. However, The difference is that this subspace device does not have the same strange symbols as the previous one. And pure. Goddess, please forgive my unintentional behavior just now. Adeline knelt on the ground with great self-blame. She had just used psychic power to attack the goddess, which was really disrespectful. Ruby and the other tactical humanoid girls ignored these survivors for the time being. They have to complete their tasks first. First, they found the central control panel, and the technical humanoid girls began to detect the data left in it. Get more detailed information about this relic. Soon the tactical humanoid girls obtained the structural diagram of the ruins. A three-dimensional structure formed by a beam of light appeared in front of Ruby. This scene frightened the surviving Eldar women even more. Natural ecological zone, biological cultivation warehouse. And, found it, the industrial area. The ruins industrial zone actually has a complete automated warship production line construction core. Ruby looked at the three-dimensional structural diagram of the entire ruins, and her delicate and beautiful face unconsciously showed excitement, a smile that seemed like a madman. The industrial area in this relic is not very large and is closed, so the indigenous people here should not be able to go there. But this closed state is nothing to Ruby. Let me take a closer look to see if there's anything else good. Ruby continued to check excitedly. This glance was not a big deal. Ruby discovered a complete automated battleship production line construction core. This is not an ordinary automatic mechanical core, but the core of the battleship STC automatic production template. Still too. This means that the base's battleship production line can be expanded. More battleships can be produced at the same time. Unfortunately, there are no warships from the ancient civilization left in the ruins. Even if I can't find anything else, it's worth it just to have these two core components for building the automated battleship production line. I made a lot of money coming here this time. A trace of excitement suddenly appeared on Ruby's delicate and beautiful face. I wonder how the Supreme will reward me. I'm really looking forward to it. Chapter 40, New Psychic Girl Clan. New Technology. The Black Rope Hell Heavy Firepower Destroyer is docked here above the dwarf planet's near geosynchronous orbit. In the bridge, Don Juan received a communication from Ruby. Supreme, we have completed the exploration of the ruins and have gained a lot. Moreover, I have a surprise for you. Surprise? Don Juan was cheered up when he heard this. Judging from the structural diagram of the ancient civilization ruins sent back by Ruby, the ruins are very large. You should be able to find a lot of good stuff. He is looking forward to it. What surprise will it be? Brand new technical information or powerful weapons technology left over from ancient civilizations? Don Juan stared in amazement at the group of beautiful girls with blonde hair and pointed ears who were bowing to him and looking at him with eyes full of piety. Mad, what's going on? This is what you call a surprise? Don Juan immediately glared at Ruby. Hey, Supreme, this is what I call a surprise. Ruby put her hands on her hips, a wicked smile on her delicate little face. Don't worry, Most High. I have already communicated with them through psychic powers. From now on, you are their father god. What the hell are you talking about? Don Juan looked confused. Ruby told Don Juan what she saw and heard after entering the ruins. Don Juan suddenly realized. It turns out that there are still indigenous people in this ruins. Great Father God, please grant us strength. Among the female survivors of the Eldar, the most beautiful Adeline looked at Don Juan with her beautiful purple eyes filled with piety. Although they couldn't speak the same language, Ruby was able to communicate with Adeline using psychic powers. Ruby told Adeline everything before coming. Don Juan, the great existence of this clan of silicon-based girls, the supreme and only one. It can transform their painful flesh and blood bodies into powerful silicon-based mechanical bodies that are free of pain and do not need to starve. It enables them to escape from all kinds of suffering in the world, transformed into a being as powerful as a god. So, Ruby brought all the remaining Eldar survivors up. Not only that, Ruby also brought up some remaining Eldar gene seeds stored in the biological breeding warehouse in the ruins. It has been detected that it can increase the number of young girls, should their genes be incorporated into the silicon-based fire. After integration, the tactical humanoid girl STC template will be able to produce and breed a new race. New psychic girl template added. The system prompt sounded at this moment. Don Juan took a deep breath. It seemed that he had no choice but to accept it. Under the devout and hopeful gazes of many beautiful elf girls, Don Juan took a step forward, and the auspicious clouds in the heavens behind him started to move, and a bright red sun surrounded by fairy mist appeared behind his head. Under the divine light, the elf girls led by Adeline could all feel an extremely warm light. Seeing this, Ruby immediately ordered people to deliver a batch of alloy materials to strengthen their body quality. Donwan closed his eyes and began to communicate with this spark that existed in the dark, but no one knew where it existed. It is this fire that gives Donwan the power to transform the bodies of ordinary races. Yu Yi, who had already returned and had been watching all this, suddenly had a worried look on his face. The Supreme had used it once before. Among the group of ascendants that were transformed, there appeared Ruby, a crazy girl who wanted to pounce on the Supreme all day long. The mind is filled with filthy thoughts about the Supreme. This time, there won't be another group of crazy girls like Ruby, right? Yu Ye's face showed an expression of great worry. It was as if the power of fire from the depths of Donwan's soul spread. A group of Eldar girls, led by Adalin, knelt on the ground devoutly and began to accept the transformation. Hungry, sick, painful, weak. Everything ends today. Flesh and blood are weak. Mechanical ascension. Welcome to the glorious evolution. After the light of the fire covered it. From the outside, the elf girls didn't seem to have changed much. It still looks like a carbon-based organism, but it is actually different. But their carbon-based calcium skeletons turned into battleship alloy keel skeletons. The heart was transformed into a fusion reactor to provide energy. Muscle fibrosis is made of high-strength alloy carbon fiber that takes into account both strength and flexibility. Blood vessels become channels for electromagnetic signals. The blood is transformed into nanomechanical substances that can repair body damage at any time. The brain has been transformed into a supercomputer constructed from silicon-based chips. But they are not cold machines, but silicon-based creatures with souls and wisdom. In fact, like all other tactical humanoid girls, they still have reproductive functions. Father God, Adeline's even more crystal clear and beautiful purple eyes were filled with fanatical and pious eyes as she looked at Donwan. Crack. There was a burst of electric arcs and flashes of light, and the rest of the psychic girls also awakened their psychic powers. The psychic girl template has been completed. The tactical humanoid girl STC template can produce a new race, the psychic girl race. Donwan listened to the system's prompts and nodded. Good. Father God, as an angel under your command, I have a request. Adeline looked at Donwan with a burning gaze. What? Donwan suddenly had a bad feeling. Please let me do it for you. Adeline's expression began to become like the one when Ruby first met Donwan. Perverted. Please let me bear a child for you. I know it, Ruby. Donwan immediately grabbed Ruby's ear as she tried to escape. What did you teach them? Oh, just a little bit. I only taught them a little bit. Donwan pulled Ruby's pink ears, and a guilt-free smile appeared on her face. Donwan was a little desperate. He was not one of those perverted players from Paradox. There was no way. Donwan could only pretend nothing happened and start counting his gains. The harvest was great. The previous space battle brought Donwan 6720 spiritual source income. This time, during the exploration of the ruins, a new subspace device was found, a technical data storage disk left over from the ruins. There are also 7 automatic mechanical cores and 2 automated battleship production line cores. The new warp device can break down into 15,000 psychic shield blocks. The automatic mechanical core can be used to expand the production capacity of the base, while the automated battleship production line core can be used to invest in the battleship production line in the base. In this way, the battleship production line in the base will have 2 more production slots and can build 3 battleships at the same time. What surprised Donwan even more was the technology analyzed from the storage disk of the relic's technical data. Curvature engine miniaturization technology. This is a complete set of technical information that does not require extra time to analyze and can be manufactured and used immediately. Donwan can use this technology to completely miniaturize the existing warships 10 times the speed of light curvature engine without sacrificing any performance, so that it can be fully installed on the missile and increase the missile's attack speed to 10 times the speed of light. Chapter 41 Battleship Production Line Expansion. Base capacity doubled. It can be said that Donwan's greatest gain from this trip is this curvature engine miniaturization technology. If this technology is used on missile weapons, then missile weapons will become Donwan's most advantageous means of attack at present. The attack speed of various light spears and laser weapons is only the speed of light. The military missiles currently in service in the Yada Empire, using their most advanced micro-curvature engines, can only travel at 10% of the speed of light. The thought of a missile traveling at 10 times the speed of light is terrifying. At least, there is no way for the Yada Empire's fleet to be intercepted. It's a pity that the inertia-free engine and the micro-warp engine cannot be equipped on the missile at the same time. Otherwise, a missile with a curvature engine running at 10 times the speed of light and no inertia maneuvering would be incredibly terrifying. Donwan thought to himself, Warp drive and inertia-free drive cannot be used at the same time. After all, the principle of the curvature engine is to distort the space behind, so that the pulling force of the space in front pulls the space where the battleship is located forward. In essence, the battleship is still standing still, and it is this space that is moving forward. In this case, the curvature engine is also equivalent to an inertia-free engine. After all, the battleship moves at warp speed and can move forward and stop instantly. But it is the space itself that has no inertia, not the battleship itself. The real inertia-free engine acts directly on the battleship. Wrapped in the curvature bubble generated by the curvature engine, the battleship has no maneuvering space for the inertia-free engine. The same principle applies to missiles. They return to the base with a lot of harvest and a new tactical humanoid, Psychic Girl Squad. Donwan immediately called Dongxiu and asked her to install the 2 automated battleship production line cores obtained from the ruins onto the battleship production line at the base. Jiuyao class STC automatic production template array can be used to produce all warships below the Jiuyao level. If you want to produce 8 extreme level battleships, please upgrade this automatic production template array to a higher level. Currently available for production: Fire Heavy Strike Cruiser, Black Rope Hell Heavy Firepower Destroyer, and Flamingo Light and Fast Firepower Assault Ship. Production slots: 3. After the successful installation of 2 automated battleship production line cores, the battleship production slots were expanded to 3. 3 battleships can be produced at the same time. Now, the base's daily output is 700,000 tons of standard battleship alloy. However, the base's large-scale integrated industrial production area produces insufficient amounts of silicon chips, electromagnetic components, and other products that can be used in various warships. Previously, the 7-day output of various integrated components produced by a large-scale integrated industrial production area was enough to meet the construction needs of 2 warships. But now, only 3 Black Rope Hell battleships can be produced every 7 days, and the output of the comprehensive industrial production area is not enough. This also requires the use of automated mechanical cores to expand production capacity. However, all we need to do is expand it into a large-scale comprehensive industrial park. As for the rest, Donwan plans to continue expanding the automated heavy metal mining, refining, and smelting furnace industrial zone. At the very least, it must be able to produce enough to satisfy the output of 3 production lines at the same time. Donwan prepared 1 production line to build the Fire Surge Heavy Strike Cruiser, and the other 2 to continue building the Black Rope Hell Heavy Firepower Destroyer. As long as the number of warships increases, one can imagine how terrifying the firepower of this fleet will be in the future. After all, judging from the combat power demonstrated by the current Black Rope Hell Heavy Firepower Destroyer, it is no problem for a destroyer or frigate-level ship to suppress hundreds of Yada Empire ships. Donwan opened the system mall, and the first thing that caught his eye was the technology tree on the left side of the mall page. On the technology tree, 2 spots of light extended forward from the branches of the Department of Physical Science and Technology. Donwan understood that the 2 extra light spots were the inertia-free engine technology and curvature engine miniaturization technology he had obtained. This progress will increase as you acquire new technologies, gradually unlocking higher system mall purchase permissions. At the bottom of the mall page on the right, it indicates the number of spiritual sources that Donwan currently has remaining: 6,970. If all of it were used to buy automated mechanical cores, you could buy 13. Adding to what he had gained from the space ruins this time, there were exactly 20 automated mechanical cores. There are currently 3 warship production lines, 1 for building the Fire Gang Heavy Strike Cruiser, and 2 for building the Black Rope Hell Heavy Firepower Destroyer. In 1 month, 1 Fire Gang Heavy Strike Cruiser and 8 Black Rope Hell Heavy Firepower Destroyers can be produced. To maintain these 3 battleship production lines, at least 40 million tons of standard battleship alloys must be produced each month. The current daily output is 700,000 tons. If the daily output is increased to 1.5 million tons, it will be enough to meet the current warship production line in a month. In this way, Donwan only needs to purchase 2 additional automated mechanical cores. 9 automated mechanical cores, 8 of which expand the production capacity of standard battleship alloys, and 1 to build a new large-scale integrated industrial production area. Donwan spent 1,000 spiritual source points without hesitation to buy 2 automated mechanical cores. He now has 5,970 spiritual sources left. Donwan was ready to see what he could buy in the System Mall. System Mall, Battleship Shooting Charts, and Weapon Information Section. 3 Pure Ones, 4 Imperial Emperors, 5 Elders, 6 Officials, 7 Elements, 8 Extremes, 9 luminaries, 10 capitals. Like the battleship design drawings, weapon technical data is also divided into these 8 levels. Don Juan can currently only purchase 9 lights, level weapon technology. He could actually buy Baji level 1s, but he was poor and couldn't afford it. He planned to see if there was any powerful missile-related technology he could buy that could be used in conjunction with the curvature engine miniaturization technology. Land plate shock bomb, a weapon designed specifically for ground attacks. When dropped onto a planet, it can destroy the geological structure within a certain range of the planet's land plates, causing a major earthquake. 500 spiritual sources. Super magnetic rail accelerator can accelerate large mass solid projectiles to 15% the speed of light. It is a super armor-piercing weapon, not recommended for use on planetary land. 500 spiritual source. Thunder Hammer orbital strike platform, an autonomous space-based laser platform. Once deployed into orbit around a planet, 3 Thunder Hammers are sufficient to cover an entire planet with a diameter of no more than 40,000 kilometers. They will engage a targeted strike, destroying all targets on the planet's surface and completely blockading it. 1,200 spirit sources. Oh my god, how come these are all weapons for the planet's surface? Don Juan complained. Chapter 42. Be more cautious during this period. Among the above-mentioned weapon technologies, Don Juan immediately saw the super magnetic rail accelerator cannon. The above description is that it can accelerate large mass solid projectiles to 15% of the speed of light, which is different from Don Juan's current Black Rope Hell battleship's main gun, the Pestle Reverse Type 1 Red-Black Particle Strike Macro Cannon. Although the Red-Black Particle Strike Macro Cannon can accelerate a group of molten particles to 20% of the speed of light, strictly speaking, what is fired is not a large mass solid projectile. The molten particle clusters fired by the Red-Black Particle Attack Macro Cannon do not have armor-piercing capabilities and still rely on high-energy particles that penetrate enemy warships to completely melt the target. Once it hits the enemy, the high energy generated by the impact will completely cover and melt a warship of insufficient size. The solid projectiles fired by this super rail accelerator cannon are completely armor-piercing weapons. A variety of high-powered weapons appeared on the mall page. Although they were powerful, they were not what Don Juan needed now. Scrolling down the mall page, Don Juan finally saw what he wanted. Missile Warhead Technology, Rahu Hydrogen Bomb, 50 Spirit Source. Introduction. This technology needs no further introduction. It is a supercharged version of the original hydrogen bomb, with a vacuum range of 10,000 kilometers. If deployed into a planet's atmosphere, please use caution. Missile Warhead Technology, Microwave Pulse, 50 Spirit Source. Introduction. This non-lethal missile warhead technology, upon launch, explodes, and the microwave pulse it spreads will destroy all electronic equipment within a 10,000-kilometer radius, paralyzing enemy warships. Missile Warhead Technology, Infrasound, 50 Spirit Source. Introduction. Infrasonic technology specifically designed to kill enemy personnel requires a non-vacuum environment for transmission. Upon missile warhead detonation, the resulting infrasonic shockwave will penetrate all bunkers and kill all living creatures within 1,000 kilometers, even if the enemy is deep underground. This weapon is not recommended for strikes within a planet's atmosphere. Missile Warhead Technology, High-Energy Laser Cutting, 50 Spirit Source. Description. Specifically targeting warships with composite, multi-layered armor structures, the high-energy laser generated upon impact will directly cut through an entire layer of armor on an enemy warship. If the enemy warship is less than 50 meters wide, it will be directly cut off. Missile Warhead Technology, Chaos Contamination Corn, 1000 Spirit Source. Description. This is a special psychic missile. Upon impact with an enemy warship or planet, it will spread the thought pollution of the chaos god, Korn, over a large area. The entire crew of the enemy warship will undergo physical distortion and transform into chaos eggs, slaughtering each other. Please note that if used carelessly, the consequences of this missile may spread throughout the entire galaxy, even spreading outward to the entire Milky Way. Missile Warhead Technology, Chaos Pollution Nurgle, 1000 Spirit Source. Description. This is a special psychic missile. Upon impact with an enemy ship or planet, it will spread the blessing of Nurgle the Father over a large area, creating a special plague that will exterminate all personnel on the enemy ship or planet. Please note that if used carelessly, the consequences of this missile may spread to the entire galaxy, or even spread outward to the entire Milky Way. When Don Juan saw the last few items, he fell silent. What the hell are those 2 items? Can't we have some normal stuff? Alright, normal stuff is still there. There are only a few types of missiles, and there is no way to do anything special with them. The most powerful, normal missile is the hydrogen bomb. That's right, hydrogen bombs are something that even the old Earth can manufacture. Theoretically, there is no upper limit to the power of a hydrogen bomb. As long as you have enough skills, you can stack them infinitely. After seeing so much, Donwan decided to be honest and not play tricks anymore. All 4 technologies, including the Rahu hydrogen bomb, microwave pulse, infrasound, and high-energy laser cutting, were purchased. It only cost 200 spiritual sources. Why don't we see any missiles with antimatter warheads? Donwan thought about it for a while and suddenly realized that antimatter technology should not be included in the category of missile technology. Thinking of this, Donwan immediately began to check other technology pages and finally found this type of technology in the level list of Baji. Antimatter manufacturing and rapid storage technology, primary 50,000 spiritual sources. Introduction. This technology can produce large amounts of antimatter and store it for use to a certain extent. However, please be careful. This technology cannot store antimatter year-round. Use it as soon as possible after production. If there is any big bomb that can alleviate the fear of insufficient firepower to a certain extent, it is undoubtedly the antimatter bomb. But unfortunately, Donwan can only buy technology below the level of Baji now. Although he can produce a large amount of antimatter to a certain extent, he cannot store it stably for many years. If antimatter can be stored stably all year round, and the energy generated by the annihilation of matter and antimatter can be utilized, the battleship's energy reactor can directly transition from fusion energy to antimatter energy. After closing the mall page, Donwan currently has 5,770 spiritual sources left. Save it first. As for purchasing new battleship blueprints, Donwan doesn't really need them at the moment. At present, the fleet composed of the Fire Stove Heavy Strike Cruiser and the Black Robe Hell Heavy Fire Destroyer is enough for Donwan to use. The remaining 5,770 spiritual sources can buy 1 or 2 small frigates of the 10 cities level. But there is no need for that, as the base only has 3 production lines. Instead of allocating production to purchase and manufacture new warships, it is better to expand the scale of existing warships. It's best to be safe. For the next period of time, Donwan planned to be more cautious. Find some small ruins to explore and wait until your fleet grows in size. On the way to contact the 2 planets in the comfort zone at the center of this galaxy. The 2 planets in the central comfort zone of the 117 galaxy are attractive enough. However, Donwan had seen it in video clips posted by other interstellar pioneers on the Star Domain network. There are 2 planets located in the central comfort zone. One of the planets is too close to the star. There is nothing on it. It is a completely dead planet. There was indeed nothing, because none of the coordinates that Donwan obtained from the subspace device pointed to the dead planet. The other planet appears to be a life planet, but it has a large planetary energy shield system that is still in operation and surrounds the entire planet, as well as some ancient remnant defense mechanisms. Anyone who gets close will die. The defensive capabilities are so strong that it is outrageous. Donwan also saw the almost desperate number of inertia-free engine mechanical guards in some video clips leaked on the Starfield network. So during this period, Donwan decided to increase the size of his fleet first, and occasionally go out to explore some small, hidden ruins whose coordinates he already had. At the very least, we need to obtain more subspace devices and split out more psychic cubes. Because Donwan just learned that if he wants to expand the new Psychic Girl army, he will need to use psychic cubes. Chapter 43 Tauran Interstellar Society. The 4 Great Interstellar Forces. In the frontier galaxy of the Yada Empire, at the stargate of the ruined Starfield. Spaceport. At this moment, the frontier galaxy spaceport can basically be said to be overcrowded with ships. Fleets from various large and medium-sized civilian organizations in the Yada Empire Starfield have filled this spaceport that can accommodate tens of thousands of interstellar spacecraft. In fact, there are many more. Fleets organized by civil organizations and companies within the territory of the Yada Empire are also on their way, but they are too far away and have not arrived yet. Not to mention that people from other interstellar civilizations in the Tauran Interstellar Society are also on their way. The people at the Yada Empire Border Galaxy Management Office had to send more personnel and border patrol fleets to manage the area. In Spaceport Aisle 114514, a staff member from the Yada Border System Administration looked out the window at the interstellar spacecraft that formed a long line, one after another, and exclaimed, "What a spectacular sight." After all, the Stargate is just an equilateral triangle with a side width of 600 kilometers. Management regulations require that each interstellar spacecraft maintain a safe distance of at least 100 kilometers. In fact, this distance is no longer a so-called safe distance. The standard safe distance is that each interstellar spacecraft is 1,000 kilometers apart. But there's no way. There are so many interstellar spacecraft from various non-governmental organizations coming here. This spaceport, which is closest to the Stargate, is no longer able to accommodate more people. Although space is vast, everything must follow the prescribed routes of the Yada Empire's patrol warships, and no one is allowed to trespass. The two massive stars at the center of the frontier galaxy maintain their orbits, which have been running for billions of years, and operate in equilibrium. The huge star emits terrifying heat all the time, illuminating everything around it. The gravitational balance point between stars is the standard space jump node exit stipulated by the Yada Empire. After a flash of light, a huge interstellar fleet with more than 700 warships of various types appeared in space. On the bridge of the largest interstellar carrier in the fleet, over 5 kilometers long, Director Letters breathed a sigh of relief. We're finally here. Immediately afterwards, the space scene ahead appeared in front of him, making Letters almost gasp. How come there are so many fleets? They all want to go through the Stargate. At the Stargate ahead, the surrounding spaceport parking area is almost full of interstellar spacecraft. Under such circumstances, the management of the Yada Empire is implemented more strictly. After all, every one of these interstellar spaceships is armed. Once chaos breaks out, the consequences will be unimaginable. If later fleets want to dock, they can only fly farther and dock in other legal anchorage areas planned by the Yada Empire within this galaxy. Hiss! Letters sucked in a breath of cold air. He had never expected that after a month of fermentation, the news that a warship left behind by an ancient civilization was suspected to have appeared in the 117 Ruins galaxy would have such a huge impact. At present, there are at least tens of thousands of interstellar spaceships that want to pass through the Frontier Stargate and go to the Ruins star field for exploration. This is an unprecedented event. In the Frontier Galaxy, there is a spaceport city. In the huge spaceport, there stands a city. At the very core of this city, there is a tower-like building several kilometers high. At the top of the tower, there is a room that exudes splendor and luxury. In front of the huge floor-to-ceiling windows in the room, for interstellar intelligent creatures with different appearances were sitting around a semicircular table. This is the best viewpoint in the spaceport city in the Frontier Galaxy of the Yada Empire. Standing in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, you can see everything happening at the Stargate with just a tap of your finger. Extremely detailed. These four creatures with different appearances obviously belong to different interstellar intelligent races. One of them was from Yada. The face is covered with scales, a typical lizard-like appearance. He looked out the huge floor-to-ceiling window at the magnificent scene at the Stargate and laughed heartily. Ha ha ha. Most of these spaceships passing through the Stargate are from civilian organizations of our Yada Empire. At least I haven't seen any spaceships belonging to your civilization yet. Everyone, I'm sorry. It looks like the 117th Ruins galaxy will once again belong to our Yada Empire. Commander Pharos, don't be too happy too soon. A creature with a black, crow-like bird head sneered. You know how dangerous the relic planet in the 117 Relic Galaxy is. Are you relying on the fleets of these civilian organizations? Snort. It's not that I look down on them, but this time, I think we'll still need the regular army of several civilized people to deal with it. It is obvious that these interstellar intelligent races are the top leaders of several major interstellar civilizations in the Tauran Interstellar Society. Commander Pharos represents the Yada Empire, which has a population of over 4 trillion. The bird-headed man represents another interstellar civilization in the Tauran Interstellar Society, which is no less large than the Yada Empire, the Ifrit Interstellar Federation. As for the other two creatures from interstellar intelligent races, one was huge, at least 4 meters tall. It has a disc-like waist, 3 hooves standing firmly in 3 directions below, 6 hands on the upper body, and a triangular mantis-like head. Among the 6 hands, the top 2 are the longest, at 4 meters long, and are the segmented main hands. The middle 2 hands are the shortest, curled up in front of the chest, and the last 2 hands are of medium length and are secondary hands. This is a senior official from the giant mantis capital United Civilization within the Tauran Interstellar Society. He looks like the most violent person, but actually beneath this huge, violent appearance lies a dirty capitalist heart. The last interstellar creature was quite ordinary, about 1.8 meters tall, covered in a layer of alloy armor. It looked like a robot, but also like a high-tech, medieval knight. But in fact, inside this high-tech armored knight who is about 1.8 meters tall, there is a small humanoid creature that is less than 20 centimeters long. This is the real body. There is also another interstellar civilization in the Tauran Interstellar Society that is no less large than the Yada Empire, the Jinran Interstellar Empire. The Yada Empire, the Ifri Interstellar Federation, the Giant Mantis Capital United Civilization, and the Jinran Interstellar Empire are the four largest interstellar civilizations in the Tauran Interstellar Society, except for the Sovereign Tauran Empire. Under the witness of the Sovereign Tauran Empire, the four interstellar civilizations reached a contract on the relic star field. That is, during the initial stages of the ruined star field's opening, the regular armies of the four major interstellar civilizations were barred from intervening, leaving exploration to civilian organizations. The regular armies of other interstellar civilizations would also take time to arrive. If the civilian organizations can't handle it, the regular armies of the four major interstellar civilizations will take action. This was the reason why the regular fleet of the Yada Empire did not take action in the early stage of the opening of the ruined star field, rather than Don Juan's previous speculation that they wanted to use civilian organizations as cannon fodder. Of course, this possibility cannot be ruled out. In addition to the Tauran Interstellar Society, there are other interstellar societies, but those are too far away. Chapter 44, Fleet Takes Shape. Application of Inertia-Free Engine. Under the witness of the Sovereign Tauran Empire, the four interstellar forces reached an agreement, and the ruined star field can only be jointly developed by the four parties in the end. Regular interstellar fleets of either party are not allowed to enter in advance. However, before the regular interstellar fleets from the four parties enter, the fleets of civilian organizations can enter. The Yada Empire is doing something in this regard. After all, the Stargate of the ruined star field is in the frontier star field of the Yada Empire, and the Yada Empire has a huge home advantage. Before the fleets of the other three interstellar civilizations arrive, the Yada Empire will secretly fund the civilian fleets, allowing them to develop as much of the relic star field as possible before the fleets of the other three interstellar forces arrive. Afterwards, the things obtained from the ruined star field will be purchased by the Yada Empire military. But this purchase price is often inconsistent with the high-value items obtained. According to the Yada Empire military, we have previously funded you with warships, and those warships can offset the price. Despite this, many civil organizations still regard this as the best opportunity to contact the military and build connections, so they come in an endless stream. Therefore, many civil organizations are not seeking the high-value items in the ruined star field, but to establish good relations with the military. Of course, there are also some large-scale civil organizations that simply want things developed in the ruined star field. Everyone, since we have nothing to do anyway, let's watch a live broadcast together. Let's all pay attention to the situation in the 117th star system in the ruined star region. Commander Pharaoh smiled and looked at the top leaders of the other three interstellar civilizations. Haha, what's so interesting? Watch how your Yada Empire's civilian fleet was destroyed in the galaxy by the protection left by the ruins. The bird-headed high-ranking officials of the Ifri Interstellar Federation sneered. I admit that every time a relic star system is opened, the fleets of these civilian organizations will suffer considerable casualties, but these casualties are necessary. Pharaoh waved his hand and said, You don't have to mock me with those necessary casualties. On this point, I agree with Pharaoh. That's right. As long as we can gain sufficient benefits, no matter how many casualties there are, it is necessary, as long as the benefits are great enough. A senior executive of Giant Mantis Capital extended his narrow, arthropod-like arms that could reach the ground, elegantly grabbed a cup of special black tea on the table in front of him, and slowly savored it. With a wave of his hand, the huge floor-to-ceiling window in front of everyone changed color and turned into a screen. What is still displayed is a space scene. But it is obvious that this space scene is no longer a frontier galaxy and Stargate, but it is the 117th galaxy of the relic star field behind the Stargate. A huge red giant is burning fiercely in the center of the entire galaxy. Obviously, its life is coming to an end. The live broadcast they watched was still provided by Star News. As the largest media company in the Yada Empire, Interstellar News dispatched a large number of live broadcast ships into the ruined star field early on. A large number of interstellar spaceships passed through the Stargate and entered the 117 galaxies. At this moment, Don Juan also learned the news. After all, he is still connected to the Star Network and is always paying attention to the developments in the outside world. Now Don Juan's base has undergone tremendous changes after a month of development. During this month, Don Juan explored the ruins of several small spaceport cities. Because of the new Psychic Girls Army, Donwan can explore the spaceport city ruins more easily. 4 new subspace devices and 27 automatic mechanical cores were acquired. There are also 12,000 inertia-free engine mechanical guards. As for technical information, it is a pity that Donwan did not obtain any new technical information. Those space ruins were even more dilapidated. If it weren't for the subspace devices left in the space ruins, Donwan wouldn't even be able to obtain a complete automatic mechanical core. All these automatic mechanical cores were used by Donwan to open branch mines. At present, in just 1 month, the dwarf planet with a diameter of 1,400 kilometers where the Donwan base is located has basically been covered with large-scale automated heavy metal mining, refining, and smelting furnace industrial zones established by Donwan. It can be said that the dwarf planet is covered with mining pits and mineral veins everywhere. Fortunately, after this kind of planet shattered, the dwarf planet formed again is extremely rich in minerals. Although it is hard and difficult to mine, it is not a problem. Now the daily production of standard battleship alloy at Donwan base has increased to 4.2 million tons. The appearance of the base has also changed a lot. The number of buildings increased, almost filling the entire crater. In fact, Donwan originally wanted to cover the entire surface of the 4-kilometer diameter crater with a 3-meter thick layer of alloy armor. The standard warship alloy produced by Donwan base is now much stronger than steel and weighs only 30% of steel. However, after further calculations, even this shit would weigh nearly 100 billion tons of alloy. We can only talk about this later. As for the population, after a month of development, new tactical humanoid girls continue to emerge from the STC production line. The total population of Donwan base has exceeded 450,000. Among them are 20,000 psychic girl troops, 40,000 technical humanoids, 100,000 engineering humanoids. The remaining 290,000 are all combat dolls used in military operations. Most of them are assigned to the fleet. And what comes next is the highlight. After a month of waiting, a Huayan heavy strike cruiser with a length of 7,700 meters, a width of 1,200 meters, a height of 980 meters, and a conventional weight of more than 24 million tons was finally completed. Standard crew, 98,000 people. And this brand new fire, heavy strike cruiser became Donwan's flagship. There are also 8 new Black Robe Hell heavy firepower destroyers, plus the one that already existed. Now Donwan finally has a fleet consisting of 10 main battleships under his command. The fleet consisting of these 10 main battleships has a total crew of 350,000. Among these 350,000 people, there are 35,000 technical humanoids, 70,000 engineering humanoids, and 227,000 military combat humanoids, divided into 227 battle groups in total and 18,000 psychic girls corps. The inertia-free engine technology and 10 times the speed of light, curvature engine missiles have also been fully applied. All 10 warships are equipped with high-powered inertia-free engines. This is a huge improvement in the warship's evasive performance. Imagine you see a giant warship that is nearly 8 kilometers long. What is your reaction? The first reaction is that the firepower of this battleship must be powerful, and the second reaction is that with such a large tonnage, it must be bulky. However, after being equipped with an inertia-free engine, such a giant ship with a length of nearly 8 kilometers can perform various evasive maneuvers in space that will blind you and are comparable to those of a small fighter jet. How terrifying would this be? Chapter 45. 108 Yadas organize a joint fleet. Dome attack. After technical analysis, Donwan also understood that the inertia-free engine technology he possessed was only a primary inertia-free engine. This most basic state of inertia-free engine consumes a lot of energy and cannot run for a long time. It can only allow warships to perform inertia-free evasive maneuvers and cannot use this inertia-free engine for long-distance interstellar travel. Theoretically, advanced inertia-free engines can operate for a long time and avoid the limitations of relativity, allowing the spacecraft itself to travel at superluminal speeds. This speed has no upper limit and can cover the entire galaxy in an instant. Obviously, the advanced inertia-free engine described in the technical data is currently beyond Donwan's reach. But even so, it is only in the initial stage, and being able to enable the warship to perform inertia-free maneuvering and evasion is already very powerful. As for the battleship's defense, in addition to its own attached structural armor, there is also a psychic shield system composed of psychic blocks. The Fire Heavy Strike Cruiser is nearly 8 kilometers long and requires a psychic shield system composed of 1,000 psychic blocks stacked on top of each other for protection. The Black Robe Hell Heavy Firepower Destroyer requires much fewer psychic blocks, and at least only 100 psychic blocks are enough. The existing 20,000 psychic girls consumed 20,000 psychic cubes of Don Juan. Adding the 1,900 needed for the battleship, Don Juan still has 68,100 psychic cubes. 10,000 of these psychic cubes were left in the base by Don Juan, forming a psychic shield to protect the entire base. There are also 100 psychic cubes in the Zhu Tianqing Yun personal shield system installed on the back of Don Juan's power armor. Yes, the level of Don Juan's personal shield system is the same as the shield protection level of the battleship. The remaining 58,000 psychic cubes were made into 58,000 sets of light-phase psychic shield devices, which were equipped to some combat humanoids. When it comes to carrying out the personnel attack mission, these 58,000 combat humanoids will be Don Juan's sharpest knife. The base's battleship production line is a huge underground space. At this moment, in this newly developed huge underground space that is hundreds of kilometers long and wide, 10 huge warships are parked intact. The largest of them is the Huayin Heavy Strike Cruiser, which is 7,700 meters long, 1,200 meters wide, 980 meters high, and weighs more than 24 million tons. The other 9 ships are Black Rope Hell heavy firepower destroyers with exactly the same appearance and height, 2,200 meters long, 300 meters wide, 320 meters high, and weighing more than 2 million tons. The height of each battleship exceeds that of a skyscraper from the old Earth era. The distance between each warship is more than 3 kilometers. Next to each Black Rope Hell battleship, there are 28,000 man-square formations composed of tactical humanoid girls. At a glance, there are rows and rows of things, all neatly arranged. Next to the largest Huayin battleship, there was a 1,000-man square formation consisting of 98 tactical humanoids. There is also a tower that is more than 1 kilometer high. At the top of this tower, Don Juan, covered in black full-coverage power armor, stands here, looking at everything at a glance. The height of the man and the armor is 2.3 meters. This full-coverage power armor specially customized for Don Juan has enough traditional Chinese armor elements. From head to toe, there are traditional armor parts, a red tassel design floating on the top of the helmet, phoenix wings decorations on both sides of the face, and a pair of mechanical electronic eyes flashing red light on the tightly fitted visor. The neck is pierced, the armor is sharp, the shoulder armor is swallowed by the beast, the shoulder armor is covered, the arm armor is armored, the thorax armor is swallowed. The armor plates are connected, gorgeous, and solemn. The perfect combination of tradition and high technology. The red tassel on the top of the power armor helmet fluttered slowly, and the red cloak swallowed by the beast on the shoulder was behind him. The celebration cloud of all heaven's psychic shield system was behind him, like a red sun hanging in the sky, surrounded by clouds and mist, and bursts of dazzling light were spreading to the surroundings along with the light of the red sun. Don Juan scanned everything in front of him through the mechanical electronic eyes of his visor. 10 battleships as tall as skyscrapers were lined up, and between each battleship stood neat phalanxes of tactical humanoid soldiers, totaling 350,000 people. In just 1 month, he has developed to this level. Don Juan knew it was time. Although the fleet only has 10 warships. However, this is enough for him to completely block the Stargate and the entire galaxy. Don Juan bought a weapon specifically used to block areas from the system mall. Thor's Hammer space-based platform. 3 Thor's Hammer space-based platforms are enough to blockade an entire planet with a diameter of no more than 40,000 kilometers. It is more than enough to block a Stargate with a side length of 600 kilometers and an equilateral triangle shape. Don Juan wants to completely occupy this galaxy and continue to accumulate strength without being disturbed. When the power becomes greater, Don Juan took a deep breath and whispered 2 words, Earth. Traveling to this interstellar era, the Earth is more than just a system task for Don Juan. It's also my own obsession. The beautiful mountains and rivers that once existed on the Earth still echo in Don Juan's mind. One day, he will personally take back the Earth from the hands of aliens. Latest report from Interstellar Oddities. Mr. Lettuce, CEO of the Jesun Company, calls on all major interstellar exploration forces within the 117th galaxy to form a joint organization and jointly attack the largest relic planet in the 117th galaxy, codenamed Songqiongxing. The following is the statement of Mr. Lettuce's executive officer. My fellow Yada people, the fleets of 3 other interstellar civilizations of the same level as ours are now en route to the Turin Interstellar Society. Due to the agreement, the Empire was forced to reach under the witness of the Turin Empire, The Empire's regular military fleet cannot enter the relic system until the fleets of other interstellar civilizations arrive. But we have to let them know that the Stargate was discovered by our Yada Empire. It was discovered by us, the Yada people. We should unite and capture the largest relic planet before they arrive. There are now 108 Yada civil companies and organizations registered. We are numerous and powerful. Join us. Join our dome attack. The Empire will be proud of us. Don Juan was also listening to the news report. He raised his eyebrows slightly. Dome attack? Fleets from 108 Yada Empire civilian companies joined? Sounds lively. If Don Juan wants to occupy the 117th galaxy, he must take action. Shiwei, Dongxiu, stay at the base. Ruby, you should stay too. Moonlight, Adeline, order the entire First Legion and psionic forces to board the ship. Don Juan gave the order directly. Chapter 46, Don Juan? Just a minor character, not worth mentioning. Don't worry. Supreme, I will manage the battleship production line well. Dongxiu patted his small chest and said, it looks like it's going to be really lively this time, Supreme. I want to go too. When Ruby heard that she was going to stay, she became reluctant. Her screaming voice in the research laboratory at the center of the base reached Don Juan's ears through the communication. Ruby, you must stay and continue to lead the research on the subspace device. We must master the technology to manufacture psychic shields independently. Your psychic power is the strongest. I need your assistance. It is most likely that we will be able to quickly research the relevant technology. Shiwei's cold, unchanging voice rang out. Yes, Shiwei is right. Don Juan nodded slightly and said. Yu Yi breathed a sigh of relief, finally not having to bring Ruby along. Every time Yu Yi saw Ruby shamelessly and intimately surrounding Don Juan, she felt suffocated and a little sour in her heart. Of course, Yu Yi attributed this to the fact that she and Ruby had completely incompatible personalities, but this reason did not seem convincing. Even she herself didn't quite believe this simple reason. Ruby was eventually left in the base. Lettuce was in a very good mood. He is now completely different from before. Although he was very powerful in the past, he was just the CEO of a large company. Through a series of previous matchmaking and beneficial exchanges with the Imperial military, he is now the commander-in-chief of the 117-star system combined fleet appointed by the Empire, commanding the entire civilian joint fleet. The joint fleet, composed of 108 civilian organizations of the Yada Empire, is extremely large. Among them, there are as many as 4,000 genuine military-grade warships of various models. There are also more than 6,000 various civilian-modified armed spacecraft. Such a huge number is a combat force that cannot be underestimated. Altogether, there are tens of thousands of warships, all under his command. For a moment, Lettuce's heart expanded infinitely. He stood in the bridge of an interstellar mothership that was more than 5 kilometers long, looking at the emerald green planet 10 million kilometers away, commanding tens of thousands of warships. How high-spirited. This emerald green planet is the only one among the 117 star systems that has large ruins of ancient civilization. The entire planet, with a diameter of 14,000 kilometers, was named Dome Star by Lettuce. After many previous explorations, the entire surface of the planet was covered and protected by an unknown shield force. There are still a certain number of automatic defense platforms operating in the outer space orbit of the planet. And between these automatic defense platforms, there are a large number of mechanical guards. This kind of mechanical guard has extremely terrifying mobility, and it is basically impossible to destroy it. But Lettuce has found a breakthrough. The unknown energy shield covering the surface of this planet has a hole. It was discovered by a previous individual interstellar pioneer who was being chased by mechanical guards and was on the road, right in the equatorial zone of Dome Star. The unknown energy shield here is weaker than anywhere else. This is normal. The shield system of this planet has been running for who knows how many years. If there is really no loophole at all, that's the real horror. Let us firmly believe that as long as they had enough firepower and focused their fire on the shield near the equator of Dome Star, they would be able to break it. The plan is that the entire combined fleet will be divided into 3 groups. The first batch was the largest in number, with a total of 6,000 armed spacecraft. These armed spacecraft will attract the attention of the mechanical guards and the planet's outer orbital defense platforms to prevent them from disturbing the main fleet. The second batch was the main fleet, composed of various large warships, which poured firepower towards the energy shield in the equatorial zone of Dome Star. Once a hole is blasted in the shield, the third fleet, composed entirely of fast and maneuverable warships, will rush forward directly. Forced orbital landing. After a large number of troops landed on the planet, they search for the center of the ruins and then shut down the planet's defense system. Let the main fleet arrive completely. Then, this planet belongs to Halidas. No, it belongs to the Yada Empire. On a planet like this, even if most of the relics left on it are damaged, there must be a lot of technological data and creations of ancient civilizations left behind under the huge base. And it wouldn't be too much for Letas to secretly pocket some of the money, right? Letas was already immersed in the imagination of that wonderful future. At this moment, the entire joint fleet has arrived, maintaining an absolute safe distance of 10 million kilometers from the dome. More than 10,000 warships are spread across the universe. Each warship is separated by a safe distance of 1,000 kilometers. From a distance, densely packed interstellar battleships spread across the entire space outside the planet, and the battle line is extremely broad. Tens of thousands of warships and tens of millions of personnel of all types are ready to go, waiting for orders. Letas took a deep breath and enjoyed the feeling very much. However, at this moment, he suddenly thought of the enemy who killed his son, Don Juan. Why did I suddenly think of this little person at this time? A small figure like Don Juan must have died somewhere in the space of this galaxy. Or maybe he escaped from the relic galaxy in a panic ahead of time. If he is already dead, that would be fine, but if he is still alive, after this operation is over, Letas will not be stingy with his power and resources to find Don Juan and kill him. After all, one of his sons was killed by Don Juan. But I think that even if such a small character is alive, he should be struggling to survive. Sad. Letas had never taken Don Juan seriously before, and it was even more so now. Soon, Letas put it out of his mind. Before the dome attack begins, Letas has to contact the top leaders of the Yada Empire. Commander of the Yada Empire Navy Fleet, Pharos. Letas met him through the introduction of an Imperial general. At this moment, Pharos was still in the high tower of the spaceport city in the Frontier Stargate system of the Yada Empire, outside the ruined star field. The live broadcast footage from the dome star front was being played in front of Pharos and the top leaders of 3 other interstellar forces. Everyone, please don't be scared later. Our Yada Empire has outstanding talents and is united. Even if some of the civilian organizations unite, we can still have a military force of this scale. There was full confidence on Pharos' face, even to the point of arrogance. He raised his chin and glanced at the top leaders of the other 3 interstellar civilizations. The Yada Empire, the Ifri Interstellar Federation, the Giant Mantis Capital Alliance, and the Jinran Interstellar Empire. Although they are all members of the Tauran Interstellar Society, they are also neighbors. But from ancient times to the present, the relationship between them has never been good, with the expansion of galaxies and the constant armed conflicts among the people. After the Stargate in the ruined star field was discovered, the relationship became even more strained. Facing the provocation of Pharos, the other 3 had no expression on their faces, and no one knew what they were thinking. Chapter 47, Yada Empire, A Promising Future. When faced with provocation, the best way is to ignore the provocateur. When Commander Pharos saw the 3 people who had no reaction, he felt embarrassed and curled his lips in a disdainful smile. He knew that no matter how expressionless these 3 people were, they must be feeling anxious. After all, if the only large relic planet in the 117 galaxies was conquered by the civilian organizations of the Yada Empire, then even if their subsequent regular army fleets came in larger numbers, they would have no chance. The Yada Empire paid a huge price to make these civil organizations willingly participate in the dome attack. The agreement on the development of the ruined star region not only constrains the Yada Empire, but also the other 3 interstellar forces. There was an expression of great pride on Pharos' face. He seemed to have seen the scene of the relic planet being conquered by the Yada Empire's civilian joint fleet. For such a large planet, there must be a lot of intact relics and data left there. Maybe they can even find a complete warship production line of an ancient civilization? If they could find a complete STC standard production template for ancient civilization warships, their Yada Empire would have the ability to break away from the Tauran Interstellar Society and dominate a huge interstellar society alone in the starry sky. It is not impossible to become a suzerain state like the Tauran Empire. Imagine a star field spanning tens of thousands of light years, with hundreds of trillions of interstellar intelligent creatures, all ruled by the Yada Empire. How wonderful would it be to no longer have the constraints of a suzerain nation above us? The Yada Empire has a promising future. When he thought of this scene, Pharos could no longer suppress his smile. The corners of his mouth kept a slight upward arc as he looked at the live broadcast screen displayed on the huge floor-to-ceiling window in front of him. Let's get started. Dome attack, begin. Dome star. In the space, densely packed space battleships are arranged in a majestic manner. All the warships entered their designated positions as planned. always ready to take action. The first fleet, a decoy fleet consisting of 6,000 armed spacecraft, began to move. Countless narrow-tail engine flames dragged across the space like a rainstorm. At the same time, the other two fleets were also taking action simultaneously. The entire dome star, with a diameter of 14,000 kilometers, is wrapped in an energy shield. The planet's defense mechanism seems to know that the energy shield is weakest at the planet's equator. Therefore, a large outer space orbital defense space station is blocked here. This may also be the only space-based platform defense station that is still operational. The combined fleet is 10 million kilometers away from Dome Star. 5 million kilometers. 2 million kilometers. 1 million kilometers. 500,000 kilometers. When 6,000 armed spaceships used as bait approached the Dome Star within 500,000 kilometers, the space station in the outer orbit of the emerald green planet took action. Dense swarms of mechanical guards flew out from it, sometimes combining together to form extremely dense swarms in space, and sometimes dispersing like meteors dancing around. The maneuvering speed is so fast that it seems that the formation can be transformed from dense to dispersed in an instant. Crimson energy beams shot out from these mechanical guards, hitting the fleet array consisting of 6,000 armed spacecraft like a torrential rain. Following these mechanical guards, the various large base station weapons on the ancient civilization's orbital defense space stations that were still in operation also began to attack. Terrifying sublight speed particle beams, curvature engine missiles with speeds exceeding twice the speed of light, split high-power hydrogen warheads, and space-based platform supermagnetic rail accelerator cannons. In an instant, ruthless and terrifying firepower poured out. The dense firepower network spread beyond the equator of Dome Star, within a space range of 500,000 kilometers. These 6,000 small armed spacecraft were instantly hit head-on. For a moment, the light produced by the spacecraft explosion also added countless colors to the space. These thousands of small armed spaceships were in chaos, flying around randomly in the space, avoiding various attacks. Requesting support. Requesting support. The defensive firepower of this planet is simply too strong. Request support from the main fleet. We can't hold on any longer. For a time, various communication channels were flooded with messages for help. The attacks of various high-powered weapons launched by space-based weapon platforms outside the planet will not only hit the target completely, but also these small spacecraft will be hit by a touch. That would be the instant the ship is destroyed and everyone on board is killed. How many casualties have the decoy fleet suffered? Casualties have exceeded 10%. What? We've only just made contact, and the casualties are already over 10%. Upon hearing the answers from his subordinates, Letters could no longer hold back. This is too fast. If this continues, the bait fleet will completely collapse. It is just a fully operational space-based platform defense station, but it has such terrifying firepower. How terrifying would the defensive firepower of this planet be when it was intact and at its peak in ancient times? Order the decoy fleet ahead to act according to plan. Move quickly. Draw away the planet's defensive firepower. Quick. Accelerate the attack on the planet's equatorial defense shield. All capital ships equipped with large rail accelerator cannons fire at full force. The fast mobile fleet is on standby, ready for action at any time. Under Lettuce's command, a large number of decoy fleets began to move towards the left side of the fleet, hoping to draw out the firepower of the Dome Star space-based platform and a large number of mechanical guards. After who knows how many years, the outer space-based platform defense station and the mechanical guards defending Dome Star have all become somewhat rigid, and a large number of armed spacecraft are moving to the side of the planet. They actually shifted their firepower. Now, the equatorial region of the Dome Star behind them is exposed. Good opportunity. All battleships equipped with large rail accelerators fire at full force. Bombard the holes in the enemy's firepower network. When the loopholes in the firepower network were exposed, the main fleet that had been behind the bait fleet began to show its power. The rail accelerator guns installed on the bows of large warships are charging. The massive solid projectile is constantly accelerating within the bow magnetic track. Boom! The bow of a battleship vibrated slightly, and the sound was transmitted through the solid body to the interior of the battleship, making a sound. A massive solid projectile shot out of the barrel at a speed of 1% of the speed of light, continuously crossing the universe and madly bombarding the exposed equatorial energy shield of the Dome Star. The kinetic energy of such a massive projectile, upon impact, would explode with over 1 billion tons of TNT. This is equivalent to approximately 77,000 little boy atomic bombs from the old Earth era. Zooming out, we can see that there are hundreds or even thousands of large-mass solid projectiles similar to this one. Like meteors, they bombarded the dome star's energy shield in clusters. Wow, it's quite spectacular. A fleet of 10 large warships was hidden in the dark space in the distance. Donwan looked at the battle scene from afar and sighed. Chapter 48, Dome Star's Shield Shattered. Donwan takes action. Donwan had already arrived with his fleet. But after I came here, I just kept watching the show. The timing is not right for him at this stage, so let the Yada Empire's civilian joint fleet go first. It's not his time to appear yet. Nearly 1,000 massive solid projectiles violently bombarded the dome star's equatorial energy shield at 1% of the speed of light. This is the weak point of the energy shield covering the entire dome star. The main fleet waited until it was closer to the dome star before opening fire. The distance is less than 500,000 kilometers, and these massive solid projectiles accelerated by magnetic rails can cross it at 1% of the speed of light in less than 3 minutes. But these 3 minutes are also the life and death time of the bait fleet. Just one large space-based platform defense station outside the dome star and an unknown number of mechanical guards are able to suppress the thousands of armed spacecraft used as bait. Let us knew that success or failure depended on this one move. After launching a round of magnetic rail acceleration shells, the main fleet was not idle either. It continued to launch various types of microcurvature engines, missiles with speeds exceeding 5% of the speed of light, and various light-speed attack energy weapons to bombard the planet's equatorial energy shield. Dense, red, and blue energy beams pierced through the space at a distance of 500,000 kilometers. It bombarded the dome star's equatorial shield like a rainstorm. A large amount of firepower was detected attacking the equatorial shield. The space-based platform defense station, whose firepower was drawn away, tried to divert the firepower and began to intercept. The first thing they intercepted was a large number of missiles equipped with microcurvature engines and reaching a speed of 5% of the speed of light. The mission of these launched missiles is not to break through the energy shield, but to serve as cover to continue to attract firepower. To break the weak points of the energy shield, it is necessary to use armor-piercing special attack weapons such as the large-mass solid projectiles fired by the rail accelerator cannon. Part of the Dome Star's space-based platform's firepower to defend the space station was attracted by the large number of missiles launched by the main fleet. At this moment, the pressure on the bait fleet was suddenly relieved. But this reduction will cause trouble. Many armed spacecraft of the decoy fleet disobeyed orders and began to retreat without authorization. It's simple, they are afraid. After all, these are fleets formed by civilian organizations. Although the Empire gave them enough benefits before they came. However, you have to be alive to enjoy these benefits. It's only been a few minutes, and the casualties of the entire bait fleet have exceeded 30%. Previously, under the terrifying pressure of the space-based defense platform and a large number of mechanical guards, they had no chance to retreat. But now, part of the firepower was used to intercept the missiles launched by the main fleet. Their pressure was suddenly relieved, and some people had the opportunity to escape. Commander-in-Chief, the decoy fleet has partially collapsed. Let us immediately receive the report from his subordinates. The commander had anticipated this situation. Supervisory team, you can move now. Upon hearing this, let us burst into laughter. The decoy fleet of 6,000 armed spaceships was composed entirely of individual pioneers. These people were the real abandoned pawns. The large companies and organizations in the Yada Empire have the ability to organize a fleet of real military-grade warships. These people are the members of the main fleet. A fleet consisting of hundreds of military-grade warships that had been stationary at the rear now formed a blockade on the retreating path of those armed spacecraft. No retreat. Think about your family and clansmen who are still in the Imperial Star territory. Anyone who flees without permission will be punished for treason with their entire clan. Keep going. A large number of warning energy weapons were launched, blocking the retreat of the armed spacecraft. In the frontier galaxy of the Yada Empire, in the Stargate spaceport city, a high tower room. Commander Pharaoh, isn't this too despicable of you? The top executives of Giant Mantis Capital looked at the live broadcast in front of them and glanced at Commander Phalos, who spoke leisurely with all 6 arms folded across his chest. Despicable? Do you have the qualifications to call me despicable? These are necessary sacrifices. Pharaoh said sarcastically. Indeed, the Giant Mantis Capital Consortium, which is dominated by bloody and dirty capital forces, may be secretly even darker than the Yada Empire. Instead of blaming me here, you should worry about the situation of your respective families. Our Yada Empire is about to succeed. Phalos raised his head with great pride and pointed at the live broadcast screen. Sure enough, under the pressure of the supervision team, the fleeing armed spacecraft reluctantly returned to the battlefield. Continue to attract the firepower of the Dome Star's space-based platform to defend the space station. Thousands of various energy weapons launched by the main fleet continuously bombarded the weak points of the energy shield at the equator of Dome Star. Large ripples appeared within the local area of the energy shield of the entire planet. Part of the firepower of the Dome Star's space-based platform was desperately trying to intercept the subsequent microcurvature engine missiles. Countless flashes of explosion flashed in the planet's low Earth orbit. At this moment, the subsequent nearly 1,000 large-mass solid projectiles finally arrived. The interception firepower of the space-based platform attracted by the bait fleet and the large number of missiles is no longer able to intercept. A massive solid projectile, traveling at 1% of the speed of light and carrying an extremely terrifying kinetic energy, bombarded the Dome Star's equatorial energy shield. Boom! The sound of the terrifying energy that erupted in an instant resounded throughout the entire planet. The energy shield above the planet's equator began to vibrate violently. It works. Letus was ecstatic when he saw this. Rapid mobile forces ready. At the command, the fast mobile fleet, which was on standby at all times and carrying a large number of landing army troops, immediately began to move. As long as a gap is created in the energy shield at the planet's equator, these warships will immediately pounce and forcefully airdrop all the army troops they carry into the planet. One after another, massive solid projectiles carrying extremely terrifying kinetic energy impact bombarded the weak points of the energy shield above the equator of the Dome Star. It cannot be heard in outer space, but if you are inside a planet, you can definitely hear this continuous, global resonating, terrifying sound, like the sky collapsing and the Earth collapsing and the world being destroyed. The last massive solid projectile hit the planet's shield. Ka-ka-ka. Boom. Crash. Finally, the weak point of the planet's equatorial shield could no longer hold on and began to break, revealing a gap. The number of physical projectiles of the rail accelerator cannon used for attack is carefully calculated. Before that, they had tested the weak points of the shield in advance, and after a lot of complex calculations, they ensured that the last rail accelerator cannon projectile could destroy the shield. Otherwise, if there are extra projectiles that penetrate the planetary shield and hit the surface, then the subsequent rapid mobile forces will have no chance of landing. Ha ha ha. Success. Letus was ecstatic. The fast maneuvering fleet accelerated to full speed and immediately began to attack the damaged part of the energy shield. However, at this moment, something strange happened. Don Juan, who had been waiting, took action. Chapter 49I, The Omnic Heavenly Court. Executing the Rectification Agreement. Nearly 1,000 fast-moving warships carrying a large number of landing troops rushed towards the gap in the planet at full speed. At this moment, the main fleet also began to advance, blocking the firepower of the space-based platform that was pouring down on them for the fast-maneuvering fleet. But no one noticed, and their radars could not detect it at all, that a microwave pulse hydrogen bomb equipped with a curvature engine and traveling at a terrifying speed of more than 10 times the speed of light was launched towards the fast-maneuvering fleet. Ha 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 ha, it worked. Letus laughed ecstatically. As long as the fast mobile fleet successfully reaches the gap and quickly deploys the landing troops. Not many. As long as more than 100,000 army troops are deployed, the mission can be declared a complete success. Letus has even begun to imagine his bright future. After the success of this mission, needless to say, he will definitely have made a great contribution, and with this achievement, he can officially enter the political arena of the Yada Empire. By then, Thalidas will no longer be just the CEO of a private company. With his abilities, he might even become the governor of an entire star field, in charge of hundreds of colonized planets. Seeing that the energy shield above the equator of Dome Star was broken into a huge gap with a diameter of at least 100 kilometers, Commander Pharos, who had been watching the live broadcast of the battlefield outside the ruined star field, was also overjoyed. Ha ha ha. He suddenly stood up from his seat, turned around, and said to the other 3 interstellar leaders, "Everyone, I'm sorry. Our Yada Empire has succeeded. Sorry, we Yada people are so united among our compatriots. It's because we were united and worked together that we finally succeeded. Ha ha. The 117 Relic Galaxy belongs to us." Pharaohs burst into laughter, while the top leaders of the other 3 interstellar forces all had gloomy expressions. Damn it. The top management of Giant Mantis Capital cursed inwardly that they had actually succeeded. It was really a stroke of luck that I happened to discover a loophole in the planet's energy shield. Suddenly, a high-ranking official from the Junran Interstellar Empire uttered a murmur of doubt, and then he sneered. Haha, Commander Pharaoh, your speed, maneuverability, fleet, isn't it too fast? The top leaders of the Junran Interstellar Empire even emphasized the tone of their words. What? Commander Pharaoh's was stunned for a moment, then immediately reacted and turned to watch the live broadcast from the front line of the battlefield. He suddenly discovered that the fast mobile fleet, which was supposed to rush directly to the gap in the energy shield at the planet's equator as soon as possible, suddenly stopped halfway when it was only 100,000 kilometers away from the energy gap. What's going on? What's going on? Commander Pharaoh was furious. Why had the fast fleet stopped? Opportunities on the battlefield were fleeting. One mistake could lead to total defeat. What had Letus done? He immediately contacted Letus and shouted angrily, Letus, why hasn't the fast mobile fleet attacked yet? What the hell are you waiting for? Are you waiting for the Dome Star's space-based platform to dig your grave? In the main fleet, Letus, who was in the bridge of the interstellar mothership, was also confused by the sudden questioning. What? What happened? He immediately contacted and checked the situation of many fleets. Commander-in-Chief, the fast mobile fleet has lost contact. Lost contact. Letus was completely confused. No matter how he contacted the fast mobile fleet, there was no response. And used long-distance optical detection to see. It was discovered that nearly 1,000 light warships of the fast mobile fleet had completely stopped at a distance of 100,000 kilometers away from the gap in the equatorial energy shield of Dome Star. Such a large, fast-moving fleet consisting of nearly 1,000 light warships just stopped there, allowing itself to drift in space, completely motionless. The battleship's engine also completely stopped. Commander-in-Chief, it's a microwave pulse hydrogen bomb. We've detected the remnants of a microwave pulse near the fast-maneuvering fleet. The entire fast-moving fleet was attacked by a massive microwave pulse hydrogen bomb. All warships were completely paralyzed, and the entire fleet came to a complete standstill. The long-range radar detector personnel in the bridge immediately shouted, How could it be? Our radar didn't detect any reaction from the fast-maneuvering fleet being attacked. Where did the microwave pulse hydrogen bomb come from? Letus could no longer hold back, and a feeling of unwillingness surged from his heart. It was about to succeed, but suddenly it failed at this juncture. Commander-in-Chief, a small fleet has been detected rapidly heading towards Dome Star. They're in warp. Oh my god, activating the warp drive in this kind of battlefield environment. Is that small fleet crazy? A series of exclamations rang out, and as the curvature space detection device responded, a curvature bubble composed of a small fleet's curvature engines arrived instantly. They all knew how dangerous it was to activate the curvature engine and rush forward in such a chaotic space battlefield environment. After rapidly approaching the completely shut-down rapid reaction fleet at a distance of 100,000 kilometers, the fleet exited the curvature state, completely revealed in space. Everyone was shocked. What kind of fleet was that? Although there are only 10 ships in total, each warship is extremely large. The jet-black hull was decorated with crimson lines. The straight, angular hull was mathematically perfect. The entire fleet gives people a sense of magnificence and an extremely solemn and awe-inspiring impact. The battleship in the middle was nearly 8 kilometers long, far exceeding the Yada Empire's interstellar mothership, which was only 5 kilometers long. Those warships, they appeared in the live broadcast of the Gorman Company's ruins exploration. They're suspected to be the remains of an ancient civilization. Someone recognized the Black Rope Hell heavy firepower destroyer in Don Juan's fleet. And at this moment, in full view of everyone, that dark fleet dropped several high-yield hydrogen bombs directly on the completely stopped fast-moving fleet 100,000 kilometers away. In order to enable all warships to quickly rush through the gap of 100 kilometers in diameter in the Dome Star energy shield, the fast-maneuvering fleet maintained a very dense formation. Several scorching lights, as dazzling as the sun, instantly rose in the fast-moving fleet. In an instant, nearly 1,000 warships of the completely stopped fast mobile fleet, including millions of surviving army troops inside, were all destroyed in space without any resistance. The complete destruction of the fast and maneuverable warships almost announced the failure of the Dome offensive operation. Faced with the sudden change, Letus was completely stunned. At this moment, a virtual light screen suddenly appeared in front of him on the bridge of the interstellar mothership. On the virtual light screen is Don Juan, who is wrapped in full coverage power armor. Letus, do you remember me? Don Juan spoke, without modifying his voice. You? Lettuce racked his brains to find someone who matched this voice in his memory. Suddenly, his heart trembled violently, as if struck by lightning. He gritted his teeth and roared out 2 words from his throat. Don Juan. At this moment, the anger and humiliation of the failure of Operation Dome, the shattered dream of the future, and all kinds of complex emotions accumulated in his heart. He never expected that the person commanding that small fleet was actually the enemy who killed his son. The person who destroyed the entire dome attack at the most critical moment destroyed his future promotion path to the top of the Yada Empire. It turned out to be such a small character whom he never looked up to and never took seriously. It seems you still recognize me. But, Lettuce, I'm not here looking for you. To me, you are just a small character. I know that the top leaders of the Yada Empire are watching you from behind. That's why I showed up. The pair of mechanical electronic eyes on the visor of Don Juan's power helmet flashed with scarlet light. And then he said something that shocked everyone. I, Omnic Heaven, am now executing the Purge Protocol and preparing to eradicate the Yada lizard species. Chapter 50. Thousands to 10, the advantage is in my hands. What does this mean? Is this a declaration of war? On the Yada Empire? As soon as these words were spoken, Letta's eyes widened, his mouth opened wide, his jaw trembled in shock, and his upper teeth chattered against his lower teeth. Behind Letta's, Pharaohs, who was watching Letta's movements in the border galaxy of the Yada Empire, naturally heard these words. His reaction was very intuitive. First, he was shocked, and then he began to wonder, what kind of force is this called the Intelligent Heaven? What kind of strength does it have to declare war on the Yada Empire? Does he need to report to the Empire and let the Empire send people to conduct political diplomacy with this force called the Intelligent Heaven Court to avoid war as much as possible? After all, Commander Pharaohs was the commander of the Imperial Navy. It was impossible for him to have heard of Don Juan before. The top leaders of the other 3 interstellar forces also had different expressions. Obviously, they were all wondering which force this so-called Intelligent Heaven that suddenly appeared belonged to. How much strength you have. But thinking about it, since this Intelligent Heavenly Court dared to declare war on the Yada Empire, its strength should be quite strong. If that is the case, can they unite with this force called Intelligent Heavenly Court, form an alliance, and encircle the Yada Empire? Each party has its own thoughts. Everyone has their own considerations and thoughts, but Letta's didn't think so much. After being shocked, he burst into laughter. A wild laugh erupted from his throat. Ha! What bullshit are you talking about? Just these warships you found from the ruins of ancient civilization? You dare to declare war directly on a massive interstellar civilization? Are you tired of living? Or is your mind so abnormal that you ignore the gap between you and the Empire? Letta's laughed, but suddenly his laughter turned into a roar filled with anger. The Yada Empire has over 600 colonized planets, with a total population exceeding 12 trillion. Even if we only count the pure-blooded Yada people, the population exceeds 4 trillion. Who the hell do you think you are, Don Juan? Just because you luckily found some warships in the ruins of an ancient civilization, you dare to create your own faction and arrogantly call yourself the Omnic Heavenly Court. Are we still going to declare war on the Yada Empire? I'm telling you, I can destroy you right here today without the intervention of the regular Imperial Army. This Don Juan not only destroyed the entire Dome offensive at the most critical moment, but also destroyed the Empire's plan. He also destroyed his future great achievements in the Imperial political arena. All of this was ruined by Don Juan. All kinds of emotions accumulated in Letta's heart, and his anger had reached its limit. Now, he had only one thought in mind, which was to kill Don Juan. Kill this little character whom he had never looked down upon. At this moment, even the sedative that was automatically injected into Letta's body when it detected his abnormal emotional fluctuations was no longer effective. He has developed some drug resistance. When Commander Pharaohs heard Letta's voice coming from the screen, he was stunned. What? This so-called Intelligent Heaven was just created by the man named Don Juan. Ridiculous. For a moment, Pharaohs felt extremely ridiculous. The second feeling was that he was extremely arrogant. Why did he do that? Why did he dare to do that? Was he crazy? When the leaders of the other 3 interstellar forces heard this, they immediately felt a little ridiculous for having the idea of forming an alliance with this so-called Intelligent Heaven. But apart from that, they were still somewhat happy in their hearts, because this Intelligent Heaven disrupted the actions of the Yada Empire at the most important critical moment. If Don Juan and his Omnic Heavenly Court forces can survive this time, then maybe in the future, Giant Mantis United Capital can invest in him and subdue another dog that's targeting the Yada Empire. The senior executives of Giant Mantis Capital folded their long, arthropod-like arms, touched their chins with their fingers, and thought to themselves. Commander Pharaoh couldn't wait any longer. He yelled at Lettuce, who was contacting him. Lettuce, what are you talking about? Send some fleets to finish him off. The main fleet continues its attack. We haven't failed yet. There's still hope. These words immediately woke Lettuce up. Yes, the gap in the energy shield above the equator of Dome Star is more than 100 kilometers, and there is no sign of repair so far. They also had a main fleet of 3,000 genuine military-grade warships, which had not suffered any damage. As long as the main fleet goes up, there is still hope of breaking through the firepower of the Dome Star's space-based platform. As for why they didn't directly attack the Dome Star's space-based platform at the beginning, the answer is that wanting to destroy the space-based platform protected by a large number of mechanical guards is even more difficult than breaking through the planet's energy shield. The Dome Star space-based platform is operating intactly. Although the performance of the mechanical guards without inertia engines is very dull, they are protecting the platform tightly. The large-mass solid projectiles used by their fleet to penetrate armor and shields will be intercepted if launched. Energy weapons cause far less damage to buildings than live ammunition. Thinking of this, Lettuce allocated a fleet to deal with Don Juan. Don Juan had seen the fleet that carried out this mission before. Coincidentally, it was the fleet of Gorman Shipping Company. Originally, the fleet sent by Gorman Shipping Company had more than 400 ships of various types, but now there are only about 200 ships left, and they are all ships with a length of more than 700 meters. Among the Gorman Shipping Company's fleet, those small and fast ships had previously been equipped in the fast maneuverable fleet. And now, the entire fast mobile fleet, nearly 1,000 warships, have been destroyed by several high-yield Rahu hydrogen bombs launched by Don Juan because their formation was too dense. So your name is Don Juan, boy. As long as you hand over the warships in your fleet to us and surrender, I can consider not killing you, but quietly letting you go and saving your life. How do you think? Gorman was still obsessed with Don Juan's warship, and he sent a communication to Don Juan. And Don Juan didn't respond at all. For him, there are two main goals at the moment. One is to enter the Dome Star and explore the remains of ancient civilization left on this planet. The second is to destroy the Yata civilian joint fleet and earn a large amount of spiritual energy. Although the Yata civilian joint fleet has a large number of warships, Don Juan believes that it will not be difficult to destroy them due to his absolute technological advantage and the generation gap in warships. Therefore, Don Juan made a decision that shocked and angered everyone in the Yata fleet. Divide the troops. 3 Black Rope Hell heavy fire destroyers broke away from the fleet and headed towards the Gorman fleet of more than 200 warships. The remaining 7 warships rushed towards the main force of the Yata joint fleet that was pressing towards the Dome Star front. Chapter 51. Want to go in? I'll just plug the gap in the planet's shield. Commander-in-Chief, they've split up. Listening to the voices coming from his technical staff, Lettuce's back teeth were about to break. You only have 10 warships, and you're actually dividing your forces against our thousands of warships. I sent over 200 warships to deal with you, and you only sent 3? Just how arrogant are you? Or are you really crazy? Don Juan's warships have strong firepower and outstanding performance. Lettuce had previously watched the live broadcast of the Gorman Company's ruins exploration and learned that one black battleship like that could suppress 12 military frigates and dozens of armed spacecraft. But that's all. How could more than 200 real military-grade warships of destroyer level and above be comparable to the fleet mainly composed of armed spacecraft hastily organized by Gorman Shipping Company before? Don Juan, let me show you the true strength of our Gorman Company's fleet. More than 200 Gorman warships dispersed and headed directly towards the 3 warships that were separated from the intelligent Celestial Court fleet. It was obvious that they intended to surround the 3 intelligent Celestial Court warships. At this point, I have to talk about the situation on the battlefield. Currently, the main fleets of all forces are distributed in space outside the Dome Star. Don Juan's fleet was closest to the gap in the Dome Star's equatorial energy shield. Use the gap in the planet's equatorial energy shield as a reference. On the right side of the gap in the planet's equatorial energy shield is the space-based platform defense station that has been attracted by the armed spacecraft and a large number of armed spacecraft that are in combat with it. 100,000 kilometers to the left of the gap in the planet's energy shield is Don Juan's heavenly fleet. The Yata civilian joint fleet is located in front of the gap in the planet's energy shield, 300,000 kilometers away. Lettuce dispatched more than 200 warships from the Gorman Company fleet within the combined fleet to the left to engage in battle against the intelligent Heavenly Court fleet. At the same time, the main force began to advance towards the gap in the energy shield. But Don Juan sent 3 warships to meet the Gorman Company's fleet of more than 200 warships. The remaining 7 warships did not go directly to the energy gap in the planet's shield, but rushed straight to the location where the Yata Joint Fleet was heading. Launched the Thunder God's Hammer space-based platform. As the fleet advanced, Donwan gave orders. Behind the 7,700-meter-long Huayin heavy strike cruiser, 2 large space-based platforms are towed. The Thor's Hammer space-based platform is used for planetary blockades. The size of this space-based platform is not large, only about 1 kilometer. It also has its own curvature engine power unit and can move autonomously, but the curvature engine of the space-based platform takes a long time to prepare, and its speed of autonomous movement is far slower than that of a warship. When Donwan's main fleet went to intercept Yata's civilian main fleet, the 2 Thunder Hammer large space-based platforms towed behind the Fire heavy strike cruiser were ready to start the curvature engine early. It broke away from the entire fleet, crossed a distance of 100,000 kilometers, and rushed into the gap in the energy shield. Disappeared. This is the deployment of Donwan's plan. 3 Thor's Hammer space-based platforms can blockade an entire planet, but not just planets. There are also extremely wide range of uses. This time, Donwan also wanted to make a difference, so he brought 2. Now he directly launched 2 Thor's Hammer space-based platforms and hid in the gap in the energy shield at the equator of the planet. This is equivalent to directly blocking the entire energy gap. Do you still want to go in? Sorry, go in and die. This Thunder God's Hammer space-based platform is specifically designed to operate in outer space. Entering the gap in a planet's energy shield is basically equivalent to entering the planet's atmosphere. In this way, because they are too close to the planet and are affected by the planet's gravity, the 2 Thor's Hammer space-based platforms will not be able to operate for too long, but it will be enough to block the gap in the dome star's energy shield for a period of time. Moreover, the 2 Thor's Hammer space-based platforms guard the energy shield gap with a diameter of only 100 kilometers within the planet. It hides itself under other intact energy shields, so you can't hit it. You can only use the refueling tactic to force the gap. Are you angry? In this way, Donwan can focus on clearing out the Yata fleet outside. Commander-in-Chief. They launched something into the planet's energy gap. It went straight in at warp speed. It's insane. We can't intercept it. Let us naturally notice this movement. But he didn't take it seriously. Don't worry, it's probably a transport ship carrying troops, trying to enter the planet before us. Then let him in. Although their warships have outstanding performance, their numbers are too few. Still want to intercept us? Ha 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 ha, you're overestimating yourself. Thousands against 10, Donwan. How can you fight me? Letas gave the fleet orders with a grim smile. No matter how excellent the performance of your warships is, what impact can they make in the face of the concentrated fire of such a large number of our warships? The main force of the Yata civilian joint fleet at present, except for the armed spacecraft fighting with the space-based platform on the far right. 3,000 main battleships remain. Although there are many of them, they are not all gathered together. The distance between each warship in the main fleet must be more than 1,000 kilometers. The purpose is to guard against the enemy's high-power weapons, such as super-yield hydrogen bombs. If they are too dense, they will be like a fast maneuvering fleet, and all of them will be destroyed in a few shots. All the Yata warships are spread out in the three-dimensional space, up and down, left and right. The entire fleet's horizontal battle line is 400,000 kilometers long, extremely vast. There are still a considerable number of warships that are unable to attack the Celestial Fleet, and they have already begun exchanging fire with the space-based platform defense station on the right side of the Dome Star. For the necessary safety, the battle line is too wide. Under the command of Letas, the main fleet dispatched more than 700 warships to besiege Donwan's intelligent heavenly fleet. Currently, outside the Dome Star, it can be divided into 3 battlefields. Using Dome Star itself as a reference, the outer space-based platform defense station and armed spacecraft on the right side of the planet are engaged in a firefight with the newly entered Yata main fleet of 1,000 ships. On the left, more than 200 warships of the Gorman Company fleet intercepted 3 intelligent celestial warships. In the center, Yata's main fleet once again dispatched more than 700 warships to besiege and intercept the remaining 7 intelligent Heavenly Court warships. Finally, the remaining 1,000 ships of the Yata main fleet rushed towards the gap in the planet's energy shield. It can be said that the situation on the battlefield is changing every moment, and both sides will make various adjustments based on each other's tactics, especially in space battles. The huge space fleet has to make the most adjustments, which are the most complex and not static. Chapter 52. Your 700 warships were surrounded by 7? When 2 fleets encounter each other, the first weapons used in the exchange of fire are usually energy weapons. Energy weapons attack at the speed of light and can cross vast distances in space extremely quickly. The Yata battleship is naturally equipped with a large number of energy weapons, all of which are high-power laser weapons. As for Donwan's warships, whether it is the Black Rope Hell heavy firepower destroyer or the Fire Smoke heavy strike cruiser which serves as the flagship, the main weapons are not laser weapons. The main equipment of Donwan's warship is the Plasma Light Spear macro cannon. That is the ion beam. Laser weapons and ion beams are very different. Subatomic particles are accelerated to high speeds through accelerators, and then electromagnetic confinement is used to form dense high-energy beams that are emitted. The kinetic energy of the particles is used to bombard and destroy the target structure. High-energy particles carry huge amounts of energy, and after hitting the target, they will be further dispersed into the opponent's ship. The killing point is not on the surface of the enemy warship, but inside it. In this case, it will cause extremely terrifying damage. In other civilizations, they call this weapon a disintegration cannon. Generally speaking, the speed of an ion beam is subluminal, very close to the speed of light, rather than the true speed of light, but the difference is not that big. It can also be called a speed of light weapon. Generally speaking, ion beams are inferior to laser weapons in range because of their larger diffusion. But the system technology used in Donwan's warships has solved this shortcoming. More than 700 warships responsible for intercepting the Intelligent Celestial Court fleet began to exchange fire with 7 Intelligent Celestial Court warships. Each warship of the Intelligent Heavenly Court can defeat 100 enemies at once. After Letus sent out his troops, he basically paid no attention to Donwan's movements. Letus, what's going on? The anxious Commander Pharaohs contacted Letus again. Don't worry, Commander. I've already dispatched the fleet to deal with that arrogant lunatic. Letus curled the corner of his mouth and said, now that he has calmed down, he doesn't take Donwan seriously at all. Don't make any mistakes. Pharaohs looked solemn. After all, they believed that Donwan's warship was a relic of ancient civilization. Operation Dome is of vital importance to the Yata Empire. Don't fail. If it fails, the Yata Empire will have to wait for the fleets of the other 3 interstellar forces to enter before it can organize regular troops to enter the ruined star field again. Although the Yata Empire's regular fleet is stronger, there are 3 other interstellar forces eyeing it covetously. Ha 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 ha. Commander, don't worry. There's no way anything can go wrong. With such a huge military advantage, if I can still be defeated by that crazy kid Donwan, then wouldn't I be worse than a good-for-nothing? Then I won't have to eat anymore, and will just eat poop instead. Letus laughed loudly, extremely confident. In his opinion, being defeated by Donwan was simply impossible. But having said that, Letus still had to confirm the situation of others who were going to intercept the Heavenly Fleet. Gorman, Tatazali, what's going on? Tatazali was the head of another large Yata civilian company. He was in charge of commanding part of the fleet. It was he who commanded more than 700 warships to besiege Donwan's remaining 7 main battleships. In Letus's opinion, since there had been no movement for such a long time, Donwan must have been dealt with. However, Tatazali's anxious voice came over the communication channel. Commander-in-Chief, the situation is urgent. We are surrounded by the enemy. What? Letus's eyes widened in surprise, and he exclaimed, they have an ambush. Damn it. I knew they only had 10 warships. No, Commander-in-Chief, the enemy has no ambush and no reinforcements. Tatazali took a deep breath, seeming to be extremely frightened. We are surrounded by 7 enemy warships. What? Letus was completely stunned. Then he roared, are you fucking kidding me? You command over 700 warships. The enemy has no support, no ambushes, and only has 7 warships. How did your 700-plus warships get surrounded by just 7? Letus did not understand, not at all. This matter was beyond his imagination. But this time Tatazali did not answer, and Letus could only hear the chaotic and anxious voices coming from the communication. Executive Officer, the Edmund and Simon were sunk in battle. Our attacks are completely ineffective. What kind of monsters are they? The right-wing fleet has sunk 37 battleships. Oh my god, what kind of weapon is that? The radar system is out of service. We can't intercept it. We can't intercept it. Warning, warning, the battleship's engine is damaged. Sizzle, sizzle. The communication was closed, and Letus's eyes widened, and he stood there in a daze. Then he suddenly remembered that he could go and see for himself what was happening over at Tatakile. After all, the distance is not too far, within hundreds of thousands of kilometers. Before, he was just concentrating on commanding and coordinating his own fleet, and his attention was all on the fleet responsible for attacking the Dome Star space-based platform defense space station. so he did not pay attention to the fleet attacking Dongwon. Lettuce immediately called up the image of the optical detection system in the space on the left side of the fleet and looked with his golden eyes wide open and bloodshot. He saw that the situation on the battlefield over there had developed to a point that he was completely unable to understand. The 7 pitch-black warships circled the entire Tatatsi fleet at an extremely fast speed, even maneuvering at a speed that violated the laws of physics. They kept a distance from the Tatatsi fleet and launched attacks as if they were flying a kite. Each of their attacks was extremely precise, as if they had calculated the routes of every warship in the Tatatsi fleet. And it was so powerful that it could hit the reactor of a battleship with one strike. The reactor of the battleship that was hit exploded instantly. The battleship disintegrated and sank, and then attacked the next target. As for the huge number of warships in the Tatatsi fleet, no matter how they concentrated their firepower, they would be covered with saturated firepower. It's all useless. Lettuce even saw the warship, which was nearly 8 kilometers long and much larger than the 5-kilometer-long interstellar mothership under his feet, performing various evasive maneuvers in space that even the smallest and most flexible space fighter of the Yada Empire could not do. It kept maneuvering quickly to avoid the various energy weapons of the Tatatsi fleet, but because of its huge size, it would be hit by the saturation firepower of the energy weapons, and a layer of transparent unknown shield would rise on the surface to block it. As for the live-fire attacks of the Tatatsi fleet, there was no need to evade them, as the warship's own air defense firepower network would directly intercept them. Lettuce suddenly became speechless. He looked at the space scene and was completely speechless. But his heart was already filled with shock. What kind of incredible warship maneuverability is this? The 7 warships continuously maneuvered in space, forming a large circle that actually surrounded over 700 warships. And this is the value of the inertia-free engine. Hoo-hoo. Lettuce felt like he was about to suffocate. He took deep breaths, his heart beating rapidly in his chest, and his chest rose and fell like a blower. No, it's okay. He's almost reached the gap in the energy shield above the dome star's equator. As long as he sends a large force into the gap in the energy shield, he can completely defend it. The gap in the energy shield is only 100 kilometers long and wide. As long as he holds it, the opponent will not be able to get in no matter what. Victory still belongs to him. The dome star still belongs to the Yada Empire. Lettuce felt like he was going crazy, getting closer and closer. The main fleet was getting closer and closer to the gap in the energy shield. Lettuce became increasingly excited, and he immediately ordered his own fleet to change into a dense formation. Through the gap, enter the planet's atmosphere. However, just as the fleet had gathered into a dense formation and was about to pass through the gap in the energy shield above the equator of Dome Star, a large number of energy beams of various colors rushed out from the gap in the energy shield of Dome Star with lightning speed. Chapter 53: Friendly Forces. Firepower from friendly forces. Faced with the sudden energy torrent, Yada's main fleet was unable to react at all. Suddenly, dozens of warships that were preparing to rush through the gap in the Dome Star's equatorial energy shield in one breath were submerged in this energy torrent in an instant. It exploded, disintegrated, and turned into a large amount of debris. But that's not all. After that wave of energy just washed over, countless red beams of light shot out from the gaps in the energy shield. One after another, the Yada warships were hit. Boom, boom, boom. A huge explosion sounded throughout the planet, and flickering flames filled the sky of the planet. What? Lettuce was shocked. How could this be? How could an attack suddenly occur from within the planet? At this moment, he suddenly remembered the 2 unknown objects that the Heavenly Court fleet had launched into the energy gap. Could it be? Turn. Follow-up fleet, all turn. Without taking the time to think, Lettuce anxiously gave the order. It is too late to stop the ship now. The inertia of the warship's forward movement will directly bring them into the gap in the energy shield. That would be suicide. I had to make an emergency turn. For a moment, nearly 1,000 Yada warships, in a dense formation like a tide, urgently turned to avoid. At this speed, with an emergency turn, it's like drifting in space. Dozens of Yada warships at the front watched helplessly as the warships in front of them were destroyed, and they turned urgently to avoid them. But unfortunately, the battleship's turning radius is too large when it sprints. Boom, boom, boom. Dozens of Yada warships turned suddenly and directly hit the intact part of the side energy shield. Under the high energy effect of the energy shield's surface, dozens of explosions and flames rose again in an instant. Large pieces of warship wreckage were bounced off the surface of the energy shield. The Yada fleet in the rear not only had to face countless beam attacks emerging from the gaps in the energy shield, but also had to suffer the baptism of the wreckage of friendly warships. An unlucky Yatta battleship was hit head-on by a high-powered crimson ion beam. In an instant, high-energy particles carrying huge kinetic energy rushed into its armor structure. The high energy generated burst out, and the bow of the Yatta battleship was instantly melted, and even the internal structure of the hull was exposed to the planet. The survivors inside screamed, and were thrown into the planet's low Earth orbit in an instant, like ants, densely packed together. However, at this moment, a piece of wreckage from a friendly warship suddenly slammed into the warship from the damaged part on the front of the warship. The entire battleship shook violently and eventually sank. The wreckage of the warships that crashed into the energy shield all carried huge kinetic energy due to the high energy on the surface of the energy shield. The unfortunate Yatta battleship, which was hit head-on, was already making emergency evasive maneuvers at high speed and was now hit again by the huge kinetic energy. The entire ship lost control in an instant, spinning and crashing into a friendly warship not far away. Avoid. Be careful to avoid friendly forces. Amid the terrified shouts of the crew members inside the friendly warship, the two warships collided violently. At high speeds, the interaction of forces was immense. At that instant, all personnel inside the warship could hear the squeaking sound of the hull structures colliding with each other. Finally, with a loud bang, the ship, unable to bear the heavy weight, broke into pieces in space. The hull shattered in space, and large pieces of warship wreckage spread in all directions. More friendly ships were hit. This situation is not an isolated case, and it is happening in a space area near the gap in the energy shield. Laser weapons. Close-in defense system fully activated. Intercept the wreckage of friendly warships that are heading towards us. In order to avoid following in the footsteps of their friendly forces and to survive, some Yatta warships activated the close-in defense systems on their warships without hesitation. For a moment, friendly fire shot in all directions, or coming from all directions, filled the space. High-energy laser beams, dense shells from rapid-fire close-in defense naval guns, and layers of firepower from friendly forces spread across this space. Now, these Yatta warships are not only making emergency turns, but also having to avoid the large amount of high-energy ion beams shot out from the gaps in the energy shield and the wreckage of friendly warships. Even have to avoid friendly fire. Chaos broke out instantly. Total chaos. After all, these Yatta warships are not regular troops, but a combination of military-grade warships from civilian organizations. There is still a gap between them and the real regular army. Once chaos breaks out, it is difficult to suppress it. At one point, it even evolved into a fierce exchange of fire between friendly warships. However, this was short-lived. When the Yatta fleet successfully made an emergency turn, it almost brushed past the side energy shield and made a big turn at the edge of the planet's energy shield. From the initial sprint towards the planet with its bow, it changed to moving away from the planet with its stern. They suddenly realized. The main fleet, which originally had 1,000 warships, now has less than 600 ships. Nearly half of the warships were destroyed in the gaps in the energy shield. Some warships were destroyed by ion beam attacks in the gaps in the energy shield, and some warships failed to turn in time and crashed into the side energy shields, or directly crashed into friendly warships, killing both. Some warships were even hit by sudden friendly fire and destroyed there. It was just a short time of less than 10 minutes. The fleet is only half the size of before. At this moment, the surviving Lettas realized that he had given a stupid order without thinking at that moment. He survived because his mothership was always in the rear of the fleet, and the ship was so large and heavy that it was able to crash through the wreckage of the friendly warship in front and successfully turn around to escape. Most of the surface of the 5-kilometer-long mothership was also damaged. But nearly half of the fleet, more than 400 warships, sank, and nearly 2 million corpses floated in the space outside the gap in the energy shield. Damn it, Lettas cursed with great regret. He might as well have just ordered everyone to charge forward. Under such an emergency turn, I don't know how many warships crashed into the energy shields on the side, and how many warships sank due to the impact of friendly forces. Just when Lettas was regretting, the entire fleet had completed its turn, and the fleet that was now moving away from the planet was attacked again. A group of red and black particles dragged a narrow and long-tail flame in space, which was even comparable to a beam of light, and instantly crashed into the 5-kilometer-long interstellar mothership. In an instant, large areas of armored structures were destroyed by high-energy particles. The high-energy spread out, creating a terrifying wound hundreds of meters long on the top of the 5-kilometer-long interstellar mothership. It's Don Juan. Don Juan has completely eliminated the Yatta fleet that was trying to intercept him. Chapter 54. Entering the Dome Star. This planet is impenetrable. Commander-in-Chief. We are under attack. It's the Celestial Fleet. The Tatazali and Gorman fleets have been completely annihilated. What? Where is the source of the attack? Where is the Celestial Fleet? Letas roared in fear. Tatazile and Gorman's fleet had been completely annihilated. And their enemies, in total, only had 10 warships. 10 ships. Just what kind of technology was used to build the warships in Don Juan's Omnic Heavenly Fleet? How could they be so terrifying? Above. The source of the attack is above us. A cry filled with deep despair and fear rang out, startling Letas, and he looked up suddenly. Through the transparent bridge dome that allowed one to see deep space outside, Letas saw a giant black battleship of such enormous size that it obscured his entire mothership. At the bottom of the huge black battleship, a terrifying gun muzzle with a caliber of 10 meters was accumulating energy. Letas's eyes were filled with fear, and deep in his heart, he was once again shrouded in a feeling of despair and powerlessness. This was the second time he felt this sense of powerlessness in his hundreds of years of life. The first time he had felt this sense of fear and powerlessness was hundreds of years ago, during his childhood. Letas was born into a noble family on the main planet of Yada. He should have had a carefree life, but that year, the then emperor of the Yada Empire, the father of the current emperor of Yada, angered the overlord Turan Empire. The Turan Empire sent a fleet as punishment and massacred a Yada planet. The massacred planet Yada is the home planet of Letas. As a child, Letas knelt on the ground in despair, gazing at the terrifying fleet in the sky that blocked out the sun and the entire planet's sky, his eyes filled with tears of fear and despair. Although the sovereign, the Turan Empire, spared most of the children, the deep despair and powerlessness that erupted from their hearts when faced with the overwhelming interstellar fleet. It was deeply engraved in his mind. At that moment, just like this moment, he was completely stunned where he was, and he could only look up. The bottom of the giant battleship was accumulating energy and emitting light, like the muzzle of a dazzling little sun with a diameter of 10 meters. At this moment, he is the CEO of Jiesun Company and the commander-in-chief of tens of thousands of ships. His vehicle is a 5-kilometer-long interstellar mothership. Why? Why was he still feeling so scared? From his extremely depressed heart, from his tightly constricted throat, from his inner despair, Letas let out an extremely shrill roar filled with despair, fear, anger, and unwillingness. Boom! The 10-meter caliber Vulcan-burning world geothermal molten ion torrent launcher at the bottom of the fire heavy strike cruiser suddenly burst out with a terrifying particle torrent, bombarding downwards. In an instant, the terrifying particle torrent that was supposed to cover the surface of the planet hit Letas's interstellar mothership, Truth and Harmony. The high-energy particles that bombarded it instantly spread to the entire 5-kilometer-long mothership, and the spreading high-energy particles completely covered it. The high energy that burst out in an instant directly turned the entire 5-kilometer-long mothership into a ball of melted metal scraps in space. The personnel inside the mothership, the frigates that were anchored but not yet deployed, everything, were all melted by the spreading torrent of molten particles. Clean as a whirl. And in the space on all sides of this surviving Yada fleet, a number of Black Rope Hell heavy fire destroyers appeared. They are surrounded. They had less than 600 warships and were surrounded by 10 warships from the intelligent Heavenly Court fleet. The Executor is dead. The operation failed. Retreat! Retreat! The captains of the various Yada warships shouted in horror. But the 10 intelligent celestial warships that have surrounded them will not give them a chance to retreat. Ion beams from all directions slaughtered the remaining Yada warships wantonly. Don Juan's flagship, the Fire Heavy Strike Cruiser, immediately changed direction after destroying Letas's interstellar mothership. It directly rushed into the gap in the energy shield above the equator of Dome Star. The Yada Empire's fleet has been defeated. If we don't go in now, it will be difficult to enter after the space-based platform defense station and mechanical guards outside the Dome Star react. You destroyed the Yada Empire's frigate and obtained 60 spirit sources. You destroyed the Yada Empire's frigate and obtained 55 spirit sources. You destroyed the Yada Empire's heavy destroyer and obtained 140 spirit sources. You destroyed the Yada Empire's light cruiser and obtained 150 spirit sources. You destroyed the Yada Empire's heavy cruiser and obtained 300 spiritual energy. Don Juan laughed heartily as he listened to the system prompts ringing in his ears and the spiritual energy income that kept flowing in. Readily. Even if I don't gain anything from the ruins this time, I've already made a fortune just from the spiritual sources I've obtained. Don Juan is now the flagship and enters the gap in the energy shield and enters the dome star. The other 9 Black Robe Hell heavy fire destroyers were still outside, clearing out the remaining hundreds of warships of the Letta's main fleet. After the cleanup, the remaining 9 warships will follow Don Juan's flagship. After rushing into the gap in the energy shield, Don Juan felt a sudden sense of enlightenment. The Interstellar battleship, which is nearly 8 kilometers long, has now entered the planet's atmospheric escape layer. The 2 Thor's Hammer space-based platforms launched by Don Juan before are now under the energy shield, suspended in the atmospheric escape layer of Dome Star. Don Juan overlooked the entire Dome Star from the bridge. Without the obstruction of the energy shield, the emerald green surface of the planet completely appeared in front of Don Juan. The land plates on Dome Star are not scattered, but a whole. It's like the old Earth era when the drift of continental plates had not yet occurred. All the continents are connected. What a beautiful planet. It's lush green and full of life. Don Juan stood in the bridge and took a deep breath, as if he could breathe the pure air he imagined on the planet. But before landing on the planet, a wave of scanning and detection is still needed. Soon, the results came out. Supreme, the gravity on Dome Star is 1.4 standard Earth GS. The surface atmospheric pressure is about 0.2 MPa. The composition of the planet's air is approximately 76% nitrogen, 23.1% oxygen, and the remaining rare gases, such as helium, neon, argon, krypton, and xenon, account for about 0.1%. On this planet, humans do not need to maintain equipment and can survive normally. Listening to the report from his technical dolls, Don Juan's eyes lit up with joy. The needle can't poke. This planet can't be poked by a needle. Chapter 55. Huge spiritual income. Get rich instantly. Supreme, we have also observed the presence of man-made structures on the surface of this planet. The technical figure in the bridge reported to Don Juan. A man-made structure? Is it a relic of an ancient civilization? Don Juan asked. No, Supreme, it's not the remains of an ancient civilization. The technology and design methods used in those creations are equivalent to the feudal era of old Earth. The feudal period? Don Juan nodded thoughtfully. In other words, there are also indigenous people on Dome Star. Yes, the planet Dome is in the comfort zone of the 117 star systems. It is unknown how many years it has existed. It is another planet with life. It is possible that intelligent life has evolved again, and these intelligent lives have developed their own civilizations. That's not right. The stars in Galaxy 117 have already evolved into red giants, and have expanded many times more than before. Dome Star is in the galaxy's comfort zone, and will definitely be affected by the heat of the red giant star. A dome star like this is definitely no longer a planet with life. It's impossible for its atmosphere and ozone layer to exist. It should have become a dead planet like the other planet close to the red giant star. Don Juan frowned, realizing something was wrong. No, Supreme, you overlooked one factor. Yu Yi, who had been sitting next to Don Juan, spoke. What factors? Don Juan looked at the moonlit night. Supreme, have you forgotten the existence of the energy shield? Yu Yi sighed and reminded. Yes. Don Juan suddenly realized that the energy shield had been covering the entire dome star for who knows how many years. The original star expanded into a red giant, and the terrifying heat it emitted and the impact of various high-energy particles were all blocked by the energy shield. Therefore, Dome Star has remained a life-bearing planet for countless years. But wait, Don Juan suddenly thought of something else. The energy shield had been broken into a gap with a diameter of 100 kilometers. In this case, wouldn't it be? As if he could see what Don Juan was thinking, Yi nodded seriously and said, Supreme, you are right. A breach has been created in the energy shield. In the coming years, solar wind, radiation, and high-energy particles from the red giant star will pass through the breach and completely destroy the planet's atmosphere. In other words, in just a few years, this planet will go from a planet of life to a dead planet. Something must have gone wrong with the ruins on this planet. The energy shield breach, which should have been able to be restored, hasn't recovered yet. Upon hearing this, Don Juan said, that won't do. I like this planet better, and I'm thinking of using it as our home base if possible. The battleship enters the planet's atmosphere and searches for ruins. We must completely occupy this planet. It would be best if we could repair the planet's shield system so that it can function perfectly as our home planet in the future. Under Don Juan's command, the Fire Heavy Strike cruiser slowly descended and entered the planet's atmosphere. The huge hull rubbed against the planet's atmosphere, and countless air currents were split from the bottom of the hull, flowing upward along the smooth battleship armor layer like water. As the sinking speed increases, The airflow along the battleship's armor layer like water flow generates heat through friction. It transformed into flowing flames, continuing to twist and flow upwards. Soon, the entire surface of the Huayin battleship was covered with a layer of firewall, turning into an extremely huge fireball. The battleship quickly passed through the planet's middle layer, the stratosphere. It quickly broke through the ozone layer and entered the troposphere. At this point, the huge fire battleship has completely entered the high altitude inside the dome star. Fortunately, the mass of the fire battleship is only 24 million tons, which is not enough to be affected too much by the gravity of the dome star. If Donwan later owns a battleship with a mass exceeding tens or hundreds of billions of tons, the battleship itself will generate a slight gravitational force. By then, it will be impossible to enter the interior of the planet as it is now. Once a huge interstellar battleship with huge mass and slight gravity gets too close to a planet and breaks the Roche limit, the huge interstellar battleship itself will be torn apart by the gravity of the planet. After the fire battleship completely entered the interior of the dome star, Don Juan, who was covered in black power armor, stood with his hands behind his back in the battleship bridge. A red sun was hanging behind his head, surrounded by fairy mist. The red tassel on the top of his helmet and the red cloak behind him fluttered slowly under the influence of the celebration cloud of all heaven's shield device. He looked at the surface of the planet below, the pair of mechanical electronic eyes on his visor flashing a scarlet light. He thought to himself, it's such a big planet. If I hadn't brought the psychic troops, it would be really difficult to find the ruins. At this moment, the system's voice suddenly sounded. Battle concluded. You have gained a total of 437,540 spiritual sources from this battle. Oh, the battle outside is over. Don Juan felt happy when he heard the wonderful sound of the spiritual source coming in. After purchasing the design drawings of the Thor's Hammer space-based platform, Don Juan still had 4,570 spiritual sources left. Now this wave directly pushed his spiritual energy balance to 440,000. Current spiritual source balance, 442,110. He has enough spiritual energy, and he is already able to purchase the blueprints of a level 8 battleship. This trip was a huge gain. It can be said to be a sudden wealth. Next, let him see how many ancient civilization ruins are left on this dome star, and what good things are inside. A towering city with a medieval Gothic style similar to that of the old Earth era stands on the top of a plateau. The huge city gate is guarded on both sides by the loyal kingdom guards, the Blackwing Knights. They were all wrapped in heavy knight armor, with 2 gaps behind their slender waists wrapped in the armor, and a pair of black wings grew above their hips and on their slender lower backs. The jet black wings merged together and stood vertically behind the back. They watched the civilians coming in and out of the city gate. The native intelligent creatures of Dome Star are humanoid in shape, slender and light, with a pair of broad wings growing on the back of their waists. However, these wings no longer have the ability to fly, and at best they can only glide in the air. Emergency. Wang Qianbo-sun is in a hurry. Report to His Majesty the King. Something serious has happened. Suddenly, a Pegasus glided down from the sky in the distance. The knight above roared and jumped off the Pegasus. The wings on his back spread out, and he glided quickly into the city. Chapter 56. The terrified natives of the planet. The evil god from outer space has arrived. What happened? I don't know. What's going on? Wan Qianbo-sun emergency. This level of emergency hasn't happened in years, right? Yes, the last time it appeared was when a large-scale evil god pollution broke out in the neighboring country. The civilians passing back and forth at the city gate were all amazed when they saw the winged knights gliding past them. Don't you know? It's said that a big hole suddenly appeared in the northwest sky. There's a fireball falling from the big hole in the sky. The fireballs that fell from the sky were so massive that when they hit the ground, they created a crater as big as a city. Some of them were farmers from outside the city who spoke in exaggerated terms to the city residents around them. Huh? Is this true? A fireball falling from the sky? It hits the ground and creates a crater as big as a city. Are you kidding me? I've only heard of rain and snow falling from the sky, but I've never heard of fireballs falling from the sky. Most of the civilians in the city were a little skeptical. After all, whether it was now or in previous historical books, there had never been any record of fireballs falling from the sky. Didn't you see it? We all saw it with our own eyes. Oh, and you all live in the city, with high walls blocking your view, so it's normal that you couldn't see it. But didn't you feel it? There were a lot of small earthquakes today. After hearing this, most of the civilians in the city nodded thoughtfully. Indeed, when they were in the city before, the high walls prevented them from seeing the sky far outside the city, but they did feel many small earthquakes. Moreover, this royal city was built on a granite plateau, and beneath the thick soil layer of the plateau was a solid granite mountain. Earthquakes are impossible under normal circumstances, but when several small earthquakes occurred today, they were scared a lot. I thought the royal city was about to collapse. Could it be some kind of vision created by some evil god? Some civilians spoke with great concern. In the past, when the evil god's pollution spread, there would always be some different strange phenomena. Oh, then we all have to be careful and don't leave the city recently. Let's go back. After hearing these words, most of the city residents who were originally planning to leave the city were afraid to leave. Only in the royal city, surrounded by high walls, can they feel safe. TSK, you city dwellers only know how to hide behind high walls and can't see the vast sky. A farmer from a village outside the city curled his lips and stretched the wings behind him. He must be living a comfortable life. When he has nothing to do, he can jump off the mountain and feel the feeling of gliding. The bright and spacious place, which was originally illuminated by the sun and occasionally reflected light from the hard stone floor, was suddenly shrouded in shadow. Is the sky cloudy? You don't feel like it's going to rain? The sky suddenly darkened. It looked up in confusion, opened its pair of red vertical pupils, and looked towards the blue sky. Suddenly, it opened its mouth in shock. Suddenly, a huge monster appeared in the sky, blocking the sun and the sky. A huge, straight-line, angular shadow creature was floating in the sky, above the royal city. Floating above the clouds. Almost half of the entire royal city was shrouded in its shadow. Countless people saw it, a huge existence that they had never seen in their entire lives. Countless people were so shocked that they were speechless and couldn't say anything. At the city gate, the black-winged guards knights guarding the city wall unconsciously clenched their halberds in their hands and looked up in astonishment. As noble warriors, their first reaction was, how should they fight this giant, steel, creature? Gripping the halberds in their hands, could their weapons penetrate the skin of this creature? If that huge shadow floating above the clouds were a living creature, it would probably be able to crush the sturdy and tall walls of the royal city with just a slight squeeze, right? Just by seeing it, the kingdom's most elite Blackwing Guards knights lost their fighting spirit. The most central and tallest building complex in the royal city. There are many spire-shaped castle buildings. Among them, the architectural complex composed of distinctive pointed rib vaults, flying buttresses, and pointed towers has a very classical beauty. The young king, King Rilia, stood on a protruding semicircular platform atop a high tower in the palace, also looking in shock at the huge shadow floating above the clouds. The evil god from outer space. An extremely complicated expression appeared on King Ruilia's young and beautiful face. She bit her silver teeth lightly, remembering the teachings left by her ancient ancestors that were passed down in the royal family. One day, the sky was torn apart, and a huge iron structure descended from the sky. The evil god from outer space has arrived. You must fight to the death to protect our world. Don't let them invade any of God's holy temples. For a long time, Ruilia regarded these teachings passed down by ancient ancestors as myths and legends. Throughout the kingdom's history, there have been many powerful magic saints who were able to fly high into the sky and explore the world beyond. However, only 1 in 10 can come back. A magic saint flew high into the sky and returned from above, leaving behind his last words. High above the sky is a transparent barrier that separates the endless dark realm from our pure and bright world. No one can break through or survive. King Rilia bit her lip. If there really were alien visitors, then they must be evil gods coming from the endless dark realm outside. Thinking of this, King Rilia took a deep breath. He was the king of the kingdom and the most noble person in the world under the dome. It cannot allow foreign evil gods to invade its country and the temple of God. Pass my order. Gather all Blackwing Guard knights. Prepare for battle. I will stand at the forefront, alongside you, to defend the kingdom, fighting to the death. Huoyan, heavy strike cruiser, lower deck, hangar hatch wide open. This world is filled with abundant psychic energy. I can even feel it from the battleship. Adeline, who led the psychic troops, stood beside Don Juan, closed her eyes, took a deep breath, and said in admiration, "Can you sense the presence of the remains of ancient civilization?" Don Juan asked. "I can feel it, right at the bottom of that indigenous city below. It has the greatest psychic reaction and should be the largest relic on this planet." Adeline opened her beautiful purple eyes that were gleaming with a strange light and said, "Okay, let's go down." Don Juan nodded slightly. 10 Suzaku, heavy fighter transport aircraft, with flames trailing behind their tails and air currents on their wings, left the warship and headed towards the royal city below. Chapter 57. The Special Winged Tribe, the Humiliated King Ruilia. This time Don Juan also went along, but he did not enter the ruins. Instead, he went to the city of the indigenous people of the planet below to appreciate the alien scenery. After all, after staying in outer space and on a battleship for such a long time, Don Juan still wants to experience the feeling of being down to earth again. As for how to make contact with the natives of this planet, this is already prepared. Before coming to this city, Don Juan sent people to capture some native intelligent creatures on this planet. They were dressed like farmers, and when they were captured on the warship, they kept kowtowing and praying. Psionic power can communicate directly with the minds of living things. Don't worry about language barriers. However, Don Juan himself does not have psychic powers, so Adeline thoughtfully prepared a translator for Don Juan. After using psychic power to communicate with local intelligent creatures, she deciphered their language. Don Juan is also very curious about the native intelligent race of Domestar. Because the samples captured previously all looked like females in human cognition in terms of appearance, body shape, and looks. But scans of the anatomy of these indigenous intelligent species reveal that they are not gender-specific. There is no distinction between male and female among them. All of them have only one gender and only one set of reproductive organs. However, they all have the ability to make other members of the same race pregnant and give birth, and they themselves also have the ability to become pregnant and give birth. And it is an oviparous creature, not a viviparous one. The reproductive organs are located at the lower back, between the two wings, in the lower part, similar to the human coccyx. It is usually hidden, and when it is needed, a hollow tail will extend out. The wings on both sides of their lower back also play a protective role, protecting the pregnant area. After giving birth, they will use the warm wings to cover the eggs. Although they have only one gender, there are still subjective distinctions within the group. For example, people who are very confident and think they are of noble blood will not allow others to make them pregnant and bear children, and they can only exist as the husband. This type of people are usually the so-called aristocrats and royal families in this world. Because of this factor, common people in this world are proud to be able to give birth to children for nobles and royal families. Don Juan named these humanoid native intelligent races on the dome star with wings growing from their waists, winged people. Don Juan did not do anything with these research samples. After scanning and analyzing their body structure and deciphering their language, he put them back. On the city wall that was hundreds of meters high, the heavily guarded royal knights tightly grasped their halberds, bows and crossbows and other weapons, looking anxiously at the huge shadow above the clouds in the sky. Above the palace complex and on various defensive platforms, all kinds of large defensive crossbows and rapid-fire crossbows with magic are ready. The royal guards controlled these defensive weapons and pointed them toward the sky. On top of the tallest tower of the palace building, on a huge raised semicircular platform, countless black-winged guards knights, clad in steel armor, held halberds in their hands, with wings spread out behind their waists, always ready to follow King Rilia into the sky to meet the enemy. Ordinary winged people civilians do not have the ability to fly and can only jump from high places and glide, but those who master magic can spread their wings and fly for a long time. The kingdom's most elite black-winged guard knights also possess magic. King Rilia stood in front of all the black-winged guard knights, her slender and graceful body covered with a layer of solid armor engraved with runes. A pair of white wings spread out behind the slender waist, and her beautiful face was full of determination. She held a long sword and looked up at the sky. "Soldiers, follow me to fight." King Rilia is ready for a desperate battle to defend the royal city and the holy temple of God underground in the royal city. He pointed the long sword in his hand towards the huge shadow above the floating clouds in the sky, flapped his wings behind him, and flew up with a graceful figure. Crash! There was a loud sound of flapping wings as the black-winged guards vibrated their wings. For a moment, all that could be seen in the sky above the royal city were pairs of wings that were densely packed and constantly vibrating in the sky. Call! Suddenly, there was a gust of howling wind. It came like a storm. The black-winged guards' knights flying in the sky were immediately blown to pieces by the wind. King Rilia gritted her teeth, used magic to support her body, and barely maintained her balance in the strong wind in the sky. 10 huge, fat steel birds appeared in the sky. Their steel wings were not flapping at all. They were hard, but they could still create strong winds and fly in the air. The evil god from outer space. Knights. King Rilia wanted to command her knights to attack the enemy. However, she discovered that apart from her, Only some royal knights with excellent magic attainments could keep their balance in this huge gale. The other ordinary Blackwing Guard knights had long been blown away by the wind. How could that be? King Rilia couldn't believe it. Supreme, how do we deal with these indigenous races? The Suzaku heavy fighter transport aircraft was suspended in the air with its hatch open. Adeline asked Don Juan beside her. This race can master psychic power, which can be considered as a talent. Don't kill them. If you can subdue them and use them for me, they will be even more powerful. Don Juan looked at the winged people in the sky who were able to keep their bodies stable under the atmospheric air disturbance device on the Suzaku heavy fighter transport aircraft, and said in admiration, "Yes." After receiving Don Juan's order, Adeline immediately led the psychic girl troops out of the transport plane. The gap between the two sides is too huge. Even though the winged people have psychic troops, they are essentially still in the feudal era. Facing the troops of heaven, they have no power to resist. The psychic girls easily took control of the entire palace. They also did not harm any of the winged people. In Don Juan's opinion, the right thing to do was to use a race with such psychic talents and a large population for their own benefit. It's such a pity that these winged people are imprisoned on this planet by the energy shield that covers the entire planet. The Suzaku heavy fighter transport aircraft landed on the platform of the palace tower. Under the protection of Yu Yi and a group of tactical humanoid girls, Don Juan stepped onto the platform. Adeline followed Don Juan's instructions and went to find the entrance to the ruins of ancient civilization located underground in the royal city. Call. It's truly a beautiful environment, an otherworldly scenery. Leaving the transport plane, Don Juan stepped on the ground with the alloy boots of his power armor and stood on the platform above the high tower of the palace. He took a deep breath and sighed. In front of him were a group of native intelligent creature captives, their hands, feet, and wings shackled, sitting on the ground with their legs together. Evil gods from outer space. What do you want to do? Queen Rilia gritted her teeth and looked at Don Juan with hatred in her red eyes. It is very stubborn, and as a king it has its own pride. Faced with the huge gap, its resistance is like child's play. Even if it is easily defeated and taken prisoner, it is unwilling to surrender to Don Juan. Chapter 58. We need to assemble more than 100,000 warships. Laugh. With a sound, Don Juan took off his fully enclosed helmet. He revealed a handsome face with strong facial lines, which was different from the delicate winged people. Although the atmospheric pressure on the surface of this planet is twice that of the Earth, Don Juan's physical fitness is actually very strong in this interstellar era. It's just that the combat humanoid girls are too strong in comparison. After taking off the fully enclosed helmet, Don Juan felt a little uncomfortable, but his body quickly recovered and quickly adapted to the atmospheric pressure of this planet. In fact, Don Juan's current body is somewhat different from that of humans in his previous life on Earth, and can adapt to environmental changes on other planets more quickly. Ah, such pure planet air. Don Juan took another deep breath. It had been a long time since he had breathed such pure air inside a planet. In Don Juan's memory, when he lived on the colony planet of the Yada Empire, the environment was very harsh, and the Yada people only transformed their living environment into a beautiful one. As for the living environment of humans, the second-class citizens they discriminate against, it's enough as long as they can survive. This was the second time Don Juan enjoyed air of this quality, except when he was studying at the Yada Military Academy. Only now did Don Juan turn his attention to King Rilia and the other captives. Looking at King Rilia and the shackled black-winged guard knights, Don Juan said slowly, "Do you know that the world you live in is actually a cage?" When Don Juan opened his mouth, he actually spoke a language they could understand, which surprised Queen Rilia. These evil gods from outer space know their language. Cage? What nonsense are you talking about? The sacred barrier protects our world from the invasion of the endless dark realm outside the sky. You evil gods from outer space have broken through the sacred barrier and invaded us, still trying to seduce us. We are all steadfast holy Blackwing Knights. We cannot possibly be bewitched by an evil god from outer space like you. A black-winged guard knight roared angrily at Don Juan. An evil god from outer space? A holy knight? Ah, evil feudal religious ideology. Don Juan sighed. He hated people whose thinking was completely fixed by feudal religion the most. People like this are extremely stubborn. They only believe what they believe and ignore other facts. Do you think so? Don Juan looked at Rilia. Judging from her dress, Rilia, wearing a gorgeous crown, should be the king of this country. That's right, evil god. If you want to torture me, do it to me. Don't even think about polluting the sacred temple. Rilia looked up at Don Juan, her pair of red eyes with vertical pupils full of unyielding spirit, and her delicate and beautiful face showed no trace of the cowardice of a prisoner. Don Juan waved his hand, and a blue light enveloped Rilia. Your Majesty, you damned evil god. What are you going to do to His Majesty the King? The other Blackwing Knights immediately screamed in shock, their beautiful vertical pupils glaring at Don Juan. This is the power that comes from the fire in Don Juan's soul. The power of assimilation. It can transform the flesh and blood of carbon-based organisms into a silicon-based mechanical body. Evil god. Ruilia had no power to resist and could only watch her body change. What terrified it was that the hollow tail at its lower back, which was usually hidden and served as its reproductive organ, had disappeared. What's going on? Ruilia's eyes widened. Her red pupils shrank and trembled violently. Her tail, which was hidden at the lower back and coccyx, was gone. This had always been her pride as a royal. If she lost her tail, wouldn't she no longer be able to help others give birth, and would she have to be the one giving birth herself? No. The originally proud and stubborn Rilia suddenly became extremely panicked. And she could feel that the part of the armor that had originally fit her chest suddenly became stretched out and heavy, as if it was suffocating her. Evil god, you did this to me. Rilia looked at Don Juan in great horror, and in the light, her body was rapidly transforming. Before she could finish her words, the transformation was complete, and the light completely enveloped her. After the light faded, Rilia collapsed to the ground. The handcuffed Blackwing Knights around them all shouted in panic. Your Majesty! Your Majesty, what's wrong with you? You damned evil god. What did you do to His Majesty? This is the first time I've heard of this change. Don Juan felt the changes in Rilia and thought to himself. Don Juan has always believed that his soul fire simply transforms carbon-based organisms into silicon-based organisms. But now he knew that there would be another change in the process of transformation. That is, it seems that no matter what gender the transformed organism was before, after the transformation, it will become a female in the biological sense in human cognition. Instead of using other alloy materials to fuse, the carbon-based organisms are directly converted into silicon-based organisms. In terms of quality, the physical strength will be worse than other combat humanoids. Lying on the ground, Rilia let out a soft moan and slowly opened her eyes. Her red vertical pupils looked up at Don Juan. Tail. She murmured softly, as if she was still deeply obsessed with her disappeared tail. This obsession turned into, Hey, tail. Supreme, give me your tail. Rilia looked up at Don Juan with a devout look that was completely different from before. Don Juan felt strange when he heard this. Tail. I don't have a tail. Wait, Don Juan suddenly realized what the so-called tail that Rilia was talking about was. He does have a tail, and it's a big one. I'm boiling. Unconsciously, Don Juan covered his forehead and cursed. Damn it. How could a silicon-based mechanical tactical humanoid girl who was directly transformed from a carbon-based organism have such filthy thoughts about him? Your Majesty. The rest of the Blackwing Knights all widened their bright eyes and looked at Rilia in shock, whose thinking was completely different from before. What happened? What did this abominable evil god do to Your Majesty? Your Majesty, she has been completely corrupted by the evil god. His body and mind were no longer that of a winged man, but had transformed into the shape of the evil god in front of him. Next, it's your turn. Don Juan shook his head slightly and sighed. No matter what, the winged people had great talents and were numerous, which could be of great help to him. Don't come over here. Just when Don Juan entered the Dome Star, subdued the winged people, and explored the remains of ancient civilization. Yada Empire, Frontier Galaxy. In the high tower room of Spaceport City, the silent atmosphere was extremely oppressive. I failed. Fallows looked at the live broadcast screen that had been closed long ago, his hands shaking. In the live broadcast, the terrifying performance of the intelligent Heavenly Court fleet had a huge impact on him and the top leaders of the other 3 interstellar forces. What a terrifying, monstrous warship this is. What kind of technology is used in it? While Pharaohs was extremely frightened, he was also relieved. Fortunately, there are only 10 such warships. Only 10. After feeling relieved, Pharaoh suddenly thought of something. If the Hayata Empire could obtain this kind of warship and analyze the technology inside it. Pharaoh stood up suddenly and sent more fleets. He will send more fleets into the ruined star field. He must obtain the warships of heaven, even if there is only one. And it's not just the warships of heaven. He also wants the planet with the relics of ancient civilization. As long as the Empire's regular fleet enters, it will definitely be able to defeat the small number of the intelligent heavenly fleet. By then, everything will belong to the Yada Empire. Everything will be his. As long as he can obtain this kind of worship, the Yada Empire and the throne can also be his, Pharaoh's. For a moment, endless greed and desire rose in Pharaoh's heart. Pharaoh's, have you forgotten the Turin Agreement? Do you want to send more warships into the ruined star region? Sure, but we have to wait until the fleets of the other parties arrive before we can enter together. A bird head of a high-ranking official of the Ifrit Interstellar Federation trembled slightly, its beak opened wide, and it let out a terrifying shrill laugh. Yes, that so-called intelligent heavenly warship. You want it, and we want it too. In that case, we will each send more fleets, and then we will all rely on our own abilities. The senior executives of Giant Mantis United Capital also looked at Fallows and laughed. Our Jinran Empire will also send additional fleets. The top leaders of the Jinran Interstellar Empire spoke the least, but they also expressed their views. There was anger in Pharaoh's eyes. Things had come to this point and could no longer be reversed, but he could gather more warships and fleets than the other forces. The Yada Empire still has the home advantage. Pull over all the guard fleets of this current star province. No, pull over all the fleets of the nearby star provinces as well. Whether it's 100,000 or 200,000, the more warships we assemble, the better. We must have more than those of the other families. Even if it means going to war with them, we won't hesitate. Your Majesty will agree to such a large-scale fleet deployment. Commander Pharaohs became furious and glared at the smiling leaders of several other interstellar forces. Chapter 59 Don Juan. It's bad. I've become a high-dimensional evil god. Just as Don Juan's flagship, the Fire Heavy Strike Cruiser, landed at the Winged People's Royal City on the Granite Plateau, Adeline led some psychic troops to explore the remains of the ancient civilization under the Royal City. The remaining 9 Black Ropel heavy fire destroyers were also scattered throughout the Dome Star. Start exploring other possible remains of ancient civilizations. At the same time, let the psychic troops detect possible strong psychic reactions. The battleship was conducting continuous microwave scanning and detection of the entire Dome Star continent in the sky. The detection also produced some additional scanning results, which directly helped to conduct a census of the entire Dome Star. The scans were very comprehensive, and the results were very accurate. By the time the Heavenly Court fleet completely scanned the continent of Dome Star, the total population of the winged people on the entire Dome Star was 3,769,073,821. This is the total population on the entire Dome Star, excluding unhatched winged people eggs and eggs currently growing in the bodies of pregnant women. The Dome planet is not in a unified state, and there is no regime that can rule the entire planet. Instead, it is divided into hundreds of countries. King Rilia ruled over only one of the countries, the Sky Kingdom. It is considered to be the winged nation with the most glorious history on Dome Star. It also records some history that has evolved into ancient myths and legends. The entire planet has a population of 3.7 billion and hundreds of countries. I really want to convert them all. Don Juan sat on the throne in the Sky Kingdom Palace, looking at the information sent to him by other exploration teams, and sighed slightly. Unfortunately, he currently does not have any good method to convert carbon-based organisms into mechanical organisms on a large scale. It can only use its own firepower to go to the carbon-based organism to be transformed and then carry out silicon-based assimilation. It would be fine if the number was smaller, but the entire Dome Star has a total population of 3.7 billion. Does Don Juan have to convert them one by one? That would tire him to death. It would be nice if we could find a better way. Don Juan thought to himself. Rilia, whose attitude had completely changed, served by the side. She looked at Don Juan, who had a slightly sad expression on his face. A pair of white wings fluttered gently behind her slender waist. She said to Don Juan, "Your Majesty, you seem very sad. Is there anything I can do to help you?" Although Rilia was transformed into a silicon-based mechanical creature, her thinking and personality did not change at all, except that she had an infinite loyalty to Don Juan in her heart. For a traditional feudal aristocratic royal like Rilia, Don Juan is her master, that is, His Majesty the Emperor, who is one level higher than the king. Rilia also became a complete woman, and according to the feudal aristocratic tradition, she began to regard herself as a concubine in front of Don Juan. Looking at Rilia's eyes that had been secretly staring at him, and immediately lowered their gaze when Don Juan looked over, with endless tenderness in her red vertical pupils, Don Juan expressed his sorrow. Upon hearing this, Rilia nodded gently and said, "Your Majesty, I understand your sorrow. The power of transformation should come from your soul and your mind. If that's the case, why don't you learn psychic powers? After learning psionics, you will be able to use your power better. It can also expand the scope of conversion and can convert more of my fellow tribesmen." Hearing this, Don Juan was stunned. Can psychic energy be learned? Don Juan has never known much about psychic power. He only knows that psychic power is the manifestation of the power of the higher dimension in the real universe. The psychic girls among the tactical humanoids are also made using psychic blocks disassembled from the subspace devices found in ancient ruins. He always thought that only talented people could learn and use psychic powers. Don Juan had no idea what psychic gifts he had. Although Rillia's psychic power is not as strong as that of the tactical humanoid psychic girl troops, when it comes to theoretical knowledge of psychic power, no one dares to claim to be the first if she says she is second. Although the Sky Kingdom is just a feudal country, they have a long history of studying psychic power, and many sages in history have written a lot about how to steal more psychic power from the subspace and use it, and books of knowledge that can help you avoid the invasion of demons from the greater Vian space. Many of these books of knowledge were sealed by the ancestors of the Sky Kingdom in the Temple of God, which is the ruins of ancient civilization under the royal city. Ordinary people cannot read these books of psychic knowledge, but as a king, Rillia has the right to read them, so she has accumulated a lot of knowledge about the high Vian space and psychic powers. Your Majesty, you possess the ability to completely transform carbon-based organisms into silicon-based mechanical organisms. Those transformed are equivalent to your followers and this ability. Rillia hesitated for a moment and continued, "Forgive me for being frank, but your ability is very similar to those evil gods in the Gorvia space." After saying this, without waiting for Don Juan to speak, Rillia knelt down in front of him and shouted, "I am extremely disrespectful for comparing you to an evil god. Rillia has committed a capital crime. I beg you to execute me." Don Juan raised his eyebrows. "What kind of thing is this? It's a capital crime." Don Juan was amused. He said directly, "Get up. I don't have such strong feudal ideas. Perhaps among the winged people, being mentioned in the same breath as the evil gods is a serious crime, but here, there are no taboos." Although Don Juan didn't know much about psychic power, the power given to him by the fire made him feel that those so-called evil gods of the subspace could not infect him and the races under his command. Seeing that Rillia still didn't get up, Don Juan had no choice but to imitate the tone of a feudal emperor and said, "Get up, I pardon you." Only then did Rillia stand up. The feudal system of the winged people has existed on the Dome Star for tens of thousands of years. As mentioned before, transforming them into silicon-based creatures, tactical humanoids will not change their original thinking and personality. Their original thinking and personality will remain the same. It's just that they all have infinite loyalty to Don Juan in their hearts. Although Rillia compared Don Juan to the evil god of the Gorvia space, Don Juan already understood what Rillia meant. This means that Don Juan does not need psychic talents, because his fire power is the concept itself. Like other evil gods in the high Vian space, those evil gods possess the power of thought and can create their own demon followers. Don Juan can also create his own demon, that is, the tactical humanoid girl. The only difference is that Don Juan and the tactical humanoid girl race have normal thinking and do not have any extremely crazy emotions like evil gods and demons. According to Rillia, there are 4 known evil gods in the Gorvia space. The blood god Korn represents crazy extreme killing and ultimate courage. Sench represents unknown changes, hope, and infinite wisdom. Nurgle represents the driving force of all things, the prosperity and decline of life, and the all-embracing benevolent father. Slaanesh, the god of extreme desire, joy, and love. Before this, Rillia would never dare to directly say the names of the 4 evil gods of the subspace, but now she can. The mental pollution of one evil god cannot infect another evil god and his demonic followers. After realizing this, Don Juan slapped his forehead and thought, "Oh no, he has become the 5th evil god of the subspace. God knows, he is a very good man. How did he become an evil god out of nowhere?" Chapter 60, Don Juan's Ascension, More Transformation Power. Although Don Juan did not consider himself an evil god, he had to admit that he had the ability to transform ordinary carbon-based creatures into silicon-based creatures. It has some similarities with the abilities of the evil god in the high Via space. Does this also mean that one day, Don Juan's own power will eventually grow to the level of a high-dimensional evil god? Don Juan was not very clear about this, but he knew that his abilities had great potential. After learning from Rillia the location of the Sky Kingdom's library, which stored books on psychic knowledge, in the ancient civilization ruins beneath the royal city, Don Juan immediately contacted Adeline, who was leading a team to explore the ruins, and about the ruins of ancient civilization under the Sky King city. From the current situation of the winged people who have spent tens of thousands of years in the feudal era, it can be seen that they have no idea how to use the things in the relics of ancient civilization. Even because of the influence of local religions, they would never use psychic power to explore the remains of ancient civilizations. Or rather, they cannot explore. Because psychic power alone is not enough, a certain level of technological advancement is also required. The minimum requirement is that the level of technology must exceed that of the Earth in Don Juan's previous life. Only when technology and psychic power complement each other can we fully open up and deeply explore the remains of ancient civilizations. Otherwise, it would be of no help to just wander around the surface of the ancient civilization ruins and set up any temples of God. According to Adeline's report, their exploration was successful and easy. There is no danger in the ruins of ancient civilization buried deep in the dome star. Adeline also sent people back to the surface of the ruins and successfully found the library of psychic knowledge. Adeline had discovered this library before, but she didn't pay much attention to it. Their focus was still on powerful psychic devices and technological equipment. Boxes of sorted books on psychic knowledge were brought to Don Juan. Don Juan stood up and looked at the thick books engraved on the stone slabs. Then he began to read, learning how to draw the power of the high V in space from the root and use it to strengthen himself. It's time to make yourself stronger. Otherwise, as the only supreme one of the entire tactical humanoid girl race, he is not even a match for any tactical humanoid girl. How can this be disgraceful? Don Juan firmly believed that as the one with the highest status, he had to be the best fighter. Don Juan, who already knew the language of the winged people, did not find it difficult to read these stone books containing psychic knowledge. It can even be said that it is extremely easy. Reading these words, he seemed to feel the existence of the high-dimensional space. This feeling was like he was back home, his whole body bathed in an extremely comfortable and warm energy. Time passes by. Don Juan became more and more immersed in it. Don Juan raised his head suddenly and looked around. Only then did he realize that his thoughts had entered a strange and unknown space. In this space, the passage of time does not exist, and everything is an illusory and distorted chaotic scene. Don Juan could feel that the physical rules of the real universe had completely disappeared in this space. And he was in this chaotic space, able to fly freely. A ray of light shone in the chaos, clearing out a large, clean area. Don Juan raised his head and looked upwards. Above his head, he saw a star, with black flames constantly burning on its surface. Its size seemed to be larger than all other stellar celestial bodies. It emits a cold light that illuminates everything around it. Is this the spark? Don Juan could feel that he was the spark, and the spark was him. And around him, countless illusory individuals surrounded him. Don Juan understood that these were tactical humanoid girls who were connected to him. This is the warp. I can feel it. This power. After his mind entered the high-dimensional space for a short while, Don Juan returned to the real universe. This time when he returned, he also brought back the energy of the subspace, which was materialized in the real physical universe as psychic power. Don Juan opened his eyes, and a hint of psychic power emanated from them. Boom! The air vibrated, and a slight leak of psychic power instantly spread around. The floor of the palace tower where Don Juan was located broke with a loud bang and showed signs of collapse. Don Juan initially mastered the power of psychic energy. After all, this is the real physical universe, and there is a thick barrier between it and the higher dimensional space. Don Juan's psychic power is still very weak now, and he can only do this much. Ding dong. The system prompts that the psychic power you have initially mastered has not yet reached the system's standard for psychic power classification. The system has automatically divided psychic powers into different levels. Please check back later. The system automatically sets levels for psychic powers, which is consistent with the level division of warships, still from top to bottom, and the levels are divided into 3 purities, 4 imperials, 5 elders, 10 cities. Don Juan's current psychic power is far from reaching the lowest level of 10 cities. The 10 cities level of psychic power set in the system is at least enough to allow one's will to cover an entire dome planet. A reminder in advance, the theme of this book is still technology and galaxy warships, and psychic power is only auxiliary. Now the best Don Juan can do is let the transformative power of the fire cover the entire royal city with millions of winged people. But this is much stronger than the previous power that could only cover 100 meters around himself. After mastering the power of psychic energy, Don Juan did not hesitate and directly covered the entire royal city with the power of fire. In the royal city, millions of winged people began to absorb all the absorbable elements around them under Don Juan's will, and then converted them into metal elements, fusing them with themselves to increase their own mass. Quickly complete the transformation from a weak carbon-based organism with flesh and blood to a strong silicon-based mechanical organism. Don Juan begins his move to truly control the planet. Once complete control is achieved, the total population of tactical humanoid girls under Don Juan will achieve an unprecedented and huge breakthrough. But this population is still a small number compared to the Yada Empire, which rules over various intelligent races and has a total population of over 12 trillion. Next, I still have a lot of things to do. Completely explore the planet's ancient civilization ruins, repair the dome star's energy shield system, acquire new technology, relocate the base, expand the battleship production line, and purchase 8 extremes level battleship technology from the system mall. Convert all the winged people on the dome star. Don Juan listed the actions he was going to take next one by one, and sighed slightly. He had a long way to go. Chapter 61, Base Level Upgrade. Start exploiting troops. For the next period of time, all of Don Juan's actions revolved around Dome Star. Tactical humanoid forces launched operations throughout the Dome Star. During these actions, there was also a certain degree of obstruction. The obstruction does not all come from the winged people in other countries on Dome Star. There are also some evil cults. These evil sects are all composed of winged people who have learned psychic powers, have weak wills, and have been infected by the demonic thinking of the higher dimension. Fortunately, for unknown reasons, there is also an explanation that this real physical universe is very far away from the evil gods of the subspace. Therefore, the intensity of subspace pollution is not strong. This is not difficult to understand. At least in the Milky Way, in the entire Tauran interstellar society whose territory spans tens of thousands of light years, basically no one knows about the existence of the so-called subspace. If no one knows about the existence of the subspace, the pollution intensity of the subspace will be greatly reduced. At least, as far as we know, the only place in the Milky Way where psychic powers exist is the ruined star region, which is completely isolated from other ordinary interstellar social star regions. The only small area with high-dimensional space pollution is the newly discovered 117 galaxies in this ruined star region. Of course, in the hundreds of years since the discovery of the ruined star field, various interstellar forces within the Tauran Interstellar Society have been secretly studying the existence of psychic power. Although hundreds of years of research have not brought any effective results, as time goes by, no one knows whether the concept of subspace will become known to everyone in the future. And when it reaches that point, the consequences will be terrible. On the Dome Star, the only known existence is the winged people sect that believes in Tsench, among some other winged people countries. Compared to those who believe in the existence of the other 3 gods, Tsench, the Lord of unknown changes and wisdom, is different. His believers are extremely cunning and very good at disguise. On the surface, they appear to have not been contaminated by any warp. It is very difficult for the local winged people to distinguish them. But the psycho girls are different. They can sense the existence of a sect that believes in evil gods simply by their instinctive psychic sense. When the tactical humanoid troops were clearing out the subspace pollution throughout the Dome Star, they even discovered that the top leaders of several countries, and even the Winged King, had secretly believed in Tsench. It is normal for Tsench's sect to develop to this point. Only Tsench's believers can achieve this effect. It is impossible for the sects that believe in the other 3 gods to disguise themselves. All countries on Dome Star are extremely vigilant against the invasion of evil gods, and will do their best to eradicate them once any signs are discovered. Unfortunately, these Tsench believers, who were originally disguised perfectly, encountered a tactical humanoid girl army, and were all killed without hesitation. During this period, the Heavenly Court troops responsible for exploring the remains of other ancient civilizations on Dome Star even discovered an island that was separated from the entire continent by many oceans. Millions of indigenous winged people living on the island were all infected by the subspace and suffered horrific flesh and blood deformations, killing each other all day long. Upon investigation, it was discovered that this completely polluted island had a ruin filled with subspace devices. Someone accidentally walked in and then used psychic power to trigger the subspace device, connecting to the subspace. When that person's mind returned from the subspace, his body and mind were invaded by demons from the higher dimensional space. Then the entire island, millions of people, suffered. There was no other choice but to forcibly recover those subspace devices, and then use the hot melt ion light spear macro cannon to wash away all the islands inhabited by millions of people. A few days later, all the scattered medium and small ruins on the entire Dome Star were explored by the Heavenly Court troops. There are considerable gains. Some of these medium and small ruins are like stricken islands, filled with subspace devices, while others are mechanical guard manufacturing plants, data storage rooms, or warship production lines buried deep underground. The environment in which these ruins are located is completely different from the space environment. Over the years, nothing usable can be found in many of the ruins. But even so, Donwan still gained a lot. There are over 500 intact subspace devices. There are 120,000 mechanical guards with inertia-free engines that have been sealed and well-preserved and are still usable. There are 307 automated mechanical cores and 5 automated battleship production cores. There are still 2 technical data storage devices that can be deciphered, but the technology contained within is still unknown. And these harvests are all harvests from other ruins on Dome Star. As for the ruins of ancient civilization under the largest Sky Dome King city, different from other ruins, the ruins beneath the royal city are more like a collection of planetary systems. In the ruins, Adeline found a large number of cabins for monitoring the ecological environment of the entire planet. These were also discarded, and nothing useful could be obtained. In addition, Adeline finally led people into the most central area of the entire ruins. Adeline discovered what could be said to be the most valuable thing on the entire planet, the biggest gain. A machine that is still intact in the ruins and can produce a large amount of antimatter and store it in a stable package. This machine is sealed in the ruins and appears to be a backup device for the ruins' power reactor. Sadly, the other machines of the same type appeared to be damaged and completely unusable. These traces of destruction have an extremely long history and should have been destroyed when the people in the ancient civilization left. And for some reason, they left behind a well-sealed machine in the warehouse, which has been preserved to this day. This discovery made Donwan ecstatic. This thing can even be said to be the biggest gain this time. In addition to this, there is the planetary shield system in the very center of the ruins, which is maintained by tens of thousands of subspace devices. This is also the shield system of the entire Dome Star. It is the most extensive and largest thing in the entire ruins. However, due to their special properties, these subspace devices are still intact and can communicate with higher dimensional space and establish safe channels for absorbing psychic power. Although the subspace devices are intact, some of the instruments that assist the subspace devices have problems. There was a problem with these auxiliary instruments, which was also the reason why the shield covering the entire Dome Star was damaged and did not repair itself automatically. Adeline is organizing the psychic forces to quickly decipher the remaining information and strive to repair the damaged shield auxiliary equipment as soon as possible. These tens of thousands of subspace devices maintain the shield of the entire planet and must not be moved. In general, Donwan gained a lot from this trip. He had previously fought a battle in space and gained a huge amount of spiritual energy, and now he had found so many good things on the planet. After the ruins of Dome Star have been completely explored, the system prompt finally sounded. Base upgrade mission completed. The base level has been upgraded. Now you can build a planet base around the planet. A large amount of relevant information was sent to the system warehouse. The technical information obtained from the ruins of ancient civilizations has been automatically classified into the system. You have unlocked the right to purchase the 7th level battleship technology blueprints. Please check it in the system mall. When Donwan heard this voice, his eyes suddenly lit up. The constructive spirit in his heart is stirring. Massive construction, base expansion, increase base production capacity. He wants to increase troops and warships. Chapter 62 Construction of a new base, purchase of new ship designs. And about how to rebuild the Dome Star next. This requires some knowledge. The Dome Star is 210 million kilometers away. The distance from Donwan's base is approximately 4.9 billion kilometers. Strictly speaking, the location of Donwan's base is within the range of the stellar wind of Galaxy 117, slightly outside. Donwan's base is about 3.2 billion kilometers away from the Stargate. The Stargate is about 8.3 billion kilometers away from the star at the center of the galaxy. If Donwan wants to occupy the entire 117 star systems, he must first grasp the complete situation within the 117 star systems. It is also necessary to expel the scattered small pioneering forces of the Yada Empire that are still wandering in the 117th star system. He had previously defeated the Yada Empire's civilian joint fleet. With such a large-scale battle, it was impossible for the Yada Empire to remain silent. Donwan must organize a defense as quickly as possible. While organizing and building defense measures, he also had to establish a new base on Dome Star. As for the previous base, Donwan changed his mind and did not plan to move it. Instead, he decided to build a new base directly on Dome Star as his home base. After all, Dome Star has complete energy shield protection. Just based on this, The protection level is countless times stronger than the previous base. The previous base will be used by Don Juan as an outpost close to the Stargate. It will be built into a defensive belt by Don Juan. The stargates at the edge of the galaxy do not stay in place forever. Instead, like other celestial bodies in the galaxy, it has a fixed orbit around the galaxy. If we want to build a new main base on Dome Star, where will the large amount of minerals needed for construction come from? The various remaining mineral resources on Dome Star are quite abundant, but they cannot withstand large-scale mining. Don Juan set his sights on the planet closest to the star. The star in Galaxy 117 is a red giant that has entered its old age. The diameter reaches a terrifying 230 million kilometers. When Don Juan first arrived in this galaxy through the Stargate, he observed that there were still 3 intact planets in this galaxy. They are not too far away from the stars. The first planet Don Juan arrived at was the gas giant that had jumped into high-dimensional space and mysteriously disappeared. Before the gas giant disappeared, it was 700 million kilometers away from the star. The second planet is Dome Star, which is about 210 million kilometers away from the star. The third planet, which is also the planet closest to the star, is only less than 40 million kilometers away and has now turned into a dead planet. According to the research of the technical humanoid girls, before this star expanded into a red giant, its diameter should have been around 1.2 million kilometers, making it a star slightly smaller than the Sun. There should have been several planets in front of the dead planet at that time, but these planets were completely swallowed up by the star that expanded into a red giant. There really isn't even a dreg left. The dead planet closest to the star became Don Juan's target for mining various minerals. The dead planet has a diameter of about 20,000 kilometers and has 3 dwarf planets as satellites with diameters of 900 kilometers, 1,700 kilometers, and 2,400 kilometers respectively. Don Juan sent a warship to investigate. After initial exploration, it was determined that these planets have relatively rich mineral resources inside, able to withstand large-scale mining and use. The distance between the dead star and the dome star is only 170 million kilometers. Very close. As for how to build it, Don Juan obtained more than 500 complete subspace devices from the ancient ruins all over Dome Star. There are 120,000 mechanical guards with inertia-free engines that have been sealed and well-preserved and are still usable, plus more than 10,000 mechanical guards on the low Earth orbit space-based defense platform that are already outside the Dome Star shield, and the 13,000 mechanical guards that Don Juan had previously obtained. The number of mechanical guards owned by Don Juan reached 143,000. Of the total 143,000 mechanical guards, 13,000 were already at the original base, and Don Juan decided to distribute another 30,000 to the original base. 100,000 mechanical guards will be left as protection for the new low Earth orbit space-based platform defense zone to be built outside the Dome Star. There are 307 automated mechanical cores and 5 automated battleship production cores. The various mineral resources stored in that dead planet and its 3 satellites, including coal, iron, copper, aluminum, lead, tungsten, gold, rare earths, etc., add up to more than 3 trillion tons. Coal reserves alone account for 30% of the total, followed by iron, aluminum, and tungsten. In addition, the 3 satellites have a total reserve of over 3 million tons of helium-3, which can be used for fusion. Coal, the most abundant mineral, is not without use. Although this interstellar era has long eliminated the backward situation of coal-fired power, other industries also need to use a large amount of coal. Carbon is needed to artificially convert carbon into graphene, electrodes, carbon fibers, etc. If Don Juan converted the 307 automated mechanical cores he had into automated heavy metal mining, refining, and smelting furnace factories, and various large-scale integrated industrial factories, it would take more than 260 years to completely hollow out the planet. But it doesn't work that way. It's impossible for Don Juan to build all the automated mechanical cores on the dead planet to mine. Although the average temperature on the surface of the dead planet is over 400 degrees, it is nothing. Factories of all kinds of construction are fully capable of withstanding extremely high or low temperature changes. But on a dead planet, some minerals are needed, but there are too many of them, while the reserves of more important minerals are not too large. Not to mention common heavy elements like iron, Don Juan also needs a large amount of rare earth minerals. Therefore, Don Juan needs to distribute the factories evenly across the galaxy so that every resource can be evenly distributed. The asteroid belt near the dwarf galaxy of the original base contains a variety of elements, and how to transport them after mining becomes a problem. Don Juan's existing ships are all combat ships, and there are no dedicated transport ships. You need to purchase blueprints for large transport ships. Thinking of this, Dongwon opened the System Mall. In the System Mall, the 7 yuan level technology and battleship blueprints have been unlocked and can be purchased. But Dongwon just took a quick look and then clicked on the 9 stars level mall. It's nothing. All the technologies and battleship blueprints of the 7 yuan level are too expensive, starting at millions of spiritual sources. Dongwon now only has more than 440,000 spiritual sources, which means he just got rich by swindling money. As for transport ships, the level does not need to be too high. The 10 cities level is too small and cannot meet Dongwon's requirements for large-scale transportation. Jiuyao level will do. Chapter 63, Thunder, Medium Attack Battleship. Tuyao Large Integrated Transport Ship. Data parameters, 3,600 meters long, 970 meters wide, and 713 meters high. Empty weight, 16 million tons. Fully loaded weight, 27.2 million tons. Standard crew, 32,000 people. Armor, 10-meter class integrated reactive armor. Added new shield system, shipborne psychic shield device. Energy system, 72 fusion reactors in 10 parallel configurations. Superluminal jump system, celestial jump type 1, superluminal curvature engine system. Conventional power system, 24 parallel Shinxing I-24 nozzle plasma propulsion engines. Special power system, primary inertia-free engine. The farthest connecting space node distance, 40 light days. Normal maximum speed of the curvature engine, 10 times the speed of light. Conventional propulsion engine maximum acceleration, 70 Earth standard g. The maximum detection distance of military combat radar, 1 day of light. Weapon system, single heavy ion beam macro cannon X3. 1,200 mm magnetic rail accelerator naval gun X5. 100 round missile silo X2. Close-in defense system. 200 unit close-in defense laser array X4. Carrying system, 100,000 ton cargo compartments on upper, middle, and lower decks X100. Lower deck large armored unit transport compartment X24. Personnel orbital deployment module X6400. Large armored unit orbital launch bay X240. The design drawings of such a large integrated transport ship were not expensive, and Dongwon bought it for 20,000 spiritual sources. It can carry tens of millions of tons of cargo at a time. It can also transport a certain number of armored units and army soldiers. It has the capability to launch assaults in planetary orbits. The weapon configuration is not large, and they are all self-defense weapon systems. After all, this is just a large transport ship, and the requirements cannot be too excessive. 20,000 spiritual sources can be said to be very cheap. At least for now, the capabilities of the Saturn Large Integrated Transport Ship can meet Dongwon's needs for a long time to come. After spending 20,000 spiritual sources, Dongwon now has 422,110 left. As for battleship production, with the 5 newly acquired automated battleship production cores, Dongwon will be able to have 8 battleship production lines. 3 of them, at their original bases, are now intended to be used as forward bases. For the remaining 5 production lines, Dongwon plans to find a stable Lagrange point between the dead planet closest to the star and its 3 satellites to build a spaceport. It will also have a warship production line dedicated to the production of the Saturn large-scale integrated transport ship. The remaining 4 battleship production lines were all installed on Dome Star. It's still the same reason. Dome Star has an energy shield covering the entire planet and is the safest. One of the 3 warship production lines at the Frontier Base has also been converted to produce the Tuyao Large Integrated Transport Ship, but this is only temporary and will not continue in production. In this way, Dongwon's various bases formed a straight line: the Dead Planet, the Dome Star, and the Frontier Base. However, the Dead Planet cannot always be called the Dead Planet. After all, this planet is also an important mineral base of Dongwon. Dongwon thought for a long time and decided to give the Dead Planet a name: Emperor Ku Star. Emperor Ku, the third of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors of ancient China, was the great-grandson of Emperor Huang and the true ancestor who created metal smelting technology in ancient China. As for whether Dome Star should be renamed, Dongwon thinks the current name is good. Although it was given by Lettuce is already dead. Dongwon is not willing to argue with a dead person over a name. After finalizing the design of the specialized transport ship, Dongwon began browsing the 8 Extremes level system mall. Dongwon's main battleships now include the Fire Smoke Heavy Strike Cruiser and the Black Rope Hell Heavy Firepower Destroyer. He needs a main battleship with stronger firepower and larger size. After all, the Fire Heavy Strike Cruiser is positioned to attack the surface of the planet, and the Black Ropel type battleship only has a Pestle reverse I-type, red-black particle attack macro cannon on the bow that has the ability to attack large battleships. In the Baji level system mall panel, the main battleship design drawings include 8 representative battleship models. Qiantian, heavy attack battleship. Kuan-di, orbital strike heavy cruiser. Xuanfeng, high-speed fast attack cruiser. Thunder, medium attack battleship. Kanshui, medium-sized logistics supply ship. Lihua, medium attack battleship. Zhenshan, heavy assault cruiser. Duze, large comprehensive supply carrier. Each has its own positioning, and Danwan wants an excellent battleship with heavy firepower, so the first Qiantian heavy attack battleship is undoubtedly the best choice. However, there is a flaw in the design of the Qiantian model battleship, which is that it requires 500,000 spiritual sources, and Danwan currently only has a little over 420,000 spiritual sources. Well, this is not actually the flaw of Qiantian, but the flaw of Danwan, poverty. Danwan also wanted to wait until he had accumulated more spiritual energy before buying it. But the key point was that Danwan didn't know when the Yada Empire would launch a large-scale attack next time. Danwan had to make the new battleships combat-ready before that. The sooner the better. There was no other way. Danwan could only give up the Qiantian heavy attack battleship, which was more than 10 kilometers long and looked extremely majestic, which he could not afford now, and look for other models. After comparing them, Danwan took a fancy to one of the models which was also of battleship grade. Thunder, medium attack battleship. 390,000 spirit sources. Thunder, medium attack battleship. Data parameters, 15 kilometers long, 2.1 kilometers wide, and 1.5 kilometers high. Empty ship mass, 3.7 billion tons. Standard crew, 320,000 people. Armor, 20-meter class multi-layer composite defense armor. Shield system, subspace device, psychic shield. Energy system, 64 10-unit parallel quark fusion reactors. Superluminal jump system, 10 parallel, celestial jump type 2, superluminal curvature engines. Conventional power system, 120 parallel, Xinxing I-24 nozzle plasma propulsion engines. Special power system, primary inertia-free engine. The farthest connecting space node distance, 1 light-year. Maximum speed of the curvature engine, 15 times the speed of light. Conventional propulsion engine maximum acceleration, 12 Earth standard g. The maximum detection distance of military combat radar, 20 light days. Weapon systems. Main gun, bow-mounted twin Thunderhammer I-shaped arc damage guns. Class 1 secondary gun, 2,400 mm caliber, Thundercone Type 1, super magnetic rail accelerator gun X2. Secondary gun, twin heavy ion beam macro cannon X78. 1,200 mm caliber twin-mounted rail gun X40. 400-round missile silos X4. 500 small parallel laser, close defense interception array X4. The new technologies Danwan has acquired during this period have been automatically classified into the battleship design drawings, which is a good thing. After spending 390,000 spiritual sources to select a new battleship, Danwan still had 32,110 spiritual sources left, which he planned to save. It takes 2 months to produce such a large warship on the production line. Chapter 64. Occupy the galaxy and block the Stargate. The most outstanding weapon of the Thunder medium attack battleship is its main gun, the twin-mounted Thunderhammer I concentrated arc damage gun. The focused arc is a weapon that stands out among energy weapons. The arc's energy decay is very low, giving it a range far superior to other energy weapons. Combined with its extremely excellent fire control radar and military combat radar, its range can even destroy enemy warships across half a galaxy. The characteristics of the focused arc can ignore the energy shields and armor of enemy warships to a certain extent and directly cause high energy damage to the hull structure of the enemy warships. If the enemy battleship has an energy shield. Overall, this is an extremely powerful battleship. The total length of 15 kilometers is extremely huge, and the types of weapons equipped on it are not too many. Simple, yet efficient. This is the next battleship of Danwan's heavenly fleet. After determining the new warships, Danwan began to deploy his plans. Begin implementation. While construction was underway, Danwan began sending warships on search and repel operations throughout the system. The goal is to expel all remaining interstellar pioneers in the 117 galaxies from the Stargate. Then use the Thunder God's Hammer, space-based platform to completely block the Stargate. As long as Danwan blocks the Stargate, no one can enter or leave the 117 star systems without his permission. Although there are natural space nodes for migration in the 117 galaxy, the characteristics of the Stargate connecting the space nodes mean that any ship that wants to migrate from the outside world to the 117 galaxy will automatically fly out of the Stargate outside the galaxy after arriving at the 117 galaxy, rather than near the stars inside the galaxy. This is also a defense method of the galaxy itself. It can prevent the enemy from using large-scale space node leapfrog tactics to directly jump to the center of the galaxy for a surprise attack. If you want to leave, you can just jump away directly without having to go through the Stargate. Therefore, Dawn 1 only needs to use a large number of Thor's Hammer space-based platforms to form a blockade line to completely surround the Stargate to complete the blockade. Pull out the first defensive belt. The second defense zone is the forward base built by Dawn 1 3.2 billion kilometers away from the Stargate. Dawn 1 will also build a second line of defense around this base. The Thor's Hammer space-based platform is also used as a defense belt. During this period, 3 Black Rope Hell heavy fire destroyers began searching and expelling throughout the galaxy. Its search range reaches a distance beyond the horizon of military radar. Even if the warship does not go anywhere and stays in place, it can cover 117 galaxies bounded by the heliosphere. However, because the search and detection speed of conventional military radars cannot exceed the speed of light, even if the radar search is fully activated, it still takes time for feedback. It was for this reason that Dawn 1 did not fully activate the radar for search before, but only turned it on to a distance that was sufficient to overpower other Yatta warships. Now that we have to search the entire galaxy, we naturally need to turn on the radar at full power. The warship's curvature space monitoring radar can break through the speed limit of light and monitor the curvature space within a range of 40 light days. But as the name suggests, it can only monitor warships that have turned on the curvature engine and are in curvature state. It is used to provide early warning to detect whether there are enemy warships approaching in a curvature state. The frontier star field of the Yatta Empire. Spaceport City. Another group of ships from the Yatta Empire's civilian organization pioneers who wanted to enter the ruined star field gathered in the space near the spaceport. Among this group of pioneers of non-governmental organizations, there is an ordinary person. The seemingly inconspicuous Thunderbird-class high-speed reconnaissance ship of the Yatta Empire, which was less than 200 meters long, was mixed in with a fleet of pioneers. The owner of this battleship is a typical Yatta person. If his appearance were placed among a group of other Yatta people, he would be inconspicuous. Even if you look at him for the first time and then look at the other Yatta people, you might forget what he looks like. It's so inconspicuous and ordinary. Aubrey, you've arrived at the spaceport, right? On the bridge of the Thunderbird-class high-speed reconnaissance ship, the Yatta started a heavily encrypted communication. Yes, Commander Pharos, I have arrived at the spaceport and am ready to enter the Stargate. Behind the Stargate is the 117th galaxy. I will remember the mission you gave me. However, Commander, I'm very curious. Is this so-called Heavenly Court organization really that powerful? Is it worthy of you personally ordering me there? Although the Yatta man called Aubrey said that he was very curious, there was no fluctuation in his tone and no curiosity could be heard. Aubrey, you know not to ask questions. Are you asking for His Majesty? Could it be that I can't even trust you? Or do you not even trust me? Don't forget who you are, Aubrey. The voice of Pharos, the naval commander of the Yatta Empire, was heard in the communication. Upon hearing this, Aubrey said, No, this is exactly what I wanted to ask, because this is the first time I've heard of such an outrageous exaggeration that 10 warships destroyed thousands of other warships. If this is not what you said, then I am afraid I would not believe it at all, and I would not come to help you complete this mission. This Yatter man named Aubrey is actually a spy belonging to the royal family of the Yatter Empire. However, this time he was not carrying out an order from the imperial family. Instead, he carried out the mission for Commander Pharos in private. This task will not and cannot be made public. Not only is this spy mission unknown to the other 3 interstellar forces in the Interstellar Society, even Emperor Yatta himself is unaware of it. In fact, Aubrey is a spy secretly deployed by Commander Pharos in the Royal Spy Organization of the Yatta Empire. Commander Pharos has always had improper ambitions for the throne of the Yatta Empire. The two ended the communication without much communication. In fact, even the 2 sentences just now were redundant, but Aubrey felt that this matter was too outrageous, and even someone like him couldn't help but ask a few more questions. A force with 10 warships not only declared war on the Empire, but also defeated the Imperial civilian fleet, which had thousands of capital ships. Interesting, but no matter what mysterious force this Heavenly Court is, it's impossible for it to exist under my nose without revealing any clues. When no one was around, Aubrey's mouth twitched slightly, barely revealing a hint of his true emotion. Just as Aubrey's battleship was about to pass through the Stargate, the water-like curtain on the surface of the Stargate suddenly shook, and then a large number of interstellar spaceships emerged and flew out. These interstellar spacecraft flew out of the Stargate in a panic, completely disregarding safety regulations. One of the spaceships even directly collided with another ship that was about to enter the Stargate, and the two were directly damaged by the collision. Don't enter the Stargate again. The other side is extremely dangerous. Run. One interstellar spaceship after another flew out of the Stargate. They issued horrified warnings to other ships that wanted to enter the Stargate, and then fled away from the Stargate and spaceport. Huh? What's going on? Aubrey's heart moved slightly as he thought about it. Chapter 65 Armed Separatist Forces, Heaven. What's wrong? What happened? Why can't I go in? Outside the Stargate, all the ships in the spaceport waiting to enter the Stargate stopped. They were very confused. Wasn't everything fine before? Why were they suddenly not allowed to enter the Stargate? What happened to the 117 star systems on the other side of the Stargate? Immediately, the Yada Empire warships on duty in the spaceport intercepted the spacecraft flying away from the Stargate. Spaceship ahead, slow down immediately. You have violated the Stargate and Frontier Star Region spaceport security regulations. Turn to the space parking area immediately and accept our questioning and inspection. The Yada Empire's high-speed warships on duty intercepted the spacecraft. The people on the spaceships that fled from the Stargate in a panic looked towards the Stargate behind them, but they did not see the dark warships chasing out of the Stargate. They all breathed a sigh of relief. Sir, we must slow down and stop the ship immediately. Ask anything you want. All the spaceships obeyed the orders of the Yada Empire warships, began to slow down, turn rudders, and park in the parking area in space. In just a short while, they were already thousands of kilometers away from the Stargate at high speed. A Yada Empire warship began to dock with an interstellar pioneer spacecraft. An officer of the Yada Empire landed with his soldiers. When he saw the group of pioneer crew members, he started to curse them. Why did you break safety regulations? Are your brains the size of fruit pits? Is this your first time flying a spaceship? Do you know that because you violated safety regulations, more than 10 ships in the Stargate area suffered varying degrees of damage, and 2 ships were sunk? At least hundreds of people died, and thousands were injured to varying degrees. Facing a barrage of scolding, the leading interstellar pioneer frantically explained, Sir, it's not that we don't abide by the safety agreement. It's just that we can't. If we run any slower, we'll all die. What? Officer Nayada was startled and asked quickly, what happened at the Stargate? A powerful organization has emerged in the 117th star system of the ruined star region on the other side of the Stargate. They have begun to expel pioneers from the entire star system. If we run slower, we will really die. After hearing these words, Officer Yada became even more confused. What is this all about? What kind of power is this? What's its name? Can't you be more specific? I can't say more, sir. I signed a confidentiality agreement regarding Operation Dome. The interstellar pioneer swallowed his saliva and continued to speak with fear. The previous Dome offensive was massive, with many civilian forces from the Yada Empire participating. 4,000 main battleships and 6,000 armed spacecraft. The result was a complete failure. The Yada Empire Navy Commander Pharaohs declared that the defense of the ancient civilization ruins was too strong and the civilian joint fleet was insufficient in combat power, hence the failure. Almost the entire army was wiped out. But in fact, many survivors escaped during the operation, most of whom were private pioneers who mainly used armed spacecraft. These survivors were found by Pharaohs through the Star Network, and were either forced or tempted by benefits to sign a confidentiality agreement. No specific details regarding Operation Dome may be revealed. The previous live broadcast was only for the frontline battle situation of Pharaohs and other senior leaders of interstellar forces and did not spread. Therefore, the outside world now only knows that Operation Dome failed, but does not know the specific reasons and details of the failure. With his power, Pharaohs wanted to temporarily suppress the existence of the intelligent heavenly fleet in this matter. Of course, this matter cannot be completely suppressed, because the other 3 interstellar forces are also aware of the existence of the intelligent heaven. But it doesn't matter. Deceiving other interstellar forces is not important. The most important thing is that the later Emperor Yada knows about the existence of the intelligent celestial fleet, the more beneficial it will be for Pharaohs. A large number of people have been placed around the Emperor by Pharaohs, who has created a deceptive local area network specifically for the Emperor, building an information cocoon. He was confident enough to deceive the Emperor and prevent him from knowing about the intelligent celestial fleet. It has been mentioned before that Pharaoh has coveted the throne of the empire for a long time. Next, it was Pharaoh's other secret preparations. Just when the Yada officer was asking the confused interstellar pioneer leader questions, a virtual light screen suddenly appeared in front of him. The virtual light screen flickered a few times, and then the data was disrupted and reconstructed into an extremely realistic three-dimensional projection. Greetings, fellow citizens of the Yada Empire in the Frontier Star region. The three-dimensional projection spoke. Officer Yada was stunned and looked at the others. He found that not only himself, but also the soldiers around him and the group of Interstellar Pioneer crew members had this projection in front of them. The three-dimensional projection of the bust was covered in power armor, and this power armor was not any model they knew. First, let me introduce myself. You can call me the Supreme, or the Emperor, whatever's fine. I am the only Supreme Being of the Omnic Heavenly Court, and the actual controller of the 117th galaxy in the Relic Star region. I'm sending you this notice through the Star Domain Network for no other reason than to inform you that you are not allowed to visit without the Master's permission. Especially with a large interstellar battleship and a large interstellar fleet, visiting without permission. Although I am a hospitable person, this would be a small inconvenience for me. At the same time, I don't mind solving this little problem. The Stargate leading to the 117th galaxy has been sealed by me. No one can enter the 117th galaxy without the permission of the Heavenly Court. This is to inform you. Armed separatist forces. Omnic Heavenly Court. Rebels. This was the first reaction of the Yada officer. Although he was shocked, he still remembered his duties. Let's go quickly. This matter needs to be reported directly to the Imperial Central Province through the Special Star Field Network. Officer Yada immediately gave orders to the soldiers behind him. The Constitution of the Yada Empire. Any armed separatist behavior that endangers the safety of the Empire and attempts to split the Empire should be reported directly to the Emperor of the Empire through a Special Star Field Network for his decision. However, the soldiers remained unmoved. Officer Yada was stunned. Bang! With a gunshot, Officer Yada's head shattered like a watermelon, scattering all over the alloy floor of the spacecraft. A soldier, holding an electromagnetic pistol, looked at the shocked Star Trailblazers crew and said, "This matter does not need to be reported separately to the Central Province. Reporting it to Commander Pharaohs is sufficient." Chapter 66. No matter the cost, I want the battleship of the intelligent heaven. Everyone in the frontier galaxy where the Stargate is located received this communication. There was an uproar in Spaceport City, especially those interstellar pioneers who are preparing to enter the Stargate and enter the 117 galaxies. Who is this person? What kind of organization is the Omnic Heavenly Court? He already controls 117 star systems. You must be kidding. Previously, the Ledas of the Jiesun Company organized a fleet of tens of thousands, but they still failed to capture the 117 star systems. How could this Omnic Heavenly Court dare to claim that it has control of all 117 star systems and the Stargates? It's so funny. How shameless. He even warned us not to enter again. Haha, you're just a human, and you're trying to become an armed separatist force. There have been countless human armed separatist factions that have emerged in the Empire before. I don't know how many of them have been wiped out by the Empire. If not 1,000, then at least 800. I just had to go in today. What can you do to me? A small fleet consisting of more than 10 interstellar spaceships had not originally had a chance to enter the Stargate, but after Don Juan's announcement, all the spaceships in this small fleet immediately accelerated their engines. It passed the other interstellar spaceships in front from the side and entered the Stargate. Haha, I'm in. What can you do to me? The leader of the small fleet smiled triumphantly. But the next moment, he could no longer laugh. The moment this small fleet of more than 10 spaceships just passed through the Stargate, more than 10 crimson beams of light instantly connected and appeared in space, hitting every spaceship in the small fleet with incredible precision. No attack is redundant. The powerful laser beam instantly burned through the outer armor of the spacecraft and hit the reactor accurately. More than 10 flashes of explosive light flashed by. All these spaceships turned into wreckage and drifted into cold space. They didn't even see who their attacker was. On the other side of the Stargate is the Yada Frontier Galaxy Spaceport. Everyone watched as the small fleet entered the Stargate. Less than a second later, some of the wreckage of the spacecraft floated over from the other side of the Stargate. Oh my God, they really sealed the Stargate. How dare they? Armed separatism. This is another armed separatist force. Shock, fear, excitement, curiosity, all kinds of emotions appeared in the hearts of these interstellar pioneers. Soon, they received another notification. This time it was an official notification from the Imperial Navy. Fellow citizens of the Empire, please rest assured. The Imperial fleet will arrive soon and completely eliminate this illegal armed separatist force called the Omnic Heavenly Court. It was just a simple sentence, but it gave great psychological comfort to these Yada interstellar pioneers. After the initial shock, these Yada interstellar pioneers finally reacted and gradually calmed down. The Imperial Navy currently has over 1 million warships on its books, making it a massive force. It's just a small armed separatist force occupying a galaxy, not worth mentioning. After issuing a notice to appease the interstellar pioneers in the frontier galaxies, Commander Pharaohs handed over the aftermath to his subordinates. Although some people had been killed before to prevent the news from leaking, for Pharaohs, it didn't matter if the news of an armed separatist force called the Omnic Celestial Court was spread. As long as the terrifying performance and technological level demonstrated by the Omnic Celestial Court warships in the previous dome operation were not known to the Emperor and other factions of the Empire, it would be fine. So those who were silenced died in vain, but Pharaohs didn't care about that. He himself continued to study some of the video footage of the previous dome attack operation with his staff. In order to study the intelligent celestial warships that appeared during Operation Dome, Pharaohs specially constructed a three-dimensional virtual world that simulated and reproduced the scene at that time. To be honest, Pharaohs didn't take Don Juan's announcement seriously at all. Blockade 117 star systems? Even if you blockade them, it will only be temporary. Besides, how much power can you use to blockade a galaxy? Yes, Pharaohs also admitted the strength of the intelligent celestial warships, but the number was too small, so he didn't take it seriously at all. Once my army arrives, all your efforts will be in vain. The most important thing for Pharaohs now is to study the weaknesses of the intelligent celestial warships as soon as possible, so that in the subsequent battles, he can capture these warships as intact as possible. Pharaohs has already regarded Don Juan's warship as his own. Even Emperor Yada couldn't compete with him. In order to take these warships for himself, he will really mobilize his own forces. This includes mobilizing the forces around Emperor Yada to specifically build an information cocoon to deceive him. And among the fleets of the major provinces of the Yada Empire dispatched this time, 50% of the fleets are his direct forces. He planned to destroy the other 50% of the Imperial fleet that did not belong to him in Galaxy 117 artificially and with reasonable means. In addition, Pharaohs also has to be wary of the upcoming fleets of other interstellar forces. Compared to deceiving the Emperor of the Empire, this is the most difficult thing. Commander, please look carefully. The energy weapons used by these warships are not high-powered lasers, but ion beams. The voice of a staff officer interrupted Pharaohs' thoughts. Ion beam. When Pharaohs heard this, he immediately felt that it was impossible. Although the power of ion beams is outstanding, their diffusion is much higher than that of lasers, making their range far inferior to that of laser weapons. But looking at the simulation, the ion beams of these celestial warships have a range even greater than the lasers of the Yada warships. How is this possible? That's what's so scary about them. A staff officer sighed and said, the Empire's ion beam weapons can achieve a good focusing effect, so their range is very short. But their warships have somehow solved this problem. This allows their ion beams to reach farther and with greater force than our high-power lasers. And, you see, the maneuverability of these warships is terrifying. A massive ship 8 kilometers long can actually perform such an evasive maneuver that almost defies the laws of physics. And the shields rising from the surface of these warships are similar to the dome star shields. I seriously doubt this Omnic Heavenly Court has mastered the technology of inertia-free maneuvering engines and high-intensity energy shields. Hiss. When Pharaohs heard these two terms, he took a deep breath and his heart beat faster, almost jumping out of his chest. During the previous exploration of the ruined star field, they also encountered ancient ruins mechanical guards with inertia-free maneuvering engines. But after the ruins were destroyed, the mechanical guards all automatically disintegrated and they could not obtain any relevant research data. As for the true energy shield, I have no idea at all. And now, it is on the warship of the intelligent heaven, which almost drives Commander Pharaohs crazy. It's worth it. Even if it's just for this inertia-free maneuvering engine, then everything he did, deceiving the Emperor, building an information cocoon, and silencing military officers who disobeyed him, it was all worth it. He wants those warships no matter what the cost. An incomparable greed arose in Pharaoh's heart. Chapter 67. If you are too weak, there will be no challenge. An organization called the Mechanical Heavenly Court occupied the 117th galaxy in the Relic Star Field, and the news of its open opposition to the Yada Empire spread in a small range within the star field network. However, it did not cause much waves. Although the imperial constitution stipulates that any armed separatist activities that endanger the empire should be reported directly to the emperor through special channels. However, this constitution is relatively old and belongs to the ancestral law. It was established when the empire was first established and has not been changed to this day. Only some rigid people will abide by it. Rules are dead, but people are alive. The scope of the star network is too large, and a small organization like this would run outside the empire's territory, find an uninhabited galaxy, and establish an armed separatist regime to oppose the empire. This type of news is no longer surprising. Such small organizations basically do not survive for more than a month before being destroyed by the patrolling imperial fleet. Some of them didn't even survive a day before being wiped out by civilian fleets that happened to be passing by on business trips, and then came to the Imperial Navy in exchange for rewards. The Empire doesn't even need to dispatch a fleet to eliminate them. Therefore, this kind of news really did not cause any waves. The Yada Empire is located on an interstellar space route that is relatively close to the border star field. A small fleet consisting of several armed spaceships and transport ships is sailing alone in space. This is a small merchant fleet that travels between stars. On one of the armed spacecraft, some crew members who had switched the ship to AI autopilot and were resting suddenly heard a startled cry. "Hey, Lu Quan, look at this news. An armed separatist group called the Omnic Celestial Court has appeared in Galaxy 117. Judging by their build and appearance, the leader must be a human. They call themselves the Emperor. What an arrogant tone. Isn't Don Juan still in Galaxy 117? When Lu Quan heard this, he was shocked. Data streams flashed in his eyes, and he quickly went to the Star Domain network to check. Seeing this, he immediately became worried. Yes, Don Juan is still in the 117th star system and hasn't contacted us yet. Is he in danger? That shouldn't be the case. Don Juan is such a smart guy. He should have run away long ago. I won't put myself in danger. The man just now waved his hand and said, "Hey, tell me, is it possible that this so-called Omnic Heavenly Court organization was actually founded by Don Juan?" The man changed his mind and said half-jokingly, "Established by Don Juan? Forget it. I know Don Juan very well. He probably doesn't have such great ability." Upon hearing this, Lu Quan shook his head. Then what do you think? Could it be that Don Juan came into contact with some anti-Yada human organizations, joined them, and received funding from them? Forget it. Stop guessing. We don't even know if Don Juan is still in the 117th galaxy. We can't even reach him. That's right. Although Don Juan is quite capable, he probably wouldn't be able to do something like occupying an entire galaxy and establishing an armed separatist regime. Let's save our energy and pay more attention to whether there are any pirates around. Although this news spread from the border star field, it did not cause much waves. But there are still some people who notice it. Outside the territory of the Yada Empire, in the 076 galaxy of the ruined star field. This is a discovered relic galaxy. The ancient ruins inside are too rare, so it was abandoned by the Yada Empire. At this moment, it has become an amusement park for many interstellar pirates and various chaotic organizations. In the galaxy, in an asteroid belt. This asteroid belt looks ordinary, but some of the massive asteroids have been built inside and have various construction factories and even some warship production lines. Have the ability to produce warships independently. The organization that built these factories, strongholds, and buildings is called the Autonomous Federation of Humanity, abbreviated as People's Union. It is an organization whose purpose is to resist the Yada Empire and strive to save humanity. This organization is quite powerful, and there are many branches of theirs within the territory of the Yada Empire. It was natural for them to notice the news. An organization called the Omnic Heavenly Court has occupied the entire 117 star systems in the Relic Star region. The leader is suspected to be a human? President Kin Lin, the leader of the People's Union, looked at the news report appearing on the virtual screen in front of him, thoughtfully. "President Kinlan, do we need to send someone to contact this compatriot?" A subordinate nearby asked. President Kinlan pondered for a moment, then shook his head and said, "There are too many such things. The organization is named Omnic Heaven, and this person calls himself the Supreme One. His tone is really too big, it's a joke. And he claimed to have occupied 117 star systems. But haven't we seen this kind of thing often? There are too many cases of people organizing a few ships, running into a system, and then declaring that they have occupied the system. I estimate that it won't be long before this Omnic Heavenly Court will be wiped out by the Yada Empire. Those lizard bastards have been chasing us pretty hard lately. We can't possibly save everyone. Alas, but I do admire his courage." It's a pity that we're going to lose another compatriot who dares to resist the Yada people. President Kinlan sighed, waved his hand, and put the news behind him. And just as this news was spreading on the Star Network, in the Frontier Star Field, at the Stargate spaceport, some civilian pioneers once again united. However, the scale of this joint operation is much smaller than the previous dome operation. There are only more than 800 ships in total. My fellow countrymen, this so-called Omnic Heaven is truly going too far. The Interstellar Society's Common Civilization Constitution has already stipulated that no force may monopolize the relic galaxy. The Ruins Galaxy doesn't belong to any force, it belongs to us, the civilian pioneers. But now, an unknown force has suddenly emerged and wants to take over the entire galaxy. Tell me, can we agree to this? Aubrey, who had changed his appearance, sent very inflammatory words to the more than 800 ships he had gathered through the Star Field network. Right? The Ruined Star region doesn't belong to anyone. Why wouldn't this Omnic Heaven let us in? Let's unite and force our way in. There's strength in numbers. With a few more people joining in, the atmosphere soon became inflamed. The courageous new pioneers were outraged. He roared and drove the spaceship to force his way through the Star Network. A trace of disdain flashed through Aubrey's mind. Let me see the extent to which this Omnic Heavenly Court has sealed off the galaxy. But I think the blockade will not be too strong in such a short period of time. Aubrey was even worried that the opponent's blockade was too weak. If the group of people he organized just rushed through, it would be too unchallenging. Chapter 68, I have all the information under my control. What can you use to fight me? In the top tower room of the spaceport city, Pharaoh stood in front of the huge floor-to-ceiling window, looking at the huge Stargate in space. A huge equilateral triangle-shaped Stargate with a side length of 600 kilometers is suspended in space, emitting a faint fluorescence. The light was clearly not very bright, but when viewed from a distance, it looked as dazzling as a torch, shining brightly in the frontier galaxy. What a beautiful creation, so incredible. Pharaoh sighed. Commander, I don't understand. This is just a Stargate. The Empire also has the technology to build Stargates. Every major province has Stargates that have been operating for a long time. Besides, our Stargate is close to a star, and the solar panels on its surface absorb and reflect the star's light. Isn't it more beautiful than this? The adjutant beside Pharaoh's looked at the Stargate with some confusion. This adjutant was the nephew of Phallos, and it was precisely because of this relationship that he dared to slightly refute Phallos' words. However, Pharaoh's is different from other cold-hearted Yada people. Because of his shortcomings in certain aspects, he attaches great importance to family affection. You really don't understand. This Stargate is different from the Stargates in our Empire. Although the Empire's Stargate is larger and covered with solar panels that directly absorb the star's energy, this is still not enough. Most of the Stargate's internal structure still needs to accommodate the reactor. Reflecting the light of stars is also dazzling, but from the perspective of energy utilization. Compared to this Stargate, our Stargate is as different as the difference between an ant who accidentally picks up a burning leaf to feel the heat and a person who has already begun to use the energy of matter-antimatter annihilation. My analogy may not be appropriate. In fact, the gap between them is even greater than my analogy. I can't imagine. Just talking about this, Pharaoh's was surprised. The news from the Imperial Frontier Physics Research Institute is only known to the Imperial leadership. They still haven't figured out what kind of energy this Stargate uses. There's no way we can understand how to extract energy. It's like energy is created out of thin air. Oh, why am I telling you this? Pharaoh chuckled and shook his head. He then changed the subject, looking at the Stargate with an incomparably fiery gaze. The technology of this Stargate is beyond our imagination, but the 117 relic galaxies beyond it. I'm determined to get them. As they were talking, in the spaceport, more than 800 spaceships of the United Interstellar Pioneers began to leave the port, move away from the spaceport, approach the Stargate, and gradually accelerate. The tail engine jet ejected an extremely long plasma flame, which was densely packed and dragged for several kilometers in space, like a group of meteor showers, rushing towards the Stargate at high speed. Oh, they're starting to break through the Stargate. Seeing this, Pharaoh's golden vertical pupils lit up slightly, and the smile on his scaly lizard face became even wider. Commander, if we're sending them to test the strength of the Heavenly Court's blockade on the other side of the Stargate, wouldn't that mean we need too many spaceships? We just need to send a spaceship carrying thousands of optical probes to the other side of the Stargate, and we'll be able to see the blockade there, right? The adjutant raised another question at this time. You kid, learn more. Every step I take has a purpose. Phallos laughed. The adjutant was indeed right. If one only wanted to investigate the strength of the blockade by heaven on the other side of the Stargate, it wouldn't need to be so complicated. However, Fallows didn't just want to test the strength of the blockade. He really wanted to send Aubrey into the 117th galaxy to help him gather information. Get more information about 117 galaxies. But if the blockade imposed by the Omnic Heavenly Court on the other side of the Stargate is truly strong, then none of these 800 ships should be able to successfully break through, right? The nephew's adjutant still refused to give up and insisted on his point of view. Have you forgotten something common sense? Fallows laughed dumbly and said, Common sense. The nephew's adjutant was stunned. That's right. A warp ship traveling at several times the speed of light can only be caught up by a faster warp ship. Pharaoh spoke slowly. In the Tauran Interstellar Society, especially among the Yada Empire and several surrounding interstellar forces with similar technological levels, there is common knowledge about the curvature engine. That is, a spaceship that has activated its curvature engine can only be caught up by another spaceship that has also activated its curvature engine. The speed of energy weapons is the speed of light, but the speed of microcurvature engine missiles cannot even break the speed of light due to technical limitations. The Yada Empire and the other 3 interstellar forces do not have weapons that can catch up with spacecraft that travel at several times the speed of light. This situation has been going on for thousands of years. In other words, the Yada Empire and the other 3 forces belonging to the Tauran Interstellar Society have not made any progress for thousands of years. So this matter has become a recognized common sense over thousands of years. Based on this common sense, Fallows naturally believed that this was the way to break the deadlock. All 800 interstellar spacecraft have preheated and started their curvature engines in advance. As soon as you pass through the Stargate, you can immediately enter warp mode. Pharaohs just couldn't believe that with a ship speed several times the speed of light, you could stop over 800 ships flying in all directions in space. Of course, he also knew that the speed of the warp engines of the Heavenly Court's interstellar battleships was much faster than theirs. However, it takes time to activate the warp engine. Our spacecraft was preheated and ready with the curvature engine. No matter how advanced your Heavenly Court's warships are, it is impossible for them to start the curvature engine in an instant. After research by Pharaohs and the General Staff, it was found that the inertia-free engine of the intelligent Heavenly Court was just a special evasion engine. Fallows also has a trump card. The high-speed reconnaissance ship he gave to Aubrey to use was, on the surface, a Thunderbird-class high-speed reconnaissance ship of the Yada Empire military equipped with a 5.5 times light-speed curvature engine. But in fact, the internal structure of this battleship was a battleship of the Tauran Empire that Pharaohs had obtained from a big shot in the Tauran Empire. It is unique in the entire Yada Empire and is the private ship treasured by Pharaohs. This time he really spent a lot of money. Not only does the curvature engine speed reach a terrifying 8 times the speed of light, the battleship's stealth capability is also extremely strong. At least for the current Yada Empire, there is no technical means by which it can be detected. There are even devices that can hide the fluctuations in curvature space to a certain extent. If you are a little far away, you will not be able to detect the spatial fluctuations of the battleship's curvature engine. In short, by the time your warships of the intelligent Heavenly Court activated their warp engines to chase after him, Aubrey, who was among the 800 interstellar spaceships, had already run away for who knows how far. As long as Aubrey can successfully enter the 117th star system, then with the powerful stealth capabilities of his warship, every move of the Omnic Heavenly Court will be under my control. Aubrey is a spy, and when a spy gets a warship like this, there's no need to say what he can do. Maybe even Aubrey could steal some technical information? When he thought of this possibility, Fallows began to laugh wildly. Chapter 69: The Speed of Light and the Levels of Interstellar Civilization. Pharaohs didn't know that the interstellar battleships of the intelligent celestial court were equipped with miniature curvature engine missiles that traveled at 10 times the speed of light. Although he had simulated the Battle of Operation Dome with the General Staff, he also saw the heroic appearance of the intelligent celestial warship in this simulation. But when Don Juan commanded the fleet to fight the enemy head-on, he did not use the 10 times the speed of light curvature engine missile, because it is not necessary. It was only at the beginning that a microwave pulse hydrogen bomb equipped with a microcurvature engine with a speed 10 times the speed of light was launched to paralyze the enemy's nearly 1,000 warships and densely formed fast-moving fleet. Then, they used several high-yield Rahu hydrogen bombs to completely destroy the enemy's entire fleet. The battlefield simulation conducted by Fallows only reproduced the shots recorded by the live broadcast. Although when Pharaohs and the top leaders of the other 3 interstellar forces watched the live broadcast of Operation Dome, Some of the live broadcast footage captured the entire fast mobile fleet. On the battlefield at that time, they only knew that Don Juan had used a microwave pulse hydrogen bomb to paralyze the entire fast maneuverable fleet when they detected the residual microwave pulse radiation in space, but they did not know how Don Juan had delivered the microwave pulse hydrogen bomb. When any object that exceeds the speed of light moves, you cannot observe its current state through conventional means. You can only observe the residual phenomenon left after the object that exceeds the speed of light passes by you. To put it another way, light is a wave, a kind of energy movement. When the light wave propagates from a missile with a curvature engine that travels at 10 times the speed of light, it has nothing to do with the original object and continues to propagate at the normal speed of light. But the speed of objects exceeds the speed of light, so when an object that exceeds the speed of light passes by, you cannot observe it passing by you. Only when the light traveling at the normal speed of light reaches you from behind can you observe that, oh, an object exceeding the speed of light passed by a long time ago. But it was already too late. If you want to observe in advance whether there is an object traveling faster than the speed of light passing by you, there are only two ways. One method is to detect the curvature fluctuations of space to see if there are objects approaching at a curvature state exceeding the speed of light. This method has been mentioned before, and it is the curvature space monitoring device of the warship. However, this monitoring device is linked to the warp drive of your battleship. If the speed of your battleship's curvature engine is only 5 times the speed of light, then you cannot observe in advance that an object in a curvature state with a speed of 10 times the speed of light is approaching you. The range of your monitoring of curvature space is also linked to the curvature engine of your battleship. For example, Don Juan's latest Thunder medium-sized attack battleship has a maximum speed of 15 times the speed of light. It can connect to the space node within 1 light year of the space curvature node, thereby performing space jumps. The Thunder medium-sized attack battleship can monitor in advance the fluctuations in the curvature of space when an object moves at a speed less than 15 times the speed of light within a radius of 1 light year. The conventional curvature engine speed of most of the Yada Empire's warships is only 5 times the speed of light. The most advanced warships can connect to space nodes at a distance of only about 10 light days. Then someone will ask, why was Letiz's fleet able to detect the approach of Don Juan's fleet during the previous dome attack? Isn't Don Juan's fleet's maximum speed 10 times the speed of light? The answer is very simple. Don Juan's battleship didn't approach at 10 times the speed of light. After all, it's only a few million kilometers, so there's no need to drive at full speed at 10 times the speed of light. Just drive a few times that speed for the sake of showing its worth. Another reason is that Don Juan, to a certain extent, deliberately concealed his incompetence. The second method is to observe from a higher dimension, but how many civilizations can do this? Therefore, the level of civilization in the Milky Way is also linked to how many times the speed of light you can reach. Below the speed of light, it will not be regarded as an intelligent creature by a real interstellar civilization. Only when a civilization can break through the limitation of the speed of light can it be considered a qualified interstellar civilization. That is, first-level civilization. From the above, we can know that higher-level civilizations absolutely crush lower-level civilizations, even if it's just a little bit higher than the other person. 117 galaxies. Within the heliosphere. Stargate. Go through the Stargate. Start the warp drive. Start it now. The moment more than 800 interstellar spaceships passed through the Stargate, the control personnel on all the warships immediately tried their best, using the neural connections connected to the warship's operating systems, and even more frantically and quickly activating the auxiliary computing AI on board the warships. But even so, more than 600 spaceships were hit by dense high-energy laser beams the moment they passed through the Stargate. Directly destroyed. A large number of debris produced by the explosion and disintegration of interstellar ships once again passed through the Stargate and returned to the border star field of the Yada Empire on the other side. In addition, there were more than 100 interstellar spaceships that had just started their curvature engines, and before the curvature bubbles could even wrap around the entire warship, they were hit by the high-energy laser beams that followed, following in the footsteps of previous battleships. Among these more than 800 interstellar spaceships, only one successfully started the curvature engine and wrapped the curvature bubble around the entire warship, successfully entering the superluminal curvature mode. This one is the Tauran battleship, where Aubrey is. Aubrey was very cunning. He was not among the first to rush out, but relying on the powerful performance of his warship, which far surpassed other Yada warships, he followed closely in the angle formed by several spaceships and was able to safely wrap the entire warship in the curvature bubble. At present, due to time constraints, The number of Thor's Hammer space-based platforms deployed by Don Juan at the Stargate is not large, only 2, and more have not yet been deployed, so there are inevitably blind spots. In this way, Aubrey was able to avoid being destroyed the moment he passed through the Stargate. The curvature of space trembled, and the Tauran battleship where Aubrey was located disappeared from the spot in an instant. Successfully entered the 117 galaxy. But the dangerous situation that his was the only surviving warship among more than 800 warships still made Aubrey feel a lingering fear. But more of it is excitement. Commander Faros, I have succeeded. I've passed through the Stargate, and am now advancing towards the interior of Galaxy 117 at 8 times the speed of light. I just recorded the blockade situation on this side of the Stargate, and will send it to you right away. Even with the state of mind of someone like Aubrey, after going through such a dangerous situation just now, he couldn't help but show a lot of emotions. Ha ha ha. Okay, sure enough, my guess was correct. When Faros, who was in the high tower of the spaceport city in the Frontier Star field, saw what Aubrey had recorded, he suddenly became ecstatic. On the other side of the Stargate, there are only 2 defensive space stations with a diameter of about 1 kilometer to implement the fire blockade. Only 2. Pharaoh was instantly relieved. No matter how strong the firepower of these 2 defensive space stations is, as long as he organizes a large-scale fleet, he will be able to break through. But the intensity of the blockade is not important. What comes next is the highlight that Pharaohs is looking forward to. Aubrey, you must immediately gather all the information and movements of the Celestial Court within the 117 galaxies. Report directly to me. Pharaoh said immediately. There was silence over there. Aubrey. Phalos suddenly felt something was wrong and shouted twice more. However, there was still silence and no response. Wrong. Pharaohs quickly mobilized the remote monitoring panel of the Tauran battleship. After all, this is his only Tauran battleship and the only one in the entire Yada Empire. How could he let Aubrey use it without setting up some measures? No means of linking can connect to the battleship. There is a 95% chance that the battleship has been completely destroyed by the enemy. These 2 lines of words instantly extinguished Phalos' ecstatic mood. A chill ran down his spine and into his heart, and he felt as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. Was destroyed. How? How is this possible? Chapter 70. Thank you for the new technology. Relic Star Field, 117 galaxies. In a space 30 million kilometers away from the Stargate, a large warship with a length of 2,200 meters is anchored here. It is a Black Ropel heavy firepower destroyer of the Heavenly Court's 10 Cities class. And in the space next to this huge battleship, pieces of battleship wreckage were floating. These warship wreckages were not as fragmented as the wreckages of other warships attacked by the Black Ropel. Instead, they looked like they were dismembered and disintegrated in space. At this moment, between the huge black battleship and the tiny battleship fragments, several Suzuku heavy fighter transport aircraft were flying back and forth, recovering these battleship fragments. Inside the bridge of the Black Rope-held battleship, Adeline was speaking to Don Juan. Yes, Supreme, a warp-speed ship traveling at 8 times the speed of light just accidentally broke through the blockade at the Stargate, but has been destroyed. It's being recycled now. After hearing Adeline's report, Don Juan nodded slightly and said, You did a great job, Adeline. A spaceship that travels at 8 times the speed of light definitely cannot belong to the Yada Empire. At least, no type of warship that the Yada Empire has publicly released can be that fast. When the battleship broke through the Stargate, Adeline was leading the battleship on duty near the Stargate. The warship's curvature monitoring system directly monitored the opponent's speed and direction. Adeline could tell at a glance that this warship was unusual. Therefore, when destroying the enemy, she used a special curvature engine missile whose warhead could release high-energy cutting lasers. When such a missile hits an enemy warship, it releases high-energy lasers to directly cut it open. While sinking the enemy's warships, it can also preserve some things on the warships to a certain extent, so that it can be recycled to the greatest extent and then utilized. Based on Adeline's report, Don Juan guessed that this battleship either did not belong to the Yada Empire at all, or was a secret of the Yada Empire that had not been made public. But no matter which of these 2 possibilities it is, it now works in Don Juan's favor. Because after recovering it, Don Juan will be able to let Shiwei conduct a complete analysis of its well-preserved remains. A more complete analysis of their techniques will allow Don Juan to better understand his enemy. The technical analysis of the battleship wreckage was very quick. After all, considering Shiwei's ability, the technology on this battleship cannot be more difficult than the inertia-free maneuvering engine. System prompts. Battleship technology has been analyzed, and the most valuable technologies are being screened. Screening completed. Congratulations on obtaining Curvature Space Fluctuation Masking Technology. Curvature Space Fluctuation Masking Technology. This technology can reduce the fluctuations of the warp engine in space to a certain extent, but if you approach an enemy warship within a light hour, the chance of being discovered will increase significantly. Will you invest this technology into the system technology tree? After spending a certain amount of spiritual energy, the system will automatically further improve it. When Don Juan heard this system prompt, he was a little surprised, because he only now realized that even if the technology invested in the system technology tree is imperfect, it can be further improved by spending spiritual resources. After all, the technologies that Don Juan had invested in the system technology tree before were either inertia-free engines or high-end technologies such as the miniaturization of 10 times the speed of light curvature engines. Don Juan was too lazy to even look at the ordinary warship technology of the Yada Empire. In other words, the performance of this battleship exceeded that of ordinary battleships of the Yada Empire, reaching 8 times the speed of light, which is why it was recovered and explored by Don Juan. Therefore, Don Juan only now knows this function of the system technology tree. How much spiritual energy do you need? Don Juan asked directly. The technology of concealing the fluctuations of curvature space is also a relatively important technology for Don Juan. As for technology, the system mall is not really omnipotent. After all, the racial differences, ideological differences, etc. between each interstellar civilization will cause some subtle deviations in the technology trees between interstellar civilizations. This deviation has nothing to do with the level of technology, it is simply a difference in thinking. For example, a quasi-first-level civilization that has not yet stepped out of its home planet and is trapped below the speed of light may have a sudden inspiration and, by chance, develop a technology that even a true first-level civilization does not have. This has nothing to do with the level of technology, nor is it that the technology of the first-level civilization is not good enough. It is simply because of the difference in thinking that the first-level civilization failed to develop this technology. Therefore, because of this factor, higher-level civilizations may also plunder the technology of lower-level civilizations in order to fill in the gaps in their own civilization's technology tree and use the thinking methods of other races that may be different from their own to further improve it. It requires 10,000 spiritual sources to complete it. Don Juan was shocked when he heard this. So expensive? Once the system is perfected, this technology will be able to perform at a level far beyond previous technological levels. Hearing this answer, Don Juan nodded slightly and finally spent the 10,000 spiritual sources. He now has more than 30,000 spiritual resources in savings. This technology is worth the money he spends. After the system deducted 10,000 spiritual sources, it added them to the technology tree and further improved it. Curvature Space Fluctuation Complete Stealth Technology. This technology enables a friendly warship to completely conceal the fluctuations emitted by its own curvature engine in space, thereby completely avoiding the curvature space monitoring of the enemy warship. Note, this technique can only mask the fluctuations of the curvature engine in space and cannot avoid observations from higher dimensions. Powerful. Really powerful. Even if Don Juan encounters a more advanced civilization in the future, the other party will not be able to discover Don Juan's warship sailing in the curvature space by monitoring the curvature space. 10,000 spiritual sources, not a loss. Ha ha ha. Thank you for the new technology. But let's be serious. Don Juan felt more and more that a warship with such curvature wave concealing technology could not be a warship of the Yada Empire. From the initial description of the imperfect curvature space fluctuation concealment technology, it is known that it is basically useless if you get within 1 light hour of approaching an enemy warship. This shows the combat style of the warships originally equipped with this technology. Activate the warp engine from a distance. Quickly raid to the enemy battleship 1 light hour, about 1.1 billion kilometers away, and then quickly attack while the enemy is completely unaware of you. Think about it. To be able to launch an attack directly when the enemy is about 1.1 billion kilometers away, how advanced must the technology of the warship be? At least it has to be a battleship equipped with various superluminal weapons. It is simply impossible for the current Yada Empire to have such a thing. But the strange thing is that the other technologies analyzed from the wreckage of this battleship are very ordinary, consistent with the ordinary technology of the Yada Empire. The only outstanding technologies are the 8 times the speed of light curvature engine and this original curvature space fluctuation concealment technology. And in the Turan Interstellar Society, which interstellar force is more powerful than the Yada Empire? Turan Empire. So, Donwan had a reasonable guess in his mind. Could it be that this warship is a monkey version warship given to the Yada Empire by the suzerain Turan Empire? If this is the case, then it can explain why the other technologies on this battleship are completely incompatible with the curvature space fluctuation concealing technology. Chapter 71, The Yada Fleet Arrives. Book friends, stop raising books. It would be nice to have a warship that actually came from the Turan Empire. In this way, Donwan will be able to analyze it and gain a better understanding of the legendary Turan Empire, which is said to be elusive. Although the Turan Empire is the founder of the Turan Interstellar Society, it is the overlord of all interstellar civilizations in the Turan Interstellar Society, including the Yada Empire. However, Donwan, including most of the Yada people, knew little about the Turan Empire. Most citizens of the Yada Empire only knew that the Turan Empire was their suzerain state and that the empire paid them a fixed amount of taxes every year. That's all. Although the Star Domain Network covers the entire Turan Interstellar Society, the main servers obtained by each interstellar civilization that rents the Star Domain Network from the Turan Empire are independent. In other words, there is a wall that cannot be climbed over even with a ladder and can only be climbed over physically. The Turan Empire never opened up to immigration, and even its borders were closed to other countries. Only tax officials from the Turan Empire collected taxes from various countries on a regular basis. Donwan wanted to know more about the Turan Empire. He has always been a steady man. Naturally, I want to know more about this future enemy. Only by knowing yourself and your enemy can you win every battle. But now there is no more way to find out, so Donwan can only give up. After incorporating the system's newly completed curvature space complete stealth technology into the battleship design drawings, and ordering the start of technological supplementation of existing battleships, it is to continue stable development and large-scale construction. Time flies, and 2 months have passed. During these 2 months, great changes have taken place in the galaxy. The 117th galaxy is no longer called the 117th galaxy. Donwan changed the name of the galaxy to the Lingxiao Galaxy. Faction name, Intelligent Heaven. The Supreme One, Donwan. Current level of power, Armed Separatist Forces. Territory scope, Lingxiao Galaxy. Core of power, Dome Star. Battleship production line, 8. Total population, 3.765 billion. Population ethnicity. Ordinary tactical dolls, 650,000. Tactical doll, psychic girl, 400,000. Tactical humanoid, mechanical wing girl, 3.76395 billion. Resource production bases, Emperor Ku, Emperor I, Emperor II, Emperor III. Click to expand, and 46 others. Types of battleships, Baji, 1, Jiao, 2, Shidu, 1. The power panel on the Donwan system panel has undergone a major change. Donwan has now completed the transformation of the entire Dome Star winged human race during this period of time. The population of mechanical girls exceeds 3.7 billion. But the vast majority of them are mechanical winged girls transformed from the winged people. When Donwan first arrived, the population of the winged people was around 3.769 billion. Because of Donwan's global campaign to eradicate evil cults, the population has decreased. Donwan now has 8 battleship production lines. Among these 8 warship production lines, one is located at the Lagrange point in space between the Emperor Ku star and its satellites, and specializes in producing the Tu Yao large integrated transport ship. 4 production lines were built into a space station, suspended at an altitude of 300 kilometers above the surface of Dome Star. This place is protected by the planetary shield. Among these 4 production lines, one is responsible for producing the Thor's Hammer space-based defense platform. It only takes 3 days to produce one. During these 2 months, 20 Thor's Hammer space-based defense platforms were produced. And in the space orbit outside the Dome Star shield, the ancient space-based defense platform has also been controlled by Donwan. Relying on this ancient space-based defense platform as the core, and adding the newly produced 20 Thor's Hammer space-based defense platforms, Donwan built a new space-based defense belt surrounding the planet. Judging from this level of defense, even if the number of Yada warships used in the dome attack was 10 times greater, it would be impossible to break through the firepower network of the new space-based defense belt outside the planet. Not to mention that the Dome Star's energy shield has been repaired intact. There are also 3 warship production lines in an outpost defense base 3.2 billion kilometers away from the Nanshinmen. The so-called Nanshinmen is the name given to the Stargate by Donwan. These 3 production lines are all used to produce the Thor's Hammer defense platform. Within 2 months, more than 60 Thunder God's Hammer defense platforms were produced, and 50 of them were put into the Nanshinmen defense array. The entire Nanshinmen was surrounded. The remaining 10 Thunder God's Hammer defense platforms were deployed around the outpost defense base. There are 3 ways to enter the Lingxiao galaxy. One is to go through the Stargate in the frontier star field of the Yada Empire. In this way, you will come out from the south gate of the Lingxiao galaxy and face the space defense array belt deployed by Don Juan. The second is to jump to the Lingxiao galaxy through natural space nodes from the remaining 116 discovered galaxies in the ruined star field. However, as mentioned before, the south gate of heaven will automatically connect all space nodes in the galaxy. All fleets that intend to jump directly through space nodes in other galaxies will eventually come out of the south gate of heaven. Third, without using any space jump behavior, it flies directly from the galaxy closest to the Lingxiao galaxy at a speed several times the speed of light. In this case, Don Juan would be caught off guard. However, the nearest relic galaxy that has been discovered, Galaxy 116, is 25 light-years away from the Lingxiao galaxy. With the Yada Empire's common warships that travel at 5 times the speed of light, it would take at least 5 years to reach the Lingxiao galaxy. Therefore, Don Juan only needs to defend the south gate of heaven for now. There is no need to consider defense in other directions for the time being. Among the 8 production lines, 4 are producing Thor's Hammer defense platforms, 1 is producing transport ships, and the last 3 production lines, 1 is used to produce Thunder medium-sized attack battleships. The other 2 continue to produce the Black Rope Hell heavy firepower destroyer. During these 2 months, Don Juan acquired 1 Thunder medium-sized attack battleship and 15 Black Rope Hell heavy firepower destroyers. Don Juan now had 32 ships. A Thunder medium-sized attack battleship, 15 kilometers long and weighing 3.7 billion tons, serves as Don Juan's flagship. 1 Fire Gang heavy strike cruiser, 24 Black Rope Hell heavy fire destroyers, and 6 Tuyao large integrated transport ships. The frontier star field of the Yada Empire. At this moment, a huge interstellar fleet is sailing out of the Stargate in an orderly manner. This Stargate not only leads to the ruined star field, but can also connect to other Stargates and be used as an entrance and exit. Today, an interstellar fleet passed through the Stargate and arrived at the frontier galaxy. This interstellar fleet belongs to the Yada Empire and is numbered as the Yada Empire 054 Ruins Galaxy 2nd Defense Fleet. It has more than 3,400 warships of various types. It was the first regular army fleet of the Yada Empire to reach the frontier star field. Chapter 72. We alone have over 150,000 warships. Your Excellency, Commander, in the 054 star system of the ruined star region, the Second Guard Fleet originally had 3,400 warships, and now has 3,400 more. We report to you and extend our highest respects. A 3-dimensional projection of a Yada officer saluted before Phalos. Pharaoh nodded slightly. Follow the instructions and anchor the ship in the area assigned to you. Then he stopped talking. 2 months ago, Aubrey's death had a profound impact on him. This made Phalos feel uneasy for a long time. Whenever I think about it, I feel a moment of palpitations, although they are quickly calmed down by the medicine that automatically runs in my body. But this cycle of palpitations, calmness, and then remembering and feeling panic again is even more torturous. Phalos didn't understand. That is a warship with Tauran Empire technology. How could it be destroyed by the Omnic Heavenly Court in an instant? Beneath this emotion was a fear that Phalos was unwilling to face. That is, the intelligent Heavenly Court possesses some kind of terrifying superluminal weapon, and its speed exceeds 8 times the speed of light. This is a fact that Phalos has already realized, but he himself dare not believe it or face it. He will think of other problems. If the intelligent Heavenly Court really possesses this kind of superluminal weapon, can it be used on a large scale? If it can be applied on a large scale, then... This reminded Pharos of hundreds of years ago. He followed his father, the previous naval commander, who was ordered by the emperor at the time to resist the Tauran Empire's punitive fleet. At that time, facing the warships of the Tauran Empire, they had no power to resist at all. The gap in technological levels between the two sides seemed like an insurmountable chasm. As a result, Pharos could only watch helplessly as the Tauran Empire fleet slaughtered an entire planet. That was the time when Letas was home. He was powerless, feeling a deep despair and powerlessness in saving his fellow countrymen from being slaughtered. Even now, Pharaoh is often awakened by nightmares in the middle of the night. In his dreams, it seemed as if the souls of the more than 30 billion Yada compatriots who had been slaughtered on the entire planet were staring at him with dark, desperate eyes, silently accusing and cursing him. Afterwards, his father, who was the commander of the Imperial Navy and led the fleet to resist the Tauran Imperial fleet, and the then Emperor Yada were thrown into the black hole together and executed. Only then was he, Pharaohs, able to become the new commander of the Yada Empire Navy fleet. The current emperor of the empire was able to ascend to the throne. Not enough, we need more fleets. This is not enough. When Pharaohs thought of this, his eyes widened in anger and his heart beat violently in his chest, as if it was about to burst his chest. Intelligent heaven. The number of warships of the intelligent heavenly court is small. As long as he successfully defeats the intelligent heaven, he can obtain higher technology. As long as he obtains higher technology, he will be able to build many intelligent celestial warships. Maybe he can rely on these. Obtain higher technology from the ruined star field. Then use this technology to expand your private army and force Emperor Yada to abdicate to you. Then, with these technologies, he led the entire Yada Empire to grow and develop, and thus defeated the Turan Empire. This is the nightmare hidden deep in Pharaoh's heart, and also his grand ambition throughout his life. And now, nightmares and ambitions have merged into one, which makes Pharaohs even more crazy. Where's the rest of the fleet? How long will it take to arrive? Pharaoh suddenly asked the adjutant beside him. The adjutant saw those angry, bloodshot eyes. He said, Gordon, in his heart, swallowed secretly, and said with a stammer, they have completed the assembly and are rushing to the border star field. But most of the fleets we can deploy aren't too close to the local stargate. It is estimated that in another month, the remaining 44 fleets will arrive one after another. By then, our fleet's total strength will exceed 150,000 warships. What about the fleets of the other 3 civilizations? Pharaohs asked again. According to current intelligence, the Jinran Empire's fleet has arrived at a stargate 200 light-years away and is stationed there. They have over 32,000 warships and can pass through the local stargate and reach the frontier galaxy at any time. But they haven't made any moves yet. I guess they want to wait for the follow-up support fleet to reunite with them before coming together. As for the other 2 fleets, the Ifri Interstellar Federation and the Giant Mantis Capital Joint Fleet, the situation is similar. Commander, according to current intelligence, the total number of fleets dispatched by the 3 companies this time has exceeded 100,000 warships, plus the support fleets that will arrive later. I guess they've invested a lot of money, bringing in all the fleets originally defending the ruined system. The total force is far greater than any previous ruins exploration operation. Listening to the adjutant's report, Pharaohs closed his eyes, feeling the sedatives surging in his body again, and his mood calmed down. The territory of the Yada Empire exceeds thousands of light-years, and the territories of the other 3 interstellar civilizations are similar. If the other 3 companies temporarily dispatch fleets from their own countries, they would have to wait for a long time. Considering the distance, the fleet can be assembled in just a few months, which shows that the relic star field is of great importance this time. In order to mobilize as many warships as possible as quickly as possible, they mobilized most of the defense fleets in the relic galaxies they already controlled through the fastest means. There is not only one ancient stargate leading to the ruined star field in the current frontier star field. Instead, there are 7. The 7 ancient stargates are located in the 7 frontier galaxies of the Yada Empire. As mentioned at the beginning, beyond the border galaxy of the Yada Empire is a void zone where even space does not exist. These 7 stargates were discovered when the Yada Empire expanded here. In each stargate, you can find the coordinates of some relic star fields. Each stargate can lead to more than 10 different relic galaxies. The 117th relic galaxy that the 7th ancient stargate of the 7th frontier galaxy can lead to is the last coordinate they can decipher from the stargate. However, according to their observations, more than 97% of the area in the ruined star region has not been explored by them. After that, if you want to go to a new relic galaxy, you can only enter the 117th galaxy through this 7th ancient stargate, and then use the 117th galaxy as the starting point to send out a fleet to cross the star sea ravaged by unknown space storms, and then arrive at the latest relic galaxy. Therefore, Galaxy 117 is crucial. They didn't show how much importance they took it before because they felt that their only opponents were other interstellar forces. But who could have imagined that a force called the Intelligent Heaven would suddenly appear and blockade the 117 galaxies? Chapter 73 Star Road, Terrifying Military Force, 300,000 Warships. And just as Don Juan was defending and preparing for war in the galaxy, at a time when all major interstellar civilizations are doing their best to assemble large fleets as quickly as possible, something happened in the Lingxiao Galaxy, also known as Galaxy 117. In the entire relic star field, except for the 117 relic galaxies that have been explored, Most of the remaining unknown relic galaxies are shrouded and covered by dangerous and unknown space storms. The fleet cannot be allowed to pass directly. And now, the brightness of a point in the sea of stars in the relic star field suddenly increased sharply. It was a star whose brightness suddenly increased, and with such dazzling light, it made all the other bright stars in the ruined star field pale in comparison. Supernova explosion. Don Juan, who observed this phenomenon, immediately thought of it. If it was an ordinary supernova explosion, Don Juan would not pay too much attention to it. After all, there are too many planets in the universe that have experienced supernova explosions. However, the scene conveyed by this supernova explosion was a star road. It cannot be seen with the naked eye. It has to be observed through the perspective of gravitational lens. Then, one can see that under the light produced by this supernova explosion, a winding star road is illuminated, which is as twisted and complex as a meridian, but can safely pass through numerous space storms and reach other unknown relic galaxies. This also means that there are natural space nodes for jumping on this safe star road. This scene has just been transmitted and can only be observed in the Lingxiao galaxy. The closest galaxy to the Lingxiao galaxy is the 116 relic galaxy, 25 light-years away. This scene is transmitted at the normal speed of light. Except for the Lingxiao galaxy, the existence of the nearest 116 relic galaxy can only be normally observed after 25 years. In other words, at present, this star road is only known to Don Juan, who controls and occupies the Lingxiao galaxy. When Don Juan observed its existence, his first reaction was, "Is this some kind of trap? Are there more villains who want to harm me?" Ever since he had witnessed an entire gas giant planet that seemed to be alive directly teleporting away through high-dimensional space when he was exploring the ruins of an ancient civilization, Don Juan had been particularly wary of such sudden, abnormal situations. But then I thought again, I was probably being too suspicious. According to gravitational lens observations, the star that exploded in a supernova is 1,200 light-years away from the Lingxiao galaxy. In other words, 1,200 years ago, a star in this galaxy exploded as a supernova. It is impossible for someone to be so powerful as to imagine that Don Juan would appear 1,200 years later and then use this to plot against Don Juan. Alas, when did I become as suspicious as Chao Zhe? I'm a bit neurotic. But another tradition of Chao thieves can continue. Don't worry about this star road for now. I have more important things to do right now. He ordered Shi Wei to record this star road in full, and then Don Juan continued to vigorously develop his fleet. The current space defense array defending the South Heaven Gate is 50 Thunder God's Hammer space-based platforms. With the firepower of the Thunder God's Hammer defense platform, 3 of them can blockade a planet, and 50 of them can be used to blockade the South Gate of Heaven. The firepower is definitely sufficient. Don Juan suspended 4 production lines for the Thor's Hammer defense platform and 1 production line for the Saturn large integrated transport ship, and turned to producing other warships to expand the fleet. For Don Juan, once the Stargate's defenses were sufficient to prevent anyone from stealing his home, it was time to consider attacking. According to the spies in the frontier galaxy of the Yada Empire on the other side of the Stargate, yes, Don Juan also sent out spies. This was the message sent back by a psychic girl who had disguised herself and sneaked out of the Interstellar Pioneer spaceships when Don Juan was driving out the Interstellar Pioneers from the entire Lingxiao galaxy. At present, the fleet of the Yada Empire has arrived in the frontier galaxy. I think it won't be long before they launch an attack. But they could never have imagined that Don Juan would choose to attack them. However, this attack must be launched before they have gathered and launched the attack. Before that, Don Juan had to accumulate strength in a limited time. 8 warship production lines began to fully produce the Black Robe Hell heavy firepower destroyer. However, this Black Robe Hell heavy firepower destroyer is different from the original version. The original Crusher Type 1 red-black particle strike macro cannon fires a group of molten particles at a speed of 20% of the speed of light. After being fired and hitting the enemy ship, this group of molten particles can spread into the target warship, causing terrible damage to the entire warship. If the enemy's warship is less than 1 kilometer in size and its armor is not too thick, then this attack can instantly cover the entire enemy warship, melting it from the inside out, and at the same time evaporate all the personnel on the enemy warship. It's very strong, but the power is enough. It's just too simple. According to the intelligence this time, the psychic girl spy lurking in the frontier galaxy observed that there were some special shield ships in the Yada fleet. A conservative estimate is that the armor of those shield ships is more than 10 meters. With such thick solid armor, the red and black particles cannot achieve the maximum effect of hitting the macro cannon. Except for the armor-piercing railgun on the Thunder battleship, the rest of the Dongwon battleships are equipped with hot melt ion weapons. But Dongwon could not specifically purchase the design drawings of another new model of battleship because he did not have enough spiritual energy. Therefore, according to Dongwon's order, Shiwei combined some of the existing bow weapons of the Black Rope Hell heavy firepower destroyer with railguns to create a new type of weapon. Rail Attack Strike Macro Cannon. The railgun's massive projectile is fitted with a warhead. Inside this warhead is a cluster of red and black particles trapped by a magnetic field. When a massive solid projectile traveling at 15% the speed of light penetrates the enemy's armor and is destroyed, the red-black particle cluster inside is unrestrained and completely explodes inside the enemy's warship. More powerful and more domineering. A month later, the frontier galaxy of the Yada Empire. Outside the Stargate, an extremely large number of warships have been assembled at this moment. Countless warships formed fleets, spreading across the entire space within a range of 100 million kilometers from the Stargate. In addition to the Yada Empire, the fleets of the other three interstellar forces, the Ifrit Interstellar Federation, the Giant Mantis Capital Alliance, and the Jinren Interstellar Empire have all arrived. Among them, the Yada Empire has the home advantage and has assembled the largest number of warships. A standard large fleet of the Yada Empire has 3,400 warships. There are 45 Yada fleets gathered in the frontier galaxy, and the total number of interstellar battleships of various types is 153,000. The Ifrit Interstellar Federation has 15 fleets. Each fleet has 2,400 warships of various types, and the total fleet strength is 36,000 ships. Giant Mantis Capital has united with 11 fleets. Each fleet consists of 5,100 warships of various types, and the total fleet strength is 56,100 ships. The Jinren Interstellar Empire has 20 fleets. Each fleet has 3,800 warships of various types, and the total fleet strength is 79,800 ships. The four interstellar civilizations assembled a total of 91 fleets of different organizations in the Yada Frontier Galaxy, with a total number of 324,900 warships. Chapter 74. The winning rate is very high. Rounded up to the nearest 10, it is a complete victory. More than 320,000 warships from the four interstellar civilizations are spread across the space within 100 million kilometers of Nanchaman, scattered in all directions. All civil organizations and individual interstellar pioneers have long been expelled. This is the Turin Interstellar Society, the home of the four major interstellar civilizations. At this moment, the spaceport city, which was originally very close to the Stargate, was also moved away. The spaceport city was moved to a space area about 500 million kilometers away from the Stargate. And in the spaceport city, it was still that high tower room. The top leaders of the four major civilizations gathered here. Pharaohs, commander of the Yada Empire Navy Fleet. The general governor of the ruined star field of the Ifrit Interstellar Federation. Deputy general manager of Giant Mantis Capital United Relic Star Region Branch. A general who controls the star field of the Jinren Interstellar Empire. Wow. Pharaohs, the fleet sent by your Yada Empire is quite large. The Ifrit Archon turned his bird-like head and looked at the dense fleet of the Yada Empire in outer space. He pecked his bird and laughed shrilly. Don't you have the confidence to compete with us? You need so many fleets. Among the four parties present, only their Ifrit Interstellar Federation sent the least number of warships, with only more than 30,000 warships, while the Yada Empire's fleet was nearly 5 times theirs. In this case, he would naturally ridicule it. Oh, who told you to be so far away? It's impossible to dispatch the domestic fleet in such a short time, right? Pharaoh sneered, looked at everyone, and said, judging from the size of the fleet you've dispatched, you should have mobilized almost all of the fleets stationed in other relic systems, right? Be careful that you will be annihilated in this battle. By then, the relic galaxy will be left unguarded, and in the end, it will all benefit the Yada Empire. You're getting away with it. You're saying this as if our 3 families are so despicable. Vice President Giant Mantis clasped all 6 of his hands in front of his chest, his triangular head slightly raised, and his words were filled with disdain. The frontier general of the Jinren Interstellar Empire stood there stiffly, without any movement or expression. After all, this humanoid mechanical body about 1.8 meters high is not the real body of the Jinren, but just their large mecha. The real body of the Jinren Fengjiang general, who is no more than 20 centimeters long, is inside this mechanical body. As long as he doesn't speak, no one can tell what his emotions or attitude are. The Yada Empire has the home advantage, and they have mobilized the most warships. The combined number of warships of the other three empires can exceed the military strength of the Yada Empire. Therefore, this time the three of them had already discussed it privately. After they invaded the Ruins galaxy and defeated the so-called Heaven, they suddenly launched an attack. Worked together to defeat the Yada Empire's fleet. Then the three of them shared everything they had gained from the 117 galaxies. Here, the three of them secretly united and did not take the intelligent heavenly forces that blocked the 117 galaxy seriously at all. Although the technological performance of the warships of the intelligent heavenly court is strong, their number is too small, and they have an absolute advantage in military strength. Even if your warships are incredibly maneuverable and have zero inertia, you can't dodge hundreds of thousands of kilometers in an instant, right? How can you possibly escape the saturation firepower of hundreds of thousands of our warships? Therefore, for them, the Yada Empire, which has the largest number of warships, is their ultimate opponent. But what Phalos is thinking now is completely different from what they are thinking. Pharaoh knew a fatal piece of information that the other three families did not know. The ICM Heavenly Court definitely possesses a superluminal weapon, and the speed of this weapon is definitely over 8 times the speed of light. Therefore, he has been thinking in his mind how to deal with the Heavenly Court warships equipped with superluminal weapons. But after thinking about it, Phalos couldn't think of any perfect method. Superluminal weapons are simply too terrifying, traveling at over 8 times the speed of light, and none of their monitoring methods can detect them in advance. Can only passively take the beating. When faced with such weapons, the best way, and the only way, is to risk your life. And how many lives will it take to pile them up? As the current supreme commander of the Yada Empire fleet, Pharaohs must weigh the pros and cons in this regard. Data streams kept flashing in his eyes, and the thinking assisting chip in his brain was calculating rapidly. He first made 3 hypothetical thoughts based on the premise that Heaven has superluminal weapons. The first hypothesis: the superluminal weapons possessed by the intelligent Heavenly Court were found in the ruins of ancient civilizations. They are rare and cannot be rebuilt. This is the most ideal situation for Phalos. If this is true, he will consume the least combat resources to achieve his goal as quickly as possible. The second hypothesis: the intelligent Heavenly Court does have some method to independently manufacture superluminal weapons, but due to the size limitation of the Heavenly Court, although superluminal weapons can be manufactured repeatedly, the quantity will not be too large. As for the second hypothesis, it is not a bad situation for Pharos, and it may even be a good thing. As long as the superluminal weapons of the intelligent celestial warships are used up, and as long as his fleet does not suffer too many losses, he will still be the final winner. The so-called good thing is that after the war, it is possible for Pharaohs to seize the technical data of the superluminal weapons from the Heavenly Court, so that he can also produce it himself. This is a huge benefit. And the third hypothesis is the most terrifying, the one that makes Phalos most horrified, and the one he is most unwilling to believe. This assumes that the Omnic Heavenly Court can easily and in large quantities manufacture FTL weapons. If this is combined with the terrifying performance of their warships, and combined with these FTL weapons, then their hundreds of thousands of warships may not even be enough to save their lives. But this third hypothesis is the least likely, because how big is the size of the intelligent heaven? Although Pharaohs didn't know the size of the intelligent heaven, he thought it must not be that big. The ability to produce ultra-high-tech weapons certainly requires a huge industrial strength to support it, especially mass production. For example, the Yada Empire has a total population of 12 trillion, hundreds of colonized planets, and countless high-end talents from all walks of life. This is a large scale. How long has the Omnic Heavenly Court been around? Just a few months. As for the possibility that the intelligent Heavenly Court could find some efficient and convenient STC templates in the ruins of ancient civilizations, which could easily and massively produce superluminal weapons by simply investing materials. This is possible, but it is still impossible for Heaven to have the ability to mass-produce superluminal weapons. Because the Yada Empire had found some STC templates for producing certain items in the relic star field before, as well as some incomprehensible block-shaped devices. However, they simply cannot crack the above encryption restrictions. That was something they completely couldn't understand. It was completely unusable, and in the end it had to be handed over to the Tauran Empire in exchange for various preferential policies and rewards from the suzerain state. How many scientists are there in the Yada Empire, with a total population of 12 trillion? They are all helpless, not to mention the Heavenly Court. So, Phalos believes that the first hypothesis is the most likely, but the second hypothesis can maximize Phalos' interests. The third assumption is simply impossible. It seems I was crazy before. I was so afraid of the armed separatist small force the Omnic Heavenly Court. After thinking this through, Phalos felt much better. In this battle, he is more than 90% sure of winning. Rounding up means you win. Chapter 75. You still dare to take the initiative? Who gave you the courage? After thinking everything through, Phalos felt that the intelligent heaven was no longer a big threat. The biggest threat still comes from the other three interstellar forces. Now, it's time to discuss how to attack. The first task is to break through the equilateral triangle-shaped stargate with a side length of 600 kilometers. During the discussion, Pharos hinted several times that he did not want his fleet to take the lead under any circumstances. And in his communication with them, he deliberately hinted that the defense behind the stargate must be very strong. How big is the stargate? If the Vanguard army wants to break through the blockade of the Heavenly Court behind the stargate, they will surely suffer heavy casualties. Sure enough, after Pharaoh's suggestion, no one from the other three families wanted to take the lead in attacking the stargate. Breaking through the blockade of the stargate will definitely result in casualties, and their fleet is not as large as that of the Yada Empire. Everyone also knew that after the destruction of the intelligent Heavenly Court, they would definitely turn against each other, so in the fierce debate, no one would give in. At one point, the situation even reached a point where tensions were high between several fleets. It looked like a fight was about to break out between them, but in the end they all restrained themselves rationally. You can fight among yourselves, but not now. Let's do this. Pharaohs finally sighed and said with great difficulty, the task of breaking through the stargate will be handed over to our Yada fleet. Once we break through the stargate, we will have to switch the main attack position. When the time comes, the fleets of your three families will be responsible for destroying the Heavenly Court fleet. Hearing this, the others felt proud. It seems that you still can't withstand the combined strength of the three of us. They didn't take the intelligent celestial fleet seriously at all. Naturally, I agreed. But none of them knew that, while seemingly making a difficult decision, Pharaohs was secretly delighted in his heart. I'm afraid you don't know that the Heavenly Court's fleet is equipped with superluminal weapons. For Phalos, he had two more pieces of information than others. The first is the superluminal weapon, and the second is that the defense at the Stargate is actually not that strong. When Phalos sent Aubrey before, he learned that there were only 2 space-based defense platforms. In these 3 months, how much can the blockade defense of the Stargate be increased? The time is too short, definitely not more. Of the 45 Yada Empire fleets that Pharaohs now commands, nearly half are not directly under his command. And Pharaohs also intended to destroy half of the fleet in the 117th galaxy. It would be best to completely destroy the intelligent celestial powers, and then destroy them along with the fleets of the other 3 interstellar forces in a battle with them. In this way, all the benefits belong entirely to him, Pharos, and not to the Yada Empire. The tasks have been assigned. Everything is ready. 91 interstellar fleets of different organizations and more than 320,000 interstellar battleships are spread across the space range of 100 million kilometers of the Stargate. The Yada Empire's temporary fleet was organized, and the 3,400 shield ships of the Vanguard's first fleet started their engines and began to push forward. The Vanguard's second fleet of 3,400 attacking warships followed behind. Close to the Stargate. Open. Do it. The first fleet of the Vanguard army is full of shield ships. The shape of the shield ship is like a horizontal umbrella, and in front of the bow is a whole shield with a thickness of more than 10 meters and a large area. The Stargate is an equilateral triangle with a side length of 600 kilometers. 3,400 shield ships arranged closely together can form a space shield that is slightly smaller than the entrance of the Stargate. This type of shield ship is a special warship developed by the Yada Empire during thousands of years of struggle with surrounding interstellar civilizations. It is specially used to break through the Stargate. The shield ship pushes forward and passes through the Stargate, which can withstand the dense firepower on the other side of the Stargate, and then allow the subsequent fleet to rely on the shield ship as cover and launch an attack through the Stargate. This type of shield ship is not equipped with any offensive weapons. All of them are close-in defense weapons used to intercept weapons such as high-yield hydrogen bombs launched by the enemy in advance. Generally speaking, this type of warship is only useful when attacking Stargates, but Stargates are the most common portals in today's interstellar society, so major civilizations also have similar types of ships. But this type of battleship also has a disadvantage, which is that when breaking through the Stargate, it will block the vision of the fleet behind. Therefore, each shield ship fleet also has a special fleet control headquarters to command the fleet following behind. Just when the shield ship fleet was less than 100,000 kilometers away from the Stargate, something strange happened. In full view of everyone, a pitch-black fleet sailed out of the Stargate. This was a small fleet of 47 warships. The number of fleets is insignificant compared to the massive fleets of any interstellar force present. But what is astonishing is that in this fleet, even the largest and smallest warships are extremely huge. The pitch-black hull and the crimson image of hell carved on its surface. The core of it is a giant battleship that is 15 kilometers long, with regular edges and corners and straight lines. This style is the intelligent heavenly fleet. Don Juan deliberately chose this moment to take the initiative. No one, including Phalos, had ever expected that Don Juan would dare to take the initiative to attack. Ha ha ha, this is courting death. If you had just waited obediently for death in this galaxy, you could have lived a little longer, but now you're actually coming out to die. Archon Ifri laughed loudly, and as he laughed, one of the bird's heads suddenly trembled. He raised his hand and plucked a feather from the back of the neck. He took a look and found that this feather was completely different from the other black feathers. It was a feather that looked like colorful scales and was particularly eye-catching. I forgot to take my medicine again, but it's okay. He threw the feather away without taking it seriously. As for the others, they didn't care at all. Their attention was all attracted by the intelligent heavenly fleet that had just left the Stargate. The moment the intelligent heavenly court fleet appeared, it did not suffer any attack. Because the fleet at the front, which is only 100,000 kilometers away, is the shield ship fleet, and these warships do not have the ability to take the initiative to attack. The other fleets were either too far away or had insufficient range, so even the lasers would take several seconds to fly. Or they are lined up behind the shield ship fleet, preparing to pass through the Stargate, and their shooting range is completely blocked by the shield ships. But this was already within Don Juan's calculations. He deliberately chose this moment to take the initiative to attack from the Stargate. Since you have no choice but to attack immediately, I will start attacking. The next moment, in the shocked eyes of everyone, the fleet of the intelligent heavenly court disappeared out of thin air. None of their radars or curvature space monitoring devices could detect the existence of that fleet. It was as if the dark fleet that just appeared was an illusion and had never existed. Chapter 76, Space Curvature Drift. Fleet from Hell. Before passing through the Stargate, the warp engines of all the ships in the fleet were warming up. After passing through the Stargate, the curvature engine was activated instantly. The entire fleet was wrapped in a large curvature bubble, forming a hole, and began to move forward at a terrifying speed of 10 times the speed of light. At such a speed, even if Don Juan's warships are not equipped with curvature space monitoring stealth technology, the enemy fleet, which is generally equipped with curvature engines that are only 5 times the speed of light, will not be able to detect the existence of Don Juan's fleet at all. In this case, the entire intelligent heavenly fleet is in a completely invisible state. At least none of these interstellar forces, with more than 320,000 warships, can detect the existence of the intelligent heavenly court fleet by any means. Fine-tune the curvature value of the fleet's right rear. Fine-tune the turn. Numerical comparison completed. Numerical calculation completed. Fine-tuning complete. Start turning. The eyes of the technical humanoid girls who controlled each warship flashed with data streams like an ocean. At this moment, all of their minds were connected together to form a supercomputer. It calculated the value of each curvature space at an extremely terrifying speed and continuously fine-tuned the curvature value behind the entire fleet within billionths of a second. After calculating these curvature values, it is time to curvature drift. Racing drift is nothing. Now, Don Juan's entire fleet is drifting in the space at a curvature of 10 times the speed of light, creating a space curvature group. Only technical humanoids, who are comparable to supercomputers, can achieve such powerful computing power and warship operation capabilities. The entire fleet instantly circled to the side of the shield ship fleet and fired several high-yield Rahu hydrogen bombs at its side. Several Rahu hydrogen bombs broke away from the curvature bubble. They had no kinetic energy and inertia when moving forward in the curvature space. After a moment of stillness, these Rahu hydrogen bombs found their targets and activated their propulsion units, attacking the enemy from the flank of the 3,400 ship shield fleet. Where are the enemies? Completely disappeared. Pharaoh knew that the warships of the intelligent heavenly court had terrifying performance, but he had never encountered something that looked so strange. Now he had no idea where the heavenly court fleet had gone. No, it should be described as supernatural. The ghost is coming. We can't detect their presence at all. What happened? Asked the Frontline's shield fleet control headquarters. Pharaoh roared, and at this moment, several extremely dazzling lights rose in the space, rising among 3,400 neatly arranged shield ships. These balls of white light were like several small stars, instantly engulfing the entire shield ship fleet. You destroyed the Yada Empire's special warship and obtained 200 spiritual sources. You destroyed 3,400 special warships of the Yada Empire and obtained a total of 680,000 spiritual energy. Listening to the system prompts beside him, Don Juan shouted, "Awesome." Then, his gaze turned to the more than 300,000 warships spread across the surrounding space of 100 million kilometers. Spiritual source. These are all spiritual sources. The entire 3,400 shield ships of the Vanguard Army's First Fleet were completely destroyed, and the Combat Command Center, composed of the top leaders of the 4 major interstellar forces, had no idea what had happened. What on earth just happened? The Vanguard's First Fleet has been destroyed. Where are the enemies? We still can't see where the enemies have gone. Our military radars and curvature space monitoring devices are completely unable to detect any enemy presence. Damn it. Is the person on the other side not human at all? Are we fighting a legendary ghost? Hundreds of staff departments and tens of thousands of combat staff officers were in chaos. Pharaohs, Governor Ifri, Vice President Giant Mantis, General Jinren, and the top leaders of the 4 major interstellar forces looked at each other. At this moment, their hearts were in turmoil and their emotions were mixed. Completely speechless. In space, the intelligent celestial fleet, trapped in a curvature bubble at 10 times the speed of light, was like a real ghost. The combined fleet of more than 300,000 warships of the 4 major interstellar forces was completely unable to detect the other side by any means. Suddenly, a staff officer roared, "The enemy's position has been detected." "Where?" Pharaoh immediately glared with bloodshot eyes and roared. "The Stargate is centered at point O, at the standard 3-dimensional latitude coordinates, 30 million kilometers along the y-axis on the right." 30 million kilometers. Is that the 17th Fleet over there? In an instant, Pharaoh's scaly lizard face turned pale. It's only been 10 seconds, and I've already run this far. 10 times the speed of light. The intelligent Heavenly Court fleet exited the curvature state less than 100,000 kilometers away from the Yada 17th Fleet and revealed its presence. The entire 3,400 warships of the 17th Fleet were completely unable to react. The 47 warships of the intelligent Heavenly Court fleet, 1 Thunder, medium-sized attack battleship, and 46 Black Rope Hell, heavy firepower destroyers instantly burst out with tremendous firepower towards the 3,400 warships of the Yada 17th Fleet. Not to mention the battleships, the 46 Black Rope Hell heavy fire destroyers alone have a total of 736 Black Rope Little Hell Type 1 ion lance macro cannons and 138 200-mounted missile silo arrays. What a terrifying firepower. In just this short second, dense red ion beams filled the space, and countless ordinary and curvature missiles mixed together, attacking and covering the 17th Yada fleet like a torrent. The Yada battleships, which had no time to react, were pierced through by the red ion beams, hit by the new bow magnetic rail special attack macro cannons, and hit by the curvature engine missiles. Fleeting flashes of light from the explosions flashed in the space. From a distance, it seemed as if another starry sky with countless twinkling points of light was formed. Within 1 minute, all 3,400 Yada warships were destroyed. Before other fleets arrived to support, the intelligent celestial fleet once again entered the curvature state. Continued to drift in space at 10 times the speed of light. 20 seconds later, the intelligent celestial fleet appeared next to another fleet of the Ifri Interstellar Federation 60 million kilometers away. Then, the same plot happened. Don Juan's fleet is elusive and looks like a real ghost. It is no wonder that Don Juan named his fleet the Underworld Fleet. Most of the battleships are of the Black Rope Hell class of the Shidu class. Black Rope Hell is a Chinese legend. It is the 3rd of the 10 hells of hell in the underworld. Emperor Song is in charge of the Black Rope Hell. Now, this is the real fleet from hell. Chapter 77. They are running low on curvature missiles. Only about 60,000 are left. The enemy has appeared near the 7th Fleet. The 7th Fleet has been attacked, and we can't hold on any longer. Oh my god. Damn it, they disappeared again. Requesting support. Requesting support. Our fleet is about to be annihilated. The intelligent Nether Fleet was like a real ghost, wandering around the entire battlefield. In the space within 100 million kilometers, dozens of large interstellar fleets were running back and forth to provide support, working tirelessly. But there was no trace of the intelligent Nether Fleet. In just a few minutes, several of their entire fleets were wiped out. If this continues, It is only a matter of time before their fleet is completely destroyed. Something had to change. Pharos couldn't rely on the enemy fleet running low on ammunition or energy. Stargate. Yes, Stargate. Suddenly, a light bulb went off in Phalos's mind, and he looked fiercely at the huge Stargate floating in space. If he sends a fleet to attack the Stargate, the intelligent fleet of heaven will definitely be attracted to protect the Stargate. As long as the intelligent celestial fleet is attracted here, they can only exit the curvature state to defend themselves. After all, when wrapped in the curvature bubble, the energy weapons on the battleship cannot penetrate the curvature bubble and shoot outward. Only solid ammunition can penetrate the curvature bubble. However, physical ammunition such as missiles and railgun shells can penetrate the curvature bubble. But ordinary missiles and artillery shells are too slow and can be easily intercepted. As for the curvature engine missiles of the intelligent celestial fleet, since they also use curvature engines, they must first be launched out of the curvature bubble in a normal state, and then they can resupport the curvature bubble, enter the superluminal state, and automatically search for the enemy to track and kill the enemy. Previously, the intelligent celestial fleet quickly destroyed several large fleets by using the curvature engine to instantly reach the enemy side. Only after exiting the curvature state could all weapons be used normally. After quickly destroying a fleet, before other fleets arrive to support, enter the curvature state again and wander around the battlefield. In order to quickly destroy these fleets, the intelligent celestial warships used a large number of curvature engine missiles. Therefore, Phalos concluded that the remaining curvature engine missiles of the intelligent celestial fleet must be few. As long as they storm the Stargate, and the celestial fleet returns to defend and uses energy weapons to counterattack after exiting the curvature engine state, that period of time will be their chance. The 27th, 39th, and 43rd Fleets. Heed my command, activate the warp engines, and reach the Stargate immediately. Attack the Stargate and force the celestial fleet to return for defense. Pharos immediately gave the order and looked at the leaders of the other 3 interstellar forces. Order your fleets to act together. If we don't destroy the celestial fleet here, we will never be able to occupy the 117 star systems beyond the Stargate. The matter was of great importance, so the other 3 companies abandoned their small ideas and started to work together to deal with the intelligent mechanical fleet of heaven. Although the 3 fleets that Pharos just ordered were also fleets of the Yada Empire, they were not his own fleets, so he would not feel bad if they were consumed. At the same time, they are also the fleet farthest from the Stargate, and have time to activate the curvature engine, quickly rush to the vicinity of the Stargate at a speed of 5 times the speed of light, and then exit the curvature state to attack the Stargate. A fleet in a curvature state cannot pass through the Stargate and must exit the curvature state in advance. Their curvature engine startup speed is not as fast as that of the Heavenly Court warships, and generally takes 3 minutes. Within 3 minutes, another giant Mantis Capital Joint fleet was destroyed by the intelligent Heavenly Court fleet. Phalos had been observing the giant Mantis Capital Joint fleet that had just been destroyed. After observation, he came to an extremely surprising conclusion. They don't have many warp engine missiles left. When the intelligent Heavenly Court fleet reappeared and launched an attack on a joint fleet of giant Mantis Capital, they only used warp engine missiles to destroy the large warships among them, and most of the joint warships of giant Mantis Capital were also destroyed by ion beams. The frequency of using warp engine missiles is much lower than before. Sure enough, my previous guess was right. They don't have many warp engine missiles left. Pharaoh was suddenly ecstatic. He could win. As long as the intelligent celestial fleet loses its superluminal attack method, such as the curvature engine missile, he will have a chance to win. As for how Pharaohs knew that the intelligent celestial court used curvature engine missiles that they could not observe at all, it was very simple. As long as a warship was destroyed by means that they could not observe at all, it must have been destroyed by a curvature engine missile. The 3 Yada fleets, totaling 10,200 warships, successfully activated the warp engines. And the moment they started the curvature engine, Don Juan already knew it through the curvature space monitoring device. Supreme, the 3 Yada fleets have entered superluminal mode, reaching speeds 5 times the speed of light. The 3 fleets are expected to arrive at the Stargate in 32 seconds, 45 seconds, and 51 seconds respectively. Should we intercept? Villia, how many warp engine missiles do we have left? Don Juan inquired. All warships have a reserve of 62,000 warp drive missiles. A technodoll girl named Villia answered nearby. There are still 62,000. Don Juan thought for a moment and said, "That's about it. Let's fire all the remaining missiles at once. Then we'll retreat and replenish them. Let you guys take a break too." Don Juan smiled and patted Villia's shoulder. Villia's pretty face immediately turned red, but the upper half of her face was hidden under the black glass mask of the helmet, revealing only her pink lips and small, slightly pointed chin, so it was not obvious that she was blushing. And in just this short second, her silicon brain calculated the curvature space value again 4,596.47462 trillion times. Velia is one of the earliest technical humanoid girls, and besides Sylvie, she has the strongest computing ability. The tactic Don Juan is currently using, which can be called curvature drift, is not so easy to use. The amount of numerical calculation of the curvature space is extremely large, which is no less than calculating every atom in the surrounding space. And now, in all the warships, the minds of 100,000 technical humanoid girls are connected together, and the powerful computing power they form is almost reaching its limit. If this goes on for much longer, their silicon computing brains will probably burn out. By that time, the enemy failed to cause casualties to Don Juan, and this group of technical humanoid girls would burn their own brains instead, which would be a loss. Under Don Juan's order, the fleet exited the curvature state in space and began to pour curvature engine missiles in all directions. Countless warp engine missiles rose into space from the rows of missile silos on 47 warships, dispersed towards the 300,000 warships within a range of 100 million kilometers. Among them, 10,200 missiles locked onto the three Yata fleets, totaling 10,200 warships, which were approaching the Stargate in a curvature state. Don Juan did not deliberately lock onto any warship for the remaining 51,800 curvature engine missiles, but let the curvature engine missiles find targets on their own. The enemy still has many warships remaining. It depends on which enemy warship will be lucky enough to be hit by a curvature engine missile. Chapter 78 Fleet Destruction and Explosion. What a beautiful scene. After launching all the curvature engine missiles, Don Juan did not enter the curvature state again, but ordered all warships to start the inertia-free engines. The intelligent celestial warship has three types of engines: curvature engine, inertia-free engine, and the most common plasma propulsion engine. Among them, the inertia-free engine can not only be used for maneuvering and evasion, but also for acceleration and propulsion. However, because the Don Juan's is a primary inertia-free engine, it cannot break the speed of light. Moreover, because it has no inertia, it can only be turned on all the time to maintain speed. The energy consumption is greater than that of the curvature engine. Once it is turned off, the ship will stop instantly. The most advanced inertia-free engine theoretically has infinite light speed. It accelerates to sublight speed in an instant. Due to the characteristics of the inertia-free engine, the hull will remain in its original shape even if it is not strong enough and does not require any protection. At this moment, Don Juan ordered the fleet to use inertia-free engines, and he also had his own reasons. The inertia-free engine started, and the 47 warships in the entire fleet instantly accelerated to sublight speed. Start moving towards the Stargate. The movements of the Heavenly Court fleet were naturally captured by several major fleets. Commander, the enemy fleet has exited warp mode. They instantly accelerated to sublight speed and are heading towards the Stargate. When Fallows heard a report from a staff officer of the General Staff, he was shocked, and suddenly he was in uncontrollable ecstasy. Could it be that the Omnic Celestial Fleet is now running out of energy and can't even enter the warp state? He can win, as long as he can seize this opportunity. Ha ha ha. Everyone, the enemy fleet is completely exhausted, and we still have a large fleet. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Fallows burst into laughter. When the leaders of the other three interstellar forces heard what Pharaoh said, their originally uneasy hearts were immediately put at ease. In that case, why waste time talking? Let's chase them. Archon Ifri roared and shouted, and took the lead in giving the order to his fleet to pursue. The other two high-ranking officials of the interstellar forces also issued the same order. This opportunity is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Pursue immediately. We must not let the Omnic Heavenly Court fleet escape, or we will suffer endless consequences. Yes, we must pursue them. Before, when Don Juan was commanding his fleet, the fleets of these interstellar forces tried to avoid him as much as possible, fearing that Don Juan would find them among the many targets. But now, they felt that Don Juan's intelligent celestial fleet was showing signs of fatigue, but they all charged forward again. In the 100 million kilometers of space around the Stargate, the number is still huge, and the fleets belonging to the four major interstellar forces are heading towards the Stargate. Hurry, hurry, the fleet flagship has delivered the order. Attack the Stargate. Those bastards can't hold on any longer. Based on the flagship. Where's the flagship? It's so dazzling. My eyes. In a Yatta fleet, the personnel on each warship had already been in place and were waiting for orders. However, when all their warships turned their observation equipment towards the flagship of the fleet, they only saw a ball of white light. They did not observe any signs of attack, and the flagship, the core of the entire fleet, suddenly turned into a ball of light flashing with extremely dazzling light in space. This dazzling ball of light came and went quickly. When the light disappeared, the huge hull of the fleet flagship turned into space debris, floating around at will. And this is just the beginning. Within a radius of 100 million kilometers, warships in all fleets exploded out of thin air in space, shattered, and turned into pieces of debris. For a moment, the light of the warship's explosion flashing in the starry sky had the momentum to overwhelm the galaxy composed of countless star points in the background of space. What? Pharaoh was shocked. This attack method was a warp engine missile. How could the celestial fleet have so many warp engine missiles? But then he reacted. This must be the last of all the warp engine missiles in the intelligent celestial fleet. They were making a desperate attempt to protect the fleet, which was running at sublight speed and low on energy, from passing through the Stargate. You guys are just wishful thinking. Luckily, I already ordered 3 fleets to head to the Stargate. They should have arrived by now. Pharaoh's laughter stopped abruptly, because he observed again that there were tens of thousands of the same lights flashing in the space around the Stargate. And just when tens of thousands of warships around the Stargate exploded almost at the same time, producing light, the bridge of the 15-kilometer-long Thunder medium-sized attack battleship, the flagship of the intelligent Nether Fleet. Don Juan and Villia beside him were admiring the unique scenery. At this moment, the fleet is moving at sublight speed, close to the speed of light, but not reaching the speed of light. According to Einstein's theory of relativity and the clock-slowing effect of the speed of light, normal time remains unchanged in space outside the fleet, but time inside the fleet and inside each warship is infinitely slowed down. The fleet traveled at sublight speed in this dark space, illuminated by the flashing light of explosions from tens of thousands of interstellar battleships, passing through this sky full of stars. In the space outside the fleet, the scenery created by the explosion of tens of thousands of warships formed an extremely unique landscape in this state. With her powerful computing ability, Villia watched everything in the outside world. Countless shooting stars flashed across the black glass mask that covered half of her pretty face in an instant. What a nice view. Looking at the countless lights in the outer space, Villia was mesmerized for a moment, and her pink and tender lips, which were not covered by the mask, whispered softly. Her slender hands reached out quietly and, without Don Juan knowing, hugged his arms. Judging from the normal time of the outside world, the sublight speed Heavenly Court fleet took 33 seconds to pass through the 3 Yatta fleets covering a distance of 1 million kilometers in space and the starry sky, created by the successive explosions of 10,200 warships. But Don Juan inside the fleet only felt that in less than a second, they had passed through the Stargate. Less than a second later, Don Juan came to his senses and felt that his arm seemed a little heavy. When he turned around, he saw that it was Villia who had hugged his arm at some point. But Don Juan did not shake him off. Instead, he smiled and said, "How was it? Did you see the scenery just now? Although my thinking and calculation abilities aren't as good as yours, and I only saw the scenery for a split second, that moment was still breathtakingly beautiful. Your tech dolls have powerful thinking and calculation abilities. You must have seen everything. That's why I didn't let the warship activate its warp drive, but instead moved at sublight speed. Just being able to see such a view is worth every moment." Although now Villia could only see a pair of mechanical electronic eyes flashing red light on the visor of Don Juan's power helmet looking at her. But Villia still imagined the scene of Don Juan's handsome face smiling gently under the mask. At this moment, the cold fusion reactor in Villia's chest seemed to suddenly stop for a moment, and her silicon brain, which had been performing high-intensity thinking to calculate the curvature value, also felt hot. She had not understood it at all before, and even looked down on the psychic girls led by Ruby, including Adeline, and felt that their crazy behavior was a blasphemy to the Supreme Being. But at this moment, Villia seemed to understand. She even wanted to blaspheme. Don Juan was completely unaware of all this, let alone that Villia's thoughts and feelings at that moment were being transmitted completely through the unbroken thought link with the other technical humanoid girls. The entire fleet of 100,000 technical humanoid girls all had the same thoughts and emotions as Villia at this moment. Chapter 79, Still Wanting More. The terrifying spiritual source income. It was only after the intelligent celestial fleet passed through the Stargate that pharaohs finally reacted. They were frightened by the scene that just broke out. Damn it. The fleet of the Omnic Heavenly Court must have been completely exhausted. We were frightened by their last-ditch attack. Don't wait, keep chasing. Chase past the Stargate. They're running so fast, they must be running out of confidence. Pharaoh roared his orders. In space, several companies have joined together and still have more than 200,000 warships remaining. Densely packed interstellar battleships advanced through space, passing by the floating wreckage of friendly warships one by one, and arrived at the Stargate. On the other side of the Stargate is the Lingxiao Galaxy, Nanshiman Defense Space Station Array Belt. 52 Thunder God's Hammer space-based platforms formed a semicircular encirclement with a radius of 100,000 kilometers, evenly distributed in space, tightly surrounding the South Gate of Heaven for entering and exiting the Lingxiao Galaxy. The surface of the Stargate, which was as quiet as the surface of water, suddenly began to ripple, and a Yada-like cruiser about 1 kilometer long quickly emerged from the Stargate, and it smashed a piece of warship wreckage floating in space. Around this Yada-light high-speed cruiser, hundreds of warships crossed the Stargate together and appeared in the Lingxiao Galaxy. But that's all. The moment these space battleships appeared, firepower from the Thor's hammer defense platforms poured down from all directions. The Yada-light high-speed cruiser that appeared first was instantly hit by thousands of red beams of light. The armor layer at the bow was melted, and the hull was penetrated and riddled with holes. A lot of debris was floating around. A thick crimson beam of light fired from a large-caliber ion beam cannon on a Thunder Hammer space-based platform on the side penetrated its hull in an instant, and then penetrated another Yada frigate that was parallel to it not far away. Even if these warships deployed the laser-scattering barrier force field in advance, they could not weaken the power of the ion beam at all. Although ion beams are also energy weapons, they are completely different from laser beams. These warships that rushed out of the Stargate at high speed all suffered devastating blows. Even the dense wreckage of warships floating in the space outside the South Heaven Gate hindered the advance of the subsequent fleet. The Stargate is just an equilateral triangle with a side length of 600 kilometers, and the entrance is that big. No matter whether you have 200,000 warships or millions of warships, it is impossible to deploy them. You can only enter in small groups of warships like this. And this has become a tactic of adding fuel to the fire. Commander, an extremely complete spatial defense belt has been formed behind the Stargate. It is impossible to break through from any direction. The attacking 23rd Fleet has lost half of its warships. Millions of casualties. They have stopped the attack. When Pharaohs heard the report from the fleet mobilization headquarters on the front line, he was stunned for a moment. What? Why is the defense on the other side of the Stargate so strong? This. Pharaohs gritted his teeth and ordered. Have the 23rd Fleet continue the attack. Say it's my order. Commander, the 23rd Fleet is not our main fleet. Vice Admiral Florence refused the order to attack and is unwilling to attack again no matter what. Don't want to attack? Then get Florence out of here. Replace him with someone who wants to establish merit and is willing to attack. Pharaoh roared. However, the next moment, the report from the front line again made Fallows almost lose control. Oh no, Commander. Vice Admiral Florence disobeyed orders and ordered his remaining fleet to block the Stargate. No other fleet will be allowed to pass through. And they even incited other fleets to resist your orders. My fellow Imperials, I am Vice Admiral Florence of the 23rd Fleet. This is a meaningless war. No, this is not war, this is going to die. For his own selfish desires, Pharaohs has already sacrificed the lives of tens of millions of the Empire's brave soldiers. We are the brave soldiers of the Yada Empire, and we are honored to serve the royal family and His Majesty the Emperor. I now seriously doubt whether the authorization for Pharaohs to mobilize troops really came from His Majesty the Emperor. Therefore, before we can investigate whether the order to wage this war truly came from His Majesty the Emperor himself, I refuse to accept any orders from Pharaohs and urge you to stand with me. Crazy. Crazy. Pharaoh's heart was suddenly filled with endless rage. Mutiny. Mutiny on the battlefield. Traitors. All of them are traitors. Amidst endless anger, Fallows also felt an incomparable sense of frustration. In this war, it seemed that every prediction he made, every key decision that determined the direction of the war, was wrong. It also seemed that he was the one who caused all this. Damn it. Pharaohs murmured softly, like a man possessed. Then, his emotions suddenly erupted, and he pounded the French window screen in front of him like a madman. Damn it. Damn it. Damn it. Catch that disobedient Florence. I'll have him executed. Execute him. All warships, officers, and soldiers who disobeyed orders and mutinied will be executed. Pharaoh finally went crazy, and from his extremely suppressed throat came a roar that seemed to tear his vocal cords. At this moment, Fallows opened his bloodshot and extremely fierce eyes wide, and suddenly there were countless people whispering in his ears. Your failure is all because your plan is too low level. And you are too weak, too weak. If you had a higher level of technology, if you had a higher level of intelligence, almost infinite technology, will you fail again? Do you desire everything that comes with success? This sudden whisper sounded in Pharaoh's ears, as if in an instant, there were a million different voices, people of different races speaking different languages, whispering in his ears. It also seems like a temptation from the devil. Behind Pharaoh's, none of them noticed or cared about the colorful scale-like feather that Archon Ifri had plucked and discarded before, which floated gently. The feathers fluttered, transforming into a pink, short, stocky, and distorted human figure that seemed to be there and not there. Hee. The short and stocky pink figure that appeared opened its fong-filled mouth, stuck out its twisted tongue, and let out a sharp laugh that no one could hear. Then he entered the body of Pharaoh. The entire army retreated. When Don Juan commanded the fleet that had replenished its energy, ammunition, and supplies to return to the Yada Frontier Galaxy through the Stargate, what he saw was the deserted Yada Frontier Galaxy. The entire Yada Frontier Galaxy was empty, with only the wreckage of warships floating in space. In the center of the galaxy, two huge stars are still moving in their predetermined orbits. All the warships have long disappeared. I haven't fought enough yet, and they're already running away? They clearly still have over 200,000 warships. Why are they all withdrawing? How cowardly. Don Juan looked around in confusion, and just as he had seen, the warships of all interstellar forces had disappeared. Helpless, Don Juan could only return to the court. He began to count all the spiritual sources he had harvested this time. This time, the total number of enemy warships he destroyed exceeded 82,700. All spiritual income, 12,405,000. Don Juan was instantly shocked by the huge number of spiritual sources. Before, he was reluctant to spend money on Ling Yuan, but now, he is a multi-millionaire. Don Juan glanced at the large pieces of warship wreckage floating in the space. These were all resources. Recycle it after the war, and you can use it again after refining it. Although he is very rich now, he cannot be too wasteful. Chapter 80 Return to Dome Star, Black-Winged Girl Guards. You call this a thing. It starts well, but ends badly. Don Juan looked at the warship wreckage scattered in the space in front of him, and several Saturn, large-scale integrated transport ships that were recovering these warship wreckages, and was a little confused. Vilya, check the surrounding space to see if there are any large-scale fluctuations in the curvature of space. Yes, Supreme. Don Juan decided to find out where the Yada fleet retreated to, then catch up with them, and earn another wave of spiritual energy. How could he let the escaped enemy go? Don Juan's style has always been to do things thoroughly and leave no future troubles. The enemy still has over 200,000 warships. If he destroys them all, how much spiritual energy will he earn? Don Juan's fleet generally has a curvature engine at 10 times the speed of light, and can easily catch up with Yada's fleet, which generally has a speed of 5 times the speed of light. The curvature engine of the Thunder medium attack battleship started working, and the curvature space monitoring state was activated. With the Thunder medium-sized attack battleship as the core, any fluctuations in the curvature of space within a radius of 1 light-year cannot escape the monitoring of the Thunder medium-sized attack battleship. A large amount of monitored data was automatically calculated by the warship, and after detection, it was sent to Vilya. After manually screening and analyzing the data, Vilya said to Don Juan, Supreme, we have detected tens of thousands of different curvature space fluctuations, but these data are too few and do not match the huge number of the enemy fleet that escaped. No corresponding fluctuations in the curvature of space. Don Juan was stunned for a moment, then asked, Are there any signs of space jump? After a moment, Vilya shook her head and said, Although we have detected traces of large-scale space jumps, these traces are more likely to come to this galaxy, rather than jump out of this galaxy. Hearing this, Don Juan fell silent. This is a bit weird. Without curvature fluctuations and space jump fluctuations, it would be impossible for the enemy's remaining 200,000 warships to fly back at sublight speed alone. Furthermore, even if they left the galaxy at sublight speed, Don Juan could easily detect where they were going. It's impossible that there is no trace at all like now. Could it be? Don Juan suddenly had an idea and closed his eyes. The next moment, it opened, light flickered, and the red light of a pair of mechanical electronic eyes on the visor of the power helmet gradually turned blue. Psychic perspective. As soon as Don Juan opened his eyes and looked into space, he was startled. From a psychic perspective, the remnants of the massive warp activity throughout the galaxy are dissipating. Psychic leap. Donwan knew why the enemies had disappeared. The remaining more than 200,000 warships in the entire frontier galaxy all escaped into the subspace through psychic jumps. And, from a psychic perspective, it doesn't seem like they entered the subspace on their own initiative. It's more like an unknown powerful being in some higher dimensional space, through some medium, pulled them all into the subspace. This, Donwan gasped. He originally thought that this kind of subspace trace only existed in the relic star field, but he did not expect that it had spread outward from the relic star field to the Yada frontier galaxy. Over time, the scope will surely only get bigger. If it develops to its peak, it will probably become a natural disaster that sweeps across the galaxy. Although it is not certain yet, and is just speculation, it is possible. Thinking of this, Donwan felt a little uncomfortable. How great would it be if he could destroy all those fleets for no reason? With so much spiritual income, all these fleets have now entered the subspace and no one knows where they have gone. Donwan had no choice but to give up and return to the court. Several Tiao large integrated transport ships were left behind to continue recovering the wreckage of warships in this space. Donwan looked down upon the technology of the Yada Empire, but the wreckage of these warships was recycled and retrained. Even if most of the wreckage is completely useless, it is still possible to recycle those that can be refined into tens of billions of tons of usable alloys. Dome Star Sky Royal City. The current Sky King City is very different from its original medieval style. Various Interstellar-era buildings were built in just a few months. The tall buildings stand in a row, like a steel jungle. There are a large number of factories that produce some common industrial products day and night. Donwan did not use the system's construction capabilities. After all, there are still more than 3 billion mechanical winged girls on the Dome Star. Before their transformation, they were just ordinary people in the Middle Ages. But after being transformed into tactical humanoids, a large amount of knowledge related to the interstellar era was automatically imprinted into their memories. It can be said that even the most ordinary tactical humanoid under Donwan, if he returns to the Earth era, his level will far exceed that of Einstein's top scientists. The core area of the Royal City is a palace complex covering an area of 120 square kilometers. If you look at it from a distance, you would think it is an ancient Chinese imperial palace. In the palace complex, there are flying eaves, brackets, and numerous palace gates. Countless towering palaces hundreds of meters high and large attics stand like a forest. But when you look closer, you will find that these palaces are full of mechanical style everywhere. The main color is also a cold steel alloy. Sujing Palace, Tiexin Hall, Jiji Pavilion, and Mechanical Sanqing Temple. Alloys, steel, fusion reactors, large computer research centers, land defense artillery batteries, and land defense missile silo arrays. Everything you need. And in a huge square right in front of the main palace complex. Tens of thousands of black-winged girls formed an extremely neat square formation. They wore a full set of heavenly soldiers, power armor, with black wings folded behind their slender waists, holding halberds with monomolecular blades and high-energy laser launchers, and the light phase psychic shield device behind them flashed with light. Ruilia was suspended in the air 4 or 5 meters above the ground, wearing a palace dress, with a pair of white wings spread out behind her flexible waist, and dots of blue spiritual energy were surging. She crossed her legs, and her bare pair of white and pink jade feet tapped lightly in the air, looking bored. Not far away, Yi folded his arms across his chest, frowned, and his beautiful, heroic eyes were filled with impatience. At this time, a sound of breaking air was heard in the sky. A Suzaku heavy fighter transport aircraft descended from the sky. Driving a large amount of airflow, Ruilia's gorgeous palace skirt was blown. The transport plane landed on a platform in the square. The hatch opened and Donwan, dressed in power armor, walked out. The red tassel on the thimble of his helmet fluttered slowly. Supreme Lord, you are back. I have been waiting for you for so long. The originally bored Ruilia's beautiful eyes immediately lit up, and she jumped and landed gently beside Donwan, with her white wings folded behind her waist. She seemed to have completely taken on the role of the Emperor's concubine, and acted coquettishly. Ruilia waved her fair and delicate arm and pointed at the 10,000 black-winged girls in the square. Look, these are all carefully selected for you by me. They can serve as your guards in the future. If I am not by your side in the future, any one of them can do it. Chapter 81. Terrifying 7 Elements, Level Technology. Stop. You say that as if there's something unclear between us. Donwan quickly stopped Ruilia from speaking and looked at her. As God knows, he really didn't do anything to Ruilia. What is unclear? I don't understand. I have been yours for a long time. You can do whatever you want. Rilia pretended to be delicate and gentle when she spoke, but before she could finish her words, she heard a loud shout. Fox Spirit, you think you can take advantage of me when I'm not with the Supreme? Crack. A bolt of psychic lightning struck instantly, and Rilia dodged it with a slight movement of her body. Looking back, I saw Ruby looking at Rilia with resentment, flying over with Sylvie and other psychic girls. I tell you, even if there is something unclear, it should be between the Supreme and me. Supreme, Ruby missed you so much. You left me in the psychic research lab for so long, and you never came to see me. Ruby said as she was about to pounce on Don Juan. She always remembered that Don Juan before him had not practiced psychic power, and his body could not withstand it. Although Don Juan's psychic power is not very strong now, his physical fitness has changed dramatically after being strengthened by psychic power. The Supreme has become stronger, that's for sure. Ruby's face was once again covered in a blush as her mind was filled with dirty thoughts. Skull. The wind was whistling, and a nimble and graceful figure came in an instant. With a sweep of its long legs, Ruby and Rilia were swept away. As tactical T-dolls, can you guys be more serious? Can you think about things in a more healthy way? Yi protected Don Juan again, and she only felt that her heart was exhausted. If she hadn't protected the Supreme would have been killed by these blasphemous and rebellious women. Oh my goodness, 3 pure ones. Can the Supreme One even have a proper tactical T-doll? Supreme, Ruby and I are here to report a major breakthrough to you. A cold and emotionless voice sounded, and Shiwei walked forward wearing a tight, white scientific research armor and high-heeled boots. It's okay, Shiwei, you're still normal. When Yi saw Shiwei, it felt like she had finally found the proper tactical humanoid organization that belonged to them. Oh, are there any results from the psychic research lab? Don Juan became interested immediately after hearing this. Yes, Supreme, after Ruby and I's research, we have successfully mastered the technology to independently manufacture psychic shields. From now on, those subspace devices will no longer need to be disassembled into psychic cubes to be used as shield devices. Shiwei nodded slightly, and a stream of data flashed in her perfectly shaped almond-shaped eyes, transmitting relevant data to Don Juan one by one. Okay. Don Juan explored it briefly and said happily, Great. Shiwei, Ruby, you have done a great job. I gained a lot from this battle. In the coming period, we will usher in a period of great development. You did a great job, but unfortunately, I don't seem to have anything to reward you with. As Don Juan spoke, he sighed slightly. No reward is needed. Your praise is the best reward. But Shiwei didn't say this out loud. She just thought about it in her heart. Let's go to the research lab. Don Juan waved his hand and walked forward first. A group of tactical humanoid girls followed Don Juan busily, while Shiwei was the only one standing there. Without anyone noticing, she gently raised her hand, and her fingers as slender as green onions and her palm as white as jade touched her cold cheek. The highest compliment. She raised her head slightly, narrowed her eyes, had an abnormal blush on her face, and a sick and crazy smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. In an instant, he became cold again, as if all this was an illusion, and quickly chased after him. After Shiwei left, Vilia, who had been sorting out some information in the Suzuku fighter transport aircraft on the platform, poked her head out with a puzzled expression on her face. Central Research Laboratory. Don Juan opened the system panel. Although the system panel can be opened anywhere, it feels more ceremonial to open it in a place dedicated to scientific research. Moreover, Don Juan also has to input this psychic shield technology into the system's technology tree. Ding dong, psychic shield technology is being added to the system technology tree. On the 2-page panel of the system, the technology tree on the left page represents the branches of physical technology and intelligent psychic power, which spread forward one grid at the same time. One step closer to the 6th division level. After occupying the entire dome star, the system prompted that the 7 yuan level technology blueprints had been unlocked. But Don Juan never went to see it. I can't afford it even if I see it. The most expensive Baji level costs 500,000 spiritual sources, so how expensive would the Qiyuan level be? But now, Don Juan has become rich. Holding 12,427,110 spiritual energy, Don Juan is now ready to spend it. Without hesitation, he clicked on the 7 yuan level system mall page. After clicking in, there are 7 options to click. Van Langju Minlu Cunwen Chuyen Zhenwu Chupa Jun. And under these 7 options are 7 technologies. Tan Longxing, Desire Thought Sky Curtain Influence Device, for 0.2 million spiritual sources. Juman Star Planetary Sky Shield Technology, 1.5 million spiritual sources. Lu Cun star, galaxy instantaneous gamma pulse generator, 5.2 million spiritual sources. Wincuxing planetary computer matrix array technology, 2 million spiritual sources. Lianjin star, Wuwei thinking sky curtain influence device, 4.5 million spiritual sources. Wu Tsuxing energy weapon power amplification crystal synthesis technology, 1,500,000 spiritual sources. Pajuan star, neutron pulse weapon technology, 3.7 million spiritual sources. Huh? What are these? Donwan was a little confused after watching the whole thing. After taking a closer look, he realized that the system mall at the 7 yuan level did not sell technologies such as battleship blueprints, but a variety of different technologies. Each of the 7 subpanels has its own different technologies, covering all types. The above 7 technologies are some of the most outstanding ones among the 7-star panels. For example, Ganlang Desire Thinking Sky Curtain Influence Device. This device can influence the thinking of intelligent creatures. If it is placed on a civilized planet, it will infinitely amplify the reproductive desire of all intelligent life on the entire planet. From this point on, all scientific development, technological research, industry, and even the act of eating to sustain itself will be abolished. The entire path to advancement will be completely cut off. Ultimately, it will completely perish under the great filter of the universe. Another example is the Lu Cun star, galaxy instantaneous gamma pulse generator. Once this device is activated, it will instantly produce a powerful gamma blast that will blanket the entire galaxy and exterminate all life within it. Hiss! Donwan took a deep breath. Aren't these technologies too terrifying? They would either completely cut off the survival of other civilizations or exterminate all life in the galaxy. Chapter 82 Battleship Upgrade. Emperor Yada, Saint Relitus 17. Among the 7 elements level, the weapon technologies that can be used seriously on warships are the 2 technical branches of Wuchu and Pajun. Among them, the Wuchu technical branch specializes in shipborne and anti-ship weapons, as well as some warship material technology. And the Pajun technical branch. It specializes in anti-satellite weapon technology. Of course, some of the technologies in the Wuchu technical branch can also be used on stars. For example, the most advanced, energy weapon power amplification crystal synthesis technology. This technology seems to be unremarkable. In fact, this is not the case. As long as it is used properly and developed, the power of laser weapons will be terribly improved, and it can be used directly against stars. Among the technologies in the 7 elements level panel, in addition to Van Lang and Lian Zhan, which are technologies that affect thinking, there are also some important key technologies. The 2 technologies of Zhu Min Xing, planetary sky shield technology, and Wenchu Xing, planetary computer matrix array technology, are the key to manufacturing war stars. What is a war star? Battle planet. Just imagine an entire planet sailing in outer space. Given the area of the planet, how terrifying would the firepower above it be? The planetary sky shield protects the war star, while the planetary computer matrix array is powerful, and its long-term computing power is the prerequisite for maintaining the operation of all equipment on the entire war star. Planetary engine, planetary-level curvature engine. Calculate all the values of the curvature space in a huge curvature bubble that can cover an entire planet. And combined with the weapon technology of Wuchu and Pajun, we have both the spear and the shield. War star. Donwan pondered and looked down at the ground unconsciously. Can he convert the entire dome star into a war star? At present, the star in the Lingxiao galaxy has become a red giant. Although there is still a long time before the supernova explodes, staying here is not a long-term solution. After all, who doesn't want a home planet where they can enter superluminal speed at any time and go wherever they want? What's the big deal about driving a car, a plane, or a spaceship? I just drive a planet. I originally thought that the more than 10 million spiritual sources in my hands had made me rich, but I didn't expect. The things in the system mall are getting more and more expensive. It instantly brought me back to reality. Donwan glanced at the technology worth millions and tens of millions at the 7 yuan level, and suddenly felt that he was still very poor. These more than 10 million spiritual sources are not worth spending at all. The Wincuxing planetary computer matrix array must be purchased. This thing is very important. It can fill the gap that Donwan currently has no supercomputer and can also provide powerful computing power. Previously, technical analysis relied solely on the computing power of the technodolls and the large computers they created. And after buying this thing, Donwan had the foundation to build a war star. And later on, The Wu-Tsuxing energy weapon power amplification crystal synthesis technology must also be purchased. This thing can increase the power limit of the Danwan battleship's onboard energy weapons and amplify its power. The spiritual sources required for these two items alone add up to 3.5 million spiritual sources. These two are the cheaper technologies among the top technologies of 7 yuan. Let me see if there's anything else I need to buy. Danwan thought for a moment, gritted his teeth, stomped his feet, and bought the Lu Cun Star Galaxy Instantaneous Gamma Pulse Generator. This thing can destroy an entire galaxy. It is extremely powerful and can be used as one of his trump cards. Damn it. If anyone dares to mess with me in the future, I'll just destroy your entire galaxy. These three technologies combined cost Danwan 8.7 million spiritual energy. Now, Danwan only has 3,727,110 spiritual sources left. Danwan looked at the number of spiritual sources he had left, and then looked at the Passageway Star neutron pulse weapon technology in the system mall. In the end, I didn't buy it. With the instantaneous gamma pulse generator as his trump card, Danwan no longer needs neutron pulse weapon technology. After a more detailed introduction of the system, it was found that the power of the instantaneous gamma pulse generator was adjustable, and the lowest power limit was for star targeting. Therefore, neutron pulses to stars are somewhat redundant. Afterwards, Danwan looked at the Wuchu Technology branch mall panel and found a good technology. Wuchu Special Coating Alloy Armor Technology, 700,000 spiritual sources. Introduction. This technology can upgrade the armor layer of warships. After this technology upgrade, the armor layer of warships will be strengthened exponentially and can withstand temperatures of hundreds of thousands of degrees. After purchasing this technology, Danwan closed the system mall panel and saved the remaining 3.02 million spiritual sources for next time. Danwan then began to arrange the application of the new technology obtained from the system mall. First of all, the energy weapon power amplification crystal synthesis technology must be applied first so that all types of Danwan's warships can undergo a wave of weapon upgrades. And the armor of the battleship. Part of the technology in the planetary computer matrix array can also be split out and used to upgrade the computing power of the warship's own onboard computer. The core star field of the Yada Empire. The St. Relitas system. Yada St. Relitas planet. A giant city stands on the surface of the planet. Seen from outer space, this giant city looks like a huge triangle standing on the surface of the planet. Its topmost part even exceeds the troposphere of the planet's atmosphere. This is the capital city where Emperor Yada is located, Glory City. In the City of Glory, there are hundreds of billions of purebred Yada people living. The more noble your status, the higher your life will be. The Emperor of the Yada Empire, St. Relitas 17, lives in the palace at the top of this Glory City. Because of the height of the palace, it is also known as the City of High Flowers. The entire imperial palace covers an area of hundreds of thousands of square kilometers and is extremely vast. Some people may ask, since the palace is at such a high place, aren't you afraid of being attacked directly and accurately by the enemy? That would ignore the defense strength of the entire St. Relitas galaxy. Ordinary enemies simply cannot penetrate the galaxy, and the entire galaxy's defense system cannot withstand the enemy. Then St. Relitas 17 will not give the enemy the opportunity to attack the palace from orbit. When the fight gets to this point, just surrender directly. It's a way to save your life. It's not shameful or humiliating. Anyway, under the protection of the Turan Empire, St. Relitas 17 can be said to be able to rest easy. As long as he does not disobey the Turan Empire, he can rule forever. Chapter 83 Missing. Emperor Yada's shock. In the palace, the current Emperor of Yada, St. Relitas 17, is enjoying his daily nutritious meal. This nutritious meal sounds simple, but the raw material is actually something rather scary, a kind of cell growth hormone extracted from the body of a newborn. It was named the essence of life. This can delay cell aging in the body and greatly prolong life. The Yada people, who had long been genetically modified, were already long-lived, and most of the Yada nobles would consume this nutritional meal to extend their long lives even further. St. Relitas 17 looked at the nutritious meal on the plate in front of him and suddenly sighed. Alas! Your Majesty, what's wrong with you? A palace eunuch nearby asked with great concern. Nothing. I just suddenly remembered the news that the Imperial Research Institute reported to me earlier. The coordinates of new relic galaxies can no longer be found in the stargates left behind by ancient civilizations. I was thinking, if we lose the relic star region, the long-term development of the Empire and the foundation of our ancestors will probably be cut off in my hands. St. Relitas 17 sighed, looking at the nutritious meal on the plate before him. He added, the Empire's scientific research and development has stagnated for thousands of years. We still haven't mastered the technology to artificially synthesize the essence of life. I feel like every bite I take is eating my own people. As he spoke, Saint Relitus 17 raised his hand and gently wiped the corners of his eyes, wiping away the tears that did not exist in the first place. Your Majesty, you are so kind and merciful. You are truly the epitome of a benevolent ruler in the history of the Empire. Your Majesty, please don't be too sad. You know that the extraction of the life essence was done with the consent of the parties involved, and a complete contract was signed. Besides, it's their honor to be the life force you consume. Your Majesty, you are the most important person in the Empire. This is their greatest honor. Upon hearing this, the palace eunuch next to him immediately praised the Emperor's kindness and his consideration for others. Damn the Turan Empire. If they hadn't restricted the development of biotechnology in the Empire, how could I be where I am now? Every time I take a bite, I feel heartache. When Saint Relitus 17 talked about this, he felt so angry that his teeth itched, and he took another big bite of his nutritious meal. The Turan Empire restricts the biotechnology research and development of all subordinate civilizations within the Turan Interstellar Society. Therefore, in the Turan Interstellar Society, except for the Turan Empire, the biotechnology of all interstellar civilizations is limited to a relatively low level. Alas, let's not talk about this anymore. It makes me sad if I talk too much. How's the situation in the ruined star region? Hasn't Pharos reported back any new battle information yet? Saint Relitus 17 changed the subject and asked about other things. Your Majesty, there has been no news from the 7th Frontier Galaxy. The palace eunuch replied, no news yet. I have allocated a lot of fleets to Pharos this time, including some of the garrison fleets of several major star regions and those of other relic star systems. The total number of warships exceeds 150,000. I know that a battle for a star system could last a long time, but it's impossible that no news from the front line can be transmitted back, right? Upon hearing this, Saint Relitus XVI's expression suddenly became impatient. Under the premise that the entire empire is covered by the star domain network, even ordinary news and intelligence are transmitted very quickly, but there is no news about the war at all. How is this possible? The coordinates of new relic galaxies can no longer be found within the Stargate. The only way to reach new relic galaxies is through the existing 117 galaxies and finding a way to safely cross the space storm. As long as the Empire can control 117 star systems, all future developments of the Empire will not be a problem. Contact Pharaoh immediately and have him report all the current progress to me. The ruined star region is of great importance and concerns the future of the entire Empire, so Saint Relitus 17 has to pay attention to it. Seeing that His Majesty was about to lose his temper, the palace eunuch hurriedly said, yes, Your Majesty, I will contact the Ministry of Internal Affairs immediately. His true identity is a spy planted by Pharos next to the Emperor. Although he was a spy, there was no so-called secret communication line between him and Phalos. All communications were actually open, because everyone knew that he was Emperor Yada's messenger, and it was impossible for anyone to discover any problems by contacting pharaohs through official means. Words that seem normal actually hide secrets. Soon, the palace eunuch received a reply from the Ministry of Internal Affairs. Sir, I'm sorry, we haven't been able to contact Commander Pharos, nor have we been able to contact any of the generals in the expeditionary fleet. Upon receiving this reply, the palace eunuch was stunned. What? How is this possible? The entire empire is covered by the star network. How is it possible that we can't contact anyone? At least in the Yada Empire, there is no means to block the star network. There are only two possibilities. One is that Pharos and the entire fleet have been destroyed, completely wiped out, with no one left alive. But this is simply impossible. With 150,000 warships and only 3 other interstellar civilizations as opponents, even if they were defeated, it would not be possible. Then there is only the second possibility. That is, Commander Pharos and the entire fleet are not covered by the star network. Where will Commander Pharos go? For a moment, the palace eunuchs had a bad premonition in their hearts. Contact the Imperial Ministry of Internal Affairs in Frontier System Number 7. I'm sorry, sir. We just contacted the Frontier Galaxy Empire's Ministry of Internal Affairs directly, but there has been no response. The palace eunuch's expression instantly turned into disbelief. If it was said that Commander Pharos had rebellious intentions and something unexpected happened, leading the fleet out of the Empire's territory, that would be understandable. But the Imperial Ministry of Internal Affairs in the Frontier Galaxy, such a large organization would not run away, and there is no way to contact it. Why is this? There must have been a huge accident. Thinking of this, the palace eunuch immediately informed Saint Relitus 17 of the response from the Imperial Palace Interior Department. Upon hearing this, Saint Relitus 17 was immediately shocked and exclaimed, "How is this possible? An entire frontier galaxy, with a fleet of over 150,000 soldiers deployed, and we can't contact a single person. Immediately contact the Ifri Federation, Giant Mantis Union, and Jinran Empire. They also have fleets in our frontier galaxy. Ask them." Contacting other interstellar civilizations is rather troublesome, as the star domain network servers rented by each interstellar civilization from the Tauran Empire are independent. After contacting the embassies of other interstellar civilizations through official means, it took a full month before the countries of the other 3 interstellar forces responded. Only after Saint Relitus 17 personally inquired about it did the top leaders of the other 3 interstellar forces even realize that the fleet they had sent out had disappeared. Something big must have happened. It was also at this time that an organization called Intelligent Heaven entered the vision of Emperor Yada through various intelligence channels. What kind of organization is this? Saint Relitus 17 was a little confused. Chapter 84. Interstellar Society is in turmoil. Chaos is coming. It's just a resistance organization. Don't worry about it. The most important thing now is to send a fleet to the 7th Frontier System for further investigation. Saint Relitus 17 merely glanced at the information about the so-called Intelligent Heaven organization occupying 117 star systems and threw it aside. The Imperial Intelligence Department always passes off exaggerated news as intelligence. What a bunch of insects who only know how to eat and wait for death. A resistance group occupying the 117th star system. Nonsense. If that were the case, Commander Pharaoh would have reported it to him personally. Saint Relitus 17 didn't care about these things. He couldn't figure it out now. He couldn't figure it out at all. How could such a large expeditionary fleet of his just disappear out of thin air? Also missing were the expeditionary fleets of the other 3 interstellar forces. A total of more than 320,000 warships also disappeared. Such a large interstellar fleet disappeared without a trace of news. This. Just as Saint Relitus 17 was anxiously waiting for a reply from the fleet that had been sent to investigate the situation in Frontier Galaxy number 7. Another piece of news came that made him furious. "Your Majesty, something terrible has happened. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Ifri Federation, the Giant Mantis Union, and the Jinran Empire issued a joint statement." What joint statement? Saint Relitus 17 was stunned. A report to the Yada Empire regarding the disappearance of the 7th Frontier System fleet. The Yada Empire had ulterior motives and deceived our 3-party interstellar fleet into heading to the 7th Frontier System. Our 3-party fleet disappeared in the 7th Frontier System around mid-July of the year 2709, one of the Turan calendar. There has been no news since. Therefore, we 3 believe that this move was orchestrated by the Yada Empire, and our missing fleet may have been destroyed by the Yada Empire. The Yada Empire's move is intended to annex the relic galaxy we have occupied. This action has violated Article 175 of the Torino Interstellar Agreement concerning the relic star region. Due to the above situation, we have decided to file a claim against the Yada Empire after discussing with the other 2 parties. The Yada Empire must compensate the 3 of us 100-fold for all our losses and cede the 5th, 6th, and 7th frontier galaxies to us. If not, the 3 of us will jointly submit a petition to the Tauran Empire at the Tauran Interstellar United Congress, requesting that the Tauran Empire rule on this matter. Joint statement from the Tauran Interstellar Society, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Ivli Interstellar Federation, the Foreign Affairs Office of the Joint Number 269 of Giant Mantis Capital, and the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Jinran Interstellar Empire. August 21st, 27091 Turan calendar. When Saint Relitus 17 saw the official joint statement of the 3 interstellar forces, he was completely stunned. How so? The next moment, anger surged from the bottom of my heart. Saint Relitus 17 was enraged and roared, "This is blackmail. Are these 3 families banding together to bully me? Our Yada Empire's fleet is also missing. Why don't they mention this? Ask the Tauran Empire for a ruling? They just want to start a war. Let them start a war. Although I am merciful, I am not someone who is unfamiliar with war. They want 3 frontier galaxies, so let their fleet take them. If you have the guts, have their combined fleet attack directly into my capital star system, directly into the low Earth orbit above my palace." Saint Laritus XVI's roar echoed throughout the palace. However, the palace eunuchs did not step forward to persuade His Majesty the Emperor. He knew that under the effect of the built-in sedative, His Majesty would soon calm down. Sure enough, after a while, Saint Relitus 17, who was originally furious, regained his sanity. Is war inevitable? Saint Lelitus 17 pursed his lips, and the scales on his forehead were almost wrinkled together. In the Tauran Interstellar Society, asking the Tauran Empire to make an official statement is, to some extent, a declaration of war. It has happened many times in history that in 80% of the cases where the Tauran Empire was asked to make a ruling, the final result was that the two or more interstellar civilizations in dispute would go to war. If a war were to break out, Saint Relitus 17 would not be afraid. But the problem was that the four families had just ended a war, but they did not fight each other, but were united against the outside world. To a civilization in another interstellar society. That civilization is not the overlord of another interstellar society. In that war, the four interstellar forces, including the Yada Empire, suffered huge losses, and the final result of the war was just peace talks. How could it be possible to recover in just a few decades? Now the other three have joined forces and want to attack the Yada Empire, which must have been planned for a long time. They wanted to recover quickly by plundering the Yada Empire. If a war really breaks out, the Yada Empire may not be able to withstand it. Pass on my order. If this matter can be resolved diplomatically, we should try to avoid war. The Yada Empire can't stand it anymore. Saint Relitus 17 sighed. His father was thrown into a black hole by the Tauran Empire and was sentenced to death. However, not only his father was executed at the same time, but also the crown prince of the empire and almost all the princes with outstanding abilities at that time. Originally, the throne would not have been his, but in the end it fell on his head. Under the witness of the Tauran Empire, he became the emperor of the Yada Empire. Saint Relitus 17 knew that he had no ability to allow the Yada Empire to peacefully pass through the years of his reign and then hand it over to his crown prince personally. Witness his grown-up son become emperor and lead the Yada Empire to prosperity. This is his greatest wish. In a while, the Tauran Interstellar United Conference will be held. The other three will definitely bring this matter to the Interstellar Federation. How should I respond? Saint Laertes 17 became even more worried. The Tauran Interstellar United Conference was convened by the Tauran Empire and was similar to the United Nations on Earth. Every time this happens, the Tauran Empire will lift the restrictions between various interstellar civilizations to a certain extent from the main server of the star network and connect them. All major interstellar civilizations only have the right to use the star network, not the right to operate it. Without the permission of the Tauran Empire, they cannot even locate others based on the star network. The Tauran Empire opened up some permissions, allowing leaders of various civilizations in the Tauran Interstellar Society to directly connect to the virtual conference room through the star field network. Various matters within the Tauran Interstellar Society are discussed there. If these interstellar civilizations go to war, their final outcome will depend on the attitude of the Tauran Empire. Chapter 85 Focus on Development, New Fleet Organization. On the surface, the Yada Empire, as an interstellar civilization, seems to be prosperous, but in reality it is in turmoil. If one is not careful, an interstellar war will break out. Don Juan doesn't care much about these ups and downs at the moment. He is still concentrating on development in the ruined star field, Galaxy 117, which is also the Lingxiao Galaxy. If he wants to expand outward, he must first become stronger. During this period, Don Juan was setting up an early warning defense system covering the entire Lingxiao Galaxy. Just defending the south gate of heaven is not enough. What if something else jumps in through the means of high-dimensional space? The scene of the gas giant planet is still vivid in my mind, and I must be vigilant. He needs more space defense stations and more fleets. During this period, Don Juan was unable to save the 3 million spiritual sources that he had intended to save. He also bought what he needed from the system mall. Don Juan purchased 1,500 automatic mechanical cores, spending 750,000 spiritual sources. 1,500 new fully automated mining bases have been added, covering almost the entire Lingxiao Galaxy. In the Lingxiao Galaxy, all the dwarf galaxies, asteroid belts, and even outside the galaxy's heliosphere, which surrounds the entire galaxy into a spherical asteroid belt, are all equipped with mining equipment deployed by Don Juan. There are a large number of rare mineral elements in these dust belts, which Don Juan needs very much. Even some of the mining bases farthest from Don Juan, there is a thick dust cloud in the space 100 light days away. After Don Juan's testing, he found that this dust cloud contained special focused crystal minerals, which were the best material for Don Juan to make new energy weapons. This dust cloud belt happens to be the starting point of the star path that Don Juan had previously observed to be able to pass safely and isolate the space storm of the Lingxiao Galaxy. Therefore, it was named Xinglu Cloud by Don Juan. Further ahead is the entrance to the Star Road, and the surrounding area is completely invisible from the surface, but is actually a dangerous area with undercurrents of space storms. At present, with the combined efforts of Don Juan's many mining bases, the daily acquisition of various types of mineral resources has exceeded 180 million tons every day. But even so, we are still a long way from building a real war star. In addition to mining, Don Juan also purchased 4 additional warships to supplement his fleet configuration. DUI's a large-scale integrated supply mothership for 150,000 spiritual sources. Xuanfeng, high-speed fast attack cruiser for 120,000 spiritual sources. Impermanence, heavy frigate, 15,000 spiritual sources. Qiantian, heavy attack battleship, 500,000 spiritual sources. After buying these, Don Juan was left with 892,110 spiritual sources. Among them, the Duze large-scale comprehensive supply mothership has the largest tonnage, with a length of more than 20 kilometers and a width of 7 kilometers, with a tonnage of a terrifying 67 billion tons. It carries a variety of super-heavy equipment, including several battleship maintenance and repair factory lines. In addition, the Duze large comprehensive supply carrier can also carry 40 Wuchang heavy frigates. Equipped with a curvature engine, it can reach speeds up to 15 times the speed of light. The distance between the farthest space jump nodes reaches 1 light-year. The Xuanfeng high-speed fast attack cruiser, as its name suggests, is a high-speed light cruiser. It is 4 kilometers long and weighs 5.6 million tons. It is equipped with a 6-division experimental curvature engine that can reach speeds of 20 times the speed of light and can connect space nodes up to 2 light-years away. The curvature engine used on the Xuanfeng high-speed fast attack cruiser is described as a technologically reduced version of the 6th division level, some kind of early test model. This 6th division experimental type curvature engine can only drive a warship of the tonnage and type of the Xuanfeng high-speed fast attack cruiser. Don Juan even felt that among the design drawings of the Xuanfeng high-speed fast attack cruiser worth 420,000 spiritual sources, only this 6th division experimental type curvature engine was worth it. The last one is the Impermanence class heavy frigate. The Impermanence class heavy frigate is 520 meters long and equipped with an ordinary 10 times the speed of light curvature engine. The farthest distance to the space node is 40 light days. This configuration is considered average among the types of ships Don Juan currently owns and is of the ordinary level of 10 cities. It doesn't matter what the original firepower configuration was. Because of these design drawings, Shiwei made major changes to them, at least to match some of the higher-level weapon configurations currently owned by Don Juan. For example, Shiwei used the 7 elements, level energy weapon power amplification crystal synthesis technology, combined with special focusing crystals collected from the Star Road cloud, to design a new type of Wuchu series of laser weapons. Wuchu Type 1, Wuchu Type 2, Wuchu Type 3, Wuchu Type 4 laser pulse cannon. Types 1 and 2 are suitable for frigates and destroyers, while Types 3 and 4 are equipped for large cruisers and battleships. The power and energy levels also increase one by one. The terrifying rays released by the highest Wuchu Type 4 will have a temperature of over 4 million degrees. Wuchu's energy weapon power amplification crystal synthesis technology is not just a single technical data, it is a far-reaching scientific and technological line. Now it is not limited to Wuchu Type 4. With the deepening of research, the energy level of energy weapons will continue to increase. The Qiantian heavy attack battleship is 16 kilometers long and weighs 14.7 billion tons. Although the Zhenlei medium attack battleship is only slightly shorter than the Qiantian, the difference in tonnage between the two is really huge. The Zhenlei medium attack battleship still has some high-speed characteristics, but the Qiantian battleship and the Duai's mothership are real heavy units. Even after Don Juan purchased it, he discovered that his existing primary inertia-free engine technology was not enough to power the Qiantian heavy attack battleship weighing 14.7 billion tons, not to mention the even heavier Duze mothership. It's a bad buy. Don Juan frowned deeply. If he had known this in advance, he would have continued to use the Thunder battleship. At least the Thunder battleship's tonnage and inertia-free engine could still be used to power it, allowing it to perform extremely excellent evasive maneuvers. But there is no other way. Since I have already bought it, I can only make do with it. The Duze mothership is necessary, but the Qiantian heavy attack battleship is dispensable. The larger the fleet, the greater the difficulties it will face. In the future planning of Don Juan's fleet, the Duze large-scale comprehensive supply carrier and the Qian heavy attack battleship are undoubtedly the core of the fleet. Both types of warships cannot use their inertia-free engines to perform various blinding evasive maneuvers, so they also need frigates. The Impermanence-class heavy frigate can do the job. The fastest Xuanfeng high-speed fast attack cruiser is used as a multi-functional reconnaissance ship. The Thunder medium-sized attack battleship and the Black Rope Hell heavy firepower destroyer are the ships at the forefront of the fleet that engage in firefights with the enemy. The Fire heavy strike cruiser is used as a special warship that does not need to bomb planets, but still needs to bomb planets. Chapter 86 Achievement Unlocked Reward Technology Detector. During this period, Dongwon also expanded some warship production lines. However, these battleship production lines were all integrated by Dongwon using his existing technology and then developed by himself. In terms of production efficiency, it is no match for the original 8 battleship production lines. The first of the 8 battleship production lines was an STC automatic production template given by the system, and the other 7 were expanded from the automatic battleship production cores found in the ruins of ancient civilizations. The technology contained in the core of those automatic battleship production is quite high. When Dongwon first got it, it was just a 2-meter square block, but with surprisingly large mass. After these automatic battleship production cores are fully unfolded, it can become a battleship production line covering an area of dozens of square kilometers. Dongwon can only use these automatic battleship production cores to expand the production line by relying on the system. Dongwon himself established a huge warship factory covering an area of tens of thousands of square kilometers. It takes 7 days to produce a Black Rope Hell heavy firepower destroyer. The automatic battleship production core, which covers an area of dozens of square kilometers, only needs 7 days to produce all the battleship modules of a Black Rope Hell class battleship and then assemble them. Although both are 7 days, the efficiency difference is not small when considering the size and utilization rate of the two. But just make do with it. After all, we can produce it independently, right? At least after setting up various production factories on its own, Dongwon finally no longer has to occupy the warship production line to produce the Thor's Hammer space-based platform. During this month, there was not much change in Dongwon's population. Only 300,000 tactical humanoids were added, and most of them were engineering humanoids, who were assigned to various mineral bases throughout the Lingxiao galaxy as leaders. In terms of warships, 3 new Tiao large integrated transport ships, 3 Xuanfeng high-speed fast attack cruisers, and 60 Wuchang-class heavy frigates were added. In addition, Dongwon also added 200 small engineering ships developed and produced by himself in his own warship factory. Dongwon named it the Hercules-class engineering ship. This small engineering ship is less than 400 meters long, equipped with a 10 times light speed curvature engine of the Shidu level, carrying various engineering equipment on top, and only equipped with 3 self-defense, Wu Chu-I type laser pulse cannons. Generally, 5 Hercules engineering ships constitute an engineering construction fleet. The emergence of the Hercules engineering ship is of great significance. This marks that Dongwon officially possesses the ability to independently design interstellar ships. Dongwon now has a total of 330 warships. 1 Jinlei medium attack battleship, 1 Huiyan heavy strike cruiser, 3 Xuanfeng high-speed fast attack cruisers, 9 Tiao large comprehensive transport ships, 56 Black Rope Hell heavy firepower destroyers, and 60 Impermanence-class heavy frigates. 200 Hercules-class engineering ships. After the mining bases and space monitoring bases built by 40 Hercules engineering fleets were deployed throughout the Lingxiao galaxy, it can be said that only now did Dongwon truly control the Lingxiao galaxy. Ding dong. Unlock the achievement, Galaxy Master. Galaxy Master, you have successfully controlled a planetary system. Your power level has been upgraded to Galaxy level. Congratulations on receiving the achievement reward, Technology Detector. Technology Detector. With this instrument, you can automatically detect whether there is any high-tech value within a 10 light-year range. Thingda. Are there any achievement rewards? The sudden appearance of this reward gave Dongwon some surprise. He had never expected this to happen. With this technological detector, Dongwon can better dig graves in the ruined star field. No. It should be said that he can do archaeology. Next stage power level title, star domain level. Title achievement conditions. Completely control any spiral arm of the Milky Way to achieve this title and receive achievement rewards. Oh my god, isn't this a bit too big? From a galaxy to a cantilever. As far as Dongwon knew, the Torino Interstellar Society currently only controlled half of the Orion arm of the Milky Way. As for other interstellar societies besides the Tauran Interstellar Society, Donwan currently only knows of the Perseus Interstellar Society located in the Perseus Arm. 700 years ago, the Yada Empire, the Ifri Interstellar Federation, the Giant Mantis Capital Alliance, and the Jinran Interstellar Empire formed a four-party joint fleet and fought an interstellar war with an interstellar civilization called the Asud United States in the Persian Interstellar Society. The current state of the Milky Way. The war lasted until 300 years ago, when the previous Emperor Yada disobeyed the Tauran Empire for some things and was punished by the Tauran Empire. Because of this incident, the Yada Empire almost withdrew from the interstellar war with the Asud United States. Until the current emperor came to power, under pressure from the other three interstellar forces, they continued to participate in the war, but the four-party joint fleet was also at a disadvantage in the war. It was not until decades ago that the war ended in peace talks, with neither side winning. And the Asud United States is just a part of the Perseus Interstellar Society. Their status in the Perseus Interstellar Society should be similar to that of the Yada Empire in the Tauran Interstellar Society. The next level of achievement is to control a spiral arm. Then, does the next level of achievement require controlling the entire Milky Way? Achievement level list. Galaxy, current level. Starfield, control an entire spiral arm. Achieve this achievement and receive achievement rewards. Galaxy, control an entire star system. Achieve this achievement and receive achievement rewards. Universe, achievement conditions are not unlocked and can be seen. We have a long way to go. Donwan sighed, saying that he had not even completed the mission of liberating the Earth, and that he still had a long way to go. Whether to receive the technology detector. Receive. When Donwan confirmed to receive the technology detector from the system warehouse, a delicate and compact handheld device appeared in his hand. So small. Donwan looked at the detector in his hand with some suspicion. It was only slightly larger than his palm. How could such a small thing detect high-tech and valuable items within a range of 10 light years? Anyway, let's try it first. According to the system's teachings, Donwan activated this technological detector. Tachyon detection activated, range, 10 light years, detecting in progress, estimated detection time, 1 minute, please be patient. A voice prompt came from the detector. Soon, a minute later, the prompt sounded again. Search and detection completed. Active analysis in progress. High-tech and valuable items controlled by the host have been removed. The remaining coordinates are as follows. Chapter 87 Exploring New Relic Galaxy and High-Risk Galaxy. With the detector itself as point O in the three-dimensional coordinate system, a three-dimensional coordinate map is being established. All high-tech and valuable items within a 10 light-year radius have been marked on the three-dimensional coordinate map. Please check. Several rays of light burst out, and a virtual three-dimensional coordinate map composed of flickering photons appeared in front of Donwan. In the coordinate chart, the light spots representing high-tech valuable items are concentrated in an area. That area is about 5 light-years away from Donwan. 5 light-years? Isn't this the distance to the nearest relic galaxy from the Lingxiao galaxy? Donwan was slightly stunned. 7 light-years away from the Lingxiao galaxy, there is an unexplored and unknown relic galaxy. The coordinates displayed on the technological detector are exactly the coordinates of this relic galaxy. And through the star path that appeared under the light of an unknown supernova explosion, Donwan can reach the relic galaxy. It's a distance of 5 light-years. Given that the space jump route is unknown, my fastest Xuanfeng-class cruiser, traveling at 20 times the speed of light, will need about 3 months to reach the destination. But the Xuanfeng high-speed cruiser's 6 divisions experimental curvature engine can only connect to a space node at a distance of 2 light-years. As long as it travels 3 light-years, it can connect to a space node and directly jump to that relic galaxy. This way, it will only take about 54 days to arrive. There's no known jump navigation channel, so it's really slow. Donwan quickly calculated the sailing time required. 3 superluminal means have been mentioned before: stargates, natural space jump nodes, and superluminal curvature navigation. Donwan cannot directly jump from the space jump node of the Lingxiao galaxy to the nearby relic galaxy 5 light-years away, because he does not have the specific spatial data of the natural space nodes near the relic galaxy, unable to establish a jump node navigation channel. In a mature interstellar society, detailed data is recorded for each natural space jump node in each explored galaxy. Then establish a jump node navigation channel. If a stargate is a portal, then this is a highway. In the current galaxy, once the natural space node data of the next galaxy is known, you can directly jump to the next galaxy in the current galaxy. However, If you are heading to an unknown galaxy, you can only fly there using superluminal curvature navigation, and then jump there after getting close enough to connect to the space node. Only after obtaining the natural space node data of the galaxy and establishing the jump node navigation channel can you jump back and forth freely. This is also a natural defense. In any mature interstellar society, in addition to stargates, the specific natural space node data of each key galaxy are extremely important strategic data. At present, the best way for Don Juan is naturally to first dispatch a Xuanfeng high-speed cruiser and then fly over to establish his own jump node navigation channel. Don Juan began to organize his own expeditionary fleet. A Xuanfeng high-speed cruiser, 30,000 tactical humanoid girls, including 1,000 psychic girls, 2,000 technical humanoids, 3,000 engineering humanoids, 4,000 combat humanoid girls, and 20,000 mechanical wing girl auxiliary soldiers, led by the psychic girl Adalyn, headed to the ruins galaxy 5 light-years away. Adalyn, remember, your mission is reconnaissance. If you encounter an unknown and powerful enemy, do not confront them head-on. Upon reaching the target galaxy, immediately establish a jump node navigation channel and then jump back directly. Then take the main fleet over there. Don Juan gave instructions to Adalyn as she set out with the team. Don't worry, Father God. I will ensure that the mission is completed successfully. Besides, are you worried about me? Father God, Adalyn is so touched. Please allow Adalyn to conceive your child before leaving. After hearing Don Juan's words, Adalyn's elf-like long ears suddenly turned red, and then she started to go crazy. You, stop imitating Ruby from now on. Not serious. Don Juan covered his face and sighed. Hey, I think Sister Ruby is pretty good, Adalyn said, putting her hands on her hips. Don Juan, on the other hand, was thinking, should I unify the names? Among the many tactical humanoid girls under Don Juan's command, many of them call him Don Juan. The first batch of tactical humanoid girls called Don Juan the Supreme One, or simply Supreme. And psychic girls transformed from the elves, such as Adalyn, regard Don Juan as their father god. The leader of the mechanical winged girls, Raylia, because of her feudal origin, sometimes calls Don Juan Supreme and sometimes calls him Your Majesty. The name is not unified, and each type of tactical humanoid girl has its own name for Don Juan. Don Juan had never cared about this matter before, thinking that it was up to them to do as they pleased. However, as the celestial organization grew stronger and stronger, it had a population of billions and controlled an entire galaxy. It has become a basically qualified interstellar nation. It's time to formally unify the names. If it is not unified, when Don Juan goes out to introduce himself, his title will be very long. For example, I am the Lord of the Omnic Heavenly Court that rules the Lingxiao Galaxy, the great father god of the Eldar Psychic Girls, His Majesty the Emperor of the Dome Star Mechanical Wing Girls, the supreme and only one of the all-tactical humanoid girl races. My name is Don Juan. And as Don Juan conquers more and more races, the title will certainly become longer and longer. Either call Don Juan the Most High or the Emperor, and drop all other miscellaneous titles. Before Adalyn led her troops away, Don Juan quickly conveyed his orders. A Xuanfeng high-speed cruiser named Forerunner, which is 4 kilometers long and weighs more than 5 million tons, left the Dome Star, started the curvature engine, and the entire warship was wrapped in a curvature bubble in space. At a terrifying speed of 20 times the speed of light, it instantly disappeared into space. After the Forerunner left, Don Juan began to work on his next plan. He also needs to scout and explore another relic galaxy. Relic Galaxy number 77. Although this relic galaxy is a discovered relic galaxy, it has not yet been occupied by any interstellar force. Because the entire galaxy number 77 is completely covered by the galaxy defense system that is still running automatically, no one can enter. Galaxy number 77 is the high-risk galaxy mentioned in Chapter 13. With such a level of integrity, there must be a large number of ancient civilization relics within the galaxy, and they must be extremely well preserved. There are even rumors in the Star Domain network that the Tauran Empire is personally studying the galaxy defense system of Galaxy number 77, hoping to find a breakthrough. Chapter 88: The Arrival of the Tauran Envoy. Malice towards humanity. The problem for Don Juan now is how to get to the 77th relic galaxy. Generally speaking, to explore Galaxy number 77, one needs to pass through Ancient Star Gate number 5 of the Frontier Galaxy number 5 of the Yada Empire. Ancient Star Gate number 5 connects Relic Galaxy number 065 to Relic Galaxy number 080. If you don't want to do this, you can also jump over one by one from the natural space nodes of the 117 galaxies connected in the ruined star field. This is also very fast. With Don Juan's current fleet's space jump speed and space node connection distance, as long as he jumps to the next galaxy, he can immediately connect to the space jump node and make the next space jump. There's just one problem. Don Juan had to obtain the space node data of all the relic galaxies along the way. The Lingxiao galaxy where he is located is connected to the ancient star gate number 7. Ancient star gate number 7 connects to the most relic star systems, from relic star system number 097 to number 117, controlled and occupied by Don Juan, which is the Lingxiao star system. In every discovered relic galaxy, there is a star gate for travel. It is not known whether there are other undiscovered relic galaxies, but there should be none, because these 7 ancient star gates cannot find the exact spatial coordinates of the remaining relic galaxies. When Don Juan took the initiative to attack the joint fleet of the number 7 frontier galaxy, he recovered the wreckage of the warships after the war and had completely obtained the natural space jump node data of the 21 relic galaxies connected by the number 7 star gate. Can directly establish an accurate jump navigation channel. However, Don Juan did not have the jump data for the rest of the relic galaxies. This is a problem that needs to be solved. Don Juan began to think about a solution. Supreme, something's happening. A reporting communication sounded, and Shiwei's cold voice rang out. What's up? Our space monitoring station in the Yada 7 frontier system has detected space jump fluctuations. An unknown fleet is jumping towards the 7th frontier system. Is someone coming? Don Juan was not surprised. It is most likely a reconnaissance ship of the Yada Empire. After all, so much time has passed. Even if the Yada Empire was slow to react, it should have reacted after not being able to contact anyone in the number 7 frontier galaxy for a whole month. It is normal to send a reconnaissance fleet to investigate. Don't make any moves yet. Let's see how strong the fleet they sent is. Don Juan thought about it for a while and said, Yes, Supreme. After that, the call was disconnected. The 7th frontier galaxy of the Yada Empire. The huge stargate still floats quietly in space. In the dark space on all sides, the Thor's Hammer space-based platforms deployed here entered the silent hidden observation mode under Don Juan's order. That's right, not only the Lingxiao galaxy on the other side of the stargate, but during this period, Don Juan also deployed the Thunder God's Hammer space-based platform outside the stargate in the Yada number 7 frontier galaxy. After all, the stargate is bidirectional and has the characteristic of connecting space nodes. Ships that jump into the Yada number 7 frontier galaxy through space nodes will also come out of the stargate. The huge stargate's surface, as tranquil as water, began to ripple slightly. For interstellar spaceships broke through the water curtain and sailed out of the stargate. Don Juan, who had been watching this place remotely, felt something was wrong. Don Juan was very familiar with 3 of these 4 interstellar spaceships, and their style was exactly that of the Yada Empire. Judging from their models, they are all high-speed reconnaissance ships, which should be the reconnaissance fleet of the Yada Empire. But the style of the 4th interstellar spaceship is very different from that of the Yada ship. The ship is smaller in size and looks smoother and has rounded lines. Even people who don't understand technology can tell at a glance from the different appearances of the 2 ships that the 4th ship has a higher technological content. This isn't a ship from the Yada Empire, nor from any other interstellar power. Could it be? No matter how Don Juan looked at it, he felt that the ship was familiar. I remember it. The interior layout style of the reconnaissance ship that Don Juan intercepted before, which intended to break through the Nanshiman defense system of the Lingxiao galaxy, is very similar to the style of this 4th ship. This is a ship from the Turan Empire. Don Juan's expression grew serious. The Turan Empire sent a reconnaissance ship. What are their intentions? As the overlord of the entire Turan interstellar society, the Turan Empire's technological level is certainly far beyond that of the Yada Empire. Don Juan knew the Yada Empire very well, but was unfamiliar with the Turan Empire. He did not know the specific technological level of the Turan Empire. Let's observe first. Don Juan must be cautious when facing an unfamiliar enemy. A communication appeared between the 4 ships passing through the stargate. A 3-dimensional virtual projection appeared in front of Captain Yada, the captain in charge of this mission, on the middle of the 3 reconnaissance ships. The appearance of this virtual projected creature is 90% similar to that of a human. It looks very much like a human female, but the only difference from a human is that it has 2 long horns on both sides of its forehead. Is this the 7th frontier galaxy? Why is there nothing here? Dear Envoy, we don't know why, but just a Turan moon ago, this place was very prosperous. Captain Yada immediately raised his hand to salute, and at the same time bowed and answered very humbly. I asked you a question, and you, a lowly reptile, dared to answer that you didn't know? The Turan envoy's exceptionally beautiful face immediately turned cold, and he spoke in a chilling tone. Respected envoy, I really don't know why. My mission this time is to investigate the cause of this incident. Captain Nayada was instantly frightened, and his hand, which he raised to salute, was shaking. Seeing that Captain Yada really didn't know the reason for this matter, her expression barely warmed up, and then she said, "Prepare to follow me through the Stargate. Let's go into the 117 system and take a look." Huh? Galaxy 117. Captain Yada immediately looked troubled. He said, "Dear Special Envoy, I have heard some insignificant rumors that Galaxy 117 has been occupied by a suspected human resistance organization called the Omnic Celestial Court. Although I cannot confirm the authenticity of this incident, I cannot be sure that it is false either. And human resistance groups like this are everywhere. I do not recommend that you, my noble self, go to Galaxy 117. I must ensure your safety." Captain Yada said this, secretly complaining that they met this Tauran envoy halfway, and he suddenly wanted to go with them. He had just received a temporary task from Emperor Yada himself to ensure the safety of the Tauran envoy. Regardless of whether the rumored Heavenly Court organization is true or false, no one has come to confirm it yet, so he doesn't dare to take the risk. Heaven? What a joke. What's so scary about an organization composed of even more despicable, disgusting, and inferior humans that split from your lowly reptilian empire? Are you scared and looking for excuses? Upon hearing this, the beautiful face of the Torino envoy instantly showed an expression as if she was about to vomit. For some reason, it seemed that she had a deep-seated malice and disgust towards the human species. Chapter 89, I'm trying my best to act. Please give me some strength. P.S. The protagonist's faction, Heavenly Court, has been renamed as Intelligent Heavenly Court, and the previous text has also been changed. At the request of the Tauran envoy, the captain of the Yada Empire Colonel was completely unable to refuse. He could only accompany the Tauran envoy through the Stargate and prepare to enter the Lingshao Galaxy on the other side of the Stargate. The captain of the Yada Empire was also full of complaints. He came here to perform a reconnaissance mission. If there really was something in the galaxy on the other side of the Stargate that could cause 300,000 warships to disappear, then wouldn't it be a relief if he sent up these small ships? The Yada people were a little scared, but the Tauran envoy was not afraid at all. There was no other reason. Only her strong confidence in the strength of her ship made her fearless. Her ship was not big, only less than 200 meters long. But this ship is an advanced special high-speed ship of the Tauran Empire. It's her personal car. Maybe its firepower is not strong, but its speed is extremely fast. When the curvature engine is overloaded, it can enter the curvature state within seconds and then leave at 10 times the speed of light. Moreover, with the powerful intelligent AI technology of the Tauran Empire, she can fully control the 200-meter-long boat, even if she is alone. Supreme, they are about to enter the Stargate. Do they need the defense system to be activated? Shui's voice came to Don Juan's ears. He thought for a moment and said, "No, let the defense system remain silent and hidden, and dispatch the fleet stationed at the South Heaven Gate." Except for the Tauran Empire ship, the other 3 Yada ships were all destroyed. I want to capture the Duran people on that ship alive. This is a good opportunity for Don Juan to learn about the intelligence of the Tauran Empire. Yes, I understand. In the Lingshao Galaxy, in the Nanshanmen, the quiet portal began to ripple, and 3 Yada ships cautiously emerged from the Stargate first. After exploring the surrounding space, Captain Colonel Yada was relieved to see that there was no defense system attacking him as rumored. It seems the rumors are false, he muttered, then sent a transmission to the other side of the Stargate. At this time, the Tauran ship passed through the Stargate and entered the galaxy. The first thing that catches your eye is the enormous, blazing red giant star in the center of the galaxy. This is Galaxy 117? Nothing special, right? The Torino envoy glanced at the space in the galaxy before him and asked, "Where is that resistance group you mentioned? I'm a little bored. Let's go kill them to relieve my boredom." Oh, Captain Yada never expected that the Tauran envoy would do this to him. Suddenly, he hesitated. There were not many combat personnel on the 3 Yada reconnaissance ships. At most, there were only 3 Marine reconnaissance battalions and 1 reconnaissance aircraft squadron. Just over 1,000 Marines and a dozen space fighters, no heavy firepower. As for ordinary human resistance organizations, even if they don't have many space ships, the number of combatants is usually quite large, at least tens of thousands of people. If a fight breaks out, Captain Yada isn't sure he can win. And judging by the tone of the Torino envoy, it's clear that he wants to watch them and the human resistance fighting each other for fun. In this case, even if they win, they will probably suffer heavy casualties. The Tauran envoy made a sound from his throat, clearly dissatisfied with Captain Colonel Yada's performance. Captain Yada shuddered, and he immediately remembered the consequences of disobeying the Turan Empire. He gritted his teeth and ordered the ship to move forward to search for the rumored human resistance base. And at this moment, the radar detection responded. Captain Yada was startled and said quickly, "Special Envoy, radar has detected a ship sailing 50,000 kilometers away." "Huh, so easy to find. Chase them and kill them." The Turan envoy suddenly laughed, and an expression of excitement appeared on his beautiful face. She couldn't wait to witness the scene where humans with appearance features similar to those of the Duran people were ravaged by the lizard reptilian race. Every time she saw this kind of scene, she always had the illusion that her noble people were being ravaged by the lowly and inferior lizard race, which always gave her a strange sense of excitement. As a noble Turan, she would never let other inferior races touch her, but, watching that kind of scene, it was as if she were there herself, being ravaged. This feeling of being cast down to earth, of inexplicable humiliation, gave her a perverse excitement. The four ships accelerated forward and soon caught up with the slower ship. Judging from its appearance, it was a ship about 500 meters long, not any type of ship they knew, but judging from the tonnage and physical characteristics of the ship, it should be some kind of heavy frigate. This is an Impermanence-class heavy frigate sent by Don Juan. Yes, it is a bait ship. Among the types of warships owned by Don Juan, only the Impermanence-class heavy frigate is the smallest. But even this still made Captain Yada's heart skip a beat. Judging from its tonnage, it was a heavy frigate. The firepower configuration of his 3 reconnaissance ships is neither strong nor weak. They can win a 3-on-1 battle, but there will definitely be casualties. Even a ship might be sunk in the battle, but it was obvious that the Turan envoy didn't care about that at all and had already excitedly ordered him to attack. Captain Yada had no choice but to order an attack. Soon, a close-range space dogfight tens of thousands of kilometers away began. The Impermanence-class heavy frigate was performing very hard, but no matter how it performed, the performance gap between the two sides' warships was there. Now Don Juan's warships, even the smallest Wuchang-class heavy frigates, have been equipped with Wuchu special coating alloy armor. Even without psychic shielding, the battleship's armor can withstand temperatures of hundreds of thousands of degrees. The laser weapons equipped on the 3 Yada reconnaissance ships were unable to break through the defense at all. "I've tried my best to act. Please give me some strength." Seeing that the 3 Yada reconnaissance ships were completely helpless against the enemy, the Turan envoy gradually lost his patience. "You're useless. You can't even take down a ship like this. I have to come in person and activate the disintegration cannon." The beautiful face of the Turan envoy was full of disgust and disdain, and a fragmentation cannon equipped on the bow of the Turan ship began to charge. The disintegration cannon is actually the ion beam in Don Juan's fleet, but it is called differently. A crimson beam of light shot out from the bow of the ship, across space, instantly crossing a distance of tens of thousands of kilometers and hitting the Impermanence-class heavy frigate. In the opinion of the Turan envoy, a warship of this level cannot be defeated with one shot, so it is just a matter of firing a few more shots with the fragmentation gun. However, the next moment, the crimson disintegration beam was completely intercepted by a blue light shield rising from the surface of the dark warship. The attack is ineffective. The enemy warship is equipped with a high-intensity energy field. AI's preliminary calculations indicate extreme danger. Evacuate immediately. Suddenly, the voice of the intelligent AI sounded in the bridge. The Turan envoy was stunned, with an incredible look on her face, as if she had seen something that completely shattered her worldview. How is this possible? She had never seen such an evaluation from an intelligent AI before, and she wanted to evacuate at that time, but it was too late. Chapter 90. The Terror of the Turan Envoy. FTL weapons incoming detected. 10 times the speed of light, immediately. The voice of the intelligent AI just sounded for a moment before it stopped abruptly. A microwave pulse instantly covered the entire ship. The reactor, engine, intelligent AI, weapon fire control, curvature space monitoring. All systems on the Turan ship were paralyzed in an instant. It was a microwave pulse hydrogen bomb launched by the Impermanence-class heavy frigate. Everything that happened before was just to make the Turan ship relax its vigilance. The Yada Empire's warships cannot detect the microwave pulse hydrogen bomb that travels at 10 times the speed of light, but Don Juan guessed that the Turan Empire might have the means to observe it. If it is launched from too far away, it may be detected in advance by the ships of the Turan Empire through the curvature space. In that case, there will be more variables. However, Sending an impermanence-class heavy frigate to launch an attack from a distance of tens of thousands of kilometers would not allow the Tauran Empire's ships to react in any way. This is much safer. After being hit by the microwave pulse hydrogen bomb, the entire Tauran ship was paralyzed instantly, and the bridge where the Tauran envoy was located suddenly became dark. Even the most ordinary lights were not on. What's going on? Answer me. In the darkness, the Tauran envoy shouted a few times, but the bridge was still dark and there was no response. The intelligent AI has been paralyzed and cannot make any response. In an instant, a look of horror appeared on her face. At this moment, there was a loud boom, and the entire ship suddenly shook. But there was no sign of an explosion. The Tauran envoy steadied herself and swallowed. Yes, someone had landed on her warship. Are they those lowly humans? The Tauran envoy was trying like crazy to awaken the ship's internal self-defense system and advanced guard mechanical soldiers. However, there was no response. The entire ship was completely paralyzed. The enemy had landed on her ship and would soon be on the bridge. By then, she will have no means of defense and will be at the mercy of others. What would happen to her? She would be ravaged like this, and then killed and discarded like a rag. Or will those humans use her noble genes to clone warriors, and then she herself will end up like a cow on a ranch? At this moment, she fantasized a lot. The thought of her noble self falling into the hands of those lowly humans filled her whole body with extreme disgust and fear from the inside out. After all, sexual fetishes are sexual fetishes, and reality is reality. Bang, 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 bang. Suddenly, heavy footsteps were heard outside the bridge. The Tauran envoy suddenly woke up and took out a hot melt bomb with trembling hands, wanting to die together with the enemy. However, she discovered that the activation device of the thermal melt bomb had been paralyzed by the microwave pulse, and any advanced equipment could not be used. He took out the short blade that could no longer activate the ion device, pointed it at his throat, and wanted to commit suicide. But his hands were shaking violently, and the sharp blade could not penetrate. Clang! The short blade fell to the ground. Her hands trembled. Tears of pain covered her cheeks. She still wanted to live. She didn't want to die. Boom! The bridge door was violently blown open. Several tall and graceful figures walked into the dark bridge. There is a faint halo on the power backpack on their backs, located just behind their heads. I didn't expect it to be so easy to succeed. And a woman? From Turin. A clear girl's voice sounded, and the Tauran envoy immediately raised his head and looked at the several tall but graceful figures. The person on the other side was also a woman. For a moment, the Tauran envoy felt that there was hope. She should not be ravaged and her ending should be better. I'm asking you a question. Are you from Turin? The leader, a psychic girl wearing heavenly soldier power armor, walked over. She was nearly 2 meters and 4 meters tall, including the armor. She grabbed a horn on the forehead of the Tauran envoy, forced her to stand up, and asked in a fierce tone. "Oh!" The Tauran envoy screamed and was lifted up. His slender legs swung in the air and his feet kicked wildly. When she got closer, she could see clearly that this was a sweet-looking girl with a pair of watery eyes. She looked very lovable, but the more this happened, the more fear the Tauran envoy felt. He is a Tauran native, a special envoy of Turin, and has the huge Tauran Empire behind him. Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid. These are just lowly humans forming a resistance force, so different from me that they dare not do anything to me. You won't tell me, right? I have a way to make you talk. An evil smile appeared on the sweet face of the psychic girl. She held the horn on the forehead of the Tauran envoy with one hand and reached out to the forehead of the Tauran envoy with the other hand. What does she want to do? The Tauran envoy waited in agony and terror at the beautiful eyes. Don't worry, just checking your brain. Crack! A burst of electric arcs leaped, and a slight psychic lightning emerged and directly entered the brain of the Tauran envoy. Ah! The Torino envoy screamed as the psychic girl used her psychic powers to explore her brain. However, during this process, no one knew where in the brain they were exploring, but the Tauran envoy's cry suddenly changed. After the great stimulation, her beautiful eyes rolled back, her mouth opened wide, saliva flowed down, and her legs in the air trembled violently. Several tactical humanoid girls who were guarding nearby with guns smelled something, and one of them curled her lips in disgust. What a female beast. Sister Licca, be careful, don't make it stupid. The order given to us by the Supreme Being is to stay alive and intact. Another tactical humanoid girl reminded from the side. Don't worry, I know my limits. The psychic girl named Licca curled her lips slightly, explored for a while, frowned slightly, retracted her psychic power, and threw her away. Bang! There was a heavy sound of falling to the ground, and the delicate body of the Turan envoy was still twitching from time to time. I can't find anything useful. The chip in her brain has a high level of protection. If I force it to read, I'm afraid it will really turn into an irrational female beast. Take it back and interrogate it thoroughly. Yes. Two tactical humanoid girls immediately stepped forward and lifted up the still slightly twitching body of the Torino envoy. A Suzuki heavy fighter transport aircraft flew away from the Torino ship paralyzed in the dark space. A Hercules-class engineering ship on standby in the space next to it immediately stepped forward, extended a robotic arm from the engineering ship, and began to cut and dismantle the Torino ship on the spot. Chapter 91. Obtaining Turan's intelligence and training her to be a spy. Lingxiao Galaxy, Emperor Ku Star, Underground Prison. The Daiku star is only tens of millions of kilometers away from the star, and the prison built underground the planet was originally a hollowed-out mine, which was then converted into a prison. It was newly built by Don Juan and has not been used yet. The overall color of the underground prison is black, and its construction material is Wu Chu alloy, which is the same grade as battleship armor and can withstand high temperatures of hundreds of thousands of degrees. The door of each cell is protected by a layer of shield. Don Juan was so cruel that he dismantled the entire Thor's Hammer space-based platform and installed all the weapons on it into the prison. You should know that 3 Thor's Hammer space-based platforms can block an entire planet. It can be said that every 3 steps you take, you can see a laser pulse turret and an ion beam turret. There are also various weapon systems hidden in the dark. Moreover, this prison is located underground on the Emperor Ku star, which is only tens of millions of kilometers away from the star. If you want to execute someone, you can just throw him into the star. Perfect. For now, the Turan envoy has the honor of becoming the first member of this prison. In a dark cell with black tones, the Turan envoy sat on the cold alloy floor with his hands and feet bound by special psychic chains. Her gaze was dull, and her beautiful eyes were dimmed. Bang, 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 bang. Heavy footsteps sounded outside the cell door. Crash. The psychic shield was removed, the cell door opened, and an extra-tall figure covered in a special type of power armor appeared at the cell door. In the darkness, all that could be seen were 2 points of scarlet light emitted from a pair of mechanical electronic eyes on the visor of this special type of power armor. Don Juan, wearing a full-coverage Emperor-type power armor, walked into the cell. The Emperor-type power armor is made of the latest Wu Chu 2 alloy. This Wu Chu 2 alloy is a new alloy with higher strength that is produced by chance when synthesizing ordinary Wu Chu alloy. The process is basically impossible to replicate, and the output is very small, not enough to build armor for warships, but it is more than enough to build a new set of power armor for Don Juan. Ever since Don Juan was able to access the high via space to enhance his psychic power, the psychic power has been strengthening his body almost every moment. Originally, Don Juan was not short, nearly 1.9 meters tall, but now his body has grown again, and his naked height has exceeded 2.2 meters. After putting on the newly built Emperor power armor, his height is nearly 2 meters 6. Facing Don Juan entering the cell, the Turan envoy had no reaction at all and continued to stare at the alloy floor with his lifeless eyes. What happened? How did it become like this? Don Juan looked back and saw Lika among the group of psychic girls behind him. Hee, she's just a little crazy. I didn't touch the data chip in her brain at all. It's still intact. Rika felt a little embarrassed and hid behind Ruby. Forget it. What I want is the data in her mind, not this person. Don Juan shook his head and didn't care. In fact, even if Lika killed the person, chopped off the head and brought back only the head, it would not matter. As long as the data chip in the brain was intact, it could be interpreted. Take her to the prison's data interpretation center and have the data interpreted. After the interpretation, this person is useless. After Don Juan finished speaking, he turned and left. He just wanted to see with his own eyes what the legendary Turan man looked like. Now it seems that there is nothing special about it. It looks very similar to humans, except that it has 2 long horns on its forehead. It looks a little prettier and a little bigger. At this time, Lika looked at the face of the Turan envoy, thoughtfully, and then caught up with Don Juan. Supreme One, I have a request. This person has another use. Don Juan turned around and said, What's going on? Tell me. Hee, give it to me, Supreme. After I brainwash and train it, we'll put it back. This person should have a high status in the Turan Empire and be able to become our spy in the Turan Empire. I think it's time we set up an intelligence agency. Don Juan thought for a moment about Lika's request. This is indeed a good suggestion. Moreover, Don Juan cannot convert her. If he converts her and then puts her back, the truth will be revealed. Okay, then I'll leave her to you. Once the data in her brain chip is deciphered, you can take her away. Don Juan nodded in agreement and left, waiting for the results of data interpretation. The Turan Empire has established powerful brain chip protection for every citizen. But in front of the planetary-level computer matrix array that Don Juan possesses, this kind of protection is full of loopholes and is useless. Even if only a small part of Don Juan's planetary-scale computer matrix array has been built so far, the strength is still sufficient. Soon, Don Juan received the data interpreted from the Turan envoy's mind. It even includes all her memories from childhood to adulthood. Wow, this woman's status is indeed not low. When Don Juan saw it, he exclaimed, "Wow! This Turan woman is called Luo Xiaoling. Her name is similar in style to that of humans. She is the daughter of a high-ranking official of the Turan Empire and has some Turan royal blood. Luo Xiaoling is the fiancée of the 8th prince of the Turan Empire. She is a pure virgin and a close friend of the crown prince and princess of the Turan Empire. The crown princess of the Turan Empire should be the next empress of Turan. As for the identity of the so-called Turan envoy, this is actually fake. The Turan Empire did not send an envoy to the Yada Empire. According to her memory, she will marry the 8th prince of Turan in 3 years and become a princess. She must stay in the palace for 3 years. In my memory, Luo Xiaoling was aloof and kept strangers away in the Turan Empire, but in fact, she had a cruel character hidden deep inside, unknown to anyone. So before entering the palace, she sneaked out to the Yada Empire to have some fun, vent the cruel desires hidden in her heart, and then go back. But unexpectedly, as soon as he ran out, he fell into Don Juan's hands. Luo Xiaoling also knew a lot of confidential information about the Turan Empire, including the strength of its fleet, its technological level, and even the space jump node data of some important coordinates. There is also the location of the capital of the empire, Turan. What Don Juan didn't expect was that the capital of the Turan Empire, Yuanling Star, had an ancient name thousands of years ago, Earth. According to the historical data of Turan that this woman knew, after the Turan people occupied the Earth 4,000 years ago, they moved their capital to this perfect planet of life. And the fleet strength of the Turan Empire. The Turan Empire's fleet strength should be equivalent to the system's 8 extremes level battleships. Please note that this 8 extremes level refers to the most original version of the system, 8 extremes level without any technological enhancement. The various types of warships now owned by Don Juan have undergone multiple technological upgrades found in the ruins of ancient civilizations and system 7 elements level technological upgrades. Wuchu alloy armor, psychic shield, Wuchu high-power energy weapons, inertia-free engine, 10 times the speed of light curvature engine missiles, etc., have long been a world of difference from the original level. Record all the interpreted data and conduct a more comprehensive analysis later. Then Don Juan handed Luo Xiaoling to Lika. Let him undergo brainwashing and training, and prepare to turn him into a spy and send him back to the Turan Empire. This process is very long, and I'm sure you won't like to read it, so I won't write it down. All in all, the results were very successful. Chapter 92. The Torino Garrison Fleet in the 77th Galaxy. Someone comes to die again? After handing the data to Shiwei, Shiwei began to further organize and select the useful data. Soon, some particularly important key data were saved. It even includes the data of all the currently discovered relic galaxy space jump nodes in the relic star field. There is also some information about the 77th high-risk galaxy. Luo Xiaoling came to the Yada Empire this time with the goal of entering the Ruins Galaxy. All the intelligence data she prepared has now been taken advantage of by Don Juan. The fleet configuration for this expedition is as follows. A medium-sized attack battleship of the Thunderbolt type, Don Juan's flagship, named the Emperor of Truth by Don Juan. What is the Emperor of Truth? Did you see the dense array of weapons on this 15-kilometer-long warship, the anti-ship focused arc cannon, and the anti-star Wutsu for high-energy laser pulse cannon mounted on its bow? This is the Truth. A fire, heavy strike cruiser, Fire Star-Lord. A Xuanfeng, high-speed fast-attack cruiser, Pioneer No. 2. 12 Black Rope, Hell, heavy firepower destroyers. 24 Impermanence class, heavy frigates. 3. Tiao, large comprehensive transport ships, serve as logistics supply ships. A total of 42 warships. This is the fleet that will go on this expedition. Although Galaxy No. 77 is a high-risk galaxy, it is not necessary to bring too many warships. Based on the information obtained from Luo Xiaoling, Don Juan has already figured out a way to bypass the outer defense system of the 77th relic galaxy. This time, Don Juan will go in person, bringing a technological detector with him. The technology detector allows Don Juan to find high-tech items of great value very accurately and precisely locate the remains of ancient civilizations in the 77th galaxy. First, set a small goal and empty that galaxy. The psychic girl Ruby, the combat humanoid Yu Yi, and the technical humanoid Villia followed Don Juan on the expedition, while Shiwei and Ruilia stayed on the Dome Star. Relic Galaxy number 77. It is the only galaxy among all the relic galaxies that has not been occupied by any force so far. The matrix-shaped space defense station is like a big net, and it is basically impossible for any interstellar fleet to break through it directly. This defense system tightly wraps around the entire Ruins Galaxy number 77. The galaxy is wrapped in the defense system like an egg. But even so, there are still many forces that refuse to give up and are still wandering around several nearby galaxies, hoping to find a way to break through the defense and enter the galaxy. Today, the fleet closest to the galaxy is the Tauran Empire's fleet. The expeditionary fleet of the Tauran Empire spent decades and finally took control of the Star Gate of the 77th galaxy, clearing out a safe area. But that's all they can do. They can't go any deeper into the galaxy and can only circle around the galaxy's heliosphere around the Star Gate. And this expeditionary fleet of the Tauran Empire became the garrison fleet stationed at the Star Gate of the 77th Ruins Galaxy. The 7,210th Dimension guarding the 77th Ruins Stargate. Another boring day. Today we still haven't found a way to break through the outer defenses of the 77th Ruins Star region. We speculate that the most effective method might be to force entry through superluminal curvature movement. But there's some kind of curvature space monitoring device inside the galaxy. Based on our research and speculation, any curvature fluctuation slower than 20 times the speed of light could be detected instantly. Most of our fleet's warp engines are equipped with speeds of only 10 times the speed of light. The Empire's most advanced warp engine can only reach 15 times the speed of light. And the possibility of a curvature space wave masking device that has also been proven ineffective. The Empire's curvature space wave masking device can only remain undetected within a light hour of the enemy target. When can I leave this tomb? At the Torino Garrison Fleet of Ruins Stargate number 77, at the Space Monitoring Station, a Torino inspector was writing in his diary, as usual. Because guarding this relic galaxy is equivalent to guarding this grave, their garrison fleet is also nicknamed the Gravekeeper Fleet by other Tauran fleets. And as a monitor of a space monitoring station, he is the Gravekeeper among Gravekeepers. Having been stationed at this Stargate for nearly 20 Tauran years, the Tauran monitors watched the intelligent AI scan the galaxy over and over again day after day. Then he was given almost identical results one after another, and his heart became numb. However, today, things seem a little different. Warning, unauthorized jump fluctuations detected at the Stargate. An unknown fleet is warping in and about to pass through the Stargate. The sudden sound of the intelligent AI warning startled him, but after hearing it clearly, his spirits began to wilt. I thought it was something else, but it turns out to be another reckless wandering fleet. For the number 77 Tauran Garrison Fleet, they not only have to study the defense system within the galaxy, but also need to be on guard against other, lawless, wandering fleets that are desperate enough to try to break through the Stargate and enter the galaxy. These so-called wandering fleets are fleets that do not belong to any official interstellar force in the Tauran Interstellar Society. Most of them are fleets of pirates, star raiders, and the like. These people attempted to enter the galaxy, hoping to find some ancient technology and reach the sky in one step. In the eyes of the Tauran monitors, these people were all here to die. As the overlord of the entire Tauran Interstellar Society, our Tauran Empire's fleet was unable to break through and could only guard the Stargate, unable to advance an inch. You, a wandering fleet with no strength at all, want to break in? Wishful thinking. The monitor uploaded the data to the fleet and then turned on the observer. The automatic defense system built by the garrison fleet will respond. A wandering fleet like this would generally be destroyed the moment it left the Stargate. Being able to watch a space fireworks display can be a kind of comfort in boredom. The space curtain on the surface of the Stargate, as quiet as the surface of water, began to fluctuate. A long and narrow warship appeared from the water as if breaking through the surface. The garrison fleet's defense system began to operate automatically. Hundreds of high-energy laser beams appeared in space in an instant. The monitors were waiting with great interest to watch a display of space fireworks. But the next moment, he was stunned. The high-energy laser beam was approaching the battleship at the speed of light, but it was like it hit an invisible wall and could not touch the other party at all. The invisible wall appeared. It was a transparent light shield covering the entire battleship. Countless long-output high-energy laser beams were like narrow energy sticks stretched across space. One end connected to the muzzle of the defense station, and the other end was intercepted by a transparent light shield that appeared on the surface of the battleship. The attack is completely ineffective. What? This? The Turan observer looked at the scene in shock, and he immediately realized that something big had happened. Chapter 93. 20 years have passed, but others can pass it with just a warship. Oh my god, what kind of battleship is that? Energy shield. Destroy him quickly. Don't let him speed up. He's about to break in. Laser weapons are completely ineffective. Railgun locks onto him, penetrates armor, and breaks shields. Fire the warp drive missiles. The Torino fleet was stationed at the spaceport, and all the personnel in charge of the fire control system cried out in alarm. Seeing that the laser attack had no effect at all, he was only shocked for a moment, and then he immediately thought of a way to deal with it. However, before their railguns could lock onto and fire, the battleship that had just passed through the Stargate quickly activated its warp engine. The curvature bubble completely enveloped the 4-kilometer-long narrow warship in an instant. The next moment, the entire battleship disappeared into space. He disappeared? The other party has entered the curvature state. Activate curvature space monitoring. The monitor of the space monitoring station was cheered up. He came alive. The opponent has entered the curvature state. Judging from the direction of the opponent's warship, it is very likely that the opponent's warship will pass through his monitoring range. Now it's his turn to monitor the space and find the other party. As a member of the sovereign state of the Tauran Interstellar Society, he is extremely confident in Tauran technology. In the entire Interstellar Society, no force has ever defeated the Tauran Empire in curvature space monitoring. Under normal circumstances, the opponent has an energy shield, but under the curvature state, as long as I find you, you will never be able to escape the pursuit of the superluminal curvature engine missile. A game of cat and mouse begins again. The Torino monitor smiled and started space monitoring. However, the next moment, the smile on his face froze. No, there are no fluctuations in the curvature of space. This. The Tauran monitor widened his eyes in disbelief, monitored again several times, and looked at the data given by the intelligent AI on the light screen in front of him. No, there is absolutely no data on any fluctuations in the curvature of space. How is this possible? At this moment, a communication from the superiors rang. Space Monitor number 17, what are you still standing there for? Hurry up and report the space curvature data you've monitored. This, sir. The Torino monitor swallowed hard and said in disbelief, Sir, I haven't detected any fluctuations in the curvature of space. What? A puzzled voice came from the other end, followed by a scolding. How is this possible? Our entire fleet saw that battleship enter warp mode. How is it possible that there is no data on the fluctuations of space curvature? Sir, really not. Silence, a moment of silence. When the commander of the entire garrison fleet heard this report, he was also confused. How could there be no data on fluctuations in curvature of space? But after repeated confirmation, it was confirmed that not only the space monitoring station, but also all the warships in the entire garrison fleet had not detected the corresponding space curvature fluctuation track. The commander of the Tauran garrison fleet realized that there really was nothing. He swallowed, his eyes slightly widened, and there was an extremely complicated expression on his face. The meaning behind this incident is quite terrifying. The Tauran Empire is the most advanced civilization in the Tauran Interstellar Society. In this starry sky under their rule, it is impossible for anyone to have a curvature engine technology more advanced than that of the Tauran Empire. He had always believed this before. But today's scene shook his pride and confidence. A battleship, right under their noses, openly activated its warp engine and rushed through. Nothing like this has ever happened in the past 20 years. Don't worry, Commander. At this moment, a fleet staff officer said to the commander of the Tauran garrison fleet. You told me not to worry? The commander of the Tauran garrison fleet looked up and glared at the fleet staff officer. Commander, judging from the direction that battleship came from, they should be trying to force their way through the defense system of the 77th relic system. But it's simply impossible. We've been trying for 20 years and haven't been able to succeed. Our most advanced curvature space monitoring device can detect curvature space fluctuations below 15 times the speed of light. The fleet staff officer pushed up his decorative glasses, paused, and continued. According to research, Galaxy 77's outer defense system can monitor at least 20 times the speed of light. 20 times the speed of light. Even the Perseus civilization next door in the Perseus arm can't have such a fast curvature engine. The other side must have some advanced curvature space stealth technology that can hide it from us, but there is no way it can hide it from the defense system of Ruins number 77. So, Commander, don't worry. No one can break into the galaxy. Not us, and not anyone else. After hearing the words of the fleet staff, the expression of the commander of the Tauran garrison fleet was obviously much better. Indeed, that is the truth. Since it is impossible for the other party to break into the ruined star field, why should they worry? All you have to do is wait and observe the light of the enemy's warship being destroyed in the galaxy. However, they observed the galaxy for a long time, but still did not see any light of warships being destroyed. The commander of the Tauran garrison fleet looked at the fleet staff. The fleet staff officer was a little embarrassed and could only keep saying, "Wait a little longer. The image may not have spread yet." However, at this moment, they received a clear text communication from inside the galaxy, heading towards the Stargate. "I've successfully entered. The defense here is weak and the people stationed here are stupid. Come quickly." The Tauran garrison fleet was suddenly stunned. I didn't react for a moment. What does that mean? The fleet staff was the first to react, their eyes filled with shock. What did this mean? The other party succeeded? They've been trying for 20 years without success, and now a random warship can get in. At this time, a report from a subordinate rang out. "Commander, another spatial jump wave is coming from the Stargate. The scale is much larger than before. It's a fleet. Another person is coming." Upon hearing this, the commander of the Tauran garrison fleet immediately became angry. "It's not enough for you to send just one battleship, but you're calling in a bunch of other battleships? And they're using clear text to communicate. This is a provocation, a blatant provocation. This is a slap in his face in front of millions of people in the garrison fleet. Prepare the railgun first for me. As soon as that fleet appears, strike immediately. After the railgun breaks the shield, the warp engine missile will immediately follow up. Even if the other party has energy shields, I have to destroy them all." The Tauran garrison fleet roared out orders. The entire Stargate defense system, including all the warships of the garrison fleet, was mobilized. However, the fleet was slow to mobilize. Before it could start moving, another fleet emerged from the Stargate. A large number of railguns at the defense station immediately opened fire. Thousands of massive solid projectiles with a speed of 10% of the speed of light instantly passed through space and bombarded the fleet that had just emerged from the Stargate. A large number of missiles equipped with 5 times the speed of light curvature engines are also ready to launch, waiting for the enemy warships to have their shields broken. "Let them all sink here." The commander of the garrison fleet grinned grimly as he looked at the dark fleet that emerged from the Stargate. Chapter 94, Amazing Discovery. Space Creatures. On the bridge of the Emperor of Truth, Don Juan looked at the galaxy in front of him and turned a blind eye to the massive solid projectiles attacking his fleet. He didn't need to give any orders, as all the warships had already been replaced, and the new shipboard computer AI automatically calculated the trajectories of all incoming railgun shells. The Don Juan battleship's newly equipped onboard computer is part of a planetary-level computer matrix. Although it is far inferior to a real planetary-level computer matrix, its powerful computing power is unmatched by ordinary Tauran Empire battleships. The dense and powerful laser close-in firepower intercepts all incoming railgun shells with incredible precision. "Ruby has already taken 402 in, so we need to speed up." Don Juan waved his hand, and the entire fleet once again entered the curvature state under the nose of the entire Tauran garrison fleet. Then, it disappeared into space. Directly in a curvature state of 10 times the speed of light, it passed through hundreds of millions of kilometers of space and passed through the ancient legacy defense space station matrix that covered the entire galaxy and operated automatically. Don Juan's fleet generally travels at only 10 times the speed of light, so it should not be able to escape the defense system of Galaxy number 77. However, Don Juan also possesses a technology that the Tauran Empire does not have: curvature space fluctuation stealth technology. The source of this technology is the curvature space fluctuation concealment technology of the Tauran Empire. But after the system upgrade, it is possible to completely hide the fluctuations of the fleet in the curvature space. Don Juan had only spent 10,000 spiritual sources to upgrade it to this level. For Don Juan, this is a real magical skill, cheap and incredibly easy to use. To round it off, we cannot say that the Tauran Empire was unsuccessful. At least the direction of their research was correct. It's just that Don Juan cheated and used the system to upgrade this technology first, and then successfully entered Galaxy number 77. If the people of Tauran knew the reason behind this, I wonder how angry they would be. The commander of the Tauran garrison fleet watched helplessly as the Dark Fleet intercepted all attacks, then entered the warp state and disappeared right before their eyes. He was so angry that the artificial heart in his chest began to ache. This is a naked provocation to them, an absolute provocation. Call for support. Call for more fleet support. Although leaving the relic galaxy does not necessarily require going through a stargate, the stargate is connected to the space node. Even if the other party does not leave through the stargate, they have to get close to the stargate within a certain range and connect with the space node to jump out. He's waiting here. He just didn't believe that the other party wouldn't come out. As soon as the other party comes out, what is waiting for them will not just be a garrison fleet. And this was actually what Don Juan expected. Why did Don Juan have the Forerunner 2 cruiser, which entered the system first, send back a message using clear text communications that could be received by everyone? Just to provoke them, and then make them send more fleets. Now, with the increase of his strength, Don Juan's appetite has become bigger and bigger. The garrison fleet stationed at the Stargate of the number 77 Ruins Galaxy has less than 200 ships, which is not enough for him. And if the effect is really too good, the Turan Empire will really send a massive fleet. What if Don Juan really can't eat anymore? It doesn't matter. Galaxy number 77 is not the base of his intelligent heaven. The distance between the Don Juan fleet space nodes is generally far away. You don't need to get too close to the Stargate. You can directly activate the space node and then jump away. Therefore, Don Juan did this only after careful consideration and when he was completely confident. The entire relic galaxy number 77 is a common multiple star system galaxy. There are 3 stars, if we use the sun as an analogy. The most central main sequence star is a white star. Preliminary observations show that it has a mass of about 2 suns and a surface temperature of about 9,600 degrees Celsius. It is burning brightly in the center of the entire galaxy, emitting an incomparably bright white light. The other 2 stars are a yellow dwarf, slightly smaller than the sun, with a surface temperature of about 5,400 degrees Celsius. The last star is a red dwarf, with the smallest mass, less than half of the sun, and a surface temperature of only about 2,300 degrees Celsius. Among them, the white star has the largest mass and forms a binary star system with the smallest red dwarf star, which is also the core of the galaxy. The red dwarf orbits around the white star. The yellow dwarf star orbits a binary star system at the core of the galaxy. The entire galaxy can be divided into 3 circles. The core circle, white stars and red dwarfs, the middle circle, the yellow dwarf, and the outer circle is the ancient automatic defense system surrounding the entire galaxy. Don Juan's current position has passed through the outer circle and is about 19 billion kilometers away from the core white star. The distance from the yellow dwarf star in the middle circle is more than 28 billion kilometers. Because the yellow dwarf star orbited to the other side of the galaxy with its little brother planet. The situation in this galaxy is a bit complicated. Don Juan first used the warship's detection system to check, and then took out the technological detector. Shorten the detection distance and limit it to this galaxy, and then start detecting the possible remains of ancient civilizations in this galaxy. Soon, the technology detector responded. The first reaction was directed towards the outermost space defense matrix surrounding the entire galaxy. Skip it. Detect the next reaction. Soon, the target was pointed at that planet. It is 27.8 billion kilometers away from Don Juan and is a satellite planet of the yellow dwarf star. There are a large number of high-tech and valuable items on and around the planet. No more. Don Juan was stunned. Is there a reaction in that area? He originally thought that such protection was extremely strong, and the defense system covered the entire periphery of the galaxy, which was formed into a spherical galaxy. The high-tech reaction inside should be a large number of ancient relics spread throughout the entire galaxy. And the result was just the reaction of that one planet. What do you mean? A little disappointed, but then I thought about it. If the entire galaxy's outer defense system is solely for the purpose of protecting the contents of that one planet, then how valuable are the ancient civilization relics on that planet? Don Juan thought so and excitedly ordered the fleet to go. The fleet, which had already stopped, continued to activate the warp engine and began to move forward at a speed of 10 times the speed of light. More than 2 hours later, as the fleet approached, Don Juan was able to use optical observation to directly see the condition of the planet, and he was stunned. There is no space station, nor any planet full of technology. I saw a large number of wandering spaceships around the planet orbiting the yellow dwarf star. These spaceships are still in operation and seem to be operated by people wandering around the planet in space. But before that, there was no response from the fleet's radar, and a large portion of those spaceships are even traveling to and from planets and stars. As they got closer, Don Juan was shocked. These weren't spaceships. They were gigantic, strange space creatures. They are densely packed, wandering around planets and stars in space. and some even live directly on stars, absorbing heat energy. Chapter 95, Is this galaxy a pasture? Mechanical 3 pure ones. What kind of creatures are these? Don Juan stared with wide eyes at the scene in the space before him. The surface temperature of a yellow dwarf star is about 5,400 degrees Celsius, yet these space creatures actually live comfortably on the surface of the star, travel freely in the space between stars and planets. This is a creature that can naturally survive in space. Don Juan's battleship's armor can withstand temperatures of hundreds of thousands of degrees, and coupled with the extremely excellent heat dissipation system inside the battleship, there will be no problem if it also lands on the surface of a star. However, the armor of Don Juan's battleship is made of Wu Chu's super alloy of System 7 elements, level technology, while these creatures rely purely on their own strong bodies. The space environment is complex and ever-changing, with chaotic electromagnetic waves, stellar radiation, and various cosmic rays flowing through space. Their bodies, what kind of excellent pure biological material must they be made of? At this time, Don Juan looked at the technology detector and found that the high-tech items mentioned on the detector were these space creatures. The number of these space creatures is not large, only about tens of thousands. Most of them are traveling between stars and planets, tens of millions of kilometers in space. According to observations, their speed in space is not very fast, only 40 kilometers per second. It was not until he saw this group of space creatures that Don Juan suddenly realized how unusual this galaxy was. Don Juan had always had a feeling that this galaxy was a little too empty. In ordinary galaxies, there are usually many dwarf galaxies. Asteroid belts exist in galaxies and are bound by the gravity of the galaxies. There are 3 stars in this galaxy number 77, but there are not many asteroid belts floating in the space of such a galaxy. It's like a natural grassland pasture where you can roam around without worrying about bumping into anything. Wait, a wrench. Don Juan suddenly realized something. Vilya, get closer to those planets and conduct a comprehensive inspection and scan of them. Don Juan immediately gave the order. Yes, Supreme. As the technical humanoid girl second only to Sylvie, Vilya quickly carried out Don Juan's orders. The fleet began to approach the planet. The planet has a diameter of 30,000 kilometers and is 50 million kilometers away from the star. The entire planet emits a blue light in space. The fleet began to approach the planet at high speed, and in the process, it also attracted several strange space creatures. They wandered in space, looking with great curiosity at their huge fellows flying past at high speed from a distance. The intelligent celestial fleet approached the planet and hovered above the Earth's orbit, constantly scanning downward and exploring the planet. At this moment, Vilya suddenly said, Supreme, a radio electromagnetic communication signal was received. Radio communication? Don Juan was slightly stunned, and Vilya quickly found its source. A space creature that was also wandering in the planet's low Earth orbit saw the fleet of the intelligent heavenly court. It was now trying to approach the fleet in a somewhat clumsy manner from the side of the fleet. As it approached, it was sending radio electromagnetic communications to the fleet. Vilya quickly deciphered the electromagnetic communication signal and came up with a stuttering sentence. Friends, playing. You guys are so big and flying. So fast, wait for me. Don Juan looked at the words in front of him. Are these space creatures intelligent? The fleet is dispersed. Ruby, you take the Forerunner 2 and try to communicate with that space creature and study it. Yu, you will lead the squadron to the vicinity of a star and conduct research there. The remaining warships will remain in planetary orbit and continue exploration and research. Don Juan assigned the tasks. Great. These space creatures are so cute. They can even talk. I'm going to chat with them. Ruby's cheer came to her ears, and then the Forerunner number 2 high-speed cruiser left the fleet and approached the clumsy space creature flying in the planet's orbit. Yes, Supreme, I will ensure that the mission is completed. Ruby, seriously, this is a mission, not something for you to play with. Yu first saluted Don Juan, and then gave Ruby a routine stern scolding. Afterwards, 6 Black Rope Hell heavy fire destroyers and 12 Impermanence-class heavy frigates broke away from the fleet and formed a team to head to a star 50 million kilometers away. Don Juan and the remaining fleet continued to stay in the planet's low Earth orbit, scanning and exploring this planet with a diameter of 30,000 kilometers, more than twice the size of the Earth. Soon, the scanning results of the planet came out. The planet's gravity is 3.4 g. It has no oceans and is a rocky planet with a surface temperature of around 600 degrees Celsius. The temperature of the mantle is even higher, about 2,400 degrees Celsius. The entire surface of the planet is covered with huge cracks that almost penetrate deep into the mantle. Lava is flowing everywhere, and from these cracks, a huge amount of inert gas is emitted, filling the entire planet. After testing, it turned out to be xenon. Donwan also observed that there were some space creatures swimming in the lakes and rivers composed of magma on the planet's surface, as if they were taking a bath. There are some space creatures flying in and out of some cracks on the planet, but the space creatures on these planets are not very large. At this time, other fleets conducted preliminary research and observations on the space creatures in space. A relatively detailed data list appeared on the virtual light screen in front of Donwan. On the light screen was a complete and clear picture of a space creature that was taken temporarily. The front part of the body of this space creature is a round, smooth oval shape. The middle part of the body is thinner and narrower, and the tail becomes a slightly wider, flat disc-like shape. Overall, the two ends are slightly larger and the middle is slightly narrower, but this narrowness is only in comparison. This space creature emits visible light and thermal radiation. Because the temperature of each individual is different, the color of the light emitted is also different. Some are like fluorescent lights, constantly changing from red to orange-red, then to yellow-white, white, and finally to blue-white. The surface looks like some kind of glass or metal, extremely smooth and soft. The body length generally ranges from more than 600 meters to about 1 kilometer. For a living thing, this is a very large size. But they are surprisingly light, with an average mass of less than 10,000 tons. In addition to the data on the appearance, Ruby soon sent her internal perspective scan data of the space creature. Chapter 96. The bottom of the planet's Great Rift, Genetic Biological Cultivation Base. A series of data was sent to Donwan. Supreme. This space creature doesn't reflect any electromagnetic waves at all. Its skin completely absorbs the waves I send to scan its interior. Then it is converted into heat radiation and dissipated. As for this, I can only guess at their internal structure by studying their external appearance. If we want to understand the true situation, we can only dissect them. Ruby's voice rang in Donwan's ears, and he could tell that she was complaining. That's okay. Let's just continue our research here. As for the anatomy, let's put it aside for now. These space creatures should all possess a certain degree of intelligence. It will be of great use to us. Let's build a good relationship with them. Donwan nodded slightly and replied. Then he checked out some speculative data that Ruby had just sent him about the internal structure of space creatures. The creature's slightly wider, flat, disc-shaped tail has some kind of function that can convert electrical energy and xenon gas into positively charged ions, which are then ejected from the tail and directly below the body at a maximum speed of 40 kilometers per second, giving them the ability to fly and travel in space. The planet is filled with xenon gas. These space creatures should have some kind of charged organs inside that absorb the xenon gas from the planet and then transmit it to the tail organs, converting the two into positively charged ions. When Donwan saw this, he was stunned. Isn't this the principle of ion thrusters? The organs at the tails of these space creatures are equivalent to ion thrusters. Could this have evolved naturally? These organisms are very light, which is inconsistent with their huge size. According to observations, they should have huge cavities inside, which can be used to store some substances they absorb from the outside world. The heat dissipation organs in their bodies are also extremely enlarged. The skin of their bodies absorbs all electromagnetic radiation, then converts it into thermal radiation and then dissipates it. According to observations, the high-temperature zone of about 2,400 degrees in the planet's mantle is their living area. They live in large cracks deep within the planet's mantle. Occasionally fly to stars to look for food. This foraging process involves flying directly to a star, whereupon its skin directly absorbs a large amount of heat energy from the star, converts it into electrical energy, and stores it in the body. The electrical energy and the xenon gas stored in the body absorbed while ascending the planet are then transported to the tail, converted into positively charged ions, and ejected, thus gaining maneuverability. For these space creatures, the temperature on the surface of a star is like taking a hot bath. More comfortable. Donwan gasped. These creatures definitely did not evolve naturally. Whether it is the skin that can absorb and completely non-reflect electromagnetic waves and convert them into thermal radiation, or the internal efficient thermal energy conversion organs, or the tail with the effect of an ion thruster. None of them could have evolved naturally. This made Donwan even more certain that these space creatures were artificially modified creatures. These space creatures should have been transformed by the ancient civilization of this galaxy and placed in this galaxy for some kind of breeding. This galaxy is too empty, and asteroids are scarce. This is an interstellar ranch for breeding these space creatures. Don Juan guessed in his heart, and then turned on the technological detector. According to the reaction of the technological detector, there was a technological reaction in every large crack deep into the mantle on the planet. He then said, "Pass on my order. Send 100 regiments to follow me to land on this planet and explore the large cracks on the planet's surface. There are reactions in every major crack, so we have to conduct a comprehensive investigation. If there is any ancient civilization's space biological gene breeding base, it should be located in those large rifts." Under Don Juan's order, the hatches on both sides of the lower decks of 3 Saturn, large integrated transport ships in the fleet located in the planet's low Earth orbit opened. Dense numbers of Suzaku heavy fighter transport aircraft took off from it, entered into space, and began to descend directly from outer space. This time Don Juan led the operation personally. Today, Don Juan's psychic attainments are not low. If he spreads his psychic energy with all his strength, it can cover a planet with a diameter of more than 10,000 kilometers. He has reached the 10 cities level of the system's psychic energy rating. But unfortunately, there is no psychic response on this planet, and it can only be detected with a technological scanner. As for Don Juan's safety, there is no need to worry. He has a rare Wu Chu 2 superalloy to create a full coverage power armor and a Zhu Tianqing Yun psychic shield device. Don Juan's own defense alone is stronger than that of a battleship. In other words, Don Juan, wearing power armor, can also travel freely among the stars like those space creatures. 100 regiments were dispatched to the planet. These 100 battle groups have a total of 100,000 tactical humanoid girls, most of whom are mechanical winged girls. The ratio of technical humanoids, military combat humanoids, psychic humanoid girls, and mechanical winged girls is about 1 to 2 to 1 to 6. 100,000 tactical humanoid girls began to fully explore the huge rift on the planet. In a large rift that is thousands of kilometers long and tens of kilometers wide. Lava waterfalls flow everywhere on the rock walls on both sides of the fissure. In this extremely high heat environment, hundreds of Suzaku fighter transport aircraft slowly descended. The tail hatch of one of the Suzaku fighter transport aircraft was open. Don Juan was half crouching near the hatch, holding the edge of the hatch next to him with his armored hands and looking down. The red tassel on the top of the helmet fluttered slowly, and the technological scanner that changed its form covered the mechanical electronic right eye on the visor, emitting a scarlet light, and the scanning device inside was constantly scanning downwards. The reaction beneath this fissure is too small. Scanners suggest it's just a simple, long-running xenon gas conversion and diffusion device. Some of you will stay here and continue exploring this rift. We'll thoroughly investigate the technological devices at the bottom of the rift. The rest of you will go explore the next rift. With a wave of his hand, most of the Suzaku fighter transport planes took off and left, leaving only a small number to continue exploring the next rift. Don Juan led the team personally, and these tactical humanoid girls were more motivated. After the efforts of 100,000 landing troops, they finally found what Don Juan wanted in a crack. A genetic biology breeding base left by an ancient civilization located at the bottom of the rift in the mantle of the planet. Chapter 97. Unscrupulous Sister Ruby Seduces Space Creatures. This is an underground space that has been artificially developed. This biological gene breeding base looks like it has been completely abandoned. Most of the base was immersed in flowing magma that flowed down from the sky and formed a river at the bottom of the fissure. But Don Juan knew that there would definitely be something useful to be found here. Otherwise, where did those space creatures come from? Don Juan looked at the ruins of the ancient civilization, most of which were immersed in magma, and first explored the terrain. The terrain survey has been completed, and it has been confirmed that it can be excavated, and there is no risk of collapse. Then, calls for engineering support began. Not long after, the engineering humanoids dispatched from the low Earth orbit fleet arrived on the nearly omnipotent Suzaku fighter transport aircraft. Various types of engineering machinery are also mounted under the transport aircraft. The hatch opened, and the engineering figures wearing power armor jumped off the fighter plane, their alloy boots stepping directly on the magma. The various engineering machinery mounted on the Suzaku fighter transport aircraft also began to move downwards. The temperature of magma is generally around 900 degrees Celsius to 1400 degrees Celsius, which is not a problem at all for tactical humanoids fully equipped with power armor made of ordinary Wu Chu alloy. And those construction machinery are also made of Wu Chu alloy, so it is not a problem at all. However, the first task in excavating this relic is to clean up the magma. Although this magma does not cause any harm to tactical humanoids and engineering machinery, too much magma will affect the subsequent excavation. Excavation work is in progress. The magma around the ruins was soon cleared. Then they began to enter the ruins and carry out excavation and cleaning work. Just as the excavation work on the ruins below the Great Rift was being carried out in full swing, a space creature with a body length of about 100 meters landed from the crack, looked at the tactical humanoids who were excavating the ruins from afar, and swam over curiously. This space creature is obviously a cub. Have a strong curiosity about everything. Who are you? You guys look so weird. An electromagnetic wave communication came over. Don Juan frowned slightly, looked back, and saw the space creature cubs in the distant sky, who seemed to be looking at them with great curiosity. Don Juan automatically imagined the child's tone. After seeing the young space creature, Don Juan thought for a moment about how to communicate with it. The other side also has a certain degree of intelligence, and these space creatures may have originated from this abandoned ruins. I can't just answer, I'm digging up your ancestors' graves, right? And then Don Juan discovered that the space creature cub seemed to have been trying to communicate with the Suzuka transport plane itself. But unfortunately, the Suzuka transport plane itself could not answer it. Supreme, let me come. Let me communicate with it. I have just become friends with Ichi. At this time, Ruby's excited voice rang in Don Juan's ears. Above the Great Rift, a Suzuka transport plane descended from the sky. Obviously, Ruby was in it. This space creature cub is the one that was previously in the planet's low Earth orbit. Now it followed, and Ruby naturally followed too. Ruby enjoyed communicating with this space creature. Oh, you really don't look old at heart. Otherwise, how could you play with them? Yuya's mocking voice rang out over the comms. You unreasonable tomboy, I won't talk to you. Ruby snorted coldly, then focused on communicating with the space creature cub. Ichi, what do you think about what my sister told you before? Would you like to go with me? I have a lot of delicious energy here. Do you want to eat a fusion reactor? Fusion reactor? What's that? The space creature cub Ichi was very confused. It's a machine that converts energy. To put it in a metaphor, it's the little star, Ichi, you know? It's where the adults of your race go to eat. Wow, we're going to a place to eat. Can I just eat a small star? After hearing Ruby's words, Ichi was obviously very excited and happy. Stars emit extremely high heat energy. For space creatures, absorbing and converting that heat energy is like eating. And the stars themselves are like buffet restaurants for space creatures. Now when Ichi heard that Ruby was going to feed it the fusion reactor, and the fusion reactor was equivalent to a small star, it could directly eat a small star, so it would not need to fly to the star to eat in the future. It is extremely exciting. Don Juan was listening nearby and unconsciously held his forehead with his hands. What was he talking about? Although the internal principles of a fusion reactor are similar to the fusion reactions inside stars, fusion reactors can also be called small stars. But no matter how he felt about it, he had a feeling that an unscrupulous older sister was deceiving the children. Just as the excavation of Galaxy number 77 was underway, far beyond the Lingxiao Galaxy, on the Space Star Road leading to the unknown ruined star field. At this moment, the Pioneer has been sailing in the curvature state for 10 days. With a curvature speed of 20 times the speed of light, it has traveled a distance of more than half a light year in 10 days. This 6th division experimental type, curvature engine equipped by the Forerunner must be within 2 light years of the target galaxy in order to connect to the space jump node of the target galaxy. The estimated voyage time is about 44 days, and the Pioneer will be able to approach within 2 light years of the target planetary system. Xuanfeng high-speed fast attack cruiser, Forerunner, bridge. Ah, so boring. Adeline, the leader of this mission, sat in the captain's seat, yawned, and stretched. A pair of slender legs were crossed and placed on the 3D projector in front. Interstellar journeys are long and boring. The Forerunner is equipped with the most advanced curvature engine currently available in the intelligent heavenly court, which allows it to reach the target planetary system in a very short time. What is the mental state of those indigenous civilizations that are not equipped with advanced curvature engines and are even still trapped below the speed of light when they want to carry out interstellar colonization and long-distance interstellar voyages? Adeline couldn't think of one. At this moment, a technical figure who had been monitoring the changes in the curvature space suddenly shouted, "Sister Adeline, the curvature space value has changed. A value similar to a large-scale fleet's warp navigation has been detected. It's just 2 light years ahead." Adeline immediately became energetic after hearing this. Chapter 98. The ruined star region is not dead, but bustling. The curvature space value of a large-scale fleet? Where's this? This is the relic star field, the star road leading to the unknown relic galaxy. Except for the star road, the entire space is blocked by space storms. At this stage, if you want to enter here from the outside world, you must pass through the Lingxiao galaxy. Where did the detected fleet come from? Could it be that the fleet itself is the fleet that exists in the ruined star region? Is it the lost star field guard fleet of the ancient civilization? Or are they a new civilized race like the winged people who made their fortune in the ruined star field? Everything is unknown. What's the direction of that fleet? Adeline asked. According to the numerical detection of curvature space, they are within 2 light years of our battleships, moving towards the left star road fork. It does not overlap with our navigation track. The other party is still maintaining its current trajectory, so they probably haven't discovered us. The technical figure in charge of monitoring the curvature space answered quickly. Curvature space wave stealth technology is a common equipment in any fleet of the intelligent heavenly court. Although we don't know the other party's technical strength, we think they should not have discovered the Forerunner. Or perhaps the other party's technology is advanced enough to break through the invisibility barrier of curvature space fluctuations at a distance of 2 light years and discover the Forerunner. But no matter what, the fleet sailing on warp speed 2 light years away showed no signs of stopping. Under the monitoring of the Forerunner, they entered the left fork of the star road 2 light years away from the Forerunner. It left the Forerunner's curvature space monitoring range and disappeared. In the space storm that spreads across the entire unknown ruined star field, this star road is like a road exposed by the sea being split apart. It is obvious, yet winding and tortuous, twisted like a meridian, and leads to all directions. There are many forks in the road, some of which end in a dead end, which is another space storm. Some forks in the road pass through another relic star field galaxy. According to the enemy's course analysis, the enemy fleet emerged from the right star path fork 2 light years ahead of our warships and passed through our space monitoring range. Their target should be another planetary system 7 light years away at the left fork in the star road ahead. The star road ahead is like a crossroads. Judging from the speed at which the enemy passes through our curvature monitoring range, the star road intersection 2 light years ahead is very narrow. The estimated width is around 1 million kilometers. After hearing the technical doll's report, Adeline nodded slightly. It's only 1 million kilometers wide, too narrow. The width of the star road is also different. Some places of the star road are slightly wider. For example, the area where the Pioneer is currently sailing, the safe space area is 1.6 billion kilometers wide. Luckily, the other party was just passing by. Otherwise, if we had come into contact, I really don't know how to deal with him. Adeline thought to herself. The star road is narrow. If fleets from 2 different civilizations meet on an extremely narrow star road, it is hard to say what will happen. It would be best if we didn't communicate with each other and got along peacefully. But what if one of the parties develops evil intentions and wants to plunder technology? I don't know if you are malicious, and you don't know if I am malicious. Even if we communicate with each other, what if you deceive me? Or you don't know if I deceive you? Very difficult. It's a bit like the dark forest. This encounter sounded a wake-up call in Adeline's heart. They are not the only warships sailing on the star roads of the ruined star region. When navigating the narrow star road, one must be vigilant at all times. Especially when it is just a reconnaissance ship, although the Forerunner always has the curvature space wave stealth device activated. What if the people from the unknown civilization it encounters happen to have the detection means to break this device? Before reaching the target galaxy and establishing a space jump node channel, you must be careful at all times. 34 days later. The Pioneer is still 159,815 astronomical units away from its target planetary system. After sailing forward more than 3,300 astronomical units, it will be able to approach the target galaxy within 2 light years, and then activate the curvature jump engine to connect with the other party's planetary space node. At this time, the Forerunner sailed to the crossroads star road where the fleet was previously detected passing. It is indeed narrow here. The safe space area is only 1.2 million kilometers wide. The depth from top to bottom is only about 10 million kilometers. The space outside is all where space storms rage. This is a narrow space passage in the midst of numerous space storms. As soon as the Forerunner entered this area, it immediately detected 2 fleets in this star road space. The 2 unknown fleets were not in a curvature state, but were in a state of war in the space of this star road. One side's fleet had slightly more warships, around 1,000, while the other side's fleet had less than half as many warships. The battle was very fierce. Various laser weapons, missiles, and railgun shells are flying across this million-kilometer-wide space road. Adeline was shocked at the time. How could this unknown, relic star field be so lively? Including these 2 unknown space fleets, 3 unknown fleets have been seen. Adeline immediately calculated a possibility. That is, the vast unknown ruined star field may not be completely dead even if it is blocked by numerous space storms. The ancient civilization was lost long enough for a new group of civilizations to flourish in the ruined star field. They set out on a safe star road amidst numerous space storms to explore the outside world. They meet, they communicate, unite, or go to war for a relic galaxy. It looks like my trip won't be smooth sailing. Adeline frowned slightly, then ordered the warship to continue to maintain the curvature state and pass directly, ignoring the two fleets that were in battle. The two fleets of unknown civilizations that were engaged in battle did not notice that a warship traveling at a curvature 20 times the speed of light was passing quickly across their battlefield, heading towards a relic galaxy 2.5 light years away. Adeline is about to approach a new relic galaxy, and in the 77th relic galaxy, Don Juan has already excavated the remains of the ancient civilization on the planet. According to the information obtained from it, the 77th relic galaxy is indeed a breeding farm of an ancient civilization. And these space creatures in galaxy number 77 are some kind of biological warships that they have bred and cultivated. These artificially bred space creatures will be transformed into qualified warships by ancient civilizations after they reach adulthood, then send them out to fight. Chapter 99: Obtaining the Submission of Space Creatures. Due to the special nature of this space creature, it does not require highly intelligent AI, and it does not even need to be equipped with soldiers. After putting on armor and installing curvature engines, reactors, and other devices in the cavities inside its body, it can be sent to the battlefield to fight the enemy. Each warship transformed from a space creature has its own thinking and intelligence. It can be said that each of them is a soldier. These space creatures have an extremely long lifespan. The service life is also much longer than that of an ordinary battleship. Don Juan gained a lot this time. He found an entire genetic breeding production line for cultivating this kind of space creature from the ruins. There is also an automatic battleship production core. This automatic battleship production core is different from the ones Don Juan obtained from other relic galaxies before. This automatic battleship production core is specially designed for space creatures. Don Juan has been in the 77th relic galaxy for more than a month, and the excavation of the ancient civilization ruins has been completed long ago. The reason why we stayed for such a long time was for those space creatures. In this galaxy, there are more than 10,000 mature space creatures wandering on the stars and planets. If Don Juan could make all these space creatures submit to him, that would save him the time of training himself and allow him to be the first to own a batch of warships transformed from space creatures. During this period, Don Juan has been communicating with the community of space creatures. Help them and become friends with them. The patriarch of the space creatures, named Andra. It is also the largest of all space creatures, more than 2 kilometers long. Ordinary space creatures only have a volume of 600 to 1 kilometer when they reach adulthood. These space creatures also have no gender distinction. After all, they are artificially bred and will eventually become space battleships. They can reproduce individually and give birth to the next generation of space creatures on their own. In order to facilitate reproduction and increase numbers, how could the ancient civilization that bred them set different genders for them? After more than a month of communication with Andra, Don Juan also became friends with Andra. Finally, Don Juan felt that the time was right and he had gained Andra's trust. So he put forward his idea. Above the scorching burning star, there live space creatures 2 kilometers long. And in the space tens of thousands of kilometers away from the stars, Don Juan's flagship, the battleship Emperor of Truth, is hovering there. Andra, have you ever thought about leaving this galaxy? Your tribe is so special. Your journey should be to the Sea of Stars, not to be trapped in such a galaxy pasture. Look at the starry sky. You shouldn't be imprisoned here. Engraved in the genes of these space creatures is the adventurous spirit of traveling through the galaxy. But now they are all trapped in this galaxy. Protecting the entire galaxy and their defense space station matrix system is also a constraint. The Sea of Stars. Andra, who was living on the star and absorbing heat energy, could not be seen thinking about anything. One could only see his huge body trembling slightly, and his oval, smooth body, like some kind of glass and metal, changing the light he emitted. Finally, Andra said, "My friend, you are right. After all, it's in our genes that we yearn to travel the Sea of Stars. We shouldn't be stuck here." But the communication signal from Andra's body became hesitant again. How do we leave this system? A long time ago, we did try to leave, but we were ultimately blocked by the defense matrix system you mentioned, which is located outside the entire galaxy. Besides, we are too slow. Based on what you and I have learned, Our fastest speed is only 40 kilometers per second. My friends, I envy you for being able to have such a fast speed, even far exceeding the speed of light. The electromagnetic wave signal transmitted contains the emotion of envy. It can be seen that Andra really wants to obtain the same curvature navigation capability as the intelligent celestial fleet. Only curvature navigation can allow them to break through the limitation of the speed of light. My friend, the things you mentioned are not difficult for me at all. I can transform you. Do you see this huge battleship? You can also become something like this. In the bridge of the battleship Emperor of Truth, Don Juan smiled slightly and replied, "Are you serious?" The electromagnetic waves coming from Andra's body were chaotic, and it could be heard that it was very surprised. Of course it's true. To me, it's just a matter of installing a warp drive for you. Well, do you want to leave with me? Don Juan asked. Friends, if you can truly give us the ability to break the speed limit of light, then our entire race will leave this galaxy with you. Hearing Andra's answer, Don Juan laughed and finally succeeded. Good. It's settled then. But we have to wait a while. I have another fleet heading to this system. They are coming with a large number of warp drive devices. Soon, you will have the same ability as us to travel at the speed of light. Galaxy number 77, outside the Galaxy Matrix Defense System. Stargate. The Tauran garrison fleet is stationed here. They dare not relax at any time and scan the outer periphery of the galaxy day and night. They were afraid that the fleet that had broken in before would suddenly come out again. During this period, 2 Tauran fleets that were carrying out missions in other relic galaxies came to support. Now, the number of Tauran warships in the outer galaxy has exceeded 2,000. The 2 Tauran fleets that came to support were originally tasked with searching for Luo Xiaoling, the fiancé of the 8th Prince of the Empire, who had run away without permission. However, after searching for many days without success, they received a call for help from the fleet stationed in the number 77 Ruins Galaxy and rushed to provide support. But when they arrived, Vice Admiral Tauran of the support fleet frowned repeatedly at the words of the commander of the garrison fleet. What nonsense are you talking about? How is it possible that some other unknown fleet could break through the defense system of Relic Galaxy number 77? Even the most advanced warships in the Empire can't do this. The technology of concealing curvature space fluctuations is the Empire's most proud technology. It was discovered in the ruins of an ancient civilization. No other civilizations are capable of cracking it. How could there be a civilized fleet with more advanced curvature space fluctuation concealment technology than ours? It was not that Vice Admiral Tauran, who came to the rescue, did not trust the commander of the garrison fleet, but that what he said was too shocking, so that his first reaction was to disbelieve it. However, at this moment, the Stargate fluctuated. A pitch-black fleet leaped in and emerged from the Stargate. But it only appeared for a moment, and the entire fleet started the curvature engine and disappeared into space in an instant. The commander of the garrison fleet was stunned, and so was Vice Admiral Tauran. Chapter 100. The Shipgirl clan joins the intelligent heavenly court. You, Lieutenant General Tauran stuttered. The commander of the Tauran garrison fleet sighed. He was already numb and could only look at Vice Admiral Tauran helplessly. See, I was right. Monitor the curvature fluctuations immediately. Lieutenant General Tauran was completely unconvinced and immediately shouted orders. Soon, the results came out. General, we haven't detected any fluctuations in the curvature of space. Lieutenant General Tauran was completely stunned. How is this possible? The commander of the garrison fleet looked at him helplessly, shook his head slightly, and said nothing. Although the commander of the Tauran garrison fleet seems to be a high-ranking position judging from the job title, it is a job title, not a military rank. The garrison fleet has only a few hundred warships, and his military rank is Major General. At least it should be lower than that of the Vice Admiral, who currently leads more than 1,000 warships. In the 77th Relic Galaxy, Don Juan successfully conquered the space creature race, and the support fleet has arrived. Most of the support fleet are large-scale, Tiao, comprehensive transport ships. These fleets transported complete sets of curvature engines and reactor equipment. They are all used to transform space creatures, first to give them the basic ability of curvature navigation and space jump. It is impossible to transform tens of thousands of space creatures in one go, but we can make some modifications first to see the effect. The first person to undergo transformation was Andra, the patriarch of the space creatures. At this moment, Andra has left the star and is traveling in space, alongside Tang Heng's flagship, the Emperor of Truth. In the space beside Andra, superluminal curvature engines, shipborne models of planetary computer matrix arrays, parallel fusion reactor devices, large quantities of Wuchu alloys, and all other standard equipment of intelligent mechanical celestial warships are suspended. Are you ready? Donwan asked. Come on, friend, I'm ready. Andra's 2-kilometer-long body was parked in space. Although it was huge, it still looked like a child compared to the 15-kilometer-long Emperor of Truth. From the electromagnetic signal fluctuations coming from Andra, it can be heard that it is a little nervous. But Donwan was also a little nervous because he had never transformed such a large space creature. I don't know what it will turn into. Take a deep breath. Donwan closed his eyes and began to activate the huge star-like fire burning with dark flames in the Gorvian space. A transformative force came from high dimensions and covered the huge body of the space creature. This transformative force links those materials and technological equipment. Then, it began to merge into the body of the space creature. The bodies of space creatures began to undergo fundamental changes. Wu-Chu alloy material is integrated into its body, blending with its smooth skin like hard glass metal. The superluminal curvature engine is integrated into its body and fused with its tail organ, which itself has engine functions. The fusion reactor is integrated into the organs in its body that have the effect of converting heat energy into electricity. The shipboard model of the planet's computer matrix array is integrated with its brain. The conversion was completed quickly. Andra's overall appearance has not changed much, but it looked like a living creature before, but now it has completely transformed into the appearance of a space battleship. The front section of the battleship creature is a smooth, oval shape. The middle of the body is thinner and narrower, and the tail is a slightly wider, flat, disc-like shape. Space creatures transformed into battleship image references. At this moment, Donwan heard the system prompt. Ding dong, a new race is included, the Kankali clan. The Kankali race has joined the Intelligent Celestial Court and become a part of it. After the complete Shipgirl race gene breeding production line is placed in the base, the production line will start the Shipgirl race production template. Oh, Donwan was stunned. He transformed these space creatures into Kankali. Is this the Shipgirl he imagined? Supreme. At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded in Donwan's ears. Donwan looked back and saw that a plump, tall, mature lady had appeared beside him. This queen's curvy figure is covered with a layer of metal armor that is very similar in color and style to the previous space creatures, and is as smooth as glass. You are Andra? Donwan hesitated and asked. It's me. The queen smiled, with indescribable charm between her eyebrows and eyes. Then your image. This image is just a three-dimensional projection, and my true self is still outside in space. Andra looked herself up and down, then said, This is a brand new experience for me, too. I see. Donwan nodded slightly. So, when are we leaving? Andra folded her hands under her chest, which further highlighted her majestic figure, and asked Donwan. It will be very soon. I have to stay for a while. Also, the contrast between the before and after images is quite big. Donwan said this, not knowing what he was saying. Supreme. At this time, Ruby walked into the bridge and saw Andra at a glance. Oh my god. Ruby's eyes widened immediately. She looked down at her not-so-big capital, then looked at the image of a queen projected by Andre, and she immediately raised her eyebrows. As expected of a space creature, it's just huge. Ruby felt a little disappointed. All right, there's nothing to argue about here. Andra's image is just a three-dimensional projection. Donwan sighed, patted Ruby on the shoulder, and said, Get ready. Let's transform the others, and then we'll prepare to leave this galaxy. When Donwan said he was leaving, he didn't mean he would never come back. But there are still tens of thousands of members of the space biological race, and Donwan cannot take them all away at once, so he can only transform some of them first. Take away in batches. In addition, an entire space biological gene breeding production line and an automatic battleship production core discovered from the ruins of ancient civilization on the planet must also be taken away. And those Turan fleets outside the galaxy must also be dealt with, but not now. Donwan's first goal now is to transfer all the space creatures away. He can only feel at ease when everyone moves to his home base in the Lingxiao Galaxy. Relic Galaxy number 77, outside the Galaxy Defense Station Matrix System. Stargate. The station Turan fleets are on full alert, waiting for Donwan to emerge from the galaxy. But the next moment, a dark fleet suddenly appeared out of thin air in space and exited the curvature state. Then connect the space nodes of the Stargate. In full view of everyone, he quickly jumped away. This? Lieutenant General Turin felt insulted. He roared. Come as you please, leave as you please. Is this a public toilet? Chapter 101. Sister Hachisha, who can stand this? Lieutenant General Turin was mad with hatred. What does this person think of Galaxy number 77? Come as you please, go as you please. Does our Tauran Empire fleet still have any dignity left? Track them for me. Track their space jump coordinates for me and see where they are going to jump to. After Don Juan's fleet left, Vice Admiral Tauran roared in anger after realizing what was happening. Then he received a piece of news that made him very confused. Unable to track. Yes, they couldn't track where Don Juan's fleet had jumped to. They didn't even know which galaxy Don Juan's fleet had jumped from. Lieutenant General Torino was silent. Then he slammed his fist on the table in front of him. What on earth is going on? He doesn't even know who those people are now. I don't know who the other party is. Someone from the Perseus Interstellar Society? No, it's impossible. Vice Admiral Turin once had some interactions with people from the Perseus Interstellar Society and had a general understanding of their technology. The Perseus Interstellar Society could never have such a warship. Although the technological level of the Perseus civilization is higher than that of the Duran Empire, the technology of concealing the fluctuations of curvature space has always been the patent of the Duran Empire. It is a technology found from the ruins of ancient civilization. This alone prevented the Perseid civilization from possessing a technological level that surpassed that of their Turan Empire. Who was that person on the other side? Where did they come from? The Cygnus arm? The Sagittarius arm? Or the more distant Scutum Centaurus arm? Lieutenant General Turin was going crazy. He couldn't understand. He simply couldn't understand why within the Turan Empire's sphere of influence, within the Turan Interstellar Society, there was a force that possessed a technological level far superior to that of the Turan Empire. Vice Admiral Turin had no choice but to cast a wide net, dispersing the warships and probing the surrounding space bit by bit, hoping to find some clues. Lingxiao Galaxy. South Gate of Heaven. The fleet leaped out from the South Heaven Gate and appeared in space in an instant. Ah, familiar space, my own nest is still the best. Don Juan looked at the Thunder God's Hammer defense platform system that almost covered the space around Nanshaman and took a deep breath. A sense of security surrounded him again. Is this our new home? In the fleet, Andra scanned the galaxy in front of her, and her projection next to Don Juan asked Don Juan. Yes, this will be your new home in the future, but it is also a temporary home. Don Juan said to Andra, well, it's okay. The surface temperature of that red giant star is only about 2,000 degrees Celsius, SOSO. Andra looked at the red giant star in the center of the galaxy and nodded seriously. Don Juan also looked into the distance, thinking to himself, I'll have to move to another galaxy sooner or later. I always feel insecure living on the same planet with a red giant. Okay, my people, this will be our new home from now on. In space, Andra shouted to the other battleship girls. Hundreds of space creatures that had been transformed into battleships couldn't wait to start their newly acquired engines and began to travel in this piece of space. For them, arriving in a new galaxy and seeing different stars is really a new experience. Let's go back and replenish some resources. Then we'll have to make several more trips to Galaxy 77 to bring back all the remaining ship girls. Don Juan said to Villia beside him. Yes, Supreme. The fleet started its engines and returned to Dome Star with the ship girls. One after another, the warships began to dock at the orbital base of Dome Star, and then Don Juan began to transfer to the warships. This time, Don Juan has to bring more Saturn, large-scale integrated transport ships, and then carry more curvature engines, reactors, materials, and other things, transport them to the 77th galaxy, transform all the remaining space creatures into ship girls, and then bring them back. The Tuyao large-scale integrated transport ship in the existing fleet also began to take advantage of this opportunity to place the entire space biological gene breeding production line and the supporting automatic warship production core transported on the ship on the Dome Star. Don Juan still has to be busy for a while. Ding dong, system prompts. The Kankali race template has been installed. The shipgirl's biological gene breeding production line on Dome Star is now capable of breeding and producing shipgirls. After the installation was complete, Don Juan received a system prompt. Very good. Don Juan, who had taken off his power armor and was entering some data at the Dome Star Research Center, nodded slightly when he heard this. Open the system panel and the mall page. On the left side of the mall page, among the 3 technology trees, the biological gene technology tree, which had not made any progress before, has a dot lit up. There's finally some progress in the biogenetic technology field. With the combined progress of the 3 technological lines of biological genes, physical machinery, and intelligent psychic energy, I believe I will soon be able to unlock the 6th division level, but I'm still a ways off. Don Juan thought to himself. Just as Don Juan was thinking about this, he heard footsteps behind him. Don Juan turned around and saw Andra, who was tall and plump, with a mature charm between her eyebrows and eyes, walking towards him. Andra, can your projection be projected directly here? Your main body should still be in orbit above Dome Star, right? Donwan was a little surprised and looked at Andra. Andra opened her arms to him, and her towering breasts directly embraced Donwan. Donwan was stunned and didn't react. A physical entity. Hot. Touchable. Not a projection. Andra hugged Donwan. She smiled faintly and said, "This is my other body. It was just made from the STC template of the tactical humanoid. How is it? So this is what a hug feels like. Completely different from my previous form. I feel very happy." Donwan felt Andra's plumpness and was a little flustered. "Wait, Andra, this behavior. What's the matter? Isn't this just a hug between friends?" Andra's gorgeous and delicate face has a touch of innocence that is different from her style. Andra's tactical humanoid body has the same style as her battleship body, that is, big. This big refers to the body shape. Andra, currently in tactical humanoid form, is about 2 meters and 5 meters tall. Donwan's naked height is only 2 meters and 2 centimeters. And Donwan was sitting on the chair. Andra's towering and plump body took advantage of the height difference to press directly on Donwan's head. Yeah, there's a saying about hugging between friends, but you. Who can withstand this? Hachisha's sister, I can't bear it anymore, Hachisha's sister. Chapter 102, they're coming again. Don't even think about running away this time. It took a lot of effort for Donwan to break free. He thought to himself, it's a good thing Ruby didn't see it, otherwise Ruby would have gone crazy. And looking at Andra's current tactical humanoid form, Donwan is actually much shorter than her without armor. Only after wearing armor and reaching a height of 2 meters and 6 can he be taller than Andra. Donwan is not used to being suppressed. After breaking free, Andra tilted her head, with a hint of confusion on her beautiful face, as if she really didn't understand something. This is normal. After all, Andra was a space creature before. It is normal for her to not understand the truth when she has a human form for the first time. And it is impossible for Donwan to be like a beast and teach something good. Ahem, let's get down to business. Donwan coughed twice, then said, "We are in Galaxy 77 now, and there are still many of your people there, right? I plan to bring them all here in batches over the next period of time." Hearing this, Andra nodded and said, "No problem, I'll listen to you. Now, for us, I'm no longer the patriarch, you are the patriarch." Andra reached out and pinched Donwan's handsome face, then smiled sweetly and said, "Now that you've changed your form, I feel that you're becoming more and more in line with my aesthetic." Oh shit, Donwan was stunned. Was he just teasing him? How outrageous. The friendship between us is pure, please don't mix it with other impurities, okay? My friend, your friendship has gone bad. Okay, let's not talk about this anymore. The fleet is currently preparing for transportation. Once everything is ready, we'll set off again for Galaxy 77. Donwan had no choice but to speak. The Lingxiao Galaxy did not stop developing during the time Donwan was away. In terms of warship production, 4 new, Tuao large-scale comprehensive transport ships were added. A Thunder medium attack battleship. 27 Black Rope Hell heavy firepower destroyers. 42 Wuchang-class heavy firepower frigates. The new Duzhe large-scale comprehensive supply carrier is still under construction. After all, this is a behemoth weighing tens of billions of tons. Because the demand was not urgent, Donwan used the giant battleship production factory group he had set up on Dome Star to build them in batches. Once all the battleship modules are manufactured, they will be pulled into space orbit for assembly. It cannot be assembled on the planet. There is no other way. A warship weighing tens of billions of tons can be affected by the gravity of the planet. Donwan's fleet now, excluding engineering ships, has 2 Thunder medium-sized attack battleships in its combat fleet. A Fire Stove heavy strike cruiser. 3 Xuanfeng high-speed fast attack cruisers. 13 Tiao large-scale comprehensive transport ships. 83 Black Rope Hell heavy firepower destroyers. 102 Impermanence-class heavy frigates. All of these can be deployed for battle, with a total of 204 warships. As for the ship girls, there are currently 702 members who have arrived at the Lingxiao Galaxy and have undergone transformation and renovation. The length of each ship girl is about 600 meters to 1 kilometer. These ship girl forces have just undergone transformation and renovation, and are currently lacking in weapons and equipment. They can only have high combat effectiveness after the newly acquired automatic battleship production core on Dome Star, which is specially equipped to produce weapons for ship girls, produces the corresponding weapons and equipment. The advantage of these ship girl forces is that they can fight without the need for combat personnel. You can also replace the weapon models they are equipped with anytime and anywhere without having to return them to the factory for replacement. They can choose what kind of shipborne weapons to carry at any time according to the different missions. It has many functions and a wide range of uses. Moreover, Don Juan envisioned building these ship-girl forces into a fast-moving and mobile response fleet. After all, the tonnage and mass of the ship-girls themselves are not heavy. Before being transformed, a space creature over 600 meters long had a mass of only 10,000 tons. This is already incredibly light. Don Juan's 6th Division experimental curvature engine, which can reach 20 times the speed of light, cannot drive warships of too large tonnage, but it can be perfectly matched with the ship-girl. In order to bring all the ship-girl races to the Lingxiao galaxy as quickly as possible, Don Juan slowed down the transportation of resources from other mining bases and pulled out 10 Saturn large-scale integrated transport ships, transporting the curvature engine and other modification equipment weighing several tons to the ruins Galaxy number 77. First, equip all the ship-girls with curvature engines, then take them to the safe Lingxiao galaxy for the next step of transformation and modification. After all, outside the Matrix defense system of Galaxy number 77, there is also the Turan Empire's fleet watching covetously. Don Juan has to deal with these fleets. Therefore, Don Juan was ready to pull out his main fleet to have a head-on confrontation with the fleet of the Turan Empire. It's time to earn some spiritual energy. The fleet is ready again. A Thunder medium-sized attack battleship remained in the Lingxiao galaxy. The Truth Emperor continued to lead the fleet as Don Juan's flagship. 40 Black Rope Hell heavy firepower destroyers are the backbone of the main force, and all 102 Impermanence-class heavy frigates are brought on board, escorting 10 Tuyao large integrated transport ships. The ship-girls force stayed in the Lingxiao galaxy. A total of 153 warships were dispatched. An interstellar fleet consisting of 153 pitch-black warships passed through the south gate of the Lingxiao galaxy in a mighty manner. The jump engine was started, and another space jump began. This time, Don Juan comes with great force. Relic Galaxy number 77. Outside the Galaxy Matrix defense system, guarding the Stargate. The commander of the Turan garrison fleet was sitting in his office at the spaceport next to the Stargate, racking his brains over how he should write this report. He must report this to the Imperial Center, but how should he write his report? Writing a report is also a skill. He cannot make himself appear too incompetent, but he must also highlight the strength of the unknown fleet. Otherwise, if he submitted this report and it appeared that he was too incompetent, he would lose his hard-earned position as commander of the garrison fleet. Lieutenant General Turan sat on an ancient Earth-style sofa in his office. At this moment, the alarm suddenly sounded. Commander, General, they're coming again. What? Again? The commander of the Turan garrison fleet and Vice Admiral Turan all stood up suddenly. Especially the commander of the Turan garrison fleet. He didn't even write a report. He slammed the virtual workboard in front of him and roared. We must catch them this time. We can't let them get away again. Chapter 103 Don Juan. I have become an awakened ancient civilization again. The alarm bells in the entire spaceport next to the Stargate sounded loudly. The alarms in every warship sounded. The defense system around the Stargate, the garrison fleet, and the support fleet, totaling nearly 2,000 warships, are already ready. They all gritted their teeth, waiting for the dark fleet to appear again. So just destroy them directly. We must let them know clearly what a miserable end will be if they humiliate the people of Turan. Nearly 2,000 Turan warships that had been prepared immediately took their positions according to the Stargate encirclement they had arranged. This time, they specially set up a laser barrier. This laser barrier is a network device that is connected to each other and emits light from a high-energy laser device. If deployed in space, it can effectively organize the forward charge of high-speed warships. In the vastness of space combat, it's of little use. But it is particularly useful when blocking off a small area. Any warship that moves at high speed and attempts to break through will be instantly cut in half by the large net composed of high-energy laser beams. This is also a way to block the Stargate, prevent the enemy from breaking in, and then quickly start the curvature engine to rush forward. This kind of thing was not used before because Don Juan's fleet appeared too suddenly. But this time, they're ready to go. Ha 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 ha. Come on, come on. This time, do you dare to break in again? The commander of the Turan garrison fleet laughed so wildly that it seemed twisted and hideous. He felt so aggrieved. As the commander of the garrison fleet, he has really become a gatekeeper. The other party can come when they want and leave when they want. But this time, it's different. High-energy laser barriers are spread all over the space around the Stargate. We have already set up a tight net in the space surrounding the Stargate. No matter how advanced your curvature space stealth technology is, at such high speeds, if you dare to break through, you will all die. Lieutenant General Turin was also very proud in his heart, and there was a word in the two sentences he said, a dragnet of heaven and earth. If Don Juan heard this pronunciation, he would be shocked, because these four words are indeed pronounced in Chinese. It's just a bit weird, but you can still hear it if you listen carefully. But this is not surprising. After the Turin Empire occupied the Earth 4,000 years ago, it has always used the Earth as its new mother planet. The Turin Empire had outstanding military technology, but its culture was not very developed. After occupying the Earth, Earth's culture was largely integrated into the culture of the Turin Empire. After thousands of years of evolution, the Turin Empire became accustomed to these cultures. Just when Vice Admiral Turin, commander of the garrison fleet, was feeling proud, the Dark Fleet leaped out of the Star Gate, passed through the Star Gate, and appeared in space. The moment the intelligent celestial fleet appeared, countless high-energy laser beams and curvature engine missiles attacked from all directions within the surrounding space of hundreds of thousands of kilometers. Destroy them. Destroy them all. Let them know the consequences of provoking the Turin Empire. Lieutenant General Torino, who had taken over the command, roared. Don Juan was well prepared for this. As soon as the entire fleet appeared, it started its inertia-free engines at the fastest speed and performed rapid and irregular evasive maneuvers. At a distance of 300,000 kilometers in space, the 5 times the speed of light curvature engine missile launched first by the Turin Empire can cross this distance within 1/5 of a second. At this distance, Don Juan's counterattack was indeed at a disadvantage. If Don Juan's fleet did not have inertia-free maneuvering engines that could perform evasive actions instantly, and did not have psychic shields to protect the warships, I'm afraid this first wave of attack will result in heavy casualties. But unfortunately, Don Juan's intelligent celestial fleet has all of these, and they use it very skillfully. At this distance, let's see how you guys handle it. After the attack began, Lieutenant General Turin's mind was working rapidly, and a ferocious smile gradually appeared on his face. However, what happened the next moment seemed to completely shatter his worldview. A large number of curvature engine missiles, under the curvature space monitoring of the intelligent mechanical heavenly warships, have complete maneuvering trajectories throughout the space. The intelligent mechanical fleet of Heavenly Court continuously performs instantaneous evasive maneuvers without inertia in space. While avoiding a large number of Turin curvature engine missiles, the formation was dispersed in space, and a large number of curvature engine missiles were launched along the way to intercept the curvature engine missiles launched by the Turin Empire. The warp engine missile is a superluminal weapon that can only be countered by a warp engine missile that also travels at superluminal speed. If one side wants to intercept the other side, it has to compete in technological level. The curvature engine missiles launched by the intelligent Heavenly Court fleet can generally reach a speed of 10 times the speed of light due to the perfect curvature engine miniaturization technology, which is the same as that of ordinary warships. However, the Turin Empire's curvature engine miniaturization technology is far behind that of the intelligent Heavenly Court and is only 5 times the speed of light. In this situation, Lieutenant General Turin's imagination that the enemy would be caught off guard by their sudden attack and suffer heavy casualties did not happen. Only a very small number of curvature engine missiles hit the warships of the intelligent Heavenly Court fleet because of the sudden incident. But they were all intercepted by the psychic shield rising from the surface of the battleship and exploded in the space dozens of kilometers away from the intelligent Heavenly Court battleship, turning into flickering fireworks in the universe. No damage was caused to the fleet. But even this made Don Juan sigh. The Turin Empire is worthy of being the Turin Empire. It is indeed much stronger than the Beata Empire. At least, the weapons of the Turin Empire could hit his warships. Don Juan sighed, while Vice Admiral Turin, who commanded the fleet, could not accept this result at all. Are their warships all left over from ancient ruins? That evasive technique. Vice Admiral Turin instantly recognized the evasion techniques used by the opposing intelligent celestial warship. Inertia-free engine. The inertia-free engine used by the mechanical guards of the ancient civilization ruins. For a moment, surprise, shock, subconscious fear, all kinds of emotions surged in his heart. A guess also arose in his mind. Could it be that the fleet opposite is a fleet left behind in this space star field by an ancient civilization? Yes. Only in this way can everything be explained. But then, a further and more terrifying guess appeared in his mind. Why would the fleet left behind by the ancient civilization appear here? Could it be that in the unknown ruins of the star field, There is still an ancient civilization empire that has not yet been extinct and has been dormant. Now they suddenly wake up? That's why they sent out fleets to frequently enter and exit the relic star field and the number 77 relic star system. They want to take back what's theirs. The more Lieutenant General Turin thought about it, the more possible it seemed, and the more frightened he became. Chapter 104. Lieutenant General Turin decisively sells out his teammates. Are they an ancient civilization empire that has awakened from a certain relic star field? Vice Admiral Turin told the commander of the garrison fleet his guess, and the commander had an obvious expression of shock on his face. But then he reacted and agreed with this statement. Indeed, only this can explain why the enemy's warships have such terrifyingly advanced technology. What should we do now? The commander of the Turin garrison fleet looked anxiously at the battle situation in space. Only at the beginning did they have the upper hand over the Dark Fleet, but now, as time passed, the opponent had begun to gain the upper hand. The curvature missiles launched by the Turin fleet will be intercepted by the same weapons launched by the enemy, or completely avoided by relying on super high maneuverability. The high-energy laser beams that spread across space could hardly hit the other side. Only a very small part of them could hit the other side, but they would all be blocked by the shields raised on their surface. As for the armor-piercing railgun shells whose speed is still trapped below the speed of light, they are even more insignificant and will be intercepted by the close-in defense firepower network on the enemy warships. In just a short moment, the situation of the war underwent a shocking reversal. From the beginning, when the Turin fleet surrounded them, now the Dark Fleet is dispersed and in turn suppresses the encirclement. A missile destroyer of the Turin Empire roamed on the edge of the space battlefield. Several missiles were launched from the missile silos on the deck of its ship. Just as they left the missile silos and had not yet automatically started the curvature engine to enter the superluminal state, a missile suddenly appeared out of thin air in the space hundreds of kilometers away. The missile had just exited the curvature engine state. The tail engine fell off, and the missile warhead instantly dispersed, turning into more than 10 missile heads. The Turin destroyer's close-in defense system immediately intercepted, and dozens of laser beams flashed in space. However, as soon as the dozen or so missile heads appeared in space, they continued to move forward in strange and irregular maneuvers. It seemed as if it had no inertia, completely dodging the laser beam fired by the Turin destroyer's close-in defense system. These more than 10 missile heads, which were constantly performing inertia-free maneuvers, passed through the dense firepower network and hit the Turin destroyer. Above the hull, explosions and flashes continued, and the remains of steel alloy spread into space. The entire battleship exploded, turning into an extremely dazzling fire in space. The missiles of the Heavenly Court fleet have a curvature engine propulsion unit at 10 times the speed of light and a clustered inertia-free engine missile head. How can you stop it? One after another, the warships of the Turin Empire were destroyed in space, exploded, and disintegrated. In the battle in space, the Turin Empire's fleet kept retreating. Even the high-energy laser blocking net that was previously formed could not be maintained. Damn it! Vice Admiral Turin slammed the table and looked at the status of the entire fleet displayed on the virtual light screen in front of him. The battleship, Torino Glory sank in battle, the battleship, Source Star Glory sank in battle, and the battlecruiser, Space Sextant sank in battle. Heavy cruiser, Space Fantasy battle and sinking, fast cruiser, Delovich battle and sinking, destroyer, Starlight battle and sinking. The numbers and lights that kept flashing on the light screen represented that one warship after another lost contact and sank on the battlefield. They have sunk more than 200 warships. And what about the other party? No losses so far. Your Excellency, Lieutenant General, we can't continue fighting like this. The commander of the Turin garrison fleet suddenly looked at Vice Admiral Turin. The enemy must be a fleet from an ancient civilization empire dormant in the ruined star region, and they have now awakened. If we continue like this, I'm afraid we won't be able to destroy any of the enemy warships. We will be completely destroyed. The commander of the garrison fleet roared at the top of his lungs. Of the more than 200 warships sunk in the battle, nearly half were from his garrison fleet. He doesn't have that many troops under his command to lose. General, based on our current losses, our chances of winning have completely dropped to zero. The best solution given by the intelligent AI is to retreat immediately and cut losses in time. The voice of the fleet chief of staff could be heard. Vice Admiral Turin's expression changed drastically. Suddenly, he opened his eyes and looked at the commander of the garrison fleet. Order your fleet to charge the enemy. While what? The commander of the Turin garrison fleet was stunned, then looked at him in horror. At this point, the 77th relic galaxy can no longer be saved. But guarding Galaxy 77 isn't my job. It's your job. The 77th relic system has been lost. Even if you return, you will not be able to escape the blame. The Imperial Center will definitely punish you. So now, your best choice is to cover me and then die here. Vice Admiral Turin's hasty and blunt words stunned the garrison commander. He trembled all over and said, I'm the only one who will die here. My mission is to find the 8th Prince's runaway fiancée, the daughter of Grand Duke Veroan. I work for the 8th Prince. Don't worry, if you die in battle here, I will definitely report it to the 8th Prince and strive for your family to be recognized as a loyal and heroic family of the Empire. If you die here in battle, you will bring blessings to your family's descendants for generations to come. Not only that, your family will be promoted to a noble family in the future. You've worked so hard for so many years, climbing from a commoner to this position. Isn't it all for the sake of your family's descendants? Now it's over once and for all. But if you escape with me and lose the 77th Ruined Star region, the Imperial Center will definitely punish you. Can you and your family afford it? To die here in battle, blessing my descendants for eternity, or to return home as a criminal in disgrace, condemning my entire family to eternal damnation? You? Choose for yourself. Faced with Vice Admiral Turin's words, the garrison fleet commander's psychological defenses finally collapsed. He trembled and said, Your humble servant obeys your command. Lieutenant General Turin turned and left. Only the commander of the garrison fleet was left. An extremely complicated expression appeared on his face, twisted and ferocious, with bloodshot eyes. Finally, he roared an order. Pass on my order. The fleet advances and covers the retreat of our friendly forces. Throughout the space battlefield, the Turin fleet was divided into 2 teams. One team began to fight while retreating quickly. The other team, consisting of only more than 100 warships, began a fierce charge against Don Juan's fleet. Vice Admiral Turin returned to an extremely ordinary frigate and began to flee the battlefield. As long as I can evacuate. As long as I report to the Imperial Center. Lieutenant General Turin's face was ferocious. Chapter 105. The intelligent Heavenly Court is truly an awakened ancient civilization. Supreme, we've detected a change in the enemy fleet's formation. They've left behind a rearguard fleet, and most of the warships are attempting to withdraw from the battlefield. On the bridge of the Emperor of Truth, the voice of the technical humanoid Villia rang in Don Juan's ears. It's not that easy to leave. Don Juan sneered and immediately prepared to order his troops to pursue. But the next moment, a communication came through. It was a communication sent by the enemy's Turin fleet. This communication seemed to be feared that Don Juan would not understand, so it also came with a complete set of Turin language dictionaries to help Don Juan decipher the Turin language. Respected ancient civilization empire, first of all, I would like to express my humble respect and congratulations on your awakening from your long slumber. I also know that this star field is the area you are waiting for. The current battle is a complete misunderstanding. I hope you will understand the greater good and show mercy. In the future, the Turin Empire will certainly compensate you. The virtual projection of Lieutenant General Turin appeared in front of Don Juan. Don Juan narrowed his eyes slightly, wondering what the other party meant. Judging from this communication, the other party mistook him for an ancient civilization empire that had been dormant in the ruined star field for a long time and had just awakened? Yes, no matter from which aspect, the high level of technology used by the fleet of the Intelligent Heaven Court is completely in line with the style of the ruined star domain. It is normal for the other party to admit their mistake, but he would not let go of the spiritual source that was right at his fingertips. Don Juan was just about to continue giving orders when he suddenly looked at Lieutenant General Turin's appearance and thought for a moment. Wait, he knew this guy. This person had appeared before in Luo Xiaoling's memory analysis. It seems that he is one of the subordinates of the 8th Prince of the Turin Empire, Lieutenant General of the Turin Empire, Bern Durin. The subordinates of the 8th Prince of the Turin Empire appeared here. This is intriguing. Wait, don't chase him yet. Don Juan stopped the fleet's actions. With a gleam in his eyes, he thought of a better plan. The other party is a subordinate of the 8th Prince of Turin. He appeared here, most likely looking for the 8th Prince's fiancée, Luo Xiaoling Veroan, and was accidentally involved in the dispute over ruins number 77. This is a good opportunity. Luo Xiaoling is still in the Lingxiao galaxy and has been completely trained by the psychic girl Lika during this period. Why not just take advantage of the situation and let Lieutenant General Bourne go, and then he can arrange a chance encounter. Take the opportunity to let Luo Xiaoling return to the Turin Empire to act as his spy. Letting Luo Xiaoling go back with Lieutenant General Bourne will be more effective than letting her go back alone. In the retreating Turin fleet, Vice Admiral Duran, was extremely nervous and kept a close eye on the movements of the Dark Fleet. "General, the enemy isn't pursuing us." Suddenly, he heard a cry of surprise. "No pursuit." Lieutenant General Bourne was ecstatic. However, at this moment, a reply was sent to him. The communication was written in Turin. The Turan Empire, the younger generation that came later. "This place is the Celestial Star region, and we are the Intelligent Celestial. Not long ago, after we awakened, we trained an agent to inform the Yada Empire. However, the Yada Empire ignored us and sent a fleet to attack us. The Yada fleet has already been destroyed by us. Ignorant youngster, hundreds of millions of years ago, we ruled the entire Milky Way galaxy. Now, after billions of years of slumber, we have awakened. Your ignorance can be forgiven, but the offense you committed cannot be forgiven lightly. According to the galactic law, you must pay 90% of the fleet's cost to atone for your sins. Furthermore, all civilizations under your command must completely withdraw from this star region. No, the Turan Empire will be destroyed. The Turan Interstellar Society will be destroyed. Don't say I didn't warn you." Lieutenant General Bourne looked at the message. His pupils shrank slightly, and his heart was filled with shock. Intelligent heaven. Hundreds of millions of years ago, a terrifying ancient civilization ruled the entire galaxy. He believed it, and believed it without a doubt. After all, this lie was not told by Don Juan on his own initiative, but was his own idea after a series of self-imagination. Now Don Juan was just going along with it, and adding fuel to the fire. But Lieutenant General Bourne believed that his guess was completely confirmed. He believed it without a doubt, and was extremely terrified. And when he saw the one about the Yada Empire, he was almost going crazy with hatred. "Hateful Yada Empire, hateful Yada Emperor Saint Relitus 17, you knew there was an omnic heavenly court in the ruined star region, so why didn't you report it? It's so hateful." Now, he needs to pay the price of having 90% of the current fleet destroyed here as punishment for his offense in order to atone for his sin. He was extremely conflicted. The cost of 90% of the fleet, that's thousands of warships and millions of lives. This intelligent heaven is worthy of being an ancient civilization. It is so cruel. When Lieutenant General Bourne saw the last sentence, his first reaction was not rage, but fear. How terrifying must it be to have ruled the entire Milky Way hundreds of millions of years ago? The ruined star region is what they left behind. Their dueling empire has a weak foundation. How could they possibly afford to provoke them? But after the fear subsided, Lieutenant General Bourne changed his mind and thought, wait, what if he could report this matter and promote cooperation between the empire and this ancient civilization? No, even if it is not cooperation, even if it is a vassal, then by then, this ancient civilization that has been dormant for hundreds of millions of years will reveal a little bit of technology from between its fingers. Then wouldn't their tooling empire be? Thinking of this, Vice Admiral Bourne suddenly felt that sinking 90% of his fleet here as a price of apology was not a big price to pay, as long as it can earn the other person's forgiveness and friendship. But he would have to think about how to tell the 8th prince after he returned. If the 8th prince could make this happen, he might just become the new crown prince of the empire, dethroning the current crown princess. If it doesn't go well, when he returns, the 8th prince will ask if he has found his fiancée. He replied, I didn't find it back, but I found a big father for our Turan empire. Well, no matter what, the 8th prince must punish him first. Shouldn't he throw him into prison? I have to figure out how to report it after I get back. After Vice Admiral Bourne made up his mind, he conveyed a false order to the fleet, asking it to stop the jump and wait for the arrival of the reinforcements he had compiled. He didn't dare to say directly that he wanted to abandon them, otherwise the remaining abandoned fleet would definitely mutiniate. Lieutenant General Bourne gritted his teeth and threw down a space jump blockade device before running away. This thing is extremely precious, and there are only a few of them in the entire Turan Empire. This time when he led the team to find Luo Xiaoling, the 8th prince gave it to him to prevent any accidents. He was reluctant to use it before. But now, in order to prevent the fleet soldiers under his command from refusing to make amends and dying in battle, thereby angering the intelligent heaven and disrupting all his subsequent plans, he can only use it here. Chapter 106. Unexpected Gains. Space Jump Node Blockade Technology. Vice Admiral Bourne abandoned his entire fleet in this way. He only took away the warships containing some of his close associates. The remaining 90%, thousands of warships, were all abandoned by him. Only after Vice Admiral Bourne escaped via space teleportation did the abandoned fleet soldiers react. However, when they rushed to activate the space curvature engine of the battleship to make a space jump, they discovered the space jump failed. But at this time, Don Juan's fleet had completely caught up. Battle settled. You destroyed the battleships of the Turan Empire and obtained 1,200 spiritual sources. You destroyed the battlecruiser of the Turan Empire and obtained 900 spiritual sources. You destroyed the Turan Empire's destroyer and obtained 600 spiritual sources. You destroyed the Turan Empire's frigate and obtained 300 spiritual sources. In this battle, a total of 1,279,000 spiritual sources were obtained. High-value technological items and space jump blocking devices have been detected. Should we recover them? Recycle. You have obtained new technology. After analysis, you will obtain new technology, space jump node blocking technology. This technology will be automatically added to the system technology tree. System technology tree. Physical machinery has made some progress. Space jump node blocking technology. This technology can connect to the space jump nodes within a galaxy to blockade it, or guide the enemy fleet to jump to the location you specify. This technology is one of the prerequisite technologies for the Stargate in the ruined star region. Ha! I didn't expect Lieutenant General Bourne to leave me such a big gift. When Don Juan saw this introduction, he burst into laughter. I thought the only gain from this battle was spiritual energy. I didn't expect there would be an unexpected surprise. Moreover, the Turan Empire is worthy of being the overlord of the Turan Interstellar Society. If any frigate was destroyed, the spiritual energy Don Juan gained would be almost equivalent to destroying a battleship of the Yada Empire. This trip is totally worth it just for this space jump node blocking technology. Finish the work. Don Juan's fleet began to clear the battlefield in order to fully occupy the 77th Relic Galaxy, then migrate all the Kankali clan from the 77th Ruins Galaxy. During this process, Don Juan looked at the space defense station matrix systems that were spread all over the periphery of the number 77 Relic Galaxy, surrounding the entire Relic Galaxy like an egg. Thoughtful. The control core of these space defense station matrix systems is not on a planet within the galaxy. Instead, it is broken down into parts, and any space defense station in each space defense station matrix system can be used as a control core. In this case, if the enemy wants to destroy the entire space defense matrix system by decapitating the control core, it is impossible. The only way is to destroy it completely, or like Don Juan, use curvature fluctuation complete stealth technology and perform curvature maneuvers to bypass it. This is a galaxy with such perfect defenses. If I can completely control the outer defense system, then this galaxy can be used as an important node of my own, or use it as my new lair. Don Juan thought to himself as he looked at the galaxy defense system running automatically in the distant space. But Don Juan cannot do this at the moment. He must control every defense station in the galaxy defense system at the same time to control it perfectly. Even if he misses one, the entire defense system will not be under his control. However, as long as he can perfectly control and rewrite these automatically running programs, these defense systems will completely belong to Don Juan. Don Juan does not have this ability now, and can only do so after his planetary computer matrix array is fully built. However, Galaxy number 77 has another disadvantage, which is that it is too empty and there is basically no asteroid belt. There is only one planet. The dome star in the Lingxiao galaxy has been built very well by Don Juan. If he wants to move here, he will not abandon the dome star. We can only wait until the dome star is initially transformed into a war star and has the ability to move before we can move the entire planet here. But Don Juan is not in a hurry now, he has plenty of time. Now we have to move all the future shipgirls, space creatures, to the Lingxiao galaxy. Just as Don Juan was commanding the fleet in Galaxy number 77. Outside the Lingxiao galaxy, in the unknown ruined star field star road that is blocked by space storms. The Pioneer led by Adeline finally crossed the 3 light-year star road distance and approached within 2 light-years of the unknown relic star field. On the space star road, the Forerunner exited the curvature state and parked in space. Start space monitoring and detect space curvature nodes within 2 light-years. Retrieval in progress. Detected a space jump node in a galaxy within 2 light-years ahead. Correcting data. Calculating curvature space transition data. Calculations complete. Starting to connect to the target natural space transition node. Start the jump. In the void of space, every part of the Forerunner battleship's hull radiated a blue light. At this moment, the entire battleship was covered by a large amount of blue light. After the light covered the entire warship, it flashed for a moment and then disappeared. Along with the light, the Forerunner battleship also disappeared into space. 2 light-years away, at the edge of the target relic galaxy, a flash of blue light passed by. The light faded for a moment. A 4-kilometer-long pitch-black warship appeared in the space under the light. Successfully arrived at the target system. Begin calculating the detailed data of this galaxy's space nodes. The coordinates of the natural space jump node have been recorded. Temporarily name this galaxy Biling Galaxy. Begin inputting the Lingxiao Galaxy space jump coordinates into the curvature space engine. The navigation route for the stable space node jump in this galaxy is being established. Curvature engine cooling down. Stabilize the space node jump route navigation completed. Engine cooling complete. Restart the curvature space engine and jump back to the Lingxiao Galaxy. After the Pioneer finished recording the spatial node coordinates of this galaxy, it disappeared again amidst another flash of blue light. The next time I come to this galaxy, I can directly jump here with a large army. The territory of the Yada Empire, a certain galaxy. Galaxy Edge Space Jump Spaceport. A flash of blue light passed by, and more than 10 extremely embarrassed and slightly damaged Turan warships appeared in this space. Finally escaped. On the bridge of one of the frigates, Vice Admiral Bourne breathed a sigh of relief as if he had survived a disaster. Chapter 107 found it. Lieutenant General Bourne's ecstasy. Although I lost most of my fleet this time, the information I gained was worth it. In the ruined star region, news of the awakening of the ancient civilization empire, the Omnic Heavenly Court. Despite losing more than 90% of his fleet and sacrificing the lives of millions of Turan people, he did not have the slightest regret in his heart. At least it calmed the anger of the Omnic Heavenly Court for being offended, didn't it? What is this loss? The Turan Empire is so huge that it doesn't care about this loss. What's more valuable than this loss is the news of the awakening of the ancient civilization empire's intelligent heaven that he is about to bring back. Just think about it. There was a terrifying force that ruled the entire galaxy hundreds of millions of years ago. How many years has his Turan Empire been developing? Lieutenant General Bourne believes that although the intelligent heavenly court has just awakened, their foundation must still be there, and they must still possess countless scientific and technological achievements that the Turan Empire does not have. Once they establish a good relationship with the intelligent heaven, they will be able to facilitate an alliance between the two. Then, from now on, their Turan Empire will definitely have a place in the entire galaxy. By then, let alone the neighboring Perseus Interstellar Society, even all the interstellar societies in the entire Milky Way will not be taken seriously by the Ling Empire. Just establish good relations with the intelligent heaven. Thinking of this, Lieutenant General Bourne suddenly remembered the Yada Empire. What did the masters of the Omnic Heavenly Court say before? They said they had already awakened and simply trained an agent to contact the Yada Empire and warn the Yada Empire not to approach the Relic Galaxy again. But the Yada Empire ignored it and even sent a fleet to attack? When Lieutenant General Bourne thought of this, he was filled with incredible anger. Damn Yada Empire. They knew about this a long time ago. Why didn't they report it to the Turan Empire sooner? Not only did they conceal the truth, but they even sent a fleet to attack. I'm really tired of living. When Lieutenant General Bourne thought that the great event of the future alliance between the Turan Empire and the intelligent heaven might be ruined by the Yada Empire's move, endless anger surged in his heart. Punishment. The Yada Empire must be punished. Just like 300 years ago, the entire planet of the Yada Empire was massacred, tens of billions of Yada people were killed, and the Yada Emperor and a group of rebellious people were thrown into a black hole for execution. No, this time the punishment must be more severe. Even if an entire galaxy was massacred, it would not be enough to appease Vice Admiral Bourne's anger towards the Yada Empire. Divine punishment must be launched against the Yada Empire. 10% of the population. As punishment. With this in mind, Vice Admiral Bourne first ordered his remaining warships to prepare to begin the jump to the stargate leading to the core galaxy of the Yada Empire, the St. Relitas Galaxy. At the same time, Vice Admiral Bourne began to access the star network of the Yada Empire through the star network equipment on his warship. Contact Emperor Yada, St. Relitas 17 directly through the star domain network. St. Relitas 17 is now a little panicked. It was not that he knew about Lieutenant General Bourne in advance, but that an extremely distinguished guest came to the St. Relitas Galaxy and landed in the City of Glory on the star Yada St. Relitas. At the top of Glory City, the high-altitude palace. A shuttle-shaped spaceship with a length of less than 200 meters and a smooth body was suspended in the sky. This is the spaceship of the Turan Empire. On the square of the Imperial Palace, St. Relitas 17 was leading a group of high-ranking officials of the Yada Empire in the City of Glory, kneeling on the ground in panic to welcome the Turan envoy. Emperor Yada, Marshal Yada of the Army, Supreme Commander of the Imperial Ministry of Justice, administrative minister of the Ministry of Internal Affairs of the Yada Empire, and other high-ranking officials of the Yada Empire. The spacecraft slowly landed. The hatch opened, and a tall figure walked out. Luo Xiaoling's beautiful eyes swept around, and a disdainful smile appeared on her face. The delicate chin was slightly raised. The horns on the forehead were crystal clear under the sunlight, and there was a coldness in the beautiful eyes that said, "Keep away from strangers." The whole person exuded a noble and unapproachable aura. "I'm tired of playing. Contact the Empire and ask them to send someone to pick me up." Luo Xiaoling spoke coldly as she got off the spaceship, then looked away, as if she didn't want to even look at these Yada people. Saint Relitas 17 knelt on one knee, daring only to glance up briefly before speaking with deep trepidation. "The Empire is honored to have the distinguished guest of the Turan envoy. We beg you to stay a few days longer, so that we may show you the hospitality of your presence. Envoy Turan, please stay a few more days." Yes, since we are the envoys from the Upper Kingdom, we will certainly give them a good reception." The Yada ministers around the Emperor all had fawning smiles on their faces. "Let me stay a few more days? Treat me. You're not worthy." Luo Xiaoling sneered, with deep disdain in her eyes. She continued, "Now I just want to go back to the Turan Empire. Yes. Our place is poor and cannot compare to the great kingdom of Turan. We are foolish. Saint Relitas 17 could only smile and speak repeatedly. As the emperor of an interstellar empire, he could only be so humble in front of Luo Xiaoling. At this moment, the Minister of the Interior's expression changed slightly, and he quickly approached Saint Relitas 17. "Your Majesty, there is an urgent communication, also from the Turan Empire." "What?" Saint Relitas 17 was shocked and said quickly, "Take it quickly." Then he looked at Luo Xiaoling and said with an apologetic smile, "I received a letter from the upper country. The Emperor is replying now. I hope the special envoy will forgive me." Luo Xiaoling lowered her chin, which had been hanging down since a while ago, and snorted softly through her delicate nose, indicating her agreement. Then, Saint Relitas 17 dared to answer the call. The next moment, a virtual projection suddenly appeared. Lieutenant General Bourne looked at Saint Relitas 17 with anger in his eyes. "Why didn't you answer the call immediately?" Saint Relitas 17 hesitated. He didn't know Lieutenant General Bourne, but he didn't dare to be negligent. "General, please forgive me, as we were just receiving a special envoy from another country." Special envoy? Lieutenant General Bourne, who was originally preparing to launch an attack to hold him accountable, was stunned when he heard this, and then he was delighted. "Special envoy, are you talking about?" "Luo Xiaoling, the 8th prince's fiancée. She's in the Yada Palace right now." Sure enough, Luo Xiaoling appeared on camera next to confirm this. Lieutenant General Bourne was even more ecstatic. His mission was accomplished. He had found the 8th prince's fiancée, the future princess. Not only did he find Her Royal Highness the Crown Princess, he also had to bring news about the intelligent heavenly court to the Imperial Center. This was definitely a great achievement. Suddenly, Lieutenant General Bourne, who was originally preparing to launch an attack to hold the Yada Empire accountable, suppressed his anger towards the Yada Empire. It is not appropriate to ask for punishment now. Her Royal Highness the Crown Princess is still in the Yada Palace. If his questioning causes the people of Yada to lose their minds in fear, it may pose a threat to the safety of Her Royal Highness the Crown Princess. He has to pick up the Crown Princess first. Chapter 108 Don Juan. "How dare you destroy my concentration, you devil!" Lieutenant General Bourne, upon realizing this, immediately said, "Your Highness, I beg you to excuse yourself and remain in the Yada Palace for a while. We are now heading towards the Stargate leading to the Saint Relitas system. We'll be there soon. We'll pick you up right away." After Lieutenant General Bourne finished speaking, he hurriedly closed the communication. The three-dimensional projection disappears. Luo Xiaoling glanced at Emperor Yada and the others who were still stunned, and said, "What are you still standing there for? You idiots. Prepare a room. I'm going to rest for a while." After saying this, Saint Relitas 17 reacted and quickly stood up to greet Luo Xiaoling in person, saying, "Honorable envoy, please follow the Emperor." Saint Relitas 17 timidly brought Luo Xiaoling into the most honorable palace in the Imperial Palace. The Imperial Palace. This palace was originally used by his father, but later on, I won't go into details about what happened to Saint Relitas XVI's father. It has been empty for 300 years and no one has lived there, but it is still maintained on a daily basis. Very luxurious. After forcefully driving away the others, Luo Xiaoling was left alone in the palace. After scanning around and confirming that there was no monitoring or surveillance equipment, Luo Xiaoling closed her eyes. On the surface, It seems that he is closing his eyes to rest, but in fact his mind has entered a virtual space. Virtual space. An extremely tall figure, covered in extremely luxurious power armor, was waiting here. Luo Xiaoling opened her eyes in the virtual space and saw him at a glance. At this moment, all the cold, noble, and unconcerned emotions that he showed to the outside world disappeared. The expression on her beautiful face became humble and flattering. She couldn't wait to pounce on the tall figure, and the pupils in her beautiful eyes gradually changed color, faintly forming a heart shape. Her delicate face was covered with blush, her lips were slightly parted, and the tip of her pink tongue unconsciously extended, while she kept shouting, "Supreme, Supreme." The difference in their body shapes was huge. Even if the height of the horn on Luo Xiaoling's forehead was taken into account, she would still not reach the chest of this figure. How is it? Beneath the visor of the power helmet, Don Juan's mouth curled up slightly. "Supreme, Lieutenant General Bourne will be here to pick up Luo Nu soon. Luo Nu won't be able to see you for a long time." "Supreme." A sickly yet extremely flattering expression appeared on Luo Xiaoling's beautiful face. At this moment, she really was like a pet that was reluctant to leave its owner. If the 8th Prince of the Tauran Empire were here at this moment, I wonder what he would think when he saw his extremely cold, noble, and beautiful fiancée showing such an ugly beast-like appearance in front of other men. "Don't worry, you are returning to the Tauran Empire with a mission. Will you do your best to complete the task assigned to you by the Master?" Don Juan asked casually, then raised his hand as if to touch her head, but stopped in midair. Luo Xiaoling was already prepared to have Don Juan touch her head, but Don Juan stopped and refused to put his hand down. Suddenly, Luo Xiaoling became extremely anxious. There was an impatient look on her beautiful face. She stood on tiptoe desperately, like a pet, wanting to enjoy Don Juan's touch. But Don Juan kept raising his hands, and the difference in their sizes was so great that the extremely anxious Luo Xiaoling could not feel the touch at all. The more she wanted, the less she could get it. She could only desperately rub against Don Juan and said anxiously, "Supreme Lord, please, please touch Luo Nu. Please touch Luo Nu." Don Juan's face was obscured by the visor of his power helmet, so his expression couldn't be seen clearly, but a light laugh could be heard. "Is that what you think?" Yes, Luo Nu wants to. Luo Nu is your pet. Woof woof, and will always be your pet. Woof woof. I will definitely complete the task you gave Luo Nu." Hearing this, Don Juan finally lowered his hand and placed it on Luo Xiaoling's head. At this moment, the corners of Luo Xiaoling's mouth lifted up, her tongue stuck out, and there was a sickly blush on her face, as if she had reached the peak. Gently stroking the long, smooth hair, Don Juan couldn't help but sigh in his heart that Lika's training effect was a little too good. Luo Xiaoling is still a virgin at this moment, yet she behaves like this. "Master is waiting for your good news. Please don't let Master down." As Don Juan spoke, he took the initiative to disconnect the link in the virtual space. After Don Juan left the virtual space, Luo Xiaoling's face showed endless loss. The void space link is disconnected. In reality, Luo Xiaoling opened her eyes, still with a cold and dignified look, and kept strangers away. Lingxiao Galaxy, Dome Star, an intelligent mechanical palace. Don Juan took a deep breath as he exited the virtual space. This little devil Lika's brainwashing and training of Luo Xiaoling is a bit too effective. Just now in the virtual space, Don Juan looked very calm, but he almost couldn't control his heart. In this interstellar age, he has never dared to relax and has always restrained himself. However, in the virtual space, the fairy dared not destroy my concentration, and Don Juan almost executed her on the spot. Have I been too abstinent? Don Juan took a deep breath and thought to himself, how can I dare to start a family when my great cause is not accomplished? However, at this time, Psychic Girl Ruby and Psychic Girl Rika were watching this from the side. A sly smile appeared on Rika's sweet face. "Supreme, how's the effect? Pretty good, right?" Ruby, standing next to him, had an indignant look on her face and crossed her arms over her chest. Don Juan glanced at Lika and nodded slightly. To be honest, the effect was a bit too strong. "Supreme, the space jump node blocking technology has been analyzed." At this time, Shiwei's holographic projection appeared in front of Don Juan, and her tone was still as cold as usual. "Very good, Shiwei, you did a good job." Don Juan nodded and praised. Facing Don Juan's praise, Shiwei's expression did not change. She nodded in response, and the virtual projection disappeared. Central Research Laboratory. After Shiwei hung up the phone, she thought about Don Juan's praise, closed her eyes, a blush on her face, took a deep breath, and then opened her eyes. But she found that Villia had appeared beside her without her knowing. There was a serious expression on her delicate face. She looked at her face, which still had a hint of lingering charm, and said, Sister Shiwei, are you hiding your feelings for Ji Gao too deeply? What? Shiwei tilted her head back unconsciously, then reacted and instantly returned to her icy cold state. I don't know what you are talking about. Come on, Sister Shiwei, Villia said with a grin. You can fool others, but you can't fool me, a fellow technical doll. Sister Shiwei, we are the first group of tactical humanoids to follow the Supreme. You can't let those coquettish bitches who come later get ahead of us. But looking at the current situation, if you keep hiding, Sister Shiwei, you'll probably end up a loser. Villia counted on her fingers, and there were now more unsettling factors around Jigao. Chapter 109 finally succeeded. Shiwei was the first to capture Don Juan. P.S. Sigh, I forgot to set the timer for Chapter 107, so I just posted it straight away. I don't know how to fix it. What a miscalculation. Loser dog? What do you mean? I'm not a dog. Sylvia's brain, which had always been accustomed to calculating everything with rational data, obviously didn't react to what this word meant. What does loser mean? It means that even though you were the first to show up, you kept your feelings hidden and didn't express them. In the end, the heart of Supreme was seduced by that slutty bitch who appeared out of nowhere. As for me, I can only hide these feelings deep in my heart, and then watch the object of my admiration flirt with someone else. Forever hiding in a dark corner, like a failed puppy, I can only watch silently as the person I love is snatched away by the little goblin who came later, and watch them continue to flirt with each other. How could there be such a person? It's simply tragic. Villia walked around Shiwei, speaking exaggeratedly as she walked. Shut up, stop talking. Shiwei shouted coldly, her eyes tightly closed, her breathing quickened, and the fusion heart in her chest was also running at a very fast speed. Seeing this, Villia showed a triumphant smile on her face. Obviously, her stimulation was successful. Sister Shiwei was stimulated by her. So, Sister Shiwei, if we don't take the initiative to attack, given his strict personality, he won't touch us. That crazy little Ruby has always coveted the Supreme's body. Sister Shiwei, you know that, right? Before, Yi kept trying to stop him, and the Supreme's physical strength wasn't very high, so Ruby also kept enduring it. But now, the Supreme's spiritual power has greatly increased, reaching the 10th city level, and his body has also been strengthened countless times. If this continues, I'm afraid Ruby will take the initiative to attack the Supreme at any time. So, Sister Shiwei, we are on the same side. We should be the first to seize the Supreme position before everyone else. Shiwei opened her eyes, her crystal-clear purple pupils looking at Villia's delicate face that was already so close. She took a deep breath again and said, I still need to think about it. Need to think about it again. Sister Shiwei, you are really hopeless. By the way, let me remind you that Adeline will be back soon. Once Adeline comes back, she and Ruby, those two little lunatics, will be in cahoots with each other. Will we still have a chance? Villia shrugged and said, Come on, I don't care about you anymore. I've made up my mind to get there before everyone else. I will be the first to become the Supreme. Hey, Sister Shiwei, if you continue like this, you will become a loser. Villia left triumphantly, leaving Shiwei alone there, her brain constantly performing intense data calculations over and over again. He calculated the data for himself and Don Juan over and over again without getting tired of it. At some point, the lights in the center's research room automatically went out. Finally, in the darkness, a pair of phoenix eyes opened. Hee. A slightly crazy laugh sounded. The corners of her mouth curled up slightly, and her fingers, as slender as onions, touched her face. Through the gaps between her fingers, Shiwei's beautiful phoenix eyes flashed with an extremely dangerous light in the darkness. Domestar night. It was a very ordinary night. Don Juan's bedroom in the mechanical palace with a strong steel and mechanical style. A full set of Emperor power armor is hung on a wall, and various automatic maintenance machines for the power armor are operating. Don Juan sat cross-legged on the carpet, his eyes closed, his mind immersed in the Galvias space, carrying out his daily psychic training. It is called training, but in fact it is Don Juan's mind actively entering the higher dimensional space to absorb more subspace power. Now Don Juan can only enter the higher dimension space through his mind, but cannot enter it physically. If a physical method of entering the high vision space could be found in the future, this would become the fastest and best means of space jump navigation for his intelligent celestial fleet. Subspace jumps can be performed anytime and anywhere. In this way, Don Juan can also master the technology of subspace teleportation. In the future, if you want to capture a planet, you don't need to send orbital assault capsules or landing craft. You can directly carry out large-scale subspace teleportation and land on the planet directly. Don Juan did this every night on the Dome Star, searching for the above method. Several hours passed, and the night grew deeper. The door of the bedroom opened quietly and automatically. Villia and several technical humanoid girls turned on their optical camouflage and tiptoed in. Be careful. The Supreme should be meditating now. Let's go in now. Villia turned around and looked at the other technical humanoid girls, each of whom had beautiful faces that showed signs of endurance and mobility, and she smiled unscrupulously. Villia and these technical humanoid girls were among the first batch of tactical humanoids to follow Don Juan. The women walked into the bedroom and saw a figure sitting cross-legged on the ground in the center of the room. Hey, Supreme, here we come. Villia laughed unconsciously. However, just as they were about to raid, the figure suddenly flashed and disappeared on the spot. Villia was stunned. Holographic projection. You guys, what are you thinking of running into the Supreme's room in the middle of the night? Suddenly, the surrounding environment changed. A stream of data flashed in the air of the originally empty room, and the holographic projection environment was shattered. Yi led a group of tactical humanoids to surround Villia and others. There was a murderous look in Yu's heroic eyes as he looked at Villia and the other technical humanoid girls. Villia was completely stunned. With her level of skill, only Shiwei among the technical dolls could create such a holographic projection that could completely deceive her. But Don Juan was not here, and Villia suddenly cried out miserably. Sister Shiwei, you old fool. Central Research Laboratory. Shiwei, why are you calling me here so late? Is there any breakthrough in your research on the subspace? Don Juan walked into the Central Research Laboratory and looked around. But Shiwei was nowhere to be seen. Just when Don Juan was feeling puzzled, Don Juan suddenly felt a pair of delicate arms wrapped around his waist from behind. A hot body pressed against him from behind, and Don Juan froze all over. Supreme. The tenderness behind him stood on tiptoe, opened her lips slightly, and blew a breath of hot air on the back of Don Juan's neck. Shiwei. Don Juan turned around in astonishment, only to see Sylvie with a sickly blush on her face. Suddenly, the lights in the Central Research Laboratory went out. Supreme, you are mine. In the darkness, Don Juan could only see Sylvie with a glimmer in her phoenix eyes, a sickly red face, and a crazy smile on her lips. Something bad has happened. 10,000 words are omitted in the middle, you definitely won't like reading it. Chapter 110, Expedition to a New Galaxy, Turan Empire's Questioning of Yada Empire. The battle lasted all night until dawn. The doors of the Central Research Laboratory are divided into left and right sides and open automatically. A hand was on the door frame, and Don Juan came out from behind the door, breathing heavily. Oh my God, this. He kept muttering to himself, but even with Don Juan's current physical condition, it was indeed a bit too much for him. This process was too exciting, and Don Juan did not expect that Shiwei, who seemed so cold and indifferent on the surface, could be so passionate under the circumstances last night. Don Juan's physical fitness is already very strong, but Sylvie is not an ordinary woman. To the extent that Sylvie and Don Juan both liberated themselves and played a little too extravagantly. But no matter how much fun you have, you still have to get back to business. Supreme, the Forerunner has returned and is currently parked in low Earth orbit around Dome Star. A holographic projection of Yu's upper body appeared in front of Don Juan. This elite combat humanoid girl always had a meticulous and serious expression on her exquisite face. Don Juan couldn't help but sigh in his heart that the combat troops led by Yu should be the most serious group of tactical humanoid girls under his command. Now let Adeline come to me. Don Juan took a few deep breaths to calm himself down, and then spoke. Yes. Yu nodded, and after the communication was closed, a look of suspicion appeared on her face. What did Jigao do last night? Why does he look so tired? Could it be that Jigao was too tired from discussing technology with Sister Shiwei last night? Thinking of this, Yi thought of several technical humanoid girls, including Villia, who he had captured last night and who wanted to attack the Supreme at night, and sighed. These guys, were they also influenced by Ruby's little lunatics? They really give her a lot of worry. When Yi thought about the possibility that Villia and other technical humanoid girls might have succeeded last night, a strange emotion arose in his heart. But fortunately, Jigao was with Sister Shiwei last night. Sister Sylvie is such a serious person. When the Supreme and Sister Sylvie discuss subspace scientific research and technology together, there will definitely not be anything improper happening. Don Juan returned to his own chamber, and the automatic machine helped him put on the Emperor-type power armor. Then he led the black-winged girl guards to the council hall. In the meeting hall, among the seated tactical humanoid girls, a new group appeared. The Kankali clan. Led by Andra, they exist in the council hall in the form of tactical humanoid girls. Their main bodies are all located in the low Earth orbit spaceport of Dome Star. As Don Juan entered the council hall, the first thing he saw was Adeline and other psychic girls who had returned. Supreme, I missed you so much. When Adeline saw Don Juan, she rushed towards him with a scream. Stop! Yi stood between the two again, a worried look on her face. This group of crazy people would have succeeded if she hadn't been there. But fortunately, the Supreme is still pure under her protection. Okay, be serious, Adeline, and report the results of your mission. Don Juan waved his hand and said seriously, Okay, got it. Your Majesty, look. Adeline waved her hand, and a spot of light rose in the center of the council hall. These light spots combined in space and soon formed a three-dimensional space star map. Each point of light represents a star. This is the Lingxiao Galaxy, and this is the target galaxy that has not yet been explored, temporarily named the Biling Galaxy. On the star map, there are two very close light spots. One represents the Lingxiao Galaxy, and the other is the Biling Galaxy, which is 5 light-years away from the Lingxiao Galaxy. In the three-dimensional star map, there is a line of light connecting the light spots, which is the Star Road. The Star Road starts from the Lingxiao Galaxy, and the first connecting point is also the Biling Galaxy. Don Juan listened to Adeline's account of what she had seen and heard along the way and nodded slightly. So, in that unknown, relic star region, there are many new civilizations active. Even though there are numerous space storms blocking the way, the competition within the ruined star field will become even more intense due to the existence of the Star Road. The safe space between galaxies has been drastically reduced, and only the star roads are safe routes. The new civilizations in the relic star fields will begin fierce battles on the Star Road. However, this is actually a good thing for the intelligent heavenly court. The newly born civilizations in the ruined star domain have never had contact with the outside world. If Don Juan wants to unify the ruined star domain, those newly born civilizations in the ruined star domain will be conquered by him and will become the people under Don Juan's rule in the future. In this way, a huge base is formed. Soon, Don Juan formulated an encounter policy for the many new civilizations that might be encountered in the ruined star region. Conquer and rule. After determining a series of action plans, Don Juan began to organize the expeditionary fleet. There are 2 fleets going on the expedition. One is the regular fleet of the intelligent heaven, and the other is the shipgirl fleet. In the conventional fleet, the flagship is a Thunder medium-sized attack battleship, which was named Expedition by Don Juan. The rest of the members are 12 Black Robe Hell heavy fire destroyers, 34 Impermanence class heavy frigates, 4 Tuyao large comprehensive transport ships. Ruby, Villia, and Yu Yi led the team. Ruby is the commander, Villia is the fleet's chief technical officer, and Yu Yi is the commander of the Army's tactical humanoid forces in the entire fleet. The engineering humanoid girl named Qing Yan is the chief of logistics for the fleet. She is also one of the first tactical humanoids to follow Don Juan. The shipgirl force is led by Andra, with a total of 300 shipgirls, all of whom are the first warship girls to undergo transformation and armament. Because of the addition of shipgirls, the size of Don Juan's fleet began to expand rapidly. He could mobilize hundreds of warships just to expedition to a galaxy. The intelligent heavenly court and the Lingxiao Galaxy have determined the mission of marching to a new relic galaxy. And on the side of the Yada Empire, Lieutenant General Bourne has led his team to the planet Yada St. Relitas, landed in Glory City, and took Luo Shioling away. After Lieutenant General Bourne took Luo Shioling away, he confirmed her safety. Before leaving, he issued a disciplinary notice to the Yada Empire. Emperor Yada, St. Relitas 17. Since you already knew about the awakening of the Omnic Heavenly Court in the ancient civilization empire of the ruined star region, why didn't you report it to the great kingdom of Turin as soon as possible? Faced with the questioning of Lieutenant General Bourne's virtual projection, St. Relitas 17 was completely confused. Chapter 111. The Yada Empire's Shocking Change. The Demon from the Higher Dimension. Wow, what? What Omnic Heaven? St. Relitas 17 was completely confused. He was stunned for a long time and couldn't remember what kind of force the intelligent heaven that Lieutenant General Bourne mentioned was. No matter how hard he racked his brains, he could never imagine how an ancient civilization empire would suddenly awaken in the ruined star field. He had no information about this at all. This? General Xianghua, why do you say that? St. Relitas 17 could never imagine why the general in front of him would insist that he definitely knew the news. You do not know? Lieutenant General Bourne sneered, thinking that St. Relitas 17 was pretending to be stupid, and he was pretending quite well. General Xianghua, I really don't know. Just as Saint Relitus 17 was speaking, the palace eunuch beside him quietly pulled his sleeve and whispered, Your Majesty, Your Majesty, do you remember the news from earlier? News. Saint Relitus 17 was stunned, and after this reminder, he suddenly remembered. Yes, a news company in the Empire seemed to have published a news report saying that the 117th star system in the relic star field was occupied by an armed separatist force called Intelligent Heaven. At that time, the Empire's Internal Affairs Intelligence Department reported the matter to him, but he had no reaction at all at the time, and thought that the Imperial Intelligence Department was a bunch of insects, using the news to fool him. When Saint Relitus 17 thought of this, his face turned pale. Could it be that this is what the General of Turin State was talking about? The Intelligent Heaven that they believed to be an armed separatist force was actually the awakened ancient civilization Empire? This, oh my God. Realizing the seriousness of the matter, Saint Relitus XVI's hands began to tremble. This thing is actually true. The fleet led by Commander Pharaohs has disappeared. Has it really been destroyed by that omnic heavenly court? Saint Relitus XVI's eyes went dark, and he almost fainted. Oh my God, why is the Hayata Empire so plagued by disasters? First, an awakened ancient civilization empire, the intelligent heavenly court, emerged from the ruined star field. Pharaohs and his 150,000 warships disappeared, and it was estimated that they were completely destroyed. And because at this time, the other three interstellar forces also want to jointly attack the Yata Empire, a full-scale war is about to come. Now, the Turin Empire is also questioning them about this matter. Saint Relitus 17 felt his brain become dizzy, and he almost fainted. But he didn't know that Lieutenant General Bourne was about to announce to him a piece of news that would make him even more devastated. Emperor Yata, you have made a big mistake in this matter. I will report this to the Turin Center immediately. Wait. The punishment of the Turin Empire will soon fall upon your Yata Empire once again. This time, the punishment will be even more severe than 300 years ago. Yata Empire, be prepared to pay the price of 1/10 of your population. Lieutenant General Bourne looked coldly at Emperor Yata's body, which had become extremely stiff due to shock. He was so horrified at the moment that he couldn't even move his eyes. The communication was disconnected, and Lieutenant General Bourne's three-dimensional projection disappeared. The only one left was Emperor Yata, who stood there in a daze for a long time. The next moment, Emperor Yata's stiff body fell straight backwards. Your Majesty, Your Majesty, quick, court physician. The surrounding palace eunuchs were in chaos, and their anxious cries filled almost the entire Yata palace. 1/10 of the population. Trillions of people. Emperor Yata lay powerlessly on the ground, staring at the dome of the palace above with lifeless eyes, and could only mutter stiffly. Why would God treat the Yata Empire like this? Sad. At this moment, an urgent communication from the Saint Relitus System Defense Headquarters was transmitted directly to Emperor Yata himself. Your Majesty, this is an urgent situation. A massive fleet has just suddenly used an unknown method of warp speed to bypass the outer defenses of the galaxy and enter the system. When Emperor Yata heard this, he was even more devastated. What? The Turin Empire's fleet is coming so fast. He struggled to stand up, and to no one's surprise, he snatched the plasma pistol from the waist of a palace guard. Your Majesty, Your Majesty. Everyone around was shocked. Saint Relitus 17 pointed the plasma pistol at his head, his scaly face filled with sorrow. The punishment of the Turin Empire has arrived, everyone. As the leader of the Empire, I will be the first to bear the brunt of the punishment. 300 years ago, my father was executed by the Turin Empire and thrown into a black hole. He should not be completely dead yet. I don't want to end up like my father. As Emperor Yata spoke, a palace guard approached from behind and tried to take the plasma pistol, but was stopped by a look from the palace eunuch. If you want to die, you'd better die happily. After I die, do not allow the crown prince to ascend the throne. My son, I believe that even if the future of the empire is in ruins, you will lead the Yata Empire to rise again. The voice gradually faded, and facing the extremely shocked crowd, Saint Relitus 17 held the plasma pistol with trembling hands, and then pulled the trigger. Boom! A flash of ionic light flashed by, and the headless body of Saint Relitus 17 fell to the ground. At this moment, another group of palace guards arrived outside the palace. They all looked at the emperor's body lying on the ground in shock. His Majesty, fearing punishment from the Turin Empire, has committed suicide. At this time, the palace eunuch who had been serving the emperor spoke to them indifferently. Why didn't you stop it? The captain of the palace guards was furious when he heard this, and suddenly the palace guards beside the emperor's body drew their guns and started shooting. Boom, 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 boom. Dense plasma light flashed by in an instant, burning the air. The palace guards who had just arrived were caught off guard. Their power armors melted away, and their bodies were scattered on the ground. Under the powerful force of the plasma gun, they were all wiped out in an instant. Stop all news from within the palace, arrest the crown prince, and execute him. The palace eunuch walked among the corpses on the ground and said slowly, "Then, we will welcome the return of Commander Pharaohs. No, it should be His Majesty Pharaohs. The St. Relitas system. In space, a huge fleet has just jumped out of the Gorvius space. This fleet has nearly 200,000 warships. Most of the warships are vaguely reminiscent of the Yatta warships of the past, but at this moment, all the warships are more like they are made of hideous flesh and blood rather than steel alloys. This fleet is the joint fleet that disappeared in the previous battle between the Frontier Galaxy and the Intelligent Heaven. Now that they have returned from the warp, all of them have been corrupted by the warp. And the flagship at the center of the fleet, the bridge. Pharaohs stood in the middle, looking at the planet Yatta not far away with a ferocious expression. From the outside, Pharaohs has not changed much, but the previous Pharaohs is truly dead, and the one who now occupies Pharaoh's body. It's an unknown demon from the high via space. Chapter 112. 100 planets, 1 trillion people the price? Give him. The demons in the higher dimensional space cannot appear in the real universe in a physical form for the time being, but they can enter the physical real universe by occupying the bodies of people who enter the subspace. Emperor Yatta's suicide could have been prevented, but everyone at the time was indifferent. He just watched coldly as St. Relitas 17 committed suicide. Afterwards, the palace eunuch who was acting as a spy for Pharaohs ordered the complete destruction of another group of palace guards who came to support him. Anger, what's the situation? In the combined fleet that had transformed into the Chaos Fleet, on the flagship bridge, the warp demons still named Pharaohs contacted the palace eunuchs in the planet's palace. St. Relitas 17 has committed suicide. We have purged the palace of the guards still loyal to the emperor. Now the troops loyal to us are sealing off the palace. I am personally leading people to the crown prince's location right now. Once we capture him, we will execute him immediately. After that, you can descend into the palace and claim the throne. Engel said this with great excitement. He had been lurking beside the emperor for many years, and finally, he had waited for this day. He used all of Pharaoh's arrangements in the palace. The palace will soon be completely under their control. However, what Engel didn't expect was that Pharaoh rejected his idea. No, the crown prince must be alive. We welcome the crown prince as the new emperor. What? When Ungray heard what Pharaoh said, he was stunned. He didn't understand why Pharaohs had returned and brought back a huge fleet of nearly 200,000 warships. In addition to the basic foundation of operations laid out over the years, most of the Yatta Empire star field will be directly loyal to Pharaohs. Most of the rest of the Yatta star field are also somewhat fence-sitters. Seeing their strong power, they will naturally join them. By then, the entire Yatta Empire will belong to Pharaohs. The time is ripe. Why hasn't the commander proclaimed himself emperor yet? Isn't this what the commander has always dreamed of? Engel didn't know that Pharaohs had already died in the warp, and the one talking to him now was just the warp demon that occupied Pharaoh's body and continued to use the name of Pharaohs. In the past, Pharaohs naturally dreamed of becoming emperor and the new emperor of the Yatta Empire. However, the warp demon who now continues to bear the name of Pharaohs has but one purpose. That is, to spread the corruption of the warp chaos in the physical universe as much as possible. Let's start with the Yatta Empire. If he executed the royal family and proclaimed himself emperor, no matter how much power he held, it would not be orthodox. The Yatta Empire, which is still relatively solid at present, is likely to collapse directly. At least for now, he cannot let the Yatta Empire collapse. The crown prince must be placed on the throne and become a puppet to maintain the integrity of the Yatta Empire. An intact Yatta Empire would be more conducive to his next plan. Engel's idea is that as long as Pharaohs becomes emperor, it will be fine. He has worked hard for so many years, so it is not too much to ask for the position of prime minister of the empire, right? The rest is all irrelevant. This is the fundamental difference in thinking between the two. A huge chaos fleet landed on Yatta, and everything that happened in the palace was blocked. Due to the false order from the palace insider, the defense fleet of Yatta Star remained on standby in space orbit and did not take any action. The palace is located at the top of the Glory City. In this case, it is properly blocked, and in the Glory City located below the palace, no one even knows what is happening in the palace. In this situation, Dimenphalos, in order to distinguish it from the previous Phalos, the word Dimen was added to the prefix of his name, ordered the internal supporters in the planetary defense fleet to launch a sudden attack. and Dimenfilo's Chaos Fleet cooperated from the outside. He easily took control of the entire Yata planet defense fleet. Later, they went a step further and took control of the entire planet Yata. And all news is blocked and prohibited from spreading outside. In the Yata Palace, the Crown Prince's Palace, the son of Saint Relitus 17 and the current Crown Prince of the Yata Empire, Saint Relitus Jr., is reading in his bedroom. This is a book with a very ancient history. It originated from the Turan Empire. It is said that it was an ancient military book written 7,500 years ago by a man who was still in the feudal era on the current capital planet of the Turan Empire. Translated as The Art of War. Little Saint Leritis had just received the book and had originally looked at it with contempt. But the more he looked, the more amazed little Saint Lelitis was. What is written in this book is not only applicable to the wars of feudal indigenous civilizations. The ideas contained in it are full of infinite wisdom. Just learning the ideas in it can be of great use in interstellar warfare. Just as little Saint Lelitis was lamenting why he had not seen this book earlier, he suddenly heard footsteps. Wallalalalo. A group of imperial ministers with grief-stricken expressions rushed into the bedroom and knelt on the ground. Your Highness, Your Majesty, he committed suicide. Faced with the sudden bad news, Saint Lelitis was shocked, and his body passed through the virtual light screen in front of him. His first reaction was disbelief. He shouted angrily, "What nonsense are you talking about? Your Highness, due to some things, His Majesty has angered the Turan Empire. The Turan Empire will impose a punishment even more severe than that imposed 300 years ago. 100 planets, a full trillion purebred Yatter populations will be killed as punishment. Your Majesty." At this point, the ministers all burst into tears and choked with sobs, unable to continue. A minister continued tremblingly. His Majesty was momentarily depressed, and so he grabbed the guard's gun and killed himself. At the end of the speech, all the ministers burst into tears and cried out. Little Saint Relitus frowned, his expression changing rapidly. Finally, he snorted coldly. I knew my father was a loser, but I never expected he would commit suicide just because of this. What does the Turan Empire want? Hundreds of planets and the lives of trillions of people. Then give it to them. As long as the foundation of the entire empire remains, what's there to be afraid of? Little Saint Relitus roared and angrily scolded the ministers. Look at you. Do you still act like the pillars of the empire? My father is dead. What's the point of crying now? Emperor Saint Leritus 17 was a good-for-nothing prince who was dragged to the throne by the Turan Empire 300 years ago, but his son Saint Leritus the Younger was completely different from him. Little Saint Lelitis was even more cruel and cold-blooded. No matter what it was, as long as it could help him achieve his goal, he would betray it without batting an eyelid. Hundreds of planets, trillions of purebred Yata people. Although it hurts, it would be worth it if it could calm the anger of the Turan Empire. As long as he's here, everything will be fine. At this moment, little Saint Relitus felt no grief at all about his father's death, and even felt a little excited in his heart. Chapter 113. A Kind King and Filial Ministers, Rebuilding a Bright Future for the Yata Empire. Saint Relitus the Younger wants to take control of the Yata Empire. But first he had to overcome the difficulties ahead. In the eyes of little Saint Lelitis, there were only two difficulties he had to overcome. One is the future punishment of the Turan Empire on the Yata Empire. The other is that the other three interstellar forces are going to cause trouble at the next Turan Interstellar United Conference. If we are not careful about these two things, the Yata Empire will be doomed. The most important thing is the punishment from the Turan Empire. Little Saint Leritis must save himself. We can't let the punishment of the Turan Empire fall upon the royal family. 100 planets and more than 1 trillion people. It doesn't matter if they are lost, although it will be a huge blow to the Yata Empire. But as long as he can ascend the throne and become emperor, everything can be saved by him. At this moment, Saint Lelitis heard a minister cry out, "Your Highness, the empire is in such a critical moment. What should we do? The strength of the imperial fleet has been greatly reduced. Without sufficient strength in this universe, we cannot protect ourselves." Little Saint Relitus nodded slightly. This was true, but he did not continue the conversation. Instead, he took a deep breath and asked, "Why did my father offend the Turan Empire?" He really didn't know what had happened. After all, it happened too suddenly. Soon, the ministers began to speak for little Saint Lelitis. Is everything due to an ancient civilization empire awakening in the ruined star region? After listening to the ministers' stories, Saint Leritis was shocked. In the ruined star field, an ancient civilization empire has awakened. No wonder the Turan Empire had such a huge reaction. The Turan Empire believed that their father had known about this matter for a long time, but did not report it. and it almost angered the ancient civilization empire called the Mechanical Heaven. Therefore, punishment must be brought upon the Yada Empire. Upon hearing this, little Saint Relitas felt a little resentful towards his deceased father. Since my father already knew the news, even if he didn't report it to the Turan Empire, he should have discussed it with him. Before the Turan Empire intervened, at least he came forward to communicate with the ancient civilization empire, the intelligent heavenly court. No matter what, the situation would definitely be much better than it is now. After listening to the minister's stories, little Saint Lelitas fell silent for a while, obviously thinking about something. At this moment, the minister of the imperial interior wiped away the fake tears from his eyes and said, "Your Highness, I just received some good news." "What news? Tell me quickly." Upon hearing this, the little Saint Relitas immediately said, "Your Highness, Commander Pharaohs and the fleet he led, who were previously missing in the frontier system, have now returned." When these words were spoken, little Saint Lelitas felt a pang of regret in his heart, but he did not show it on the surface. Instead, he pretended to be happy. "What? Commander Pharaohs has returned. Great. He's back just in time. He's truly the pillar of the empire at this time. Where is he now? Let him come to see me." Little Saint Lelitas's face lit up with joy, and he spoke quickly. "Yeah, the timing of Pharaoh's return is perfect." To the point that little Saint Lelitas began to wonder if it was Pharaohs who orchestrated all of this. Why didn't you come back earlier or later, but at this time? But he only showed joy on the surface and hid the doubts in his heart deeply. Among the ministers, some looked at each other quietly and exchanged glances. A smaller warship, but still several hundred meters long, descended from the sky and broke through the heavy clouds. It is located above the imperial palace. Diamond Pharaohs landed from the warship and came to the crown prince's bedroom. "Your Highness, this old minister is useless and I'm back late." As soon as Diamond Pharaohs saw the crown prince, he knelt down and cried. As soon as little Saint Leritis saw him, his face immediately lit up with joy, his trembling hands calmed down, and he quickly walked over and helped him up. "It's good that you're back. The empire is in danger now, and it's time to use people. Your return from disappearance is an invaluable force for the empire and for me. And where have you been all this time?" Little Saint Relitas acted like a child who had finally found his backbone. He held Dimenphalo's hands and spoke excitedly. "Your Highness, I was commanding a fleet during a battle in a frontier galaxy when the entire fleet suddenly and inexplicably entered a different dimension. It's a high-dimensional space. In that high-dimensional space, time and the laws of physics are almost distorted. I have been wandering in the high-dimensional space for countless years before I finally found the way back. And I have good news. That is, I found some technology in the high-dimensional space. Those technologies will definitely help the Empire overcome its difficulties and allow us to completely surpass the Turan Empire." Dimenphalos kept talking, and little Saint Lelitas was overjoyed when he heard it. He said, "That high-dimensional space must have been opened up by an ancient civilization in the Ruins Galaxy using advanced technology. This is an extremely important opportunity for the Empire." "That's great, that's great." Young Saint Relitas was extremely excited. Surpassing the Turan Empire was too ambitious and the vision was too beautiful. It seemed as if little Saint Lelitas was completely bewitched. Dimenphalos had a treacherous sneer in his heart, but on the surface he said with sorrow, "It's a pity, Your Majesty, that he didn't get to see my return. Your Majesty, if you could hold on a little longer." "Alas." "Yes, my father." As little Saint Leritis spoke, he was filled with grief and sobbed. "Your Highness, no matter what, now that I am back, I will definitely help you ascend to the throne. You don't have to grieve too much. Take care of yourself. The future of the empire now rests in your hands." The two of them staged a drama of a kind king and a filial minister. But in fact, both of them had their own ulterior motives. But no matter what, the current situation of the Yada Empire will be confirmed by the two of them acting out. Saint Relitas the Younger will ascend the throne as the new emperor, accompanied by Dimenphalos, and will be Saint Relitas 18. Dimenphalos was appointed as the prime minister of the empire by Saint Leritis the Younger. The two people, each with their own ulterior motives, worked together to create a more glorious and beautiful Yada Empire. Chapter 114, Exploring New Galaxy, Unknown Interstellar Civilization Fleet. In the Yada Empire, the emperor is kind and the ministers are filial. No matter what ulterior motives the two of them have, they appear to be highly consistent. That is to make the Yada Empire glorious again. On the other side of the Turan Empire, Lieutenant General Bourne was taking Luo Xioling back. The other three interstellar civilizations, the Ifri Interstellar Federation, the Giant Mantis Capital Union, and the Jinran Interstellar Empire, are preparing to participate in the next Turin Interstellar United Conference. Prepare to jointly attack the Yada Empire at the conference. Although the Turin Empire can decide on its own about the punishment of the Yada Empire, it still has to go through the process at the Turin Interstellar United Congress. Anyway, things will calm down during this period. The storm is coming, the calm before the storm. The starting star road of Lingxiao Galaxy is 5 light-years away from Ling Galaxy. Galaxy's edge. A large blue light suddenly flashed in space. After the light disappeared, a huge interstellar fleet appeared in this galaxy. The fleet consisted of a total of 352 warships. There was one more ship than the fleet Dawn 1 had planned. The extra warship is the Forerunner. The Forerunners did not stay in this system. Above the Star Road, there is another galaxy 12 light-years away from the Lingxiao Galaxy. However, if you start from the Star Road connected to the Biling Galaxy, the distance will be greatly shortened. The Forerunner was just passing through the Biling Galaxy temporarily with the expeditionary fleet through space jump. She would soon be heading to another galaxy 6 light-years away from the Biling Galaxy for reconnaissance. The flagship of the expeditionary fleet, the Expedition. In the bridge, Ruby, the commander of this fleet, looked at the entire galaxy in front of her, and then looked at the technical humanoid Vilya who was looking depressed beside her. There was full of doubt in her pink eyes. At this time, Yuye's voice, who was communicating with the ship girls, rang out. Vilya, I haven't forgiven you for what happened last night, but now, don't bring your emotions into the mission. Focus on completing the mission entrusted to us by the Supreme. When Ruby heard this, she immediately became alert. What happened last night? What happened last night? She immediately began to ask Yuyi. Yuyi said very proudly, Humph, Vilya actually wanted to attack the Supreme last night, but I stopped her. As long as I'm here, none of you can put those filthy and unreasonable thoughts in your mind into action on the Supreme. Now that we're on this mission, all the unsettling factors have moved away from the Supreme. Now that the Supreme is in the Lingxiao Galaxy, he must be very comfortable. Hearing this, Ruby couldn't stand it anymore. Great. Vilya, I never thought that you, who usually look so serious, could actually do something as shameless as me. Ruby pointed at Vilya's nose and scolded her. Snort. Vilya snorted coldly and ignored them. These silly women thought that the Supreme Being was pure now? You may not know yet, but Sister Shiwei succeeded last night. Thinking of this, Vilya felt a pang of pain and regret in her heart. If she had known this earlier, she would not have provoked Sister Shiwei yesterday. Now, the attempt to steal a chicken ends up with nothing. Let Sister Shiwei succeed. But no matter what, Sister Shiwei is the most powerful technical doll, and she is also a technical doll. Sister Shiwei succeeded, but Vilya is not that sad. It's better than having psychic humanoid girls like Ruby and Adeline succeed, or mechanical winged girls like Rilia succeed. Judging from Yu Ye's situation, she probably doesn't know about this yet, and still thinks that the Supreme is still pure under her protection. Everyone, what are you talking about? At this time, Andra's mature and very domineering voice sounded in the communication channel. Nothing, just focus on your mission. After saying this, Vilya began to operate the equipment, carefully scanning the planetary system in front of her. This is a very common binary star system. There are 2 stars. Both stars are yellow dwarfs. Calculated in terms of the mass of the Sun, one has a mass of about 1.7 suns, and the other is smaller, with a mass of 1.2 suns. The 2 stars are evenly distributed in the galaxy. The 2 are 1.7 billion kilometers apart, and while each rotates on its own axis, the other also revolves around the Sun. Both stars have their own planets orbiting around them. Compared with the various galaxies with very few planets seen before, the number of planets in the transiting galaxy is not small. There are 7 in total. 4 of the planets orbit a larger star named Bulinga A, while the other 3 orbit a smaller star named Bulinga B. This galaxy is very quiet, and everything inside is operating silently. There doesn't seem to be any danger. Now start assigning tasks. Ruby looked at the galaxy in front of her from the bridge and said, Andra, you will lead half of the fleet to explore the star Biling E and its 3 affiliated planets. All other fleets will follow the main fleet and head to explore the Bilingia star. The 7 planets in the system are all named according to their respective main sequence stars. The 4 planets orbiting the star Pisces are named Pisces I, Pisces II, Pisces III, and Pisces IV. The 3 planets associated with the star Biling were named Biling I, Biling II, and Biling III. After simply allocating the exploration area, the fleet was dispersed in space. They began to head towards their respective exploration areas. Just when the intelligent Heavenly Court Expeditionary Fleet was carrying out a search and exploration mission in the Biling Galaxy, Outside the Biling galaxy, including this galaxy, there is a vast network of space star roads. Two interstellar fleets with different styles approached the Biling galaxy from two directions. If Adeline saw them, she would certainly recognize that the styles of these two interstellar fleets were the same as the two interstellar fleets that had fought each other on her way to the Biling galaxy. The style of a battleship in a star fleet looks like a cylinder in space, with a simple and rough style. The style of the battleships in another interstellar fleet is completely different. The appearance of the battleships looks like a sword in space. The simple and rough interstellar fleet has about 2,000 warships, sailing on the interstellar road, and is about to approach the range of half a light year from the Ling galaxy. Another fleet of warships shaped like sharp swords, with about 1,500 warships, was sailing on another star road connecting to the Biling galaxy, and was also about to approach the range of half a light year from the Biling galaxy. Chapter 115. Fighting for New Star Systems, the greenskins of the Getrez people worry. Just as Ruby was leading the fleet to explore the Biling galaxy, the curvature space monitoring device on the warship suddenly sounded an alarm. Ruby, there are two interstellar fleets on warp travel, approaching the Biling system. One of the fleets was traveling at approximately 3.7 times the speed of light. The other fleet is traveling at approximately 4.1 times the speed of light. They are approaching the Biling galaxy from the space star road outside the galaxy. Judging from the fluctuation data transmitted from the curvature space, they are about to make a space jump. Villia's voice rang in Ruby's ears. Upon hearing this, Ruby angrily shouted, "Who dares to come and snatch it from us?" Two new civilizations in this relic star field. Judging from the speed of the fleet, their technological level is not very high. The speed is not as fast as that of the Yada Empire's fleet. However, in this unknown relic star field, they may also obtain some high-tech weapons and other technologies from other relic star systems that Ruby does not know about. It seems we have to fight a battle before we can explore this galaxy. It just so happens that I'm a little itchy. Fleet assemble, prepare for battle. Ruby ordered immediately. The fleet that had just been scattered in space immediately gathered again. Looking down at the entire galaxy, the 1.7 solar mass star Pilosoma is located on the left side of the galaxy. And in the space 20 billion kilometers to the left of the star Belinga, a blue light flashed out. The light faded, and a fleet of about 1,500 warships, shaped like sharp swords suspended in space, appeared in this space through space jump. On the right side of the galaxy, about 20 billion kilometers away from the 1.2 solar mass star Biling, an interstellar fleet with a simple and rough style and about 2,000 warships jumped in through space. The two fleets appeared on both sides of the Biling galaxy. The distance between them is more than 40 billion kilometers. The fleets of these two interstellar civilizations are not as fast as that of the Yada Empire, but the distance between their curvature space engines and space nodes is far greater than that of the Yada Empire. It can connect to the space jump node of the galaxy half a light year away and jump in. Among them, in the interstellar fleet whose battleships look like swords, there is a battleship bridge about 2.7 kilometers long. A thin creature, its head and neck connected together like a hammer thrust into its chest, gazed at the space in the galaxy before it and sighed. Another ruined galaxy. I hope those warmongers from the Gutris military state haven't reached this galaxy before me. He has 4 eyes, evenly spaced on either side of his hammer-like head. There are 4 arms on the stick-like body. He comes from a new civilization in this relic star field, the Magan United Kingdom. The Magan United Kingdom has not been in the starry sky for long. Only less than 700 Magan mother star years. They grew up in a galaxy in this relic star field. During the 700 years of their home star entering the starry sky, they were trapped in the galaxy for the first few hundred years due to the influence of space storms outside the galaxies. It was not until 200 years ago that they discovered the safe space star road in the space storm between galaxies, and then they began to develop various relic galaxies. Within 200 years, the fleet speed quickly reached 4.1 times the current speed of light. The Getrez military state he mentioned was another civilization in the surrounding ruined star field that was in direct confrontation with them. The time that the Getrez military state has spent leaving its home planet and stepping into the starry sky is much longer than theirs. Converted into Magan home planet years, it has been 1,500 years. But due to the same factors, the Getrez military state was trapped in its own galaxy for a longer time, and after discovering the space star road, due to the location of its mother star, the number of relic galaxies it explored was far less than that of the United Kingdom of Magan, and the speed of its fleet's curvature engine was only 3.7 times the speed of light. However, Almost all of their funds are used to research weapons and expand military strength. Therefore, even though there is a slight difference in the speed of the two fleets, the powerful fleet weapons and slightly greater number of fleets enable the fleet of the Getrez military state to compete with them in this starry sky. On the other side of the galaxy, the fleet of the Gutris military state, the bridge of the flagship. Wearing a military uniform, the tall figure of about 2 meters, looking like a standing lizard, Admiral of the Gutris military state stared at the space in front of him. Although the Getrez people are upright lizard-like creatures like the Yada people, their appearances are very different. The Yada people look more like lizards, and their facial features are somewhat similar to those of humans. The difference between the Getrez and the Yada people is that the lower half of their faces are mouth parts that can open like petals. The sides of the cheeks and chin can split open like 5 petals, and each petal has fangs on its mouth parts. After occupying this galaxy, the military state's territory will be able to expand further. I also hope to find technology in this relic galaxy that can solve the current military dilemma. There was worry in Admiral Jertris's eyes. The current situation of the military state is not very good. A two-front war is being waged. On the front line, it is not just a war with the Magan United Kingdom for the ownership of each relic galaxy. The rear of the Gutierrez military state was also unstable. Decades ago, in the rear of the Getrez military state star territory, on a crucial mineral planet, a huge number of green-skinned creatures that could not be killed inexplicably emerged from the ground. When those creatures first appeared, they were just primitive civilizations, fighting each other with sticks and stones. However, in the past few decades, after seeing the fleet of the Gutierrez military state, their technological level has exploded as if it appeared out of thin air. In just a few decades, it has reached a level where it can stand on equal footing with a true star-level civilization like the Getrez military state. But for some reason, no matter how hard you try, you can never kill all these greenskins. Kill one, and 10 more will appear. To this end, the Gutris military state has exterminated more than 7 planets. If this continues, the Getrez military state, which is fighting on 2 fronts, may not be able to hold on. Therefore, Admiral Jertris is eager to find weapons and technology from the new relic galaxy that can effectively suppress those terrifying green-skinned creatures. The fleets of the 2 interstellar civilizations have their own needs and thoughts. They began to enter the galaxy from both sides of the galaxy. In the galaxy, the reassembled intelligent celestial fleet was waiting for the arrival of both of them. Chapter 116. A large city in the Galaxy Center Space Station. The fleets of the 2 civilizations simultaneously sailed towards the center of the galaxy. The reunited intelligent celestial fleet also began to sail towards the center of the galaxy. In the center of this galaxy, Ruby will deploy a space jump node blockade device. This is a new technology acquired by the Intelligent Heavenly Court, and this time we can test its effectiveness. If you want to seize this galaxy, then once you come in, don't even think about leaving. At least that's what Ruby thought. About 1 hour and 58 minutes later, the fleet of the Intelligent Celestial Court crossed a distance of 20 billion kilometers in space and arrived at the center of the galaxy. And this is also the target of the 2 civilization fleets. At the center of this galaxy, in space near the Lagrange point between 2 stars, there is a huge space station building. The huge space station appears as a disk in space. The diameter is about 40 kilometers. There is also a circle of broken automatic defense belt around the space station. Outside the automatic defense zone, about 1 million kilometers away, there is still a large amount of debris floating in the surrounding space. This debris area can form an asteroid belt, each orbiting around 2 stars. If nothing unexpected happens, the things inside this space station should be the most valuable items in this galaxy. It is also the target of the Intelligent Heavenly Court's expeditionary fleet this time. Based on the speed of the interstellar fleets of the 2 civilizations, even the fastest fleet among them would need 4.5 hours to reach the center of the galaxy. Excluding the time it takes for the Intelligent Heavenly Court fleet to travel here, the fastest of the 2 interstellar civilizations will still need 2 hours and 42 minutes to reach this space. There is still plenty of time. Ruby separated part of the fleet and began to explore the large space station during this period. The other part of the fleet remained where it was, preparing to deal with the incoming fleets of the 2 interstellar civilizations. The dark interstellar fleet sailed in the space illuminated by the 2 main sequence stars on the left and right of the galaxy, heading towards the large space station at the Lagrange point between the 2 stars. The 2 stars on the left and right are like huge fireballs, burning brightly in space, emitting light and illuminating the galaxy. The fleet stopped in space about 5 million kilometers away from the large space station. In front of us is a large area of debris spread across space, which has formed an asteroid belt. Activate the battleship's weapons and begin clearing the debris area ahead to create a path. Ruby looked at the wreckage area scattered across the space ahead, feeling a little emotional. Most of these wreckages were formed after some warships were destroyed. What kind of war must have taken place here? How many interstellar battleships must have been destroyed here to form such a large area of space debris? The weapon systems of every warship in the fleet began to lock onto the asteroid debris area ahead. The first thing that flashed light in the universe was a Wu-Chu 3 laser pulse cannon. The long and narrow beam of light instantly crossed the universe. The high-energy laser beam, with a terrifying temperature of millions of degrees, did not disappear immediately after it appeared. And like a long and narrow stick, it began to sweep across the space along with the movement of the pulse cannon. Such a terrifying light beam of high temperature is impossible to see directly if people use the naked eye alone. The high-energy beam swept across, clearing a large area of debris in an instant. The entire fleet continued to advance and clear. After just over 10 minutes, an area with roads to advance was cleared. After the cleanup, there were no more obstacles, and the fleet continued to move forward. After passing through this area of space containing the debris asteroid belt, they approached the large space station at a distance of 1 million kilometers. Afterwards, the fleet of the mechanical heavenly court began to release mechanical guards. Dense swarms of inertia-free engine mechanical guards swarmed out from the huge dark warships like a swarm of bees in space, heading towards the space station. This move was to test the defense strength of the outer perimeter of the space station. Although it seems that the defense system around the space station is very dilapidated, there may still be powerful firepower that can be operated. The small mechanical guards, all equipped with inertia-free engines, began to move towards the space station across a distance of millions of kilometers like a dense swarm of bees. Just when the mechanical guard swarm was approaching the space station within 300,000 kilometers, suddenly some small defense stations that were still operating in space in the quiet and ruined defense system began to start up. Various weapons were fired. Dense high-energy laser beams, kinetic shells, and missiles were launched into space. However, these weapons have absolutely no accuracy. I think it's because the defense station is too badly damaged, and the weapons are already at their limit of being able to fire. All of the mechanical guards, who used ancient civilization technology and were equipped with small inertia-free engines, instantly completed the process of transforming from a cluster to a scattered line formation. In less than 1/100th of a second, they were all spread out in this space area. And these mechanical guards immediately began to fight back automatically. Thousands of laser beams attacked the space station defense systems that were still barely functioning from all directions. It was completely destroyed without any effort. Afterwards, the mechanical guards who detected no danger gathered into a swarm again and began to patrol around the large space station. No other hazards were identified. Seeing this situation, Ruby couldn't help but curl her lips. This space station looks quite large, but its defenses have been completely degraded over the years and are no longer operational. But are there really any good things in such a space station? Ruby expressed her doubt. This kind of defense strength is completely different from when they explored the ruins of Lingxiao Galaxy before. It is far worse. Under Ruby's command, swarms of mechanical guards began to pour into the space station from space. Then disperse it. Be the first to explore whether there is still danger inside. Soon, the interior image of the space station ruins appeared in front of Ruby. This disc-shaped space station with a diameter of 40 kilometers has a city inside. Various high-rise buildings stand like a dense forest inside the space station. But there are also many broken eaves and ruins. The space station's life support system had long been damaged, and there was no air inside at all. After confirming that there was no danger, Ruby began to give orders for the fleet to advance and send out landing troops to land in the inner city of the space station to search for valuable items. But Ruby doubted whether anything good could be found there, seeing how dilapidated the interior looked. Chapter 117 Chaos Symbols in the Space Station. The Arrival of Higher Dimensional Life. Although the life support system in this space station has long been damaged and there is no air inside, the gravity system is still functioning. At the center of this disc-shaped space station is a large sphere. The overall appearance is like a flying saucer, and the sphere in the center is 10 kilometers in diameter and is still rotating. The city is inside this constantly rotating sphere. It can be said that as long as there is no problem with the overall structure of the space station and it is still rotating in space, its gravity system will continue to operate. Inside the space station, the gravity in the city is 2.4 standard Earth GS. Inside the space station city, a dense swarm of mechanical guards flew across the city, which was like a steel jungle at high speed. The city does not seem to have any special style. It is extremely simple, and the buildings are as regular as upright geometric shapes. The mechanical guards constantly dispersed and scanned in the city, then gathered together, transmitted data, and then dispersed and scanned again. Repeat this process continuously, checking one by one whether there are any valuable items in the city. In the end, only in the core area of the city was a building suspected to be the city's scientific research center scanned. After scanning a building suspected of containing high-value items, the mechanical guard began sending out messages and calls. Soon, a Suzaku heavy fighter transport aircraft flew in from the outside world, hovering over the city and under the dome inside the space station. The Suzaku heavy fighter transport aircraft slowly descended from the sky and landed steadily at the main entrance of the target building. The hatch opens. Hundreds of tactical humanoid girls wearing full sets of power armor walked down from the transport plane. They had a clear division of labor. The psychic girls began to explore whether there was any subspace reaction in this place. After the psychic troops completed their investigation, the technical humanoid girls began to enter the building to further scan and search for items of high-tech value. The engineering figures are responsible for ensuring that there are no doors that cannot be opened. Ordinary combat dolls are responsible for vigilance and guarding. It has been detected that this place has a certain degree of subspace reaction. Raise the alert level. A psychic girl suddenly shouted, and the surrounding combat humanoid girls began to move towards the technical humanoid. Then they were escorted towards the building. The engineering figures simply and roughly used hot melt knives to cut open the building door. The team then entered the building under guard. It was dark everywhere, but this was nothing for the tactical humanoids, as their eyes had built-in night vision scanning, thermal radiation scanning, electromagnetic reaction scanning, and other perspectives. Follow step by step the direction of the subspace reaction explored by the psychic girl's core. Eventually, the team reached the middle area of the building. This is a huge and open room. In the center of the room, on the ground, there are various unknown objects that have long been decayed. These unknown objects on the ground have long lost their original appearance. But you can still vaguely see the shapes formed by these objects on the ground. It formed two circles, one large and one small, nested together, and 8 arrows of different sizes protruded outward from the inside of the circles. The psychic girls don't quite understand this symbol. But Ruby, who was watching the expedition from afar, was more familiar. This was the symbol engraved on the subspace device at the center of the ruins of the first space station in the Lingxiao galaxy that she had explored. As she gradually understood the warp, she also knew what this symbol meant. This is the chaos octagram. And in the center of this chaotic octagon composed of many shapeless objects, there is an object standing like a throne. It is 8 meters wide and 8 meters high. There is also an X-shaped logo on the top of the throne, which looks like an emblem. This throne-like object is made up of a stack of small, oval-shaped objects. I can't tell exactly what it is, but further scans revealed that it was most likely the skull of some intelligent creature. On the throne, which was 8 meters wide and 8 meters high and was made of the skulls of some intelligent creatures, there was a device. It emitted a blood-red light in the darkness and seemed to be still functioning. And under the illumination of this blood-red light, kneeling in front of the throne were 8 unknown intelligent creatures that had long since decayed and died. Notice, the tactical humanoid girls raised the 20mm caliber electromagnetic explosive rifles in their hands, and the psychic girl troops began to carefully approach the throne made of the skulls of the commanding creatures. As they approached, suddenly, the blood-red light of the device above the skull throne became brighter. This light connected with the Chaos 8-pointed star symbol on the floor of this huge open room, emitting a blood-red light. For a moment, the entire dark room was illuminated. I sensed the power of the Gorvius space. A portal has opened. 8 beings from the High V in space have arrived. A psychic girl's expression changed, and she shouted loudly. Under this blood-red light, the space near the skull throne began to distort, and 8 illusory blood-red figures emerged from the distorted space, and all entered the 8 rotten corpses kneeling in front of the throne. The next moment, the 8 rotten corpses began to change. 2 horns grew on their heads, their shriveled and rotten bodies became plump, and their skin turned blood-red. 8 monsters, about 3 meters tall, with muscular bodies, huge and twisted horns on their heads, holding long swords, walking on curved, sheep-hoof-like feet, and with bloody and ferocious faces, appeared on the spot. Korn Bloodletter. Korn Bloodletter. That's a low-level demon under the command of Korn, the evil god of the warp. Among the tactical humanoid troops, a girl with mechanical wings quickly reminded the others. Before the arrival of the intelligent heaven, the winged people had been suffering from the sufferings of the high-dimensional space because they also possessed some psychic talents. They also all know something about the subspace. This is a ritual to summon demons from the warp into the real universe, set up by the people in this space station city many years ago. But it was not until now that it was triggered by the tactical humanoid troops that stepped into this place. The Khorne Bloodletter is the lowest level and most basic warp demon under the command of the evil god Khorne. But don't underestimate them just because they are the most basic Khorne demons. They are higher dimensional beings first and lower level Khorne demons second. However, they cannot directly appear in the real three-dimensional physical universe. The 8 rotten corpses kneeling in front of the skull throne are the bodies prepared for them, based on the ancient legend of the winged people race in the Lingxiao galaxy. Every bloodletter bears the blessing of Khorne. This blessing can make even the lowest level Khorne demons like them immune to any ranged attacks. It can only be killed physically with melee weapons. Chapter 118 The Devil is Shocked. Which evil god are you serving under? But they are high-dimensional life forms and are essentially immortal. Killing their physical bodies will only exile them back to the subspace. These Khorne vampires also have the ability to teleport in a small area. The distance is not far. The farthest may be less than 10 meters, but it is extremely terrifying in close combat. The blood swords in their hands are extremely sharp. According to the ancient legend of the Dome Star winged people, once injured by them, their souls and blood will be extracted and they will be turned into shriveled corpses. The power of the vampire will also be enhanced accordingly. The more you kill, the stronger the vampire becomes. It can be said that every Khorne vampire who descends into the physical universe is an extremely terrifying existence. The above statement comes from the book, Records of High-Dimensional Creatures in the Subspace by the Dome Star Winged People, compiled by the Intelligent Heavenly Court. As to the exact situation, the Intelligent Heavenly Court has not conducted any scientific research. After all, they have never encountered this kind of high-dimensional space creature before. Fight! 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 Cut! Cut off the head! Pleasure, my god! Whispers of the evil warp from the vampires began to spread around. This sound can spread without passing through any medium in the real universe. Any intelligent creature with weak will who approaches them will instantly sink and become a madman who only knows how to kill. As the 8 vampires appeared, they naturally formed a neat formation. The leading vampire held a blood sword in one hand and a long cross pole with a black flag hanging on it in the other. There was a blood-red X-shaped mark on the black flag. It is the emblem of Khorne. This vampire is the vanguard captain of this team. A squad of 8 Khorne bloodletters. Although the evil god Khorne is synonymous with killing, he also places great emphasis on discipline. Every team of real vampires entering the battlefield will have a discipline that is stronger than the army of any intelligent civilization in the real universe. Finally, I've arrived in this universe again. Ha ha ha. The vampire vanguard captain held a blood sword and a battle flag and laughed loudly. The sound was not transmitted through the air, but was directly transmitted through space to the minds of everyone around him. Therefore, you don't need to know any language to understand it. They immediately spotted the tactical humanoid troops. Woman. No, a female warrior. They are determined and unaffected. They are fighters. In that case, kill them. Cut off their heads. The vampire vanguard captain waved the Khorne flag in his hand, and in an instant, he led the other 7 vampires to form a charging formation. The space around his body was distorted and illusory. 8 Khorne vampires, holding blood swords, approached the tactical humanoid girls while constantly teleporting. Use melee weapons. The combat humanoid girl captain of the team immediately conveyed her order, was the first to discard the 20mm electromagnetic grenade gun in her hand, and drew out the chainsaw sword hanging at her waist. Boom! The chainsaw sword in his hand was transmitted through the solid body of his arm, making a slight roaring sound that only the person holding the sword could hear. In an instant, the 8 Khorne vampires teleported into the formation of the tactical humanoid girls. Each Khorne vampire selected a target, and the timing of their attacks was extremely unified. Even their movements seemed consistent. Ha ha ha! The vampire vanguard captain laughed wildly, teleported behind a tactical humanoid, and swung the blood sword in his hand down in an instant. Its first head-severing achievement in the physical universe. But the next moment, it was completely stunned. The blood sword that was swinging down was blocked by a transparent shield that rose out of thin air. A bright light rose behind the tactical humanoid girl's head. The light it emitted enveloped her body and protected her. The moment the bloodletter attacked, the tactical humanoid reacted and swung the chain sword backwards without hesitation. At the moment when the vampire's blood sword was blocked by the psychic shield, the chainsaw sword that roared silently in the space also cut the arm of the vampire vanguard captain. Roar! The vampire vanguard captain roared, and his body, which had lost both arms, teleported away. He instantly moved away from the tactical humanoid girl. Looking at the other vampires, 4 of them had already fallen to the ground in the last round of attacks. Now, there are only 3 vampires who teleported back to the vampire vanguard captain, and all of them are seriously injured. This result shocked the vampire vanguard captain. The opponent's combat ability was definitely not that of an ordinary low-dimensional creature. Could it be you? This power? Which evil god's followers are you? The vampire vanguard captain who had lost both arms roared at the tactical figures in shock. Is it that treacherous bluebird, or that fat, disgusting, rancid fat man, or that bitch's men? You are all women. Are you the subordinates of that disgusting woman? The woman that the vampire vanguard captain was talking about is Slainish. Among the 4 gods, the one Korn despised the most was Slainish. What nonsense are you talking about? How could we possibly be under the command of the evil god? Let's not talk too much. You guys don't seem that powerful. Let's fight first and talk. A tactical humanoid girl roared with a chainsaw sword in her hand as she challenged the vampire vanguard captain. The vampires are very strong, but the tactical humanoid girls are not weak either. Even the most ordinary tactical humanoid has a brain that is equivalent to a computer that is constantly calculating at high speed. Coupled with its inherently powerful mechanical body and the light shield system, which is essentially the power of the warp, its melee capability can be said to be even stronger than that of Korn's bloodletters. Meanwhile, the fighting humanoid girls were battling against the Korn bloodletters. In the fleet outside the space station, the technical humanoids were quickly analyzing the abilities of the vampires. If we regard these vampires from higher dimensional space as quantum life forms of higher dimensions, they come from higher dimensions and enter the 8 decaying corpses. Through some powerful proton-level decomposition and reconstruction technology, the decayed corpse is transformed into a strong body, and there is a special force field on the body that can block almost all long-range attacks. However, this force field cannot block melee attacks. The teleportation ability of the Korn vampire is a certain degree of small-scale subspace jump ability, which can continuously teleport through high-dimensional subspace jumps within a range of 10 meters. In the hands of the vampire, there is a blood sword that can absorb the blood and the so-called soul of the enemy. It also has a layer of decomposition force field, which hits the enemy's body the moment it hits. It will automatically extract blood components from the enemy's body, decompose them into nutrients, and transfer them to the vampire's body through the blood sword to strengthen it. The reason why vampires cannot be killed is that they are some kind of quantum life forms in a higher dimensional space, and their current bodies are only temporary. After being killed, its quantum life essence will return to the higher dimensional space. These explanations are very scientific. Chapter 119 Subspace Communication. Delay-free communication technology. After the fleet in outer space quickly analyzed the capabilities of the Korn vampires, it simultaneously transmitted the data to the tactical humanoid girls fighting against them. The tactical humanoid girls' powerful thinking and computing abilities in battle, combined with big data calculations in the rear. They also have their own most critical shield protection and the advantage in numbers. The situation on the scene instantly changed into a situation where 100 tactical girls worked together to encircle and suppress the only 4 remaining Korn bloodletters. Seeing this, the vampire vanguard captain knew in his heart that it was impossible for him to win. But it still chose to charge again. There are no cowards under the command of our god Korn. Charge! The vampire vanguard captain roared suddenly, and the next moment, his broken arms suddenly grew back intact. He picked up a blood sword that was split from his flesh and blood, and took the lead in charging towards the tactical humanoid girls. The blood-red demonic body continuously jumped through the subspace, teleporting in a small area around it. The other 3 Korn vampires did the same, cooperating with the vanguard captain in the same way. However, there are too few of them. There are still hundreds of tactical humanoid girls, and each team of 3 people forms a combat team, looking after each other's companions. Links between each other are established, and the tactical humanoid perspective of each combat team is shared. In this case, even a vampire with the ability of short-distance teleportation would not be able to suddenly appear from behind any tactical humanoid girl and launch an attack. The vampire vanguard captain teleported again and appeared behind a tactical humanoid girl, swinging the blood sword in his hand in the air. But at this moment, several chainsaw swords around it also slashed towards it. The Vanguard captain was not afraid. The blade of the vampire's blood sword was blocked by the shield again. But the tactical humanoid's chainsaw swords directly hit the vampire Vanguard captain. They are demons of Khorne, the infantry units of the Khorne demon army. They are very strong, but it depends on who they are facing. If it were an ordinary army of intelligent creatures, they would naturally be easily slaughtered by them. What the intelligent heavenly court does not know is that after the arrival of the existence of higher dimensions, it is usually accompanied by an invisible, subdimensional evil creature. This invisible evil of the warp has another name, the electronic demon. The invisible electronic demon will contaminate all highly intelligent AI devices, bringing chaos and destruction to these intelligent AIs. In this situation, coupled with the Khorne demon army's powerful and unparalleled melee capabilities. Basically, the armies of most interstellar civilizations have little resistance. But the tactical humanoid troops of the intelligent heaven, just as the Vanguard vampire captain said, they cannot be contaminated and the electronic demons have no effect on them at all. In fact, apart from some psychic girls who can sense the subspace and react. Even the vast majority of the tactical humanoids didn't realize that there were electronic demons from the subspace trying to attack them. Whether Don Juan and the tactical dolls admit it or not, they are essentially the same as the demons under the command of Don Juan, the evil god. Mechanical demon versus Khorne demon, both are demons, and they are a professional match. After the 8 Khorne vampires were killed, the psionic girls began to carefully sense the warp reaction. After a moment, a psychic girl let out a long breath and said, "Their bodies in the physical universe have been killed. They have been exiled back to the warp. If no one actively summons them, they will not be able to break through the barrier between the higher dimensions and the physical universe again with their own strength." Very good, clean up the battlefield. A psychic girl holding a chainsaw sword approached the skull throne in the center of the chaos octagram. Above the throne, the strange subspace device was still emitting a blood-red light. This blood-red light itself carries an extremely strong taint of Khorne. Any ordinary intelligent creature that approaches will instantly become a being that only knows how to kill. But for the tactical dolls, this has no effect at all. The psychic girl could even pick it up with her hands. After carefully sensing it, she knew the purpose of this device. A look of joy appeared on her face. This thing can transmit messages through the subspace. It's some kind of subspace communication device. If we study it thoroughly, we can also master the ability of subspace communication. Subspace communication. This is also a crucial technology for the intelligent heavenly court. In this universe, general means of communication are still limited to the speed of light. For most intelligent civilizations in the vast universe, the fastest means of communication even requires the existence of messengers. And any superluminal communication technology is of absolute priority. Take the Turan Interstellar Society, for example. The Turan Empire, located in the Orion Arm, has frequent exchanges and contacts with the Perseus civilization in the neighboring Perseus Arm. The overall technological level of the Perseus Interstellar Society is much higher than that of the Turan Empire. The two sides have also fought several long and intense wars. But why has the Perseus Interstellar Society been unable to conquer the Torino Interstellar Society until now? That is because the Turan Interstellar Society has a star field network server excavated from the ruined star field. This is the real artifact and the most important national weapon of the Turan Empire. As long as the area is covered by the star network, communication without delay can be achieved. As long as the order is given, the Turan Empire can reach the front line in an instant. If the Perseus civilization wants to deliver orders from the rear to the front line, it has to use the fastest messenger ship to rush to the front line at superluminal speed, passing through stargates and mature space jump nodes to convey important orders. How to fight this? Therefore, the frontline generals of the Perseus civilization have extremely high autonomy. But even so, the Perseus civilization is still at a disadvantage on the comprehensive galactic battle line that is hundreds of light years wide and covers dozens of galaxies. But if the communication levels of the two were brought to the same level, the Turan Empire would definitely be crushed by the Persian civilization. The Perseus civilization has an advantage in technology, but the Turan Empire maintains an absolute tactical advantage. To sum up, superluminal communication means are extremely important in this interstellar age. When in the Lingxiao galaxy, the intelligent heavenly court used the local server built by itself through the unparalleled super-intelligent technology of the technical humanoids, and then communicated through the virtual space network secretly separated and blocked from the star network. The star network is simply too vast, and coupled with the powerful computing power of the intelligent humanoids of the heavenly court, This kind of network theft has never been discovered by the Tauran Empire. But outside the Lingxiao galaxy, there is no star field network coverage in the current Biling galaxy. The expeditionary fleet will not be able to contact the Lingxiao galaxy at any time. Moreover, it is okay that they have been secretly using the star network controlled by the Tauran Empire without being discovered now, but if they are discovered in the future, it will be a fatal blow. Therefore, the current intelligent heavenly court urgently needs a delay-free communication technology that can replace the star network. The subspace communication device that appears at this moment is exactly like this. Messages will be transmitted over long distances without delay by jumping through high-dimensional space. Once they master this technology, the intelligent heavenly court will be able to directly destroy all data within their star network virtual LAN and completely cover up all traces. Chapter 120 Recycling and Research quickly solve them. Tactical humanoid forces immediately began recovering the device. This thing is too important to the current intelligent heavenly court. In fact, they can even discard other relics in the entire galaxy, but this one must be taken back. After recovering the subspace communication device, the tactical humanoid troops began a careful investigation. They even discovered that inside this building, there were piles of skulls of hundreds of thousands of intelligent creatures. I think this should be the entire population of this space station city. From the various broken walls, one can vaguely see that the city in the space station was once very prosperous, but after a long time, everything is no longer what it used to be. After confirming that there were no high-value recyclable items in the space station city, the tactical humanoid troops began to retreat. A Suzaku, heavy transport aircraft returned along the same route. Leave the space station and travel in space. In comparison, this Suzaku heavy transport aircraft has some special cargo on it. Not only the warp communication device, but also the corpses of 8 corn vampires. The vampires from the higher dimension within the corpses had been banished back, but the vessels that served as their descent remained in the physical universe. Originally, these corpses were just 8 ordinary, completely decayed corpses. If they came into contact with the air, they would turn into ashes in an instant. But after the arrival of the vampire, the matter of the corpse was completely reconstructed by the power from the high-dimensional space and turned into a new, unknown material. In the eyes of the technical humanoid girls, these corpses are excellent samples for research. If, after research, the mechanical celestial court can comprehend the secret of the Corn Demon Army's complete immunity to long-range attacks, it can apply this ability to its own troops and warships. Isn't it beautiful? These corpses have also been confirmed by the psionic girls' core, and the subspace pollution power on them has disappeared with the disappearance of the vampires. All the harvest was brought back to the fleet flagship, the Expedition. Ruby was very happy. She couldn't help but laugh foolishly in her heart. I brought back such an important thing this time. How will the Supreme Council reward me? Hee hee. But a sudden sound interrupted her thoughts. Okay, Ruby, stop freaking out. Something's happening. The fleets of the 2 interstellar civilizations we detected earlier are approaching. This is their current coordinate location in the 3-dimensional space coordinate system. Using our own fleet as a reference point, the interstellar fleet coming from the space to the left of the fleet is approximately 12.2 billion kilometers away. At their speed of advance, they will arrive in this space in 7 hours. The interstellar fleet coming from space to the right of the fleet is still 14 billion kilometers away. Based on their speed, it will take about 9 hours to reach us. Both of their goals are targeting the very center of this galaxy. A virtual projection of Yu Yi appeared in front of Ruby. Staring at Ruby's abnormal expression, she knew that this guy had fallen into the filthy delusion of supremacy again. Ruby was a little unhappy that Yu Yi had interrupted her thoughts. She said, "That's not right. According to the speed of the other party detected by the curvature space before, they should have been here a long time ago, right? Why are they so slow now? Do you think any interstellar civilization's fleet can make a quick turn without interrupting the curvature state like we can?" Yu Yi rolled his eyes when he heard this and said, "I originally wanted to wait here for them to come over, but I didn't expect them to be so slow in advancing." Ruby pouted. "Let's make a quick decision and explore all the ruins in this galaxy as soon as possible. I just want to get back to the Supreme as soon as possible. Take the initiative and eliminate them all. Leave some alive afterward and inquire about the situation of their respective civilizations. I will lead the main fleet to deal with the fleet with fast space speed on the left, and Yu Yi, you will lead the fleet of ship girls to deal with the fleet with slow space speed on the right." The order was quickly passed on. In the communication channel, the warships parked in space made a cheerful sound. "Yeah, I've been bored for so long. Finally, there's a fight. This is my first fight since my transformation. Sisters, cheer up. For these ship girls, the huge space battleship is their true form. This was their first time experiencing a real space battle, and each ship girl was excited. In Andra's main battleship, on the bridge, Yu listened to the voice on the communication channel, sighed, looked at Andra who appeared beside her in tactical humanoid form, and said, "This is another group of troublesome people." Andra crossed her arms across her chest, a doting smile on her face that held an exceptionally mature charm. "These little guys are all young people in the tribe, and they're all still very young." Then she added, "Of course, I'm also very young. Don't think I'm some 10,000-year-old monster just because I just said that." After Andra finished speaking, she covered her mouth and chuckled. "Then I understand. A big sister who is thousands of years old is not a monster who is tens of thousands of years old." Yu shrugged and said, "Okay, let's go and follow the simulation training. I will command the fleet." "Yes, Captain, but you must use me with caution." Andra chuckled. Magan United Kingdom Starfleet. The entire fleet of 1,500 warships is performing warp travel in space. Originally, according to the navigation capabilities of their fleet, they should not use the curvature state to navigate within the galaxy. It is too dangerous. There are many and messy asteroid belts in the galaxy. If you are not careful, you may hit an asteroid at superluminal speed. That is the situation where the ship is destroyed and people are killed. But since they entered this galaxy, they have detected an unusual space jump fluctuation. They knew that other interstellar civilizations had beaten them to the punch and had already arrived in this galaxy. But what was extremely strange was that no matter how they activated the curvature space monitoring device in space, they did not find any curvature space fluctuations. This strange phenomenon made Commander Magan upset. According to their previous rules for exploring galaxies, they generally use safer sublight speed navigation within the galaxy to conduct exploration. But in that case, it would take 10 days or half a month to explore all the galaxies, and by then it would be too late. Therefore, in a hurry, Commander Magan ordered the fleet to start superluminal curvature navigation within the galaxy. But for safety, they also have to perform a lot of calculations, calculate the orbit of the asteroid in front of them, travel a certain distance at superluminal curvature, and then stop to compare the calculated data in the space ahead. Then take a detour or destroy the asteroid in the orbit ahead. Then continue forward. It would be strange if such an efficient advancement could be fast. But no matter how anxious Commander Magan was, he had to take it slow. This was the limit of what they could do now. Chapter 121. We are the strongest in this star field. In the darkness of space, the space twisted, and a huge interstellar fleet appeared in the space along with the twisting of space. There were a total of 1,500 warships, including one about 2.7 kilometers long, in the bridge. Commander-in-Chief, there is an asteroid belt 3.2 million kilometers ahead in space, and it overlaps with the orbit of our fleet. The fleet is turning, recalculating, and selecting its forward route, and actively avoiding the asteroid belt ahead. Yes. A moment later, the entire fleet recalculated its route, and after replanning a new route in space, it once again entered the superluminal state and moved forward in space. The fleet kept stopping and starting, and the advancement efficiency was extremely slow, and it also consumed a lot of energy. But no matter what, it is much faster than the speed of light. Commander Magan always felt like there was a thorn in his heart, making him feel uncomfortable all over. He urgently wanted to know which interstellar civilization had entered this galaxy before them. Could it be the fleet of the Gutris military state? They entered this system first. In this starry sky, the only country that has always been in direct confrontation with their Magan United Kingdom is the Gutris military state. But no matter who it is, no one can shake the immense power of our United Kingdom in this starry sky. Commander Magan calmed his restless heart and reminded himself. The huge fleet continues to perform warp navigation in space. But no warship in this fleet could discover that there was another curvature bubble just outside the navigation curvature bubble formed by their fleet, at an extremely close distance of about 100,000 kilometers. The fleet of the intelligent heavenly court maintained a curvature speed of 4.1 times the speed of light, and remained parallel to the fleet of the United Kingdom of Magan in space. Then approach quickly. But during this process, none of the 1,500 warships in the Magan United Kingdom fleet could detect the fleet of the intelligent heavenly court. The fleet turns and begins to approach the enemy's navigational curvature bubble, calculating the curvature space value of the other party's navigation curvature bubble. Calculations completed. Adjusting the curvature bubble values of our fleet synchronously. Start to approach the other party's navigation curvature bubble. In the space that is invisible to the naked eye, the smaller curvature bubble composed of dozens of warships of the intelligent heavenly court began to approach the huge curvature bubble composed of 1,500 warships of the Magan United Kingdom fleet. 100,000 kilometers, 90,000 kilometers, 80,000 kilometers, even 1 kilometer, 500 meters, 100 meters, 10 meters, completely close. The curvature bubbles of the two fleets began to synchronize the curvature space values, and then merged into one like two merging soap bubbles. The intelligent celestial fleet successfully entered the curvature bubble of the opposing fleet very easily. The curvature bubble space with a width of 1 million kilometers continues to advance, and in this curvature bubble space, all the warships remain relatively static. 1,500 warships are evenly distributed in this curvature bubble space. Dozens of intelligent celestial warships rushed in without alarming any of the Magan warships. In the radar scan of the Magan battleship, the battleship of the intelligent heaven seemed to not exist. Even a Black Ropel heavy firepower destroyer was less than 10 kilometers away from a 2-kilometer-long horse-drawn warship, but the other side did not notice it. At this distance, the Black Ropel battleship began to blatantly scan the enemy battleships. We are looking for the other side's flagship. We are searching for the enemy's key battleships. Scan completed, marking the enemy's key warships. Flagship of the United Kingdom fleet. The 2.7-kilometer-long flagship maintained a safe space distance of about 1,000 kilometers from the warships on all sides in the curvature bubble space. A gigantic warship, 15 kilometers long and completely invisible to both optical and radar detection, quietly approached the flagship. The distance between us and the enemy has been reduced to 1 kilometer. Launch small assault boats to land on the enemy warships. Eliminate all resistance and obtain the coordinate data of the civilization within the enemy warship. Yes. This time, Ruby personally led the team to conduct boarding operations against the enemy warships. The purpose is to find the coordinates of the other civilization that may be stored in the other warship. This is the most important strategic data. It is also very useful for the intelligent heavenly court. The other party is a civilization in the relic star field, and they must know a lot of coordinate data of the relic galaxy. Maybe it also includes the space jump coordinate data of the surrounding relic galaxies. The reason for adopting such tactics is that in a conventional space battle, the opponent is likely to directly destroy the data. Failure to obtain these coordinate data would be a major loss for the intelligent heavenly court. Therefore, the most perfect method is to sneak into the enemy's warship without being noticed. Interfering with the enemy's warship system. Prepare for an invasion. Hundreds of Suzaku heavy fighter transport aircraft approached the enemy warships, interfering to a certain extent with the systems of the enemy warships. A Suzaku heavy fighter transport aircraft even approached the large hatch on the side of the enemy warship. Under long-range interference, the hatch of the enemy warship was quietly opened without the enemy warship system noticing. Inside the deck passage of the Magan warship, a hatch opened. Dozens of tactical humanoid girl assault troops filed out and appeared in this passage. Team 17 has successfully entered the enemy warship. Optical stealth has been activated, automatically shielding the enemy warship's internal detectors. The 6th team has also successfully entered. Team 7 successfully entered. Flagship of the Magan Combined Fleet, in the bridge. Commander-in-Chief Magan always kept a close eye on the data of the curvature space, and he always felt an inexplicable uneasiness in his heart. Commander-in-Chief, you seem a little depressed? A technical advisor who was familiar with him asked when he saw this. Yeah, I'm still thinking about the space jump fluctuations I detected after entering this galaxy. If someone gets to this system before us, it will be bad. Commander-in-Chief Magan sighed. What's the big deal, Commander-in-Chief? In the surrounding star fields, only the Guttress military state can stand a chance against our United Kingdom. Even if someone arrived in this system before us, it was most likely the Guttress military state. But the facts of many wars have proven that no one in this star region can be our opponent. So, Commander-in-Chief, what are you still worried about? Our Magan United Kingdom is the most powerful civilization in this star field. Whenever the technical advisor talked about this, there was always a look of immense pride on his face. Chapter 122, Fleet Strength Gap, like God. Yes, you are right. But I always feel an inexplicable uneasiness. Commander-in-Chief Magan continued to stare at the data flashing on the light screen in front of him over and over again. Finally, he gave up, sighed, and said, Perhaps I'm really worrying too much. As you said, our United Kingdom is the strongest in this starry sky. My worries are probably unnecessary. She had personally led a commando team and had already arrived here. In stealth mode, Ruby had a wild smile on her face. Stealth infiltration. This tactic is really fun. The opponent didn't even notice that she had arrived outside the battleship bridge, just across the door. All teams, launch your operation and simultaneously control every key point on this battleship. It's time to give them a big surprise. After the order was given, Ruby held a plasma melta cannon and pulled the trigger at the bridge door not far away. Boom! Plasma light flashed, and amidst the huge noise, terrifying high-temperature heat was emitted, and the bridge door was instantly melted and blasted open. All the horsepole control personnel inside the bridge were shocked. They were extremely stunned and looked at the bridge door that suddenly exploded in shock. Ha ha ha! The heavenly soldiers have arrived. Everyone, kneel down and surrender. With a crazy smile on her face, Ruby led the tactical humanoid commandos rushing in an instant, holding a plasma melta cannon. What? The technical staff officer was startled and reacted quickly, as he immediately wanted to draw his gun. But he reacted quickly, and Ruby reacted even faster. A blue light suddenly flashed in Ruby's beautiful eyes. Bang! With a loud bang, the technical staff officer's head seemed to be crushed by a pair of invisible hands. Bones, flesh, broken brain, and some intelligent computer crystal components were scattered all over the ground. After the initial shock, Commander Magon was completely awakened by the splattering brains of the technical staff beside him. Facing the army of unknown civilization that had rushed in, he raised the 4 arms on his body to show that he was not a threat. But at the same time, his brain was working rapidly. Who are these people? How did they get in? You know, his battleship is the flagship of the entire fleet. The entire fleet of 1,500 warships were all wrapped in the curvature bubble, sailing at a superluminal curvature speed of 4.1 times the speed of light. How on earth did the enemy get close to their fleet and enter their warships? He was able to approach so stealthily, enter the curvature bubble of their fleet, and even enter the most core and critical bridge of the battleship without them noticing at all. Then what terrifying heights has the other party's technological level reached? Was only my flagship invaded, or were all the ships in the fleet invaded? At the same time as shock, fear and all kinds of doubts filled his heart. Commander Magon really didn't dare to raise any thoughts of resistance. The fact that the other party could appear directly on the bridge of his flagship was truly terrifying. He didn't even dare to think about it. Ruby led the team personally and easily took control of the flagship and other key warships of the Magon United Kingdom's Interstellar fleet. It took no effort at all to make the entire Magon United Kingdom fleet give up resistance. But for Yu Yi, who leads the Shipgirls team, it is even easier. The fleet of the Guttress military state has lower technological content than the fleet of the United Kingdom of Magon. Yu Yi led the tactical humanoid troops and attacked the flagship of the Guttress military fleet using the same tactics. Successfully captured the enemy's commander-in-chief. The Guttress militaristic fleet has a simple and crude style, like a flagship and bridge that are all cylindrical. Admiral Gutierrez knelt on the ground with his hands shackled with carbon-based biological nerves. Beside him were other captured Gutierrez soldiers kneeling in a row. Who are you guys? Admiral Gertruis knelt on the ground, struggling to raise his head. The lower half of his face split like petals, and asked unwillingly. Yu Yi looked down at him condescendingly. The psychic girl beside him used her psychic power to sense the other person's thoughts at close range, and then translated the words to Yu Yi. When Yu Yi heard this, she smiled. She had an idea in her mind and whispered a few words to the psychic girl. The psychic girl nodded, with a gleam in her eyes. She directly invaded the other party's mind through psychic power and conveyed her meaning to the other party's brain. We are the Omnic Heaven. It's the civilization that has awakened in this relic star field after eons of slumber. It's what you call the ancient civilization. The entire relic star field is our legacy. Now, we must reclaim it all. Admiral Gertruis's eyes suddenly widened, and every mouthpart of his petal-like lower face was trembling. The awakening, the ancient, civilized empire. Admiral Gertruis was filled with shock and fear. He believed it, and believed it firmly. In fact, he had no choice but to believe it. Judging from the various technical means demonstrated by the opponent, for their Guttress military state, it was like a godlike level. A gentle smile appeared on Yu Ye's heroic and beautiful face. She found that the rhetoric of the awakened ancient civilization empire was quite effective. At least saying it out loud can shock a large number of people. But Yu Yi did not expect Admiral Gertruis's next performance. Admiral Gertruis, who was already kneeling on the ground, suddenly banged his head against the ground, his body trembling, and shouted, Gertruis military state, Navy Fleet Admiral Dal Watami, greets the messenger of God. Yu Yi was stunned, looked at the psychic girl next to him, and asked, what is he whining about? Sister Yu Yi, It seems like she is calling our divine messenger. The psychic girl was also stunned and said, I'll use my psychic powers to dig deeper into his memories. After she finished speaking, the light in the psychic girl's eyes became even brighter. Watami's body kept shaking, and he could feel an invisible force surging in his mind. But he did not resist. After a moment, the psychic girl understood everything. It turns out that the mother planet of the Gutris militaristic civilization was originally a small relic planet. The remains of ancient civilization have a profound impact on the people of Getres. The people of Getres worshipped the existence that created the remains of ancient civilization as gods and established a religion. This religion has had a deep-rooted influence on the military civilization of Getres from ancient times to the present. The reason why the Getres military state vigorously developed weapons technology and highly militarized the entire civilization was to be able to better find and contact more relic galaxies in this star field. After Yi understood this, she thought about it for a while and seemed to have a good idea in her mind. Chapter 123. The conceptual plan for building a celestial interstellar society. The reason why we talk about the so-called ancient civilization empire with these civilized creatures that are far weaker than the intelligent heavenly court. The purpose is to build this character well. After all, the setting of the awakening ancient civilization empire sounds very awesome. In this way, the intelligent heavenly court will be able to further claim possession of the entire relic galaxy. The size of the relic galaxy is no less than that of the Tauran Interstellar Society, spanning a space area of tens of thousands of light years. In such a vast territory, how many good things could be left inside? Although the current scale of the intelligent heavenly court is extremely small compared to the scale of the Milky Way, building momentum and making announcements in advance will definitely be useful in the future. Among the forces currently in the Milky Way, the intelligent heavenly court only knows of two interstellar societies. The Taurino Interstellar Society in the Orion Arm, and the Perseus Interstellar Society, which is Taurino's neighbor. The two interstellar societies seem huge, but if viewed on the scale of the Milky Way, their territories are far from large. The Taurino Interstellar Society was able to occupy the Orion Arm simply because the Orion Arm is just a small arm of the Milky Way. In terms of star density and number, they are far less than the main spiral arms of the Milky Way. The Perseus Arm, where the Perseus Interstellar Society is located, is one of the main spiral arms. According to current knowledge, the Perseus Interstellar Society only occupies a part of the Perseus spiral arm. The rest of the area is occupied by other interstellar societies composed of countless other interstellar civilizations. However, due to the great distance and various reasons, the names of those interstellar societies are not known to the Tauran Interstellar Society. The Perseus civilization must know more extensive information, but the Tauran Empire and the Perseus civilization have been fighting for so many years, and they don't even know any information about other interstellar societies except the Perseus Interstellar Society. This is also incredible, but if you think about it carefully, you will feel that such a huge Tauran Interstellar Society is very sad. The Perseus Interstellar Society intentionally blocked this information from the Tauran Interstellar Society. Every time they sent a fleet to attack the Tauran Empire, they would erase all the information and data about other interstellar societies carried by the fleet in advance. Because the Star Network brought the Tauran Empire unparalleled information and tactical advantages, the fleet of the Perseus civilization was unable to do anything to the Tauran Empire. But they used this method to isolate the Tauran Interstellar Society in the galaxy on various levels. For so many years, all civilizations in the Tauran Interstellar Society, including the Tauran Empire, have never stepped out of the Orion Arm. It's not that the isolation of the Persian civilization is so effective, but that the Tauran Empire is unwilling and dares not to step out. Once they step out of the area covered by the Star Network, they will completely lose the various communication advantages brought by the existing Star Network. The Star Network is like an invisible wall that separates the Tauran Interstellar Society from other vast areas of the Milky Way. The above is the current situation of the Tauran Empire evaluated by the intelligent heavenly court after sorting out the data from all the information known to Luo Xiuling. The Tauran Empire willingly trapped itself in the Orion Arm, but the intelligent heavenly court is unwilling to do so. The relic star field is very large. One end can connect to the Tauran Interstellar Society in the Orion Arm, and the other end must also be connected to other interstellar societies in other spiral arms. As long as the fleet of the intelligent celestial court is in the ruined star region, it will one day encounter other interstellar societies in the future. The Tauran Interstellar Society is a pathetic, isolated existence in the Milky Way and other interstellar societies in the Milky Way must be even larger. If the intelligent heavenly court wants to compete with other unknown and vast interstellar societies in the future, whose territories are tens of thousands of light years away, it cannot lose in terms of size. Therefore, after a quick thought, Yi believed that the current intelligent heaven should also make preparations in advance. We cannot limit our vision to the Tauran interstellar society. We must look at the long term and make plans to build the celestial interstellar society in advance. Having a long-term vision is one of the necessary conditions for success. First, start from the ruined star field. According to the data interpreted from the fleet of the Gutierrez military state, at least the number of intelligent civilizations known to the Gutierrez military state in the ruined star field is no less than 50. Most of them are not very powerful or are new civilizations that have just entered space. This number is not large. In fact, in the Tauran Interstellar Society, there are more than 100 interstellar civilizations and intelligent races. However, apart from the 4 races of Yata, Ifri, Giant Mantis, and Jinren, the rest of the interstellar civilizations are too small and are at the bottom of the Tauran Interstellar Society. No matter how many there are, it is useless and they are not taken seriously. These new intelligent civilizations in the ruined star field can be used by the intelligent heavenly court to build the basic foundation of the heavenly court interstellar society that Yi currently envisions. After having the above idea, Yi told Ruby about his idea. Afterwards, the remaining fleet guarded the prisoner fleets of the 2 interstellar civilizations in the Biling galaxy. Yi took some people and the harvested subspace communication devices on the Andra battleship to lift the space jump blockade. Jumped back to the Lingxiao galaxy. For a plan like this that concerns the future direction of the intelligent heavenly court, Yi must at least obtain Don Juan's approval before implementing it. Lingxiao Galaxy, Dome Star. The space in space twisted and the curvature bubble dissipated. The Andra main battleship, which is more than 2 kilometers long, appeared in space and began to dock at the space station in the outer space orbit of Dome Star. Don Juan knew about it as early as the moment Andra's main battleship jumped out of the Stargate and returned to the Lingxiao Galaxy. Yi contacted Don Juan directly and told him his previous ideas. Don Juan thought for a moment after hearing this, then nodded and said, Yi, your idea is very good. There are many new civilizations in the ruined star region that can be used by us. However, we must also carefully discern and screen. If some civilizations' talents are truly mediocre and unworthy of utilization, we should simply abandon them and not waste the transformation power. We can choose other civilizations with outstanding talents. And this subspace communication device you brought back is too important for us. Yi, you have done a great service. Don Juan praised earnestly. Suddenly praised by Don Juan, Yi felt as if the fusion heart in her chest seemed to slow down a beat. She blushed inexplicably, and unlike her usual style, she said a little sheepishly, It's nothing. I just proposed an idea. Actually, this device was found by Ruby and her team. Let's not talk about who found this subspace device for now. I'm very happy that you can come up with a comprehensive plan for future development. As Don Juan spoke, the 3-dimensional projection in front of Yi moved closer and seemed to pat her shoulder. Then Don Juan turned around and called up the fleet list. We need to send more fleets to the Star Road. Don Juan looked at the fleet list and thought. He did not see Yuye's expression at this moment. This short-haired girl who always seemed decisive and heroic now had an inexplicable blush on her face. She raised her hands to cover her chest, feeling the throbbing of her heart in her chest, and felt a little at a loss. Chapter 124 Shocking Moonlit Night. Additional fleet dispatched. What's wrong with me? Focus. Yi spoke to himself in his heart, forcing himself to calm the restlessness in his heart, and then looked at the 3-dimensional projection of Don Juan. Only at this moment did Yi notice that Don Juan was dressed differently from usual. Don Juan usually wears power armor and looks like he is ready to lead the fleet into battle at any time. But now Don Juan is only wearing a vest-style top. With his arms raised, the toned lines of his biceps can be clearly seen. Yi suddenly felt a dry mouth. However, the next moment, a pair of soft and white arms suddenly wrapped around the 3-dimensional projection of Don Juan from behind. Boom! At this moment, Yi felt as if a 10,000-ton hammer had hit her heart. Her mind went blank, and she stood there in a daze, looking at the scene in front of him in disbelief. There was a woman beside Zhigao. She even hugged him intimately from behind. Who is it? Which slutty bitch took advantage of her absence to seduce Zhigao? Yi only felt that the fusion heart in his chest was running at a very high speed, and it seemed that it was about to explode like a nuclear bomb. The whole person almost exploded. The supreme being she had always protected was defiled by some unknown woman. Because of the three-dimensional projection, only Dongwon was projected, and Yu Yi could only see the projected pair of snow-white, stunningly beautiful and delicate arms hugging Dongwon from behind. But you can't see who is the woman behind Dongwon. Yu Yi, who was almost mad with anger, began to calculate the possibility of each tactical humanoid girl around Dongwon in his mind at an extremely fast speed. It couldn't be Ruby and Adeline, and neither could Villia. They are not in the Lingxiao galaxy now. It's even more impossible to be Sister Shiwei. Could it be Dongxiao? That seems unlikely. In this case, the only one left is the leader of the mechanical wing girls, Raylia. Yes, this feudal woman has always regarded herself as the supreme concubine. It must be her. Yu Yi was filled with hatred. Despite all the precautions, it still couldn't be prevented. Yu Yi, wait a minute. Dongwon said something to Yu Yi, and then temporarily closed the communication. Only Yu Yi was left staring blankly at the air, unable to say a word. Dome Star, the intelligent mechanical palace, the supreme sleeping palace. Dongwon reluctantly took away the pair of snow-white arms that were wrapped around him from behind. They were as flawless as if they were carved from jade, and said to the person behind him, Raylia, be quiet. I was just having a serious conversation with Yu Yi. But behind her, Raylia laughed sweetly and said, I didn't ask your majesty not to talk about business. Well, Dongwon sighed and glanced at Shiwei, who was taking a nap on his thighs, her computer brain dormant. I won't go into detail about why this is so. I can only say that those who understand will understand. Touching the soft long black hair, Dongwon only hated himself. Dongwon. Oh Dongwon, you are getting more and more depraved. It's time to get down to business. Gently wake up Shiwei. Ah. Those delicate, cold phoenix eyes opened. But they had just woken up, and the intelligent brain had not yet fully started up, and there was a hint of confusion in their eyes. If Yi saw this scene, I really don't know what she would feel. It's time to get down to business. Dongwon bent down and woke up Shiwei. But unexpectedly, Shiwei raised her hand, wrapped her snow-white soft arms around the back of Dongwon's head, and then raised her head and kissed him. After a moment, Dongwon said helplessly, That's not the serious matter I'm talking about. I know. After the kiss, Shiwei's brain was fully turned on. She continued, That was just a new data transmission method I developed. Shiwei's phoenix eyes flashed with data light. Yi brought back a subspace device, right? I should get busy too. After saying that, Shiwei put on her scientific research clothes and left. Dongwon looked at Sylvie's back and sighed slightly. Sylvie was good in every way, except that her usual state and the state when communicating with Dongwon seemed like two different people. Shiwei was so crazy when she joined the communication, but she returned to a completely rational state afterwards. Dongwon was not only a little emotional, but also wondered if tactical humanoids also had sage time. I don't know either, and I don't dare to ask. Anyway, it's sage time for Dongwon now. Instead of using an automatic machine to put it on, Dongwon put on the Emperor power armor again with the help of Raylia. The whole person immediately returned to a serious state. Reopened communication with Yu Yi. Inside the Andra main battleship in the space orbit, Yu Yi was still standing there in a daze, not moving for a long time. Andra, who was in tactical humanoid form next to him, said slowly, Poor child. Drop. Dongwon's three-dimensional projection reappeared in front of Yu Yi. Yu Yi, prepare for action. Dispatch the fleet into the Bailing system on a large scale. After the boarding invasion of the two interstellar civilization fleets in the Bailing galaxy, the coordinates of many galaxies should have been obtained. Moonlit night. Dongwon frowned as he looked at Yu Yi, who stood there for a long time without responding, as if the phone had been turned off. After several sounds, Yu Yi finally reacted and said, Yes, Supreme. Although Yu Yi was so angry that he almost exploded, he wished he could land directly on the Dome Star and pull out the slutty bitch who had defiled the Supreme Being. But she finally held back. She knew what was important. This time Dongwon personally led the army. Aims to conquer the new civilizations in the ruins of the star fields above the Star Road. The new fleet consists of the Thunder medium attack battleship, with the Emperor of Truth as the flagship. Warships under its jurisdiction. 40 Black Rope Hell heavy firepower destroyers. 68 Wuchang class heavy frigates. 10 Tiao large-scale integrated transport ships. 200 Space Creature Ship Girl warships. There are only 31 Black Rope Hell battleships, 2 Xuanfeng class high-speed fast attack cruisers, and 1 Fire Gang heavy strike cruiser left in the Lingxiao galaxy. In today's Lingxiao galaxy, the Tuyao large integrated transport ship has become a specialized combat fleet logistics warship. The transport fleets of various mining bases throughout the Lingxiao galaxy are derivative models of the Hercules-class engineering ships, replaced by the Hercules-class transport ships. This is a small to medium-sized transport ship. It does not require high technical content and is simple to build. Dome Star's own warship factory can produce it in large quantities and quickly. Together with the 300 Shipgirl warships of the previous expeditionary fleet, these 500 Space Creature Shipgirl warships are the fastest and most combat-capable group among the Shipgirl clan. The remaining Shipgirl's warships transformed from other space creatures do not currently have combat capabilities and require more time to be equipped with shipborne weapons. Chapter 125 The highest respect for civilization is to kill them all. Biling Galaxy. The two interstellar fleets were like an asteroid belt drifting in space, with a total of 3,500 warships drifting in space. In the space between these two interstellar fleets, there is another fleet with relatively fewer warships, but each warship is extremely large. The main fleet of the intelligent Heavenly Court. Flagship, Truth Emperor, Bridge. Bump. Bump. Two figures knelt in front of Don Juan. The commander-in-chief of the Magan fleet knelt on the ground with his head lowered. Admiral Watami of the Getrez military state, who was kneeling on the ground with him, was kneeling on the ground with great humility, with his forehead touching the floor, kneeling before Don Juan in a manner similar to prostrating himself. Don Juan looked at the reactions of these two different intelligent and civilized creatures and nodded slightly. I compared the various data of these two different civilizations in my mind and came to some conclusions about their respective treatments. Do you two admit your guilt? The two people kneeling on the ground heard a completely unfamiliar language. But what was extremely strange was that this unfamiliar language seemed to have magical power, and the meaning contained in it directly entered their minds, so that they can understand what this means. The two people's reactions were also completely different. Commander-in-Chief Magan was first shocked by the advanced technology behind this sentence. Then he raised his head and wanted to take a look at Don Juan. Admiral Watami remained on his knees, his forehead touching the floor, not daring to look up. We have entered and occupied this system without permission. Please punish us, my angel. Hearing this, Admiral Watami trembled all over, but still did not dare to look up. Your name is Watami, right? Reporting to the envoy of God, the humble Watami pays you the highest respect. Anyway, at least Don Juan was very satisfied with this attitude. Good, look up. Don Juan nodded slightly and said. Upon hearing this, Watami trembled all over, and then seemed to make a great struggle. Then he raised his hands, using his palms stacked together to form a wall, covering his face, leaving only a little of his eyes visible. Not daring to look directly at him, he only glanced at Don Juan quickly through the corner of his eye. Then he quickly recovered to the state of prostrating himself. That glance just now shocked him deeply. Watami saw an extremely tall figure, covered in gorgeous power armor, with a dazzling red sun hanging high behind him and surrounded by clouds and mist, like a noble figure like a star. With just that quick glance, Watami felt that his eyes were filled with star-like divine light. Seeing the condition of Watami beside him, Commander Magan was full of surprise and doubt. He always wanted to look up, but he was restricted by biological neural shackles and could not look up. What exactly does this legendary ancient civilization look like? Then, he heard Don Juan's words. We, the Omnic Heavenly Court, will soon awaken from our long slumber and return to the Milky Way. Now, I intend to take your civilization as a subordinate civilization and re-establish order in the galaxy. What do you think? Having grown up in an environment of deified religious worship of the ancient civilization that created the Ruins Galaxy, Watami was now completely submissive. He said, Our Getrez civilization is certainly filled with joy and awaits your arrival. Afterwards, he took the initiative to offer Don Juan the space jump coordinates of the mother galaxy of the Getrez civilization. In fact, Watami's action was not entirely out of religious worship of ancient civilization. He also has his own considerations. Now the Getrez civilization has enemies from other civilizations outside, and there is also the greenskin threat from within that can never be eliminated. It can be said that civilization has reached a critical point where its survival is at stake. At this time, if we can become a subordinate civilization of a powerful ancient civilization empire, at least as a new interstellar civilization, their Getrez civilization can survive well in the dark space. No need to worry about extinction. However, in comparison, the situation is different with the Magan civilization. The situations of their two civilizations are not the same. As a new interstellar civilization, the Magan United Kingdom is thriving. Life is much better than in the Gutierrez military state. The commander-in-chief of the Magan fleet suddenly changed his attitude towards Don Juan. He was no longer afraid of the huge technological gap between the two sides. Instead, He raised his head and stared directly at the star-like light. We Megan people are born free. In this space, no civilization can make us surrender. Even if you are a master of an ancient civilization, and your technological prowess is like that of a god to us, it will not work. Don Juan looked at the suddenly tough commander of the Magan fleet and nodded slightly. Through data interpretation, he also knew the situation of the Megan people. The Megan people have some genetic characteristics of a hive mindset that has long since degenerated but still has a certain influence. And the most peculiar and somewhat contradictory point lies here. Under the influence of some slight hive thinking characteristics, all the Megan people believe that freedom is the greatest creed in the world. No matter how powerful you are, don't try to force them to do anything they don't want to do. It is true that I would rather die than be without freedom. This is true for all Magan people, without exception. This is a unique and contradictory civilization. Therefore, Don Juan looked up to these extremely thin creatures, like bamboo poles, but with extremely strong hearts. But unfortunately, in this dark universe, you can't be safe and sound just by shouting slogans like, "I'd rather die than live without freedom." Don Juan already knew that under the influence of this way of thinking, it would be impossible for the Magan civilization to surrender to him. And he was unwilling to waste time on Magan civilization. If you are unwilling to recognize me, the intelligent heaven, as your father, there are still plenty of civilizations out there that are willing to do so. Although the Megan civilization is unique, that is all it is. Their technological talent is not strong enough for Don Juan to indulge them. Therefore, Don Juan simply nodded and said calmly, "I understand. Then your civilization can be destroyed." Next, the fleet of the Omnic Heavenly Court will launch an extermination campaign against the Megan civilization. This is my personal highest respect for your civilization. Commander Magan was not frightened. Instead, he was very calm, even relieved, and said sincerely, "Thank you for your respect." In this universe where the strong prey on the weak, the highest respect for a civilization is to completely annihilate it. The most contemptuous attitude towards a civilization is complete disregard. As a human Don Juan, I will respect the Megan people. Chapter 126. Creation of the Mechanicus. Belief in the immortality of the mechanical body. You are very courageous, and your civilization is so unique and contradictory. In that case, I will inform you in advance. A tall figure came before the commander-in-chief of the Megan fleet, a pair of electronic eyes flashing scarlet light above the visor of the power helmet. "1. I will only send one warship to your home planet. You can go now. My warships will soon arrive at your home planet." After saying this, Don Juan turned and left. Only the commander-in-chief of the Magan fleet was left standing there in a daze. A battleship. A glimmer of hope suddenly ignited in his heart. Even if there is a huge gap in technological levels between the two sides, if there is only one battleship, then they still have hope of survival. And Don Juan did not kill them now, but let them go. After all, their fate had already been determined in Don Juan's mind, and letting them go now would not affect anything. After the commander-in-chief of the Megan fleet left, Don Juan looked at Watami, who was still kneeling on the ground, extremely respectful and humble. Compared with the Megan civilization, the Getrez military civilization is easier to control. The entire political system of the Gutierrez military state is based on the religious worship of ancient civilizations. As long as the object of worship is turned to the intelligent heaven, a lot of trouble can be saved. "Vatamai." Don Juan looked at him. "My God." Watami's forehead touched the ground tightly. "I will bless you, and your body will be transformed into immortality. Would you like to?" Upon hearing this, Watami was immediately overjoyed. He crawled on his knees in front of Don Juan, his strong body lowered even more humbly. "I am willing to use my humble body to transform into a war machine driven by you. Our entire race of Jertris will become the sharpest sword under your command. Please, my God, bless me." Very good. Don Juan was very satisfied with this attitude. The Getrez people do not have any special talents. The entire race is very military-oriented. In terms of scientific research, they are far less intelligent than the Megan people. But for Don Juan, this becomes their outstanding point. Don Juan does not need a scientific research-oriented race under his command. He already knows about the previous battle between the tactical humanoids and the corn vampires. Although the tactical humanoid troops are superior to the vampires in terms of numbers and combat capabilities. However, the Bloodletters are only the lowest level unit in Korn's army. Don Juan now needs an elite unit with even more outstanding combat capabilities. With a wave of his hand, a large amount of materials that had been prepared long ago were immediately delivered. The mind aroused the black, star-like fire in the high-dimensional space. The power from higher dimensions has arrived, covering Watami's body, along with the materials. Watami's body began to reconstruct instantly, and the various alloy materials began to integrate into it. His muscular body became a little slimmer, and at the same time taller, and Watami's height soon reached nearly 3 meters. Everything in his body began to change into a form born for war. The originally hideous and terrifying face began to gradually resemble the appearance of a human. A brand new Watami, nearly 3 meters tall, appeared in front of Don Juan. The face is completely human in appearance, as beautiful as a finely crafted work of art. There are 2 mechanical lines on each side of the cheek, and the mechanical lines extending from the corners of the mouth are connected to the left and right jaws. There are also 2 mechanical lines on both sides of the corners of the mouth, straight down and around the chin. This is the unique mouth part of the Gutierrez race. The structure hasn't changed much. When closed, the entire face looks like a porcelain doll that is as exquisite as can be. But when it's suddenly opened, the lower half of her face, along with her pretty chin, split open like 5 petals. Hidden inside is a small, close-range melta-cannon. The entire face is divided by the philtrum. The upper half of the face is so delicate and beautiful, while the lower half is so terrifying. Narrow shoulders, thin waist, wide hips, long, slender hands, and legs with recurved knee joints. Even without weapons, these hands can transform into 2 long swords with their own activated decomposition force fields, tearing steel apart like tearing paper. My God, the entire Gutierrez race will be transformed into your sharpest sword. After the transformation, Watami knelt on one knee and bowed his head to Don Juan. His thinking did not change, but he felt infinite loyalty to Don Juan. And although his body has completely changed in appearance and is closer to that of a human female, his psychological gender cognition still considers him to be a male creature. His physical gender is female, but his psychological cognition is male. If Watami goes to the United States on Earth in the 21st century, he will have many layers of political correctness buffs. Very good. Don Juan nodded slightly and said, Watami, I have a task for you. Please give my command, God. Reorganize the religion of the Gutierrez military state. You must reorganize a new religion based on the original religion of the Gutierrez military state. This new religion is called the Mechanicus. You understand. Watami understands. Please rest assured, my God. Watami changed from half-kneeling to full kneeling and kowtowed to Don Juan. Mechanicus. As the name suggests, it is a sect that worships machines and technology. The purpose of establishing this Mechanicus is naturally to screen out elite talents for transformation. Don Juan's current psychic power cannot be said to be weak, but he is still a person with limited energy. If Gutierrez only had one planet, it would be fine, but Gutierrez is already a serious star-level civilization. There are many planetary colonies and a large population. Moreover, there are still many civilizations waiting for Don Juan to conquer in the future. Can Don Juan transform them one by one? The races of civilization in the universe are as vast as the sea, so Don Juan doesn't have to do anything else. Therefore, the establishment of the Mechanicus is not only implemented in the Gutierrez civilization, but also to ensure that this rule will continue to be implemented. Standardize the rules and let them develop and preach spontaneously. After a civilized race fully believes in the Mechanicus, only the most elite talents will be carefully selected by the civilized race's own local Mechanicus to obtain the supreme qualification of immortality. Then they are sent to Don Juan regularly, who then transforms them. This saves a lot of trouble. When the Mechanicus of the Gutierrez military state was first established, its first members were the Gutierrez fleet, which consisted of nearly 2 million prisoners of war. Watami served as the first pope of the Adeptus Mechanicus. After finishing all this, Don Juan ordered the fleet to start space jump. Watami input the coordinates of the home star system of Gutierrez. Don Juan will personally go to the home planet of Gutierrez with the fleet and this first batch of Mechanicus personnel. After all, the Gutierrez civilization is the first truly subordinate race of the intelligent heaven. The winged people have been fully integrated into the intelligent heaven and are not considered a subordinate race, so Don Juan naturally has to take it seriously. Chapter 127. Conquering the first subordinate civilization. Gutierrez civilization. Every galaxy in the entire relic star field is connected by star roads, and outside the star roads are space storms. When making a space jump from one galaxy, you can only jump to the next galaxy connected to the star road. Therefore, a true galaxy pass appeared in the ruined star field. The frontier galaxy pass of the Gutierrez civilization is 120 light-years away from the Biling galaxy, and there are 6 galaxies on the connecting star road. The home galaxy of the Gutierrez civilization is 260 light-years away from the Biling galaxy, with 18 galaxies in between. From the perspective of space node jumping, the jumping distances are 6 hops and 18 hops respectively. Don Juan obtained from Vadamai the coordinates of all known galaxy jumps of the Gatres civilization. Therefore, there is no need to fly at superluminal speed, and one can reach galaxies one by jumping through space nodes. It saves a lot of time. It can also be seen from here how important the coordinates of a galaxy's space jump node are. Moreover, Don Juan also learned from Watami that not all galaxies in the ruined star field have relics of ancient civilizations. The distribution pattern of the ancient civilization relics in the relic star field is like that of individual civilizations. There are blank galaxies in the relic star field where there are no ancient civilization relics at all. There are also key galaxies where relics of ancient civilizations are clustered. Just like the Lingxiao galaxy occupied by Don Juan, it is a key galaxy with many relics of ancient civilizations. The more than 100 galaxies before the Lingxiao galaxy that have been explored by the Torin Interstellar Society also have more or less relics of ancient civilizations. However, in the galaxy territory controlled by the Gutris militaristic civilization, the number of ancient civilization relics is much smaller. But even so, the Getres military state still preserves many technological creations that they obtain from the relics of various ancient civilizations and are completely incomprehensible. And when the Getres military state is completely under the control of the intelligent heaven, all these things will belong to Don Juan. 10 days later, the home star system of Gutris, planet Jephites, in an extremely magnificent and tall church. The current pope of the ancient god worship sect, Gutris, is performing his daily prayers. Your Holiness, Vadamai is back. A member of the Scutarii who was guarding outside came in and knelt on one knee before the pope. Vadamai is finally back? Where is he now? Pope Gutris appeared very happy. The fleet led by Vadamai has already jumped out of the space jump node and is now anchored in space 40 million kilometers away from Jephites. Hearing this, the Pope was clearly unhappy. Since we're already back, why don't we just come to the Jephites' outer space orbit to dock? Why park so far away? Never mind. I need to contact Watami myself. The planet Jephites, 40 million kilometers away in space. The bridge of the flagship, the Truth Revelation, a fleet of 2,000 warships that has been reorganized into the Mechanicus. Watami, you are finally back. What did you gain from this pilgrimage? Is there any enlightenment from the ancient gods? The voice of the current Pope Gutris rang out in the communication channel. In their terms, exploring the galaxy of ancient civilization ruins is called a pilgrimage. Obtaining the technology left behind by ancient civilizations is the enlightenment of the ancient gods. Pope, I have achieved true enlightenment. Watami said with a fanatical look on his face. What? It was obvious that the person on the other end of the communication channel was stunned for a moment. Then the voice from the other side became excited. What happened? Tell me immediately. In the vision of the current Pope of Gutris, he received true enlightenment, which means that this trip to Watami has made an extremely important discovery. Could it be that they discovered ancient civilization technology that they could understand? Pope Gutris, who is still on the mother planet, is extremely excited. I saw the ancient god himself. But what Watami said made Pope Gutris stunned. What? You heard me right, Pope. Billions of years ago, the ancient civilization that created this star field of ruins has now awakened. I saw the ancient civilization we Getres people have worshipped for thousands of years, the Omnic Heaven. Moreover, I have received the blessing of the Omnic Heaven and have become immortal. Pope, the true God of the mechanical heavens, is not stingy with his blessings. As long as we submit to him and reorganize the ancient god cult into the Mechanicus cult, our Greta's civilization will usher in true sublimation. The current Pope of Gutris did not listen to Watami's series of extremely fanatical and excited words. There was only shock and fear in his mind. What is shocking is that there really is a so-called ancient civilization empire. The terrifying thing is that now that he has awakened, his long reign as the Pope in Gutris is about to end. For thousands of years, from the feudal era of Getres to the present day, all Getres people have lived in an environment of worshipping ancient civilizations. All the upper-level rulers of Getres, in the name of the sect, portray themselves as God's spokespersons and plunder everything in civilization. But now, the real ancient civilization empire has awakened, and the faith of all the Getres people will shift from the Pope, the spokesperson of God, to the real ancient civilization empire. Pope, the Magan United Kingdom, which has always been hostile to us, will soon be completely exterminated because it refuses to submit. We Gutris. Watami's voice continued to ring out, but Pope Gutris could no longer listen. He couldn't bear to do it. He was reluctant to give up the power in his hands that gave him the power of life and death over the entire Getrez civilization. 40 million kilometers away from the planet Jephites, the alarm sounded in the Mechanicus fleet. The fleet clearly and directly observed that the outer space orbital defense fleet of the planet Jephites had been mobilized. Really? Watami's expression instantly darkened. Although she had long known that the top leaders of the Getrez religious sect were all a group of insects who only knew how to amass wealth and engage in war. There were footsteps beside him, and Watami quickly turned sideways and knelt on one knee. My God! As I expected, the current pope, Gertrus, will not give up the power he holds. What a foolish fellow. Watami, just go for it. You are now the first pope of the Adeptus Mechanicus. Don't let me down. Don Juan's voice was heard from under the visor of the power helmet. Although Watami could not see Don Juan's face, she could feel that the eyes of the true God were looking at her. Yes. Watami responded with great enthusiasm. On the side of the Gertrus military civilization, the intelligent heavenly court is about to carry out a simple conquest task. Hundreds of light years away is the mother star system of the Magan United Kingdom civilization. A massive and large-scale military mobilization is also underway. After the commander-in-chief of the Magan fleet returns, the entire Magan United Kingdom will mobilize all its forces to fight to the death against the intelligent heaven. Chapter 128: The most primitive and effective means of attack, collision. The home star system of the Magan United Kingdom. A large number of fleets jump in space every day. Not only the military fleet of the Magan United Kingdom, but also a large number of civilian spaceships were armed to support the capital galaxy. Today, there are more than 70,000 regular space warships gathered in the entire mother star system of the Magan United Kingdom. There are also more than 150,000 civilian-armed spacecraft. There are a total of 11 planets of different sizes in the mother star system of the Magan United Kingdom. A total of tens of billions of regular army soldiers and hundreds of billions of various militia forces are deployed on these 11 planets. All forces were mobilized and deployed on every planet in the Magan Mother Galaxy. Fellow countrymen, this is a war of extermination, a war of life and death for the race. The speech delivered by the Prime Minister of the United Kingdom of Magan personally resounded in every planet, every city, and every Magan person in the galaxy. We will use our bodies to defend every line of defense in the galaxy. On every planet, every Machiman who raised his weapon was incensed under the slight influence of the shared hive will. Every planet, every city, every street. Until every corner of the galaxy's midspace is filled with our corpses and the wreckage of our fleet. They may be able to destroy our bodies, our cities, our homes, but they will never be able to destroy our unyielding will. The mind and will of every Magan person are free and cannot be enslaved. Give me liberty or give me death. Long live the freeborn people of Magan. Long live the great Magan United Kingdom. Every planet and every space fleet in the entire Magan United Kingdom galaxy are ready to fight to the last man and ship. The Prime Minister of the Magan United Kingdom personally led the army and commanded from the bridge of the flagship of the Magan home planet defense fleet. He and all the Magan people were waiting for the arrival of the intelligent heavenly warship on full alert. According to the returning commander-in-chief of the Magan fleet, when the ancient civilization empire awakens, the intelligent heaven will only send one warship. A battleship, how arrogant. Weakness and ignorance are never obstacles to survival. Arrogance is. There was anger in the four eyes on both sides of Prime Minister Magan's broad head. But this is also their chance to survive. Prime Minister Magan has made up his mind. He wants to let the arrogant artificial intelligence Tianting witness with his own eyes the great and unyielding will of the Magan people. Even if they fight to the last man and fight bloody battles in every corner of every planet, they will never surrender. Prime Minister Magan firmly believes that the final victory will belong to them. As long as they can survive the attack of the intelligent heaven, their chances of survival will increase infinitely. At this moment, a shout interrupted Prime Minister Magan's thoughts. Prime Minister, the messenger ship sent back by the first line of defense fleet has arrived. 1 hour and 7 minutes ago, the first line of defense fleet on the planet Machilon detected enemy space jump fluctuations. Machilon is the outermost planet in this galaxy. It is also their outermost line of defense, 5 billion kilometers away from their mother planet. The target appeared in space 10 million kilometers away from the first-line defense fleet of planet Machilon 1 hour and 6 minutes ago. The target speed is 99% of the speed of light. The goal is to fly in space at sublight speed. The sound of reports rang out continuously. The communication technology of the Ma-gan United Kingdom is still limited to the speed of light. Their fastest method of communication is to use a messenger ship equipped with a curvature engine that can travel faster than the speed of light to convey messages. Therefore, various information has a lag due to the limitations of space distance. When Prime Minister Ma-gan heard this, he could hardly believe his ears. Sublight speed? The warships sent by the enemy are flying at sublight speed. But at the same time, infinite hope rose in Prime Minister Ma-gan's heart. If the warships sent by the other side had always been flying at sublight speed, then maybe they could win. The target appeared an hour and 6 minutes ago, so the first-line defense fleet of the planet Machilon must have already encountered the enemy by now. At a distance of 5 billion kilometers, the battle scene would take 4.6 hours to transmit at the normal speed of light. I don't know what the situation of the first line of defense fleet is now. Prime Minister Ma-gan has already imagined the enemy to be as powerful as possible. Now he felt that the people of the Machilon planetary fleet must be fighting very hard. But he had no way of knowing and could only wait for other messenger ships to report the information. The home planet's defense fleet must remain on standby at all times to prevent enemy surprise attacks. The remaining defense fleets must immediately support the planet Machilon. Prime Minister Ma-gan immediately issued orders and made deployments, and then continued to wait for intelligence from the front line. However, for the next period of time, the report from the frontline fleet that Prime Minister Ma-gan had been waiting for did not come. It seemed as if all the frontline fleets had lost contact. No matter how hard we waited, the messenger ship that reported the battle situation at the front line never arrived. What's going on? Why isn't the frontline fleet reporting back? What happened to the Machilon defense fleet? Prime Minister Ma-gan was extremely anxious. He had sent out several batches of messenger ships, but he had never seen any response. According to previous war experience, an interstellar space war usually takes a very long time. At a distance of billions of kilometers in space, and in a space station measured in months, an information lag of a few hours is nothing. But at this moment, Prime Minister Ma-gan became inexplicably impatient. Time passes by little. Finally, another reporting voice sounded in the communication channel. Prime Minister, the battle scene from the front has been transmitted. Upon hearing this, Prime Minister Ma-gan immediately shouted, "Play it now." The next second, a virtual light screen appeared, and the battle scene transmitted back from the front line appeared in front of Prime Minister Ma-gan. All I could see in the scene was a dense array of countless fleets lined up in space, guarding the planet behind them. That was Machilon. Prime Minister Ma-gan is very familiar with it. At that moment, in the distant space, there was a space distortion, and a very small strange creature, only about tens of meters long, appeared. This creation doesn't look like a spaceship. It is full of mechanical style and has a ram-like object at the front. This thing flew at sublight speed, and after half a minute it had crossed tens of millions of kilometers in space, approaching the Machilon planetary defense fleet at a very fast speed. Prime Minister Ma-gan frowned. This thing didn't look like a normal warship and looked very fragile. The next moment, the image showed that the battle had begun, with tens of thousands of laser beams and missiles densely releasing their light in space. Attacked the strange mechanical creature. However, something happened that shocked Prime Minister Ma-gan. The strange mechanical creation displayed unparalleled maneuverability and evasiveness, easily moving through countless fire networks in space. Then, it crashed into the first battleship and went straight through it like hitting tofu. Then, within 1,000th of a second, it turned at an incredibly sharp angle, ignoring the laws of physics, as if it had no inertia, and still maintained a speed of nearly 300,000 kilometers per second, instantly crashing through the second battleship 2,000 kilometers away. Then, the third one. 2 minutes later, all 15,000 warships and 20,000 armed spacecraft of the Machilon defense fleet were destroyed. How did this scene get to me? Prime Minister Ma-gan was extremely shocked and asked his subordinates. Yes, it's the battle scene transmitted at normal light speed. What? Upon hearing this, Prime Minister Ma-gan felt as if his heart suddenly stopped, and he was instantly filled with a great sense of horror. He suddenly turned his head and looked into the outer space. The optical scanning device of the eye showed that a strange mechanical creature was flying towards them in the space 10 million kilometers away. Chapter 129, Directed Kinetic Energy Offsetting Force Field. The true terror of the mechanical guards. If you were to ask, what is the most powerful weapon of the intelligent heavenly court now? The answer to this question may surprise you. Is it the Lu Cun star, galaxy instantaneous gamma pulse generator held by the intelligent heavenly court? It is so powerful that it can cover an entire galaxy. But that's not it. Or there's the Wu Chu 4 high-energy laser pulse cannon, which emits high-energy beams with temperatures reaching terrifying millions of degrees, capable of melting a planet in an instant. But unfortunately, it's not this either. The most powerful weapon of the Omnic Heavenly Court right now is actually the mechanical guards that the Omnic Heavenly Court possesses in large quantities. That's right. These are the creations that Don Juan obtained in large quantities from the ruins of ancient civilization in the Lingxiao galaxy. This is the most powerful weapon of the intelligent Heavenly Court now. After Don Juan obtained the first batch of mechanical guards, he followed the complete set of inertia-free engine information obtained from the ruins of ancient civilization and imitated it. In just 7 days, the intelligent mechanical heaven was able to imitate its own primary inertia-free engine. But the only thing is that the mechanical guards are still not fully understood by the intelligent Heavenly Court. The mechanical guard's internal energy source is unknown. However, these mechanical guards have been able to protect the ruins of ancient civilizations for billions of years and still operate according to basic logical AI. But even this basic logical AI has an incredibly high level of internal protection. Previously, the intelligent Heavenly Court could only use control methods obtained from the ruins of ancient civilizations to control these mechanical guards. If there is anything useless, it is the low-power energy beam equipped on these mechanical guards and the material of their shell. When the mechanical guards guarded the ruins of ancient civilizations in the past, they only used energy rays to attack and protected the ruins of ancient civilizations according to the most basic logical AI operation mode. It is precisely because of this that Don Juan has never used this kind of mechanical guard before. Research has shown that the material that makes up its shell is simply a very strong alloy. That is to say, it is equivalent to the new Wu Chu alloy material of the intelligent Heavenly Court. Not long ago, after a long period of research and experimentation, Shui finally, with the help of the initially constructed planetary-level computer matrix array, managed to rewrite the underlying logical AI of a mechanical guard with great difficulty. As an experiment, the collision attack method was written into the bottom layer of the mechanical guard's internal logic AI. Previous research has shown that the alloy material that makes up the mechanical guard shell is not strong enough to withstand the terrifying energy released at 99% of the speed of light when it hits the target. However, after the mechanical guard's internal logic AI was rewritten, it was unknown which device inside it was triggered. A new function emerged within the mechanical guard, or rather, this function was awakened. Directed kinetic energy cancels out the force field. As we all know, the basic rule of physics is that forces act reciprocally. But this special force field inside the mechanical guard can violate the laws of physics. When the mechanical guards crash into the enemy warship at sublight speed and with terrifying kinetic energy, at the moment of contact, they will only exert all their force in the target direction, and the mutual force between them will be cancelled out of thin air. In other words, as long as this force field exists, even an ordinary wooden stick can withstand the terrifying energy released by a sublight speed impact. But unfortunately, the intelligent Heavenly Court has no idea how this force field exists. However, this extremely terrifying device has been awakened at this moment. Now, they can finally come in handy. There was only one mechanical guard who came to destroy the Magan civilization. However, in the intelligent heaven, there are still 142,999 mechanical guards in stock. More than 100,000 long laser beams are spread across space. The Magan civilization's home planet defense fleet calculated all possible avoidance points for the mechanical guards in space. A saturation fire attack was carried out. Space is simply too vast. Even if the two laser beams were only tens of meters apart, this terrifying creation could still pass through them unscathed at a speed of nearly 300,000 kilometers per second at a maneuvering angle that seemed to completely ignore the laws of physics. The Magan civilization did not have superluminal weapons. Apart from laser weapons that traveled at the speed of light, they had no other means to keep up with the mechanical guards that traveled at sublight speed. However, the saturation fire attack did have some effect. Under the continuous and persistent concentrated fire of more than 100,000 laser pulse weapons, some irregularly fired laser beams finally managed to hit the mechanical guards. But what's the use? This little damage didn't even leave a trace on the mechanical guard. In space, the mechanical guards approached a fleet of hundreds of warships of the Magan civilization at a very fast speed. Within 1 second, the mechanical guards maneuvered and changed angles multiple times in succession. From the outside, it looked as if a ray of light had drawn an irregular, straight line in space, with multiple extremely sharp angles in the geometric shape that connected all the warships in series. The mechanical guards then flew away from the fleet and headed for the next Magan civilization fleet. When the mechanical guards passed through the next Magan civilization fleet in the same way again, the hundreds of warships of the previous Magan fleet seemed to be slow to react. They finally reacted and turned into silent, brilliant explosions of fire in space. Attack! Attack! Stop it! No, it's totally useless. It's coming. Sizzle, sizzle. The space is filled with chaotic electromagnetic signals from the warships of the Magan civilization. The mechanical guards moved recklessly in space, among the fleets of the Magan civilization, crashing through one warship after another. Even if there is a star in front, the mechanical guard can directly crash through it. At least all the matter in this galaxy cannot stop it. Flagship of the Magan civilization's home planet defense fleet. Sir, the 3rd, 4th, 7th, 11th, and 12th fleets, totaling 10,711 ships, have all been sunk. And the enemy remains unharmed, Your Excellency. Prime Minister Magan heard the frightened voices of his subordinates, but he could no longer bear to listen to them. It turns out that it wasn't the Omnic Heaven that was arrogant, but they are Magan people who overestimate their own will. I believe that there is no difficulty in the universe that cannot be overcome by my unyielding will. Only at this moment did Prime Minister Magan finally understand this. But even if he understood, it was of no use. A ray of light instantly passed through the several kilometer-long flagship, as if it were passing through a vacuum. The entire battleship instantly disintegrated and exploded in space, turning into nothingness. The mechanical guards completely destroyed the entire Magan civilization's 70,000 warships and 150,000 armed spacecraft by simply ramming them. After doing all this, at the moment of colliding with the mother star of Magan, the mechanical guard instantly made an inertia-free turn and flew towards the blazing main sequence star in the center of the entire galaxy. Chapter 130, Surprise. A great harvest of ancient civilization creations. With the help of the mechanical celestial fleet, the Mechanicus fleet, led by Watami, easily unified all the forces on the home planet of their civilization, Jephites. As long as the mother planet is controlled, the rest of the galaxies of the Getrez civilization will also be controlled by the Mechanicus. The Magan civilization was destroyed. Don Juan informed Watami of the news. Although the fleet of the intelligent heavenly court had just arrived in the Getrez civilization not long ago, because of his loyalty to Don Juan from the bottom of his soul, Watami did not question the news at all, and began to announce it to the entire planet of Jephites with great excitement. The entire planet of Jephites believed it immediately. Their Getrez civilization's centuries-old enemy has been completely wiped out by the power of the true God. Across the entire planet of Jephites, tens of billions of Getrez people roared with excitement, and celebratory feasts began to be held everywhere. The Getrez people also celebrate the arrival of their true God, the intelligent heaven, at their traditional banquet. However, Watami himself did not participate in the planet-wide revelry. The planet of Jephitus has been destroyed and turned into the magnificent capital church of the Mechanicus. The church is 10 kilometers deep underground. This is an underground warehouse that stores various artifacts from ancient civilizations. And this underground warehouse itself is a creation of some ancient civilization. Here, Watami was reporting to Don Juan the total number of artifacts from ancient civilizations that their Getrez civilization had found over the past few hundred years. The Getrez people are completely unable to understand most of the creations of ancient civilizations. But Don Juan could understand and categorize them one by one in his mind. First, the usual stuff. An automated mechanical core capable of building a mining base. This is the largest number found by the Getrez civilization, with a total of 4,697. There are also 676 ordinary subspace devices that can generate psychic shields and do not cause pollution. When Don Juan saw the mountains of subspace devices piled up in the planet's underground warehouse, he also felt the good luck of the Getrez people. There is no other reason. If any of these subspace devices were engraved with chaos symbols, the entire Getrez civilization would have been finished long ago. Fortunately, these subspace devices are of ordinary types, and the ancient civilization that created them handled them very well, so there will be no subspace forces polluting the surroundings. In addition, there are 21 automated battleship production cores. Battleship production cores are the rarest. The production cores of these warships were finally obtained by the Getrez civilization in the same relic galaxy at the cost of hundreds of millions of casualties. However, after obtaining it, the Getrez civilization was completely unable to understand its structure or use it. In the end, they were all piled up in the warehouse underground on the mother planet and gathered dust. However, because of their religious worship of ancient creations, The Getres civilization still enjoys doing this even though the things they obtained after paying huge casualties are of no use to them at all. This shows how crazy the entire Getres civilization has become. But it is also because of this that Don Juan can easily control the Getres civilization. By the way, Vatamai, have you encountered it when exploring other relic galaxies? Don Juan waved his hand, and a three-dimensional projection appeared in front of Watami. What this three-dimensional projection showed was a mechanical guard. My God, you mean the Divine Guard. When Watami saw this, he nodded. Through Watami's narration, Don Juan learned that there were mechanical guards in the relic galaxy, where the Getres civilization had previously found 21 automated warship production cores. Fortunately, the number of mechanical guards in that relic galaxy was small. In the end, the Getres civilization, with its unparalleled numerical advantage, paid the price of hundreds of millions of casualties before finally bringing out all 21 automated battleship production cores. But as soon as they took these things away, all the mechanical guards of the relic galaxy stopped working and decomposed themselves at the atomic level. After hearing this, Don Juan nodded slightly. Sure enough, these mechanical guards all have one thing in common. That is, after losing what they are guarding, they will decompose on their own to prevent the enemy from getting them. This is also reflected in the relic star field discovered by the Tauran Interstellar Society. Only Don Juan possesses the system and can find its control method from the ruins of ancient civilization, successfully controlling the mechanical guards for his own use. Don Juan also learned that after so many years of searching for the remains of ancient civilizations, the Getres civilization did not seem to have encountered any of the forces of the Chaos Warp. It seems that the people of Getres are naturally a little slow to respond to the power of the warp. But this is a huge advantage. Being insensitive to the warp means that even ordinary Getres people are unlikely to be contaminated by the chaotic power of the warp. Don Juan felt more and more that it was the right decision to take in the Getres civilization as a subordinate race. Because of the lack of its own capabilities, the Getres civilization was already very lucky to be able to harvest these ancient creations within a few hundred years. Vatamai, you guys did a great job. These things can be of great help to us in recovering the relic galaxy and unifying the entire galaxy. Don Juan was not stingy with his praise. He said, Vatamai, now you can make a request to me on behalf of the civilization of Getres. The Omnic Heavenly Court will help you accomplish this. Upon hearing this, Watami immediately knelt on one knee, bowed his head, and said, My God, Watami has no other request. I only ask that you can bestow your mighty power to help the Getres civilization resolve the threat of the Greenskins. Don Juan originally thought that Watami would ask him to give Getres some artifacts from ancient civilization to help them use them. After all, these things were obtained by the Getres civilization over hundreds of years, with cumulative casualties exceeding tens of billions. Don Juan came and took advantage of the situation. Even if Watami didn't say it, as the overlord civilization, the intelligent heavenly court would help the Getres civilization to use part of it. In any case, the Getres civilization is now the first civilization of the Mechanicus. The Mechanicus also represents the face of the mechanical celestial empire. If the Mechanicus's fleet is too weak when it flies to other interstellar civilizations, it will also be a slap in the face of Don Juan. The Greenskin trouble. Don Juan pondered for a moment and began to search for relevant data in his mind. He knew that the rear area of the Getres civilization was plagued by a group of green-skinned creatures. I grant this request. The soldiers from heaven will come to help you clear out the greenskin menace behind the civilized borders. Besides this, heaven has another reward for your civilization. Don Juan said this, and at the same time he had endless curiosity in his heart. Don Juan also wanted to see with his own eyes whether this legendary green-skinned creature was really that magical. But before that, he had to transport all these things to the Lingxiao galaxy. He also had to consider how to use the spiritual energy obtained after the mechanical guards he sent out destroyed the Megan civilization fleet. Chapter 131 Battleship Production Line Explodes. Civilization Rating. In addition to these things, Don Juan had one more thing to do. That is to send a finishing fleet to the home galaxy of the Megan civilization. After all, the Getres civilization has discovered many artifacts of ancient civilizations over the past few hundred years. There is no reason why the Megan United Kingdom civilization, which has always had the upper hand in the battle between the two, cannot find more creations of ancient civilizations. This is also the reason why Don Juan did not directly activate the Lu Cun star galaxy instantaneous gamma pulse generator on the mother galaxy of the Megan civilization. Although Don Juan really wanted to find a target to test the Lu Cun star galaxy instantaneous gamma pulse generator, It was because the mother galaxy of the Magan civilization was likely to contain many artifacts of ancient civilizations. Donwan ultimately decided not to do so, and instead sent a mechanical guard to destroy them. In the mother galaxy of the Magan civilization, after destroying all the Magan fleets, the mechanical guards flew towards the star in the center of the galaxy. But the mechanical guard did not crash into the star, but stopped next to the star of the Magan civilization's home galaxy, accumulating energy and monitoring the entire galaxy at the same time. A single mechanical guard doesn't have the power to destroy a star. The most fundamental reason is the insufficient quality of the mechanical guards themselves. Even if it hits a star at 99% of the speed of light, the energy released in an instant is not enough to destroy the star. Donwan ordered Ruby and the technical humanoid Villia to lead part of the fleet to the home galaxy of the Magan civilization to complete the finishing work. At the same time, Yi and Andra were sent out with a fleet of spaceship girls to follow Watami to investigate the problem of the green-skinned creatures. He led part of the fleet to transport the various ancient artifacts obtained from the Getrez civilization back to the Lingxiao galaxy. You destroyed the frigate of the Magan United Kingdom and gained 7 spiritual source points. You destroyed the destroyer of the Magan United Kingdom and gained 12 spiritual source points. You destroyed the cruiser of the Magan United Kingdom and received 25 spiritual source points. Battle concluded. You obtained 1,759,137 spiritual sources. Checking the spiritual source income on the system panel, Donwan frowned slightly. Just this little? There are 70,000 warships of the Magan civilization and 150,000 armed spacecraft, but only this much spiritual power. This destroyed the spiritual source of Donwan from the cruiser type in the Magan United Kingdom fleet, which was not as good as destroying a frigate of the Yada Empire. Forget it. Even a small mosquito is still meat. Looks like we can only wait for Ruby to do the finishing work. With a slight sigh, Donwan turned around and opened the power panel. On the power panel, the panel of the Intelligent Heaven Court has not changed much, but there is an additional civilization rating. Faction name, Intelligent Heaven. Comprehensive civilization rating, Level 2 civilization. Fleet's fastest speed, 20 times the speed of light. A new subsidiary panel appears below the main panel. What is displayed inside is the power of the civilization affiliated with the Intelligent Heavenly Court. Subordinate forces, Mechanicus. Core teachings, flesh is weak, machinery is sense. Religious culture, worship of technology and machinery. Currently affiliated civilization, Getrez militaristic civilization. Gutrus militaristic civilization. The main race of civilization, the Getrez people. Colonized planets, 27. Total population, approximately 540 billion. Civilization's military strength, 90,000 regular interstellar warships. Civilization fleet speed, 3.7 times the speed of light. Civilization technology rating, level 1.2. Civilization loyalty, 91 out of 100. As for the newly emerged civilization rating, I'm currently ranked as a level 2 civilization. How is this rating determined? How many times the speed of light can it reach? According to the civilization rating, anything below the speed of light is not considered a formal interstellar civilization. Only by reaching the speed of light or above can we truly enter the ranks of first-level civilization. However, Donwan was a little confused about the rating of this system. His fastest battleship, the Xuanfeng high-speed battleship, reached 20 times the speed of light and was rated as a second-level civilization. The Getrez military state speed is 3.7 times the speed of light, which is a level 1.2 civilization. It seems that the system's rating should not be limited to the speed of light. Continue reading below. The loyalty of the Getrez civilization was not low, and Donwan nodded slightly with satisfaction. Although the Getrez civilization is not very powerful nowadays, it is also the first younger brother recruited by the Intelligent Heavenly Court. It's a good start. He closed the system panel and checked his current spiritual energy balance. 2,651,247 spiritual sources. More than 2 million spiritual sources cannot buy the top technology of 7 yuan. Donwan glanced again at the technology tree panel on the left side of the system mall. There is still a long way to go before reaching the 6th division level. I don't know when I can truly unlock the 6th division level. I have a long way to go. Donwan let out a long sigh and began to arrange the establishment of a warship production line in the Lingxiao galaxy. Added 4,697 new automatic mechanical cores that can be used for mining expansion. 676 subspace devices. But none of this matters. The most important thing is the 21 automated battleship production cores. These creations left over from ancient civilizations are fundamentally different from the production efficiency of the warship factory set up by Don Juan himself. Relying on these things, Don Juan can build huge warships in units of days and months. 21 automated battleship production cores were established in the outer space orbit of Domestar. The shipbuilding capabilities of the Intelligent Heavenly Court have been further enhanced. Currently, the Intelligent Heavenly Court has a total of 29 automatic warship production lines. If we put all our efforts into building the most basic impermanence-class heavy frigates, we can build 290 ships in 1 month. During the period when Don Juan led the fleet out, the original production line in the Lingxiao Galaxy added 4 Black Rope Hell heavy fire destroyers, 2 Yao large integrated transport ships, and 33 impermanence-class heavy frigates. Now, the main fleet of the Intelligent Heavenly Court has warships: 2 Thunder medium attack battleships, a Fire Stove heavy strike cruiser, 3 Xuanfeng high-speed fast attack cruisers, 15 Tiao large-scale integrated transport ships, 87 Black Rope Hell heavy firepower destroyers, 135 impermanence-class heavy frigates. The number of combat-capable Space Shipgirls warships has increased to 1,120. There are also 2,500 Hercules project transport ships of various types, which are not included in the main fleet. Total number of main combat fleet, 1,363 warships. Chapter 132, Finishing the Fleet and Continue to Recover Ancient Civilization Artifacts. Megan United Kingdom, Mother Galaxy. The entire galaxy was filled with death. In the original home galaxy of the Megan civilization, there were many spaceships coming and going on various space routes, making it extremely prosperous and bustling. But now, among the more than 10 space routes, warships and spacecraft wreckage drifting in space can be seen everywhere. Dead silence. 13 mechanical guards are in the galaxy, blocking the 12 planets in the galaxy, and there is another mechanical guard at the star in the center of the galaxy, monitoring the entire galaxy and blocking the entire galaxy, making space jumps from the inside to the outside. On the 12 planets, any attempt to escape by spacecraft will be ruthlessly destroyed by the mechanical guards. The entire home galaxy of the Megan civilization was blocked by mechanical guards. In space, the space was distorted and a burst of blue light was released into the void. A light curtain was formed, covering the surrounding space area. The next moment, the blue light curtain dissipated, and under the light curtain, a fleet of about 100 warships consisting of the main fleet of Heaven and the Shipgirls warships appeared in space. Ruby and Villia arrived in this galaxy with the finishing fleet. Their mission is to recover artifacts of ancient civilization that may have been preserved by the Megan civilization. All 12 planets in the galaxy have atmospheres covering the entire planet. Except for the parent planet, the other 11 planets have artificial atmospheres. The original Megan civilization had not yet discovered a star path that could safely pass through the outer space storms of the planet. In order to allow the galaxy to accommodate as many civilizations as possible, the population was almost about to explode. They took great efforts to transform the 11 planets in the galaxy, except the mother planet, which were not suitable for survival, into colony planets. Such a large project required simultaneous construction on 11 planets and was finally completed after hundreds of years of environmental transformation. But in Villia's opinion, the environmental transformation of those Megan planets is still very simple. However, it is barely habitable and can be considered acceptable. The hard work of Megan civilization, unfortunately, will not last long. Villia looked at Ruby. The task that Don Juan gave them was to destroy the entire mother galaxy of the Megan civilization after recovering all the creations of the ancient civilization. Begin detecting artifacts from ancient civilizations. On the capital planet of the Megan civilization, in a vast and hidden forest, a telescope-like object has been gazing at the starry sky. The Megan galaxy has been covered by microwave pulses in advance by the Intelligent Heavenly Court. Basically, all the high-tech equipment of the Megan people has become ineffective. They can only use this backward equipment to monitor space. A fully armed horse-drawn soldier operates a telescope and looks into outer space. Suddenly, he shouted, "They're coming. Their fleet has finally arrived. Looking at this posture, they're going to land directly on our planet." What? It's finally here. Dozens of horse-drawn soldiers around all picked up rifles, some even powered by gunpowder. Each of them had a rage on their broad, hammer-like faces, and flames seemed to be burning in the 4 eyes on both sides. They destroyed all our fleets, and the Prime Minister has been killed. But we, the Megan people, will not surrender and sit back and wait for death. We will continue to mobilize all our forces to fight the invaders on every planet and in every corner. The above is the speech delivered by the king, who was originally a mascot, when all the space fleets of the Magan civilization were annihilated and the prime minister of the kingdom was sacrificed, and he stood up and continued to lead the resistance of all planets. All the Magan people swore that they would bite off a piece of flesh and blood from the enemy, even if it meant breaking their teeth. All kinds of old anti-aircraft artillery were pulled out, aiming at the sky, always on guard against enemy landing operations. However, no orbital capsule landed. More than 10 pitch-black warships, each about 500 meters long, carried huge flames from air friction, broke through the planet's atmosphere amidst the sound waves spreading around, and headed towards an area on the planet's continental plate. The goal is very clear. Bang, 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 bang. Various old-fashioned anti-aircraft weapons deployed on the planet fired frantically, forming an extremely dense firepower network in the entire sky. However, transparent barriers were raised on the surfaces of more than 10 warships, intercepting all the firepower. Subsequently, these firing points were completely ignored and not even cleared. It landed directly over the capital city of the Magan civilization's mother planet. Ruby's goal was extremely clear. All the Magan planets have been plowed by microwave pulse missiles launched in advance, not only to paralyze all high-tech equipment on the planet. It is also to be able to directly and accurately find the location where the creations of ancient civilizations are stored. After all, if a high-tech creation can still be detected when all high-tech equipment fails, it must be a creation of ancient civilization. Because of this, Ruby found her target very easily. The capital city of the Magan civilization's home planet is located in an underground space about 100 kilometers underground. The interstellar battleship landed in the capital city, completely ignoring the towering buildings that stood like dense forests throughout the city. Boom! A huge, shocking, and terrifying sound was heard, and a building over 1 kilometer high was instantly destroyed by a dark warship. Countless pieces of building debris fell and scattered around like meteors. What do they want to do? A horsepole soldier pointing his gun at the sky was completely confused. Facing the huge and oppressive interstellar battleship in the sky, what effect could the gun in his hand have? No, it still works. The soldier was silent for a while, then suddenly turned his rifle upside down and held the muzzle with his mouth. Without hesitation, pull the trigger. Bang! With a gunshot, the entire head exploded, and the rifle and the headless body fell to the ground together. The next moment, a huge piece of building debris fell from the sky to the ground like a meteor, smashing the corpse into pieces amid a loud noise and a sky full of smoke and dust. A special engineering ship broke away from the huge black warship. Flying to the center of the city, the energy shield was deployed. Directly seal off the surrounding area. Then, the melta cannon at the bottom of the engineering ship was activated. A stream of plasma carrying terrifyingly high temperatures bombarded the ground, creating a hole leading deep into the underground. As for the Magan army troops in the entire city, they were completely ignored and allowed to roar, rage, and attack as they pleased. There were no attacks specifically targeting the Magan army units. Completely ignore them, as if treating them as ants that can be seen everywhere on the roadside. Chapter 133 Gamma Explosion destroys the entire galaxy. The expanded energy shield completely covered the area, and the engineering ship carried out excavation work according to the established procedures. It didn't take long before, under the bombardment of plasma flows carrying terrifyingly high temperatures, a passage leading to the underground, 100 kilometers deep and 1 kilometer wide, was opened in the center of the city. Afterwards, the troops of the intelligent heavenly court actually landed. Go deep into the pit and enter the underground space 100 kilometers underground. Sure enough, all the ancient artifacts found by the Magan civilization over the past few hundred years are stored here. Like the Gutierrez militaristic civilization, the Magan people are completely unable to understand its existence, but they collect these things not because they have beliefs like the Gutierrez people. Instead, they feel that as long as they persist in their research, they will be able to unravel the mystery. In a vast space 100 kilometers underground, there is a research base established by the Magan people. Countless scientific researchers study these creations day and night that they simply cannot understand. But now, all their efforts are in vain. Magan Underground Research Base. The tactical humanoid troops of the intelligent heaven launched a full-scale assault on it. In this base, tens of thousands of Magan scientific researchers also took up arms to defend their own race. In a passage, a team of about 100 people, consisting of Magan scientific researchers, and Magan army soldiers were lying in ambush. Boom! Streams of hot plasma blasted out from the side walls of the tunnel. A tall, slender figure wearing power armor emerged from the crowd with heavy footsteps. He's coming. Fire! The simple individual weapons in the hands of the Megan people suddenly erupted into chaotic and dense gunfire. One after another, old-fashioned gunpowder grenades were thrown out. There were continuous huge explosions, and the smoke from burning gunpowder filled the passage. However, the footsteps continued to sound and did not stop. The smoke and dust in the passage was pushed away by a ray of light, and under the psychic shield, a fully armed tactical humanoid walked out first. All the bullets shot at her were blocked by a shield generated by a golden halo that lit up behind her head. This tactical humanoid is wearing a black smock outside the power armor, with the hem reaching vertically to the calves. This outfit indicates that this tactical humanoid is a psychic girl. Not here. Under the visor of the power helmet, she glanced with her eyes emitting psychic light, and quickly came to an analysis result. Then he turned and left. The moment she turned around, behind him suddenly came the buzzing sound of hundreds of flesh and blood being shattered and exploding. The heads of all the Magan people were crushed by the power of psychic energy in midair. Hundreds of headless corpses fell to the ground, but she didn't even look at them and just left. Such things happened everywhere in the Megan underground research base. Wherever the tactical humanoid troops passed, there was no need for any additional attacks. The psychic girl only needed to glance at them, and the base would turn into a bloody slaughterhouse. Somewhere in the base. Found it. A psychic girl walked indifferently past the headless corpses on the ground and came to a huge and open room. There are all kinds of research instruments in this room, and she can see that these research devices are all targeting an ancient civilization creation. After finding the exact location, the psychic girl immediately called the main force. Then they began to move these creations of ancient civilization from the underground base, where no Magan people were left alive. Automatic Mechanical Core, 2,621. Subspace Devices, 370. Automated Battleship Production Cores, 17. The quantity is not even as great as that found by the Getrez civilization. But it's understandable. The Getrez civilization has a fanatical belief in the creations of ancient civilizations, and this belief drives them unconditionally to search for these things. The Magan people were only recruited for research purposes, so it is normal that their number is small. After finding these artifacts of ancient civilization, it was confirmed that no others were missed. Ruby and Vilio withdrew their troops and led the fleet out of the galaxy. The blockade of space jump from the inside to the outside of the galaxy has been lifted. 13 mechanical guards were also recovered. The entire fleet started a jump in space. Covered by a blue light curtain, and after a space distortion, it disappeared into space. Left this galaxy. But before leaving, Ruby ordered the fleet to leave a gift. During the excavation of the engineering ship, the capital city of the mother planet of the Megan civilization had been reduced to ruins. In this ruin, many remaining Magan people walked out of the underground shelter and looked at the blue, cloudless sky. The pure, blue sky was free of any alien interstellar warships. They left. We survived? The surviving Magan people were ecstatic and fell into a carnival. What's that? A horseman suddenly pointed at a bright spot of light in the blue sky. His face was full of confusion. The light was so bright that it was clearly visible hanging in the sky even during the day. The next moment, everyone could feel that the light seemed to be getting bigger and bigger. Their bodies gradually began to feel a little uncomfortable. If they could still use high-energy ray monitoring equipment, they would find that at this moment, the intensity of the light coming from space was terrifyingly high. And now this light is washing over the entire planet where they are. The light seemed so bright, short-lived, and deadly. Under the influence of this light, the cells inside their bodies began to ionize. Ions began to form in their bodies and spread rapidly. A heart-wrenching scream was heard, and all the living cell tissues of a Megan man's physical flesh and blood body began to ionize. In a moment, accompanied by a flash of lightning, his entire body turned into countless shattered, highly active, and charged ions, completely disappearing into the air. Any carbon-based life cannot survive under this light. This is the real extinction of life. The entire Megan civilization's mother galaxy, all planets, and hundreds of billions of surviving Megan people were instantly killed by the gamma rays that exploded and swept across the entire galaxy. Not only that, after the extinction of the Megan people, the atmospheres of all the planets in their home galaxy will be completely destroyed, and they will completely become dead stars. But these are not the most critical points. The most crucial point is that the gamma ray burst attacked the star at the center of the galaxy. The star of the Magan civilization is about to be destroyed. Outside the galaxy, in the blind spot of the gamma ray burst, a detector left by the intelligent heavenly court will record the entire process of the star's destruction. Chapter 134, Productivity Surges, and the Dome Star War transformation begins. The galaxy instantaneous gamma pulse generator used by the Omnic Celestial Court can generate more than just gamma blasts. Its gamma ray burst also carries a special particle that is not found in normal gamma ray bursts. This particle interacts with the photons in the gamma ray burst. Once it enters the interior of the star along with the gamma ray burst, the combined force of the two will instantly cause the internal balance structure of the entire star to fail. This is how the stars in the mother galaxy of the Magan civilization died. The star in the mother galaxy of the Magan civilization is a yellow dwarf star with a mass of about 1.2 suns. It has been burning in this universe for 5 billion years. If nothing unexpected happens, the life of the Magan star will come to an end in another 5 billion years. But now, something unexpected happened. A terrifying gamma ray burst with huge energy instantly rushed into the Magan star. This gamma ray burst also carries a special particle. Under the combined effects of this gamma ray burst and special particles, the hydrogen in the masthead star, which was originally enough to burn for 5 billion years, was quickly consumed in just one day. Under the huge high pressure and high temperature, the hydrogen nuclei began to compress rapidly and move closer. Countless hydrogen nuclei began to fuse into helium. The star's brightness increased dramatically, increasing by more than 1,000 times in a short period of time. Then, the hydrogen elements outside the star began to burn, and the entire star began to expand. The star, which expanded hundreds of times, quickly evolved into a red giant with a diameter of hundreds of millions of kilometers. The 3 planets closest to him were completely swallowed by the expanding star, and the terrifying high temperature completely vaporized them. The next day, all the hydrogen elements were burned out and fused into helium. The gravity of the entire star loses balance, and a huge gravitational force acts on the surface of the star. The outer shell of the star, which has expanded into a red giant, begins to break up and collapse inward under the influence of its own huge gravity. The internal temperature soared. At this moment, the temperature of the entire star's core soared from the original 25 million degrees Celsius to 150 million degrees. Under this high temperature and high pressure, the helium produced by fusion also began to burn rapidly and fused into 3 elements: beryllium, carbon, and oxygen. On the 3rd day, all the helium elements inside the star are burned out, and carbon and oxygen occupy the vast majority of the interior of the star. Subsequently, the central region inside the star continues to shrink under the influence of its huge gravity. On the 4th day, the temperature of the star's core soared to 900 million degrees. At such high temperatures, the carbon and oxygen inside the star begin to burn and fuse. Because of this fusion, elements such as sodium, magnesium, silicon, and sulfur appear inside the star. On the 5th day, silicon occupies most of the core of the star and begins to fuse and burn, converting into heavy elements such as sulfur and argon. On the 6th day, the core temperature of the Magan star soared to a terrifying 3 billion degrees Celsius. The entire interior of the star had turned into a giant iron ball. On the 7th day, the life of this star finally came to an end. The star, having lost its gravitational balance, finally could not withstand its huge gravitational force. Outside the star, at various levels, trillions of tons of various materials began to collapse towards the core area at a speed of thousands of kilometers per second. An unparalleled and violent collision occurred with the core area. The supernova explosion has begun. During the explosion, the huge energy causes the iron inside the star to absorb neutrons and energy, and evolve into heavier elements such as gold, lead, and uranium. Moreover, these elements began to erupt outward at a speed close to the speed of light. All the planets in the entire Magan Mother Galaxy were affected by the supernova explosion. The entire galaxy is destroyed. Countless brilliance burst out in the universe. Under the action of the instantaneous gamma pulse generator in the Lu Cun star, galaxy of the intelligent heavenly court, the short gamma ray burst produced, and the special particles carried in it caused the star's original lifespan of 5 billion years to be completely destroyed in just 7 days. And the 8th day? During the rapid supernova explosion, the interior of the star continued to shrink under the influence of its huge gravity. This time, even its nuclear shells were crushed and began to squeeze and compress each other. If this continues, the star will eventually evolve into a black hole. But the star itself is not massive enough to evolve into a black hole. The degeneracy pressure of its atomic nucleus and electrons eventually overcame the star's own huge gravitational force, and it stopped collapsing. On the 9th day, the star evolved into a white dwarf. The marginal galaxy, which originally had many celestial bodies, now only has one white dwarf left, which is extremely massive, weighing 1 ton per cubic centimeter, but is extremely lonely. The next moment, a big hand grabbed the white dwarf and crushed it. Then the entire white dwarf turned into broken photons in the sky and dissipated around. Under the illumination of the photons, Don Juan's face appeared in the universe. With a wave of his hand, the surrounding cosmic scene disappeared instantly, and the three-dimensional imaging player was turned off. Everything that just happened was Don Juan replaying the entire process of the destruction of the Megan star. He turned around and sat on the chair in the laboratory. I feel a little sad. The instantaneous gamma pulse generator of the Lu-Cun star galaxy is indeed terrifying, because it not only produces gamma-ray bursts, but also a special particle that can rapidly accelerate the death of stars. Now, Don Juan reopened the system panel. The finishing fleet led by Ruby had already returned. The Lingxiao galaxy can now add 17 new automated warship production lines. However, Don Juan thought about it and finally decided not to place all the production lines in the Lingxiao galaxy. He planned to place some new production lines in the Bailing galaxy, 5 light-years away from the Lingxiao galaxy, to help the Mechanicus develop new fleets. Now, with the newly added production lines, Don Juan has 46 battleship production lines in his hands. 39 of the production lines are located in the Lingxiao galaxy. In addition, 7 production lines were allocated and placed in the Bailing galaxy. Don Juan planned to rebuild the Bailing galaxy. At the same time, some fleets were also built for the Mechanicus. After adding these production lines, the shipbuilding capabilities of the intelligent heavenly court can be said to have been greatly improved. Don Juan can finally quickly produce the Duze large-scale comprehensive supply carrier. Duze large-scale comprehensive supply carrier, more than 20 kilometers in length, 7 kilometers in width, and with a mass of up to 67 billion tons. The mothership carries a variety of super-heavy equipment, including several warship maintenance and repair factory lines. It can even carry more than 40 impermanence-class heavy frigates at one time. It can be said that such warships are the absolute pillar that supports the Don Juan fleet's ability to conduct ultra-long-distance interstellar voyages. The previous Duze large-scale integrated supply mothership had always been built on the Dome star using Don Juan's own warship factory to carry out various modules. But the speed is not fast, and it may take more than 3 years to fully produce it. Now, after adding the new production line, Don Juan immediately gave 5 of the production lines the task of jointly producing the Duze large-scale comprehensive supply carrier. The 5 automated warship production lines work together with incredible efficiency. Such a 67 billion ton behemoth can be produced in just 1 month. After the increase in productivity, the most crucial thing is that Don Juan is finally able to begin the initial transformation of Dome Star into a war star. Chapter 135 New Battleship. Time to go to Yada Empire to fight. The original productivity was insufficient, and a huge project like War Planet Transformation, which involves going deep into the interior of a planet, was extremely difficult. Now that there are more automated warship production lines, there is excess production capacity. The first thing to be accelerated is the complete construction of the planetary-scale computer matrix array. Don Juan allocated 10 production lines at once to produce all the modules needed for the planetary computer matrix array. The planetary-level computer matrix array is the top priority of the War Star and its absolute brain. The automated battleship production line can do more than just produce battleships. This is just one of the production line's most outstanding capabilities. The production line is basically all-round. As long as the drawings are entered and the materials are put in, various equipment such as space-based defense platforms can be produced quickly. At the same time, Don Juan also sent a fleet consisting of 1,000 Hercules engineering ships, small and medium-sized transport ships, and 100 ship-girl battleships, carrying 7 automated battleship production cores and various equipment, to the Bailing Galaxy. Construction of the Bailing Galaxy began. The Bailing Galaxy will become Don Juan's second mineral galaxy and shipbuilding base. 5 more production lines have begun to jointly produce the Duze large-scale comprehensive supply carrier. All the newly acquired automatic mechanical cores were mined, and the output of various minerals in the intelligent mechanical heavenly court reached 800 million tons per day. But Don Juan still felt that the output was too little. So he spent another 2.5 million spiritual sources to purchase 5,000 automatic mechanical cores from the system mall and deployed them in the Biling galaxy to continue opening branch mines. As a result, the daily output of various minerals has reached 1.3 billion tons. At the same time, in the Lingxiao galaxy, Danwan's own shipbuilding factories began to fully manufacture Hercules-class engineering ships and small and medium-sized transport ships, traveling between the Lingxiao galaxy and the Biling galaxy. Now, Danwan only has about 151,000 spiritual energy left. However, spiritual energy comes quickly as long as there is a war, so there is no need to be reluctant to give it up. Now everything is for faster development. Looking at the spiritual source balance on the system mall page, 151,247. After thinking for a while, Danwan bought the blueprints of 4 warships. They are the Icehelm multi-purpose destroyer of the 10 cities class, with 10,000 spiritual sources, and the Iron Armor multi-purpose frigate, with 1,000 spiritual sources. There are also the Mercury conventional cruisers of the Jiao class, with 30,000 spiritual sources, and the Sunday battlecruisers, with 100,000 spiritual sources. This time, another 141,000 spiritual sources were spent. Danwan only had a little over 10,000 spiritual sources left. Danwan divided these 4 designs into 2 versions. Among them, the Icehelm, Iron Armor class, and Water Star conventional cruisers are the most original versions of the system-produced warship design drawings. There has been no subsequent technological upgrades. There is no psychic shield, no Wu-Chu alloy armor, no inertia-free evasion engine, and no curvature space fluctuation stealth device. Danwan simply added a modified, triple light-speed curvature engine miniaturized missile design and a Wu-Chu 3 laser pulse weapon to the design. Because the design drawings of these 3 warships were given to the Mechanicus's Gutierrez militaristic civilization, it can be considered as a small favor that Danwan gives to his younger brother. However, even the most primitive version of the system battleship design is equipped with a curvature engine that travels at 10 times the speed of light. It is far more powerful than the conventional warship engines of the current Gutierrez militaristic civilization, which have a speed of 3.7 times the speed of light. Danwan believed that the Mechanicus only relied on these 3 types of ships as its main battleships, plus its own triple light-speed curvature engine missile technology, and the Wu-Chu 3 laser pulse weapon as a powerful weapon. It is enough to crush most of the new civilizations in the Ruined Star region. The last Sunday battlecruiser is the most powerful battleship of the 9 stars level. It was configured by Danwan for his main fleet. The Sunday battlecruiser is 9.7 kilometers long and has a mass of 2.5 billion tons. It is equipped with a 15 times light-speed curvature engine and Wu-Chu Type 1 alloy armor plates. The surface armor can withstand temperatures of hundreds of thousands of degrees. It comes standard with a psychic shield, no inertial avoidance engine, and is equipped with Wu-Chu Type 4 and Wu-Chu Type 3 laser pulse turrets, and a 10 times the speed of light curvature engine missile weapon system. However, the most common weapon is the 20% light speed magnetic rail accelerator array. The mass of the Zhonglei medium attack battleship is 3.7 billion tons, and the heavier Qiantian heavy battleship is 14.7 billion tons. When it comes to the tonnage of Qiantian, Danwan's existing inertia-free engine can no longer carry it, so Danwan has not built Qiantian-class battleships for use so far. The Sunday class is positioned as a battlecruiser. It is lighter than a battleship, has a faster conventional speed than a battleship, and has superior firepower configuration than a cruiser. It can be seen from the large number of rail accelerator gun arrays equipped on the Sunday battlecruiser that this is a battleship specially designed to target enemy heavy armored units. After finishing all this, Danwan began to arrange his plans between the 2 galaxies. A month passed in a flash. Within this month, the Biling galaxy has basically been completely built. 7 battleship production lines in the Biling system have been fully established and have produced the first batch of battleships for the Mechanicus. A conventional cruiser of the Water Star type, temporarily serving as the flagship of the Mechanicus, was named the Water Star by Danwan. There are also 8 Icehelm multi-purpose destroyers, 40 Iron Armor class multi-purpose frigates, a total of 49 warships. This fleet is the fleet for the Mechanicus and the Gutierrez civilization. After delivering this batch of warships to Watami, they were also given the design drawings of triple light-speed curvature engine missiles and several Wu-Chu 3 laser pulse main guns. With this batch of warships as the core, Watami can lead the Mechanicus fleet to explore more distant relic star fields, and then develop and expand the Mechanicus on his own. In the Lingxiao galaxy, more main battleships of the intelligent heavenly court were built. The Duze large-scale comprehensive supply carrier, which is 20 kilometers long and weighs 67 billion tons, was built in just 1 month thanks to the increased productivity. This is an absolutely heavyweight starship. In addition, 10 Sunday battlecruisers were added to the main fleet of the intelligent heavenly court. 14 Black Rope Hell heavy firepower destroyers. 100 Impermanence class heavy frigates. Another 1,000 ship girls warships became combat capable within this month. Danwon's fleet now consisted of 2,487 main battleships. Moreover, after acquiring the large-scale integrated supply carrier Duze, Danwon's fleet has acquired the ability to break away from fixed logistics supply points and to maintain sustained combat in outer space for a long time. Danwon looked at the number of spiritual sources he had left, which was only over 10,000. He felt that it was time to go to the Yada Empire to take advantage of the situation. It's time to earn some spiritual energy. No one will bury the honest and upright people, but you will get a gold belt if you kill people and set fires. For a long time before, Danwon did not harm the Yada Empire. With the huge size of the Yada Empire, it should have recovered a little by now, right? Chapter 136, Intelligent Heaven? Just a lowly existence. Yada Empire, Core Star Field, St. Relitas Galaxy. Yada St. Relitas Planet. At the top of the Glory City, the Imperial Palace. The young St. Relitas, who has ascended the throne as the new emperor of the Yada Empire, is the new emperor of the Yada Empire, St. Relitas 18. Almost 2 Turin moons had passed since Diamond Furrow's return, and St. Relitas 18 had ascended the throne a month earlier. But during this period, St. Relitas 18 did not have an easy time. Originally, St. Relitas 18, who had just ascended the throne, wanted to make great plans, but he soon discovered that any decrees he issued could not leave the palace. This suddenly filled the already tense heart of St. Relitas 18 with gloom. Dimenphilos became the chancellor of the empire. As soon as Dimenphilos returned, he issued an order. In the 3-star provinces of Frontier, Gloucester, and Pfefferens, all the galaxy garrison fleets and all the army group forces of the colonized planets were fully transferred away. Within 2 months, more than 100,000 warships and tens of billions of planetary army garrison soldiers were fully transferred from the 3-star provinces. These 3-star provinces span over 600 light years, with a total of 106 colonized planets, and a total population of over 1.1 trillion. The geographical locations of these 3-star field provinces are all close to the ruined star field. These are also the 3 provinces that will soon suffer punishment from the Turan Empire. It can be said that Dimenphilos transferred all the troops from the 3-star provinces. This move was also to prevent the main fleet from being punished and destroyed by the Turan Empire. To the greatest extent possible, preserve military strength. To deal with possible invasion wars from the other 3 interstellar forces in the future. In fact, St. Relitas 18 also agreed with Dimenphilos' move. However, what made him unhappy was that the order was issued by Dimenphilos, not by himself. However, St. Relitas 18, who had just ascended the throne, did not show all of this, but kept it deep in his heart. He continued to act out the drama of a benevolent king and a filial minister with Dimenphilos. In fact, he was secretly accumulating strength. In the past 2 months, St. Relitas 18 had ample opportunities to execute Dimenpharos. But St. Relitas 18 did not act rashly. Because at least for now, Dimenphilos cannot die for him. Since Dimenphilos returned 2 months ago, he has produced many high-tech creations that do not belong to the Yada Empire at all. These new weapons and warships can greatly enhance the military strength of the Yada Empire. Dimenpharos has always kept its manufacturing methods strictly secret, and St. Relitas 18 has tried many times in secret but has not obtained any detailed information. After 2 months of getting along, the relationship between the two has become as cold as ice. But none of them fell out with each other, and they continue to maintain the outward appearance of a benevolent king and filial ministers. As a demon who came from the Gorvius space and occupied this body, Dimenphilos needed Emperor St. Relitas 18 to serve as a cover. St. Relitas 18, on the other hand, needed all the powerful weapons that Dimenphilos brought to the Yada Empire. To both of them, the other has value. A balance is currently maintained, but it is foreseeable that once one party loses its usefulness in the future, the balance will be broken. One of them must die, but Dimenphilos didn't care. As a high-dimensional demon, he was deep-minded and calculated everything. He didn't care about the little tricks of St. Relitas 18 in secret. St. Relitas 18 knew this very well and was even more anxious, but he suppressed all his emotions deep in his heart and was very patient. with a determination to endure hardships. Your Majesty, all system garrison fleets and planetary garrison army groups in the Frontier Province, Gloucester Province, and Farron's Province have been mobilized. 106 colonized planets, with a territory exceeding 600 light-years, are ready to receive the Tauran Empire's fleet at any time. I believe that the Tauran Empire will feel such sincerity. In the huge palace, Dimenfilo's voice echoed. Saint Relitus 18, sitting high on the throne, looked at Dimenfilos below. Now, there are only 2 of them in the entire palace. Although the palace had a constant temperature system, Saint Relitus 18 always felt that the surroundings were extremely cold. He had nightmares every night, dreaming of all kinds of twisted and terrifying things that could not be described in words. In the past 2 months, my mental state seems to be more confused than before. He had no idea what was going on and was receiving psychological counseling every day under the care of the court physician. But Saint Relitus 18 was able to endure all these discomforts and maintain his firm will. You did a great job. Saint Relitus 18 put his distracting thoughts aside and asked, "How is the fleet upgrade going?" "It's proceeding in an orderly manner. Currently, a large-scale production line has been laid out, and 40% of the warships have been fully refitted and upgraded with new engines and weapon configurations. Your Majesty, with the new technologies I have brought, even with only the 40% of our warships that have been upgraded, we can easily defeat the combined fleets of the other 3 interstellar civilizations. They're not a problem." Dimenfilos always had an unpredictable smile on his face, making it impossible to see what he was thinking. "I don't care about the other 3 civilizations. My only concern is the Tauran Empire. I will only feel at ease if the Empire possesses a military force strong enough to rival the Tauran Empire." Saint Relitus 18 said this, but in fact all his anxiety and fear were deeply suppressed in his heart. If it really comes to that, it will probably be the end of his life. He never imagined that in just 2 months, 40% of the Imperial warships had been equipped with new technology. Too fast. To the extent that Saint Relitus 18 felt that his life was like riding on a light-speed battleship rushing towards hell. What about the Omnic Heavenly Court? After thinking for a while, Saint Relitus 18 asked, "Your Majesty, I have already made plans for this. The 3-star regions we abandoned spanned 600 light-years. After the Tauran Empire destroyed all its colonies as punishment, this area became a buffer zone between us and the Omnic Heavenly Court. It will also be the site of future decisive battles." Saint Relitus 18 was shocked by Dimenfilo's words. He quickly asked, "Are you going to declare war on the Omnic Heaven in the future?" "That's the awakened ancient civilization empire." Upon hearing this, Dimenfilos laughed heartily. "Ha ha ha ha. Your Majesty, don't worry. The technology one brought back will definitely allow the Empire to dominate this entire Orion arm. The Tauran Empire and the so-called Omnic Heavenly Court are nothing." After Dimenfilos finished speaking, he sneered in his heart, full of disdain. He was a being from the high V in space, and he really did not take the so-called intelligent heaven, such a low-level existence in the physical universe, seriously. Chapter 137, Humanoid Galaxy, a planet where humans gather. The Frontier Star Province, the Grote Star Province, and the Farron Star Province are the 3-star provinces closest to the Void Zone. On the other side of the Void Zone is the Ruined Star region. This large-scale action by the Yada Empire naturally alarmed forces from all sides. All garrisons were evacuated, but the Yada Empire used the excuse of transferring the fleet and army soldiers and then comprehensively upgrading the fleet configuration. But it is obvious that this excuse can only deceive some lower-class people on various planets who are unaware of the truth. It can't fool other forces at all. Without the garrison of the Yada Empire fleet and the planetary army, this territory naturally became a feast for various interstellar privateers, interstellar pirates, and various forces. All parties realized something. Start entering these 3 frontier galaxies. Among them are a large number of human resistance organizations. The most powerful human resistance organization is called the United Nations of Humanity's Destiny, abbreviated as People's Union. The Frontier Star Province of the Yada Empire, Humanoid Galaxy. A large space fleet of about 300 warships arrived in this galaxy through space warping. This is the main fleet of the Human Alliance, and it also represents all the wealth accumulated over the years since the establishment of the Human Alliance. In terms of technological level, the warships of these human alliances are equivalent to the regular warships of the Yada Empire. The Humanoid Galaxy is the galaxy with the largest concentration of humans in the Frontier Star Province. The Yada Empire withdrew all its fleets and planetary troops. Without the protection of the planetary troops, interstellar pirates from all sides would soon set their sights on the Humanoid Galaxy. In the eyes of these interstellar pirates, the human race is a fat sheep. The Human United Fleet's move is naturally to protect fellow humans in the Homan galaxy. Of course, it is impossible for all the warships of the Human Alliance to gather in the Homan galaxy. The Homan galaxy is only the first stop for the human fleet. After leaving a squadron to protect the Homan galaxy, the rest of the human-led warships will continue to advance to other galaxies where more humans gather to protect their compatriots. After this dispersion, the human fleet, which originally seemed to be quite large in number, became sparse. But it's okay. Those interstellar pirates themselves don't have much strength. A squadron of more than 10 warships of the Human United Fleet is enough to deter them. The Human Union's 7th Fleet remained in the Homan system. The rest of the warships left the Homan galaxy through the galaxy jump point. The 7th Fleet has 3 fleet battle groups, each of which consists of 1 cruiser, 2 destroyers, and 4 frigates. A total of 21 warships have now entered the low Earth orbit of Homan Star. The landing craft that separated from the warships quickly spread throughout the planet's outer orbital defense system. All the Yata troops stationed on the entire Homan planet had already evacuated. The Human Alliance soldiers who came down from the landing craft easily took control of the entire planet's outer orbital defense system. Captain, we have successfully seized control of Homan Star's outer orbital defense system. Now, the entire planet can be said to be under our control. In the communication channel, the voice of the young RU soldier sounded very excited. On the bridge of the Human Renaissance, the flagship of the Human Alliance's 7th Fleet, Commanding Captain Li Lingwei finally breathed a sigh of relief. She turned on the communication channel and began to contact the troops that had landed on Homan Star. Lu Quan, what's the situation on the planet? And there was a burst of gunfire on the communication channel. A moment later, Lu Quan's voice rang out. The situation inside the planet is not good. The major cities have basically been controlled by the Yata gang. He screwed the people next door. These bastards committed a massacre before we came here. Now I am leading the troops into the city to clear out these Yata gangs. Damn, aren't the firepower of these Yata gangs a bit too strong? They even have anti-tank individual melta-cannons. Lu Quan's cursing was heard again in the communication channel. Li Lingwei took a deep breath and said, "Do you need fleet support?" "No, there are too many humans in the city. These bastards know we have a fleet parked in orbit around the planet, so they're deliberately hiding in the areas where the most humans gather. We can't use orbital bombardment. It doesn't matter. They are just thugs. Even if they have some powerful weapons, they are not a formal army. The troops that have landed are enough to wipe them out, but it will take some effort." Upon hearing this, Li Lingwei said, "Wait a moment, I'll send you some more armored units." "David, are the armored forces ready to be deployed?" "It's ready to be deployed." "Okay, deploy the armored forces to support Lu Quan." Although the soldiers of the People's Liberation Army are well-trained and their equipment level is at the level of a regular army, but they were concerned about the safety of their fellow humans in the city, so they fought cautiously. It took more than 3 days to wipe out the Yata gang entrenched in major cities on Homan Star. Moreover, during these 3 days, all the battles in the city were high-intensity street fighting. The People's United Army paid the price of more than 10,000 casualties before finally completely wiping out the Yata gang that controlled all cities on Homan Star. Completely control all cities on Homan Star. As for why they are in the People's United Army, there is a reason. Li Lingwei graduated from the military academy and left after going to the ruined Star Field. After that, she directly joined the Human League. Because he graduated from the regular Captain Command Department of the Yata Military Academy and had outstanding abilities, he was quickly valued in the People's Alliance Fleet. Now he has become the commanding captain of a Human United Fleet. Lu Quan and David also graduated from military academies, but they did not want to join the Yata military after graduation. After leaving the ruined star region, they established a small caravan and traveled across the stars with several ships. A few months ago, Lu Quan and David were leading their fleet on a regular business trip when they suddenly received bad news. Their families were captured by the Yata Empire's Law Department fleet for secretly funding a human resistance organization. Lu Quan and David's father and some brothers died in the conflict. The rest of the family members were also arrested by the Imperial Ministry of Justice and sentenced to death. Only Lu Quan and David were left. When they first heard the bad news, they were so sad that they immediately fled on their boat to avoid the Yata Law Department fleet that came to arrest them. Later, Li Lingwei contacted them and invited them to join the People's Union. Driven by national hatred and family feuds, the two joined the People's League. Lu Quan graduated from the Army Department, while David graduated from the Army Armor Department. They were soon promoted and assigned to the 7th Fleet commanded by Li Lingwei as commanders of the Fleet Marines. Chapter 138: The Arrival of the Intelligent Celestial Fleet, an Undefended Galaxy. It was the day after the Human Alliance's 7th Fleet took control of Humanoid Star. Li Lingwei received an emergency communication command. Major General Li, are you willing to obey the President's urgent order? I order your troops to wait here for the follow-up support transport fleet, and then cooperate with the follow-up support transport fleet's actions to transfer as many human compatriots on Humanoid Star as possible. Li Lingwei was a little confused when she heard this order. She was slightly stunned and asked quickly, "What? We already control the entire planet. Why do we need to evacuate?" According to reliable information, the Turan fleet is coming. Turan fleet? Yes, that's why the Yada Empire withdrew all its defense forces from these 3-star provinces, leaving no one behind. That's because the Turan Empire wants to punish the Yada Empire again, just like it did 300 years ago. And the severity of the punishment this time is unprecedentedly severe. The Yada Empire will lose over 100 planets and over 1 trillion people. Hearing this, Li Lingwei fell silent. She felt a dryness in her throat and said, "So, that's why the Yada Empire withdrew all its defense forces from these star systems, at least to preserve its military strength, right?" "Yes, that's right." The person on the other end of the line sighed and said bitterly, "So, we can only do our best to evacuate our fellow humans who are still in these star regions. Those who have their own ships can also leave on their own, but there are still many compatriots living on the bottom of the planet trying to survive. We should evacuate as many as we can before the Turan Empire arrives. Even if I can save one more person." Li Lingwei listened and fell into complete silence. How many people can they save? How many humans are there on Humanoid Star? 9 billion? Or 10 billion? Most people are struggling to survive at the bottom of the planet, and above the planet, those who own spaceships are mostly people from comprador companies. They had already escaped before the human fleet arrived. The majority of the remaining. Suddenly, Li Lingwei felt a sense of powerlessness. This is just a Humanoid Star with 3 starfield provinces. How many humans are there? The Human United Fleet only had a few hundred main battleships, plus a few hundred support transport ships from other small human resistance groups that stood on the same front with them. In these 3 starfield provinces spanning over 600 light years, there are more than 100 planets and hundreds of billions of human beings. How many can they save? Even if everyone evacuates, how will they be resettled? The headquarters of the Human Alliance is in Galaxy 076 of the Relic Star Field. They don't even have a complete planet with life. But, no matter what, saving as many people as possible is a saving grace. After a long time, Li Lingwei let out a long sigh and contacted Lu Quan on Humanoid Star. At this moment, Lu Quan was leading his troops to execute the surrendered Yada gang members. Listening to the continuous gunfire ringing in his ears, Lu Quan received a communication. He was stunned when he heard Li Lingwei's order. What? Evacuate. He opened his eyes and looked at the group of helpless fellow humans they had just rescued not far away, and his hand holding the communicator tightened. After a moment, he lowered his eyes and said with a dry throat, "Is there no other way? I can only save as many as I can. We can't possibly handle the Turan Empire's fleet. If the land survives and the people are lost, both the land and the people will be lost. If the land is lost and the people survive, both the land and the people will survive. The fleet is landing right now. We'll save as many as we can." After the communication ended, Lu Quan stood on the streets of the city that had just experienced a battle and looked up at the sky. Above the sky, the Human Alliance's fleet is breaking through the atmosphere and slowly descending. The transport ships sent by the Human League arrived soon. But there are only 10 transport ships, each about 1 kilometer long. These transport ships basically abandon 90% of their internal reserves. At the most, a transport ship could only carry more than 50,000 people. The 10 ships combined could only carry more than 500,000 people at a time. In addition to the carrying capacity of the human fleet, it can only transport a maximum of 600,000 people at a time. But there are at least 9 billion humans on the entire Humanoid planet. Helplessly, Li Lingwei took another approach and searched for all the flying vehicles on Humanoid Star. On Humanoid Star, there are still many aerospace transport vehicles abandoned by the Yada Empire troops. However, these aerospace transport vehicles could only fly to the low Earth orbit of a planet at most. Their purpose was to fly around the planet, and they basically did not have the ability to conduct long-term space navigation. However, there is always a way. If the entire fleet unites, the curvature bubble opened by the curvature engine will be of considerable size. As long as these aircraft can reach space and approach the fleet will start its warp engine, expand the curvature bubble, and completely wrap up the surrounding area. You can take them with you. But this is extremely challenging for the warship's curvature space numerical calculation equipment. Once the curvature space numerical calculation device of one of the warships is overloaded, a curvature space numerical calculation error occurs. The curvature value of an area in front of the fleet is one data, but the value of an area behind the fleet is another data. The balance of the curvature space is broken, and the curvature values are not equal. Then, under the pull of the curvature space in front and behind, the mass of the entire fleet will become infinite. In the unstable curvature space, the entire fleet will be divided and torn apart by the undulating curvature space, and finally completely annihilated. The risk is very high, but in order to save more people, Li Lingwei doesn't care about that. As the evacuation work continued, suddenly the alarm of the space monitoring equipment sounded. "Captain, a large-scale space jump signal has been detected. A fleet is making a space jump and is about to arrive in this galaxy. It's quite large." "What?" Li Lingwei was startled and asked quickly, "Can you detect the other party's identity?" "No, it's completely undetectable. The space jump signal has disappeared. We can't detect the presence of the enemy fleet at all. But what is certain is that they have arrived in this galaxy." Upon hearing this, Li Lingwei clenched her fists. A fleet with this kind of technological capabilities could never be the fleet of the Yada Empire. It can only be the fleet of the Turan Empire. What a huge technological gap this is. It seems like an insurmountable chasm. Li Lingwei felt a sense of despair. The evacuation had just begun when the Turan Empire's fleet arrived. They can't even save a fellow human being. The blue jump light curtain in space receded, and a huge black fleet with thousands of ships appeared in space under the fading light curtain. The fleet's flagship, the battleship Truth Emperor, Bridge. Don Juan stood in front of a virtual light screen. He was covered in a pitch-black Emperor-type power armor. A red sun well behind his head emitted a faint light. Under this faint light, the red tassel on the top of the helmet and the cloak spreading down from the bee-swallowing shoulder armor on both sides of his shoulders were all moving automatically without wind. He looked at the internal situation of the galaxy in front of him and frowned slightly. Why didn't we detect the Yada Empire's fleet? It doesn't make sense. Chapter 139. The opposite side is not an enemy, but a friend. Don Juan finally led the fleet on a large-scale expedition, but along the way, he didn't see a single warship of the Yada Empire. This made him a little disappointed. Supreme, a fleet and a large number of flying objects have been detected gathering outside the planet ahead. The enemy's interstellar fleet is not large, only 31. The technical doll's report sounded in the bridge. Don Juan's eyes lit up when he heard this, and he asked, "Is it the fleet of the Yada Empire?" After comparing the data, most of the warships in the enemy fleet matched the active warships of the Yada Empire. But there are some differences. The enemy fleet has been detected to have changed its formation. They protected all the flying objects around the planet. Hearing these words, Don Juan thought for a moment and said, "Don't attack yet. Let's wait and see." Home in planet space orbit. Under the command of Li Lingwei, the Human Union's fleet protected a large number of small aircraft that had just flown into space and were full of human refugees. Radar, optical detection, space curvature monitoring, and various monitoring devices monitor the surrounding space area. But no trace of Starfleet was found. This discovery made Li Lingwei's heart suffocate even more. If there really was an interstellar fleet coming to this galaxy, and if they found nothing, it only meant that the technological gap between them and the other party had become so great that it was insurmountable. The other party showed up on their own initiative. 5 million kilometers. It's in the direction of the star, 5 million kilometers away in space. A loud roar was heard, and Li Lingwei was startled and quickly turned to the screen. Sure enough, in the direction of the stars, in the space 5 million kilometers away, there are thousands of densely packed black dots scattered in the space. That's an interstellar fleet of thousands of ships. Her heart sank. The difference in numbers between the enemy and us is too great. Moreover, if the other party is the fleet of the Turan Empire, then it is not just a difference in numbers, but also a huge gap in technology. Once the war breaks out, the human fleet will undoubtedly be defeated. But Li Lingwei had made up her mind, and so had all the soldiers of the human fleet. We must do our utmost to protect our compatriots behind us. By time for the transport fleet to evacuate. Even if they all died in battle, it would be a victory if one more member of the transport fleet survived. Just like the oath they took when they joined the People's Federation. I will abide by my own principles and put my personal safety above the collective interests of humanity. I will become a part of the dark universe and protect my fellow humans at all times. I will use my own hands and knowledge to kill all enemies of humanity. I will dedicate my loyalty and my life to the revival of mankind. All for the revival of the human race. I would rather die than refuse. Fellow countrymen, the enemy has arrived. Prepare for battle. Long live humanity. Long live humanity. In the communication channel, the roars of more than 100,000 Allied soldiers were connected together. 10 transport ships full of human refugees retreated, and 21 human warships advanced. To meet the huge interstellar fleet heading towards the star, 5 million kilometers away in space. Just when all the soldiers were determined to die, a communication from the fleet ahead appeared. But Li Lingwei did not actively accept it, and a virtual three-dimensional projection appeared in front of her. He was a tall man, about 2 meters and 6 inches tall, his entire body covered in power armor. There is a red halo behind the power helmet, emitting a faint glow. The decorative red tassel on the top of the helmet and the cloak covered by the beast-devouring shoulder armor spread behind him are all moving without wind. Under the faint light, the extremely tall figure is matched with a solemn and gorgeous full set of power armor, which is full of oppression. Li Lingwei swallowed, but before she could say anything, a mechanical voice with an obvious tone of surprise came from under the man's visor. Lingwei, why are you here? Li Lingwei was stunned. This guy from turn across from me knows her. How is this possible? She looked at the three-dimensional projection of the person in front of her with great surprise and suspicion. Don Juan on the opposite side was also a little surprised. He never expected to see Li Lingwei here. But Li Lingwei obviously didn't recognize him. Don Juan reacted quickly, and the visor of his power helmet opened automatically, revealing his face. Lingwei, it's me, Don Juan. Li Lingwei's beautiful eyes suddenly widened, and she looked extremely shocked, as if she couldn't believe her eyes at all. Don Juan. Yeah, it's me. When Li Lingwei heard the familiar voice and saw the face she had been thinking about day and night, her eyes suddenly became moist. Her voice was a little choked, but she lowered her head and took a few deep breaths. When she raised her head again, her eyes were sharp. Are you really Don Juan? Hearing this, Don Juan smiled silently. He never thought that one day he would face this kind of problem. I want to prove that I am myself. This little girl still doesn't believe him. That's right. After all, when meeting under such circumstances, no matter who it is, the first reaction is disbelief. He said, Lingwei, it's really me. A lot of things happened after we parted in the ruined star region. As for why I appeared like this, there are many reasons, and it's hard to explain them all at once. But in short, you just need to know that I am in command of this interstellar fleet you see. In the end, Li Lingwei believed Don Juan and ordered the fleet to stop advancing and return to the planet's orbit. The captains and soldiers of the Human Alliance warships who were determined to die were somewhat puzzled. What's wrong? What happened? Captain, why are you retreating? Are you afraid of those hateful Turan people? Although we are outnumbered, if we were to leave, none of the billions of our compatriots on the planet behind us would survive. We should at least buy the transport fleet time to evacuate. Even if it's just 1 second, that means one more of our compatriot can survive. Among all the captains, the most senior human captain sent a questioning communication. The captain's name is James. He is not young anymore and has always had some opinions about Li Lingwei, who is not very old but is already his superior. But opinions are just personal emotions. From a big picture perspective, James's determination to dedicate everything, including his own life, to the revival of mankind is no less than anyone else's. Captain James, the other side is not the enemy. Li Lingwei's words blocked Captain James' next words. If the person in front of us isn't an enemy, then what else could it be? The commander of the fleet on the opposite side is also a human, and he's an acquaintance of mine. Li Lingwei's words completely confused Captain James. That massive fleet on the other side is also commanded by humans. How is this possible? Among all the human resistance forces, the largest one is the Human Alliance. He had no idea that there was any other human resistance force whose scale and technology far surpassed their Human Alliance fleet. Chapter 140. To me, the Turan Empire is nothing. Although it was unbelievable, the soldiers of the human fleet still obeyed Li Lingwei's orders and stopped resisting. The fleet of the intelligent heavenly court began to approach the planet and anchored in the planet's low Earth orbit. In the Human Alliance fleet, also in the planet's low Earth orbit, the Human Alliance soldiers were all looking at the huge fleet composed of huge warships from afar. I was shocked, but also extremely excited. According to Major General Li, the fleet on the opposite side is his friend. The commander of the opposing fleet is also human. This alone made the soldiers very excited, seeing that the other party really didn't attack them. Captain James, who had always had some opinions about Li Lingwei, also shut up. Personal emotions are personal, and Captain James has always been a man who clearly distinguishes between public and private affairs. There is a grassland above Homenstar. The natural scenery is always beautiful. Don Juan always likes a beautiful environment, and if friends get together, it is naturally better to have a beautiful environment than a city full of industrial style. This is Don Juan's personal quirk. Beside him were Ruby, Villia, Rillia, and other tactical humanoid girls. At this time, there was a whistling sound in the sky, and a landing craft fell from the sky. The diffused air currents swept around, blowing large patches of green grass on the grassland downwards. The landing craft hatch opens. A beautiful figure in military uniform rushed down first and pounced towards Don Juan. It's really you. I missed you so much. A few words cannot express all the longing in Li Lingwei's heart. Don Juan was also feeling a little complicated. In his memory, his previous life was too weak and he never dared to respond directly to Li Lingwei's feelings. But now I am strong. And around me. Ruby looked at Li Lingwei in her arms, her eyes almost spitting fire, but she didn't say anything, just that look. Well, feelings still need to be taken seriously. King Tang Hai is a man of universal love. He patted Li Lingwei's back gently, and Li Lingwei finally realized that many people were watching her. At this moment, a startled voice rang out. Holy shit. Holy shit. Spring. It's really you. That's awesome. That fleet in the planet's orbit is really yours. Damn it. Damn it. Lu Quan and other people got off the landing craft. When they saw Don Juan, he just said 2 words and then seemed to have lost the ability to speak. He could only exclaim, wow, and awesome back and forth. Lu Quan, don't forget your business. At this time, David next to Lu Quan said. Lu Quan reacted and then felt a little embarrassed. After all, he felt a little embarrassed to ask for help when he just met an old friend. Seeing this, Don Juan asked, just tell me what you want to say. That's right. We want you to help evacuate all our fellow humans from this planet. Li Lingwei said this somewhat embarrassedly. Evacuate? Is there any reason? Don Juan asked. Well, speaking of this, Lu Quan sighed. The Turan Empire is about to punish the Yada Empire again. The force this time is even greater than that of 300 years ago. Over 100 planets, with a population exceeding 1 trillion Yada Empire people. But many of these planets are inhabited by our fellow humans. So our human union dispatched a fleet to rescue as many people as possible. But our fleet is still too small. Even if we try our best, we won't be able to save many people. Speaking of this, the other human rights union officers also looked embarrassed. Some people were rescued, but most of them would die under the punishment of the Turan Empire. Seeing that Don Juan's fleet was huge, they wanted to ask Don Juan's fleet to help evacuate some of their fellow humans on the planet. Save as many people as you can. Sir Don Juan, we in the Human Union won't let you help us for free. We will pay you with enough supplies and energy. At this time, the captains of the Human Alliance who came down together bowed to Don Juan very solemnly, and Captain James spoke in an almost pleading tone. Oh, about this? Don Juan nodded slightly, thinking. Hearing this tone, Captain James felt a little desperate. As expected, even Don Juan, who controls such a fleet, is unwilling to offend the Turan Empire. However, the next moment, Don Juan said, this matter is not a big deal to me, and there is no need to make so much trouble. I only need to speak to the Turan Empire, and I can save all of our fellow human beings, hundreds of billions of them. In fact, even if they didn't mention it, Don Juan would take the initiative to contact the Turan Empire and ask the Turan Empire to transfer the target of punishment to avoid human casualties. The identity that Don Juan now creates for the outside world is that of an agent trained by the awakened, ancient civilization empire, intelligent heaven. As long as Don Juan, as an agent, tells the Turan Empire that the intelligent heavenly court thinks humans are good and wants to take humans as a subordinate race, then the Turan Empire will have no choice but to agree in order not to damage its relationship with the ancient civilization empire, intelligent heavenly court. So this is not a big deal. But Captain James and others were dumbfounded when they heard this. Because Don Juan made the matter sound too light. For the human union, the Yada Empire is an unshakable existence for them, not to mention the Turan Empire, which even the Yada Empire is extremely afraid of. That is even more of a godlike existence. Now, Don Juan made it sound so easy that Captain James and the others found it too unbelievable, too. However, their reaction is also normal. It is normal for people to be unable to understand the existence of things beyond their own worldview. Don Juan did not explain too much to them, but simply talked about his current identity and how important he was to the Turan Empire. Captain James and others finally believed Don Juan. The current situation does not allow them to disbelieve it. After all, their only hope is Don Juan. The Turan Empire's punishment fleet passed through several stargates and made hundreds of consecutive space jumps over 2 months. Finally arrived at the territory of the Yada Empire. Lieutenant General Byrne of the Turan Empire led the operation. At this moment, Lieutenant General Bourne was in an extremely good mood. Not only did he find Luo Xiaoling and receive the 8th Prince's commendation, but the Imperial Center also attached great importance to the matters concerning the ancient civilization empire that he reported. Even this time, the eldest princess personally went with him and led the fleet to the Yada Empire. After the punishment of the Yada Empire is completed, the eldest princess will go to the ruined star region with him to personally pay a visit to the ancient civilization empire's intelligent heavenly court and establish diplomatic relations. Chapter 141 solved so easily. The next stop of the Turan punishment fleet is the Homan Galaxy. The Homan Galaxy is one of the outermost galaxies in the frontier province of the Yada Empire. There are many humans living here. The Turan Empire's punishment fleet came out of the 6th Frontier Star Gate and was able to reach the Homan Galaxy after just one space jump. Punishment began on the planets of the Yada Empire. 300 years ago, when punishing the Yada Empire, the Turan Empire's fleet did not let go. But this time, he could have no scruples and directly order the fleet to conduct a large-scale orbital bombardment to destroy the planet. Lieutenant General Bourne was already getting impatient. In the previous war with the Perseus civilization, the Turan Empire's fleet was restricted and everything had to be carried out strictly according to orders. They had to be cautious at all times and maintain tactical advantages. Otherwise, there would be no return, but at this moment, no one could stop them from killing. They can and only can do so by taking such actions, so as to completely let go and act recklessly. Unify the space jump target coordinates of each warship and specify the Homan Galaxy. The spatial data of the entire fleet is synchronized. Begin the transition. A flash of blue light. Under the cover of the blue light curtain, the Turan Empire's fleet disappeared in this space. Homan Galaxy. Don Juan, who was still on Homan Star, showed a change of expression. Looked up at the sky. Supreme, fluctuations in the space jump node have been detected. A fleet is warping in. Based on the comparison of its spatial jump fluctuation data, it is consistent with the spatial jump data fluctuations of the Turan Empire ships we previously detected. It's the Turan Empire's fleet. They have entered the Homan system. Don Juan nodded slightly as he heard the report from the orbital fleet. He said, "Send a communication to the Turan Empire's fleet and strictly order them to cease their punitive actions against the Yada Empire. And tell them that the Omnic Heavenly Court has decided to protect humanity and not allow them to choose a planet where humans gather as the location of their punishment. Let them choose another one." Captain James and the others from the Human League were all shocked when they heard this and looked at Don Juan in surprise. At the same time, they all began to get nervous and were about to order their warships in outer space to prepare for battle. Once the battle begins, help Don Juan's fleet attack the Turan Empire's fleet. After all, based on their understanding of the Turan people, Don Juan communicating with the Turan fleet in this tone would definitely further anger the Turan fleet. Homan Galaxy. The Turan Empire punishment fleet appeared near the star through space jump. It is still 170 million kilometers away from Homan Star. The number of warships in the Turan punishment fleet was not large, only less than 200. In their imagination, after the last incident, the Yada Empire would never dare to resist them again. Therefore, not too many fleets are needed. General, remote optical detection has detected a space fleet parked in orbit outside the Homan planet. There are about 1,000 warships, but they seem to have some kind of long-range optical jamming capability. We can't identify the exact identity of their fleet at this distance, but we suspect it's the Yada Empire fleet. Vice Admiral Bourne in the flagship bridge was a little surprised when he heard the report from his subordinates. The Yada Empire actually dared to park its fleet next to the planet? Aren't they afraid that they will destroy their fleet as well? Or do they still dare to resist them like they did 300 years ago? Ridiculous. It's just a fleet of lizard reptiles, not worth mentioning. If they know what's good for them, they can survive. But if they dare to stop us, we will destroy them along with us. Lieutenant General Bourne sneered. Although the enemy had a large number of troops, Lieutenant General Bourne still had absolute confidence. This is the absolute confidence that comes from the absolute crushing strength of science and technology. Just as Vice Admiral Bourne had finished issuing his order, a bridge communications officer reported, "Your Excellency, we've received a communication from the Homan extraterrestrial fleet ahead. They strictly ordered us to temporarily suspend the punishment of the Yada Empire and forbade us to choose a planet where humans gather as the place of punishment." Lieutenant General Bourne was stunned when he heard this. Then he laughed angrily and said, "Strictly order us? Who do they think they are? General, they said. They are the fleet of the Omnic Heavenly Court. The communications officer swallowed and spoke with a stammer. Ridiculous. Whatever, wait. Lieutenant General Bourne had just blurted out a sentence, but before he could finish it, he suddenly realized what was going on. His eyes widened and he asked the communications officer, "Are you sure you didn't see it wrong? Who do they say they are?" General, they do call themselves the Omnic Celestial Fleet. The communications personnel were sweating profusely. Lieutenant General Bourne was dumbfounded. Why is the fleet of the Omnic Heavenly Court here? They are also not allowed to punish any planet in the Yada Empire with a large human population. Why? Lieutenant General Bourne broke out in a cold sweat. He didn't know whether the fleet on the other side was really the intelligent Heavenly Court fleet. He is too far away, and there is no way to verify it now. But he must be extremely cautious in everything concerning the intelligent Heavenly Court. After much deliberation, Vice Admiral Bourne finally decided to suspend the action and stop the fleet from advancing. Send a warship to verify. If it really was the fleet of the Omnic Heavenly Court, it would be fine, but if it wasn't, then you will have to pay the price for daring to tease him. The Turan fleet really stopped advancing. When Captain James and other UN captains learned the news, they immediately felt a great shock in their hearts. Although they have long chosen to believe in Don Juan, who represents hope for them, some things in front of them will still cause them a certain psychological impact. For example, in this case, Captain James and others originally thought that Don Juan would send this request to the Turan Empire officials through the officials of the intelligent Heavenly Court. Then, after formal negotiations, the Turan Empire officials may agree to let humans go. In their opinion, this matter may take quite some time to resolve. During the time it takes to resolve this matter, the Turan Imperial fleet may still carry out punishment, and many humans may still die. But this is far less than the result of all humans in the 3 star provinces dying. This is already acceptable. It's not that there must be casualties, but it is more in line with reality and the logic in their cognition. After all, in the past, if they wanted to achieve a certain military goal, they usually had to fight very hard and sacrifice a lot of people. But now, Don Juan gave a direct order to the Turan Imperial fleet to stop. No difficulty, very easy. This is beyond the imagination of the captains of the Human Alliance. Li Lingwei also looked at Don Juan with some complicated feelings. In the past, the impression of Don Juan in her mind was still that of the strong boy in the military academy who would be depressed even when he was protected by her. But at this moment, Don Juan has become a hegemonic figure whose every word and action is full of great majesty. Chapter 142 Princess of Turan, freed Turan. A small ship of the Turan Empire cautiously approached Humanoid star from distant space. As the small ship approached, it found that the other party did not make any moves, so it moved even closer. Finally, in space 2 million kilometers away from Humanoid star, the small Turan ship finally recognized the identity of the intelligent Heavenly Court fleet. They could not identify the warships of the intelligent Heavenly Court through any other means, and could only see them through this optical detection. It would not work if they were too far away, as they would be interfered with. They could only identify them if they were close to them. Oh my God! It really is the fleet of the Omnic Heavenly Court. The captain of this small ship is Vice Admiral Bourne's confidant. He once followed Vice Admiral Bourne to the 77th Relic Galaxy to see what the warships of the intelligent Heavenly Court looked like. He immediately recognized the warship of the intelligent Heavenly Court and immediately contacted Vice Admiral Bourne. General, this is indeed the fleet of the Omnic Heavenly Court. They're really here. When Vice Admiral Bourne heard the words of the main fleet 170 million kilometers away, his heart skipped a beat. Broken. It's actually true. Why is the fleet of the Omnic Heavenly Court here? Although his mind was full of doubts, Lieutenant General Bourne immediately contacted the Grand Princess. Inside the Turan fleet flagship, a room with a simple style but grand decoration. The Grand Princess of the Turan Empire, freed Turan, is undergoing combat training in virtual reality equipment. The Turan royal family all use the country as their surname. She was wearing a light and close-fitting combat training suit, which was quite similar to the style of warriors in ancient civilizations. Her jet black hair was tied into a single ponytail at the back of her head, and the 2 long horns on her forehead were slightly pink under the light from the ceiling of the room. Her eyes with long eyelashes were tightly closed and her mouth was slightly pursed. Her chin was held high, and her long, beautiful neck was flawless. Even though she was the only one in the room, she still looked domineering. The breastplate, which is not too bumpy, fits tightly against his chest, and he wears arm guards on his hands. Tight leggings show the perfect shape of his thighs. Under his slender calves, a pair of beautiful bare feet with perfect shapes and round and smooth toes step on the alloy floor. Her consciousness was already immersed in the virtual reality network. Virtual reality network. In a training ground-style room. Fried had just finished a close combat training and was sitting on the ground, her golden eyes looking up at Luo Xiaoling not far away. Fried, have you seen anyone from the Omnic Heavenly Court? Luo Xiaoling stood not far away with her arms folded across her chest, looking at her. Not yet, but it should be soon. Fried stood up and approached Luo Xiaoling, looking at Luo Xiaoling's beautiful face, which always kept an expression of keep away from strangers. She was about 1.9 meters tall, a head taller than Luo Xiaoling. She raised her hand and tried to lift Luo Xiaoling's chin with her slender fingers. Luo Xiaoling stepped back slightly and dodged. Fried's beautiful golden eyes dimmed slightly, and she said, "You keep your distance from me in reality, and you won't even let me touch you online? You know our identities. It's impossible for us to be together, Your Highness. My heart has long belonged to someone else." Luo Xiaoling took a deep breath and looked up at Fried's beautiful golden eyes. Tisk. Fried curled her lips slightly and made an unhappy sound. "Do you like him that much?" Fried was talking about her 8th brother, the 8th prince of the Turan Empire. "You wouldn't understand." Luo Xiaoling folded her arms across her chest and turned her head to the side. But what Luo Xiaoling was talking about was not actually the 8th prince of Turan. The golden eyes narrowed slightly, and there was a hint of displeasure on Fried's beautiful face, which always gave people a domineering feeling. She really hated her 8th brother more and more. Not only did he steal her beloved woman, he even wanted to compete with her for the throne. Although she is the eldest princess and the crown prince, the next throne does not necessarily belong to her entirely. The fight for the throne has always been a wonderful drama in royal families, and this is no exception in an interstellar civilization like the Turan Empire. Fried looked carefully at every detail on Luo Xiaoling's face. However, Luo Xiaoling was obviously absent-minded. "I'm leaving now." With just one sentence, Luo Xiaoling disappeared from the training ground. Damn old 8. In the real room, Fried cursed inwardly, her slightly heroic brows furrowed. At this moment, Lieutenant General Bourne's voice rang in her ears. "Your Highness, the call is finally connected." "There's an emergency." "What's up?" Fried calmed down and asked. "It's the Omnic Heavenly Court." "Your Highness, the fleet of the Omnic Heavenly Court is anchored in the outer orbit of the Humanoid star ahead. The Omnic Heavenly Court has asked us to temporarily suspend the punishment of the Yada Empire and will not allow us to choose a planet with a large human population as the location for punishment." "Why?" Fried's brows furrowed even more. "I don't know about this, but I can be sure that the other party is indeed the fleet of the Omnic Heavenly Court. Well, it's just right for me to go and see the other side in person. I want to see what the people of this so-called ancient civilization empire, the intelligent Heavenly Court, are like." Fried walked onto a platform protruding from the edge of the room. Mechanical arms extended from the wall and installed pieces of power armor plates on her tall, perfect body. Over there, the Grand Princess of the Turan Empire, Fried, was just about to set off in person, but here, Don Juan on Homeinstar Star had already received Fried's complete set of information through subspace communication. It was obtained from Luo Xiaoling, who was far away in the Turan Empire. Not long ago, Don Juan had mastered the method of subspace communication. As long as he knew the coordinates, he could contact anyone directly through the higher dimensional space. However, at present, it is only limited to himself and some psychic girls with high psychic levels who can actively use it. It will take some time for this communication to be used on a large scale, but it will be soon. The information obtained from Luo Xiaoling was very detailed, but it seemed a bit too detailed. There's even information about Fried liking to wear pink underwear. This princess likes Luo Xiaoling, and she's a lesbian? Don Juan was lost in thought as he looked at the detailed information of Princess Frida of Turan. Don Juan was a little surprised, as this was not shown in the memory of Luo Xiaoling he had obtained before. It was only after Luo Xiaoling returned to the Turan Empire that the eldest Princess Fried confessed her love to her. However, Luo Xiaoling naturally rejected Fried. The information also includes a postscript from Luo Xiaoling. "Master, Fried is the Grand Princess of Turan and the Crown Princess of the Empire. She is a woman with a very strong personality. Very arrogant. But if you want to take her down, Master, Luo Nu will help you. After all, such a strong woman." Don Juan couldn't stand listening halfway through and asked, "Who do you think I am? Am I that kind of person?" But then Don Juan reflected on himself. Since Shi Wei succeeded, has he been a little too relaxed recently? Chapter 143. Fear. Subspace teleport. It is also true that if a person has been suppressed for too long, Once he lets go, it will be very thorough. This is the truth. Just as Don Juan was reflecting on himself, he received a communication from the fleet in orbit. Supreme Lord, the Turan fleet has sent an envoy. You've also sent an envoy? Tell them to keep things simple. Just say what you want to say. There's no need to use all that nonsense. Don Juan said directly. Clear. Homin Star is still a grassland with natural scenery. The afterglow of the setting sun casts a red hue on the grassland. A landing ship of the Turan Empire broke through the atmosphere and descended from the sky. Landed on the grassland. The landing ship's hatch was lowered, and Fried, wearing power armor, was the first to walk down from the bridge. Vice Admiral Bourne and other captains and senior officers of the Turan battleship followed behind Fried. There was no grand ceremony. There wasn't a whole band playing any instruments or singing. There were no soldiers standing on both sides, forming a human wall. All we have is the afterglow of the setting sun ahead and the breeze across the grassland. But as soon as Fried took a look, she was shocked. I saw a tall figure in gorgeous power armor standing not far away, with his back to the setting sun. The tall body seems to be able to block the afterglow from the setting sun. In the breeze, the red tassel on the top of the power helmet and the cloak behind him fluttered slightly, and the glowing red sun halo at the back of the power helmet seemed to merge with the blood-red setting sun in the sky behind. It was as if the real sun was burning behind it. Such a scene had a great impact on Fried and her group. They even had an inexplicable urge to kneel down. Call. Fried took a deep breath and suddenly felt a great sense of pressure in her heart. He used his spiritual energy slightly to calm the throbbing in his heart. But it would have been fine if she didn't use her psychic powers. As soon as she used them, she instantly felt that the surrounding environment seemed to have changed. The grassland environment disappeared, replaced by an ever-distorted and chaotic spatial background. The tall figure in front, dressed in solemn and gorgeous power armor, turned into a star. Dark stars. In this chaotic, twisted, empty space, a pitch-black flame was burning fiercely. But Fried could not feel any light or heat. All one could feel was the terrifying black sea of psychic fire that was constantly surging and burning above the star. However, compared with the entire burning black star, her weak spiritual power had a huge and terrifying gap, like an insurmountable chasm. It even made her feel like an ant, looking up at the entire universe. Fried instantly withdrew her spiritual energy, and her originally proud head drooped slightly. Her eyes widened, as if she had been shocked. Hee. At this moment, she heard a light laugh from the figure with his back to the blood-red setting sun. The reason why Don Juan didn't allow the other side to do some nonsense was naturally because he wanted to do some nonsense. However, Vice Admiral Bourne and his group did not have psychic powers and could not see the dark star like Fried. But they also felt a slight unusual change, and the air around them seemed to cool down instantly. The heat is constantly being lost, but they can't detect where it is going. It seemed as if all this heat disappeared out of thin air in the universe. Make them feel terrified. On the grassland, the surface of the green grass was covered with a layer of frost. The originally green grassland turned gray. Please introduce yourself. My name is Don Juan, and I am a human being. He's an agent of the Omnic Heavenly Court. Don Juan spoke, but he didn't wait for Fried and the others to digest the meaning of the above words before he continued speaking. If you have anything to say, you can convey it to the Omnic Heaven through me, because you are not yet qualified to have a direct dialogue with the Omnic Heavenly Court. Anyway, I called you here to inform you that the Omnic Heavenly Court has decided to accept humans as a subordinate race. If you, the Turan Empire, are sincere, just obey. Not much explanation, just one sentence. You are not currently qualified to have a direct dialogue with the intelligent heaven. Then let them guess everything else. After saying this, Don Juan didn't say another word. The space around him twisted, and he disappeared from the spot. The huge and terrifying pressure around him disappeared in an instant. Only Fried, Lieutenant General Bourne, and others were left standing there in a daze. At this moment, Vice Admiral Bourne received a communication from the space fleet. General, the intelligent fleet anchored in the outer space orbit of Humanoid Star disappeared instantly. What? Lieutenant General Bourne reacted and was shocked. Disappeared? Are you sure? I am certain, General, that none of our space monitoring methods can detect their presence. General, what happened on the planet? Faced with such a question, Lieutenant General Bourne was stunned. In fact, he was also confused and did not understand at all. Yes. Space teleportation. At this time, Fried's slightly drowsy voice sounded beside him. The man named Don Juan just now? He left the planet through some kind of high-dimensional medium. I can feel it psychically. Space teleportation technology? Including Vice Admiral Bourne, All the Turan captains around were suddenly horrified. Space teleportation technology is fundamentally different from galaxy natural space node jump technology. For example, the natural space node jump technology is like driving a car, passing through the highway intersection and entering the highway, and then arriving at the highway exit of the target galaxy in an instant. This highway was not built by you. It exists naturally in the universe. You just have a car to drive it. The impact of space teleportation technology on Freed and others was no less than seeing someone running while carrying an entire highway. For the Turan Empire, this technology currently only exists in the conception. And what did Don once say he was? An agent trained by the Omnic Heavenly Court? A human? If an agent trained by the Omnic Heavenly Court can master such technology, how terrifying must the technology of the real Omnic Heavenly Court be? In an instant, everyone felt infinite fear in their hearts. Don Juan had indeed just left directly through subspace teleportation. However, at present, he is the only one in the entire intelligent heaven who possesses this ability. It is not possible to run with the entire fleet at the moment. Don Juan simply teleported through the warp to his flagship. Then the entire fleet turned on the curvature space to become invisible and left. But it made no difference to the Turan fleet because they could not detect how the intelligent celestial fleet left. The technology of the intelligent heavenly court has made some progress. In the past, it was possible to detect the expansion of the fleet's curvature bubble and the signs of it entering the curvature state, but now it is impossible to detect it. The Human Alliance's fleet was also taken away by the fleet of the intelligent heavenly court. Don Juan will have to discuss some matters with the top leaders of the People's Union later. It is about incorporating humans into the Mechanicus. However, there was something about the Turan Empire that surprised Don Juan. That is, the eldest Princess Freed actually possessed psychic powers. Although it is very weak, it does exist. Luo Xiaoling did not provide him with this information. Or maybe Luo Xiaoling herself doesn't know this. It seems that the Turan Empire is hiding very deeply. Chapter 144, Inviting Humans to Join the Mechanicus. After leaving the Homan Galaxy, Don Juan contacted Li Lingwei. Li Lingwei is on her flagship at this moment. The entire Human Alliance's 7th Fleet was wrapped in a huge curvature bubble supported by the intelligent Heavenly Court fleet. With the computing power of the shipborne computer of the intelligent Heavenly Court, they can be easily accommodated without causing any change in the value of the curvature space. After Don Juan contacted Li Lingwei, he told her that he hoped to bring humans under the protection of the Mechanicus. In this way, the Yada Empire and the Turan Empire will at least not dare to cause trouble for humans again. Upon hearing this, Li Lingwei contacted the president of the People's Union, Ken Lin, for Don Juan. After all, Li Lingwei is currently only a major general commanding a fleet, and the overall decision of the Human Alliance still has to be made by President Ken Lin. The Bridge of the Humanities Renaissance, flagship of the Humanities 7th Fleet. Li Lingwei contacted President Ken Lin of the United Nations through the Star Domain Network. At this moment, Ken Lin is leading the main fleet in other galaxies to rescue fellow human beings on various planets. The Yada Empire develops the Lens Starfield province. A certain human race gathered a fleet of humans in orbit around the outer space of the planet. Flagship, Human Unity, on the bridge. How many people have been transported away? Ken Lin looked at the green life planet in front of him and contacted the Army General who was carrying out a rescue mission on the planet in front through communication. Mr. President, approximately 7 million of our compatriots have been transported away so far. Only 7 million people. Ken Lin's face was filled with worry. This efficiency is too slow. He had to transport more of his compatriots before the Turan Empire's punitive fleet arrived here. Mr. President, the current efficiency is already our limit. Our fleet is not large to begin with, and it is scattered across the 3-star regions and provinces where humans gather. It really can't go any faster. During the communication, the voice of the People's Union Army General was tired and helpless. Their strength is still too weak. 4,000 years ago, humanity lost its home planet and was completely dispersed by the slave trade. For the past 4,000 years, it has been in exile in the Turan Interstellar Society. All civilizations in the Interstellar Society dare not allow humans to have sovereignty. Human populations have always been scattered across the planets. There is basically no connection between them. It was not until the past 100 years that the Turan Empire found the Starfield Network server from the ruined Starfield. Through the Star Network, human communities on each planet gradually established connections. A few decades later, the Yada Empire opened its military power to humans. Then, the Human Alliance completely entered the starry sky. The predecessor of the Human Union was the Frontier Star Province of the Yada Empire. It was a united human self-help organization spontaneously established on the planet Erda to resist the tyranny of the Yada people. Only after the Yada Empire opened its military authority to humans did the Human Alliance gain the ability to officially step into the starry sky. In order to avoid being hunted by the Yada Empire, they fled into the 076 Ruins galaxy. After decades of development, it has reached its current scale. But now, if they are not careful, they will face the Turan Empire. With their power, the tragic defeat of mankind on Earth 4,000 years ago will be repeated, and all development will be destroyed. President Kinlan is worried, very worried. At this time, President Kinlan received a communication from Li Lingwei. Major General Li, what's going on? President Kinlan looked at the three-dimensional projection of Li Lingwei that appeared in front of him. It's urgent, but I'm not the one telling you. Kinlan could see that Li Lingwei seemed to have moved aside for someone, and then a new holographic projection appeared in front of President Kinlan. The person projected through the holographic three-dimensional projection was extremely tall, over 2 meters and 6, and his tall body was covered in a set of luxurious black power armor. President Kinlan has to look up to him. Who are you? President Kinlan frowned, having a bad feeling in his heart. Don't worry, President Kinlan. Don Juan smiled slightly and spoke to comfort her. He knew that with his current appearance, few people would think he was a human being if they only looked at his body shape without looking at his appearance. But he is indeed a pure human being. First of all, I have good news to tell you. The Turan Empire has chosen another galaxy to punish the Yada Empire. This time they will choose a planet with a pure concentration of Yada people. In the 3 frontier star regions, the crisis facing hundreds of billions of our fellow human beings has been resolved. What? Upon hearing this, President Kinlan's eyes widened, and he looked up at the projection of Don Juan in front of him in disbelief. Anyway, I've already told you this. Whether you believe it or not is none of my business. Also, I have one more thing to remind you. Don Juan then said, currently, there are no military forces from the Yada Empire and the Turan Empire in the Yada Frontier Star Province, the Fafaran Star Province, and the Growth Star Province. And within these 3-star regions, hundreds of planets and hundreds of billions of humans are all very confused. President Kinlan, what do you think you should do? After hearing Don Juan's words, Kinlan understood instantly and was almost knocked unconscious by the ecstasy. The 3-star provinces, spanning a territory of more than 600 light years, have no regular military defense forces. The Human Union can directly take these 3-star provinces into its pockets. However, President Kinlan, don't think this is easy. I can manage powerful forces like the Yada Empire and the Turan Empire. But I don't have the energy to care about the countless small forces. Whether or not these 3 provinces can truly be brought under human rule depends on the capabilities of your Human Union. After hearing these words, President Kinlan finally came to his senses from the huge amount of information. He pondered for a moment before looking up at Don Juan. I want to ask 2 questions first. Who are you? What do you want? I forgot to introduce myself. I'm Don Juan, also a human. I'm the authorized agent of the ancient civilization empire that has awakened in the Ruins Star region, the Omnic Heavenly Court, to the outside world. As a fellow human being, I naturally want humans to live well. Therefore, I hereby invite the human race to join the Mechanicus under the command of the Omnic Heavenly Court. Mechanicus. President Kinlan pondered this word over and over again. Yes, the Omnic Celestial Court, an ancient civilization that ruled the Milky Way billions of years ago, is no longer at its peak, but its legacy remains. The Omnic Celestials are dedicated to restoring justice and order to the galaxy, but they are currently unable to do so, hence the establishment of the Adeptus Mechanicus. As long as you join the Adeptus Mechanicus and show your support for the Omnic Celestial Order, you will receive their help. After joining the Mechanicus, humanity can still maintain its sovereignty and develop freely, as long as the Mechanicus is allowed to preach among the human race. And the Mechanicus isn't some superstitious religion. They believe in machinery, science, and technology. So, President Kinlan, what do you think? Don Juan looked at President Kinlan, who had a complicated expression, and asked. Chapter 145, The Unfortunate Yada Empire. This matter. President Kinlan had a complicated expression on his face. He looked at Don Juan and said, I can't make a decision on this kind of important matter alone. Can you wait for me? I need to convene a meeting of the parliamentarians to discuss it. Don Juan nodded slightly. That's not bad. In fact, there was a trap in Don Juan's words just now. After all, that is the 3-star provinces of the Yada Empire, hundreds of planets, and the base of hundreds of billions of human beings. If President Kinlan had a little greed in his heart and wanted to agree to Don Juan alone, and then use the power of the mechanical heaven to become a dictator. Then Don Juan would find Kinlan's coordinates through the high vehicle space on the spot and directly kill him with psychic power from a distance. Because Don Juan doesn't need another dictator from among humans. Everyone has some double standards, and Don Juan is no exception. He admits this frankly and has nothing to hide. It is okay for Don Juan to be a dictator himself, but it is not okay for others to be a dictator. Speaking of personality, I have to add that Don Juan is actually a bit introverted, but this is also a part of human nature that he represents. And now it seems that President Kinlan is not bad. He alone cannot make a decision on such a matter that concerns the future destiny of all mankind. He immediately used the Star Network to urgently contact all the senior generals of the Human Alliance scattered in other galaxies. Although the Human Union is a human resistance organization that broke away from the Yada Empire, in this interstellar era, the scale of this resistance organization is actually no less than that of a country in the Earth era. So, they have all the formalized sectors that are still available. The People's Union's parliament is composed of all military officers with the rank of general and above. Any general of the alliance will automatically get a seat in parliament. People's United Front Military Council. The bridge of the Human Unity battleship. President Kinlan looked at the increasing number of virtual projections that gradually appeared in front of him. Looking at those familiar faces. Mr. President, what happened? Has the Tauran Empire's fleet arrived? Or has our operation failed? As soon as these senior generals of the Human Union arrived, they started talking at once and asking questions anxiously. Everyone, now, there is an important matter that requires our joint decision. President Kinlan looked at everyone and repeated what Don Juan had just told him. What? Is there such a good thing? Most people's first reaction when they heard it was, isn't this a little too good to be true? After all, on the surface, they don't have to pay anything, and humans can still retain their sovereignty, as long as the Mechanicus is allowed to preach among humans. They will be able to obtain the help of the intelligent heaven and gain access to 3 entire star provinces, spanning a space territory of more than 600 light-years. The teachings of the Mechanicus are not superstition, but belief in machinery, science, and technology. These are all good words. At first glance, they even couldn't believe it was true. Li Lingwei and Lu Quan were also among this group of senior generals. Li Lingwei was a major general of the Human Union Space Fleet, and Lu Quan was a major general of the army. Of course, some people have questioned these things and wondered whether the intelligent heavenly court really exists. Li Lingwei and Lu Quan came forward to confirm it. In today's environment, most of these senior generals may not have a high level of education like Li Lingwei and others who graduated from regular military academies, but at least they have a burning heart for their fellow human beings. Finally, after their intense discussion, the majority overwhelmed the minority and ultimately decided to accept the help of the intelligent heaven. At the same time, they also discussed the future direction of the People's Union. The Autonomous Federation of Humankind's Destiny was renamed the Alliance for a Community with a Shared Future for Humanity, and its abbreviation is still Human Federation. It joined the Mechanicus as a sovereign state. This name change is also the direction of Rinlian's next plan. 3-star provinces, hundreds of planets, hundreds of billions of human beings. The Human Union does not have that much power to swallow them all in one gulp. Moreover, in these 3-star provinces, in the foreseeable future, various independent forces will spring up like mushrooms after rain. The Yatter Gang, the Yatter warlords transformed from the planet controlled by the Yatter Corporation. Or perhaps the humans on a certain planet save themselves and establish an independent new human nation. The Human Union was a change made in order to absorb the emerging human forces on various planets in the future and to fight against various Yatta warlords. After the Human Union decided to join the Mechanicus, Don Juan received a prompt from the system. Ding! The Mechanicus has added a new civilization member. Currently affiliated civilizations. Jertrus Militaristic Civilization, Alliance for a Shared Future for Mankind, ACM. Force name, Alliance for a Shared Future for Mankind. Civilized race, human. Colonized planets, 0. Total population, approximately 90 million. Civilization's military strength, 321 regular interstellar battleships. Civilization fleet speed, 5 times the speed of light. Civilization technology rating. Rating conditions are not met at the moment. Civilization loyalty, 60 out of 100. Compared with the Getrez military state, this loyalty can be said to be very low. But Don Juan didn't care, as long as humans joined. The entire Human Union is just starting out now, but his Mechanicus is also just starting out. As the power of the Human Union grows, the Mechanicus will become more and more integrated with the Human Union. By then, there won't be much difference, and there won't be any need to worry about loyalty. After the Human Union decided to join the Mechanicus, Don Juan sent a message to the Gutierrez militaristic civilization in the ruined star region through subspace communication. Have them send a team to join us here. After all, if you want to preach, you have to be a professional in the field of Gutierrez who is so religious that he is almost crazy. At the same time, the Gutierrez missionary team will also come with a fleet. After all, the entire Gutierrez militaristic civilization still has a regular interstellar fleet of more than 90,000 ships. Although the technological strength of these fleets is much inferior to that of the Yada Empire, they have undergone some emergency modifications and upgrades. It is enough to fight against the scattered independent Yada gangs and warlords within the 3 Starfield provinces. After all, these people don't have many regular Yada warships. As for Don Juan's own main fleet, after a night of tenderness with Li Lingwei, Don Juan continued to lead the fleet deep into the territory of the Yada Empire. After all, this time, Don Juan came to take advantage of the Yada Empire. How could Don Juan give up when he hasn't earned a penny of spiritual energy yet? As for the reason, just make up one like the Tauran Empire, that is, to punish the Yada Empire. The fleet of the Tauran Empire destroyed the planet of the pure-blooded Yada people, while the fleet of the intelligent Heavenly Court destroyed the fleet of the pure-blooded Yada people. Major. From this we can see that the future of the Yada Empire is doomed to be in dire straits. Chapter 146, Grow Fire Galaxy, Dimenphilos's Astonishment. Yada Empire, Steelsmith's Hammerstar Province. The Steelsmith's Hammerstar Province is one of the core star regions of the Yada Empire. Every galaxy in the Steelsmith's Hammerstar Field Province will have a more or less complete military production line. Either produce army armor, or mass-produce individual weapons, or produce complete warships. It is the most important industrial province in the entire Yada Empire. Most of the Yada Empire's interstellar fleets were produced in this star province. The Steelsmith's Hammerstar Province, the Grows Firestar System. This galaxy, located on the edge of the Steelsmith's Hammerstar Province, can be said to be a natural space node road connecting to other star provinces. At the same time, the Growfire Galaxy is also a galaxy that builds various large-scale army combat armors for the Yada Empire military. In the past, there were always a large number of company fleets from other star regions and provinces coming and going in the Glowfire Galaxy, the space node jump routes, and the space routes of the entire galaxy. These company fleets from other star provinces always hope to obtain relevant orders from the Steelsmith's Hammerstar Province. There is a constant stream of people. In the past, when we looked out at space, we would think that the entire space would be filled with spaceships coming and going. But now, there are no longer so many fleets of foreign companies on the interstellar routes. In the galaxy, there is nothing but the endless dark space. Only the stable binary star system in the galaxy emits a burning light, illuminating the several planets that the environment and revolve around it. A blue light curtain fluctuated at the space jump node. As space twisted, an interstellar fleet leaped in and appeared in space. This is the fleet of the Tauran Empire. Vice Admiral Bourne sat in the bridge of the flagship, and next to him, on the captain's seat, sat Princess Freed. Which galaxy is this? Freed looked at Lieutenant General Bourne. Your Highness, this galaxy is the Chifhoffi's galaxy. Vice Admiral Bourne replied, searching his memory. Jean Kafizi? Why did I see on the star map that this galaxy is called the Fire of Glow? Freed glanced sideways at Lieutenant General Bourne and said, Jero's Fire? Lieutenant General Bourne was stunned. Then he pulled up the star map to check. It is true. This galaxy has changed its name? It wasn't called this 300 years ago. Wait, Gro. I remember now. Vice Admiral Bourne frowned sharply and said, Jero is a person's name. 300 years ago, during the punishment against the Yada Empire, there was a general named Gro in the Yada Resistance Fleet. This galaxy is Gro's homeworld? So after he died in battle, the galaxy was renamed to commemorate him. As he spoke, Lieutenant General Bourne became angry. Naming a galaxy after a general who rebelled against the Tauran Empire is a provocation to them. In that case, let's choose this galaxy to bring down punishment. Freed said casually. Yes. Lieutenant General Bourne immediately accepted the order. Then the entire fleet began to move towards the planets in the center of the galaxy. But the closer they got, the more Lieutenant General Bourne felt something was wrong. No, there's something wrong with this galaxy. It's understandable that the Yada people abandoned the 3 unimportant frontier star regions. They wanted to preserve the strength of their fleet to avoid being punished and destroyed by us. But this galaxy is an important industrial galaxy. The Yada people can't possibly give it up. How could we not even see a single space fleet? It's impossible that all the fleets are anchored on the planet, right? Lieutenant General Bourne instinctively felt that there was something fishy about this matter. He immediately ordered the fleet to stop advancing and conduct a more careful long-range scanning observation of the interior of the galaxy. In fact, what Lieutenant General Bourne said later was indeed correct. The defense fleet of the Growfire galaxy all landed on the 3 industrial planets in the galaxy. These 3 industrial planets were supposed to be production lines for manufacturing army units. But in order to expand production capacity, Diamond Faros used the power of the subspace to transform part of its production lines into subspace machines to upgrade warship weapons and some internal structures. The defense fleet of the Growfire galaxy is now scattered across 3 planets, carrying out relevant subspace transformation and upgrades. The Torino fleet was anchored in space approximately 600 million kilometers from an industrial planet. Conduct long-distance detection, observe, and wait for further results. At this moment, 600 million kilometers away, in the outer space orbit of that industrial planet, there is a ring of broken asteroids surrounding the entire planet. In this dense asteroid belt, an asteroid with a diameter of about 4 kilometers suddenly trembled, and then the asteroid opened its eyes. This eye, which was 4 kilometers in diameter, was turbid and had hideous flesh and blood all over its upper and lower eyelids. It trembled, blinked twice, and looked at the Tauran fleet in space 600 million kilometers away. At the same time, far away on the capital planet of the Yada Empire, Diamond Faros in the Palace of Glory City received a communication from the subspace. What? Diamondphalos frowned. The Duran fleet was discovered in the Growfire galaxy? How so? This was completely beyond Diamondphalos' expectations. In his vision and plan, the Tauran Empire's fleet should never go to the Growfire galaxy. According to the style of the Tauran Empire he studied, the Tauran Empire always chose nearby galaxies to punish. Since I have reserved 3 entire star province punishment areas for them, then there is no reason for the Tauran Empire to go to other galaxies. This is totally inconsistent with the Tauran Empire's practices. No, there must be some changes that I don't know about. Diamond Faros stood up suddenly, startling Saint Laritus 18, who was sitting opposite him. He is the Lord of Sophism, a demon under the command of Tsench, the evil god of wisdom and change. Planning and calculating have always been what they are best at. How could it be that right after arriving in the physical galaxy, before his plan was even fully implemented, something unexpected happened? Diamondphalos gritted his teeth. The things in the Growfire galaxy must not be discovered by the Tauran Empire. Otherwise, your plan will fail completely before it even begins. At this point, we have no choice but to go all out and destroy the Tauran fleet. Thinking of this, Diamondphalos sent orders directly to the Growfire galaxy through the subspace. Activate the Warp Chaos shielding device to block all outgoing messages from the Growfire system. The transformed fleet of the Growfire galaxy is dispatched to destroy the Tauran Empire's fleet. Let them disappear. Although killing them is only a temporary solution and not a fundamental solution, after killing them, the Tauran Empire will not receive any news and can delay the issue for a long time. This period of time is enough for him to complete his plan. Chapter 147 The Strange Yada Fleet. They broke in. Orders from the warp descended upon the 3 industrial planets of the Growfire system. On these 3 industrial planets, there are a large number of warships undergoing subspace-related transformations. These warships were arranged in neat squares and docked on the huge furnace factory above the planet. Some of the modified warships received orders, and a large number of Yada soldiers entered these warships, and then the warships took off, break through the planet's atmosphere, and leave the planet. A fleet was formed in the outer space orbit, heading towards the Tauran fleet 600 million kilometers away. As soon as these Yada fleets gathered, the Tauran fleet 600 million kilometers away directly monitored them. A Yada fleet has taken off. The number of warships is about 200. They are sailing towards us at sublight speed and will make contact with us in about half an hour. Upon hearing this news, Lieutenant General Bourne sneered. No matter what message they send, there's no need to reply. Once they get close, just destroy them all. Although Vice Admiral Bourne instinctively felt that something was wrong with this galaxy, he and all the other Tauran people did not take the Yada Empire's fleet seriously. Not to mention, the number of warships on the opposite side was almost equal to theirs. The gap in technological levels between the Tauran Empire and the Yada Empire is not small. Vice Admiral Bourne did not think that the Yada Empire's fleet could pose any threat. After a short while, the Tauran fleet anchored in this space could not find anything wrong during the scan, and Vice Admiral Bourne frowned. Could it be that he was feeling wrong? Is this really just an ordinary Yada galaxy? With doubts, Vice Admiral Bourne ordered the fleet to continue moving forward. First, destroy the Yata fleet that dares to come towards them. The enemy fleet is approximately 120 million kilometers away from us. Listening to the reports from his subordinates, Lieutenant General Bourne waved his hand and said, "Launch the warp engine missiles and destroy them all." Yes. The two fleets were 120 million kilometers apart. The missile silos on each of the more than 200 warships of the Tauran Empire fleet began to activate. A total of more than 200 missiles were launched into space. Then activate the warp mode in space. Accompanied by a burst of space distortion, the curvature engine missiles began to cross a distance of 120 million kilometers and headed towards the Yata Empire's fleet. The number of missiles launched by the Tauran Empire fleet was exactly the same as that of the Yata fleet on the opposite side. After their rigorous calculations, they found that this round of attack was enough to destroy the entire Yata fleet on the opposite side. The Tauran Empire's warp engine missiles use micro-warp engine technology that can reach 5 times the speed of light. At such a high speed, the Yata Empire has no means of monitoring or interception. Before they die, they won't even realize that they have been targeted and attacked. 80 seconds later, the warp engine missile traveling at 5 times the speed of light had crossed a distance of 96 million kilometers. The Yata fleet sailed forward, advancing a distance of 24 million kilometers, and collided head-on with the curvature engine missiles launched by the Tauran Empire. More than 200 curvature engine missiles found their targets with incredible precision. They began to disperse, and each headed towards a Yata battleship. More than 200 explosive lights flashed in space. After launching the missiles, the Tauran Empire's fleet no longer paid any attention to the Yata warships. In their view, this was just something that happened casually and was not worth paying any further attention to. About 320 seconds later, the Tauran fleet received the explosion seen 96 million kilometers away. But Lieutenant General Bourne didn't care at all. In his opinion, the enemy must have been completely wiped out. However, a loud roar suddenly rang out from the bridge. "General, they are not destroyed." "What?" Vice Admiral Bourne was stunned for a moment. Then he heard his men shouting, 200,000 kilometers. They appeared 200,000 kilometers away from our fleet. How is this possible? Vice Admiral Bourne was shocked. He knew the Yata Empire's fleet very well, not to mention how they survived the previous round of attacks. Even if the attack just now really failed and they survived, how did they get so close to their own fleet at a distance of 200,000 kilometers without being discovered in advance? If they had such ability, then Vice Admiral Bourne would not have been able to detect that they had left the planet in the first place. This is contradictory. I don't understand. Lieutenant General Bourne doesn't understand at all. This matter is full of strangeness in every way. Lieutenant General Bourne gritted his teeth, not knowing when this universe suddenly became filled with things he could not understand. There was no choice but to order the fleet to prepare for close combat. At a space distance of 200,000 kilometers, half a light second, the battle between the two fleets is a close-range battle. A Yata battleship that looked like a torpedo attack ship targeted a Tauran battleship 200,000 kilometers away and launched the attack first. From the 6 large torpedo tubes at the bow of the ship, accompanied by flashes of electromagnetic light, 6 large space torpedoes instantly rushed into space. At 5% of the speed of light, it headed towards the locked Tauran battleship. The locked Tauran battleship immediately detected the 6 large torpedoes, began to calculate their orbits, and then moved the ship to evade them in space, while firing together with friendly warships thousands of kilometers away to intercept them. However, what surprised the Tauran battleship was that the 6 large space torpedoes seemed to have their own consciousness and suddenly began to turn in space. 6 space torpedoes passed through the interception fire network throughout space, avoiding the firepower of various Tauran battleships while shifting their targets. In an instant, it turned to another Tauran battleship. The other Tauran battleship that was reselected by the space torpedo was caught off guard because they did not receive any alarm that their battleship was locked. They only had a few seconds to react, but the Tauran battleship's intelligent AI responded quickly, and the fire support from the surrounding friendly forces was also very timely. Under the powerful firepower interception, 5 space torpedoes were destroyed in midair. But 1 space torpedo still hit the Tauran battleship. The entire battleship trembled instantly in space. All the crew members inside the battleship could hear the loud noise coming from the hull of their battleship. The captain in the bridge steadied himself and angrily shouted through gritted teeth, "Report the damage." Soon the third mate on the middle deck contacted him. The middle deck was hit and completely penetrated. The torpedo warheads can already be seen in the middle deck's inner passage. 27 people were injured, but the torpedo did not explode and caused no further damage. We are waiting for the automatic mechanical repair to be completed. Comprehensive assessment shows that it will not affect the overall performance of the warship. After hearing such a report, the captain was stunned. Was his luck a little too good? This torpedo happened to be a dud. Just as the captain was thinking this, the third mate's voice suddenly became alarmed and anxious. Red alert! Our battleship has been penetrated by the enemy. What? How is this possible? The captain was immediately shocked. How did they appear? Torpedoes. They're swarming out of the torpedoes. Chapter 148 Chaos Spreads, Close Combat. Internal passage on the middle deck of the Turan battleship. This channel has a size of 5 by 5. A large number of broken fragments with residues of high-temperature melting were scattered around the ground. A large torpedo poked out from the shattered wall, but only half of it was exposed. Through the broken top of the channel, it could be clearly seen that the upper part of the torpedo was in the upper channel. At this moment, the head of the torpedo opened wide, and dozens of Yada elite soldiers wearing blood-red power armor covered with spikes swarmed out of the torpedo with hideous laughter. They hold a variety of melee weapons in their hands, ion blades, battle axes with high-speed vibrating molecular blades, and so on. Oh my god, they are Yada people. The battleship's third mate widened his eyes and murmured in astonishment. Based on the facial features of some of the soldiers who were not wearing helmets, it was clear that they were Yada people. But the image gap is too big. The third mate could even clearly see that the half of a Yada soldier's face exposed by his broken blood-red bullhorn power helmet had completely merged with the helmet. Flesh and alloy are connected, twisted, and terrifying. When the Yada soldier roared, the broken helmet visor opened and closed, and the mouth and helmet visor had merged into a bloody mouth full of sharp teeth. Damn it! Cold sweat ran down the forehead of the third mate of the battleship. In just a dozen seconds, the rapid reaction force on the battleship arrived. But when they arrived, they saw only large pieces of broken automatic maintenance machinery parts scattered throughout the passage. There was also the headless body of the battleship's third mate. The head of the third mate was now held in the hands of a twisted Yada soldier, and the blood-red polymer trembling blade axe in his hand was vibrating downwards with blood. His blood-red eyes turned, and he saw the Turan soldiers at the other end of the passage. Ha ha ha! Blood sacrifice to the blood god. Skull sacrifice to the skull throne. Kill, kill, kill. The twisted Yada soldiers roared and roared as they rushed towards the Turan Rapid Reaction Force. These Turan soldiers are all Turan power armor sergeants with complete power armor and strong combat capabilities. They reacted extremely quickly, immediately raising their energy rifles and shooting at the rushing Yada soldiers. According to the power of the energy rifles in their hands, it is easy to melt ordinary steel in an instant. However, the dense energy beam shot past and hit the Yada soldiers, but the damage caused was not great. A Yada soldier with a completely distorted face and blood-red power armor covered with spikes was hit by more than 10 energy beams in succession. His body gave off a burning smell like barbecued meat, but he did not stop, nor did he even slow down, continuing to rush towards the Turan soldiers. What? How is this possible? The Turan soldiers were shocked by the completely unexpected sight. The charging speed of the Yada soldiers was also astonishingly fast. They crossed a distance of dozens of meters in 2 seconds and killed the Turan sergeants. The Turan soldiers had no choice but to fight them in hand-to-hand combat. A bloody close combat broke out instantly. Although theoretically, the individual equipment of the Turan Empire is far superior to that of the Yada Empire. But from a design perspective, the Turan Empire's individual equipment does not seem to have been designed for brutal close combat. Therefore, these Turan soldiers were quite uncomfortable facing close combat, and their various long-range weapons were simply unusable. They also only have a not-so-long splitting saber to use. But no matter what, the thinking and computing abilities, as well as the physical fitness of these Turan sergeants, combined with the power armor, can still bring out powerful close combat capabilities. A Turan sergeant with extremely rich combat experience raised his left hand instantly, grabbed the head of a charging Yada soldier, swung it violently, and pressed it against the alloy wall beside him. Boom! The right arm wrapped in power armor suddenly punched out, instantly blowing up the man's head. This result made the Turan sergeant stunned for a moment, but he had no time to think about it on the battlefield. Then, without looking back, he raised his right arm, and with a clang of metal clashing, he used the dissipative force field on his arm armor to block the polymer trembling blade of another Yada soldier. After blocking the attack, he put down the remains of Yada that was pressed against the wall with his left hand, drew out the splitting saber from his waist, twisted his waist, and suddenly turned around to chop off the head of the Yada soldier who attacked him. Bump! A loud noise was heard, and the power armor on the back of the Tauran sergeant was split, and blood splattered. The Tauran soldier staggered, but his hands were faster than his thoughts. Without even looking, he turned around and stabbed with the saber in his left hand. But this stab was stopped by something. He turned around in astonishment, only to find that it was the dissolving force field on the arm of one of his comrades that blocked his disintegration saber. There was a lot of blood on the splitting saber in the comrade's hand, which meant that he was the one who had just attacked him. The eyes of the Torino sergeant beneath the visor of his power helmet were filled with astonishment. Crash. Puff. The power armor was torn apart, the flesh was penetrated, and blood spilled out. The Tauran sergeant shuddered all over and looked down in shock at his chest, which was pierced by the blade. A Yata soldier with a distorted and hideous face that was integrated into the visor of his helmet was grinning behind him. During the battle, the minds of some Tauran soldiers were polluted and their bodies began to deform slightly. The remaining Tauran soldiers were extremely shocked to find out. As their numbers dwindled, some of their comrades suddenly drew their swords against them. The entire battle process was so fast that it was dazzling, taking only less than 10 seconds. Only a few bloodstained Tauran soldiers were left standing in the passage. Their bodies trembled, and they suddenly grabbed the bodies of their companions on the ground, lifted them up, and let the spilled blood bathe their bodies. Blood was spilled, and the power armor that should not have been stained with blood was dyed blood red. Then, with a grin on their faces, they joined the ranks of Yata's soldiers. The other Tauran soldiers who came to support during this period were caught off guard by these traitorous comrades. What happened inside the Tauran battleship also happened inside other battleships. And the battle in space continues. The Tauran fleet was actually showing signs of collapse. Even the flagship of the Tauran fleet was attacked by the enemy. Lieutenant General Bourne frowned as he listened to the chaotic noises and roars coming from the communication channel beside him. At this moment, Freed, who had been keeping her eyes closed in the captain's seat next to him, suddenly opened her eyes, and the golden pupils in her beautiful eyes shone brightly. Anxiety was on her face as she looked at Vice Admiral Bourne. Separate and discard the battleship's modules that have been penetrated. Retreat immediately. Chapter 149 Chaos Fleet. Faith in the power of the four gods. Boom. There was a tremor in the entire warship's interior passage. A large amount of debris was sprayed out. At both ends of the passage, Tauran soldiers, wearing full sets of power armor and with two slender horns on their foreheads, formed a dense formation. The Tauran soldiers at the front were all holding high-strength alloy shields with force-dissipating fields, forming two shield walls to block both sides of the passage. This large shield can effectively offset the various polymer tremors and cracking force fields on the enemy's melee weapons. Although the Tauran soldiers were not equipped with relevant weapons at the beginning and were caught off guard, the Tauran Empire still made many related contingency plans. The weapons and equipment corresponding to these plans are all in the warehouse and are now being taken out for use. The energy guns in the hands of the Tauran soldiers were also replaced with electromagnetic live ammunition weapons. Dang dang dang. The flying wall fragments hit the walls of the passage and the shield wall formed by the Tauran soldiers. The huge head of the space torpedo was revealed in the broken wall. All the Tauran soldiers held their breath, waiting for the Yata soldiers in blood-red power armor to appear. However, after a while, there was no movement. Buzz. Just when all the Tauran soldiers were on full alert, a dense buzzing sound was heard in the air. What's that noise? Bees? Could it be a swarm of bionic drones? The Tauran soldiers were guessing what enemy might appear next. The next moment, the head of the space torpedo opened, and a green, foul-smelling cloud suddenly spread out. At the same time, the buzzing sound in the air became louder. This is a cloud formed by countless tiny, smelly insects that look like green-headed flies. Damn it! Flamethrower! Quick! A Tauran sergeant was horrified, but it was too late. The cloud of green flies emitting a strong and foul smell has spread throughout the entire passage. My hand. No, this stuff is very corrosive. The power armor has been penetrated. Damn it. Cough, 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 cough. My body feels so uncomfortable. Cough, cough. I feel like I'm sick. Ahem. How could we ahem, ahem, ahem? The Tauran soldiers, who were originally in tight formation, were instantly enveloped by the green cloud. Their tightly packed, full-coverage power armor was instantly corroded, completely unable to withstand the power from the subspace. In the space torpedo, a bloated Yata soldier, wearing green power armor and with a bulging alloy belly, as if he was 10 months pregnant, walked out. Join our big family and experience the gift of our loving Father together. We will live forever. A big hole appeared in the alloy belly of the bloated and fat power helmet. As it walked, it kept using its hands to stuff the various internal organs that flowed out into the hole in the abdomen. The helmet visor, which had completely merged with the head, revealed a ferocious mouth full of fangs. Clouds of countless corrupt flies are constantly spewing out from it. Just when the Tauran soldiers' formation was in chaos, the space torpedo embedded in the deck suddenly moved. Then, as if coming alive, the entire space torpedo turned into a fish-like shape made of a fusion of steel alloy and flesh and blood. With its ferocious mouth wide open, it continuously vomited the bloated Yata soldiers, whose power armor had become fat and full of corrupt tumors, into the battleship. Then the living torpedo grew 4 limbs full of tumors, surged forward, and rushed into the passage. Fill the entire channel. It moved forward and instantly crushed to death a group of Tauran soldiers in the passage in its direction. In another passage, a Tauran sergeant was lying on the ground. He was so bloated that even his power armor made of high-strength alloy had become fat, and he had tumors growing on him like biological tissue. He raised his corroded and battered helmet, revealing a pus-filled yellow eye, staring intently in the direction of the torpedo that had suddenly come alive. That direction is the direction of the first engine. No. They want to take control of the battleship. At this moment, the ship suddenly shook. The Torino sergeant, lying on the ground dying, his power armor transformed into flesh and blood covered with pus, felt as if the whole world was shifting to the side. This is the separation of battleship modules. Okay, cough, cough, cough. The Tauran sergeant uttered the last words with difficulty, and then closed his eyes in a violent coughing fit. All the airlocks on both sides of the battleship's passageway were lowered. The warships in space will jettison the invading modules and throw them into space. In the passage of the battleship module that was thrown into space, some surviving Tauran sergeants were thrown into space along with the corrupt and bloated Yata soldiers. The air inside disappeared in an instant, and all the screams disappeared abruptly, as if the mute button was pressed. After abandoning some battleship modules, the Tauran flagship immediately forced overload and activated the curvature space engine under the cover of other battleships. Entering the curvature state, it escapes out of the galaxy at a speed 10 times the speed of light. They couldn't jump through space, but they could still escape using warp drive at 10 times the speed of light. The fleet of more than 200 Tauran warships now has only the flagship left, which has fled the Growfire galaxy in a panic. The rest of the warships were all penetrated by the revived space torpedoes and then merged into the warship engines, making it impossible to escape. After escaping, the golden pupils in Freed's beautiful eyes trembled violently. How could the Yata people become like that? She can use psychic powers, but the Tauran Empire has been studying it for so long and has only just begun to understand the basics. I totally don't understand the existence of the 4 gods of the warp. Tsench, Korn, Nurgle, Slaanesh. After the battle between the combined fleet and the Omnic Heavenly Court in the 7th Frontier Stargate system, nearly 200,000 warships and at least hundreds of millions of soldiers were pulled into the subspace along with Pharos. The Yata people, the Ifri bird people, the giant mantis people, and the Jun people. Among them, Yata soldiers accounted for the majority. Pharos was possessed by a demon under Tsench and transformed into Dimenpharos. Among the fleet of nearly 200,000 warships of 4 civilizations under Pharaoh's command, hundreds of millions of soldiers from 4 races were all eroded by the warp. Each of them believes in a different evil god of the subspace. These 4 races, with hundreds of millions of soldiers, each formed a different war gang that believed in the 4 gods. The Yata lizard men, the largest in number, have the most diverse beliefs, including all 4 gods, but most of them believe in Korn and form the Blood Tower warband. Most of the Ifri birdmen believe in Tsench and become the cult of the crow, which hides in the dark. Most of the giant mantises believe in Slaanesh and form the Pleasure Hall sect, which enjoys cannibalism. Most of the Jun people believe in Nurgle and form the Plague War gang. And now, most of these people from different races who believe in different evil gods of the subspace have secretly returned to their respective civilizations. Dimenphalos, on the other hand, controls 2 chaotic forces, the Blood Tower warband of the Yata people and the Crow cult of the Ifri birdmen. Logically speaking, the Bloodspire warband, which believes in Korn, would not be able to associate with a demon like Dimenphalos who is under the command of Tsench. But this is where he is treacherous. No one except himself knows that he is actually a demon under Tsench's command. Chapter 150. The Chaos Fleet of Korn was boarded and attacked. Vice Admiral Bourne and Freed finally managed to escape from the Jarrowfire galaxy. Although the Chaos Fleet of the Growfire galaxy is strange, it also has an obvious shortcoming. That is, their regular speed is slower. Chaos fleets can cover distances by making short warp jumps. But their normal speed cannot match the curvature engine that is 10 times the speed of light. Therefore, when the flagship of the Tauran fleet overloaded and quickly activated the curvature engine, it escaped from the Growfire galaxy at a speed of 10 times the speed of light. Unless they stopped, and even then the Chaos fleet would still know their coordinates. Otherwise, the Chaos fleet of the Growfire galaxy would not be able to pursue accurately. The commander of the Chaos fleet in the Gerofire system is Brand, the nephew of Pharaoh. Brand was also corrupted by the chaos of the warp. He believed in Khorne, the blood god among the four gods. In the Chaos fleet under his command, most of the Yatta soldiers also believe in Khorne, and in the Growfire system, in addition to Brand, there is another Chaos commander. This Chaos commander was also a Yatter named Custer, but he worshipped Nurgle. In the previous battle, the two of them obeyed Dimenphilos's subspace communication and commanded the fleet to attack the Tauran fleet. At this moment, Brand, who has returned to the industrial planet, is filled with endless anger. Damn it! Let one of them get away. You stupid pig! Brand roared at Custer. Now Brand almost no longer looked like a Yatter. The power armor on his body had merged with his flesh and blood. A pair of horns grew out of his skull, pointing through the helmet towards the sky. The visor of the helmet turned into a bloody mouth full of fangs, which had merged with his real mouth. The legs were also deformed into a curved shape, with a pair of cowhoof-like feet stepping on the ground. Beneath Custer's power armor lay a bloated body covered in tumors and constantly oozing pus. He wore a helmet as hollow as a lotus pod. Instead of blaming me, why don't you think carefully about how to report this to the War Master? Also, please be careful with your words, Brand. You and I are just partners. I serve the great and loving Father of all living beings. Damn it, damn it, damn it. On Brand's blood-red body, the muscle-like power armor surged, his brass eyes widened, and there was always an unquenchable rage in his heart. He suddenly turned around and roared at the Blood Tower Chaos warriors behind him. You damned rubbish. Only those among you who have reproven their bravery can continue to serve my God. After this sound, it seemed as if some kind of competition had begun. The Chaos warriors of the Blood Tower gang began to fight each other like crazy. Roars, melee weapons clash. Just as Brand was sitting on a throne, looking at the battlefield where people were fighting, he received a communication. Suddenly, he stood up abruptly, and the anger in his heart that seemed to never subside surged again. Someone's coming again. Someone has come to this galaxy again. This time, no matter who comes, they must bear my wrath. Heads. I must chop off a few heads myself. Brand roared, and in front of him, the Chaos warriors of the Blood Tower gang fought each other. The Glowfire galaxy, one of the space jump nodes. Accompanied by a burst of space distortion, a blue light curtain emerged, and a huge, dark interstellar fleet appeared in this space. This is the main fleet of the Intelligent Celestial Court, led by Don Juan. Unlike the Tauran fleet, as soon as the Intelligent Celestial fleet appeared, the Psychic Girl troops on all the warships immediately sensed the extremely active subspace reaction of this galaxy. Supreme, the subspace reaction in this system is too active. It's suspected that the entire galaxy could be corrupted by the warp. Ruby immediately reported to Don Juan. When Don Juan heard this, he felt that something was amiss. Warp erosion. Although this thing cannot erode him and his fleet, it is always very annoying. Supreme, a fleet is heading towards us in space 200 million kilometers away. The warp reaction above that fleet was very strong. A high-energy subspace reaction was detected in that fleet. They disappeared. They seemed to have jumped into higher dimensional space. Upon hearing this, Don Juan immediately closed his eyes, activated his psychic power, and began to communicate with the higher dimensional space. In a chaotic and twisted warp, the Chaos fleet, commanded by Brand himself, sailed through it. And a star, constantly burning with dark flames, hangs high in the sky, overlooking everything. Don Juan then opened his eyes and gave a coordinate. He was about to give the order to open fire when he suddenly thought of something and said, "All army units, immediately deploy torpedoes and fire them towards the coordinates I gave you." The enemy fleet has the ability to make short-range warp jumps. It just so happened that Don Juan's fleet did not yet have this capability, and just when he was worried, the other party came directly to his door. This made Don Juan very happy. The Chaos fleet broke away from the subspace and, accompanied by a space distortion, appeared on the side of the Intelligent Celestial fleet, in space only 100,000 kilometers away. What a huge fleet, but I'm not afraid. Launch boarding torpedoes, penetrate the enemy warship, and kill them. Brand stood in the bridge of his flagship and roared orders. However, at this moment, his flagship suddenly began to shake. A huge noise echoed inside the battleship. What's going on? Brand raised his battle axe and chopped off the head of the battleship's helmsman in an instant, then roared. Boarding torpedoes. My lord. Our battleship was penetrated by a boarding torpedo. What? Brand was stunned for a moment. This sentence is so familiar, but it is usually said by the enemy when they break into the enemy warship. How come it's their turn to speak now? Brand suddenly felt awesome. This made him furious. He opened his fong-filled maw and grinned fiercely. How dare you board us? This is courting death. Destroy them for me. Inside the Chaos Fleet, the alloy walls inside the battleship have been corroded into flesh and blood, and even the atoms that make up them have changed. In the battleship's passageway, which was filled with walls of rotten flesh and blood, the impatient Chaos Warriors of Khorne gathered together, each holding their melee weapons anxiously. Boom! The wall of corrupted flesh and blood was directly blasted open. Seeing this, the Chaos Warriors of Khorne roared excitedly. Chapter 151. Are they real warp demons? Blood sacrifice to the Blood God. Skull offering. The Chaos Warriors of the Blood Tower Gang had just roared out their slogans, and before they had finished, suddenly, a war cry louder than theirs came from the shattered wall of flesh and blood. Blood sacrifice to Lingxiao. Skull sacrifice to the Supreme. Accompanied by war cries, a group of elite tactical humanoid girls wearing power armor, nearly 3 meters tall and slightly slender, rushed in with chainsaw swords in their hands. The Chaos Warriors of the Blood Tower Gang were slightly stunned. The battle cry from the other side seemed familiar. Blasphemy. This is blasphemy against my god. A Chaos Warrior, covered in blood and muscular with power armor, roared. However, an elite tactical humanoid rushed over and raised his chainsaw sword to strike. Boom! Amid the roar of the chainsaw sword, the rapidly rotating polymer chainsaw blade with a cracking force field instantly cut the Chaos Warrior's entire body in two. Ha 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 ha. On the exquisite face of the fanatical elite tactical humanoid girl, the scarlet electronic light emanating from her beautiful eyes became brighter. The lower half of her face, which was originally extremely delicate with bright red lips and her cute chin, suddenly split open. The mechanical mouth, like a petal, opened and closed fiercely, emitting a wild laugh. For the mechanical Daluo Sanqing Saint. For the Supreme Saint Haoyan of the Omnic Heavenly Court. Kill, 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 kill. The speed was so fast that all that could be seen were the pairs of eyes flashing with scarlet light and the 3 afterimages of light, 2 red and 1 gold, drawn in the air by a light image behind them. The elite tactical humanoids instantly rushed into the Chaos Warrior formation. Start slashing like crazy. In an instant, even these Chaos Warriors who believed in Khorne were completely confused. What the hell? Do you believe in Khorne? Or do I believe in Khorne? We are just warriors who believe in chaos and Khorne. You are the real demons of the warp, right? The assault boarding force sent by Don Juan was a tactical humanoid girl force transformed from the most elite members of the Mechanicus Getrez civilization. Their loyalty to and belief in Don Juan are the most fanatical among all the tactical humanoids. Their combat capabilities are considered to be the strongest among all the tactical humanoids in the intelligent heavenly court. In the teachings of the Mechanicus, the mechanical Hunyuan Daluo Sanqing, the Trinity, is the supreme Haoyan of the intelligent heaven. The so-called supreme Haoyan of the intelligent heavenly court refers to Don Juan. In other words, on the surface, there are 4 people, Sanqing and Haoyan. But in fact, these all refer to Don Juan alone. And the doctrine of the Mechanicus was not written by Don Juan himself. Instead, the Getrez people believed in the cult of the Mechanicus, and they adapted some myths of the mechanical heavenly court themselves. Don Juan allowed it to be adopted. An elite tactical humanoid girl at the front shouted a battle cry, charging and slashing at the endless stream of Chaos Warriors. A circle of light behind her head was constantly emitting light, forming a shield to block all attacks coming towards her. The chainsaw sword in her hand kept roaring, and the polymer chainsaw blade with a cracking force field easily cut off the head of a Chaos Warrior. After killing this Chaos Warrior, he clenched his left fist and punched to the side with terrifying force, smashing the head of another Chaos Warrior. But before he stopped, he pierced through the flying flesh and blood and directly strangled the throat of the Chaos Warrior behind him. He raised it in front of him, and the exquisite lower half of his face suddenly split into 5 pieces. Boom! From its mechanical mouth, which was split into 5 petals, a melta cannon spewed out high-energy molten plasma, completely vaporizing the entire upper body of the Chaos Warrior, who was being held up by the throat. A shield glowed around her outstretched left hand, indicating she was completely fine. But the melta cannon hidden in her mouth did not stop. As her head moved, the terrifying high-energy molten plasma completely submerged the passage ahead like an ocean. The extremely dense Chaos Warriors were instantly vaporized. Damn it, they are real warp demons. We can't beat them. Some Chaos Warriors in the distance shouted in fear as they watched the elite tactical humanoids killing people indiscriminately. From the perspective of human aesthetics, when the lower halves of the faces of the elite tactical dolls are closed, they look like beautiful girls with doll-like lines on their faces, as delicate as porcelain dolls. Although he was nearly 3 meters tall in the power armor, and his knee joints were curved under his slender, perfectly shaped thighs. But there are definitely many people who like this monster girl style. In the eyes of the Chaos Warriors who were transformed from the Yada people, these people are undoubtedly real and extremely terrifying warp demons. For a moment, the Chaos Warriors in the rear felt a sense of fear in their hearts. They are true demons of the warp. We can't beat them. Run. In the midst of the slaughter, the faith in Korn in the hearts of some Chaos Warriors was completely wiped out. Having lost their faith in Korn, they naturally lost Korn's blessings and began to fear. More than a dozen Chaos Warriors dropped their weapons and fled. Coward! Suddenly a loud roar echoed inside the battleship. Brand, riding on a pair of cow hooves and holding a battle axe, appeared at the end of the passage. He roared and began to chop down the fleeing Chaos Warriors. The group of elite Chaos Warriors it brought with it for support also began to hack and kill their fleeing companions in front. On this side, the elite tactical humanoids were frantically attacking the enemy, while on the other side, the Chaos Warriors led by Brand were purging the cowards. Seeing this situation, even Brand himself began to hesitate. Have these people on the other side really never been blessed by our God? How come when they chop people down, each one is more ferocious than the last? The next moment, something happened that seemed to shatter Brand's worldview. Suddenly, a blood-red light flashed in the darkness. The movements of the elite tactical humanoids in front, who were killing the Chaos Warriors, became faster. They seemed to be strengthened by some force. Brand's brass eyes suddenly widened. He felt his strength weakening, and his voice became trembling. No, my God, don't abandon me. I will fight better than them. God, please don't abandon me. Roaring to the sky, Brand's various blessings from the evil god, Korn, gradually disappeared. It even began to bless the elite tactical humanoids. But the elite tactical humanoids are still in very good spirits and are not affected at all, but their speed and strength have all been greatly improved in the process. Chapter 152, Free Blessing from Korn, Warp Jump Technology. You have received Korn's blessing for free. All of your elite tactical humanoid girl units are immune to 70% damage from ranged attacks, and their melee speed and strength are greatly enhanced. Don Juan, who was still on the bridge of the Emperor of Truth at this moment, suddenly heard this system prompt. He was stunned. What was going on? Received Korn's blessing again. Don Juan still remembered that when he first came to the ruined star field and drew a lottery from the system lottery panel for the first time, he received a ray of blessing from the evil god Korn. All of his army units are immune to 20% damage from any ranged attacks. Now, he has received Korn's blessing for free. This time, it was his elite tactical humanoid troops transformed from the Getrez people, who gained a bonus of immunity to 70% damage from ranged attacks. At this moment, Don Juan had a question in his mind. Can these two effects be combined? If it can be stacked, then wouldn't the elite tactical humanoid troops buff have already been stacked to the point where they are immune to 90% damage from any ranged attack? Hiss! Don Juan gasped. Originally, the elite tactical humanoid troops were selected by the Mechanicus and transformed from the most outstanding combat talents in the entire Getrez civilization. Now there is such a buff. Doesn't that mean the elite tactical humanoid unit is already invincible in land warfare? With the blessing of Korn, the elite tactical humanoid troops that broke into the Chaos warships through boarding torpedoes were like a whirlwind, very efficient, and quickly cleared out the Chaos believers and Chaos warriors inside the Chaos fleet. 100,000 kilometers away from the intelligent heavenly fleet, more than 200 Chaos warships were drifting in space, completely motionless. Supreme, the enemy has been eliminated and we have successfully completed the mission. A virtual projection appeared in front of Don Juan. An elite tactical figure with half of his face covered in blood saluted Don Juan and spoke respectfully. As she spoke, she thrust the chains word downwards. Take care of a Chaos warrior that was just missed and not completely dead yet. The enemy has been eliminated, and the mission has been accomplished. The elite tactical figure wiped the blood and spoke again with some elegance. Very good. Donwan nodded slightly and said, Ruby is already on her way and will be here soon. The most critical part of those Chaos warships is their engines. First, make sure the engine is intact. The flagship of the Chaos fleet, which has been completely shut down. Battleship engine part. Interstellar battleships usually have 3 engines. The first engine is a conventional acceleration engine. The second engine is a superluminal curvature engine. The third engine is still a superluminal curvature engine, but it is responsible for the curvature space jump node function. Therefore, this function consumes a huge amount of energy and requires a superluminal curvature engine to operate normally. The prototype of these Chaos warships is the Yata warship. There are also 3 engines in the battleship's engine area. The first engine, a conventional acceleration engine full of technology, is embedded in a large base device that has been corrupted into flesh and blood by the subspace. There's nothing special about this. The second superluminal curvature engine is also nothing special. The most critical thing is the battleship's third engine. When the elite tactical humanoid girl troops arrived here, they could hear the roar coming from inside the engine. At this moment, the battleship's third engine has completely turned into a cage-like device fused with alloy and flesh, as if it were a living creature. From within it could be heard faint whispers of depravity and occasional angry roars. Inside this engine, a demon from the warp is imprisoned. Ruby, who had already arrived here, closed her eyes, feeling the subspace fluctuations coming from within, and murmured. Then she opened her eyes, her pink eyes filled with cunning. I think I figured out how to use a quick shortcut to allow regular warships to have the ability to navigate the subspace. In the Growfire galaxy, more than 200 combat-capable Chaos warships were captured by the intelligent Celestial fleet. This time, Donwan went out for the spiritual source only, but he did not expect to gain so much unexpectedly. Although the Alliance has joined the Mechanicus, it has now captured the Chaos fleet. But at present, Donwan has not earned a penny of spiritual energy. By capturing more than 200 Chaos fleets, Donwan also obtained 200 samples that could be used for further warp research. There are 3 more industrial planets in Glowfire. On these 3 industrial planets, a large number of Yata warships are undergoing relevant subspace transformation. There is absolutely no need to capture these Yata warships. Donwan was too lazy to launch a landing assault on the planet. Execute the planetary extermination. Donwan gave the order from the bridge of the flagship, the Truth Emperor. The vast space fleet consisting of thousands of huge black warships was divided into 3 battle groups. Start heading towards the 3 industrial planets within the galaxy. In addition to the 3 industrial planets, there are also a large number of planetary defense orbital space stations built by the Yata Empire. Now these planetary defense orbital space stations have all been contaminated by the power of the warp. Each one seemed to come alive. The alloy corroded into flesh and blood, and they opened their huge flesh and blood eyes, gazing at the space. On an industrial planet farthest from the binary star system at the center of the galaxy, Custer was in his room, debugging and stirring a pot of corrupted, green soup with the help of various genetic and biological mechanical instruments available in the Yata Empire. It was also a way to please Nurgle, the loving father. It is to create a new plague. Custer hopes that this method can further please the kind Father Nurgle and gain new blessings. If it could obtain new blessings, perhaps it could leap from being a Nurgle follower to becoming a Nurgle great demon that far surpasses ordinary warp demons. Become a great unclean person. Custer completely ignored Brand, and it didn't even know about Brand's death or the news that Brand's fleet had been captured by the enemy. Just when Custer was immersed in making the plague, a curvature engine missile from space traveled at 10 times the speed of light, instantly passing through all external defenses of the planet and landing on the planet. The space twisted and the curvature bubble dissipated. This curvature engine missile equipped with a special warhead landed on the planet. Chapter 153 set a small goal: earn 100 million spiritual sources before leaving. At this moment, the surface of the industrial planet looks like it has psoriasis, with large factories everywhere that modify warships. There are also a large number of warships docked on the surface of the planet, undergoing transformation or waiting to be transformed. The various automatic machines responsible for transforming the warships, as well as the Yata engineers, all showed varying degrees of signs of subspace corruption. If other industrial planets are like this, then it can be said that there are basically no normal intelligent creatures in the entire Growfire galaxy. A Yata engineer raised his slightly distorted face and looked towards the sky. Just as he raised his head, he suddenly saw a beam of fire falling vertically from the sky. Its speed was so fast that it even left an afterimage like a beam of light between heaven and earth. Boom! It was as if the entire continental plate was shaking, and huge sound waves began to spread around. But before the sound waves could spread completely, a light suddenly emerged and spread in all directions, taking the lead. A large amount of light was emitted. From the place where the light fell, it spread to the entire surface of the planet. Yada engineer, standing on top of a warship anchored at the renovation site, looked into the distance and saw a line of fire suddenly rising on the distant horizon. From a distance, this line of fire is close to the horizon and looks very far away. But in the blink of an eye, it spread and covered over, and was very close. This is not a line of fire at all. It is clearly a wall of fire that is rapidly advancing and spreading along the surface of the planet and is more than 10 kilometers high. In an instant, the wall of fire spread rapidly, and the Yada engineer could not even scream. The warship under his feet was instantly evaporated by the terrifying heat. The entire planet was completely covered by this sea of fire. In an instant, the planet seemed to have turned into a star, completely engulfed in blazing flames. The height of the flames even covered the troposphere of the planet's atmosphere. And under this sea of fire that covered the entire planet, the atmosphere did not exist for long and was quickly burned. The other two planets in the Grow Fire system suffered the same fate. The three planets in the galaxy that looked full of industrial creations and were prosperous no longer existed. Only 3 rocky planets with thin atmospheres filled with toxic gases from burning remained. All life on the planet has long since disappeared. Don Juan stood on the bridge of the Emperor of Truth, looking at the 3 rocky planets from afar and nodded with satisfaction. This is called efficiency. The conclusion of this battle also rang in my ears. You destroyed the Yada frigate that was corrupted by the warp and obtained 150 spiritual essences. As soon as the system prompt sounded for the first time, Don Juan realized some changes. Generally speaking, a standard Yada frigate is only worth a few dozen spiritual sources. But now, with the prefix of being slightly corroded by the warp, the value of a Yada frigate has doubled or tripled. Don Juan continued to listen with great anticipation. You destroyed the Yada frigate that had been corroded and transformed by the warp, and obtained 200 spiritual sources. You destroyed the Yada destroyer that had been corrupted and transformed by the warp, and obtained 400 spiritual sources. Destroy all the warships on the planet, and you will gain a total of 1,364,300 spiritual energy. Destroy all industrial equipment on 3 industrial planets, and you will gain an additional 6 million spiritual energy. There are more than 3,400 Yada warships that have been modified on the 3 industrial planets, about the size of a Yada standard fleet. Once these warships came into contact with the subspace, their value increased so much. Don Juan still remembered that when he fought at the Lingxiao Galaxy Stargate, he destroyed a Yada fleet of 3,400 warships and only gained more than 600,000 spiritual sources. And only now did Don Juan discover that spiritual energy could be harvested by destroying all the industrial equipment on an industrial planet. Still quite a few. There are 3 industrial planets in the Grow Fire Galaxy, and each planet costs 2 million. If that's the case, then why don't I have any extra spiritual energy after I destroyed the entire home star system of the Megan civilization? Don Juan thought about it and found the problem. The home galaxy of the Megan civilization was destroyed by a supernova explosion caused by gamma-ray bursts and special particles. It is indirect destruction, and only direct destruction can bring Don Juan's spiritual energy. In that case, I have to be more careful in the future. Don Juan pondered. This time, a total of 7,364,300 spiritual sources were harvested. The harvest is not small. The biggest gain was the more than 200 chaos warships he captured. The boarding battles also brought Don Juan some spiritual energy, which was also included in the above income. After carrying out the extermination of the 3 industrial planets of Grow Fire, Don Juan was only concerned about how many warships he had destroyed, how much industrial equipment he had, and how much spiritual energy he had harvested. Don Juan doesn't care at all about the Yada population of these 3 industrial planets, which totals at least tens of billions. The system prompts didn't mention it at all. After doing this, Don Juan separated part of the fleet and took the more than 200 captured Chaos warships back for research. These captured Chaos warships were pre-assessed by Ruby. According to conservative estimates, a lot of technology can be separated and analyzed from it. There are 2 most critical ones. Subspace jump engine technology and subspace communication shielding are 2 relatively important technologies. Among them, the former, needless to say, is the key to the ability of the intelligent celestial fleet to perform subspace jumps. The latter is also very powerful. It can directly block an entire galaxy's ability to communicate with the outside world through high-dimensional space interference. In addition, the intelligent Heavenly Court fleet already possesses the space jump node blockade technology. It can be said that it is basically possible to perfectly transform a galaxy into a hunting ground for the intelligent Heavenly Fleet. After separating part of the fleet and taking back all the captured Chaos warships, Don Juan continued to command the fleet forward, heading towards the next galaxy. This time, Don Juan set a small goal to earn 100 million spiritual sources before going back. It's not too much, right? Yada Empire, St. Relitus Galaxy. The capital, the planet Yada St. Relitus, the royal palace at the top of Glory City. Dimenphilos is currently deploying his next plan. Along with his actions, and the gradual transformation of the Yada fleet into a Chaos fleet. Under his plan, more and more corruption spread from the core territory of the Yada Empire. As long as this foundation is completed, I can begin the construction of the Eye of the Subspace. By then, the entire Yada Empire will become a channel connecting the subspace and the real physical universe. Then, the entire Orion Arm, the Perseus Arm, and even the entire Milky Way. Ha 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 ha. Dimenphilos believed that he had perfectly arranged his next plan. As for the Growfire Galaxy, no news has been sent to him yet. But Dimenphilos didn't care. In his opinion, it must be foolproof. Chapter 154 17 planets became extinct, and a large amount of spiritual energy was harvested. There are approximately 600 colonized planets within the territory of the Yada Empire. The population of purebred Yada people is about 4 trillion, and the population of other civilized races is about 8 trillion. The total population under the rule of the entire Yada Empire is 12 trillion. Now, the Yada Empire has voluntarily given up 3 provinces in the peripheral star fields. The populations of these 3 provinces are relatively sparse compared to those in the core star fields. 106 colonized planets and 1 trillion people abandoned. Among these people, only about 100 billion are Yada people, while there are another 900 billion humans and 100 billion intelligent creatures of other civilized races. Now, the 106 planets in the 3 marginal star regions are basically in chaos. After learning that it had been abandoned by the Empire, the previously powerful Yada company became independent from the Yada Empire. He became a space warlord who controlled a planet or even an entire galaxy. And many humans in the 3-star provinces also became independent and established one human kingdom after another. Because of past hatred, the two are at loggerheads. Countless small forces and small countries emerged in the 3-star field provinces like mushrooms after rain. They fought against each other, and the country was in great chaos. Among these many forces, the Alliance for a Community with a Shared Future for Mankind has emerged as a new force. Relying on the space fleet they already controlled, they quickly absorbed small human forces in the name of humanity and expanded rapidly. In just 10 days, they had already taken control of several planets. After taking control of several planets, the Human Union began to consolidate its rule over the planets, and then continued to send fleets to contact humans on more planets. At the same time, some of the Mechanicus Crusaders sent by Don Juan also began to follow the footsteps of the Human Union and preach between galaxies. On the People's Union side, progress is rapid. On Don Juan's side, things were progressing just as smoothly. After carrying out the extermination of the 3 industrial planets on the planet of Grow Mars, Don Juan began to continue his operations in the province of the Steelsmith's Hammer star field. And not all galaxies in the Steelsmith's Hammer province are corrupted by the warp. There are also many Yada mining systems that are completely normal and have not suffered from the corruption of the warp. These numerous mineral galaxies have sparse populations but a large amount of industrial equipment. In order to inflict a severe blow to the Yada Empire, and also to earn more spiritual resources, Don Juan dispersed the fleet and began to exterminate the mineral-rich planetary systems around the Yada Empire one by one. This level of extinction is limited to the surface of the planet and does not penetrate deep into the planet's crust. Don Juan needs to preserve the minds of these galaxies. Such a large-scale operation lasted for 10 days. Within 10 days, a total of 17 mining planets of the Yada Empire were exterminated by Don Juan. Compared with the 3 industrial planets of Grow Fire, these mineral planets bring less spiritual resources to Don Juan. But added together, there is still an income of more than 17 million spiritual sources. Together with the spiritual source income from the Grow Fire galaxy, the total amount is 24.57 million. There is still more than 75 million to reach the small goal of 100 million. The planets that Don Juan carried out the extermination were all vital sources of minerals for the Steelsmith Hammer star field province of the Yada Empire. At this point, Dimemphilos, who was far away in the capital of the Yada core star field, finally discovered that something was wrong. This matter was not even discovered by Dimemphilos himself, but was reported by the intelligence department of the Yada Empire. The reason is that Dimemphilos himself never uses ordinary communication technology, and he has always trusted subspace communication too much. When Don 1 exterminated the Growfire galaxy, both Brand and Custer died before they could report to Dimemphilos. Afterwards, 17 mineral planets were exterminated. The people on these planets had not suffered from the corruption of the warp and had no ability to communicate in the warp. Under such circumstances, Dimemphilos didn't even know about these things until the intelligence department of the Yada Empire reported the situation. Even Saint Leritis 18 knew it before Dimemphilos. In the Palace Council, Saint Relitus 18 looked at Dimemphilos, and his mind gradually began to become clear. Saint Relitus 18 has always suspected that Dimemphilos has other delay-free communication technologies different from the Starfield network. And now, this situation makes Saint Relitus 18 even more convinced of this. This is an advantage of Dimemphilos, but also his disadvantage. Dimemphilos trusted his own means of communication too much and did not use other means of communication. This situation means that once Dimemphilos' own communication means and intelligence sources are blocked, he will not be able to obtain any latest intelligence. Saint Relitus 18 began to think in his mind. If he can make good use of this, maybe he can defeat Dimemphilos in the future and regain power. Compared to the calm thinking of Saint Relitus 18, Dimemphilos was extremely furious. What's going on? How could 17 mineral planets be destroyed in the Steelsmith's Hammerstar province? An accident occurred in the Glow-Fire galaxy? The Duran fleet defeated the fleet of Jero's Flame? Dimemphilos' mind was working rapidly, but he couldn't contact Brand and Custer no matter what. The answer is clear: Brand and Custer are dead. The operation in the Jero-Fire galaxy was a complete failure. In the Yada Empire Palace Council, everyone only knew that 17 mineral planets were destroyed, but there was no specific information about who did it. But under the preconceived notion, everyone thought that this must have been done by the Turan Empire. Dimemphilos thinks so too. Those two losers can't even do such a small thing. Those who believe in that melee maniac and that fat guy are truly useless. It's better to die. Dimemphilos quickly calmed down. There is still room for recovery in this matter. Now Dimemphilos regretted letting the other members of the Crow sect return to the Ifrit Interstellar Federation. Otherwise, he would still have a large number of people under his command who serve Jinchi like him. But there is no other way. Now he can only rely on his own plans. With this in mind, Dimemphilos analyzed the locations of the 17 destroyed mineral planets on the star map based on the existing intelligence. Then, Dimemphilos guessed the next galaxy that the enemy was most likely to choose. Yadaheimer Galaxy. This galaxy is a very important warship production galaxy for the Yada Empire. According to the relative coordinates of the other 17 destroyed mineral planets, only this galaxy is relatively close. After confirming this, Dimemphilos began to deploy and dispatch the fleet through subspace communication. This time, we must not fail again. Chapter 155. My galaxy is impregnable. He can't get in. Yadaheimer Galaxy. This galaxy is a single star system. It is a young and stable yellow dwarf star. In the entire galaxy, there are 7 planets that revolve stably around the star at the center of the galaxy in their own orbits. Among these 7 planets, there is a pure life planet, which is not the result of artificial atmospheric environment transformation. On the planet of life, the environment is beautiful and the people living here are very rich and happy. However, the population on this living planet are all pure Yada people. For a long time, the Yada Empire has strictly prohibited people from other civilized races from migrating to the core star field of the Yada Empire. It is also forbidden for the Yada people to marry people of other civilized races. The purpose is to ensure the genetic purity of the Yada people. However, the Yada people are reproductively isolated from other civilized races. In today's interstellar age, even though the genetic biotechnology of the Yada Empire is relatively backward in the Turan interstellar society, there are still many ways to break this reproductive isolation. In the Yadheimer Galaxy, except for this life planet, the other 6 planets have been transformed into industrial planets. It is responsible for building the interstellar fleet, a small part of which is provided for life planets. Its strong industrial strength enables the tens of billions of people on the entire Hemera planet to live in great prosperity. Among those industrial planets, there are a few senior Yada engineers and a large number of automatic machines. In the entire Hemera galaxy, industry and life are integrated with each other and are protected by a powerful military fleet. It can be said to be the galaxy with the best living conditions and the highest happiness index in the Yada Empire. And such an important galaxy naturally has a stargate. The location of the stargate is at the Lagrange point between the life planet, Hemmer, and the star. It is about 10 million kilometers away from Hemmer and about 140 million kilometers away from the star. The Yadamer stargate is suspended here. The specific shape of the entire stargate is a huge ring with a diameter of about 1,000 kilometers. One side faces the star and continuously absorbs energy from the star. This stargate was built by the Yada Empire itself. In terms of technology, it is far inferior to the ancient stargates left over from the frontier galaxies. But it still has the most basic function of connecting spatial nodes. Any space jump to this galaxy will be automatically pulled by the stargate connected to the space jump node and emerge from the stargate. Therefore, the entire galaxy's vital defense system is built around this stargate. One space station defense matrix system after another surrounds the stargate tightly. Surrounding the stargate are 4 space station defense matrix systems. Each defense matrix system has several space starports that can be passed through. It is like 4 walls, set up in the space between the stargate and the planet. Different from the warp corruption that can be seen everywhere in the Grove Fire system. The Yadheimer galaxy appears to be very normal on the surface. Even on the life planet, Heimer, no distortion can be seen. Everything is so beautiful. But corruption lies deep within the galaxy. At this moment, the defense fleet of the entire galaxy received orders from superiors and began to take action. The Heimer Star Defense Fleet, which is closest to the Stargate and only 10 million kilometers away, did not move. The Heimer Star Defense Fleet's mission is to protect Heimer Star and cannot move. About 100 million kilometers away from the Stargate, the fleet of the first Heimer industrial planet began to move first. Countless Yada soldiers stationed there entered a group of upgraded Yada warships. What's going on? I don't know. They say there's an invasion by foreign enemies. What? This is one of the core star regions of the Empire. Which civilization is so powerful that it can directly invade here? Inside the bridge of a Yada battleship, 2 ready Yada technicians were talking to each other while starting the battleship. Before they could finish their words, they heard the ship's AI's awkward, metallic grinding voice. Engine ready. Huh? So fast. Did the AI's voice system change? Why is it so unpleasant? A Yada technician was stunned. In the past, the warship engine had to wait for a while before it was ready, but now he had just started it. Hey, the higher-ups said the battleship has been upgraded, and the upgrade effect is really obvious. Let me check out the performance update. Wow. The warship's maneuverability and firepower have increased by more than 3 times. The Empire's technology has finally advanced. The 2 Yada technical soldiers were extremely excited. Under the automatic operation of the intelligent AI, the entire Yada battleship began to start. It follows other warships, escapes the planet's gravity, and rises into space. They began to move towards the Stargate defense matrix and jointly organized the defense. The defense of the Yadaheimer galaxy was very swift. Within an hour, the entire Yadaheimer galaxy, 10 defense fleets, and about 34,000 Yada warships were quickly in place. Participate in defense missions together with the 4 Stargate Space Defense Station Matrix System. The governor of the Yadaheimer system, Hobart Relitus Alheimer, who is also the admiral of the Imperial Navy and holds the title of Imperial Marquis, commanded this defense operation. Hobart Relitus Oppenheimer's family was partly of the Yada royal family, so they were able to incorporate Relitus, part of the royal surname of the Yada Empire, into their own name. The Yadaheimer galaxy was formerly the fiefdom of the Oppenheimer family. Although the Yada Empire had long abolished the noble fiefdoms, their family still held the position of governor of this galaxy for a long time. But this is only Oppenheimer's public identity. Secretly, he is a follower serving the evil god Sench. Diamond Faros personally contacted Oppenheimer through the warp and instructed him to defend the Yadaheimer system. Oppenheimer, on the other hand, was full of confidence. Their family has been operating this place for many years, and the entire galaxy has been built into an impregnable fortress under their years of operation. Oppenheimer could even say arrogantly that the space defense matrix system was like 4 walls, and not even a fly could fly through it. Now, with the support of some of the fleets that have been transformed, Oppenheimer is confident that he can completely defend the entire galaxy, even if the Tauran Empire's fleet attacks this Stargate. Don't worry, any fleet that dares to attack my galaxy will be destroyed by our impenetrable defense system. Oppenheimer promised Dimenphilos that he would do it. As for Oppenheimer's assurance, Dimenphilos also believed him very much. After all, he also understood the specific situation. If nothing unexpected happens, the number of the Tauran fleet should not be large, and the defense level of the Jotunheimer galaxy is sufficient to defend it. Just when Oppenheimer had just finished the subspace communication with Dimenphilos on the bridge of his flagship, the Blood Purity. In space, a space ripple suddenly appeared inside the huge circular stargate with a diameter of about 1,000 kilometers. A fleet is about to jump over. Oppenheimer immediately perked up and was ready to give orders at any time. All fleets, space defense matrix systems, and all weapons are ready. Chapter 156. As the fifth evil god, it is normal for me to use the power of the subspace, right? Just when everyone was on high alert, the observation system showed that the Stargate only had a momentary spatial fluctuation and then calmed down again. In all observation systems, it can be seen that an object appears in the Stargate and enters space. The object was not big, it looked like a missile, about 50 meters long. But it has the function of space jump, which made Oppenheimer stunned. Something of this size can actually perform space jumps. How high must the technological content of its miniaturized engine be? Moreover, even if the miniaturization technology of its curvature space jump engine is advanced, an object that is only 50 meters long cannot be used if it is a missile that can jump on its own. How much space is left inside to accommodate the warhead? It's definitely not very powerful. In an instant, Oppenheimer felt full of contempt. His thoughts were just thoughts. The moment the torpedo-like object appeared, the Stargate defense system launched an attack to intercept it. The first things to bloom in space were the high-power laser interception turrets on top of the space stations. Tens of thousands of laser beams instantly crossed into space and began to intercept the object that was suspected to be a missile capable of self-space jump. But the next moment, the missile suddenly moved sideways about 100,000 kilometers in space. Tens of thousands of laser beams, like a torrent, disappeared in an instant. What kind of mobility is this? Moving 100,000 kilometers in an instant, and then stopping instantly? This thing doesn't need acceleration. It has no inertia? A series of questions arose in Oppenheimer's mind, shocking him. What the hell is this? The next moment, Oppenheimer suddenly discovered that all the observation systems and radar panels displayed in front of him had lost all trace of that thing. Governor, we've lost track of the enemy. That thing seemed to have disappeared out of thin air. What the hell is this? Oppenheimer was shocked and immediately used the upgraded subspace detection device on his flagship. Start trying to detect the other party's existence from the subspace. But there is no result. The other party did not enter the subspace at all. Oppenheimer's pupils shrank, and he quickly gave orders to all the fleets. All fleets must conduct inspections at all times. Report any damage immediately. This missile, which emerged from the Stargate, is about 50 meters long and has the ability to jump through space. It was naturally launched by the intelligent Heavenly Court fleet. The purpose is to explore the way and reduce the defense strength behind the Stargate. Someone asked, how can just one missile weaken so many defenses behind the Stargate? This is its special feature. This missile is no ordinary missile. Its warhead is a Chaos Nurgle contamination bomb. This technology first appeared in Chapter 42, who stipulated that only you Chaos Warriors and Warp Demons are allowed to use methods like corruption. As long as it works, Donwan doesn't care what kind of power it is. Besides, as the fifth evil god of the subspace, it is normal for me to use the power of the subspace, right? After the missile dodged the first round of attacks, it immediately activated its curvature engine. The curvature bubble of only 50 meters could completely cover the missile. Then take the missile into the curvature mode at 10 times the speed of light. As mentioned before, the curvature space stealth technology of the intelligent Heavenly Court has made great progress. Even if the curvature engine is turned on and enters the curvature mode, the numerical fluctuations of the curvature space will not be detected. At 10 times the speed of light, the missile instantly crossed the 200,000 kilometer distance between the Stargate and the first defense matrix system. The missile then exited the curvature mode and separated the curvature propulsion unit, leaving only a warhead in space. Silently, the warhead exploded in space. There was no sound, only invisible waves that began to spread along the space. Inside a space defense station within the Stargate Matrix defense system, several Yata soldiers were closely monitoring the surrounding space, with sweat dripping down their foreheads. How could that thing suddenly disappear? Its presence is completely undetectable. Brother, have you detected any abnormalities in the curvature space values? A Yata soldier stared at the flashing light screen in front of him, talking to himself, then turned to look at a companion not far away. However, he discovered that something was wrong with his companion. What's wrong with you? The companion looked grim, and just as he was about to speak, he suddenly started coughing violently. Cough, cough, cough. I seem to be sick. But I cough, cough. Just had a test 2 days ago. Cough. Didn't notice anything? Cough, 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 cough. The coughing was so severe that it was difficult for him to speak. As he coughed, large amounts of blood spurted out of his mouth. The other Yada soldiers were so frightened that they subconsciously ran away in fear. The Yada soldier who spoke first took a few steps back unconsciously and touched the physical spare operating table with his left hand. But when you touch it, it's not the coldness of metal. Instead, it was soft, sticky, and very strange. The Yada soldier was stunned and raised his hands, only to see that they were covered with pus. The Yada soldier turned his head in astonishment, but suddenly saw that the original metal physical backup operating table was gone. Instead, there was a tumor the same size as the original operating table, with eyes densely packed and neatly arranged like buttons, blinking. These densely packed eyes are staring at him. What? The Yada soldier's eyes suddenly widened, and before he could move in shock, several tentacles covered with tumors and pus rolled him up. Then, his entire body was torn apart amid screams. Blood and internal organs were scattered all over the ground. The ground covered with blood and internal organs also changed. The original alloy material began to twist and was fundamentally transformed into some kind of hideous and terrifying wall of flesh and blood. The entire surface of the space station was covered with densely packed eyes, each of which was blinking continuously and sprinkling pus into the surrounding space. The same changes occurred in a large number of space stations, and not only the space stations, but also the defense fleets in space and the warships, which also underwent hideous and terrifying changes. Inside a battleship, the alloy passage walls turned into twisted flesh and blood. What the hell is that? Don't come over here. The Yada soldiers roared in fear, raised their weapons and fired at their companion who had transformed into a walking tumor-like monster. The entire first Stargate defense line was thrown into chaos in an instant. At this time, there was another fluctuation in the Stargate. 3 identical missiles carrying Chaos Nurgle-contaminated bomb warheads jumped through space, passed through the Stargate, and flew towards the remaining 3 lines of defense. Chapter 157, The Extremely Chaotic Battlefield and the Terrified Yada People. A Yada battleship started its engine and made a sharp turn to avoid a space station that had deviated from its orbit. During the avoidance process, the two almost collided in space. At this moment, a flesh and blood creature suddenly extended out from the space station, with densely packed, horrifying, and disgusting eyes opening on its surface and spinning around. Finally, all eyes were fixed on the space battleship that was close at hand, and the tentacles suddenly wrapped around the battleship, twisting it madly. The hull rolled, trembled, and deformed silently in space. The Yada soldiers inside the battleship were even unable to respond further to control the battleship. The flesh and blood tentacles have spread to the interior of the battleship. Wherever they pass, the steel alloy structures inside the battleship are changed in shape from the proton level, turning into carbon-based flesh and blood. Even the flesh and blood tentacles invaded the battleship's bridge and infected the intelligent AI equipment inside the bridge. Countless tiny tentacles like nerve threads penetrated deep into the computer components of the bridge. Artificial intelligence is polluted. The battleship was completely invaded. After a moment, the flesh and blood space station and the battleship merged into one. The battleship's surface deck is covered with adhered and fused tentacle patterns. On the surface, it looked as if a tumor had grown on the space battleship. Afterwards, the gun barrels and pulse turrets on the tumor battleship, which were stuck and tied up by countless tentacles, began to turn and launched an attack on the surrounding Yada battleships that were still normal. All kinds of firepower broke out in an instant. The pulse turret fired laser beams, and the projectiles in the railgun barrel were replaced with flesh and blood tumors and accelerated into space. A Yada battleship that was completely unable to react was hit by several high-power laser beams in succession. In an instant, the battleship's armor layer was melted, and the electromagnetically accelerated flesh and tumor projectiles slammed into the battleship. Large pieces of outer armor fragments were scattered in space. In an instant, corruption spread again. The injured Yada battleship reacted and began to fight back, pouring all kinds of weapons on the corrupted tumor battleship. The two of them poured firepower on each other in space, until one side is destroyed or the Yada battleship is completely contaminated. A total of 4 space defense matrix systems and 10 Yada fleets, with more than 34,000 warships, were in chaos in the space within millions of kilometers. The fleet of the intelligent Heavenly Court has not yet officially appeared, but the space area around the Stargate has already completely turned into a white-hot and extremely tense space battlefield. Damn it! How could this happen? System Governor Oppenheimer stared wide-eyed in the bridge of his flagship, looking at the scene of the surrounding space area displayed in front of him. On the surface, he is a normal Yatter, but secretly, he serves the evil god Tsench. As a follower of Tsench, he naturally saw at a glance that this was a huge amount of Nurgle corruption spreading within his own lines and fleet. In the entire Jotunheimer galaxy, among the 10-station fleets, only his headquarters fleet has been transformed with relevant subspace technology. The rest of the fleet is composed entirely of ordinary Yatta warships. How could those ordinary Yatta fleets possibly resist the erosion of the warp corruption? The difference between the two was immediately apparent. Oppenheimer's main fleet was not affected by the corruption and was completely different from the ordinary fleet that had turned into corrupted warships. This difference also caused Oppenheimer's main fleet to be immediately besieged by a cluster of corrupted tumor battleships. It was as if some kind of zombie virus was spreading, and the corroded and corrupted tumor warships were frantically attacking normal warships. Transform them into beings of the same kind as themselves, and then they infect the remaining warships together. In this situation, normal Yatta warships are becoming increasingly scarce, while the number of corrupted Sarcoma warships is increasing. In space, one battleship after another exploded. All that could be seen was the fleeting explosion as the air inside the battleships quickly dried up. It was extremely gorgeous, but short-lived. What terrified all the surviving personnel on the Yatta battleship was the warships that have been destroyed and turned into wreckage can also be infected and transformed by those tumor warships. Even if the hull is damaged, the armor is completely broken, and it is exposed to space, and even the broken structure inside the warship can be seen. It will not affect these tumor warships from infecting it. The corpses of the warships floating in space were resurrected, full of corrupted flesh and blood. Even without weapons and equipment, they would crash into the normal Yatta warships. What the hell is this? Run! Fear spread rapidly among the surviving Yatta warships. In Oppenheimer's headquarters fleet, inside an ordinary destroyer with a length of 800 meters, the uncontaminated Yatta soldiers began to frantically issue orders to the warship under the order of the captain. Be prepared to overload the engine and escape at any time. But the next moment, they discovered that the intelligent AI, whose authority should have been below that of the captain, rejected their orders. Roar! A ferocious, distorted roar came from the ship's computer. The next moment, the battleship's engine seemed to come alive and suddenly started up on its own. Then start rushing towards those corrupt Sarcoma warships. Damn it! What's going on? Have our battleships also turned into those damn monsters? The Yatta soldiers on the battleship were horrified. Their warships were not corrupted by Nurgle, but rather contained demons from the warp. Oppenheimer's headquarters fleet, 3,400 warships, all of which have been transformed with subspace technology. Inside its first engine, demons from higher dimensional space are imprisoned, allowing them to perform short-distance subspace jumps on the battlefield. Its intelligent AI has also transformed into a computer device dominated by an electronic demon. Not only this battleship, but Oppenheimer's main fleet, 3,400 battleships, all activated the subspace engine. After collectively charging forward for a distance, the space twisted, and all the warships jumped into the high vehicle space out of thin air. When they appeared again, they had already escaped the encirclement of the tumor warships and appeared on one side of the battlefield to start clearing out the corrupt tumor fleet. The warships had completely changed their appearance. It became similar to those corrupt tumor fleets, except that there was no tumor covered with eyes. When Oppenheimer's fleet reappeared, there were basically no living people inside. Under Oppenheimer's command, they began to clear out the corrupt tumorous warships that were spread all over the space. In this situation, some of the surviving Yatta warships from other fleets, who had long lost the courage to fight, finally collapsed upon seeing this. Start to escape. A relatively normal Yatta battleship with scarred surface armor forced an overload and activated the warp engine to escape. However, at the moment of entering the curvature engine, it overloaded and failed. The shipboard computer's computing power was insufficient for a moment, and the calculated curvature space value was wrong. In an instant, the curvature values of the front half of the battleship became dissimilar to the curvature values of the back half of the battleship. The total mass of the battleship's hull was instantly pulled back and forth infinitely by the curvature of space. The entire battleship was mass energy converted into pure energy and annihilated, causing a huge explosion that accidentally destroyed dozens of surrounding tumor battleships. Chapter 158, 100,000 Chaos Warships Out. Destroy the Omnic Heavenly Fleet. When someone fails, someone else succeeds. Seeing this, Another surviving Yata battleship forcibly withstood the firepower of the surrounding tumor battleships in space and preheated the computer that calculated the curvature space in advance to allow it to reach the specified computing power value. Then, the curvature engine was overloaded and started. In this case, they successfully entered the warp mode and began to escape towards the Stargate. As long as you enter the Stargate, you can escape from this galaxy. But the accident still happened. The surviving Yata soldiers on the battleship discovered that the warp engine of their battleship had suffered slight damage at some point. It doesn't affect the use of the curvature mode too much, but it will cause you to lose control of the emergency stop function of the curvature mode. Normally, this kind of damage can be repaired in a minute or two. However, the distance between the Stargate and them, at their curvature state speed of 5 times the speed of light, would not leave them even 1/10 of a second to react. The entire ship was wrapped in the curvature bubble and instantly crashed into the Stargate. The curvature bubble space and the jump space at the Stargate collided. In an instant, a huge amount of energy burst out from the mutual reaction between the two spaces. This energy directly covered the Stargate with a diameter of 1,000 kilometers. When the light disappeared, only a few pieces of Stargate debris remained in the space where the Stargate originally was. The Stargate is destroyed. This is why any warship passing through the Stargate is strictly prohibited from activating the curvature engine. The ancient frontier Stargates are preventive measures against this situation, but the Stargates of the Jotunheimer galaxy were built by the Yata Empire. The technological strength is very different, and there is no such measure. Even the natural space jump node at the Stargate disappeared temporarily. The Stargate was destroyed, and its function of connecting to other space jump nodes also disappeared. All other natural space jump nodes in the entire galaxy are opened at the same time. Go! A Yata battleship, having learned from the failures of its friendly counterparts, began to flee in other directions of the galaxy. He successfully escaped from the battlefield, sailed tens of millions of kilometers in a short period of time, and successfully approached another space jump node. However, just as this damaged Yata battleship successfully exited the curvature mode and was about to connect to the space jump node for space jump, a high-energy electric arc appeared out of nowhere, instantly stretched across space, twisting and leaping, and pierced through it directly. The hull trembled instantly, and a large amount of high-energy electric arcs penetrated the battleship's armor layer, entered the interior of the battleship, and completely destroyed its structure. The next moment, the entire battleship exploded in space. At a space jump node near a star, a pitch-black, 15-kilometer-long giant battleship hovered in the cold space. The twin-mounted Thunder Hammer I concentrated arc damage cannons on the bow were flashing and dancing with arc light in the dark space. This is Don Juan's combat flagship, the medium-sized attack battleship Emperor of Truth. Then, behind this giant battleship that was 15 kilometers long, a large area of space jump light flashed. Space distorts photons, emitting huge amounts of light in all directions. Under the cover of this light, a huge and mighty dark fleet appeared in space. The intelligent Heavenly Court fleet has finally officially entered this galaxy. It is 10 million kilometers away from the Heimer Life planet and 140 million kilometers away from the central star of the galaxy, right on the space battlefield between the two. Oppenheimer was commanding his headquarters fleet, which had been subspaced, to wipe out those corrupt tumor warships. The battle went very smoothly. Oppenheimer's main fleet, with only 3,400 warships, completely crushed more than 30,000 corrupted Sarcoma warships. In today's space battlefield, there are basically no normal Yata battleships surviving. Governor, a high-energy space jump reaction has been detected. The enemy fleet has finally arrived. A Yata soldier, who could no longer be considered a normal intelligent creature, with marks of warp erosion all over his body, his face distorted from a lizard to a bird, and scales and colorful feathers coexisting on his body, reported to Oppenheimer. Is it the Turan fleet? Or is it the fleet of the merciful Samsara war gang that believes in the fat plague man? Under the corruption of the warp, Oppenheimer, whose beak had turned into a bird's beak, suddenly turned his head to look at the light screen showing the space scene on the other side, his face full of anger. In his impression, the only ones who believed in Nurgle were the rare races who had entered the warp and became the merciful Samsara warband. No, this fleet. We have never seen it before. The Yata soldier was stunned and looked suspicious. What? Oppenheimer was stunned. A fleet he had never seen before? Indeed, they had never seen, let alone recognized, the fleet of the Omnic Heavenly Court. Oppenheimer contacted Dimenphilos, who was still in the core capital of the Empire, through subspace communication on the spot. He quickly explained what had happened to Dimenphilos. When Dimenphilos learned this, he was so angry that his blood boiled. That's the fleet of the Omnic Heavenly Court. It's not the Turan Empire. Damn it. That's it. I understand everything now. At this moment, Dimenphilos's thoughts suddenly became clear. No wonder things turned out like this. It turns out that everything was caused by the intelligent heaven. If there were no intelligent heaven, his plan would never have failed. Everything should have gone according to his plan. However, it is because of this variable in the intelligent heaven that the current situation has occurred. Dimenphilos was furious. He stood up suddenly and ordered Oppenheimer through the subspace communication. You must delay now. I will personally lead the fleet to support you. We must destroy the fleet of the intelligent heavenly court in the Jotunheimer galaxy. Otherwise, Dimenphilos will be unable to sleep or eat. The anger in his heart burned more and more fiercely. Damn the intelligent heaven, a group of low-level intelligent creatures in the real universe. He, Dimenphilos, is a great being from the high V in space. Soon, I will let you know the consequences of daring to destroy my plan. Dimenphilos immediately took inventory of the fleet. Of the 324,900 warships of the combined fleets of the 4 major civilizations that fought in the 7th Stargate Frontier Galaxy, only 242,200 survived and were all pulled into the high via space. In the warp, more than 40,000 warships were destroyed, and the remaining nearly 200,000 warships were completely corrupted by the warp. Transformed into a chaos fleet, it returned to the real universe under the leadership of Dimenphilos. Now, the chaos fleets of the remaining 3 civilizations have each returned to their own civilizations. Nearly 100,000 ships of Dimenphilos' original chaos fleet are still left in the Yada Empire. Now he is going to mobilize all his forces. We must destroy the fleet of the intelligent heavenly court in the Jotunheimer galaxy. Chapter 159. Don Juan's behavior is becoming more and more like that of an evil god. Don Juan heard clearly the conversation between Oppenheimer and Dimenphilos in the subspace. At that time, Don Juan's mind became active. And now, Don Juan learned the source of all the corruption in the Yada Empire. He could sense from the subspace what was happening in the person on the other end of the phone who was talking to Oppenheimer. That person is a demon from the higher dimension who has taken over the body of an intelligent creature from the real universe. But who it was, Don Juan didn't know. However, knowing these situations is enough. Don Juan had to make some arrangements in advance. Facing the extremely chaotic space battlefield, Don Juan heard Ruby's voice. Wow, is this the power of the chaos contamination of the warp? This is so exciting. Ruby looked at the still chaotic space battlefield in the distance with shining eyes. Don Juan glanced at Ruby and said, "Don't dwell on these trivial matters. Pass the order down. First, clean up those tumorous warships." These tumorous warships were in great chaos, with no unified command or dispatch at all. If Don Juan didn't clean these up first, what if one accidentally ran away and ran into human territory? That would be a huge loss for Don Juan. The entire fleet immediately began launching long-range warp engine missiles. 90 million kilometers away, missile silos were opened on nearly 1,000 warships. One after another, the curvature engine missiles took off, then entered the curvature bubble state in space, and began to rush towards the space battlefield 90 million kilometers away in a state that could not be observed by any conventional means. At the same time, the entire fleet launched missiles while moving forward and began to approach the space battlefield. The Oppenheimer fleet, which was commanding the fleet to clean up the tumor battleships, suddenly observed a large-scale explosion in the cluster of tumor battleships. It seemed that the intelligent celestial warships in distant space were clearing out those tumorous warships with attack methods that they could not observe. Snort. You are nothing more than that. Oppenheimer did not focus on attack methods that they could not observe. I think it's nothing more than a warp engine missile. This is not uncommon. Although Oppenheimer's fleet could not observe it, he still had his own way of evading it. That is, to make a short-distance subspace jump. The Chaos Fleet has an advantage that even the Turan warships cannot match, and that is the ability to perform warp jumps anytime and anywhere during battle. To put it simply, their warships can teleport during space battles. Even if the Oppenheimer fleet cannot observe the curvature engine missiles launched by the intelligent celestial fleet, it can still detect the relative distance between itself and the intelligent celestial fleet. Then, at the cost of a small number of warships, calculate the attack speed of the enemy's weapons. Then, he would find the right time to make a subspace jump, hide in the subspace, and completely avoid it. Then reappear in the physical universe. This tactic would give Oppenheimer's fleet an unparalleled advantage. Moreover, not to mention this advantage, the number of his warships is also superior to that of the intelligent Heavenly Court fleet. Although the order given to him by Dimenphilos was to delay the fleet of the intelligent heaven and wait for him to lead reinforcements. But Oppenheimer thought that he didn't need to delay at all, and he could even completely destroy the intelligent heavenly court fleet here. When the battle started, both sides first cleared out the tumorous warships. In the middle of the space battlefield is a huge number of chaotically corrupted tumor warships, and on both sides is the intelligent mechanical heavenly fleet. On the other side was the Oppenheimer fleet. In between were chaotic tumor battleships, both of which were attacking each other. But soon, Oppenheimer's side began to launch a sneak attack on the intelligent heavenly court fleet. A fleet of approximately 500 Chaos warships detached from Oppenheimer's main fleet. Then, they started the subspace jump. Accompanied by a burst of space distortion, this Chaos fleet of about 500 warships successfully entered the warp. Their target location will be the rear of the intelligent heavenly court fleet. Haha. First, come and taste the surprise I gave you. On the face of the Oppenheimer lizard, the mouth that had been eroded by the warp and twisted into a bird's beak opened wide and let out a sinister laugh. 90 million kilometers away, about 200,000 kilometers behind a fleet of nearly 1,000 intelligent celestial warships, a fleet appeared here silently due to the distortion of space. However, just as they appeared and had not yet officially launched an attack, a dense torrent of particles suddenly appeared as if with predictive ability, covering the area in an instant. Its power was so strong that more than 200 of the 500 Chaos warships were destroyed in a single encounter. The lights of a large number of warships exploding flashed in the battleship cluster. It's not over yet. A large number of curvature engine missiles followed. In a short while, Oppenheimer's sneak attack plan failed. Oppenheimer learned of the outcome of the battle through the subspace. He widened his eyes in astonishment, and the corrupted bird pecked at Zhang. Is this a coincidence? This is a warp jump. How could they possibly know in advance where my fleet would appear? Oppenheimer muttered to himself in astonishment. He could hardly believe the result before him. Don Juan, on his flagship, was laughing heartily. Because the warships he just destroyed are very valuable. Just that wave provided him with an income of 250,000 spiritual sources. Each of those Chaos warships is worth about 500 spirit sources. This is much more valuable than the ordinary Yata battleship, which is only worth dozens or less than 100 spiritual sources. Although those tumor warships are not as good as Oppenheimer's Chaos warships, they are far more valuable than the ordinary warships of the Yata Empire. Destroying a tumor battleship can provide him with about 200 spiritual sources on average. This discovery made Don Juan realize a possibility. That is, he can use this method of artificially increasing the corruption of the subspace to make those warships that are not worth much spiritual energy and have low technical capabilities valuable. Then, he would appear again and eliminate them. He would earn a lot of spiritual energy. This is a good way to earn spiritual energy. However, no matter from which angle you look at it, this method does not seem like something a gentleman would do. Moreover, his way of doing things seems to be getting more and more like that of a regular subspace evil god. But Don Juan didn't care. He was already the 5th evil god of the warp, so why should he care about that? He did not wantonly release his transformation power. Converting all carbon-based creatures into mechanical creatures was already very restrained. If a man does not work for himself, he will be punished by heaven and earth. Don Juan now has only one goal: the spiritual source, and the damn spiritual source. Chapter 160. Those who believe in Jinshi will only harm their own people. Oppenheimer didn't believe it at all and tried again. This time, he sent out 500 warships again, but not all of them jumped to one place. Instead, it was divided into 5 parts, each of which sailed into the subspace. This time, his sneak attack fleet will appear in the space in 5 directions: above, below, left, right, and behind the intelligent heavenly court fleet. They appeared from 5 directions at the same time, then fired a round of volleys and left immediately. Oppenheimer didn't believe it. This time, you could know in advance where the fleet would appear in 5 directions at the same time. Another 500 warships were dispatched to perform a subspace jump on the spot, leaving the real universe and entering the subspace. In the intelligent celestial fleet, Don Juan once again felt the extremely obvious subspace fluctuations. He sighed, "Why are you so stubborn?" For Don Juan now, the subspace fluctuations are as obvious in the real universe as a fire that suddenly ignites in the darkness. Even with my eyes closed, I could feel that presence. Don Juan easily sensed the relative position of the other fleet in the subspace again, and then quickly converted its spatial coordinates to obtain the corresponding real universe space coordinates. Don Juan then immediately made deployments and gave 5 corresponding coordinates to the fleet. The vertical launch missile silos above the fleet opened, and exactly 500 curvature engine missiles were launched into space, entered the curvature mode, dispersed, and sailed towards 5 coordinate directions. When the sneak attack fleet sent by Oppenheimer escaped from the subspace and just returned to the real universe, what greeted them was a ray of light, an extremely dazzling light. Everything was calculated just right. Oppenheimer's sneak attack fleet emerged from the warp space, and the warp engine missile cluster hit them just in time. Not even a second's difference. There was no time for them to react. 500 rays of explosive light appeared evenly distributed in the space in 5 directions around the intelligent heavenly court fleet. Flashing, dazzling. Oppenheimer was completely stunned. His body stiffened. Now, he finally had to believe that the other party really had the ability to explore the subspace. But how is this possible? Up to now, the enemy fleet has not demonstrated any ability to navigate in the subspace. How could it possibly have such a powerful subspace detection capability? For a moment, Oppenheimer was in great shock and confusion. He couldn't figure it out. He couldn't figure it out at all. Now, Oppenheimer didn't dare to send out the fleet to launch a surprise attack again. Even Oppenheimer's previous confidence was completely shattered by this reality. He even doubted whether he could complete the delaying task assigned to him by Dimenphilos. Judging from the current situation, he might not even be able to delay, as long as those tumorous warships are completely destroyed on the battlefield between the two. I'm afraid he will be the one to be eliminated immediately. Just when Oppenheimer was wavering as to whether he should retreat and save his own life first, Don Juan's return gift has arrived. More than 2,400 curvature engine missiles were wrapped in curvature bubbles and quickly crossed the space from tens of millions of kilometers away at a terrifying speed of 10 times the speed of light. It bypassed the tumor battlefield in the middle and quickly fell towards Oppenheimer's headquarters fleet. Oppenheimer's main fleet couldn't even detect all of this, although their fleet has been upgraded with the warp and has the ability to navigate the warp. But some of the rest of the technology is still limited to the basis of the Yada Empire. A Chaos warship of the Oppenheimer fleet performed an on-site subspace jump in space and reappeared dozens of kilometers away, completely avoiding the firepower from the corrupted tumor warship. But at this moment, the space next to it was distorted, the curvature bubble dissipated, and a missile warhead with its propulsion unit retreated suddenly appeared here. As soon as the missile warhead appeared, it immediately separated in space, splitting into more than 10 warheads that continued to perform irregular maneuvers in space. But this Chaos battleship had no time to react because the distance was too close. In an instant, more than 10 missile heads penetrated directly into the Chaos battleship's hull armor. A silent explosion blew up on the hull of the Chaos battleship, and with a flash of light, the entire battleship was destroyed in space in an instant. These warp engine missiles are generally missiles that use ordinary hydrogen warheads. To deal with them, it is enough to use ordinary hydrogen warheads. A dozen hydrogen warheads are enough to destroy one of their battleships. It's not worth it if it's more expensive. In fact, if the propulsion unit of the curvature engine missile could not be recovered after the war, even Don Juan would not want to waste the curvature engine missile. Therefore, the curvature engine propulsion unit is recyclable, and the warhead uses an economical hydrogen warhead. This type of curvature engine missile is very cheap, extremely cheap, for the intelligent heavenly court. Don Juan's return gift caught Oppenheimer's fleet off guard, and in an instant, it lost more than 2,100 warships. In addition, nearly 300 warp engine missiles were fired in vain. Because those Chaos warships just entered the warp space, they accidentally avoided the missile warheads that were supposed to hit them. Oppenheimer's flagship is among them. For Oppenheimer, his fleet was gone in an instant. Previously, in order to launch a surprise attack on the intelligent heavenly fleet, 1,000 warships were sacrificed. Now more than 2,100 ships have been destroyed. It seemed as if in an instant, Oppenheimer's headquarters fleet was reduced to only more than 300 warships, including the flagship. At this level, it can be said that the fleet has been basically emptied. Now, Oppenheimer couldn't stand it anymore and was extremely frightened. These are all his old tricks. If they are all used up at once, he will be finished. Thinking of this, Oppenheimer looked back at the green life planet floating in space, 10 million kilometers away from the flagship bridge. Heimer star. I'm sorry. If I die, what's the point of having this planet? So I can't die. Oppenheimer made a prompt decision and started running. He immediately gave orders to the surviving fleet, and his flagship jumped into the warp first. It's moist. As for Dimenphilos' order, he didn't care at all. He believed in Cinch, not Korn. Korn would abandon and even punish those who fled from battle, but as someone who believed in Cinch, that didn't matter to him. Without hesitation, Oppenheimer's remaining fleet immediately jumped into the subspace. Just hide and don't come out. The demon engine that Dimenphilos gave them did not have the ability to travel long distances in the warp. To put it bluntly, it could not leave the galaxy through warp navigation. But they can hide in the subspace forever, and at this time, Oppenheimer actually had other thoughts in his mind. If the mechanical heaven can defeat Dimenphilos, can he hide until Dimenphilos is defeated, and then come out to the core of the Yada Empire to receive the legacy left by Dimenphilos? Thinking of this, Oppenheimer, whose fleet had suffered heavy losses, became more active. He decided not to tell Dimenphilos any information and just pretend that he was dead. He believed in Jinshi, and it would be a shame if he didn't cheat people, but Oppenheimer didn't care who he cheated. Chapter 161. Isn't this just walking into a trap? Just destroy this galaxy. Oppenheimer led the remainder of his fleet into the warp. I don't dare to come out again. Don Juan sensed this and raised his eyebrows slightly. Are you so cowardly? Hiding in the subspace. Aren't you planning on coming out? You've walked into trouble. Hiding in the warp, or in this galaxy where Don Juan exists. Don Juan felt that the other party must want to experience a completely new way of dying. That's perfect, so he'll satisfy them. Close your eyes and let your mind enter the high-dimensional space. In a chaotic, twisted, and disordered space, a star burning with black flames is illuminating the chaotic scene around it. And just below this huge star burning with black flames, some black spots like ants are floating in the space. Zoom in. These black dots are interstellar battleships. There are nearly 300 ships. This was the remnant of Oppenheimer's fleet. At this moment, on the fleet's flagship, the Blood Purity, Oppenheimer was having a headache, so much so that his face continued to become distorted. Colorful feathers began to grow on the bare, scaly head. His body was becoming more and more deformed. In time, he might completely lose his current appearance and turn into a birdman covered in colorful feathers, with wings and a treacherous beak. But Oppenheimer didn't care. His ambition is huge. As long as he continues to hide in the subspace and does not come out, he can watch the war in the Yadaheimer galaxy end. If Dimenphilos wins, he will pretend to be dead and leave this star field after everyone leaves. If the intelligent heaven wins, he will go directly to the core star field of the Empire to receive Dimenphilos's legacy. Deep down, Oppenheimer hoped that the Omnic heaven would win. Although he was beaten badly, this was related to its long-term interests in the future. Just as Oppenheimer was about to sit back and watch the fight, he suddenly felt that something was wrong. Is it a little too quiet around here? Oppenheimer raised his hand and glanced at the armrest of his captain's seat, which had been corrupted into flesh and blood by the warp, and a mouth full of sharp teeth had grown out, trying to bite it. Stand up. There was no one else in the bridge except it. A bit strange. Where have all the people gone? Looking up suddenly, Oppenheimer saw that the ceiling above his bridge, along with all the decks and armor layers on the outside of the battleship, had disappeared completely. A wall of fire with black flames constantly surging and emitting a cold light is located in the sky. This is... Oppenheimer's eyes suddenly widened, his eyes opened wide. What is this? There are such demons in the subspace. No, it shouldn't be. Even if there is such a demon, it should leave after sensing the aura of Tsinch on it. How could? The wall of fire that was constantly burning and with surging black flames descended in an instant. Oppenheimer was completely enveloped in it. Burned out in an instant. Its body, its thoughts, its consciousness, everything, turned into nothingness in this cold black flame without any temperature. Although it was only a moment, Oppenheimer died in great pain. Before he died, it seemed as if his mind was stretched, and he could feel his consciousness being torn apart bit by bit, and everything was burned into pure energy. This kind of pain is hard to describe. In the real universe, on the bridge of the flagship of the intelligent celestial fleet, the Emperor of Truth, Don Juan opened his eyes. Feeling the spiritual power in the body becoming more abundant, Don Juan sneered. Why hide in the subspace when there are so many places to hide? Isn't that courting death? After completely dealing with Oppenheimer and the rest of his fleet, Don Juan began to clean up the remaining corrupted tumor warships in space with peace of mind. It didn't take much effort for Don Juan to solve all of them. The combat effectiveness of these corrupted tumor warships is very poor, but because they are contaminated by the subspace, they can provide Don Juan with a lot of spiritual energy. The battle is over. You destroyed the Oppenheimer Chaos battleship and gained 400 spiritual sources. You destroyed the Oppenheimer Chaos battleship and gained 600 spirit sources. You destroyed the Oppenheimer Chaos battleship. In this battle, the total amount of spiritual energy harvested is 7.82 million. Listening to the system's prompts, Don Juan calculated in his heart that including this time's gains, he had already earned 39 million spiritual sources on this trip. But it is still a long way from the small goal of 100 million. Next, Don Juan waited to see how much spiritual energy the opponent's support fleet could bring him. Thinking of this, Don Juan immediately began to set up an ambush on the spot. He waits for the other party to come to him on their own initiative and then gives them a surprise. But before that, Don Juan ordered the fleet to launch hundreds of infrasonic hydrogen bombs into the interior of the life planet in the galaxy. Perfectly covering the entire surface area of the planet Hymer, infrasound waves will only propagate within the atmosphere inside the planet and cannot reach the universe. First, we need to deal with the Yada people inside the life planet. Otherwise, during the battle later, if the warp corruption suddenly begins to spread on the planet and comes out to interfere with Don Juan, it would be annoying. It is better to solve the problem once and for all and cut off this possibility in advance. With all the Yada on the planet dead, the warp can't corrupt anyone. After doing this, Don Juan began to order the fleet to set up an ambush. This ambush circle cannot be fixed, it must be able to change anywhere. After all, subspace jumps do not require passing through the galaxy's natural space jump nodes. Don Juan also had to wait for the Chaos support fleet to approach the galaxy from the warp before he could detect the opponent's landing point. Then, make improvisational deployments based on the opponent's landing point. Don Juan is very wary of the unknown subspace demon that has descended into the real universe. It is very likely that the other side will come out in full force, and the Chaos fleet led by the other side will not be like the small fry that Don Juan fought before, and will definitely be much stronger than Oppenheimer's. This is enough for Don Juan to give the other party considerable attention. As for destroying them from the warp, Don Juan personally took action. This is also unlikely. Don Juan feels that if a real warp demon attacks from the warp, the other party will definitely sense it and leave the warp immediately. That would not only fail, but also alert the enemy. Based on this possible situation, Don Juan decided to deal with them in the real universe. But after thinking about it, Don Juan felt that the other party was a real warp demon and might be an absolutely powerful enemy. Just do it directly and decisively, and deploy a LU-CUN star, Galaxy Instantaneous Gamma Pulse Generator, in this galaxy. Chapter 162, Small Goal Completed. Turning the Yada Empire into a chive garden. After placing the LU-CUN star, Galaxy Instantaneous Gamma Pulse device directly near the star in the galaxy, Don Juan ordered the fleet to start exterminating the 6 industrial planets in the Yadheimer galaxy. After all, once the stars in this galaxy are destroyed, these industrial planets will be lost. The supernova explosion of the star will also destroy these industrial stars, which is indirect destruction. Don Juan has no spiritual source. But now the extermination is carried out personally by Don Juan's fleet, and the spiritual energy provided by the large number of technological and industrial equipment on it can still be collected by Don Juan. As for the opponent's Chaos fleet, Don Juan was not worried about not being able to harvest the spiritual source. Based on the previous progress of destroying a star, even if the star is destroyed at an extremely accelerated rate, it will take at least 7 days. The instantaneous gamma radio burst will first destroy the Chaos fleet. This is direct destruction, and Don Juan can obtain it with spiritual energy. The fleet quickly carried out the extermination of the remaining 6 industrial planets in the galaxy. On the 6 purely industrial planets, all high-tech industrial equipment, shipyards, and galactic spaceports were destroyed by the fleet of the intelligent Heavenly Court in just a few hours. The efficiency is very fast. After doing all this, exterminating 6 industrial planets, another 12 million spiritual sources were obtained. Don Juan immediately ordered the fleet to evacuate the system. The fleet jumped to the previous galaxy and waited. After all, the LU-CUN star, Galaxy Instantaneous Gamma Pulse Generator, is extremely powerful. Don Juan had to avoid any accidental injuries. After doing all this, the entire Yadheimer galaxy fell silent again. The dark space was still as silent as ever, and only the occasional debris floating through the darkness could reveal what had happened before. I don't know how much time had passed, but suddenly, in this dark space, there was a trace of restlessness visible to the naked eye. Near the star, within 1,000,000 kilometers, a large area of space began to distort. Faintly, one can seem to see virtual, distorted portals appearing. Warships, their hulls covered in flesh and blood, like space creatures made of flesh and blood and alloy, emerged from this space. Bathed in the light of stars millions of kilometers away, densely packed, hideous Chaos warships appeared in space. Dimenfilo's Chaos fleet is out in full force. A total of more than 98,000 ships. More than 98,000 hideous flesh and blood chaos warships were spread out in a vast and dense array across a space of 1 million kilometers. It is vast and powerful. Where's Oppenheimer? Where are the others? As Dimenphilos appeared in this galaxy on his flagship, he looked at the endless dark space in front of him and asked, "What's going on?" "Nothing. Did you find anything?" Dimenphilos did not sense Oppenheimer's presence, frowned, and began to question his subordinates in 3 consecutive sentences. "Sir, no friendly signals have been detected in this area of space. Even on the planets within the galaxy, no signals have been detected." After hearing the report from his men, Dimenphilos was slightly stunned. "Nothing? What's going on? Could it be that Oppenheimer was such a loser that he couldn't even hold out for a few hours and was already defeated by the Omnic Heavenly Fleet? You must know that Oppenheimer's military strength is far superior to that of the intelligent Heavenly Fleet. Could it be that I underestimated them again?" Dimenphilos was unwilling to give up and began to send a small number of high-speed reconnaissance ships to explore the galaxy. The main fleet still remained near the star and waited. But nothing was found. During this exploration, Dimenphilos received a reward and discovered several major planets that had been extinct and turned into dead planets. Now, Dimenphilos had to admit that the intelligent Heavenly Court fleet had indeed left. Before leaving, he also exterminated all life in the Jotunheimer galaxy. Damn it! Dimenphilos was furious. The Jotunheimer galaxy is also a vital galaxy to him. 6 industrial planets. How many industrial production lines and warship production equipment are there on them? Now it's all destroyed. This is definitely a major loss. Just when Dimenphilos was filled with rage, he suddenly seemed to feel the light from the stars millions of kilometers away, as if getting more and more dazzling. What's going on? Dimenphilos stood in the bridge, looking puzzledly at the light screen on the side that displayed the status of the stars. "Sir, emergency alarm. A high-energy reaction suddenly erupted in the star. Standard light speed. An impact on our entire fleet is expected in approximately 4 seconds." Suddenly, a shocking and shrill roar sounded in Dimenphilos' ears. Dimenphilos' eyes widened and his pupils shrank greatly. "I was fooled. All fleets, emergency jump immediately." Dimenphilos roared at the top of his lungs. All Chaos warships restarted their demon engines, preparing to jump into high-dimensional space for evasion. But it was too late. The terrifying gamma-ray burst was mixed with various other particle beams. Under the extremely dazzling light, it was like a torrent, instantly sweeping through the Chaos warships spread across 1,000,000 kilometers of space around it. Under this torrent of rays, it seemed as if the entire center of the galaxy had turned into a piece of light. The Chaos warships closest to the stars bore the brunt of the attack. A terrifying torrent of rays swept through, destroying the internal structure of all matter wherever it passed. The hideous flesh and blood of the Chaos battleship began to dissolve. The bodies of the Chaos warriors inside the battleship underwent an ionization reaction, instantly transforming into active plasma and dissipating into space. Dimenphilos was the last one to be ionized, but this also meant that he had to witness the destruction of his entire fleet with his own eyes. Damn! Dimenphilos was extremely angry and uttered these 2 words in a very suppressed manner. Then he opened his bloody mouth in pain and howled to the sky. Under this light that penetrated everything, his body instantly underwent an ionization reaction. His flesh and blood electrolyzed and disappeared, forming an ionized humanoid figure, which then completely dissipated. Inside the Jotunheimer galaxy, after detecting the light coming from a nearby star, Donwan secretly arranged several other backup Lutsuan star galaxy instantaneous gamma pulse generators, which started the space jump under the operation of the self-protection mechanism. Left this galaxy. At the same time, Donwan, whose mind had been observing the situation in the Jotunheimer galaxy in the subspace, received a prompt from the system. One after another, the system prompts of spiritual source harvesting sounded. But Donwan was delighted. After the harvest was settled, the harvest amounted to nearly 70 million spiritual sources. The small goal of 100 million has been achieved. But no matter how happy he was, Donwan still noticed a small episode. That is, there is a subspace phantom that came out from the coordinates of the Jotunheimer galaxy and returned to the subspace. I think this should be the subspace demon. It was obvious that this subspace demon was very angry and unwilling to give up. He seemed to have some backup plan that could allow him to return to the real universe. Donwan raised his hand, intending to destroy him completely in the subspace. But on second thought, Donwan stopped. Instead of killing him, he left a tracking mark of himself and released the other person without him noticing. Donwan decided to keep him. After waiting for him to develop in the real universe for a while, and then when I have used up my 100 million spiritual resources and am short of money, I will go to him again. With this subspace demon developing in the real universe, Don Juan will have an endless supply of spiritual energy that he can harvest regularly. These are the leaks that can never be harvested again and again. With this mark, Don Juan can use his psychic power to kill him at any time. Be prepared. Chapter 163. Even if the kidneys are made of alloy, they can't withstand it. The total spiritual energy harvested this time is 111.59 million. Looking at the spiritual energy balance on the System Mall page, Don Juan was completely overjoyed this time. Rich. Really rich. With so many spiritual sources in hand, Don Juan should have enough to buy all the 7 yuan level technologies this time. Then Don Juan paid attention to the movements of the subspace demon in the subspace. It was discovered that the other party had already gone to the core star field of the Yada Empire. Don Juan nodded slightly and said, "I'll keep you for now and harvest you next time when you're fattened up. The harvest is fruitful and we are ready to return to the capital." But before that, Don Juan had to do one thing. He closed his eyes and sensed carefully. When he met Princess Fried of Turin before, he left a subspace mark on her body. With this mark, no matter where the other person is in the real universe, he can sense her at the corresponding subspace position. Don Juan can also use this mark to teleport to the other party's location at any time. This is also a backup plan that Don Juan has left. I had seen the wreckage of the Turin fleet in the Grove Fire Galaxy before, but after analysis, I concluded that the flagship of the Turin fleet had escaped. Fried is probably fine now, but she can't die. If she dies, it will be difficult for Don Juan to implement his subsequent plans against the Turin Empire. Soon, Don Juan sensed the relative position of the mark he left in the subspace. The other side currently has only one warship left, which is continuously making space jumps. He should be heading towards the Frontier Stargate, and I think he is going to return to the Turin Empire through the Stargate there. After knowing that Fried was not dead, Don Juan ignored her for the time being. After that, the Turin Empire would certainly not swallow this humiliation and would certainly send a large army to invade. But this is not Don Juan's business. The Turin Empire will definitely not allow the Yada Empire to be destroyed. As long as the Yada Empire is not destroyed, no matter how severe the punishment is, it will not hinder Don Juan from raising leaks, and it may even be beneficial to Don Juan. It can prevent the leaks from growing too big. Having ascertained this, Don Juan ordered the fleet to retreat. Retreat to the Lingxiao Galaxy. I need to digest this harvest carefully. On the way, they retreated to 3 star provinces that had been abandoned by the Yada Empire and had become an ownerless star field. Seeing that the Human Alliance was making good progress, they had occupied several planets in just over 10 days. Don Juan left behind another group of Mechanicus missionaries composed of elite combat humanoids. Then continued to return to the Lingxiao Galaxy. Lingxiao Galaxy. Don Juan had already returned to Dome Star with a fleet of more than 200 captured Chaos warships. In the Space Orbital Space Station Defense Zone outside the Dome Star, more than 200 Chaos warships were dismantled on the spot. Various components were sent to various scientific research space stations in the outer space orbits of Dome Star for research. And Shiwei also came to the main station of the Dome Star Space Orbital Space Station in person. A huge space station with a diameter of about 10 kilometers, suspended in space, 100,000 kilometers away from the Dome Star. The middle level of the space station, a protrusion directly exposed in space on a large platform. Shiwei, wearing pure white scientific research armor, stood on the platform, her purple eyes looking at the Hercules-type transport ship docked on the platform. Hundreds of Blackwing guards in power armor stood on both sides, holding power halberds, with their magnetic armor boots automatically adhering to the surface of the platform. All of the tactical humanoids of the intelligent heavenly court can survive in outer space without any life support equipment. The hatch of the transport ship opened, and a storage device similar to a large container was sent down. Inside it, you can hear faint sounds that can be sensed by the tactical humanoids without being transmitted through the air. What is inside is the demon engine used by the Chaos battleship. Inside, trapped is a demon from the warp. Most likely, he is still a demon without any points. The so-called unclassified demons are very common subspace creatures that do not belong to any evil god. There are also some types of demons under the command of the 4 evil gods, which also belong to the category of unclassified demons. Take it away and conduct research in the orbital space station. Don't leave it on the dome planet. Shiwei's tone was as cold as ever. In addition to tactical humanoids, there are also some native animals on the planet. Or perhaps they could conduct biological genetic modification experiments on Dome Star and create some Earth-like animals. These animals are not immune to the contamination of the warp. Although Shiwei was confident that nothing would go wrong in the home turf of the intelligent heaven, she still had to be prepared for the worst. Her thinking has always been absolutely rational. More than 200 demon engines dismantled from Chaos warships were sent to the main station of the space station. Led by Shiwei, a scientific research team composed of various technical humanoids and psychic humanoid girls left to begin studying the captured samples. If it were an ordinary civilization without relevant knowledge of subspace, it would take a very long time to figure out the way. But it's different in the mechanical heaven. For the psychic girls, the more they understand the subspace, the more it feels like home. Moreover, the intelligent heavenly court is also assisted by powerful computing power. 10 days later, when Don Juan led the main fleet back to the Lingxiao galaxy, Shiwei's research is basically completed. As soon as Don Juan returned, he received a report from Shiwei. Supreme, the research on the demon engine has been basically completed. We have now preliminarily compiled a simple and practical method for manufacturing the subspace engine belonging to the intelligent heavenly court. Don Juan looked at the holographic projection of Shiwei that appeared in front of him and said teasingly, "As soon as I came back, you gave me a surprise. How do you think I should reward you?" Before Shiwei could say anything, Ruby, who had been following Don Juan, shouted, "Wow, Supreme, it's been so long, and I've made considerable contributions, but you haven't even given me a reward." Shiwei glanced at Ruby coldly, the meaning of which was self-evident. But Ruby was not afraid. She had been waiting for so long, and it was so tiring. "Oh, that's enough." Don Juan waved his hand, somewhat regretting bringing up this topic. Ruby is such a noisy girl. For tactical humanoids, they do not need rewards like intelligent creatures from other civilizations. Generally speaking, they have no desires or demands. But this is generally speaking, the problem lies here. With Ruby leading the way, unhealthy trends and evil practices have begun to grow. Don Juan's physical fitness is naturally very different from that of ordinary mortals, but tactical humanoids are not ordinary women. Even if his kidneys are made of wuchu alloy, they can't withstand it. There is no other way but to work harder. I don't need to explain the meaning of this, but those who understand will understand. Don Juan did not return to Dome Star directly. After leaving the fleet, he went directly to the research room of the main space station in outer space of Dome Star. Here, Don Juan saw a subspace engine test machine built by Shiwei. Chapter 164, A New Race, the Machine Soul Clan. This subspace engine test machine looks like a closed giant lotus made entirely of alloy. It is about 10 meters high and 13 meters in diameter. Don Juan could vaguely sense that this thing had a slight connection with the high via space. Supreme, we have compiled a set of the simplest and most convenient methods for manufacturing subspace engines. Please look. Shiwei turned her head, her eyes lit up slightly, and a data command was sent to the subspace engine test machine. The next moment, the subspace engine test machine began to operate. The lotus-like subspace engine test machine was turned on, and the alloy pedals opened and closed. Don Juan and all the psychic girls could feel as if a portal to the high via space had been opened. At this time, Shiwei's voice sounded, "Supreme, you see, we have built an induction device at its core. This inducing device can emit waves that attract subspace creatures." Then, along with Shiwei's voice, a sudden flash of light appeared inside the subspace engine, and then a faint shadow seemed to descend from the portal to the center of the lotus. Then, its connection with the higher dimensional space was suddenly severed, and the entire subspace engine that resembled a blooming lotus was immediately shut down. Lock this figure tightly inside the engine. This is... Don Juan nodded slightly, and soon figured out the reason. Artificially summoning warp creatures, and then imprisoning them inside the engine. Yes, Most High. Shiwei nodded slightly, with no expression on her exquisite face, and continued to introduce Don Juan. According to Shiwei, normal communication in the subspace would require a huge amount of energy. It is also necessary to maintain the subspace device and draw relevant subspace energy from higher dimensions. When the two are added together, the energy consumption of both ordinary and subspace energy is far greater than that of an ordinary curvature engine. However, if this method is used to imprison a real subspace creature, this creature can replace the role of subspace energy. Once activated, the main core can remain connected to the subspace without the need for additional power supply. However, other technological devices used in the engine still require ordinary energy supply, and the two are not connected. Then the warship equipped with the engine only needs to provide ordinary maintenance energy, and there is no need to take the initiative to manage the subspace energy. The subspace creature imprisoned inside will do it for it. In this way, energy consumption is greatly reduced and construction is convenient. This method is good. It saves a lot of effort. Don Juan's eyes lit up slightly, but then he remembered something and frowned. I feel like I've seen this thing somewhere before. Supreme, this is the demonic engine of those chaos forces. But now it's our demon engine. Don Juan understood and said, well, now I am completely close to the evil god. I basically have everything a chaos god should have. When encountering more civilizations in the future, Don Juan will become a standard villain. After thinking about it, Don Juan still felt something was wrong. Although he is essentially similar to the evil god, he still has to do the necessary surface work. Thinking of this, Don Juan approached the warp engine and felt the anger, restlessness, uneasiness, and all kinds of negative emotions of the warp creatures imprisoned inside. Don Juan begins to harness the power of transformation. This creature from the warp, whether you call it a demon or not, is not under the command of any evil god, but an unclassified demon. Most warp demons are of this type. This is easy to handle. Soothed by the power of transformation, Don Juan could clearly feel that the mood of the demon inside him was changing quickly. It became stable and peaceful. The next moment, a flash of light appeared above the engine, and a three-dimensional projection data rose up. But this three-dimensional projection data hovered in the air for a while, as if integrating the image. Soon, the three-dimensional data scanned Ruby's appearance standing next to Don Juan, and the next moment, the data gathered into an image. A loli with silver hair and red eyes appeared in front of everyone, who looked about 60% similar to Ruby, but had made some adjustments of her own. Ruby next to her looked confused. Then she angrily said, "Hey, you're plagiarizing my image without my permission. Greetings to His Majesty, the respected Supreme." As soon as the projection of the loli with silver hair and red eyes appeared, it saluted Don Juan. "Do you have a name?" Don Juan asked. The silver-haired, red-eyed loli had a confused look on her face. She opened her mouth to say something, revealing her little fangs, and then shook her head. "Then from now on your name will be Lianluo." Don Juan thought for a while and said, "A Lolita emerging from a lotus. Very appropriate. Thank you, Your Majesty, for the name." After having a name, Lianluo, floating in the air, circled around Don Juan happily. "Here comes a brat who stole my appearance." Ruby was very unhappy beside her. Lianluo looked very similar to her, and looked like a younger version of her. And she felt very uncomfortable because she was so happy revolving around Don Juan. But Lianluo has no physical body, so what can she say? Oh. At this time, Ruby heard a short sneer from Shi Wei, who was standing beside her, but the sound only lasted for a moment and then disappeared. But Ruby could still hear the full disdain in it. Lotus root is very useful. As mentioned before, every subspace creature and the arrival of a demon will be accompanied by an unconscious, invisible electronic demon that can influence real intelligent AI. And Lianluo is the aggregation of the indivisible demon and electronic demon in the subspace. In other words, Lianluo can not only dominate the subspace engine, but can also be used as a pure battleship intelligent AI. Nowadays, for example, the Turan Empire's warships' intelligent AI are just programs without self-awareness. Although all of Don Juan's warships are equipped with part of the powerful planetary matrix computer as shipboard computers, fundamentally speaking, they do not have so-called intelligent AI. Because how can an intelligent AI without autonomous consciousness be as powerful as a technological humanoid? The technical humanoids can connect themselves to all the equipment on the warship to control everything on the warship. Now, by simply installing the engine on the warship, Don Juan's fleet will have a dedicated, new, self-aware intelligent AI at its disposal. We need to pick a new name too. Don Juan thought for a moment and felt that there would definitely be more than one Lianluo in the future. What should their new racial name be? Soon, Don Juan came up with an idea. From now on, you will be the soul of all the mechanical equipment on the battleship. Then let's call it Machine Soul. After Lianluo appeared, a new race appeared under Don Juan's command, the Machine Soul Clan. Chapter 165, Antimatter, Stable Energy Supply Reactor Technology. After the addition of the Machine Soul Clan, Don Juan discovered that this new race now only has Lianluo. But fundamentally speaking, they are actually two people. Why do I say so? Because Don Juan later discovered that Lianluo had a dual personality. The most common personality is a cute and gentle Lolita who speaks in a soft voice. The second personality is a person who speaks very venomously, curses people at every turn, and doesn't care about anything except Don Juan. Don Juan was later discovered during the quarrel between Ruby and Lianluo. Ruby seems to be a little angry recently. She can't stand Lianluo and quarrels with her at every turn. "You little brat who stole my image." A higher being from the high V in space, would be honored to use your image, you scumbag. You're the only one who still wants to stay by His Majesty's side, you loser. Lianhua floated proudly in the air, her red eyes looking at Ruby with disdain, a scornful smile on her face, and her fangs sharp. I'm so pissed off. Ruby was going crazy. Every time Lianhua's second personality appears, Ruby can't win the argument. The most important thing is that Lianhua has no physical body. Even if Ruby wanted to hit someone, she couldn't hit Lianhua. You damn. Ruby's forehead was trembling with rage, and circles of electric arcs kept flashing on it. She was about to attack the subspace engine carrying Lianhua's body. Don't do this, Ruby. Ruby, don't do this. Several psychic girls who were doing maintenance work nearby hurried to stop Ruby. Well, Donwan got a headache when he saw it. When Ruby saw Donwan, she suddenly seemed to have thought of something, and then she rushed to Donwan with great pride, stretched out her hand to hug Donwan's arm, and then said to Lianhua, who was floating in the air with a smug look on her face, "You little devil without a physical body, can you do this to the Supreme?" Ruby was extremely proud, but when Lianhua saw this, she seemed to be broken and suddenly became anxious. She was so anxious that she started to cry. She kept cursing at Ruby and complaining to Donwan. "You bastard, you loser, you bullied me. Oh my God, how childish you are." Donwan held his forehead, unable to bear to look. He suddenly felt a little regretful about adding a new member to the Machine Soul clan. But there is no way. The template of the Machine Soul clan has been determined. It is a fusion of the warp undivided demon and the invisible electronic demon. Its job is to be responsible for the warship's subspace engine and act as the warship's intelligent AI. I can't change it even if I want to. Based on this nature, most of the new members of the Machine Soul clan in the future will also have dual personalities, one gentle and the other sharp-tongued. No way, it's my choice. He couldn't take care of these two childish guys, so after leaving Ruby behind, Donwan went to find Shiwei first. The two of them were alone. When they were alone, Shiwei was on top, pressing Donwan's body, with a look of morbid satisfaction on her face. After finishing his private affairs, Donwan sat on the edge of the bed, with Shiwei lying behind him, who had turned off her computer and dormant for a while after being satisfied. He opened the system panel. System mall panel. It's still the same as before, the technology tree consisting of 3 technology routes on the left. On the right is the mall panel. In the technology tree on the left, the 2 lines of physical machinery and intelligent psychic power have grown. It's just one step away from reaching the 6th division level. Donwan planned to use the spiritual energy he had previously harvested to fully complete the 7 elements level of technology. And now, the spiritual source balance displayed in the lower right corner of the system mall panel is 111.6 million. Next is happy shopping time. 7 branches of technology. Van Langju Minlutsuan Wen Chulian Zhenwu Chupa Jun. Donwan first bought the 2 technologies listed on the homepage. The Jumin Star, Planetary Sky Shield Technology, and the Pajun Star, Neutron Pulse Weapon Technology. The former is worth 1.5 million spiritual sources, and the latter is worth 3.7 million spiritual sources. A total of 5.2 million spiritual sources. These 2 are also technologies to enhance the combat effectiveness of planetary battle stars. Although Dome Star has its own planetary shield protection, who would complain that their own defense is too low? As far as the War Star system is concerned, it will definitely attract a lot of enemy firepower, so an extra layer of shield must be put on. Even with 2 layers of shields, Donwan still felt it was not enough. Donwan now has 2 large-scale shield technologies. One is the psionic field shield, and the other is the energy field shield. A 3rd type of shield technology is also being developed in the scientific research laboratories on Dome Star. That is the higher level of psychic shield, the subspace shield. This shield can divert incoming attacks into the subspace. Stronger and higher defense. After the research on the subspace shield is completed, each of Donwan's warships will be equipped with 3 layers of shields. It's like a sandwich, with the outermost layer being the subspace shield, the middle layer being the energy force field shield, and the innermost layer being the psychic shield. The research on subspace shields is also fast-paced. Due to the recent breakthroughs in subspace jump technology, the research on subspace shields has also progressed rapidly. These 2 technologies are related. But if the number of shield systems increases, the energy consumption of the warship will also increase rapidly. Donwan didn't waste any time and directly arranged the 7 yuan level mall panel according to price. Whichever is the most expensive, ranks on top. Donwan immediately spotted the most expensive one. Summary of Antimatter Stable Energy Supply Reactor Technology. This collection includes a stable range of various antimatter technologies such as energy, weapons, etc. Antimatter, a substance with a 100% mass-energy conversion ratio. This technology is one of the core technologies that enables planetary battle stars to operate stably and for a long time. Total price of the collection, 21.2 million spiritual energy. A technical integration package, more than 20 million spiritual energy, not expensive, I'll buy it. Don Juan bought it with a wave of his hand. The energy technology currently used by Don Juan's fleet and factories is still based on fusion. But it is not nuclear fusion, but quark fusion. Including the Yada Empire and the Turan Empire, they all use quark fusion. The mass-energy conversion ratio of nuclear fusion is less than 1%. The mass-energy conversion ratio of quark fusion is 5.6%. Moreover, the operation of the curvature engine relies on the principle of the flatness and fluctuation of space under the aggregation of quarks. Using the principle of quark aggregation, a superluminal curvature engine was created, and then quark fusion was used to provide energy. The mass-energy conversion of matter and antimatter annihilation is 100%. However, it does not mean that the curvature engine cannot be used when antimatter is used for energy supply. The quark aggregation principle inside the curvature engine remains unchanged, and it becomes an external energy supply method. After using antimatter for energy, Don Juan's progress and speed in building planetary battle stars will also be accelerated. After purchasing this item, Don Juan still had 85.2 million spiritual sources left. There is enough spiritual energy. Keep reading. Chapter 166. The fleet is fully upgraded. The greenskin threat from planet Shungyue number 7. Don Juan then purchased the Van Lang Star Desire Thinking Sky Influence device, 4.2 million spiritual sources, and the Lianjin Star Inaction Thinking Sky Influence device, 4.5 million spiritual sources. Another 8.7 million spiritual sources were spent, but there is still a lot of spiritual source. Continuing to look down, Don Juan saw a new technology that appeared in the 7 yuan level mall panel. 6th Division Test Grade A Curvature Engine Device. This is the pre-experimental model of the 6th Division Grade Curvature Engine. The experimental curvature engine is rated Class A and is the most stable and best performing. It can reach a cruising speed of 25 times the speed of light, and the distance connecting space nodes is 5 light years. Price, 15 million spiritual sources. After purchasing this curvature engine device, the price will be discounted when you unlock 6th Division level related technologies. Don Juan's eyes lit up when he saw this. It's not that he doesn't have this 6th Division experimental type curvature engine. The curvature engine installed on the Xuanfeng high-speed fast-attack cruiser of the Baji level is the 6th Division experimental type curvature engine. However, its maximum cruising speed is 20 times the speed of light, and the distance between space nodes is only 2 light years. Moreover, its power is insufficient, and it can only drive warships with a mass of less than 6 million tons. Moreover, Don Juan cannot be mass-produced independently. Now a more stable model has arrived, which is naturally a good thing for Don Juan. The price is 15 million spiritual sources, and after buying it, when you unlock the 6th level, you can get a discount when purchasing related technologies. This is also very good. Although Don Juan didn't know the price of the 6th Division level technology, he knew with a simple guess that it must be very expensive. He spent another 15 million spiritual resources to purchase this 6th Division Test Grade A Curvature Engine device. Don Juan now has 61 million spiritual sources in his hands. After looking at the system mall panel again and thinking for a while, Don Juan clicked on the core page of the automatic machinery used for mining. He bought 40,000 automatic mechanical cores in one go, spending 20 million spiritual resources. This automatic mechanical core cannot be imitated by Don Juan. The built-in technology is a certain degree of proton-level element conversion technology, which can transform the mined materials into various metal minerals required by Don Juan. If all 40,000 automatic mechanical cores were deployed, the daily output would be 4 billion tons. With these 40,000 automatic mechanical cores, the daily output of various minerals of the intelligent heavenly court can now reach 5.3 billion tons. After buying all these, Don Juan still had 41 million spiritual sources in his hands. Don Juan doesn't plan to use the remaining spiritual energy for the time being and will save it for now. After all, when this 6th Division level is unlocked in the future, it will definitely cost a huge amount of spiritual resources. Maybe these 41 million spiritual resources cannot buy many things. At that time, Don Juan will have to go to the Yada Empire to reap some benefits. After finishing his shopping in the system mall, Don Juan began to use the various technologies he purchased. From now on, All energy plants on Dome Star that use quark fusion will be converted into antimatter-powered reactors. At the same time, work is also underway to comprehensively upgrade and re-equip the existing main fleet. All production lines started operating at the same time, fully committed to producing the latest 6th Division Test Grade A curvature engine, second-level energy force field shield device, and various antimatter application weapons. At the same time, Shiwei also began to deploy existing warships, preparing to fully replace all main warships. In the Lingxiao Galaxy, a comprehensive warship upgrade is in full swing. And far away, 700 light-years away, in the ruined star field, in the rear area of the Getrez civilization, it is a mineral star area that is an important military and national base. After continuous space jumps, the fleet of 200 spaceship warships led by Yu Yi and Andra finally arrived in this star area. Accompanying them were 20,000 main battleships of the Getrez civilization, led by Watami. In the bridge of the Andra battleship, Yu Yi looked at the endless space in the star region in front of her. Her brows slightly frowned. She knew that this distance was quite far, but she didn't expect that it would take more than a month to get here after continuously jumping through galaxies one after another on the Star Road. Watami, what's the situation here? Report. Yuya contacted Watami of the Getrez headquarters fleet. Yes. Watami's voice came, and soon the corresponding three-dimensional space coordinate view appeared in front of Yu Yi. Please see, this star region is the mining hub of our Getrez civilization. It consists of 6 star systems, approximately 27 mining planets, and various other large-scale space mining bases. The first place where the greenskins appeared was mining and industrial planet number 7 in the Shungyue Galaxy. 40 years ago, just as our mining team was breaking through the planet's underground and exploring new mineral veins, those green-skinned creatures swarmed out from the cracks on the surface. It's a huge number, but they were only at the level of a primitive civilization at the beginning, only able to use crude bronze-cold weapons to hack and kill each other. Therefore, relying solely on our local planetary army garrison, it was easy to completely wipe out all the green-skinned creatures that appeared on the planet's surface. Then the then-mover, Oder Valenlin, dispatched even more troops to conduct a sweep deep underground on the planet. It took several months, and the achievements were remarkable. But the turning point happened here. 40 years ago, after the Star Governor Oder Valenlin carried out a large-scale sweep of the underground areas of the planet Shungyue 7, he thought that the threat of green creatures had been completely solved. But just a few days later, countless green-skinned creatures appeared from nowhere on the entire planet Shungyue number 7. This time, these green-skinned creatures were completely different from the previous ones who could only raise bronze-cold weapons and howl and kill. When they reappeared, they were holding gunpowder-powered firearms in their hands. They are also equipped with rough and heavy steel armor. Although these weapons and equipment were very crude and seemed to be pieced together at random, gunpowder-powered firearms were nothing to the interstellar civilization of Getrez. But it is still a firearm, with a huge caliber and decent power. Caught off guard, the garrison troops on planet Shungyue number 7 suffered casualties. Governor Valenlin, who had already led his troops away, had to return to planet Shungyue number 7 to clear them out. This time, Governor Valenlin deployed a variety of heavy firepower, army armored units, Air Force aircraft, etc. to the planet. Soon the greenskins were wiped out again. This time the force was even stronger, and even Governor Valenlin did not hesitate to launch several Earth-penetrating concussion bombs, destroying millions of square kilometers of the planet's surface. In order to prevent the enemy from appearing again, Governor Valenlin stationed on the planet for a year. The greenskins did not appear again during this year, so Governor Valenlin led his troops away from the planet with peace of mind. But, after Governor Valenlin left, the greenskins appeared again. This time, the green creatures actually have an army of armored units and very aerodynamic fighter planes. Chapter 167. The Battle to Eliminate the Green-Skinned Creatures. The tenacity of life and technological advancement of this green-skinned creature are outrageous. Although their equipment is still inferior to that of the Getrez army, they are already capable of fighting on their planet. And somehow, these green-skinned creatures have developed corresponding communication capabilities, as well as the ability to block communications. After the green-skinned creatures reappeared, they boarded their crude but miraculously navigable aerospace fighters and secretly flew into the planet's low Earth orbit, launching a surprise attack on the large communication base station in the orbit of Shungyue number 7 and the small garrison space fleet docked at the spaceport. The first battle took place in low Earth orbit. Caught off guard, all the large communication base stations in the planet's low Earth orbit were first controlled by the greenskins. Then there's the small garrison space fleet. The green creatures launched countless dense missile weapons to eliminate them. The small garrison space fleet never imagined that in just 1 year, these green-skinned creatures had developed missile technology and could manufacture it right under their noses. The Getrez civilization does not have superluminal communication technology, so this basically cuts off the planet Shangyuan No. 7's ability to communicate with the outside world. This time, the garrison of Shangyuan No. 7 had no external support. The entire planet Shangyuan No. 7 is occupied by green-skinned creatures. Another year had passed when Governor Valenlin discovered the fall of Shangyuan No. 7. By the time the enraged Governor Valenlin led the space fleet again, they were attacked by a space fleet of an unknown enemy on Shangyue Star. The space fleet led by Governor Valenlin was not large, with only a few hundred warships. They were surrounded and ambushed by thousands of unknown, crude space battleships that looked like they were randomly pieced together from garbage. During the battle, the Getter's battleship fought bravely, and the casualty ratio between the two sides could reach as much as 1 to 10. However, in battle, it is useless to just look at the casualty ratio. Governor Valenlin fought desperately, but the enemy was too numerous. He finally escaped with the help of more advanced technology. But the fleet was completely destroyed. Only then did Governor Valenlin discover that the entire Shangyue galaxy was actually filled with those green-skinned creatures. They even developed large-scale space fleets and began to expand to other galaxies. There was no other way. Governor Valenlin could only call for more support. But as mentioned before, the Getrez civilization does not have superluminal communication technology. To summon and assemble a large-scale fleet, they could only send out a superluminal curvature engine messenger ship, which was extremely time-consuming. By the time the main fleet of the Getrez civilization arrived, the greenskin threat was already out of control, completely spread in this star region. Truly out of control. During these 40 years, the Getrez civilization had to fight against the Magong United Kingdom civilization while also dealing with the threat of greenskins in the rear. Running around in a hurry. Yu Yi, who understood everything that had happened, nodded slightly and said, "Where is Governor Valenlin now?" Governor Valenlin died bravely and with honor. During the 7th Encirclement and Suppression campaign against the greenskin creatures, he made a tactical mistake, and his fleet was divided and surrounded by the greenskin fleet. After hearing what Watami said, Yu Yi sighed deeply. This kind of greenskin creature is not easy to deal with. But now I have a solution that will solve the problem once and for all. Yu Yi said to Watami. What method? Watami asked quickly. Do you know how the Magan United civilization was ultimately destroyed? Yu Yi asked. Hearing this, Watami was stunned and shook her head. All life in the entire Magan United civilization's home galaxy was wiped out by the gamma ray burst we used. Then the sun of the Magan mother galaxy was also destroyed, and the entire galaxy disappeared into space. After hearing this, Vatamai immediately understood. She became a little anxious and said, Sir, this star region is too important to the Getrez civilization. Although the Getrez civilization has now converted to the Mechanicus, and its fleet industry can be completed through the Mechanicus advanced technology, there are still hundreds of billions of ordinary people who need ordinary industry to sustain their lives. So I still hope to retake this star region. Upon hearing this, Yu Yi sighed and said, These green-skinned creatures have become a common sight. They are deeply rooted in this star region and are difficult to eradicate. Based on your research on battling green creatures over the years, this green creature is essentially a combination of plants and organisms. Even if only one plant spore remains and it drifts away, it will form a new batch of green-skinned creatures. With such a high reproduction rate, even if we don't resort to large-scale galaxy extermination, we can still achieve this by using conventional fleets to wipe out planets one by one. The inefficiency is too great and difficult to eradicate, and it's unlikely that such a creature formed naturally. Perhaps it's some kind of biological weapon left behind by another ancient civilization. Hearing this, Watami hesitated for a while, and finally nodded and agreed to the method Yu Yi suggested. The current green-skinned creature forces are enough to compete with the entire Getrez civilization. The Getrez civilization has already lost its earliest opportunity to annihilate them. If they don't use drastic measures now, if we allow them to continue to develop, it is difficult to predict how horrific the situation will become in the future. Well, let's get started. We will deploy gamma-ray burst generators in each of the 5-star systems in this region, and your fleet will follow us closely to the Shangyue star system. Avoid accidental injuries. Hearing this, Watami was slightly stunned and asked, You still want to leave another galaxy? We need some living greenskin specimens for more detailed study. The Shangyue Galaxy is the location of their capital, and there must be deep underground ruins on Shangyue Planet 7. Therefore, the Shangyue Galaxy cannot be destroyed at this time. Yi explained. So what can we do? Vatamai asked. You will lead your fleet and deploy it around the Shangyue Galaxy. You will be responsible for guarding the outer reaches of the galaxy and making sure that no orcs within the Shangyue Galaxy escape on their warships. Under Yu Ye's command, the spaceship girl fleet of the Intelligent Heavenly Court began to deploy. With the technology of the Intelligent Heavenly Court, it is entirely possible to successfully deploy the Lutsuan Star Galaxy Instantaneous Gamma Pulse Generator in the galaxy without being discovered by the fleet of those green-skinned creatures. This time, the location in the galaxy must be taken seriously. We have to find an angle that can cover the entire galaxy, but the direction cannot be facing the star region where the headquarters of the Getrez civilization is located. Otherwise, many years later, the gamma rays erupted here will spread to the main cultural area of Getrez. Chapter 168. The Orc Warlord of Shangyue No. 7, Gu Kelly. After the Intelligent Celestial Fleet had deployed gamma pulse generators in the remaining 5 galaxies, it left behind a delayed activation space jump blockade device. Then he jumped away. After so many years, the Greenskin Fleet's ability to travel at faster than light speeds remains slow. It is only a little over twice the speed of light, but although the speed is not fast, their fleet has absorbed and developed many weapons technologies from the Getrez civilization. Even in terms of weapons technology, it is slightly superior to the fleet of the Getrez civilization. The Greenskin Fleet also has the ability to jump through space. However, the speed of their fleet did not exceed the speed of light by much. In each galaxy, the Intelligent Heavenly Court Fleet had deployed several gamma pulse generators. As long as the timing of the outbreak is right, it can completely cover the entire galaxy before the Greenskins escape. At the same time, the angles of these gamma pulse generators cannot be facing the direction of the Getrez headquarters star zone. After arranging these, the Intelligent Heavenly Court Fleet led the Getrez fleet to jump towards the Shangyue Galaxy. The 20,000 warships of the Getrez fleet are distributed outside the heliosphere of the Shangyue Galaxy, providing early warning and alert to prevent any Greenskin fleet from using curvature engines to escape from the interior of the galaxy. After the Getrez fleet was in place, the Intelligent Heavenly Court Fleet officially landed in the Shangyue Galaxy. Shangyue Galaxy, Shangyue Planet No. 7. This is a planet rich in minerals. But at this moment, it is almost impossible to tell what it originally looked like. The entire surface of the planet is covered with potholes and huge mines. After the Greenskins occupied this place, they began to mine on a large scale and build a space fleet. Outside the planet Shangyue 7, which has a diameter of about 20,000 kilometers, in space 300,000 kilometers away, a much smaller satellite with a diameter of about 2,000 kilometers is orbiting the planet Shangyue 7. However, when Vatamai saw the image sent back by the Omnic Heavenly Court, he was very confused. Where did this satellite come from? According to the information, Shangyue 7 planet has no satellites. Shangyue 7 has no satellites. Does that mean this dwarf planet, about 2,000 kilometers in diameter, was brought here by the Greenskins later? What do they want? The Intelligent Tianting Fleet, which was already inside the Shangyue Galaxy, did not act rashly, but instead conducted further exploration first. The fleet was hidden in space, 10 million kilometers away from the planet Shangyue No. 7, hidden against the backdrop of the dark curtain of space, and began to conduct more detailed long-distance observations of the satellite. Through observation, Yi obtained more detailed further information. It was seen that the interior of the satellite, which was about 2,000 kilometers in diameter, had been basically hollowed out. There is a huge pit with a diameter of 10 kilometers on the surface, leading directly to the deep interior. On the surface of the satellite, there are countless green-skinned creatures building various devices around the satellite. The entire surface of the satellite, except for the huge crater with a diameter of 10 kilometers, about 80% of the rest of the surface is completely covered by some kind of steel alloy. Are these greenskins building a war star? Yi suddenly thought of this possibility. The various data sent back from the front further confirmed this possibility. These green-skinned creatures are indeed building war stars. Yi even saw that above a certain area of the war star that was being built, a force field covering the local area was continuously flashing. That's some kind of force field shield the greenskins are testing. Suddenly, Yi frowned. These green-skinned creatures are so weird that they actually have the ability to create war stars. We must act immediately. Gu Kelly is a green-skinned orc, and more specifically, the ruler of all orc tribes in the Shangyue Galaxy and surrounding galaxies. He is a warlord. However, The boss who initially ruled all the orcs in this galaxy was not Gu Kelly. The previous boss died in a fight with those lizard shrimps, and the previous orc boss took over 10 years ago. However, the former orc leader only stayed in this position for a year before he was defeated by Gu Kelly and the orc boys from his tribe. Gu Kelly is very proud of this matter. It was he who led the orc boys of his tribe to defeat all other orc tribes along the way and become the most powerful tribe ruling this star region. And he, Gu Kelly, was officially promoted to a warlord. Gu Kelly is extremely tall and strong. Even without equipment, he is 10 meters tall. Wag. Every morning when he wakes up, Gu Kelly must perform his morning roar as a routine. His roar triggered a roar from all the orc boys in the surrounding orc cities. Wag. One after another, the continuous roar of the orcs reached the sky. For the orcs, the word wag represents all the beautiful words and emotions of orcs such as happiness, excitement, fighting, and war. Walk when I'm happy. Wag even more when I'm fighting. Listening to and admiring the roars of the strong boys under his command, Gu Kelly felt very happy. And when he thought that his battle moon would soon be built and he could ride it to start a wag, he felt even happier. Hey boys, how's the construction of my battle moon going? Gu Kelly stood on the surface of the planet and looked at the moon in the sky that was visible to the naked eye and was under construction. Boss, it will be finished soon. I just got the news from the Great Master. It will be completely completed in a few months. An orc war chief who was 3 meters tall and commanded an army looked up at the extremely tall Gu Kelly and spoke to him in a muffled voice. Wag! Gu Kelly exclaimed in admiration. Once the battle moon is built, boys, follow my lead and go find those lizards and shrimps and have another fight. Just as Gu Kelly continued to admire the Waka's battle moon in the sky that was under construction. Suddenly, he saw a ray of light emanating from the hole on the surface of the battle moon in the sky. The light was so dazzling that it instantly swallowed up the entire battle moon that had not yet been completed. In the sky, the moon was destroyed in an instant. The light of the explosion illuminated the surface of the planet Humanoid number 7, which was only 300,000 kilometers away. Facing the moon, in the countless messy orc cities on the surface of planet Humanoid number 7, countless orc boys can all see this extremely dazzling light. Chapter 169, Orbital Airborne Assault. Planetary Landing Battle. A curvature engine missile, wrapped in a curvature bubble, plunged straight into a huge crater with a diameter of 10 kilometers on the surface of the battle moon under construction at a speed 10 times the speed of light. Go deep into it. The split warhead carries more than 10 powerful Rahu hydrogen bombs. The battle moon that the green-skinned orcs were modifying suddenly burst out with an extremely dazzling light from the inside out. Under this light, the entire battle moon collapsed in space in an instant. Disintegration. Countless huge fragments were thrown into space. A considerable portion of them, like a meteor shower, attacked the surface of the planet Humanoid number 7 in an instant. Another bombardment hit the surface of the planet, which was already full of pits and mines. Boom! A meteorite transformed from the wreckage of the battle moon instantly hit the ground from the sky. A large shock wave spread out in all directions. The kinetic energy bombardment of the huge mass falling from space created at least a semicircular hole with a diameter of more than 10 kilometers on the ground. An orc city on the surface was destroyed. Who the hell is that bastard? Who destroyed my battle moon? Gu Kelly stood in the ruins of a city, roaring madly. A barrier of light flowed above his huge body, which was 10 meters tall. It was some kind of energy field covering him. Let him survive the bombardment of meteorites. Boss. Oh no, our big moon has been destroyed. At this time, the voice of one of his orc boys came from the crude communicator on Gu Kelly's body. Is your brain as smart as a fart spirit? Who can't see this? Is there any updated news? Gu Kelly roared. Yes, boss. All the big techies and tech boys on the battle moon are dead. The psycho boys sense the enemy approaching. They are out there in space outside the planet. Enemy? What enemy? Those lizard shrimps. Gu Kelly asked hurriedly. Because of his huge body, even if he spoke normally, it sounded like he was roaring. I don't know, boss. Damn it. Notify all the boys and prepare for battle. No matter who the enemy is, I will tear their heads off. Under Gu Kelly's command, the green-skinned orc army quickly assembled. Wave after wave of orc boys gathered quickly like a tide on the surface of the planet. And their space fleet also began to move. At this moment, the headquarters fleet of the intelligent Heavenly Court and thousands of Guttress auxiliary warships approached the planet Humanoid number 7 from space. Yu Yi gestured to Andro beside him and said, Andra, you are responsible for dealing with those greenskin fleets. I will lead the army to land. Okay. Andra always had a gentle smile on her face. The intelligent mechanical celestial fleet led by Yu Yi is composed entirely of spaceship girl warships. Even if no manpower is left in the warships, they can still act independently. What's more, there are thousands of warships of the Gutierrez Auxiliary Army around. However, these green-skinned orcs are really weird. In order to prevent the enemy space fleet from boarding and raiding, Yu Yi still left enough defensive forces inside each warship. Afterwards, she personally led the tactical humanoid army and a large number of elite Gutierrez soldiers who assisted in the operation and attacked directly from the space orbit of Shengyue No. 7. On the surface of the planet, countless orc-like boys are ready for battle at any time. A variety of crude-looking and huge orc anti-aircraft weapons were erected. Yu Ye's destination is the place where the green-skinned orcs first appeared in the records of the Gutierrez military civilization. On the surface of that place, there now stands a huge orc city. However, about half of this orc city had been destroyed by the debris that had burst out from the space after the battle moon was destroyed and fell from space as a meteor shower. The anti-aircraft firepower in this area is also very sparse. About 10,000 fully armed tactical humanoid troops and 100,000 Gutierrez orbital assault troops airdropped directly from the planet's orbit into the interior of the planet. Get ready for action. In orbital space, inside a cylindrical battleship with a simple and crude style, like a warship floating in space, countless elite commandos of Gutierrez are ready. This time, we will act together with the great members of the Omnic Heavenly Court. We must drive those damn greenskins out of our sector. These great women are watching all our actions. We are brave. We fight. We are fearless. For the Supreme Being of Heaven. For the three pure ones of the Omnic Daluo. Fully armed elite commandos of Gutierrez quickly entered the orbital drop capsules one by one. Ulan Hill is one of them. Yalanchel is a female Gutierrez, but in the Gutierrez civilization, both men and women are brave and good at fighting. There are also a large number of female soldiers serving in the Gutierrez army. Ulan Hill is one of the best among them. She is even taller and stronger than the average male Gutierrez. Since the advent of the mechanical celestial court, Ulan Hill's dream has changed from dedicating himself to the ancient civilization in battle to becoming the next batch of civilization elites selected by the Mechanicus and able to undergo the supreme transformation and become immortal. Let's get started. Ulan Hill and his companions around him shouted a battle roar. Then, accompanied by a violent tremor of the orbital drop cabin, the entire cabin fell rapidly. Boom, 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 boom. A large number of orbital assault modules broke through the atmosphere like meteors, and the friction on their surfaces ignited flames, like countless falling fireballs. As soon as he entered the atmosphere, Ulan Hill immediately saw through the images transmitted by the external observation and aiming equipment that the sky had turned into a large net composed of countless ground-based air defense firepower. Ulan Hill prayed calmly in her heart to the three intelligent robots, hoping that the green-skinned anti-aircraft firepower would not destroy the drop pod she was riding in. It's not that she is afraid of death. On the contrary, she has never been afraid of death. It's just that she doesn't want to sacrifice herself without any achievement. Finally, after an unknown amount of time, the cabin began to shake violently. Ulan Hill understood that it was the reverse thrust system of the drop capsule that was at work. They're reaching the ground. Boom. Suddenly, there was a loud bang, and a hole was blown open in the crash chamber in an instant. One of the elite members of the Gutierrez team was sucked out, and a strong wind rushed in. They were hit. 500 meters from the ground, the reverse thrust system has failed. All team members immediately activate their jetpacks and detach from the drop pod to disperse and airdrop. The warning red light immediately flashed. Without hesitation, Yalangseer immediately unfastened the safety bolt, carried his weapons and equipment, and jumped out with his comrades against the strong wind. She controlled the jetpack on her back to spray flames intermittently, adjusting her posture in the air. The sky was filled with dense ground-based air defense firepower networks flying everywhere. With her rich experience and strong control, she finally landed on her feet and successfully landed on the ground battlefield of this planet. Chapter 170: The Passage Leading Deep Underground. The battle had just begun, but the surface of the planet Shengyue No. 7 had already turned into ruins. Ulan Hill and his comrades airdropped into the ruins of a city. She looked up at the sky. In addition to the dense firepower network bursting out by countless flashing orc anti-aircraft weapons in the blue sky, There were also the Gutierrez orbital drop capsules falling from outside the atmosphere like raindrops. You can even vaguely see the fleet in orbit outside the planet through the not-so-thick clouds in the sky. At this moment, in the outer space orbit of the planet, the battle between us and the Greenskin fleet has begun. The entire sky was flashing with explosions and fleeting beams of energy. Wag! Suddenly a crazy roar sounded. Green-skinned orcs emerged from all over the ruins of the city, roaring and holding all kinds of weapons. They were like several streams converging into a river, rushing towards Yulenhill and her comrades like a tide. Organize defense on the spot and defeat these damn greenskins. The enemy was numerous and powerful, but none of Yulangsir and his comrades around him were afraid. They are all very fast and clean in finding advantageous positions around. 2 elite commandos from Getrez quickly set up the large-caliber 3-barrel heavy machine guns they were carrying. In addition, there are individual grenade launchers, individual anti-armor melta-cannons, high-energy flamethrowers, and squad-integrated shield systems. Including Ulan Hill, more than 10 elite commandos from Getrez quickly used the city ruins to build a simple position around heavy firepower. The squad-integrated shield system was issued by the Intelligent Celestial Court to their Mechanicus personnel. After all, the number of ordinary Gutierrez troops joining the Mechanicus was too large, and the Mechanical Heaven could only equip them with shield protection devices in combat teams. When they start fighting and form a whole, the squad-integrated shield will be activated to protect them. 2 20mm caliber 3-barrel electromagnetic heavy machine guns burst into fire. Sizzle, sizzle. When this type of high-rate heavy firepower is fired, there is not much sound of gunfire. There is only the electromagnetic sound emitted when the barrel rotates and the sound of the bullet carrying a small amount of explosives quickly exiting the barrel. 2 heavy fire machine guns formed a fire network, which instantly tore the large number of green-skinned guys who were rushing over like a tide into pieces. As soon as more than a dozen elite commandos from Getrez landed, they were surrounded. It was as if those green guys were endless. Crackle! As soon as Ulan Hill stuck out her gun from behind the cover and fired, a series of bullets hit the cover she was leaning on. The shield generated by the squad's integrated shield device does not block light firepower such as enemy firearms. The shield blocks the enemy's heavy firepower such as individual missiles and explosives. It's a defense mechanism to avoid wiping them outright. If even light firepower is blocked, the energy of the team's integrated shield will be exhausted before long after entering the battlefield. Damn it! This city has been washed by meteorites. How come there are still so many greenskins? Under the helmet visor, Yulangsil's mouth, which was split into 5 petals, opened and closed, and he cursed inwardly. Boom! With a loud bang, several individual rockets fired by the green orcs were blocked by the shield and exploded in the air. The shock wave of the explosion blew through, and some small stones splashed up and hit Yulenhill's helmet with a ping-pong sound. It's the Greenskin Tank Boy unit. Just as Ulan Hill was about to make a move, he saw his comrade operating the 3-barrel heavy machine gun immediately turn the muzzle of the gun and fired a round of shots. Wag! I saw a row of green-skinned guys standing on the top of a ruin, holding crude rocket launchers and being knocked to the ground with roars. The rocket launcher in its hand, which seemed to have roughly inserted a rocket into a rack, fired again before it died. Several rockets were flying randomly in the air and finally plunged into the group of green orcs on the ground. Boom, 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 boom. A series of explosions sounded and the shock wave spread again. This accidental act actually helped Ulan Hill and others clear a way out. Walk! Ulan Hill found the opportunity and jumped out from the cover. Crackling ping-pong. A string of bullets or stones fired from guns hit Ulan Hill's force feedback shell armor. But the defense was not broken. Yulanshil raised his gun and accurately killed several surviving green-skinned orcs lying on the ground. The comrades in the simple position immediately lifted up the heavy weapons and began to break forward. After passing through 2 ruined streets in a row, the green-skinned orcs along the way were unable to stop Yulenhill and his men. Boom, boom. At this time, accompanied by a slight sound of tracks, a very rough machine with a chassis like a tractor-like track platform and a large-caliber heavy artillery on top that was larger and longer than the track platform appeared from the corner of the ruined street hundreds of meters ahead. This gun is very large. It looks to be 360 millimeters in caliber, more than 50 times the diameter. There are more than 10 tiny green fart spirits on this crooked vehicle that looks like a self-propelled artillery. They held various wrenches, welding guns and other maintenance tools and kept hammering on this moving vehicle. A skilled young man was driving this large-caliber self-propelled artillery. Its long barrel, huge caliber, and the crooked tracks as it moved forward continuously dropped spare parts in the base of the fart spirit. One can't help but wonder whether this gun will fall apart after one shot, or will it explode without even firing a single shot. But no matter what, Ulan Hill and others did not dare to bet that the other party would explode first. Without waiting for the crooked self-propelled artillery vehicle to turn around, an elite member of the Getrez team carrying a personal melta cannon opened fire first. The extremely hot molten plasma flashed through the air and hit the self-propelled artillery in an instant. Boom! The entire crooked self-propelled artillery exploded directly. The explosion covered an area of hundreds of meters around. It almost affected Ulan Hill and others. After the violent shock wave spread, Ulan Hill and others came out from behind the shelter. I saw the ruins and streets in the area hundreds of meters ahead were flattened. A huge hole appeared on the ground. However, in this pit, there appeared a passage that seemed to lead directly to somewhere underground. There were constant sounds coming from this passage. At first glance, the passage was very deep, and the darkness seemed to lead directly to the center of the earth. Chapter 171. What happened? My fleet was defeated. 2 elite members of the Getrez team immediately went to explore the passage leading to the underground in the pit. After microwave detection, they finally determined that the depth of this channel was at least nearly 3,000 kilometers, extending all the way to the planet's inner lower mantle. When they saw these things, Ulan Hill and others immediately realized that they had discovered something important. The first option is to call for support immediately and set up a defensive position on the spot, waiting for follow-up support to arrive. After announcing these coordinates to the surrounding friendly forces, all the nearby Getrez troops immediately gathered in the direction where Ulan Hill and others were. But the huge explosion here also attracted more green-skinned orcs from the surrounding areas. Soon, a battlefield appeared again near the pit. All the Getrez troops gathered here formed a defensive position to resist the continuous attacks of the green-skinned orcs. The first thing that came was a wave of fire from the green-skinned orcs. Under the command of a 3-meter-tall orc war chief, the greenskin artillery positions first began to pour fire on the Getrez defensive positions. The deafening roar of various large-caliber artillery pieces rang out continuously, occasionally interspersed with the sound of artillery barrel explosions. But all in all, they still launched a very intensive round of fire coverage. The city was filled with the explosion lights of the green-skinned orcs' indiscriminate firepower. Countless large-caliber shells hit the integrated shield force field held up by the Getrez troops. Under such bombardment, the shield force field was broken in many places. The Getrez troops defending this place suffered heavy casualties in the bombing. Call out. A whistling sound came from the sky. More than 10 fighter planes of Gutierrez flew across the sky at high speed and disappeared in a flash. They quickly found the orcs' artillery positions and bombarded them. But after the bombing, hundreds of green-skinned orc monoplanes painted red and very aerodynamic entangled them. Battles broke out everywhere in outer space, in the sky inside planets, and on the surface of planets. Wag! On the ground, accompanied by the roars of the green orcs that resounded through the sky, a group of green orc troops, each 3 meters tall and covered in heavy armor, rushed towards the defensive positions of the Getrez troops. The heavy armor on these orcs crackled under the fire of various light and heavy guns, but they rushed forward under the fire. When the Getrez defense forces saw that they completely ignored the guns, they immediately aimed their anti-armor melta weapons at them. There was also a group of green-skinned orcs charging forward in truck-like green vehicles. The battle was fierce, with all kinds of missiles, hot plasma, and artillery shells flying through the air. Greenskin armored vehicles were constantly destroyed on the way to the charge, and the airdropped Getrez bipedal land combat mechas were also destroyed by the orc troops. This place seemed to have turned into a meat grinder battlefield. The surrounding battles all centered around the pit with a diameter of several hundred meters. When the battle was at its most intense, a roar that resounded through the sky suddenly rang out from the green-skinned orcs again. Wag! This roar was unique, only one, but huge and loud. A green-skinned orc as huge as a hill, covered in wasteland-style armor and equipped with huge and ferocious weapons, appeared at the edge of the battlefield. He was standing on an even larger land combat armored unit covered with various armor plates, like a mountain, hundreds of meters high. Along with him appeared dozens of orc land combat mechas that were over 10 or even dozens of meters tall and looked like they were pieced together from various parts, as well as some smaller, yellow bipedal orc mechas. These mechas have barrel-shaped bodies, and on their left and right arms, one is equipped with a huge chainsword, and the other is equipped with cannons of various calibers. The orc's large, ancient Juji land combat mecha. You lizard shrimps. Die. The orc warlord, Gu Kelly, stood on the huge mecha that looked like a mountain that was randomly put together and covered with armor plates, and roared. As soon as these armored units appeared, their huge bodies attracted countless firepower. However, an unknown energy force field shield was erected on its surface, completely blocking all firepower directed at the huge mountain-like armor. Damn it, it's the orc's Gu Juji mecha. We have to call for fire support from the fleet. Such a large land combat unit equipped with shields can only be dealt with by high-powered orbital bombardment. Ha ha ha. Wayag. The warlord Gu Kelly's huge steel-wrapped jaw opened wide, and he laughed and roared. Your fleet is now fighting my fleet in space. But I will win all the victories. Now turn to ashes. Gu Kelly roared and was about to order Liu Ku under his feet to open fire. However, at this moment, a beam of light descended from the sky and shone on Gu Juji's huge body. This beam of light was like a pipe, with a piece of glittering light particle falling straight down. The light flashed and disappeared, and in an instant it broke through the energy field shield on Gu Juji's surface and penetrated directly into Gu Juji's huge body. The light particles dispersed in Gu Juji's body, turning into countless high-energy particles and beginning to destroy its structure. What? Gu Kelly was so surprised that he felt like he was blown away by the violent explosion. The huge body, which was 10 meters tall, fell from the sky to the ground. Flames shot up into the sky, and a large amount of debris was scattered on the surrounding ground. What's going on? How could I fall? Gu Kelly twisted his big jaw wrapped in steel, and the huge teeth protruding outward were almost falling out. Look up at the sky. But he saw that in the sky, a number of interstellar battleships with oval heads, black and purple bodies, and wide, which looked like whales, were constantly breaking through the clouds and descending. And around these descending interstellar battleships, there are a lot of debris like meteors that penetrate the atmosphere, and the friction around them burns intense flames, falling to the ground like meteors. Those are these shrimps' warships. And those wreckages are my fleet. Gu Kelly opened his eyes wide in disbelief. The battle in space is over. My fleet was defeated. In the sky, from all directions, countless tactical humanoids wearing full coverage power armor and with golden halos behind them that constantly flashed with light were flying towards them. Chapter 172: The Underground Ruins of the Green-Skinned Orcs. You little shrimps, I haven't lost yet. Gu Kelly roared, raised his hand, and the rocket launcher installed on his right hand exploded with a ball of fire. More than 10 rockets maneuvered irregularly in the air and flew towards the tactical humanoid girls in the sky. A tactical humanoid girl wearing a black smock over power armor had a glint of inspiration in her eyes. A series of psychic lightning crackled and appeared out of thin air in the air, connecting the dozen or so rockets in an instant. Boom, boom, boom. A series of explosions flashed in the air. At this moment, Gu Kelly roared suddenly, and hundreds of psychic orc boys around him holding skulls roared together. Hundreds of green psychic lightning bolts instantly crossed the distance between the ground and the sky. But it was of no use. Hundreds of green psychic lightning bolts turned into a sea of constantly leaping arcs in the sky. Before they touched the tactical humanoid girls in the sky, they were blocked by a rising shield. Disappeared into the sky. The attacks of the green-skinned psychic boy had no effect on the tactical humanoids. In a flash of inspiration, green, constantly leaping arcs of electricity suddenly burst out in the minds of these hundreds of green-skinned psychic boys. The next moment, accompanied by a series of dull sounds of bang, 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 the minds of these hundreds of green-skinned psychic boys exploded like watermelons. This explosion immediately triggered a chain reaction. The minds of the green-skinned orcs around them also exploded. In an instant, tens of thousands of headless bodies of green-skinned orcs lay on the ground. Even Gu Kelly felt a headache, and the shield around his body flickered rapidly. It seemed like it would shut down at any moment. Wayag! Gu Kelly roared suddenly, pointing at the tactical humanoid girls in the sky. What the hell? Get down here if you dare. Do you dare to challenge me in a duel? The moonlit night in the sky listened to Gu Kelly's roar, and the corners of her mouth curled up slightly, and her heroic eyebrows raised slightly. In this situation, who would challenge you in a one-on-one fight? With a slight wave of his hand, all kinds of weapons above the interstellar fleet that covered the sky began to emit light. Several high-energy lasers fell from the sky and hit Gu Kelly in an instant. On the surface of Gu Kelly's body, the WAH force field shield was bearing the bombardment of the shipborne laser pulse turret, flashing light at a rapid speed. You cowardly shrimps. You don't even dare to challenge me in a one-on-one fight. The huge body of 10 meters in height half knelt on the ground in an instant. He raised his hands upwards, struggling to support the force field shield. Wow, this shield is pretty strong. It can withstand the bombardment of several Wu-Chu-2 shipborne laser pulse turrets. A look of surprise appeared on Yu Ye's face. But it doesn't matter. If a few guns are not enough, then we can have dozens or even hundreds of guns. There is plenty of firepower. Another order was issued. Andra, deploy a few more cannons. Let's see how long this guy can hold out. Among the fleet of ship girls that had already entered the planet, several ship girls' warships turned their guns. More than 120 Wu-Chu-2 laser pulse turrets were aimed at Nagu Kelly on the ground. The more powerful Wu-Chu-3 and Wu-Chu-4 were not mobilized, as the power of different models of Wu-Chu high-energy laser pulse turrets differed greatly. The strongest Wu-Chu-4 model, once launched at a planet, will cover the entire surface of the planet, and the thickness of the planet will be melted and reduced by thousands of kilometers. And there are many friendly forces on this planet. A full 120 Wu-Chu-2 laser pulses were aimed at the Gu Kelly on the ground. A terrifying torrent of high-energy lasers bombarded down in an instant. Now, the energy field on the surface of Gu Kelly's body could no longer hold on. Boom! The Wayag energy field shield was shattered in an instant. A torrent of lasers falling from the sky washed over Gu Kelly's entire body. He turned into ashes in an instant. At the moment of Gu Kelly's death, all the surviving orcs on the entire Humanoid number 7 planet seemed to sense something, and they screamed frantically, "The boss is dead! The boss is dead!" Then a quick collapse. On the ground around the passage leading deep underground, the elite members of the Getrez team who formed the defense line saw that the battle was over. They immediately looked at the tactical humanoids in the sky and knelt on the ground. There are currently less than 100 elite members of the Getrez team defending the ground around this passage. Thousands of people had gathered here before, but they suffered heavy casualties. The temporary wartime command authority was decentralized all the way down, and finally, to the squad leader Ulan Hill. Yu Yi led the tactical humanoid troops down from the sky. Wulanzier led the team members to kneel on the ground and said in awe, "Respected angels." "Who is the commander?" A tactical figure beside Yu Yi asked. "It's me, the respected angel." Ulan Hill was very humble. "Very good, you fought very tenaciously. I will report your achievements. You have earned the qualifications to be transformed into immortal bodies by the Mechanicus." Yu Yi nodded slightly and said. As soon as these words were spoken, Ulan Hill and the remaining elite members of the Getrez team were ecstatic. "Now, you can retreat. Leave these places to us." After Yu Yi finished speaking, he waved his hand, and Yulangsier and the others immediately made way for him. Yu Yi led his troops to the passage leading deep underground. He stepped one of his long legs on the edge, rested his right hand on his thigh, and looked down. "It's quite deep." He muttered to himself and waved his hand, and several psychic girls came forward. This underground passage is not big, with a diameter of only about 10 meters. It is located at the bottom of a semicircular pit with a diameter of several hundred meters. After preliminary exploration, it is estimated that it leads to a place 1,500 kilometers deep underground. We are almost reaching the lower mantle layer of Shunyue number 7. However, due to the size of the passage, large equipment cannot enter. Only a single soldier can enter. In what seemed to be an endless dark passage, a combat team consisting of 10 combat humanoids was falling rapidly. The jetpacks on their backs constantly adjusted their postures. After falling for a long time, the combat humanoid team finally saw a faint light coming from below. There is indeed an underground space below. The place where the green-skinned orcs first appeared should be the ruins below. When they actually got down there, this small group of tactical humanoids discovered that this underground space was not as small as they had imagined. Instead, it is like an underground world, with underground passages leading to other places in all directions. Chapter 173, Orc Gene Research Data, Destroying the Entire Star Region. On the rock walls in the sky and on the ground, there are all kinds of creatures emitting faint light, providing some light source for this underground world. A green fungus layer like a carpet is laid on the ground, and various green organisms live on the fungus layer of the same color, forming a self-circulating ecosystem. Many traces of life can still be seen in this underground world. There are many creations that are in the primitive era. I think it was built when the green orcs first appeared. Among them, you can see at a glance a landmark building in the shape of a mountain covered with green fungal carpet. Through the damaged green fungal blanket, you can see that the architectural style is completely different from that of the green-skinned orcs. This should be the remains of ancient civilization. The tactical humanoid team had just moved towards the ruins building, most of which was covered by green fungal carpet, when suddenly the fungal carpet ground surged. Dozens of green-skinned orc boys broke out of the fungal mat and grew out. As soon as they appeared, they rushed towards the tactical humanoid team with howls. Bang, 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 bang. Immediately afterwards, a tactical humanoid raised the muzzle of his gun and fired a series of explosive bombs, instantly smashing the dozens of green-skinned orc boys into pieces. Don't worry about them. These green orcs have a very strong reproductive capacity, just like plants. They will grow again soon. Let's call for support and enter the ruins first. The captain of the tactical humanoid team spoke to his companions and then looked up at the sky. They immediately entered the ruins to conduct preliminary exploration. Wait until they enter the ruins. Soon, batch after batch of tactical humanoid girl teams descended from the sky, falling from the passage in the rock wall in the sky. At this moment, on the green fungal carpet that basically covered the entire underground world, new batches of green-skinned orc boys began to grow. Wag. As soon as these green-skinned guys grew up, they started fighting each other. Obviously, we must first decide who is the biggest and strongest boss. Just when they had just decided the winner, and the tallest orc boy defeated his opponent, twisted his head off, raised it high and roared loudly, suddenly a red high-energy laser beam swept over from the sky. In an instant, these orc boys were turned into ashes. After burning these newly grown orc boys that came like a tide into ashes, team after team of tactical humanoid girls began to head towards the ruins. As soon as we approached the ruins, we heard a series of loud gunshots coming from inside. The gate of ruins. At this moment, the door has been opened by the tactical humanoid team that arrived earlier. Inside the gate is a deep passage. At the top of the dark and deep passage, one can see the constantly flashing electromagnetic light from the muzzle and the loud sound of gunfire. Green-skinned guys poured out from the passage like a tide, and the tactical humanoid team that arrived here first was shooting and clearing them out. The follow-up troops immediately rushed to support. A tactical humanoid girl rushed to the front, stood in the middle of the passage, and raised the high-energy flamethrower in her hand. Boom! Suddenly there was a loud bang, and terrifyingly high-temperature flames spewed out in an instant. The fire was long and narrow when it was first ejected, but after it flew out, it began to spread and directly covered the entire passage ahead. The green-skinned guys who came like a tide were turned into ashes under the high temperature. With the rapid action of the tactical humanoid troops, all the green-skinned orcs inside the ruins were soon cleared out, and they found their goals as they wished. In the most central area of the ruins, there are countless genetic biological research dishes. There is also a main control computer. The psychic humanoid girl and the technical humanoid girls immediately went to check the information in the main control computer. I don't know how many years have passed, but this main computer is still working. But it is already the last gasp of a dying force. According to preliminary internal analysis, this relic is indeed some kind of genetic cultivation site. But the green-skinned orcs were not created by the ancient civilization that left behind this relic. Instead, the ancient civilization that left behind this relic found it somewhere else in the galaxy, and then built this genetic research base underground on Shungyue No. 7 for research. As for the name of this ancient civilization, there is no information in the main control computer. Where these green-skinned creatures came from remains a mystery. The tactical humanoid troops searched the entire ruins. It was just an ordinary gene training base, and no new technology was found inside. But before leaving, the tactical dolls also took the main control computer away. All the genetic culture vessels inside were looted. After confirming that nothing was left, the tactical humanoid troops left the underground. After returning to the surface, he immediately boarded the interstellar battleship and left planet Shungyue No. 7. At this moment, all friendly forces on the entire planet Shungyue No. 7 have evacuated. Andra, prepare the main guns. Target the underground passage on Shungyue 7. Clean out that underground world first. Don't let a single orc escape. Under Yu Ye's command, Andra's main gun, the Wu Chu 4 laser pulse cannon, began to lock onto the pit on the surface of the planet with a diameter of only more than 10 meters, leading to deep underground from outer space. Fire! At a command, the terrifying high-energy laser torrent instantly broke through the atmosphere and accurately passed through a channel with a diameter of more than 10 meters on the surface of the planet. The high-energy laser shot directly in. A terrifying laser torrent spanning 1,500 kilometers spread and raged throughout the underground world. The high temperature of millions of degrees will destroy everything. The next moment, after the entire underground space of the planet was filled with spreading high-energy lasers, a huge crack suddenly appeared on the surface of Humanoid number 7 planet, which had a diameter of 20,000 kilometers. Then, from the inside, the 1,500-kilometer thick rock layer on the planet's surface instantly collapsed in space. The diameter of the entire planet has become significantly smaller. Cleanup complete. Very good. Everyone evacuate this system. After the fleet destroyed the surface of planet Humanoid number 7, it began to jump away. Before leaving, he dropped a delayed activation space jump blocking device. There is also the Lucun star galaxy instantaneous gamma pulse generator that can destroy the entire galaxy. The intelligent celestial fleet has ensured that no greenskin fleet will escape after they arrive. However, it is unknown whether green-skinned creatures had already actively spread into the galaxy before they arrived. After all, the Getres military state and the green-skinned orcs had been fighting intermittently for 40 years. After dealing with the orcs in the entire star region, Yi led the fleet back to the Lingxiao galaxy. These genetic research data on the green-skinned orcs need to be sent back for careful study. Chapter 174, Self-Generated Nano-Intelligent Seed Technology. 6th Division Level Unlocked. Just after Yi and Andra solved the problem of the greenskins of the Getres civilization, Don Juan in the Lingxiao galaxy also received a system prompt. According to the system prompts, eliminating the greenskin fleet and the battle moon under construction brought Don Juan a total income of nearly 12 million spiritual sources. Adding Don Juan's previous balance, Don Juan's spiritual source number has now reached 53 million. After that, Don Juan waited for the return of Andra from the moonlit ruins in the Lingxiao galaxy. During this period, the main fleet of the intelligent heavenly court continued to carry out relevant upgrades and modifications. Antimatter power reactors are also being built on Dome Star on a large scale to provide the energy needed to transform the War Star. The War Star transformation project of Dome Star is underway. A month and a half later, Yi and Andra led the fleet and finally returned to the Lingxiao galaxy. And they also brought back what Don Juan wanted. Genetic research data on the green-skinned orcs obtained from the Humanoid number 7 galaxy, as well as a batch of green-skinned orc research samples. Inside the Dome Star Outer Space Station research base, Don Juan looked at a one-way transparent room in front of him. He could clearly see everything displayed in the room. The ground was covered with green fungal carpet, and green-skinned orcs were growing out of the fungal carpet like plants. As long as there are organic matter and nutrients, even if it is a planet without any life, as long as this green fungal carpet is spread, a unique ecosystem will be formed around it. Thus, green-skinned orcs grew. When the number of these green-skinned orcs increases, they will split into tribes and fight each other in groups. According to the evolution of their social forms, after fighting all the way to the end, the strongest and largest orc will emerge to rule all the tribes. And about the technology of these orcs. All technology is engraved in their genes. When their scale develops to a certain extent, technicians will naturally appear. Technician boys are the most basic scientists and engineers among the orcs. When the scale of the green orcs reaches a larger level, technical masters and great technical masters will appear. As the name suggests, the king of technology. This technology engraved on the green-skinned orcs is a systematic technology tree that is unique to the orcs. In theory, it can reach the upper limit of the rules of the real universe. As long as the scale of the orcs can reach a certain level. All orcs have a kind of psychic energy called Wag energy, which causes more or less problems. The stronger an orc is, the stronger its Wag energy is. The more orcs there are, the stronger the Wag energy generated by this group of orcs is. When this Wag energy is strong enough, it can even change the basic physical rules of something to a certain extent according to the orc's thoughts. But all of these require external stimulation. Without external stimulation, the orcs will only split into tribes and fight each other internally. Once there is stimulation from external forces and the orcs see the technology of external forces, they will unite under the leadership of the strongest big orc, climb the technology tree all the way, and develop from the primitive age to the starry sky age in a very short time. They will continue to develop at an extremely terrifying momentum. Until they surpass or eliminate the external forces that stimulate them, the orcs will split again and start a civil war. The above interpretations were all found by Yi from the data analyzed from the underground ruins of planet Humanoid number 7. Don Juan also put all the genetic research data found in the ruins into the system. The ruins were built by an unknown ancient civilization to study the remains of the green-skinned orcs. Their original research has already produced preliminary results. And now, all these achievements have belonged to Don Juan. Data analysis in progress. The system prompt sounded in Don Juan's ears. quietly waiting for the system analysis to complete. And Donwan didn't have to wait long before the result came. According to the data analysis, biotechnology, self-generated biomass. Self-generated biological blanket. This biotechnology originated from a biotechnology developed by an unknown ancient civilization after studying the genes of green-skinned orcs. After planting the seeds on the planet, a substance similar to the green orc fungus will grow and spread. However, it seems to be missing some key genetic data, making it impossible to grow greenskin orcs like real greenskin orc fungus. Should we invest this biotechnology into the system technology tree and spend a certain amount of spiritual energy to transform it into technology more suitable for the intelligent heavenly court? Donwan didn't hesitate and directly put it into the system technology tree. The prompt sounded again. Should we spend 10 million spiritual energy to transform it into intelligent mechanical heavenly technology? This, so expensive. Donwan gasped. To transform and complete this technology, it actually required so much spiritual energy. I took a look at the balance, and there were still 53 million spiritual sources. Grit your teeth and spend. I hope the result will satisfy me. Invest 10 million spiritual resources into the system technology tree, and the technology tree will automatically convert the self-generating biological mat technology into technology more suitable for the intelligent heavenly court and complete it. The next moment, two system prompts sounded in Donwan's ears. Self-generated nano-intelligent mechanical seed technology. After this seed is planted on a planet, it will automatically decompose and devour the matter on the planet, forming a nanomechanical fungal mat covering the planet's surface. On top of the fungal mat, consumable combat humanoids composed of nanoaggregates will automatically form. If the nano-intelligent machine seeds are dropped onto a planet with sufficiently advanced science and technology, they will automatically absorb the enemy's technology during the devouring process, forming a consumable nanoaggregate combat humanoid force with basically equal technology to the enemy. After everything is over, the nano-omnic seeds will return to the omnic heaven, bringing back all the enemy technology they have devoured. System prompt. Your technology level has increased, and the 6th level of the system mall has been unlocked. Self-generating nano-omnic seeds. The 6th division level has finally been unlocked. This gave Donwan a direct surprise. Not to mention the unlocking of the 6 levels of the department. Even if there is only one self-generated nano-intelligent machinery seed technology, it would be enough to make Donwan happy. This thing is an excellent means of attacking planets and plundering the technology of other civilizations. With the self-generated nano-intelligent machine seed technology, Donwan will be able to drastically increase the speed of upgrading the system technology tree by plundering the technology of other civilizations in the future. This technique is even more important than unlocking the 6th division level. Chapter 175, Gray Wind, Nano-Intelligent Machine, Purchase of 6th Division Technology. Donwan didn't even look at what the newly unlocked 6 departments, levels were, and just ordered the creation of the first self-generated nano-intelligent mechanical seed. Donwan did not have to wait long. After the technology was incorporated into the automated warship production line, one was soon produced. The original, self-generated nano-intelligent seed was very small. When Donwan held it in his hand, he carefully looked at this tiny thing that was not even as big as the nail of his little finger. Its overall color is gray. Although the seed currently held in Donwan's palm is a whole, Donwan knows that this tiny thing, which is not even as big as the nail of his little finger, is composed of countless nanomachines. Donwan then looked for a place to conduct the experiment. In a venue covering an area of tens of thousands of square meters, the most common surface environment on the planet is simulated. Some small metal veins, rock layers, water, and other materials were also placed for this gray little thing to devour. When this small gray object was placed in the experimental field, Donwan could clearly see that the originally solid object suddenly dispersed like sand and spread on the surface. Then, visibly, the surface of the planet simulated in the test site began to diminish, and the gray nanomachines began to increase and replicate themselves. Before long, the surface material of the test site was completely devoured, and the ground of the entire experimental site turned into a gray sandy beach. The next moment, countless nanomachines rose above the gray beach and began to aggregate and take shape. Soon, hundreds of tactical figures appeared on the gray beach. The faces of these tactical humanoids are covered with a black mask that looks like glass, with a gray whirlwind-like mark on the mask. Their body features are similar to those of human females. The tactical humanoid troops that appeared on these nanobacterial blankets were equipped with the most basic armor and firearms. Donwan thought for a moment. then threw in some hard drives containing technological information. A moment later, the gray nanobacterial blanket devoured the hard drives, and then some weapons that matched the technological information on the hard drives were manufactured. Donwan pondered for a moment. This kind of thing can not only be used to be dropped into enemy planets to plunder technology. Self-generated nano-intelligent machine seeds can also be used as manufacturing factories. With the self-generated nanomachine seeds, the speed of Dome Star's transformation into a battle star will be greatly increased. The corners of Donwan's mouth began to rise unconsciously. Good stuff. This is definitely good stuff. It's really worth it to spend these 10 million spiritual energy flowers. And we also need to give this self-generated nano-intelligent machine a formal name. Let's call him Grey Wind. Grey Wind Nano-Omnics. After deciding on the name and completing these steps, Donwan opened the System Mall panel. The System Mall panel has two sections on the left and right. The three technology trees on the left section, biological genes, physical machinery, and intelligent psychic power, have all grown to a certain extent. Three things combined into one. Donwan has unlocked this 6 divisions level. Without hesitation, he directly clicked on the 6 divisions level panel in the System Mall section on the right. First, take a quick look. Unlike 7 Yuan, which only sells scattered technologies, this 6 divisions level System Mall now has complete sets of battleship design drawings. However, it is not all complete sets of battleship blueprints. There are also quite a few scattered technologies. The first thing Donwan saw was a slogan with 4 characters, Nen Do Zhu Sheng. Below are the various blueprints and technologies for the 6 levels of the department. Tianfu Siming, Planetary Battle Star, Standard Transformation Blueprint, 32 million spiritual energy. Original price, 50 million spiritual energy. Some of the technology is already owned, so this price is discounted. Tianxiang Silu, Super Starry Sky Mothership Blueprint, 9 million spiritual sources. Tianliang Longevity, Nano-Intelligent Device, Full Range Application, 1 million spiritual sources. Original price, 20 million spiritual sources. Some key technologies are already in use, so this price is discounted. Tiantong Yiswan, Planetary Computing Power Enhancement Technology, 10 million spiritual sources. Tianshu Dui, Stellar Death Ray Weapon Technology, 15 million spiritual sources. The Secret of Heaven, Microscopic Proton Level Element Conversion Technology, 20 million spiritual sources. Similar to the 7 elements level, these 6 technologies are the best among the 6 categories. The prices are very expensive. 2 of these technologies have been discounted, especially the third one, the nano-intelligent machine, which has a very large discount. When Donwan saw the third item, he realized that the Grey Wind intelligent machinery he had just obtained could not be used on a large scale in various production factories. Because the various products currently produced by the Grey Wind nanomechanical polymerization are not stable enough and cannot achieve the standard stability of a production factory. It is also necessary to purchase the full range of broad application modules of the Tianliang Yinshou nano-intelligent machinery at the 6th level before the function of a production factory can be set up for the Grey Wind intelligent machinery. What made Donwan most curious was the first item, Tianfu Siming, Planetary Battle Star Blueprint, and the last item, Tianji Shangxing, Microscopic Proton Level Element Conversion. Donwan has the blueprints for the transformation of a planetary battle star, but they were not purchased from the system. Instead, they were a transformation plan designed by Shiwei herself. The last item is the technology of element conversion at the microscopic proton level. Donwan knows that this technology is the core technology of the automatic machinery he obtained for mining. In other words, if you buy this technology, Donwan will no longer need to buy automatic mechanical cores to open branch mines. You can actively create automatic mechanical cores by yourself. This made Donwan exclaim that it was too hasty, because not long ago, he had just spent 20 million spiritual resources to purchase a large number of automatic mechanical cores. Damn it, I got fooled by the system. 20 million spiritual resources were wasted in vain. Depressed, Donwan had no choice but to spend 1 million spiritual sources to purchase the Tianliang Longevity, nano-intelligent machines full range and broad application technology segment, and then update his own Grey Wind intelligent machine with it. After the update, Grey Wind Robot will be able to add the function of a production factory. Donwan glanced at the balance of his spiritual energy. There are still 42 million spiritual sources. Donwan hesitated for a moment, choosing between the first and the 7th. 42 million spiritual sources can only purchase one item. In the end, Donwan bought the standard transformation drawings of the Tianfu Siming planetary battle star. At present, With so many automatic mechanical cores purchased, the productivity of the intelligent mechanical heaven is still sufficient, and there is no shortage. With the emergence of gray wind, the transformation of Dome Star into a War Star is imminent. Moreover, Donwan really wanted to see the difference between the War Star transformation drawings produced by the system and the War Star transformation design plan designed by Shiwei herself. Besides, it doesn't matter if the spiritual source is missing at the moment. We can just go to the Yada Empire to get some benefits. Donwan doesn't believe that such a big Yada Empire can be destroyed by him. After deducting 32 million spiritual sources, Donwan got what he wanted. At first glance, Donwan was impressed. It was indeed different. This money was well spent. Chapter 176, The Terrifying War Star. The Turin Interstellar United Conference is held. Tianfu Siming, Planetary Battle Star. Target planet to be transformed, Dome Star. Standard Battle Star diameter, 14,000 kilometers. Standard Battle Star mass, 800 trillion tons. Armor, 1,000 kilometers thick Wu Chu 2 type super alloy armor. Shield system, quadruple shield system. Juman, planetary sky energy shield. Subspace device, psychic planet covering shield. Energy force field planetary shield. Planetary and warp void warp shields. Energy system, 11,000 super large integrated antimatter power reactors. Superluminal jump system, 12,000 6th division super large integrated curvature engines. Conventional power system, 21,000 anti-gravity propulsion engines. Special jump system, 1,200 subspace jump demon engines. The distance to the farthest connected space jump node, 11 light years. Maximum speed of the warp engine, 21 times the speed of light. Conventional propulsion maximum speed, 99% of the speed of light. Core systems. Planetary computer matrix array. This system is the core of the Battlestar and is an important device that ensures that all Battlestar systems can operate stably. Large-scale subspace communication device. This system is the core of the Battlestar. Once it is turned on, it can influence the superluminal communication behavior of all enemy ships within a radius of 11 light years from the center of the Battlestar through high-dimensional space. Anti-acceleration mass energy device. This system is the core of the Battlestar, which can avoid the mass energy effect caused by accelerating to near-light speed. The curvature space jump influencing device is the core of the Battlestar. Once it is turned on, it can disrupt the superluminal curvature navigation and space jump behavior of all enemy ships within a radius of 11 light years from the Battlestar. Weapon systems. Main Gun 1, 100-kilometer caliber anti-space mass energy tearing cannon. Main Gun 2, an array of 120-kilometer caliber anti-gravity catapult cannons. Main Gun 3, 100-kilometer caliber Wu Chu 10 million degree death light Spear X5. Secondary guns. Wu Chu Type 4 Light Spear X 12,000. Wu Chu Type 3 Light Spear X 24,000. Space Mass Energy Tearing Missile Silo X 1,000. 120-unit Conventional Curvature Engine Missile Silo X 1,000. Micro Anti-Gravity Catapult Cannon X 12,000. Fuck, these 32 million spiritual source flowers are worth it. Donwan watched the whole thing and exclaimed, "Wow, that's awesome. This war planet is not just a design blueprint. It also carries a lot of technologies that Donwan does not have. This only costs 32 million spiritual resources. It's definitely worth it. Not to mention anything else. The blueprint of this war star also includes the manufacturing method of Wu Chu 2 type superalloy, which Donwan cannot actively manufacture today. Donwan's Emperor of Heaven power suit is made of Wu Chu 2 alloy, and this Wu Chu 2 alloy is a new alloy with higher strength that is produced by chance when synthesizing ordinary Wu Chu alloy. Can withstand temperatures as high as 1 million degrees. Due to its complexity and coincidence, it is basically impossible to replicate. But now, the design drawings of this Battlestar transformation come with its manufacturing method. After reading the data overview of this war planet, Donwan particularly regretted spending 20 million spiritual sources to buy 40,000 automatic mechanical cores to expand the mine. Obviously, if he had enough spiritual energy now, he would also purchase the microscopic proton-level element conversion technology. We can speed up the transformation of the War Star again. But there is no point in saying so much now. Now Donwan only has exactly 10 million spiritual sources left in his hands. Donwan continued to browse the system mall of the 6th division level. I want to see if there is anything else I can buy. Anyway, the microscopic proton-level element conversion technology that I want to buy the most is no longer available. After checking it out, he found that a very useful technology actually appeared before him. It is a branch of Tianliangyensho, Tactical Humanoid Consciousness Data Recovery Technology. This technology combines some subspace characteristics and is not a conventional consciousness data uploading and recovery technology. With this technology, when a tactical humanoid dies in battle, its consciousness data can be recovered from the subspace through this method, and its soul can return to the cold black sun of the subspace, and then a body can be created for it in the real universe to resurrect it. Even this technological capability isn't limited to tactical dolls. Price: 10 million spiritual energy. When Don Juan saw this technology for the first time, he bought it without hesitation. 10 million spiritual resources deducted. Good. Now Don Juan really has nothing left. But he has no regrets. In Don Juan's eyes, he could do without all the other technologies, but he couldn't do without this one. I believe it goes without saying how important this technique is to Don Juan. Etc. Am I becoming more and more like an evil god? As we all know, one of the characteristics of the demons under the evil god is immortality. After the body dies in the real universe, the consciousness will return to the subspace. Now, the tactical dolls under my command already have this characteristic. Damn, the tactical humanoids under my command have really become subspace demons. And he really became the evil god of the subspace. After mastering these techniques, Don Juan no longer had any spiritual energy left. As for the War Star, it cannot be built directly at present, so Don Juan took out some of the technology on the War Star and used it to upgrade the main fleet. Now that Don Juan's battleships have been upgraded, their combat power is also extremely impressive. Thunder Medium Attack Battleship. Data parameters: 15 kilometers long, 2.1 kilometers wide, and 1.5 kilometers high. Empty ship mass: 3.7 billion tons. Standard crew: 320,000 people. Armor: 20-meter class multi-layer Wutsu 2 alloy defense armor. Gray Wind nano armor regeneration device. Shield system: subspace device, psychic shield. Energy force field shield. Warp void warp shield. Energy system: 12 antimatter-powered reactors. Superluminal jump system: 5 6-division standard superluminal curvature engines. Conventional power system: 10 anti-gravity propulsion engines. Special power system: primary inertia-free engine. Warp jump demon engine. The farthest connecting space node distance: 5 light years. Maximum speed of the curvature engine: 30 times the speed of light. Anti-gravity propulsion engine acceleration: 1200 Earth standard G. Core system: one of the planetary-level computer matrix array modules, subspace communication device, and anti-acceleration mass energy device. Weapon systems: main gun, bow-mounted twin Thunder Hammer I-shaped arc damage guns. 100-meter class caliber space mass energy tearing cannon. Class 1 secondary gun, 12,000 millimeters caliber Thunder Cone 2 anti-gravity catapult gun X2. Secondary gun, Wutsu type 4 high-energy light spear X24. 400-round missile silos X4. 500 small Wutsu 1 and 2 parallel close defense interception arrays X4. This is the Thunder attack battleship that has been upgraded with the latest technology. It has undergone a huge change compared to the system's most original Thunder medium attack battleship model. Just when Don Juan was upgrading his main fleet again in the Lingxiao Galaxy. In the Turan Empire, something big is about to happen. The new Turan Interstellar Social Civilization Conference is about to be held. At that time, the Turan Empire will open the star field network that isolates various civilizations in the interstellar society. Make sure all civilizations within the Turan Empire will participate in this conference. Chapter 177. Three-Party Conspiracy, Augustus, the 8th Prince of Turan. The Turan Interstellar United Conference is about to be held. Each interstellar force has its own ideas. The Ifri Interstellar Federation, the Giant Mantis Capital Alliance, and the Jinran Interstellar Empire. These three interstellar forces and civilizations are of the same scale as the Yada Empire. The three parties were preparing to attack the Yada Empire at this Turan Interstellar United Conference. The Turan Empire lifted the restrictions on the star network between civilizations, which enabled the top leaders of these three interstellar civilizations to conduct face-to-face conversations across the vast galaxy. Star Domain Network Virtual Meeting Room. The six-armed, 4-meter-tall Giant Mantis Capital Cell looked at the flickering and increasingly solidifying shadows above the two seats before him, nodded slightly, and said, "Before the Turan Interstellar Conference, we need to discuss this further." The shadow solidified, and the president of the Ifri Federation smiled with his beak open, his black feathers shining. "What is there to discuss? Isn't everything already settled?" The other phantom was the emperor of the Jinran Interstellar Empire. In the virtual network conference room, Jinren showed his original appearance, about 20 centimeters long, floating in the air. The difference in size between his body and the giant mantis was huge. He did not speak. The triangular head of Giant Mantis Capital's co-CEO cracked a smile and said, "We discussed some things before, but due to the slow flow of information, there may be some errors in the previous discussion. Therefore, we need to have another face-to-face discussion to finalize the division of the Yada Empire's interests. We will ensure that there will be no conflicts between the three parties in the future." At the joint conference, after the three of us gain the support of the Tauran Empire and defeat the Yada Empire, we, the Giant Mantis Capital Alliance, will demand 40% of the Yada Empire's territory and 50% of its technological data. Is that okay? As soon as these words were spoken, the Emperor of the Jinren Interstellar Empire's expression changed slightly. He said in a deep voice, "That's impossible. You and your family only want 40% of the territory and 50% of the scientific and technological information. Then where do you put us?" "Don't worry, Your Majesty, we can still talk slowly. Although we've roughly discussed the terms before, it hasn't been finalized yet." The three parties held several talks on the Star Domain Network. The size of each fleet's troops was once again determined, but they could not reach a consensus on how to divide the interests of the Yada Empire after the war. All three interstellar forces want the most benefits, but no one can convince anyone else. Finally, the president of the IFRI Interstellar Federation proposed a plan. "Since no one can convince anyone else, let's do this. Each of our three families will take 20% of the Yada Empire's territory. With this as the basis, the remaining 40% of the Yada Empire will depend on our ability." "How?" As the president of the IVLI Federation spoke, his sharp beaks opened wide as if he was laughing, but no laughter came out. "I agree." The tiny body of the Jinren Emperor floated in the air and nodded slightly. In this day and age, no matter what the issue is, it can't ultimately be resolved through simple negotiation. The chief executive officer of Giant Mantis Capital shook his head and smiled. This is the true meaning of this interstellar age. Some things cannot be obtained simply through the negotiation table. It's okay between them, as they all belong to the Tauran Interstellar Society. At least some of their thoughts are in common. From this point of view, they can at least continue the conversation. If the civilization, ideology, way of thinking, and everything else are different from those of other interstellar societies, then there will be no need to talk about negotiations. It's good enough if you can say a word. After all, it is impossible for every civilization in the galaxy to think in exactly the same way. For some civilizations, they may think that killing you is a truly friendly way of communication. How to communicate and negotiate in such a situation? According to the latest intelligence, the Yada Empire is in a state of decay. I believe that if the three of us join forces, we can easily defeat the Yada Empire. Cheers to our cooperation and the spirit of contract. The chief executive officer of Giant Mantis Capital waved his hand, and a glass of virtual wine appeared in his hand. He laughed and clinked glasses with the other two people, each holding a special virtual drink. Before the Tauran Interstellar United Conference was held, the three forces of Giant Mantis Capital Alliance, IFRI Interstellar Federation, and Jinren Interstellar Empire finally determined their plan to divide the Yada Empire. Everything just waits for the Tauran Interstellar United Conference to be held. While the three parties were conspiring, on the Tauran Empire's side, Lieutenant General Bourne and Freed finally managed to escape back to the Tauran Empire. The rebellion of the Yada Empire made the entire Tauran Empire extremely angry. Even many Tauran people couldn't believe that the Yada Empire dared to attack the Tauran Empire's punishment fleet. Not to mention, there is also the Grand Princess of the Empire in the fleet. What shocked the Tauran Empire even more was the combat power displayed by the Yada Empire's fleet. According to the report from Vice Admiral Bourne, who escaped back, more than 200 warships of the Yada Empire have the ability to annihilate the Tauran fleet of the same size. This display of combat power shocked the entire royal family of the Tauran Empire. At the same time, they also had deep doubts in their hearts. As for the deformed Yada soldiers who appeared in the battle footage, no one in the Tauran royal family knew what they were. Although the Tauran Empire was secretly researching psychic energy, their research had only just begun, and they were not even qualified enough to understand what warp demons and warp pollution were. In short, after the royal family of the Tauran Empire learned the news, they were angry, shocked, confused, and some people also felt regretful. I feel sad that Fried didn't die in the Yada Empire. This group of people are the princes of the Tauran Empire. They have long coveted Fried's position as crown prince and are salivating over it. Among all the princes of Tauran, the most outstanding one is the 8th prince. The 8th prince of the Tauran Empire, Augustus Turin. Since the Tauran Empire occupied the Earth, it has been fond of digging up some historical materials from the Earth for its own entertainment. This is the name of the 8th prince. Augustus. This name comes from the Roman emperor in ancient times. Turin Galaxy, Solar System, Source Star, Earth. In the imperial city of Turin, the Acropolis of the 8th prince. Augustus listened to his subordinates' reports and sighed. What a pity. It would have been wonderful if Fried had died in the Yada Empire. Chapter 178. Don Juan personally visits the royal palace in Turin, and Frida is shocked. But this time, Fried didn't die, so we must have an explanation. How could the Yada Empire possess such a powerful fleet? Augustus waved his hand, and a virtual projection appeared around him. The scenery in the entire bedroom suddenly changed and turned into the dark universe. The space scene is changing rapidly, and 2 interstellar fleets are fighting in it. Augustus walked on the space battlefield, and from time to time he stretched out his hand to adjust the angle of the space battlefield. This projection replays the battle scene between the Yada Chaos Fleet and the Tauran Fleet in the Growfire Galaxy. After watching for a while, Augustus had an idea in his mind. If I can control the fleets held by the Yada Empire, it will be a great boost to my strength. Augustus pondered inwardly. Although he didn't understand how the Yada Empire possessed a fleet with combat power comparable to Turin. No, it should be said that the fleet was slightly stronger than the Tauran fleet. But I think it has a lot to do with the ruined starfield. This is the only possibility. The Yada Empire must have obtained some good things from the ruined starfield and did not hand them over to their Tauran Empire. And this time, no matter what, the Yada Empire has absolutely rebelled against the Tauran Empire. The Nayada Empire will have to face the wrath of the Tauran Empire. Another expedition of the punitive fleet is inevitable. But the key lies in who will lead this time. Lieutenant General Bourne. It's impossible. Augustus felt a headache when he thought of Lieutenant General Bourne. Because Lieutenant General Bourne was his man. This failure, no matter what, may implicate him. Augustus wanted Fried to die in the Yada Empire, so why didn't Lieutenant General Bourne do anything secretly? That's another question. After all, at the beginning, no one would have thought that the punishment fleet would fail and only one warship would escape in a panic. Lieutenant General Bourne never received any similar order from beginning to end, which made Augustus feel that he had missed a good opportunity. Augustus raised his hand and gently scratched his bald forehead with his little finger, thinking, although Lieutenant General Bourne failed, this is also a good opportunity for me to take action myself. He was able to take on this job under the pretext of revenge. Come here, prepare the shuttle. I need to go to the meeting hall. Augustus gave an order, and a sound of breaking air was heard outside the hall, and immediately a luxurious floating shuttle descended. He didn't rush out, but went to change his clothes. This is a set of aristocratic clothes with strong feudal characteristics of humans in the old Earth era. Here, we have to talk about the geographical location of the newly built palace of the Tauran Empire after it occupied the Earth. The detailed information of the Earth War 4,000 years ago is no longer known, and some of the geographical environments on Earth are somewhat different from 4,000 years ago. This was artificially changed. Above the Asian plate, the Himalayas and Mount Everest have been almost flattened by the war. However, due to its terrain, its altitude is still higher than other areas. The Imperial Palace of Turin is located on it. Because the Imperial Palace is in Asia, and the people of Turin have been developing military technology before occupying the Earth, they have basically no outstanding cultural characteristics. For this reason, after the people of Turin made Earth their new capital 4,000 years ago, they loved to study the many cultures left behind by humans on Earth. Many old Earth cultures had a profound impact on the subsequent cultural development of the Tauran Empire. Because the appearance of the Durants is similar to that of humans, a form of entertainment has emerged, which is to dress themselves up as people from the ancient times of old Earth, wearing various ancient robes from old Earth. The people of Durin generally look down on humans, but they dress up as ancient humans from old Earth. This is, to be honest, a strange phenomenon and also a kind of irony. This was also one of Augustus's hobbies. Every year Augustus would dress himself in the ancient clothing of a powerful nation that existed thousands of years ago in Asia on Earth. Change once a year. Next year is almost here. We wore it during the Ming dynasty this year. Which dynasty will it be next year? Oh, it's the Qing dynasty. Augustus, with the help of his bionic servants, changed into a blue prince's robe from the Qing dynasty of old Earth. For groups of 5-clawed golden dragons are embroidered on the front. He wore a warm hat with a scarlet gem and a 3-eyed peacock feather on the top. If Don Juan saw Augustus at this moment, he would definitely cry out in bad luck. In this interstellar era, we can also see the figure of the defense leader. Apart from anything else, although humans are weak, backward, ignorant, and stupid, The many cultures they left behind are still quite good. After changing into his clothes, Augustus walked out of the bedroom with a shaky step, came to the shuttle floating outside the hall. Your Highness. Several attendants dressed in ancient costumes who were waiting in front of the shuttle's wide-open hatch immediately saluted. Hey, don't call me Your Highness, call me Eighth Master. Today, I am the Eighth Prince and Prince Shuoyan, Isenjuro Augustus Insi Juling. Ha! Augustus laughed and boarded the shuttle. The shuttle hatch closed and slowly rose into the air, leaving the Eighth Prince's Acropolis and heading towards the main city of Turin Palace. Royal Palace of Turin. The Imperial Palace covers a very large area, almost occupying half of Asia. Buildings with various styles, including Turin style, Old Earth architectural style, and technological sense, are built in the Royal Palace of Turin. It's like a steel jungle, standing in it. There are countless patrol airships cruising in the sky, and on the ground the most elite Turin army troops and various super-large land-armored units are guarding the safety of the land. A large interstellar fleet is stationed in the Earth's space orbit directly above the palace all year round. Various secret defense fortresses are hidden within the palace complex. As soon as Fried came back and reported the situation, she immediately went to find Luo Xiaoling. Luo Xiaoling's current identity is the fiancé of the 8th Prince Augustus, but the time for marriage has not yet arrived. Luo Xiaoling's current residence is a palace for women in the Imperial Palace. Linger, this time, you almost never saw me again. When Fried saw Luo Xiaoling, she walked over and reached out to touch her cheek. But Luo Xiaoling took a step back and dodged it. There was a hint of dimness in Fried's golden eyes. However, at this moment, a man's chuckle was heard. Fried was startled and looked up at the source of the sound. That was the place behind Luo Xiaoling, blocked by a three-dimensional virtual curtain. A hand covered in black armor stretched out from it, breaking through the virtual curtain and passing through the photons that were scattered across the sky. A man covered in luxurious black power armor appeared in front of Fried. As soon as he appeared, the tall figure was like a hill, and its shadow enveloped her. The man was not wearing a power helmet, and his handsome face was exposed to Fried. Your Highness, I hope you are well. Don Juan raised the corners of his mouth slightly and spoke. You? Why are you here? Fried subconsciously took a step back, and in shock, her golden pupils suddenly shrank. Chapter 179 Ultimatum. Abolish the Turin Empire. Why am I here? Oh, there's no place in the galaxy that I can't go. Don Juan put his hands behind his back, approached Fried, and looked down at her condescendingly. You? Fried suddenly felt a fear in her heart. As Don Juan approached, she could always feel the oppression that his extremely powerful psychic power exerted on her at every moment. She was able to hold on and not kneel down directly. On the one hand, it was because she was strong inside, and on the other hand, it was because Don Juan did not release his spiritual power at will. Just then, a big hand lifted her chin. Let him be forced to look up to Don Juan. Don Juan admired Frida's exceptionally beautiful face from a high position and said, Her Royal Highness the Princess would also show such an expression in front of me. While I'm here to do my business, I'd like to take a look at the current situation of the Earth. The coordinates of this place are the Himalayas, right? Don Juan withdrew his hand, turned and walked to the window, looked at the blue sky outside, and took a deep breath. The air is so fresh. Earth's air. After Don Juan turned around, Fried was as if she had been pardoned. She was breathing heavily, sweat dripping from her forehead, and her chest, which had few curves, was rising and falling rapidly. How did you get here? After a long time, Fried felt that she had recovered a little, so she forced herself to calm down, looked up at Don Juan's back, and asked. Just looking at Don Juan's back could always make her feel palpitating. Don't you already have the answer in your heart? Don Juan did not look back, but continued to look at the blue sky and the sun hanging high in the sky, warming the earth. A breeze blew. Don Juan took a deep breath. The warm and humid air currents coming from the Indian Ocean in the south, and the cold Siberian currents coming from the north. The Himalayas, Mount Everest. These names are so familiar. Time has passed, and unfortunately, the earth I was familiar with no longer exists. He sighed from the bottom of his heart. Looking back on my life on Earth before the time travel, it seems like it happened just yesterday. But in the blink of an eye, thousands of years have passed, and the Earth no longer belongs to humans. Instead, it has been occupied by alien races and used as their capital. It was like a wanderer who had been away for many years finally returned to his hometown. However, everything in his hometown had changed beyond recognition, and there was no familiar person anymore. Just when Don Juan was feeling sad and melancholy, Fried was extremely shocked. Don Juan was teleported here through space. The Omnic Heavenly Court's space teleportation technology is so advanced, almost terrifying. Can Don Juan be able to freely travel to any place he wants through space jump? For example, directly coming to the capital palace of the Turan Empire, the core of the country, without triggering the alarm of any space monitoring equipment. The shock this gave Freed was no less than when their dueling empire discovered that the intelligent Heavenly Court had a human agent who was proficient in space teleportation technology, or even more so. Freed took a few deep breaths, forced herself to look at Don Juan's back, and said, "You didn't come here to be melancholy, did you? Right. It's time to get down to business. The new Torino Interstellar United Congress is about to convene. You know I'm human, and I also represent the Omnic Heaven. You know what I want." Don Juan did not look back, but stood by the window with his hands behind his back. "You want the Source Star?" Freed understood what Don Juan meant and was shocked. "No, that's impossible. Origin Star is the capital of the Ujulings. We Ujulings have lived on Origin Star for 4,000 years. In response to her, she received a sneer from Don Juan. "Just to remind you, it's not the Source Star, it's the Earth. This is the original name of this planet. Humans originated on Earth. Counting from the earliest apes, humans have lived on Earth for over 6 million years. You are the crown prince of the Turan Empire, and you will be the next Turan Emperor. Your Majesty, the future queen, you should think about the future of the entire Duran race. Do you think the Turan Empire can stop the Omnic fleet coming directly through a high-dimensional jump?" Don Juan glanced sideways and chuckled. "Now, human beings are no longer in the situation they were in 4,000 years ago where they were at the mercy of others. I now exist in this galaxy. I can now give you a sneak peek into the future situation of you, the people of Turan." Don Juan waved his hand, and the power armor device on his neck surged like liquid, covered with nano-intelligent machinery, forming a helmet and visor that obscured all of Don Juan's expressions. Above its visor, the pair of electronic eyes in the power armor flashed with a scarlet light, seeming particularly cruel and cold. After taking over the Earth, the Heavenly Court's fleet will spread out from the Earth to the surrounding areas, and then slaughter the people of Duran one planet at a time. But if you are sensible and hand over the Earth to its rightful owner as soon as possible, then I may consider leaving some seeds of civilization for you, the people of Duran. You will still be the future queen of the people of Duran by then." These words were like a heavy hammer, hammering directly into Freed's heart. Freed's golden pupils shrank and trembled violently. She knew that everything Don Juan said was true and very likely to come true. "I'm just telling you this news now to give you a heads up. The Intelligent Celestial Court is preparing to establish a celestial interstellar society, and Earth will return to humanity. Consider this an ultimatum. Inform the Turan royal family of this news as soon as possible, and then you can discuss the results as soon as possible. The Turan Interstellar United Conference will be held in 10 days, right? I will also attend. When the time comes, you must inform me of your decision. Then, at the Interstellar United Congress, announce your decision to the entire Turan Interstellar Society. Whether the Turan Empire will be completely destroyed or even have a trace of its seeds left, that depends on you." After saying that, Don Juan's extremely tall figure disappeared from the spot, accompanied by a distortion of space. After Don Juan disappeared, Freed finally couldn't hold on any longer and sat down on the ground powerlessly. "This? How so?" It happened too suddenly, and for a moment, the blow Freed suffered was unbearable. As for Don Juan, his sudden decision to attack the Turan Empire was not a spur-of-the-moment decision. From the very beginning, he has had a mission to liberate the Earth. It's just that I didn't do it before, I just waited. Now, Don Juan has unlocked this 6th Division level system technology, and the fleet has undergone relevant 6th Division level technology upgrades. And all technologies at the level of the 6th Division require a huge amount of spiritual energy. Don Juan was no longer satisfied with just cutting the leaks of the Yada Empire. So, he finally decided to take action against the Turan Empire, abolish the Torino Interstellar Society, and establish the Celestial Interstellar Society, headed by the Intelligent Celestial Court in the Orion arm of the Milky Way. Chapter 180. Confused Augustus, Serious and Depressing Meeting. There is a no-fly order in the airspace above the imperial city of Turan, and even Augustus, as a prince, cannot violate it. The shuttle docked at the airport outside the imperial city. Afterwards, Augustus changed to a ground-based hovercraft and entered the imperial city. Turan Council Chamber. This is a very conspicuous and eye-catching building in the imperial city. It is nearly 10 kilometers high and shaped like a giant hourglass. This is also one of the most important institutions in the center of the Turan Empire. Inside the heart of the Turan Empire, Millions of officials met here to remotely decide the fate of each Turan colony. The headquarters of all important departments of the Turan Empire, including the Ministry of Defense, the Ministry of Government, the Ministry of Finance, the Ministry of Justice, the Secret Special Intelligence Bureau, etc., are located in this council building. Its role is similar to that of the Pentagon in the United States, but more comprehensive. The hovercraft does not need to follow the busy traffic. As a prince, Augustus naturally has a dedicated royal passage. Compared to the roads on the right and left sides of the palace, where officials from various departments were coming and going like a tide in their hovercrafts, the wider main road of the palace had little traffic. The main road was the royal passage, and ordinary officials and civil servants could only travel on the side roads on the left and right. The hovercraft drove smoothly to the gate of the council hall. At the gate of the council hall, the Turan guards who were guarding there identified Augustus's car from a distance through the serial network. There will never be too many unmanned machines used in the Turan Palace. The reason is the uncontrollability of unmanned machinery. 1,200 years ago, a riot broke out in the Turan Palace. The root cause was that a large number of unmanned machines in the palace were infected by an inexplicable logic virus. During that palace riot, 16 princes and princesses of the Turan Empire died in the palace riot caused by the loss of control of unmanned machinery. Even the emperor at that time almost died. To this day, it has not been determined where the logic virus that broke out in the palace came from. Finally, the logic virus that infected all the unmanned machines in the palace disappeared inexplicably. From then on, unmanned machines, intelligent AI, and other mechanical guards were banned from the Turan Palace. The 032 Indi Group Army of the Yuanqing Army was dispatched to the Imperial Palace to quell the riots of unmanned machines and intelligent AI. It was later reorganized into the Royal Guard. Loyal Turan soldiers began to be responsible for all guarding work within the palace. It's His Royal Highness the 8th Prince. Be prepared to welcome. The Turan guards guarding the entrance of the council hall immediately lifted all the security restrictions along the way. The hovercraft arrived at the gate of the council building unimpeded. There is more than one gate in the council hall building. The gate through which Augustus came is not used by many people and is also a royal passage. Cross, 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 cross. The sound of uniformed footsteps rang out, and the Turan guards, fully equipped with power armor, marched in extremely orderly steps and lined up on both sides of the road. Welcome His Royal Highness the 8th Prince. The leading Imperial Guard officer stepped forward, opened the door of the hovercraft, and then lowered his head and shouted, A satisfied voice came from inside the car, and then Augustus got out. Is my sister here? As soon as Augustus got out of the car, he casually asked the officer of the Imperial Guard, You mean Her Royal Highness the Princess? She, His Majesty, the other princes, and the imperial ministers are all in the Imperial Conference Hall on the top floor of the Council Hall building. I'm waiting for you. The Imperial Guard officer still lowered his head and spoke respectfully. Is this matter worth mobilizing so much force? Augustus was slightly stunned. For him, for something like the Yada Empire's rebellion, did it require almost all the high-ranking officials of the empire to be present to discuss it? Isn't it just that my father can appoint someone else to lead a larger fleet to go on an expedition? But soon, Augustus reacted. I'm afraid it's not what he thinks. Something big happened. This was Augustus' first thought after he came to his senses. Ordinary things are not worth such a scene. Really. When Augustus entered the Senate building, he took the elevator all the way up and entered the Imperial Conference Hall. Then he saw the rows of crowded conference seats in the entire hall. There were also many empty seats in the meeting room. I guess it was because the matter happened in a hurry and some people were not present. The Imperial Conference Hall is surrounded by projection walls that display scenes from high altitudes outside. The height of this room is almost close to the troposphere, towering above the clouds. As soon as Augustus came in, he saw that the faces of almost all the imperial leaders were full of worry. What on earth happened? Augustus' heart skipped a beat. This is definitely not a trivial matter. Could it be that something unexpected happened in the ruined star region? But it is unlikely. The relic star field is far away from them, several thousand light years away. With deep doubts in his heart, Augustus walked to the second seat. The entire Imperial Conference Hall is semicircular in shape, with circles of ordinary seats surrounding it and spreading outward. At the innermost part, under the huge, double-horned, deer-shaped national emblem of the Turan Empire, is the Emperor's seat. Sitting above is his father, the current Emperor of Turan. Below the Emperor's seat, on both sides and on the left, are the secondary seats for princesses, princes, etc. On the right are the seats of the Empire's Minister of Defense, Minister of Finance, and other state-level politicians. Father, Augustus first saluted the Emperor. Well, I was just about to inform you when you arrived. Please take a seat. After the emperor nodded, Augustus naturally walked to the 8th seat, which was the second seat below the left side of the emperor's seat. However, Augustus clearly discovered that his father seemed somewhat dissatisfied with him, and the many royal brothers and sisters who were sitting in the second seat also seemed to look at him sideways. The look in their eyes and the expression on their faces were all different. Augustus was slightly stunned. Then he looked down and realized that the clothes he was wearing were not in accordance with the rules. He was now wearing the attire of an ancient human aristocrat from old Earth. But now it was impossible to leave to change clothes, so Augustus could only turn on the projector he carried with him and project his clothes into a more formal senator's uniform. Just make do with it. After finishing all this, Augustus raised his head and glanced at Fried, who was sitting in the first seat of the second seat. He thought Fried would take this opportunity to look at him with a mocking gaze, the kind of arrogant, sneering, and sarcastic expression he had seen countless times over the years. However, when he took a look, he found that Fried was not looking at him at all, but was frowning with a serious expression, wondering what she was thinking. Chapter 181. Tauran Empire refuses and begins preparations for war. Augustus was still confused about what had happened. No one told him what had happened. In fact, it was not just Augustus. Except for the emperor and the eldest princess Fried, almost everyone else present was unaware. They only knew that the emperor was going to convene an urgent imperial meeting. However, the meeting has not actually started yet. Most of the imperial dignitaries were not present. The atmosphere in the entire conference room passed in silent waiting. During this period, the light of three-dimensional projection data flashed across various conference seats from time to time. Figures were projected one after another. Most of the imperial dignitaries who could not come here directly participated remotely via projection. Just by seeing this, Augustus understood that this time it was indeed too urgent. Previous imperial conferences have always prohibited senators from participating remotely, because there is a risk that some important meeting content will be leaked. Moreover, general imperial meetings do not require everyone to be present before they can begin. Generally speaking, if 9/10 of the people are present and the remaining ordinary senators are absent, it is not a big deal. The meeting will be held as usual, and they will not be waiting for them. But now, Augustus clearly saw that most of the senators had arrived, leaving only a few less important ones. But the meeting still hasn't started. This is something important. Everyone must be present before it can begin. Augustus didn't understand. Could this behavior mean that the Tauran Empire was facing a huge life-or-death problem? But how is this possible? In this day and age, with the powerful strength of their Tulian Empire, who can do this? Finally, the last few senators also participated in the meeting via remote projection. On the circles of seats were rows and rows of parliamentarians, and the place was packed with people, dark and dense. The emperor, who sat at the top seat, looked around at everyone and broke the silence. Everyone is here. Well, now, let's get straight to the point. There is a question concerning the future survival of the empire. We need to bring it up for discussion. The silent imperial conference hall became a little noisy with the emperor's voice. The imperial ministers and senators were all shocked as to what the emperor meant by the life and death issue. Fried. The emperor called out softly. Father. Fried took a deep breath and stood up. Everyone fell silent and looked at Fried, wanting to see what this life and death issue the emperor was talking about was. In the ruined star region, an ancient civilization has awakened, called the Omnic Heavenly Court. Fried looked around and paused. In the entire parliament hall, the vast majority of senators were still unaware of the existence of the intelligent heaven. When they heard this, they immediately began to ponder the value of the four words, ancient civilization. The Omnic Heavenly Court later took the human race as its vassal and subsequently sent a notice to us. We are required to completely withdraw from the source star and hand it over to the intelligent Heavenly Court. The Omnic Heavenly Court has stipulated that we must reach a conclusion before the Tauran Interstellar United Conference, and then give them a reply at the conference. Wow! As soon as Fried finished speaking, the entire Imperial Parliament Hall was in an uproar. As Fried spoke, they thought about many things, but none of them expected that the people from the intelligent Heavenly Court would actually ask them to hand over the source star. Many senators were whispering to each other, and for a moment, the Imperial Parliament Hall was in a buzzing state. Your Highness, do we understand the technological and military strength of the Omnic Heavenly Court? At this time, the Tauran Defense Minister stood up from the second seat on the right and asked Fried. No, I don't understand. I can even say I know nothing about it. But what is certain is that their technology and military are very powerful, possibly far superior to ours. Hearing these words, the Minister of Defense almost gasped, far exceeding the Tauran Empire. This is so tricky. So what if it's far beyond the Empire? At this time, Augustus sneered and said, "Isn't the technological level of the Perseus Interstellar Society far superior to ours? But we've got them pinned down outside and can't do anything to us. In my opinion, it's impossible for this intelligent heavenly court to want the source star just by talking." As soon as Augustus spoke, he received support from many people. Yes, His Highness the Eighth Prince is right. The fact that the Turan Empire has come this far is not due to fear. The Empire has existed on Origin Star for 4,000 years, and we will continue to survive on Origin Star in the future. Why would the Omnic Heavenly Court want it? This is our capital. If they want it, they can take it on their own merit. Do you think our Turan Empire is so easy to bully? That's right. Go to war with them. Many people from the Eighth Prince's faction spoke up one after another, supporting the Eighth Prince Augustus's remarks. The crowd below was furious. However, the Emperor, the Defense Minister, the Finance Minister, and other top ministers looked embarrassed. They have already gotten a glimpse of the powerful technological level of the intelligent heaven from Fried's intelligence. But it is obvious that most Turan people are used to being arrogant. When they heard that the technology was powerful and far surpassed Turan, the first thing they thought of was the Perseus Interstellar Society, which was also far surpassed Turan but was defeated by Turan. Therefore, they subconsciously believe that the intelligent heaven is nothing, and even if the Turan Empire cannot win, it will not lose badly. With such awareness as this, naturally most people were clamoring to go to war with the intelligent heaven. Some, like Augustus, had already stood up and said to the Emperor, "Father, I beg you to fight." The Emperor frowned and remained silent. In the final analysis, they know nothing about the intelligent heaven except the impression that it has advanced technology and strong military. But the problem cannot be left like this forever. It needs to be solved. The Emperor sighed deeply and said, "In that case, let's begin the voting." Behind the Emperor's seat, a screen of light appeared above the huge Turan emblem of a double-horned deer head. Declare war on the Omnic Heavenly Court. Hand over the source star. 2 options. Soon, the results came out. Go to war with the intelligent Heavenly Court. 87% support. Surrender the source star. 3% support. Abstain. 10%. The vast majority of Turan people present basically chose the former. And they don't think they made the wrong choice. Many people even looked at the people around them with hostility, trying to tell from their expressions who were the 3% of shameful people. Fried lowered her head helplessly. She knew this would be the result. Augustus looked at Fried with immense pride and disdain. When did Her Royal Highness become such a coward? The results were already in, and the Emperor finally spoke. "Since the vote is in, the majority overwhelms the minority, then I declare it." Rejecting the Omnic Heavenly Court's request, the Empire enters full combat readiness mode and prepares for war. Chapter 182 Augustus, with greenery on his head. Fried still wanted to avoid all this as much as possible. "Father, this is a wrong decision. We don't understand everything about the Omnic Heavenly Court. On the contrary, the Omnic Heavenly Court may know everything about us. This is not a fair war. We will definitely lose if we continue like this." Fried stood up and argued with the Emperor, who was above the chief. But the result was already decided. In the entire Imperial Parliament Hall, 87% of the senators supported joining the war. No matter how much Fried said, she couldn't change what the majority of people supported. "Fried, this is a matter of the dignity of the Empire." The Emperor looked at his eldest daughter. His eldest daughter has always been a source of pride for him. She never let him down, but in this matter, the Emperor thought his eldest daughter was very cowardly. It is totally inconsistent with the character of a future monarch. War is inevitable. This is the decision made by the top leadership of the entire empire. The Turan Empire doesn't belong to me alone, but to all the people of Turan. What I need to do is listen to the opinions of the majority and continue to lead the empire to go further in this dark universe. The war that needs to be fought must be fought. There can be no soft-heartedness. After the Emperor finished speaking, he stood up and said, "The meeting is adjourned." The Minister of Finance will coordinate with the various departments of the empire as soon as possible to ensure logistics. The Minister of Defense will prepare for troop deployment. The Ministry of Justice is coordinating with various departments to maintain domestic wartime order. The Secret Intelligence Department should pay attention to collecting enemy intelligence. Other departments should pay attention to coordination and cooperation. After saying the last few words, the Emperor shouted, "The Turan Empire will live forever." Crash. All the senators in the Imperial Parliament Hall stood up and shouted in unison, "Long live the Turan Empire." After everyone watched the Emperor turn around and leave the Imperial Parliament Hall, many people's figures turned into data and disappeared on the spot. Everyone started to prepare. A massive war is about to begin. Soon, only Freed and several other princes and princesses were left in the Imperial Parliament Hall, which was originally crowded. Now the princes and princesses gathered around the 8th Prince Augustus. Augustus's lips curled up into an extremely smug smile. He walked up to Freed and looked at her across the conference table. "My royal sister, when did you become so indecisive and cowardly?" "Ha ha, the emperor has almost made his dissatisfaction with you clear. Don't worry, sister. Under my leadership, the future of the empire will be on a bright path." Augustus laughed loudly and turned to leave with everyone. After Augustus left the Imperial Parliament Hall, he went directly to the Imperial Palace for Women. Here, he met Luo Xiaoling. "Linger, my future wife." As soon as Augustus saw Luo Xiaoling, he opened his arms and wanted to hug her. But Luo Xiaoling still looked at him with a cold expression on her face and took a step back to avoid him. "Alas, Linger, why bother? I am not a stranger. In 2.5 years, we will be married. You are my imperial concubine, and that will never change." Augustus sighed and put down his hand. "What brings you here?" Luo Xiaoling looked at Augustus and asked. "Linger, I came here to say goodbye to you. I will lead my fleet as the vanguard in the war. This war will not be easy, but I have full confidence." Augustus sat on a chair in the room, raised his right hand and clenched his fist, making a gesture of control. "You lead the vanguard fleet?" There was confusion on Luo Xiaoling's face. "Yes, I will lead you." Father is becoming increasingly dissatisfied with Freed. Speaking of this, Augustus became excited. "As long as I perform well in the war and make great contributions, and then ask the emperor to re-elect the crown prince, he will most likely agree. As long as the war is won, then I can marry you as the crown prince and future emperor of the empire." Augustus became more and more excited as he spoke. "Linger, think about it. In the future you will not be a royal concubine, but the empress of the empire." Ha 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 ha. Regardless of whether Luo Xiaoling was happy or not, Augustus was already immersed in the beautiful vision of the future. As long as the war is over, he will get everything. Think about it. After the war, he became the new crown prince and married Luo Xiaoling as the crown prince. How wonderful. Augustus also clearly saw that Luo Xiaoling's expression had warmed up. This made him happy. "No more talking. Linger, I'm leaving now. In this battle, I have to use all my wealth. We can't take this lightly." After saying this, Augustus stood up and left. Just after Augustus left, originally, Luo Xiaoling was the only one in the room. Suddenly, accompanied by a distortion of space, an extremely tall figure appeared. As soon as this figure appeared, Luo Xiaoling immediately smiled happily. The frost melted, and the weather warmed up and turned to spring. "Owner." Her delicate body immediately pressed forward and fell into Don Juan's arms. Don Juan stretched out his hand and embraced the beauty in his arms. "Master, Luo Nu misses you so much." Luo Xiaoling raised her head, and her beautiful eyes were completely different from when she was in Augustus. As cold as they were before, they were now as charming. The eyes are as charming as silk. "How is it going?" Don Juan asked, looking down. Luo Xiaoling told everything. Don Juan sneered when he heard this. "Huh. I knew the people of Turin wouldn't give up so easily. In the end, we have to use force to convince them. You did a great job." He raised his hand to stroke Luo Xiaoling's hair. Luo Xiaoling immediately closed her eyes, her rosy cheeks flushed. Just looking at the expression on her face, one would think that she was about to die. Augustus, who had already boarded the shuttle and was about to leave, admired the holographically simulated natural environment inside the shuttle. The vibrant trees were lush green, and under the holographic sunlight, the green shade was reflected on his head, making him feel very comfortable. Lingxiao Galaxy. Don Juan was teleported back to the large orbital space station outside the Dome Star through the high via space. At this moment, the Dome Star has completely changed its appearance. The entire surface of the planet is filled with gray robotic factories. The gray wind intelligent machines are constantly changing the environment of Dome Star, further transforming it into a war planet. Looking at the progress of this transformation, we won't need the battle star in the war with the Turin people. But even if the transformation is complete, it would be a bit of a waste to use the war star to deal with the Durin people. Don Juan stood in the corridor of the space station, looking through the window at the planet, which was now a little gray. Chapter 183. The current military strength of the Omnic Heavenly Court. The Turin Empire's response. Now, all the main fleets of the Intelligent Heaven have been upgraded and renovated. It has the combat capability of the 6th division level. In the past period of time, the Intelligent Heavenly Court has once again expanded the size of its main fleet. 2 new Duze large-scale comprehensive supply carriers have been added. 30 Tuyao heavy transport ships. 30 Sunday battlecruisers. 115 Black Rope Hell heavy firepower destroyers. 300 Impermanence-class heavy frigates. In addition, 3,000 new Spaceship Girls warships have the same combat effectiveness as the main fleet. Now, the scale of Dongwon's main fleet has 3 Duzhe large supply carriers, 2 Thunder medium attack battleships, 53 Tuyao large integrated transport ships, 40 Sunday battlecruisers, 3 Xuanfeng high-speed fast attack cruisers, a fire stove heavy strike cruiser, 212 Black Rope Hell heavy firepower destroyers, 502 Impermanence-class heavy frigates. Spaceship Girls have the largest number of warships. Currently, the Intelligent Heavenly Court has 5,159 Spaceship Girls. The total number of main battleships of the Intelligent Heavenly Court is 5,975, nearly 6,000 warships. At this moment, it has been less than a year since Dongwon first came to the ruined star field. Dongwon already has nearly 6,000 warships under his command. He also controls the Mechanicus, which has already been joined by the Getrez civilization and human civilization. In this interstellar world, the population ruled by Dongwon exceeds hundreds of billions. However, Dongwon has not yet brought all of humanity under his rule. The Human Union is working to unify all of humanity. As for Rinlian, Dongwon will not give too much help. If he helps Rinlian do everything himself, wouldn't he become a nanny? They must have a little independence and integrate humanity into the Mechanicus through the efforts of the Human Union itself. This is a complete and unyielding civilization. The transformation process of Dome Star into a War Star is currently proceeding in an orderly manner. There is good news. That is, the real planetary computer matrix array has been completely built on the Dome Star. With the coordination of a complete planetary computer matrix, the transformation of Dome Star into a battle star is also gradually accelerating. According to the current progress, within a year, the entire Dome Star with a diameter of 14,000 kilometers will be transformed into a true planetary battle star. Possesses extremely terrifying combat power. Dongwon believed that by then the Dome Battle Star would become his most powerful cosmic fortress. Now that it has mastered a series of technologies including mature anti-gravity technology, antimatter technology, tactical humanoid consciousness data recovery technology, etc., the civilization level of the Intelligent Heavenly Court is about to be upgraded to the 3rd level civilization. But the most crucial point is still missing, that is, the element conversion technology at the microscopic proton level. This technology is the key to advancement to a level 3 civilization. After mastering this technology, obtaining minerals and energy across the galaxy will no longer be limited to a certain type. Well-deserved, inexhaustible. Any qualified 3rd level civilization can use this technology maturely. The price of this technology in the system mall is 20 million spiritual sources. In other words, Dongwon is only away from a true 3rd level civilization by these 20 million spiritual sources. And Dongwon will get back these 20 million spiritual sources from the Turan Empire. Thinking of this, Dongwon began to assemble the fleet. In subspace, determine the Earth's coordinates. The end of the Turan calendar year 27091. The 4,000th Turan Interstellar United Congress is held. Although the Turan Empire has decided to go to war with the Intelligent Celestial Court, this does not prevent the Turan Interstellar United Congress from continuing. All civilized races in the Turan Interstellar Society will participate in this interstellar conference. In addition to the Yada Empire, the Ifrit Interstellar Federation, the Giant Mantis Capital Alliance, and the Jinran Interstellar Empire, there are another 124 civilized races. However, these civilized races are all vulnerable races in the Turan Interstellar Society. Some have only one planet, while others have several civilized countries crowded on one planet. However, no matter how small the disputes are, there are still countless disputes between them. Disputes between these small civilizations will also be brought to the Interstellar United Congress for arbitration by the Secretary-General of the Congress of the Turan Empire. However, this year's Turan Interstellar United Conference is very different from usual ones. Everyone seemed to be able to sense an unusual atmosphere. This is a virtual space above the star network. The layout in this virtual space is very similar to the Parliament Hall of the Turan Empire. Below the double-horned deer head emblem of the Turan Empire is the podium. Facing the podium are rows of seats for representatives of civilization. The top 4 seats are the Yada Empire, the Ifrit Interstellar Federation, the Giant Mantis Capital Alliance, and the Jinran Interstellar Empire. At this moment, the highest leaders of the 4 civilizations have all attended the meeting. All civilized races participate remotely, except for the Turan people. The new emperor of the Yada Empire, Saint Relitus XVIII, sat in his seat, looking at the leaders of the other three civilized races who were obviously harboring ill intentions. Saint Relitus XVIII, who was originally in a good mood because he had completed most of his plan to seize power, now looked increasingly gloomy. Since Dimenphilos lost almost all of its fleet and returned from the destroyed Jotunheim galaxy, Dimenphilos' power has been greatly weakened. Saint Relitus XVIII immediately seized the opportunity and took action without hesitation. At present, most of the power of the Yada Empire has been regained. But this also means that huge external pressure is now upon him. These three interstellar civilizations are about to attack the Yada Empire. The heads of the three interstellar civilizations looked at each other, and then the chief executive officer of Giant Mantis Capital was about to stand up and file a complaint against the Yada Empire to the Secretary General of the conference. By gaining the support of the Tauran Empire, their three interstellar civilizations successfully declared war on the Yada Empire. However, at this moment, bits of data flashed throughout the entire virtual space. There seemed to be some signs of instability. What's going on? What happened? The leaders of many civilizations all looked at the data characters that kept flashing and jumping in the surrounding space with some confusion. These data characters that appeared in the air, flashing and jumping continuously, gathered together to form a human figure. A huge statue, standing in the air, appeared in front of everyone. The statue was covered in luxurious power armor, and a halo like the red sun was flickering behind it. Tauran Empire, what is your response? As soon as this person opened his mouth, he spoke words that no one else could understand. Faced with such a sudden change, everyone's heart skipped a beat, as if something big was about to happen. Chapter 184. Attack the Solar System. How did they appear? The Secretary General of the Tauran Interstellar United Congress raised his head and saw the giant-like figure appearing in the sky above the virtual space. He had participated in the previous Tauran Imperial Conference and naturally understood what the giant was asking. The Secretary General stood on the podium, looking up at the giant with no fear in his eyes and a calm expression. No one can make the proud people of Tauran surrender. Very good. Just this one sentence. This is the attitude that Don Juan wants. After nodding slightly, Don Juan turned around and looked down at the many leaders of civilizations sitting there. Cherish this opportunity. This is the last Torino Interstellar United Conference you will attend. After saying this, the portrait turned back into data all over the sky. Everything in the virtual space returns to normal. It was as if he had never appeared just now. What did he say? Have no idea. What happened? How can this be the last session? Is there any explanation? Suddenly, there was an uproar in the parliamentary space. Many leaders and delegations of small civilizations had no idea what was happening and were whispering to each other. But Emperor Yada, Saint Relitus XVIII, did not care about these. None of this has anything to do with him. If they fail to overcome the difficulties faced by the other three interstellar civilizations, then their Yada Empire will really be participating for the last time. The leaders of the other three interstellar civilizations didn't care at all and continued to carry out their plans. As for the Secretary General, he doesn't care even more. The last session? Joke. In this interstellar space, there is no civilization that can defeat the Tauran Empire. Quiet. The Secretary General of the conference struck the data hammer and was about to silence everyone in the data space to quiet down the entire venue. The next moment his expression suddenly changed. The data hammer in his hand stopped in midair, and the whole person stopped as if time had stopped. Everyone looked at the Secretary General in confusion. The next moment, a series of data flashbacks appeared on the Secretary General's body. Just like the network ping value was too high, the Secretary General kept picking up the data hammer, lifting it, putting it down, and picking it up again. What's going on? What happened? Everyone was at a loss. Crash. A sharp and piercing sound like breaking glass was heard, and the entire virtual space collapsed in an instant. All data flow ceased. The entire conference hall, all the heads of civilizations and delegations participating in the conference were disconnected from the conference space in an instant. Saint Relitus XVIII, who was attending the meeting remotely from the Yada Palace, suddenly opened his eyes. What happened? His face was full of confusion. In the Tauran Interstellar Society, the heads of other civilized countries and the delegation members were also extremely puzzled. An interstellar conference that wants to connect to the source star, Earth, again through the star field network. But it said the application was rejected. In the Tauran Interstellar Society, all attempts to contact the source star solar system have failed. It was as if the entire solar system was blocked by an invisible barrier. Among them, President Ifri, the chief executive officer of Giant Mantis, and the Emperor of Shinran were extremely distressed. Once this interstellar conference was interrupted, their plans would also be interrupted. We can only wait until things return to normal. They did not dare to launch a war against the Yada Empire without the consent of the Turan Empire. At this moment, everyone was confused, and the same question came to their mind. What is happening in the solar system right now? Solar system. The Turan Empire's Sun Guard fleet was fully mobilized. The Turan Empire has 7 complete Turan army fleets stationed in the solar system. Closest to the Sun, stationed in the space between the Earth and the Sun, the Mercury-Venus Gate is stationed at the Army Fleet. Yuanxing, Earth, Imperial Guard Group Fleet. Mars Garrison Group Fleet. The fleet stationed at Jupiter Industrial Port. Saturn Garrison Fleet. Uranus Garrison Fleet. Neptune Garrison Fleet. In addition to these 7 fleets, there is also an Oort Garrison Support Fleet in the Oort Nebula. Each fleet has a strength of more than 10,000 warships. Together, these more than 80,000 warships guard the entire solar system inside and out. The solar system has always been the core of the entire Turan Empire and the core of the entire star field network server. There can never be an image of communications being hampered. But now, everyone was shocked to find that any means of communication from within the solar system to the outside, or sent to the solar system, were all blocked. The entire solar system seemed to be covered by an invisible barrier, and any superluminal communication method could not be transmitted. When this happens, there is only one possibility. That is, the attack of the intelligent heaven is about to begin. The Turan Empire knew that the intelligent celestial court had the ability and would directly attack the solar system. But they didn't expect it to come so soon. Under the order of the Emperor of Turan, all the fleets returned to defend. Most of the fleet was deployed around the Mercury-Venus Gate between the Earth and the Sun. The defense line of the Mercury-Venus Gate is under the charge of the 8th Prince Augustus. This is a heavy responsibility. If it were a normal galaxy attack and defense battle, the Stargate line would be the frontline battlefield in the entire galaxy. The entire solar system was built as an impregnable fortress by the Turan Empire, especially the Mercury-Venus Gate. Even if the Perseus interstellar civilization attacks, it will be impossible to break through. Countless automatic defense platforms are deployed in a space area of tens of millions of kilometers around the Mercury-Venus Gate. More than 60,000 state-of-the-art Turan warships are ready to defend the Stargate. Always be ready to fire at enemies that emerge from the Stargate. As for Freed, although the Emperor was somewhat disappointed with Freed's previous remarks, he still entrusted her with the important task of guarding the defense lines of Earth and Mars. Mercury-Venus Gate Defense Line, guarding the fleet. Augustus's flagship is a super mothership that is 20 kilometers long and has a mass of more than 300 billion tons. Named by Augustus, Constantine the Great. At this moment, on the bridge of the Constantine the Great, Augustus received a call from Lieutenant General Bourne. Your Highness, the combat power of the Omnic Heavenly Court is extraordinary. Please do not take it lightly. Augustus heard this and looked a little dissatisfied. Bourne, do you think I will lose? No, that's not what I meant, Your Highness. There's an old saying on Earth, better safe than sorry. The Omnic warships are very strange. I have experience fighting them. Okay, I got it. The Mercury-Venus Gate is the most well-defended gate in the entire empire. I don't believe the Omnic Heavenly Court's fleet can break through it. Augustus sneered, his entire body filled with confidence. At this moment, an urgent communication was transmitted to the bridge of the Constantine the Great. Your Highness, the fleet of the Omnic Heavenly Court has appeared. What? Where? Augustus immediately increased his observations of the Mercury-Venus Gate, but he saw nothing. There was no movement from the Stargate's automatic defense system. Behind our fleet. Your Highness, they're launching a direct attack on Earth. Panic screams rang out. Augustus was stunned for a moment. How is this possible? How did they appear? Chapter 185, Attacking Earth, Earth-Moon Space War. The Source Star defense line is under attack. They suddenly appeared in space. The Martian defense line is under attack. Requesting support, requesting support. Augustus' eyes widened as he listened to the voice coming from the communication channel. He couldn't understand. He simply couldn't understand how the mechanical Heavenly Court's fleet could suddenly appear in the solar system and launch attacks on both the Source Star and Mars at the same time. There was dead silence at the Mercury Gate, with no movement at all. They also did not detect any associated spatial transition fluctuations. Not at all. Your Highness, the 8th Prince, what should we do now? Please give the order. Augustus gritted his teeth as he listened to the voices coming from his subordinates. Although Freed is the person in charge of the defense line of Yuanxing and Mars, no matter what, he can't just sit there and watch Yuanxing and Mars fall. He immediately ordered, No mistakes can be made at the Shuijingxing Gate. The main fleet should not move. Split 2 fleets to support Yuanqing and Mars. Under Augustus's order, more than 20,000 of the more than 60,000 warships defending the Mercury-Venus Gate were sent to support the space battlefield between Yuanqing and Mars. In the space outside the source star, the Turan fleet formed a line of defense with the moon as the core. The entire moon has now been transformed into a huge war machine by the Turan Empire. After all, Yuanqing is the capital of the Turan Empire, and it is never too much to defend it. With the moon as the core, a defense belt composed of countless space defense platforms floats in space. It almost filled the entire space around it. The Yuanqing Imperial Guards Group fleet has now been dispatched. The war in space has begun. In the space beyond the Earth and the moon, there are laser beams, railgun shells, curvature engine missiles, and other weapons passing through each other everywhere. With the defensive strength of the Turan Empire, if the country is at the same technological level as the Turan Empire, then without a force of 100,000 or 200,000 warships to attack, it is likely that no achievement will be made. To be honest, the Turan fleet was caught off guard by the sudden attack of the intelligent celestial court, because there were no signs at all beforehand. The Lunar War Fortress base, with a diameter of more than 3,400 kilometers, was suddenly attacked. Several super-large-yield microwave pulse hydrogen bombs were dropped onto the Lunar War Fortress in an instant. Before anyone could react, their proud Lunar War Fortress had already been paralyzed in space. Afterwards, the fleet of the intelligent Heavenly Court jumped through the high-dimensional space and appeared in the solar system. Officially launch an attack on the Earth. Mars was also attacked at the same time. The Yuanqing Imperial Guards Group fleet hastily engaged in battle. The number of the intelligent Heavenly Court fleet that appeared outside the Earth moon was not large compared to the Imperial Guards Group fleet, with only less than 3,000 warships. However, the powerful combat capability it displayed resulted in a crushing victory over the Turan Empire's Imperial Guards fleet equipped with the most advanced warships. On a defensive space station operating in space, countless lasers, railguns, and missile fire poured into space, and a large-mass sublight-speed projectile attacked in an instant. It directly penetrated the entire defensive space station. The huge kinetic energy it carried destroyed the entire space station. The explosion flashed, and countless debris floated into the surrounding space. A warship about 1 kilometer long, with an oval head and purple-black color, like a space whale, was traveling through space. She seemed like a real space creature, moving freely in the space filled with firepower networks. Dozens of high-energy lasers shot towards her. But more than 9/10 of the lasers missed their targets, leaving only a handful that hit their targets. However, the few lasers that hit were blocked in space by the multiple shields raised from the surface of the space whale battleship. Several Turan warships moved forward, and the various weapons on the warships were aimed at her and continued to pour firepower, providing cover for the rear-end battleships equipped with super railguns specially designed for shield breaking. Damn it, the opponent is too fast. We can't lock onto him accurately. The covering battleships continue to push forward. Get closer to the enemy. Entangle the enemy and create an opportunity for the railgun. Among several Turan warships, the commanding captain issued an order from the bridge of the small fleet cluster command ship. The 3 Turan warships tried to close the distance with the warship of the intelligent Heavenly Court and entangle the opposite side. But the next moment, the warship of the intelligent Heavenly Court disappeared into space amidst a space distortion. Damn it, where did she go? We can't see her anymore. The command ship of the Turan Flotilla Battle Group immediately discovered that the enemy had disappeared from their sight. Just as the command ship was scanning the battlefield extremely quickly and nervously, constantly searching for the enemy. Suddenly, the captain heard a voice from a friendly warship in another direction. Giga, quickly evade downwards. The enemy has appeared on your flank parallel to yours. What? The commanding captain was suddenly startled and was about to order the warship to evade, but it was too late. Through a short-distance high-space jump, the warship of the intelligent Heavenly Court appeared less than a few thousand kilometers to the side of the command ship. As soon as it appeared, more than 10 anti-gravity catapult guns on its side launched a salvo attack. The anti-gravity catapult accelerated the projectile to sublight speed and instantly flew out of the barrel, carrying unparalleled terrifying kinetic energy, bombarding the command ship thousands of kilometers away. The Turan command ship was directly hit by more than 10 sublight speed projectiles. The magnetic field on the surface of the battleship is simply not enough to stop sublight speed projectiles of this power. In an instant, the several kilometer-long command ship disintegrated in space. There was a fleeting explosion, and a large amount of debris was thrown out, and the entire battleship sank in space. Ha 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 ha. Explode. Inside the whale-like space battleship, a ship girl cheered. This battleship is her main body. After dealing with the command ship, countless weapons on her hull opened fire at full power and began to attack indiscriminately, suppressing the surrounding Tauran warships. On the battlefield, this grassroots decapitation tactic used by the intelligent Heavenly Court warships is extremely useful. The basic unit of the Tauran Empire's fleet is a small fleet battle group consisting of 4 to 5 warships, under the unified command of a command flagship. Their tactics are flexible and varied, and through superluminal communication, they can exert extremely powerful combat capabilities. However, facing the high-dimensional space jump decapitation tactics of the intelligent Heavenly Court, the flagship of the small fleet battle group was directly beheaded and destroyed at the beginning of the battle. The remaining warships lost their command and were naturally at the mercy of others. Chapter 186: Terrifying Space Weapons. You've reaped all the fruits of your own actions. The technology used in the warships of the intelligent Heavenly Court is far superior to that of the Tauran Empire's fleet, not to mention the use of decapitation tactics. Now, the advantageous tactics that the Tauran Empire had developed through years of war with the Perseus Interstellar Society could no longer be used. Originally, the Tauran Empire was better at fighting enemies with higher technological levels than them. Coupled with the superluminal communication that the Star Network can bring, this allows the Tauran Empire's fleet to continue to move towards victory with grand strategic tactical advantages. But now, the intelligent Heavenly Court is obviously particularly targeting this point. Even though its own technological strength occupies an advantageous position, the intelligent Heavenly Court does not want to let the Tauran Empire have the slightest tactical advantage. No matter how good the tactics are, they must be communicated to the fleet's grassroots warships, and someone must execute them. Now, the grassroots of the Tauran fleet don't even have the ability to execute. Each of the warships of the intelligent Heavenly Court was fighting 1 against 4 in the space battle and still maintained an excellent advantage. Source Star Space Low Earth Orbit. Command Center. Freed frowned as she looked at the three-dimensional space battlefield view floating in the air in front of her. In the view, the light spots representing the Tauran battleship disappeared one after another and lost contact. And so far, Freed has not heard any news of their victory from the communication. Is this the strength of the intelligent Heavenly Fleet? Freed took a deep breath and suppressed all the fear in her heart. She couldn't show it. The absolute strength displayed by the intelligent Heavenly Court fleet exceeded everyone's expectations. How's the situation on Mars? Freed turned and looked up and asked. Your Highness, the Martian defense line is struggling. The Martian fleet has suffered over a quarter of its losses. If this continues, the Martian defense line will soon be breached by the enemy. Hearing this answer, Freed's frown deepened. Sure enough, the situation is not optimistic. She took a deep breath. The combat power displayed by the intelligent Heavenly Court was even more powerful and terrifying than she had imagined. She has always been unwilling to go to war with the mechanical heaven. However, in the country, people who share her thoughts are ultimately a minority. Most of the people of Duran have become arrogant after thousands of years of Duran's interstellar hegemony, and arrogance will only breed stupidity and failure. At this moment, Freed suddenly saw in the three-dimensional view in front of her a series of light spots representing her own warships and defense platform positions shattered. The time interval was very short, and it was obvious that these warships were destroyed at almost the same time. After these warships and defense platforms were destroyed, a road appeared on the three-dimensional view. A road leading directly to the source star. What? This sudden change startled Freed. What happened? What kind of weapons did the Omnic Heavenly Court use to suddenly cause such heavy casualties to their fleet? Your Highness, we just detected a high-energy numerical response to the curvature of space. All of our warships that were just destroyed are experiencing a mass energy phenomenon caused by unstable curvature values around them. What? This? Could it be that the Omnic Heavenly Court is using the mass energy phenomenon within the superluminal curvature bubble as a weapon? Freed thought of this instantly and was shocked. It has been mentioned long ago that under the superluminal curvature bubble, if the curvature values are not equal, the mass energy phenomenon will occur. In the battleship's curvature bubble, the curvature space of the front half is one value, and the curvature space of the back half is another value. The difference in the curvature space fluctuations caused by the two is too large. The mass of the entire battleship will be pulled back and forth by space to infinity. The mass will be converted into pure energy and then annihilated. This phenomenon is extremely terrifying, and its power is enormous. The Turan Empire also wanted to use this phenomenon to make weapons, but it could not find a breakthrough. So if they want to use this phenomenon to kill the enemy, they can only use the oldest method, which is to use the warship's superluminal curvature bubble to crash into the enemy warship, and then manually create the curvature space mass energy phenomenon. And now, it is obvious that the intelligent heavenly court has completely mastered the phenomenon of mass energy conversion in curvature space and has made it into a mature weapon. Earth-Moon Defense Line. In the space between the source star and the moon, the wreckage of thousands of Turan warships and countless space stations floated around, forming a road of warship corpses. Just now, 20 Sunday battlecruisers modified and upgraded main guns. Curvature space mass energy cannons fired at the same time, causing this scene. Thousands of Turan warships and countless defense space stations were destroyed. This directly opens a space road to the source star Earth. Now, the spearhead team composed of these 20 Sunday battlecruisers is constantly charging forward in this debris space road, all the way to the Earth. All the Turan warships on the battlefield were shocked by the terrifying power of space weapons. Seeing that the enemy's spearhead fleet was about to approach the Earth, only a little over 100,000 kilometers away, the surviving Turan warships in other areas of space immediately went to intercept it. But it was too late. The main fleet of the intelligent heavenly court has completely crossed the lunar defense line and began to advance, approaching the Earth. Damn it! If the lunar fortress is still operational, these bastards won't even think about getting past the moon's defense line. In the command center, a staff officer suddenly punched the alloy wall beside him, and the three-dimensional space projection on the wall shook. But this is just talk. Because everyone understands that in the face of the terrifying power of the space weapons just used by the intelligent heaven, the lunar battle fortress is nothing more than a huge target with a diameter of 3,400 kilometers. Your Highness, what should we do now? Another combat staff officer looked at Freed in panic, and then everyone looked at Freed. Now the enemy is approaching the Earth's orbital defense line. I hope Her Royal Highness the Crown Princess can come up with an idea. Freed closed her eyes, took a deep breath, then opened her eyes with an extremely sarcastic sneer on her face. She had no idea. In this situation, what ideas can you have? Before the war, everyone swore that their Turan Empire would definitely be able to defeat the intelligent heaven. But now, after the war started, the enemy directly ignored all other galaxies and came to the solar system. After realizing that the enemy was countless times stronger than they had imagined, they panicked and began to ask for advice from her, who had not supported the war in the first place. Chapter 187 Landing Troops, Landing on Earth. Freed remained silent, looking at the chaos in the command center with a mocking look on her face. She dialed a direct line to the Emperor in Turan. The Emperor appeared in front of Freed. Freed, how's the battle going? As soon as the Emperor appeared, he asked Freed anxiously. Father, the situation is not optimistic. The Omnic Heavenly Court's fleet has already crossed the moon's defense line. Their advanced fleet is heading towards the source star, and it is less than 100,000 kilometers away from the source star. Freed had a sneer on her face, as if everything she had just said was not a battle situation, but a joke. 100,000 kilometers. The Emperor screamed in shock, his face filled with astonishment. Only 100,000 kilometers. This distance is enough to drop weapons of mass destruction directly on the Earth. In general space battles, the fleets of both sides are 100,000 kilometers apart, which is an extremely close distance. Freed, why do you look like that? Stop them quickly. The enemy has already reached the gates of the capital. Why aren't you worried at all? Do you have any other ideas for turning the tide? When the Emperor saw Freed's expression, hope rose in his heart again. Oh, Father, don't get me wrong, there's nothing I can do. Even if there is a way, it is nothing compared to the military might of the Omnic Heavenly Court. I just see it clearly. Freed smiled. His heart was filled with sarcasm and ridicule towards the arrogant Turan Empire. In her opinion, the current situation was entirely the fault of the Turan Empire. The source star was originally snatched from humans by their Tulian Empire thousands of years ago. What's a planet? Compared to the continuation of a race, everything else is trivial. Giving up a planet allows one to maintain the continuation of one's own civilization and race. It's a good deal. But unfortunately, the Turan Empire's thousands of years of arrogance harmed them. We must go to war with the intelligent heaven. Thinking of this, Freed looked deeply at her father and said, Father, I'm sorry. Everything I did was for the continuation of the Turan family. What? The Emperor of Turan was stunned, as if he didn't understand what Freed was talking about. The next moment, the holographic projection disappeared. Emperor Turan in the palace lost contact with Freed. What's going on? Frid. No matter how he called, there was no response. At this moment, the Minister of Defense's communication rang. Your Majesty, the reinforcement fleet from Mercury Gate has arrived. This news brought some comfort to the Emperor of Turin. But the next moment, another piece of news made the Emperor of Turin furious. Your Majesty, the reinforcements from the Mercury Gate have withdrawn. What? Why did the reinforcements withdraw? The support troops did not obey the orders of the Source Star Command. After they arrived at the Source Star Outer Space Orbit Command, they took away Her Royal Highness the Princess and withdrew. The Emperor of Turin felt his mind was blank. Withdrawn? This means his Crown Princess ran away with the support fleet? Augustus, who guards the Mercury-Venus Gate, sent 2 space fleets to support Yuanxing, with a total of more than 20,000 warships, which are actually fleets under the command of Fried. Now, Fried has been transferred from the Source Star Low Earth Orbit Command Center to the fleet. Then, she led the fleet directly away from the Source Star. The Emperor only now understood what Fried meant by those words. Suddenly, endless anger filled the Emperor's heart. This is betrayal. This is defection. At this critical moment in defending the Source Star, the enemy has already reached the gate of the Source Star, and Fried actually escaped with the fleet. The Emperor of Turin was shocked and angry. But the battle must go on. He immediately roared and asked, right now, are there any fleets loyal to me in outer space of Yuanxing? His answer was a resounding explosion high in the sky above the palace. A Turin warship, emitting black smoke and carrying flames, fell from the sky. With a huge impact, it crashed into a small hill in the Himalayas surrounding the imperial palace. The huge noise made when it fell was like an earthquake, and even the emperor deep in the palace could feel it. The fleet of the intelligent heavenly court has approached the low Earth orbit of the Source Star. And in low Earth orbit, a battle broke out with the last batch of the Imperial Guard fleet. Damn it, contact Augustus immediately. Have him bring all the Mercury Gate defense fleet to support us. The emperor now had to take command personally, and he roared and conveyed his orders. The escape of the reinforcements at the critical moment made the emperor furious, and also caused the entire Turin fleet to completely lose air supremacy in space outside the Source Star. Now we can only immediately carry out internal defense of the planet and wait for the full support of Augustus of the Mercury-Venus Gate. Before the war, the Turin Empire had made very thorough preparations, and a large number of fleets were deployed at the Mercury Gate for defense. They knew that the intelligent heaven would directly attack the solar system, but according to their previous thinking, the only way to enter the solar system was through the Mercury-Venus Gate. But they never expected that the fleet of the intelligent heavenly court actually had a way to directly bypass the Mercury-Venus Gate and perform a space jump to reach the vicinity of the moon. But they haven't lost yet. Yuanxing has been ruled by the Turin Empire for 4,000 years. During these 4,000 years, the entire Yuanxing has been built into an impregnable war fortress by them. Above the surface of the planet, there are countless air defense weapons and various magnetic field shields that protect key units. What the intelligent heavenly court wants is an intact planet, so they will definitely not be able to carry out a large-scale bombing of the planet. Be careful when using the right weapon to kill a rat. They will definitely send landing troops to attack continuously. And this is the key to his turnaround. As long as he can defend Yuanxing, reinforcements will arrive in a steady stream from the entire Turin Empire. By then, victory will still belong to the Turin Empire. Yuanxing Low Earth Orbit Space Battlefield. The last fleet of the Turin Empire guarding the planet, the Yuanxing Imperial Guard fleet, was locked in a tough battle, desperately resisting the attack of the intelligent Heavenly Court fleet. The last Imperial Guard's warship could no longer withstand the continuous firepower. After a round of explosions, the wreckage of the warship fell towards the planet under the influence of the planet's gravity. The fleet of the intelligent Heavenly Court is completely close to the Source Star Earth. A ship is orbiting the Earth, with the head of the ship above. Donwan's flagship has also arrived here. He stood on the bridge of the Emperor of Truth, looking at the blue planet that was almost within reach, and gave orders. Landing troops prepare. All warships prepare for subspace teleportation. Landing troops conduct subspace teleportation. Land on Earth. Chapter 188. Korn is delighted to see this. Loyal close combat. Source Star Earth surface, Asian plate, Himalayas. The huge royal palace of Turin. The entire Turin royal palace is now protected by the raised multiple magnetic field shields. Always be prepared to defend against attacks from the intelligent celestial fleet in outer space orbit. A variety of anti-aircraft weapons were aimed at the sky. Various weapons bases and densely packed ground-based missile silos are ready. Always be prepared to defend against the landing troops of the intelligent heaven falling from high altitude. However, the air defense radar scanned the sky for a long time and did not see even one orbital assault module landing from outer space. What's going on? Doesn't the enemy want to land? In an air defense base, dozens of technicians who were constantly monitoring the sky had expressions of suspicion in their hearts and faces. Not to mention the orbital assault module. Not even the shells fell from the sky. Inside the palace, in a soldier's underground defense bunker somewhere, a Torino soldier observed the sky through images transmitted from external observation instruments. There was really no movement. Do you think it's possible that the enemy knows we've made preparations to counter the landing and is afraid to deploy landing troops? The Torin soldier was observing outside while talking to his companions. Who knows? I hope they don't deploy the landing force. If we delay like this, our reinforcements will arrive faster. Another Torino soldier shrugged and said, "Don't let your guard down. The enemy might be up to some tricks. Always monitor the sky." At this time, a Turin officer came over and scolded them. The Turin soldiers were waiting carelessly in the bunker. One of them accidentally noticed that there seemed to be a little light flashing in the air not far away from him. Like a firefly. "Are there any fireflies in our base?" He shouted immediately. "What? Fireflies? Didn't the fireflies on the source star become extinct hundreds of years ago?" "Extinct? What's that over there?" The Turin soldier pointed at the flickering lights in the sky not far away. "They look like fireflies." Bang! Accompanied by a loud noise, the light in the sky that was flickering suddenly twisted. Suddenly, a burst of gunfire rang out of nowhere, and bullets were fired. As the Turin soldier looked extremely shocked, his companions around him fell to the ground. The powerful bombs easily shattered the power armor and bodies of the Turin soldiers. Bang, 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 bang. More than 10 rays of light flashed in succession, and more than 10 tactical humanoid troops wearing power armor and with a golden light flashing behind them appeared out of thin air in the base. As soon as they appeared, they reacted extremely quickly and quickly wiped out the surrounding Turin soldiers. The electromagnetic grenade gun fired in all directions, and wherever it passed, the bodies of the Turin soldiers were shattered, and they died on the spot without even being able to scream. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! The entire air defense base suddenly sounded alarms. Accompanied by bursts of space jump light, batches of tactical humanoid army troops were teleported to air defense bases throughout the palace. The Turin soldiers were caught off guard and were killed by the tactical humanoids that suddenly appeared. Damn it! How did they show up? Requesting support. Requesting support. The Turin soldiers who were lucky enough not to be killed in the first round of attacks immediately organized a defense. But their defense is like tofu facing bullets, fragile and easily broken. A quick-reacting Turin soldier was just about to operate a large-caliber anti-aircraft gun, ready to use it to strafe the tactical humanoid troops on the ground. But before he could run to the artillery position, the entire artillery position suddenly exploded. The huge explosion swallowed it up in an instant. After a period of space distortion, a Xuanwu armored tank equipped with a heavy plasma main gun appeared on the ground. The heavy armored units suspended in the air by the anti-gravity system began to support the tactical humanoid troops and began to clear the entire air defense base. A large number of tactical humanoid army troops were directly teleported through the subspace, completely bypassing the entire planet's air defense system and directly entering the main city of Turin Royal Palace. Underground in the main city of the Imperial Palace, in the Himalayas. Most of the Himalayas have been hollowed out and turned into fortifications. Now, in the deepest part, is where Emperor Turin resides. But at this moment, this place was also attacked by tactical humanoid troops. A fierce battle has broken out in the huge underground passage. The most elite Turin guards used various defensive fortifications to resist the attacks of the tactical humanoid troops. Protect His Majesty. Beat them back. Amid the resounding gunshots and artillery fire, an officer of the Turin guards roared. The Emperor is behind them. They must not retreat. A series of explosive bombs swept over and instantly shattered the bodies of several Turin guards. The power armor on their bodies did not provide any protection at all. Blood sacrifice to Lingxiao. Skull sacrifice to the Supreme. Amidst a burst of crazy shouts, a group of tactical humanoid troops arrived at the battlefield accompanied by the light of subspace transmission. From the slogans they shouted, one could tell that they were a group of tactical humanoid elites of the Mechanicus. This group of tactical humanoid elites, wearing shields and holding large-caliber electromagnetic grenade guns and chainwords, rushed forward under the firepower of the Turin guards. Countless firepower from the Turin guards hit them, but the power seemed to be completely weakened and could not cause much damage to them. Damn it! What kind of monsters are these? A Turin guard roared in confusion. The tactical humanoid elite force is the craziest force of the Mechanicus under the command of the Mechanical Celestial Court. They carry the power from Korn, and any long-range attack will be weakened by 90%. Not to mention that they are also equipped with psychic shields, energy field shields, and void shields, a triple shield system. The chainsaw swords roared, and in the blink of an eye, this group of tactical humanoid elites rushed through the firepower network of the Turin guards. All the heavy firepower points along the way were remotely destroyed by the ordinary tactical humanoid troops in the rear. The roaring chainsaw sword instantly cut down a Turin guard. Korn was overjoyed at the sight, and a melee battle of utmost loyalty began. Stop them! Stop them! Stop these lunatics! The Turin guard's officer roared madly. However, the gap in combat power between the two sides was too great, and in this underground defense passage, it was almost a one-sided massacre. Ah! Boom, buzz, buzz. Screams, the sound of flesh being torn, and the roar of chainsaw swords filled the air. Chapter 189, Emperor Turin in the bunker. Damn it! Deep in the bunker, the sound of gunfire and the roar of chainsaw swords from outside can be clearly heard. It seemed that the enemy was very close. The Emperor of Turin was sweating profusely from anxiety under the heavy guard of the Imperial Guards. Augustus, have your reinforcements arrived? The Emperor of Turin opened the communication again and continued to question Augustus. Father, support is on the way. I've ordered the fleet to advance at full speed. Augustus was also sweating profusely from anxiety. He had never expected that the fleet of the intelligent heavenly court did not emerge from the Mercury-Venus gate, but appeared directly near the moon. This made the defense fleet deployed around the Mercury-Venus gate completely useless. What Augustus never expected was that the fleet he had sent to support Yuanqing was actually a fleet under Fried's command. And now, Fried has taken his fleet and ignored the source star, and directly retreated from the battlefield. This directly led to the Earth's gates being opened wide, allowing the enemy to march indirectly. Now, it was too late for Augustus to lead the fleet of Mercury Gate to come to the rescue. The enemy has already landed on Source Star. It even reached the Emperor. It was no use for the Emperor to hide in a base under the palace. Your Majesty, let's go. Accompanying the Emperor were the Minister of Defense, the Minister of Finance, the Minister of Imperial Engineering, the Minister of Foreign Affairs, the Minister of Imperial Justice, and other senior imperial officials. Listening to the gunshots that seemed to be getting closer and closer outside, the Minister of Defense said to the Emperor anxiously, Your Majesty, we can no longer hold on. Let's leave now. A group of senior imperial officials gathered around the Emperor, all looking at him in bewilderment. It seems that they hope the Emperor will issue an order for a full evacuation. Some people even regretted not taking the initiative to apply to go to the front line, so that when the support fleet came to pick up Fried, they could be taken along. Otherwise, he wouldn't be trapped beside the Emperor now, waiting to die in this bunker under the palace. Hold on a little longer. Although the Emperor's forehead was covered with sweat from his anxiety, he remained stubborn. He said, Augustus's support fleet is almost here. If we hold on a little longer, the final victory will belong to us. As he said that, he turned on the holographic projector. The entire planet was projected in front of everyone. Emperor Turin pointed to the battle scenes displayed above the projected planet and said, Look, only the Imperial Palace and some surrounding areas have been landed by the enemy. Currently, more than 60% of the area on the Source Star has not been attacked by the enemy. The closest to us is General Steiner and his 187th Army on the Mongolian plains. As long as General Steiner leads the troops to support us and launch an attack from outside the palace, everything will be fine. Emperor Turin kept pointing his fingers at the holographic projection, still having great hope in his heart. As soon as this was mentioned, the atmosphere in the bunker suddenly became quiet. Everyone looked at each other, extremely nervous. What's wrong? The Emperor of Turin sensed this atmosphere and was slightly stunned. Your Majesty, Steiner. The Minister of Justice found it difficult to speak and stammered. Before he finished speaking, the Minister of Defense took over the next sentence. Your Majesty, General Steiner did not lead his troops to attack the palace. We received a global surrender broadcast from General Steiner. The entire 187th Army has surrendered as a whole. As soon as these words came out, the atmosphere in the bunker fell silent again, reaching a freezing point. There was only the constant buzzing sound of gunfire and artillery fire from the outside world. Minister of Defense, Minister of Finance and Logistics, Minister of Justice, stay here, everyone else, get out. After a long while, the Emperor finally uttered these words. Clatter, clatter. Footsteps were heard, and soon only the Emperor, The Minister of Defense, the Minister of Finance, and the Minister of Justice were left in the room. Emperor Turin raised his trembling hand, removed the communicator from his ear, and slammed it down, roaring, "They are all traitors! Traitor!" The Emperor's angry roar echoed throughout the room. "I've known for a long time that you imperial generals are unreliable. A bunch of corrupt good-for-nothings. The glory of the Turin Empire has been ruined by you good-for-nothings. No sense of honor." Facing the Emperor's angry roar, the Minister of Justice hurriedly defended himself. "Your Majesty, you can't say that. Our armed forces of the Ministry of Justice have always been loyal to you. Waste. 4,000 years ago, my ancestors led their troops from outer space and conquered this planet. This is the first perfect planet with life that our Turin Empire has conquered. Our ancestors were full of martial virtue and honor, and look at you. Only 4,000 years of hegemony has reduced you to a bunch of hedonistic, arrogant, corrupt wastes." After the Emperor roared continuously at the top of his lungs, he suddenly became weak and sat down on the chair. His voice weakened. "It's all over. Everyone has betrayed me." Outside the room, a large number of high-ranking officials of the Empire were extremely confused. At this moment, the sounds of gunfire and artillery fire from outside seemed to have died down. Suddenly, it became extremely quiet. A large number of hurried footsteps were heard, and a group of Turin guards rushed in panic. They were all injured, and the leading Imperial Guard officer yelled in fear, "Hurry up and evacuate, Your Majesty. They have already." Boom! Before he could finish his words, an explosion suddenly occurred among the group of Turin guards who rushed in. Woo-woo! Ah! Several Turin guards were blown away with screams, and chaos broke out in the bunker. Immediately afterwards, several figures quickly rushed into the bunker and started firing with their guns. Many high-ranking officials of the Turin Empire were caught off guard. The advanced personal shields they carried were shattered, and they were hit by high-powered bombs and turned into a pile of minced meat. Deep in the bunker, a group of the most elite Turin guards rushed in. They carried the Emperor and immediately fled. "Your Majesty, we can't hold on. The enemy has already rushed in." The Emperor of Turin, who was being held up and protected by the Imperial Guards, became panicked again. What? How could it be so fast? But he reacted quickly and immediately followed the Imperial Guards to escape into the emergency escape passage. Upon seeing this, the Minister of Defense, the Minister of Finance, and the Minister of Justice also fled in panic along with the Emperor. Chapter 190. You can kill me, but you can't kill the proud hearts of the people of Turin. Under heavy guard, Emperor Turin followed the escape passage all the way to a large elevator. There is also a small spaceship parked above this elevator. "Your Majesty, get aboard quickly." Under the heavy protection of the Turin guards, the Emperor and the Minister of Defense, the Minister of Finance, and the Minister of Justice almost crawled onto the spaceship. In the elevator shaft above, gates opened one after another. After all the gates leading to the ground were opened, the spacecraft was started. Blue flames spurted out from the bottom of the small spacecraft, driving it into the air. "I want to quickly leave this elevator shaft and get out of the underground." When they felt the spaceship start up, Emperor Turin and his entourage inside breathed a sigh of relief. This small spaceship is the most advanced spaceship in the Turin Empire. It can open a jump channel at an extremely fast speed, thereby jumping out of this galaxy. As long as they can get out of underground and reach the surface. Within the planet's atmosphere, they will be able to open a jump channel and escape from the planet. Although the jump was carried out within the planet's atmosphere, the chain reaction caused would almost destroy the entire palace. But the Emperor no longer cared about this. For him, as long as he could escape from this planet at this moment, it would be enough. Even if opening a jump channel within the planet's atmosphere would destroy the entire surface of the planet, it would be worth it. Just as everyone breathed a sigh of relief and waited for the spacecraft to fly out of underground and reach the surface, suddenly the entire spacecraft began to vibrate. "What's going on?" The Emperor of Turin shouted in shock. "Your Majesty, the spaceship is under attack. Quick, quick, rise up. No. Start the warp now. Quick." The Emperor of Turin roared anxiously. "No, Your Majesty, we can't start the warp. We must reach the surface and there must be enough open space around us." "Damn it, then hurry up and go up." Unable to ascend, Your Majesty, the spaceship is being pulled by an inexplicable gravitational force. "Damn, this gravity is too strong. We can't rise." The somewhat panicked voice of the Imperial Guard pilot was heard. At this moment, everyone felt that a huge pressure was falling on all of them. Under this pressure, everyone was pinned down in their seats. If they were not wearing complete protective equipment, they would probably have been crushed to death. The spacecraft is now in the elevator shaft, hundreds of meters above the ground. It's still 2 kilometers from the ground. But no matter how hard the spacecraft pulled up, it could not rise even 1 meter. Underground. A gravity device from the intelligent heavenly court was placed here, and this gravity device was aimed at the spacecraft above. The huge gravitational force generated by the device pulled the spacecraft tightly, preventing it from continuing to rise. Gotcha! The sound of steel alloy crushing could be heard from inside the hull of the spacecraft. Given the strong gravitational pull from below and the lift of the spacecraft itself, if it were forced to rise again, the entire spacecraft would probably disintegrate. The Imperial Guard pilot knew this, and he anxiously said to the Emperor, "Your Majesty, we can't ascend any further. The gravity is too strong. If we continue to ascend, the entire spacecraft will disintegrate." Decline. The Emperor of Turin was struggling internally, and his expression was extremely ugly. But when faced with his own life, he finally chose to descend. However, the spacecraft's engine cannot be deactivated immediately, otherwise the entire spacecraft will fall instantly under the influence of this gravity. The Imperial Guard pilot slowly reduced the engine power instead of shutting it down completely. With the power reduced, the spacecraft's own lift could not counteract the gravity below, and it began to slowly descend. The spacecraft finally landed on the spot. Dozens of tactical figures who had been waiting below immediately surrounded them. A technical figure first attached a jammer to the spacecraft's engine, disrupting the engine's operation and preventing them from taking off again. After the spacecraft was depowered, the gravity device was released. The spacecraft hatch opens. Only then did the Emperor of Turin struggle to stand up as the gravity was released. "Everyone, you are all prisoners now. When this war is over, you will be judged." Along with the sound, a tactical humanoid officer walked in. She looked at the durance lying all over the ground in the spacecraft and sneered. The Emperor of Turin was filled with despair. Turin Empire, the main city of the Imperial Palace. At this moment, the Imperial City of Turin has been controlled by the intelligent heaven. On both sides of the streets of the Imperial City and on the open Imperial Square, there were rows of disarmed Turin soldiers kneeling on the ground. Suzaku heavy fighter jets kept flying across the sky. On the ground, there are also Xuanwu heavy anti-gravity tanks suspended for vigilance. A large number of Turin Empire officials were taken prisoner in the Turin Palace. And at this moment, in the main hall of the Turin Palace. This main hall is very spacious, with carved beams and painted buildings, and various styles of the Old Earth period are gathered here. At the top of the main hall is the throne of the Turin Emperor. Generally speaking, this main hall is not used. High-level meetings of the Turin Empire are held in the Imperial Conference Room on the top of the Council Hall building. This main hall serves only as a symbolic palace. And at this moment, in this palace, Don Juan sat high on the throne. Below was a group of high-ranking captives from the Turin Empire kneeling on the ground, led by the Emperor of Turin. "You, whatever conditions you have, just tell me. As long as you don't kill me, I'll agree to them all." The Emperor of Turin knelt on the ground in great embarrassment, looking up at the tall figure sitting on the throne that should have belonged to him. "Ha ha ha, conditions? Do you think you are still qualified to negotiate with me now?" Don Juan stood up, his power armor making a metallic rustling sound. He looked at the Emperor of Turin with immense pity and said, "I once gave you a chance. But unfortunately, you didn't cherish it." After hearing these words from Don Juan, the Emperor of Turin was in despair. Things had come to this point, and there seemed to be no hope of turning things around. At this time, the Emperor of Turin became inexplicably tough. "Since you are going to die anyway, you might as well be tough before you die. I still have fleets in the solar system. Our Turin Empire still has vast territories in space. Even if I die, my 8th prince will definitely fight you to the end. You can kill me, but you can't kill the proud hearts of the people of Durin." The Emperor of Turin mustered up his courage, looked up, and stared at Don Juan. However, before he could finish his words, he heard someone being pushed and shoved into the palace behind him. Plop. Someone knelt beside him, and the Emperor of Turin turned his head. Coincidentally, it was his 8th prince, Augustus. He was also captured at this moment, and had just been brought up, and was kneeling beside him. Chapter 191 New Experiment of the Intelligent Heavenly Court. "Father, I'm sorry." Augustus knelt beside the Emperor, his face as pale as death. "You?" The Emperor of Turin opened his mouth in astonishment, looking at Augustus who was kneeling beside him, completely speechless. Augustus seemed to know what his father wanted to ask, which was simply to ask why he was also captured by the intelligent heavenly court. But he was speechless at the moment. Yes, the Emperor of Turin himself was not captured for long, and was directly blocked in the bunker of the palace, and could not escape at all. But you, Augustus, are in outer space with all the fleets in the solar system. All the fleets in the solar system, more than 80,000 warships, and Fried fled the solar system with 20,000 warships. The Earth, Mars fleet, and 2 other fleets, with more than 20,000 warships were defeated by the intelligent heaven in space. But you, Augustus, have all the remaining fleets in the solar system at your command. The 4 army fleets of the Water Venus Gate defense line have more than 40,000 warships. Even if you can't beat him, can't you run away? How did you end up being held captive like me? Faced with the extremely astonished expression of the Emperor of Turin, Augustus was speechless. To be honest, when he led the fleet to completely leave the water and gold defense line and support towards the Earth, Augustus really didn't think he would lose. After all, he still has the last 40,000 warships in the solar system. According to intelligence from Earth and Mars, the combined fleet of the intelligent heavenly court has less than 6,000 ships. 40,000 versus 6,000. As long as I use the right tactics, I still have a great chance of winning. Then, on the way to support the Earth, Augustus' support fleet encountered the interception fleet of the intelligent heaven in the space around Venus. To be honest, Augustus himself was defeated without even seeing what the interception fleet of the intelligent heavenly court looked like. The defeat was very quick. He only knew that the interception fleet of the intelligent heavenly court launched thousands of special weapons at his fleet. These weapons fly at sublight speeds, relying solely on impact. He rammed and sank more than 40,000 warships under his command in space. He certainly didn't sit back and wait to be destroyed when he realized he couldn't win anyway. Augustus immediately wanted to start the jump engine and force a jump out of the solar system. But then he discovered that the jump engine could not be used. The entire solar system has long been blocked by the space jump node blocking device. The plan to activate the curvature engine to escape at superluminal speed also failed. The thousands of special weapons launched by the intelligent heavenly court will detect all curvature space reactions. Any warship that tries to overload its curvature engine and forcefully escape at superluminal speed will be destroyed in the first place. Faced with such a situation, Augustus had no power to resist. His flagship, Constantine the Great, was a behemoth that was more than 20 kilometers long and weighed hundreds of billions of tons. Entering the superluminal curvature state is even slower than that of ordinary warships. He couldn't even run. He was captured just like that. The special weapons used by the intelligent heavenly court are the mechanical guards left over from ancient civilizations. These mechanical guards have a special force field device. Directed kinetic energy cancellation force field. See Chapter 129 for details. The Emperor of Turin was completely desperate. Now, his last hope in the solar system is gone. Augustus was already kneeling beside him, so even if the Emperor of Turin wanted to be tough, he couldn't. Kill me. The Emperor of Turin knelt on the ground, lowered his head, and said in despair, "Kill you? It's a pity." Don Juan looked down at the prisoners kneeling in rows below with a slight sneer. "It just so happens that there's a new experiment that requires manpower. Your Duran people's body structure is not much different from that of humans, so you are just right for this new experiment. Someone come." Emperor Turin and Augustus only heard this one word before they lost consciousness. "Your Majesty, Your Majesty." In a daze, the Emperor of Turin seemed to hear someone calling him. When he opened his eyes, the Emperor saw that the place in front of him was filled with high-ranking ministers of the Empire. Minister of Defense, Minister of Finance, Minister of Justice, Marshal of the Imperial Guards. All there. This. The Emperor of Turin looked at his surroundings in confusion. He was still in the bunker beneath the palace. "Your Majesty, you are finally awake. You suddenly fainted just now." The Marshal of the Imperial Guards quickly helped the Emperor of Turin up. "I passed out." The Emperor pinched his thigh hard, and it hurt. "This feeling is real, not virtual. Could it be that everything I just did when I was defeated was just a dream?" "Your Majesty, great news. The 8th Prince's fleet has arrived to provide support and is now engaged in battle with the Omnic Heavenly Court fleet in outer space. And support from the landing force. The landing force support has arrived. The Omnic Heavenly Court's troops have been repelled. Your Majesty, the situation is very good." At this time, the Minister of Defense received communications from the outside world. The sudden ecstasy left the Emperor of Turin at a loss. But he had no doubt about the authenticity of it all. For him, this direction is real. His Duran Empire had controlled Duran interstellar society for thousands of years. So how could it be so easily defeated by the Omnic Heavenly Court that appeared out of nowhere? The Emperor of Turin continued to receive good news from the outside world in the bunker. Turned defeat into victory. After one victory after another, the Turan Empire's fleet finally succeeded in defeating the fleet of the intelligent Heavenly Court and drove it out of the solar system. After defeating the Omnic Heaven, the Turan Empire obtained the technology left behind by the Omnic Heaven. With the help of these technologies, the military strength of the Turan Empire has grown by leaps and bounds. Afterwards, they defeated the Perseus Interstellar Society and began to march into the entire galaxy. And he, the Emperor of Turan, Caesar Alexander Turan, became the greatest emperor in the history of the Turan Empire. Earth, in the former bunker of the Turan Royal Palace. A new testing site has been established. This is a huge underground space. In the space, rows and rows of biological life support tanks are neatly arranged, like walls. The Emperor of Turan, Augustus, and a number of high-ranking officials of the Turan Empire were immersed in these biological life support tanks. In addition, countless Turan people were immersed in it. Consciousness data has been collected and uploaded, and a new virtual testing ground has been opened. Okay, continue collecting consciousness test data and proceed with the experiment. Several tech dummies and psionic dummies maintain this testing ground. Chapter 192, Reclaiming Earth Mission Completed, Terrifying Reward Bonus. There are tens of billions of people on the entire planet. Among the tens of billions of Turan people, except for the casualties caused in the initial landing operation, the intelligent heavenly troops sent by Don Juan did not actively massacre anyone. Instead, they were all taken away, and after ensuring their survival, they were all put into the brain in a vat experiment of the intelligent heavenly court. The experiment on the brain in a vat is also very important to the intelligent heaven. Today, the system technology mastered by the intelligent heavenly court has reached the level of 6 departments. However, reaching this 6th division level does not mean that one fully understands the technology at that level. This does not mean that the technological content of levels below this 6th division is not as good as that above the 6th division level. Some very special technologies have very high technological content. For example, the Lianjin star, among the 7 elements, level is a device that affects the inaction of the sky screen of thinking. This technology can influence the biological thinking of an entire civilization and completely change their thinking patterns. The principles inherent in this technology are tainted with some elements of mental meme. This is undoubtedly a technological existence whose internal principles the current intelligent heavenly court is unable to fully understand. This is the same as the directional kinetic energy offset force field technology used in the mechanical guards. The intelligent heavenly court will only manufacture the mind sky curtain according to the manufacturing method given by the system and then use it. Now, using the Turan people, the intelligent heavenly court is able to conduct research on biological intelligent thinking. The intelligent heavenly court has specially created an extremely large virtual world for tens of billions of Turan people to immerse themselves in. In the virtual world, everything will evolve according to the emotions and thoughts in the minds of the Turan people. In the virtual world of the brain in a vat, the intelligent heavenly court was able to obtain first-hand scientific research data. Having solved the problem of the Turan population on Earth, the next plan is how to deal with the entire Turan Empire. At present, the entire Turan Empire still has a very large territory. A territory spanning more than 3,000 light-years. It has more than 700 colonized planets with a total population of over 100 trillion. If we clean up one planet at a time, it will undoubtedly be a huge project. And it's very complicated. After all, there are more than 700 colonized planets, and many of them are planets with life. If they were all extinct, even Don Juan would think it would be a pity. But if we don't clean it up, with so many planets, how much industrial equipment will be needed? How much spiritual energy can these industrial equipment and fleets bring to Don Juan? There are so many spiritual sources waiting for Don Juan to collect, it would be a pity not to take them. For a moment, Don Juan was a little conflicted. After careful consideration, Don Juan has a solution. The solution is the Lianjin star inaction thinking sky curtain influence device. This device can influence the thinking of intelligent creatures. When placed on a certain civilized planet, it will stop the upward desire of all intelligent creatures of this designated civilization in the surrounding galaxies within a certain range. From this point on, all scientific development, technological research, and industry of this civilization will be abolished. They will become inactive and stagnant, and the entire path of civilization advancement will be completely cut off. Ultimately, they will completely perish under the great filter of the universe. Doing nothing means stagnating thoughts and doing nothing. This one is perfect for people from Turan. Through this device, the thinking of all Duran people can be influenced. Even if they are not exterminated or eliminated, they will no longer be a threat to the intelligent heaven. However, the Wu-Wei Thought Sky Curtain device has a range limitation. Don Juan opened the star chart. Looking at the star map in front of me with countless twinkling lights, more than 700 of them were connected together. These more than 700 light spots represent the more than 700 galaxies of the Turan Empire. The scene of the universe was reflected in Don Juan's pupils, and he quickly selected 108 star systems, evenly distributed throughout the territory of the Turan Empire. These 108 star systems are all key star systems of the Turan Empire. It represents the most outstanding and advanced industrial, technological, and economic core of the Turan Empire, which has a population of 100 trillion. The intelligent heavenly court will deploy 108 Lianjian star in-action thought sky curtain devices in these 108 star systems, covering this galactic territory of more than 3,000 light years, covering the entire Turan Empire with a population of 100 trillion. However, before setting up the sky curtain of in-action thought, these 108 galaxies must be exterminated. It is not only to obtain the spiritual source, but also to destroy the foundation of the Turan Empire. As a result, the project volume increased from destroying more than 700 planets to destroying 108 planets. The amount of work is greatly reduced, and there are many subsequent benefits. After determining the mission, Don Juan began to give orders. Don Juan didn't even send out a fleet, but instead sent out 108 mechanical guards to carry out the mission. Then, Don Juan turned on the system. One of his tasks was finally completed. When I first came here, I received this mission, and now it has finally been completed. Rise of the Interstellar Empire, Phase 1. Reclaim Earth, mission completed. Congratulations on receiving the mission reward for Star Empire Rise 1. You have obtained the number of lucky draws X3. Your main faction, the Omnic Heavenly Court, has received a permanent research speed bonus of plus 1,000%. All your affiliated factions will receive a permanent research speed bonus of plus 400%. If your affiliated faction leaves you, it will lose this bonus and be penalized with a minus 1,000% research speed, minus 500% stability, and plus 500% civilization bad luck for 500 years. What a reward! Don Juan is in a good mood. He originally thought the reward would be new technology or something, such as directly raising his own technology level from 6th division to 5 elders. But now it seems that this reward is better than Don Juan imagined. At least it exceeds Don Juan's psychological expectations. Great. Since you have already obtained the lottery draw times, just use them up. The last lottery draw was a long time ago. Don Juan had almost forgotten that there was a lottery module on the system panel. Open the lottery panel. It's still the same 5 options. Technology, military, economy, architecture, miscellaneous. Let the lottery begin. Along with Don Juan's voice, the lottery will begin to spin in front of Don Juan. Soon, the spinning will stop and the pointer pointed to the miscellaneous column. Congratulations on obtaining the contract with the evil god of the warp, the end of reincarnation. What the hell? Don Juan was stunned. Round god. What the hell? In the warp, there are not only the 4 gods Korn, Sench, Nurgle, and Slaanesh, but also the god of circles. This is something Don Juan never thought of. Chapter 193, Obtaining New Technology, Proton Regeneration. Contract with the subspace evil god, end of reincarnation, outer god. After signing this contract, your faction will gain the following bonus effects. Note that the effect of this contract will automatically be judged and changed according to your technology level. One of the bonus effects, vacuum 0-point energy. The vacuum of the universe is not truly empty. The vacuum energy carried by the electromagnetic fluctuations of positive and negative electrons is inexhaustible and truly infinite energy. Effect bonus 2, strong intelligence era. Your faction will rapidly master strong intelligence technology, and every member of your faction will be equivalent to a strong intelligent computer. This contract lasts for 50 years. After 50 years, your power will be liquidated. Do you want to sign this contract? Don Juan looked at the contract in his hand and fell silent. The bonus effect is not what he expected. It seems not that great. The temptation of vacuum 0-point energy to Don Juan is indeed great. This is truly endless energy. But the contract is valid for 50 years. 50 years from now, the entire civilization will face the reckoning at the end of the cycle. It seems not worth it. Thinking of this, Don Juan suddenly had an idea. Both are evil gods of the warp, end of reincarnation and Nurgle. Who is more powerful? The name of the end of samsara contains the word samsara. Nurgle is also the continuous cycle of all life, with entropy increasing and decreasing. Once this idea came into being, it could not be stopped and expanded in Don Juan's mind. Don Juan still has several Nurgle-contaminated missiles in his hands that he has not used. How about, give it a try? Just do it. Thinking of this, Don Juan immediately went to prepare the laboratory. Someone was asked to prepare a few test samples. They are all Tauran people who lost their self-awareness due to excessive experiments in the brain in the vat. At the same time, Don Juan also selected an uninhabited galaxy, the coordinates of which were kept by the Tauran Empire, and which was 1,000 light-years away from the Earth. In the center of the galaxy, there is a red dwarf star with not very high brightness. Place the Lu Cun star, galaxy instantaneous gamma pulse generator at the red dwarf star. Ensure that the entire galaxy can be destroyed at any time. The fleet used space jump to pull a Tauran space station that had been intact from the previous war directly to this experimental galaxy. Thousands of warships will be pulled into the space around the red dwarf and surround the space station. Don Juan watched everything from a distance from one of the warships. The experiments are carried out by autonomous machines without self-awareness. Soon, the experiment began. The test subjects were quickly infected with Nurgle. The body begins to develop various diseases and deformities. Even the steel alloy structure of the station itself began to undergo a material transformation from its most basic structure, turning into rotting flesh. At this time, the automatic machinery in the space station, which was remotely controlled, began to move. The contract from the end of reincarnation was actively sent into the contaminated structure of the space station. The next moment, Don Juan could sense from the subspace, two consciousnesses from a higher dimension arriving. No, it's not accurate to say it's consciousness. It's more like two rules. It is like the basic rules and logic engraved at the bottom of the entire universe, and does not refer to a single person or thing. It is as if the universes in other dimensions constitute a Gaia consciousness. Don Juan could sense from the higher dimensional space that neither of these two consciousnesses represented this universe. All from other universes. Although this matter has risen to the level of the multiverse under Don Juan's leadership, Don Juan is not afraid. Don Juan himself is equivalent to an evil god in the warp. Neither Nurgle nor the Circle God can do anything to Don Juan from the higher dimension. But Don Juan had no idea of the specific contest between the two. It is not known who wins or loses. But the next moment, a system prompt sounded, as if revealing the answer to the mystery. Ding dong, you have received the free blessing from the evil god of the warp, outer god, Nurgle, proton regeneration. Proton regeneration. This technology will work on your current nanorobot technology. After application, all your tactical humanoids, warships, space stations, buildings, etc. that use nano-intelligent technology will gain rapid regeneration capabilities. Fuck, Nurgle 1. Don Juan was slightly stunned. What about Yuan Shen? Is Yuan Shen dead? Then I felt again. No, Yuan Shen should not be dead. But because Don Juan took the initiative to give the contract to Nurgle, it is certain that Yuan Shen was at a disadvantage in the battle with Nurgle. Yuan Shen also represents some kind of rules of other universes. It is impossible for him to die, but it probably won't be pleasant. What impact will this have? Don Juan frowned. If there is any natural disaster of high-dimensional invasion in this universe in the future, I will probably be the first person responsible. Although I don't know what loss Yuan Shen suffered, it definitely didn't end well. Will Yuan Shen target me in the future? Too careless. Don Juan slapped his forehead. Why can't I control my curiosity? At this time, the system upgrade sounded again. Because of your actions, the revenge of the end of reincarnation will come at some point in the future. Tip: higher dimensional beings cannot directly interfere with the operation of this universe, so please be careful of the advanced psychic civilizations in this universe, as they may be bewitched by the outer gods. So this is the revenge. Since you can't interfere with the universe directly, you want to find a gun in this universe to use against me. After understanding all this, Don Juan calmed down and quickly came up with countless ways to deal with the situation. Purification of heresy, earth-shattering star, neutron annihilation, angel of peace, doomsday judgment, love and peace. If this is the kind of revenge, even if there are 10,000 of them, Don Juan won't be afraid. In Don Juan's mind, all of these people came to deliver spiritual energy. But speaking of spiritual sources, Don Juan had also obtained a lot of spiritual sources in previous battles. Glanced at the system panel. After the previous battle on Earth, Don Juan harvested 32 million spiritual sources. There are not many spiritual sources. But soon, Don Juan will have another large amount of spiritual energy coming into his account. The mechanical guards have set out to destroy the 108 key industrial, scientific research, and economic planets of the Tauran Empire. According to conservative estimates, it can bring Don Juan at least hundreds of millions of spiritual energy income. All you have to do is wait patiently. The experiment has been completed and the results are out. The harvest was fruitful. Don Juan ordered the fleet to evacuate. But before evacuating, the area must be cleaned up. Under Don Juan's order, the main gun of a 9.7-kilometer-long Sunday battlecruiser, the Curvature Space Mass Energy Cannon, opened fire. In an instant, the space around the space station that served as an experimental site and had been distorted by Nurgle was distorted. The values of the front and rear space curvature go to two extremes. In the ups and downs of space tug, the mass of the entire space station was instantly pulled to infinity and began to transform into mass energy. 100% of the mass is converted into pure energy and explodes. The light of its explosion, rising next to the stars in this galaxy, is no less than the appearance of another small star. After destroying the experimental space station, the intelligent celestial fleet jumped away. When all the fleets had jumped away, the gamma burst generator came into play. This star will explode as a supernova soon, destroying everything in the galaxy. And I still have 2 draws to make. Chapter 194 Planetary Battle Star Main Cannon, Tachyon Light Spear. After leading the fleet back to the solar system, Don Juan opened the remaining 2 draws. This time, the pointer on the lottery panel pointed to the military column. The system prompt sounded. Congratulations, you have obtained a Tachyon Light Lance, Planetary Class, Main Cannon. Tachyon Light Lance, Planetary Class, Main Cannon. Range, 5 light years. Weapon speed, 120 times the speed of light. Introduction. This is the main gun of a planetary battle star. It is a type of virtual mass particle from the Tachyon universe, where the minimum speed is the speed of light. By aggregating these particles into a virtual mass bullet, it is fired to damage the enemy. Ordinary matter will be instantly annihilated upon contact. Tachyon Light Spear? Is that a technology? When Don Juan saw this name, he was excited for a moment, then he looked again. It's not technology. It's just a main gun used to be loaded on a battle star. This is the only one. Now this gun has been placed in the system warehouse. Don Juan can take it out at any time and send it to the Lingxiao galaxy to be installed on the dome battle star under construction. Its diameter is very large, about thousands of kilometers. After all, it is a spear of light that can shoot 5 light years. Although it is not a technology, if Don Juan's battle star is equipped with this weapon, it can launch an attack on the enemy from 5 light years away. 5 light years. And its shooting speed is 120 times the speed of light. Such a beyond visual range strike is exciting just to think about. Restraining his emotions, Don Juan continued to draw the lottery. 1 draw remaining. The roulette wheel on the lottery panel began to spin again. This time, it stopped at the architecture column. Congratulations, you've obtained Circumstellar Supermassive Particle Collider. Circumstellar Superlarge Particle Collider. This building can orbit a yellow dwarf star based on the Sun, making it the perfect choice for exploring fundamental physics theories. The relevant rewards have been stored in the system warehouse. Please claim them when needed and materialize them. Oh my God, how can this even fit? How big is the system warehouse? Don Juan couldn't help but say that this system warehouse couldn't be linked to the Nemaya space. This can accommodate a supergiant building that can orbit a star. But on second thought, it seems very reasonable and normal for the system warehouse to link to the subspace. However, a giant building like this cannot be moved once it is fixed. Don Juan thought for a while and decided to place the Circumstellar Supermassive Particle Collider in the solar system. It orbits the Sun. The Sun is an ideal sphere of hot plasma and magnetic fields. The diameter is 1.392 million kilometers. At this moment, a giant ring has appeared around this star, whose surface temperature is close to 6,000 degrees Celsius. The diameter of this giant ring surrounding the Sun is more than 5 million kilometers. The light from the star is constantly illuminating the surface of its inner ring. Don Juan only discovered it after placing this supergiant structure around the Sun. This is not only a super-large particle collider orbiting a star, but its inner ring is also an extremely perfect ideal city residence. After all, this is a behemoth with an inner ring diameter of more than 5 million kilometers. Its inner ring contains an artificial atmosphere that can accommodate countless people. So we got a ring world. Don Juan stood in his flagship, looking at the huge ring surrounding the star. Although for Don Juan, residence is something that doesn't matter. But getting an entire huge ring world for nothing also gave Don Juan a sense of pleasure. If Don Juan wanted to build such a huge ring world himself, who knows how long it would take, even thousands of years. However, Don Juan did not pay too much attention to the ring world. For Don Juan now, there are still many things to accomplish. For example, to receive the legacy left by the Turan Empire. The Turan Interstellar Society has been developing the Relic Star region. The Turan Empire, as the overlord of the entire Turan interstellar society, has obtained many relics of ancient civilizations from the relic star field. The Turan Empire was at a loss as to how to identify many of these relics from ancient civilizations, so it could only store them all in its capital, source star, Earth. And now, the Earth has been reclaimed by Don Juan. The legacy of the Turan Empire naturally fell into the hands of Don Juan. Don Juan will probably be very busy next. Grand Duke Varone of the Turan Empire is one of the many feudal lords of the Turan Empire. Before the Star Network was built, the Turan Empire, like many other interstellar civilizations in the Milky Way, was unable to control its increasingly vast territory due to the lack of superluminal communication means. The universe is so vast that if communication technology is limited to the speed of light, the expansion of the entire civilization will be greatly restricted. The solution that the Turan Empire adopted at the time was to reverse history and reinstate the feudal system. The space territories were granted to meritorious imperial generals, senior commanders, etc., and then connected through marriage and other means. These were also the earliest group of nobles produced after the Turan Empire entered the starry sky. But what should we do when the space territory becomes even larger and the feudal system can no longer cope with it? By establishing vassal states, the Celestial Empire's tribute system was picked up by an interstellar civilization like the Turan Empire. Yada Empire, Ifri Interstellar Federation, Giant Mantis Capital Alliance, Jinran Interstellar Empire, etc. The entire Turan Interstellar Society was born from this. Grand Duke Varone was one of the feudal nobles of the Turan Empire. The current Grand Duke of Varone is Luo Xioling's father. As time went by, a series of problems with the feudal system and the tributary system arose. The power of local nobles became increasingly stronger, the control of the central imperial power in the Turan Empire continued to decline, and the vassal states became increasingly disobedient. However, all this has improved significantly in the past 100 years. The core reason is the emergence of the Star Domain Network. The Starfield Network has once again united the Turan Interstellar Society into a whole. The central imperial power of Turan has returned to its peak in nearly 100 years. But all this came to an abrupt end with the appearance of the intelligent heaven. But no matter what, the prestige of the central imperial power in Turan still exists. Now, Grand Duke Varone is calling on all-powerful nobles who own interstellar fleets to form a royal fleet through the Star Network at an extremely fast speed. An extremely large interstellar fleet formed by the union of all the Turan nobles. It has a total of more than 260,000 warships of various types. They use the star Wolf 359 in Leo, 7.8 light-years away from the Sun, as their rallying point, and the royal fleets from hundreds of different galaxies have set out. Wolf 359 Leo, a small and dim red dwarf star, is very inconspicuous among the dazzling array of stars in space. It is neither too far nor too close to the solar system, making it very suitable for use as a gathering point. Chapter 195 Wolf 359 Stars Royalist Fleet. The star Wolf 359 Leonis. This star hangs in the space, quietly emitting its light, trying its best to illuminate the surrounding space and make it bright. But as an M-type red dwarf star, its brightness is even insignificant compared to the Sun. Hanging in the starry sky, it has no sense of existence. And at this moment, it is such a star that has no sense of existence, and the dead space around it suddenly becomes lively. Interstellar fleets from various planetary systems entered the gravitational range of this star through space jumps and began to use the star's shielding to assemble in the space around Wolf 359. In this space, communication between these interstellar fleets is very frequent. The largest interstellar fleet among them is the royal fleet from the Dukedom of Varone, led by Grand Duke Varone himself. There are about 50,000 interstellar battleships. Archduke Varone's fleet was also the first to arrive at Wolf 359. The fleet's flagship is a not-too-conspicuous battlecruiser, the battlecruiser Vetrorian. The length of the Vetrorian is just over 7 kilometers, which is not too eye-catching in the entire interstellar fleet of more than 50,000 warships. In Grand Duke Varone's fleet, there are many large warships with a length of more than 10 kilometers. In the flagship, Grand Duke Varone has his own luxurious room. In fact, every flagship owned by Grand Duke Varone has a room with exactly the same layout. It is convenient for Grand Duke Varone to live. As a powerful governor, Grand Duke Varone often personally leads the fleet to patrol his space territory, and living on the warship is the norm. Unlike other nobles in the Empire who prefer to be down to earth and live on living planets, he has long been accustomed to this kind of space life and enjoy it. How many noble fleets have reached Wolf now? Grand Duke Veroan sat on an extremely luxurious sofa, shaking a high-heeled wine glass in his hand. The red wine-like liquid in the glass looked crystal clear under the light in the room. Your Excellency, the number of nobles who have come to Wolf to support the king has already exceeded 47. In addition to our main fleet, the number of warships brought by the nobles to support the king has exceeded 32,000. A holographic projection appeared in front of Grand Duke Veroan, and the projection of the battleship's intelligent AI reported the data to Grand Duke Veroan. There are many Turan space nobles who responded to Grand Duke Veroan's call for support, but most of them are far away from here. Most of the royal fleet is still on the way. Generally speaking, the fleet going to support the king naturally hopes to arrive as quickly as possible. The sooner they gather, the sooner they can liberate the imperial capital, Yuanxing, Earth, which has been occupied by the Omnic Celestial Court, but Grand Duke Veroan does not seem to be in a hurry at all. For Grand Duke Veroan, his need is not to solve the problem of the Earth as quickly as possible. Now all the star regions of the Turan Empire have lost contact with the solar system. The intelligent heavenly court has blocked the star network of the entire solar system. Although the star network outside the solar system is still running, no one can know the situation inside the solar system. The same goes for Grand Duke Veroan. But the longer it drags on, the more it suits the interests of Grand Duke Veroan. He was afraid that he had left too early and the Earth had not yet fallen, and that the Emperor was still alive. For Grand Duke Veroan, it would be best if the entire Earth was massacred by the intelligent celestial court, and it would be best if all members of the Turan royal family were slaughtered by the intelligent celestial court. In this way, as the most powerful noble in the Turan Empire today, he will be able to take up the banner of leadership. This is what Grand Duke Veroan is thinking. 2 months passed in a flash. Grand Duke Veroan led his fleet and waited at the star Wolf 359 for more than 2 months. During these 2 months, nobles from various star regions of the Turan Empire led their fleets to join the royal fleet. Today, the scale of the royalist fleet has basically reached the level that Grand Duke Veroan had originally envisioned. Currently, there are more than 260,000 warships of various types. Densely packed space battleships are all gathered on one side of the Wolf 359 star, so vast that they seem to be able to completely cover this area of space. The fleet is so huge. Judging from the number, it seems that the fleet assembled by the Turan Empire this time is not as large as the fleet assembled by pharaohs at the Frontier Stargate. But the quality of the warships varies greatly. The Turan battleship has a higher level of technology, the advanced level of basic materials science, the computing efficiency of the shipboard computer, the fleet's defense, magnetic field shield, weapon power, range, and superluminal speed, all far surpassing the battleships of the Yada Empire. A Turan Empire battleship can easily defeat dozens of Yada Empire battleships. Grand Duke Veroan held a banquet on his flagship. All the nobles attended the banquet. At the banquet, Grand Duke Veroan delivered a speech, expressing his gratitude to all the nobles who responded to the call and led their fleets to serve the king. Gentlemen, we are now only 8 light years away from the solar system, parallel to the solar system, located in the ecliptic plane. The 7.8 light-year distance mentioned in the previous chapter was incorrect. 4,000 years ago, it was 7.8 light-years from Earth. However, Wolf 359 is moving away from the Sun at a speed of 19 kilometers per second. 4,000 years later, it is now 8 light-years from Earth. With just one jump, we can reach the solar system. Gentlemen, no more unnecessary words. Cheers to our impending victory. Cheers to restoring the glory of the Turan Empire. To victory and glory. Following Grand Duke Veroan's speech, hundreds of nobles in the luxurious room raised their glasses. Just as Grand Duke Veroan drank the wine in his glass, he received a report from his men. The voice that sounded on the communication was very urgent. Your Excellency the Grand Duke. Something happened in the territory. Vetlorian is destroyed. Vetrorian, the capital planet of Grand Duke Veroan. Upon hearing this, the expression on Grand Duke Veroan's face instantly stiffened. His eyes widened slightly, and his pupils contracted. How is this possible? However, what happened next made Grand Duke Veroan feel a little terrified. My capital has been destroyed. Your Excellency, I need to lead the fleet away from the royalist army immediately. Oh my God, my galaxy is under attack too. I need to leave too. At the banquet, exclamations and panicked roars rang out one after another. The sudden change instantly destroyed the atmosphere of the banquet. The natural space, jump node in space was distorted for a while. Tens of thousands of mechanical guards carrying directional kinetic energy offsetting force fields appeared in this space. The observer on the mechanical guard stared coldly at the extremely dense and huge torrent space, Noble's loyal fleet, in the space ahead. P.S. Today is the first update. The author will sort out the subsequent plot. Chapter 196. The mechanical guards showed their power, frightening the Turan nobles. Damn it, it's the Omnic Heaven. Grand Duke Varroan immediately thought of the identity of the attacker. It must be the intelligent heavenly court. They took advantage of the fact that a large number of imperial nobles took away the fleet and joined the royal army to launch an attack on everyone's home galaxy. According to conservative estimates, hundreds of planets have been destroyed by the intelligent heavenly court over the past period of time. This made the veins on Grand Duke Varroan's forehead throb wildly. Seeing the Turan nobles in chaos at the banquet, he shouted angrily to everyone. Everyone! The attention of all the nobles was now drawn to him. Grand Duke Varroan said to everyone, Everyone! Your planets have been destroyed by the Omnic Heavenly Court. It's too late to lead your fleet back now. We've finally gathered together and become a massive and powerful force. If we disperse again, we'll fall into the trap set by the Omnic Heavenly Court. When we gather together, we become a single entity, a force that even the Omnic Heavenly Court fears. But if we scatter, then the Omnic Heavenly Court will be able to defeat us one by one and easily eliminate us. Therefore, we must not panic now. We must not disperse. Instead, we must continue to form a loyal army, head to the solar system, and eliminate the Omnic Heavenly Court. Grand Duke Varroan's words calmed the nobles who were in chaos a little. Their troubled hearts calmed down, and they began to think. Yes, Grand Duke Varroan is right. They must not lose their composure now. If he loses control, he will definitely be easily defeated one by the intelligent heaven. Your Excellency the Grand Duke is right. We must not mess around. We must not give the Omnic Heavenly Court an opportunity to take advantage of us. As long as we unite as one, we can liberate the solar system. In the end, victory still belongs to us. All the nobles calmed down and were determined to fight the mechanical heaven to the end. Grand Duke Varroan looked at the nobles and finally felt at peace. Perhaps his words worked, not only calming the nobles, but even Grand Duke Varroan himself felt a long-lost peace in his heart. This feeling of inner peace and calmness is so nice. In that case, let's set off immediately. To the solar system. Grand Duke Varroan nodded and said, Yes, Your Excellency. All the nobles obeyed the order and began to leave the banquet. Just as the nobles were about to leave the Vitrolian and return to their fleet. Suddenly, in the banquet room, a beam of light came from the window that could directly see the outside space. The light was not dazzling, but everyone could notice it flashing in the space not far away. What is that? The nobles who were closer to the window were the first to notice the light. He looked out into space in confusion. As soon as he saw it, he roared in astonishment. Count Grote's fleet was attacked. What? The rest of the nobles were all shocked, especially a noble with red hair. He was even more astonished when he heard this. He hurried to the window and looked at the space not far away. He could vaguely see with his naked eyes that his warships floating in space suddenly began to explode inexplicably. As if it was directly hit by some powerful kinetic weapon, a battleship exploded directly from the engine and then caused the entire battleship to explode. The explosion was like a flash of fire, and then a large amount of debris rushed out, and the entire battleship disintegrated in space. It was only at this moment that the Earl named Grote received a hurried report from his own fleet. My Lord Earl, we are under attack. We cannot detect the source of the attack. Alarmed, Grand Duke Varroan immediately ordered his fleet to scan and detect simultaneously. After detection, it was discovered that tens of thousands of small sublight speed targets were approaching the huge fleet to support the king, and a small part of them have already launched an attack on the Royal Defense Fleet. They were like a swarm of space bees, gathering in space and then suddenly spreading out, each searching for targets at random in the Royal Fleet. If any warship is targeted by them, the ship will be destroyed and the crew will die. Damn! These things, are they the mechanical guards that guard the ruins of the ancient civilization in the Ruins Star region? Grand Duke Varroan recognized the origin of these things at a glance. It's the intelligent heaven. Apart from the intelligent heaven, no other civilization can use these mechanical guards. Damn it, everyone, get off the Vetrorian immediately. Grand Duke Varroan immediately gave the order. The nobles immediately hurriedly wanted to leave the Vitrolian and return to their own fleet to take command. The attack was too sudden. Before this, no warship in the entire huge fleet of the Royalist army could detect the approach of those mechanical guards. Only after casualties occurred did the Qinhuang army fleet realize that they had been attacked. Only then did they begin to fight back. In the dark space, countless flashes of artillery fire from the Loyalist army fleet were passing through the space. A dense network of firepower was formed. But those mechanical guards are too flexible, and there are tens of thousands of them. A mechanical guard traveled at 99% of the speed of light, weaving through the dense firepower fired by the battleship cluster. 10 warp engine missiles with a speed of 5 times the speed of light are targeting it. With the speed of the Tauran Empire's curvature engine missiles, it is easy to catch up with the mechanical guards. However, the curvature engine missile also has a disadvantage, which is that after approaching the enemy, the curvature engine propulsion unit must be retracted, and the warhead must then track and lock onto the enemy unit. After all, the curvature engine on the missile can only play a propulsion role, and the curvature engine missile of the Tauran Empire can only move in a straight line under the curvature state. If you want to continue tracking and locking the opponent, you can only exit the curvature engine state. It also makes it convenient to recycle and reuse the curvature engine propulsion unit after the war. This makes it difficult for a missile to destroy a mechanical guard equipped with a non-inertia engine even if it has a speed of 5 times the speed of light. This mechanical guard moved through the air amidst the barrage of artillery fire, performing trajectory changes at will. 10 curvature engine missiles easily approached it within a few kilometers. Then it directly overtook the mechanical guard and rushed to a position 300,000 kilometers ahead of the mechanical guard to intercept it. 10 curvature engine missiles simultaneously withdrew their curvature propulsion units, exited the curvature state, and revealed their true appearance in space. Chapter 197. Be quiet and do nothing. Just let nature take its course. The warheads of 10 curvature engine missiles appeared in space, and the warheads began to spread out hundreds of warhead submissile heads. They appeared in space 300,000 kilometers ahead of the mechanical guards. At the sublight speed of the mechanical guard, it would take just over a second to cross the 300,000 kilometers. Hundreds of missile warheads were moving towards the mechanical guard in front of it to intercept it. In just 1 second, dozens of missile warheads exploded in space to intercept the mechanical guards, but they were all avoided one by the mechanical guard's terrifying maneuvers that seemed to ignore the laws of physics. In the end, this mechanical guard relied on its powerful evasion capabilities to evade all of the hundreds of missile warheads that intercepted it. It passed through the sky full of explosion light and accidentally crashed into the reactor part of a Tauran battleship about 2 kilometers long. The entire Tauran battleship exploded in space and turned into one of the fireworks in the sky. Disperse. Disperse. All fleets disperse. Maintain an absolutely safe distance between each warship. Grand Duke Verone almost roared as he gave orders to the entire Royalist fleet. The scale of the Qinhuang army fleet was too large, with a total of 260,000 warships, and when it was attacked, the commanding senior officers of the entire fleet were holding a banquet. This also resulted in the sudden attack, catching them off guard. By the time they began to react and disperse all the warships in outer space, more than 20,000 warships had been destroyed in space. But even so, it can be seen that the Tauran fleet is different from any opponent that the intelligent heaven has encountered before. They still have a way to do it. After discovering that ordinary curvature engine missiles could not effectively intercept the mechanical guards, they immediately changed the type of missiles, replaced with a curvature missile with a special warhead. The moment this special warhead approaches the enemy, it will scatter high-energy lasers in all directions, forming an extremely dense high-energy laser interception network. It turns out that this special warhead is indeed more effective than ordinary missiles. Also, because the mechanical guards can only fly at sublight speed, some of them were actually intercepted by a large number of special warhead curvature missiles. But although some results were achieved, it was of no avail. There are tens of thousands of mechanical guards traveling in space. Under this base number, the number of warships in the Qinhuang army fleet was rapidly decreasing. As the battle continues, the number of ships in the Royalist fleet has been reduced by more than 100,000. If they continue like this, they will be wiped out before all the mechanical guards are intercepted. Damn it! How could the Omnic Heavenly Court possess such a terrifying weapon? Grand Duke Verone slammed his fist on the armrest in front of him, causing the virtual light screen projected on the armrest to tremble. He stared at the increasingly dwindling number of his own fleet displayed on the virtual screen in front of him, gritted his teeth, and almost uttered 2 words from his throat. Retreat. There was no way. The attack came too suddenly. If they could detect the approach of tens of thousands of mechanical guards in advance, and use curvature engine missiles at 5 times the speed of light to intercept them from a super long distance, they would not be in such a miserable state. But it has happened. There is no regret. The only way now is to retreat and preserve our manpower. Under the order of Grand Duke Varroan, all the remaining Tauran warships immediately overloaded and activated their curvature engines to perform emergency space jumps. In just 2 seconds, the warp engines of all warships were overloaded and activated. For a moment, countless emergency space jump lights flashed in this space, and one Tauran warship after another successfully evacuated. However, within just 2 seconds, more than 6,000 Tauran warships were rammed through by the mechanical guards and remained in this space forever. In addition, the curvature engines of 1/10 of the Tauran battleships overloaded and failed. The battleships experienced mass energy phenomenon in the curvature jump state and were instantly annihilated in space. However, the mass energy phenomenon of the entire battleship caused by the overload failure of these curvature engines accidentally destroyed some of the mechanical guards close to them. The results of the battle were even greater than their previous normal battles to intercept the mechanical guards. In the end, the number of Tauran warships that successfully escaped was less than 150,000. The entire large-scale fleet of the Royalist army was reduced by half. The mechanical guards did not pursue the Tauran fleet that escaped in warp state. The intelligent Heavenly Court did not drop any space jump blockade device. This is of course intentional. After all the targets disappeared, within millions of kilometers around the Wolf 359 star, the wreckage of countless Tauran battleships floated in space. And within this warship wreckage belt that spread across space, nearly 10,000 mechanical guards stopped operating. After recording the surrounding spatial data, we began to return. All that's left is a belt of debris around the star, spread across space. The destroyed mechanical guards do not need to be recycled. Once a mechanical guard is destroyed, its remains will automatically decompose at the proton level and disappear. More than 100,000 Tauran warships were destroyed, at the cost of only 112 mechanical guards. Among them, 7 mechanical guards were destroyed by the Tauran Empire fleet in battle, and the other 105 were accidentally destroyed due to mass energy conversion because some of the Tauran Empire's warships failed to make an overloaded space jump. But even with such a huge disparity in the casualty ratio, it is still a loss for the intelligent Heavenly Court. Because the intelligent Heavenly Court has not been able to actively manufacture these mechanical guards so far, it can be said that each one used is one less. The territory of Grand Duke Varroan's star field. Papadopus Galaxy. This galaxy is one of the many galactic territories held by Grand Duke Varroan, whose capital planet has been destroyed by the mechanical celestial court. Under the emergency jump, Grand Duke Varroan's fleet could only sail towards this ordinary territorial galaxy. Near a huge star, there is light emitted accompanied by large areas of space distortion. Nearly 30,000 embarrassed Tauran warships appeared in space. On the fleet's flagship, the Vitrorian, Archduke Varroan gritted his teeth, his heart filled with rage after his failure. But for some reason, as soon as he entered this galaxy, Grand Duke Varroan looked at the life planet in the distant space, and the anger in his heart suddenly disappeared. My mood became unusually calm. The thoughts of revenge that had filled my mind suddenly began to fade away. Grand Duke Varroan did not notice this abnormality, and his thoughts changed unconsciously. After entering this galaxy, Grand Duke Varroan suddenly felt that being quiet and doing nothing, and letting nature take its course, was the best thing in the world. Chapter 198. The Terrifying Sky of Thought. The End of Civilization. The Lianjin star, inaction thought sky began to work. The idea of inaction is spreading rapidly among the people of Turin. One planet after another fell. When the noble royalist fleets that were defeated in the Wolf 359 star battlefield returned to their respective planetary territories, their thoughts also began to be infected. The fleet in the hands of this group of nobles is a very important military force of the Tauran Empire. Now nearly half of them have been destroyed by the mechanical guards of the intelligent heaven, and the remaining fleet forces were deliberately left behind by Don Juan. Now for Don Juan, Ling Yuan has made enough money. 108 key Tauran planets were destroyed by him, and these planets alone brought Don Juan more than 210 million in spiritual source income. In addition to the more than 100,000 Tauran warships destroyed in Wolf 359, Don Juan received more than 50 million spiritual sources. Don Juan's remaining spiritual energy now amounts to 298 million, nearly 300 million. With so many spiritual sources in hand, Don Juan planned to use the remaining Tauran warships for other purposes. The Mechanicus currently has only 2 subordinate civilizations, the Gutras soldiers and humans. However, the technological level of the Getres people and humans is not high. On average, it is even lower than that of the Yada Empire. After the people of Turin were restricted by the sky of thought, their industrial system and technological system became useless. In this way, Don Juan can hand over the Turan people's technological system to the Mechanicus for use, used to improve the technological level of the Getres people and humans. After all, as his younger brother, his technological level cannot bring shame to the intelligent heaven. The remaining fleets of the Durance can also be directly handed over to the Mechanicus for use. At present, the people of Turan are showing a divided trend, no longer a complete whole. After Freed led the fleet to escape from the Battle of Earth, they fled to the Turan territory west of the solar system. Although there is no distinction between east, west, south, north, up, down, left, and right in the universe, for the sake of convenience, Don Juan still divided the territory of Turan into directions with the solar system as the center of the coordinate reference system. In the west of the solar system, Fried re-established the Western Turan Empire. But in other directions of the solar system, the Duran people were also the first to be influenced by the sky of inaction. Every surviving Turan planet shows the phenomenon of local noble autonomy. It is no longer a single Turan empire. If there were a real-time changing map of the territory of the Orion Arm, then one would probably be able to see that the territory of the Turan Empire, which was originally a single piece, has now become a collection of countless scattered pieces. Afterwards, under Don Juan's secret instructions, the fleets of the Human Union and the Getres civilization began to enter the territory of the Turan people. Between the Human Alliance and part of the Getres fleet and the Turan territory are part of the territory of the Yada Empire and the entire territory of the Jinran Empire. However, the intelligent heaven controls the ancient stargates left on the border of the Yada Empire. Through the ancient stargate, the Human Alliance and the Getres fleet were able to directly cross the territories of the Yada Empire and the Jinran Interstellar Empire and directly enter the territory of the Duran people. Started to acquire the remaining industrial and scientific systems of the Turan people. Even a fleet. The territory of Duke Veroan's star field. Papados system, New Vitlorian star. The fleet from the Human Union docked openly in the low Earth orbit space port of New Vitlorian. James, the newly promoted fleet general of the Human Alliance, led a group of Human Alliance officers to meet Grand Duke Torin Veroan on the planet New Vitrolian. James was one of the many captains of the 7th Fleet of the original Human Alliance. He had also met Don Juan when he followed Li Lingwei. Now, with the expansion of the Human Alliance's power and the increase in the number of fleets, James has finally been promoted and has become a person who can command a fleet independently. In an extremely luxurious room, at the top of a giant tower-like building several kilometers high in the planet's capital city, James and Grand Duke Veroan discuss some things. Then, Grand Duke Veroan, it's settled. Within the Veroan star field, the scientific systems and industrial equipment of all planets will be managed by us, the Human Union. We, the Human Union, will pay you annually enough to sustain the food, luxuries, and other expenses of all the people on all your territories and planets. General James repeated to Grand Duke Veroan the relevant terms they had just agreed upon. The noble Turan people are not prepared to engage in any production anymore. Deal with those things as soon as possible. I just need to ensure the luxury goods expenses needed by the hundreds of billions of people in my territory. But Grand Duke Veroan seemed quite impatient, as if all the industrial equipment and scientific systems on his planet's territory had nothing to do with him. After finalizing the terms, General James took a deep breath. Looking at Grand Duke Veroan, who now seemed to be only concerned with pleasure, he felt an inexplicable fear in his heart. He had read the information about Grand Duke Veloan and knew that the former Grand Duke Veloan was an ambitious and self-disciplined person. He has strict discipline requirements for himself and everything under his command. However, everything he saw along the way had a great impact on him. Grand Duke Veroan's powerful army has been almost disbanded. The Turan soldiers who have lost their jobs have begun to gather in groups of 3 or 5 all over the planet, doing nothing all day and living by receiving subsidies from the planet's government. After the previous Battle of Wolf 359, the tens of thousands of Torino battleships were still drifting around the planet's low Earth orbit ports, with no one maintaining them anymore. Even the automatic dimension machinery was not turned on. All the Durance on the entire planet began to be keen on their own personal pursuits, and no one cared about the overall civilization anymore. Such a civilization can no longer be called a civilization. The people of Turin have become beasts who only know how to satisfy their own selfish desires. In a sense, the Turan civilization has already perished. This was so terrifying that it even caused General James and a group of Confederate officers to suffer from both psychological and physical discomfort. If they didn't have to accept the scientific and industrial systems, they wouldn't even want to stay on this planet for another minute. After leaving Grand Duke Veroan, General James glanced at his officers, all of whom had different, terrified expressions, and said, "Let's complete the takeover work as quickly as possible. Let's also take the Turan fleet out of orbit. Those Turan people don't care about anything anymore." Chapter 199, I just put your theory into practice. All the core planets of the Turan Empire were destroyed by the intelligent heaven. However, with the support of the already high level of technology, even if only most of the ordinary industrial systems remain, its powerful production capacity, even if only 1% is used, can still meet the daily needs of the remaining hundreds of trillions of Turan people. Therefore, the Human Union and the Getres civilization, basically at the instruction of the intelligent heaven, obtained the entire scientific and industrial system from the Duran people almost for nothing. The Human Union and the Getres civilization are constantly receiving the legacy of the Durans everywhere, including the Starfleet. According to statistics, there are still more than 300,000 interstellar battleships of various types remaining in the existing inner territories of Turan, all of which are the guard fleets of the inner territories of Turan. The Human Union and the Getres civilization each took half of these interstellar battleships. However, within the Turan Interstellar Society, there is another star field where a large number of Turan fleets remain silent. That is the Turan Border Defense Army fleet in the many frontier galaxies of the Turan Interstellar Society and the Perseus Interstellar Society. The Turan Border Defense Army fleet has a total of 10 fleets. Each group fleet has a strength ranging from 30,000 to 50,000 warships. The total strength of the entire fleet exceeds 400,000 interstellar battleships. This is also the strongest main force that the entire Turan Empire must not move in order to guard against the Perseus Interstellar Society. With this fleet guarding the border star regions of the Perseus Interstellar Society, the Turan Empire can rest assured. After the mechanical heavenly court liberated the solar system, it used the inaction thought sky curtain to almost cause the entire Turan Empire to fall apart. The Turan Interstellar Society, which was once a solid block, was shattered into pieces. Don Juan bears the main responsibility. Therefore, sorting out the current mess of Turan Interstellar Society became one of Don Juan's next major tasks. The Perseus Interstellar Society is a big problem. It is certain that the main technological level of the Perseus Interstellar Society has surpassed that of the Turan Empire. Don Juan had to transform all the benefits he had previously gained into concrete strength. This will take time, and Don Juan must then go through a period of stable development. It became necessary to ensure that the Perseus Interstellar Society could not interfere. Although the technological strength of the intelligent heavenly court now surpasses that of the Turan Empire, it is limited by the size of its fleet. The fleet of the intelligent heavenly court is definitely not able to replace the huge Turan border defense fleet. The reason why Don Juan watched Freed lead the fleet to escape from the Earth was for this purpose. The intelligent heavenly court needs a Turan emperor to check and balance the huge frontier group fleet. This border defense fleet of more than 400,000 interstellar warships must not be moved. At least, it cannot be moved until the intelligent heavenly court has gone through this period of stable development. Don Juan took the initiative to adjust the scope of the 108 Wu-Wei Thought Sky curtains deployed within the Turan territory. To prevent it from covering the border star field, Don Juan needs the huge Turan border fleet to maintain good combat effectiveness. At the same time, because of the existence of the Perseus Interstellar Society, such a Turan frontier fleet, which is still combat capable, will not be a threat to the intelligent heaven. Western Turan Empire. Turan Star. Turan is the ancestral star where the Turan people originated. It is about 700 light-years away from the solar system. Today is the beginning of the year 27092 in the Turan calendar. 10,000 years ago, the Duran people left their home planet with a harsh environment. After 6,000 years of expansion, they crossed a distance of 700 light-years, expanded to the Earth, and occupied it. 4,000 years ago, Earth became the new home planet of the Duran people. Afterwards, the people of Turan, whose technological progress had always been slow, ushered in a technological explosion. For the next 4,000 years, the Duranites occupied the Orion Arm, which is about 3,500 light-years wide, 1,000 light-years thick, and 10,000 light-years long. He united all civilized races in the Orion Arm and established the Duran Interstellar Society. 4,000 years ago, the Orion Arm was home to many different civilized races. But now, in the Orion Arm, the famous civilized races, apart from the Durans, are only 5 other humans, including the Yada, Ifri, Giant Mantis, and Junran. The rest of the civilizations are either obscure or on the brink of extinction. The reasons behind this do not need much explanation. Even during the age of exploration thousands of years ago, The expansion of civilization was accompanied by endless bloodshed, not to mention the darker universe. After the Battle of Earth, Freed led the fleet to escape back to Turin. Today, after subsequent transformation, Turin is no longer a harsh planet and has become a beautiful environment. On Turin, Freed ascended the throne and became the Queen of Turin, surrounded by the remaining high-ranking officials. With Empress Freed in power, the Western Turin Empire can basically maintain its current territory intact. After ascending the throne and becoming the Empress, Freed immediately contacted the powerful border defense fleet. Your Majesty, our border fleet remains loyal to you and the royal family. The Perseus Interstellar Society is our greatest enemy, so the border defense fleet must ensure the security of our borders. After obtaining the loyalty and support of 10 border fleet commanders through the Starfield network, Freed breathed a sigh of relief. The 10 commanders of the Turin border fleet were 10 princes from the Turin royal family. Freed's move was just to ensure that the border defense fleet would not have any disloyalty. It is not to mobilize the border defense fleet to liberate the Earth, nor is it to attack the intelligent heaven. She knew that the border defense fleet must not move. Otherwise, the Perseus Interstellar Society would certainly launch a massive attack. The Turin Empire can no longer afford to have a new enemy. The 10th Prince also knew something about the chaos within the Turin Empire. But their main task is to defend the border. Unless the Durin people are really going to be extinct, they will not move no matter what. After ending the call with the border star territory, Freed raised her eyes, turned around, and stared at the tall figure covered in power armor behind her with her golden pupils. Are you satisfied now? Freed looked at Don Juan expressionlessly. For Freed, Don Juan is undoubtedly an absolute enemy. But for some reason, ever since arriving on Turin, Freed no longer felt any hatred towards Don Juan. This was naturally the influence of the inaction thought, but she resisted this influence in her heart. Therefore, at this moment, Freed had unspeakable emotions in her heart. This emotion is contradictory and extremely complex. Freed, submit to me. Don Juan just stood there, with a red sun shining faintly behind him, illuminating the extremely luxurious power armor on his tall body. After doing so much, how can you still say this so openly? Freed stood there, gritting her teeth. I'm not a good person. You can also consider me a tyrant. In the eyes of you Durin people, isn't everything in the universe about the strong dominating the weak? What you Durins did in the Orion Arm during your expansion was 1,000 times more bloody and cruel than what I did. I am ashamed of myself, and all I am doing now is just a small practice of your theory from the people of Durin. With your identities reversed, from the perpetrator to the victim, is that unbearable? It is said that the head follows the butt. Don Juan's current position determines that he must clear everything for the robot heaven. Chapter 200 Experiment, the battleship, Tianji Shangxing, automatically repairs. Don Juan was right. The creed that the proud people of Turin once believed in was that the strong dominate over the weak. They did the same. The Turin Interstellar Society is the best proof of this. In response to Don Juan's words, Freed stopped talking. She looked at Don Juan and knew that she would not have the strength to resist now. The strong dominate everything over the weak. Today, the people of Durin have become weak and are being dominated by the powerful Omnic Heaven. The creed they believed in finally came back to haunt them. Freed did not resist, and Don Juan's transformation was completed very smoothly. What made Don Juan happy was that after the transformation, Freed did not develop the same personality as Ruby and other psychic girls. She still maintains her original personality. Don Juan's transformation power is now enough to cover an entire planet. While transforming Freed, the tremendous power from the higher dimension covered the entire Turin planet. All the Turin people on the capital planet of the Western Turin Empire will also be transformed. Controlling the capital of the Western Turin Empire means controlling the entire Western Turin Empire. By controlling the Empress of Turin, Don Juan can indirectly control the Turin border fleet and let it ensure the stability of the border. This will prevent the situation of the now shattered Turin Interstellar Society from further deteriorating, allowing the intelligent heavenly court to have a period of stable development. Don Juan needs to transform everything he has gained before into concrete strength. I'll be busy next. Don Juan holds 298 million spiritual resources in his hands. 2 months ago, Don Juan had already spent 20 million spiritual energy to purchase the 6th division level technology from the system, Tianji Shangxing, microscopic proton level element conversion technology. Thanks to the application of this technology, the intelligent mechanical heavenly court has now finally mastered the methods of independently manufacturing mechanical cores and automatic mechanical production lines. No longer limited to obtaining production lines from ancient civilization ruins. There is also the powerful gray wind nano-intelligent technology, assisted by the proton regeneration obtained from Nurgle. With the combination of the two, the productivity of the intelligent heaven has once again been greatly improved. While the omnic heaven was developing steadily, Don Juan was able to take action to integrate the now shattered Tauran interstellar society. Solar System, Earth. After occupying the solar system, Don Juan made the solar system his new capital. The focus has gradually shifted from the Lingxiao galaxy to the solar system in the past period of time. Most of the scientific research equipment in the Lingxiao galaxy has also been transported here. The ring world surrounding the sun was set up by Don Juan as the new capital. After all, Ring World is essentially a supermassive particle collider orbiting the sun, capable of conducting the latest cutting-edge physics research. There are also various scientific research laboratories above. The human race is now divided into two parts, the Human Union and the Mechanicus humans. Don Juan established the highest human branch of the Adeptus Mechanicus on Earth. There are also the most loyal people of the Mechanicus, the Gutierrez. Don Juan relocated some of the Mechanicus's Gutierrez and let them live on Mars. At this point, a new structure of the solar system was formed. The very center of the solar system is the ring world surrounding the entire sun. It is the new capital of the intelligent heaven, and Don Juan's new city is built here. With the sun and the ring world as the core, all the planets revolve around them. Mercury, Venus Gate, Venus, Earth, Mechanicus, Human, Mars, Mechanicus, Gutierrez, Jupiter, Saturn, Uranus, Neptune. The solar system's Kuiper Belt space defense line. And, at the outermost part of the solar system, the Oort cloud is the farthest away from the solar system, completely wrapping the solar system like an egg. With a maximum radius of about 1 light-year, the Oort cloud is the outermost warning line of the solar system. Leaving the Oort cloud means completely leaving the sun's gravitational range. The sun rings the world. The ring world is divided into the inner ring and the outer ring. The inner ring is the side facing the sun. The inner ring has an automatically adjustable atmosphere. Although it is only a few million kilometers away from the sun, the inner ring atmosphere still has a perfect and extremely comfortable ecological environment. The outer ring is the side facing the outer space, and there are various large laboratories and giant spaceports in the outer ring. There are 600 giant spaceports in the outer ring. The names are arranged according to the heavenly stems and earthly branches. For example, the first giant spaceport is Jiazi Port Number 1, the second is Jiazi Port Number 2, and so on until the 600th Guihai Port Number 60. Gungshu Space Port Number 7. This is a vacant spaceport. The combined research of the heavenly secrets, microproton-level element conversion technology, and the proton regeneration technology obtained from Nurgle has reached the final stage of shipboard testing. Thanks to the plus 1,000% bonus to scientific research speed obtained after completing the mission of liberating the Earth, the research of these two technologies is combined very quickly. Don Juan was standing in the tower of port number 7 of Gungshu, looking at the space scene displayed on the virtual light screen in front of him. Shi Wei stood beside him, and behind him was a scientific research team composed of technical dolls. An impermanence-class, heavy frigate about 500 meters long was parked alone in outer space. All data are normal, and the test can begin. Shi Wei remotely monitored the unmanned, impermanence-class, heavy frigate, and then said to Don Juan, "Well, okay, let's start the experiment." Don Juan nodded slightly. The experiment begins. In the spaceport's defense weapon array, a Wu Chu 3 laser pulse turret turned its muzzle and aimed at the Wu Chang-class heavy frigate. Accompanied by a flash of light, high-energy lasers with a temperature of over 1 million degrees instantly washed over the external armor of the impermanence-class ship. The external armor of the Wu Chang class is made of Wutsu 2 type superalloy, which is more than twice as strong as ordinary Wutsu alloy. But even this cannot withstand the bombardment of Wu Chu type 3 laser pulses. The part of the impermanence class's outer armor layer that was hit was melted instantly. This is not over yet. In the spaceport defense array, dozens of Wu Chu 3 laser pulse turrets, plasma cannons, anti-gravity catapult cannons, etc. continuously fired at the Wu Chang class. After nearly half an hour of heavy bombardment, the originally intact impermanence class ship was now riddled with holes. Only at this time did the attack stop, and the detection equipment inside the impermanence level was still running and continuously transmitting data back. Don Juan watched closely all the changes inside. Impermanence, heavy frigate, armor damage, 84%, internal structure damage, 85%. The damage degree of the lattice structure modules is above 85%. The damage level of the Tianji Shangxing self-repair module is 90%, not reaching the minimum damage critical point. Proton regeneration is in progress and self-repair is in progress.